Once a genius admired by thousands, he suddenly fell into dust and ashes, his parents brutally killed, his cultivation ruined, unable even to pay tuition. The whole world was waiting to see him fail, urging him to accept his fate. But the infinite critical strike system awakened. Every punch, every sword strike, was a staggering critical hit, starting at triple damage, killing instantly with a 1,000-fold multiplier. When he returns to the peak, the entire world will tremble at the name Killing Sword. Old grudges will be repaid 100-fold today. Yan Chen, still can't pay your tuition? I think you should just drop out, said his mentor Yang Xiaoxiong coldly, with a hint of barely concealed regret. At this point, staying in the academy is just a waste of time. Yan Chen lowered his head, his nails digging into his palms. A year ago, he was the brightest genius at Blue Rain Martial Academy, reaching the 9th rank martial disciple at 16, with a bright future ahead. But that damned beast tide took his parents, and a 2nd rank ferocious beast destroyed his cultivation and damaged his martial talent, plunging him from the clouds into the mud. Now, even a mere 50,000 tuition fee was a mountain too heavy to bear. Teacher Yang, I don't want to give up. His hoarse voice was full of defiance. Please give me a little more time. Yang Xiaoxiong was silent for a moment. 10 days, the last 10 days. If you can't gather it by then, leave on your own. Leaving the office, Yan Chen felt lost. 50,000 yuan was an astronomical figure to him now. The inheritance left by his parents had long been wiped out in the beast tide, and the relief funds barely covered his living expenses. Borrow money? Those so-called sworn brothers and opportunistic relatives had long avoided him since his downfall. The only path left seemed to be venturing into the wilderness, risking his life for a sliver of hope. Just as he was on the brink of despair, a voice suddenly rang out. Infinite critical strike system activated. The host will gain a minimum triple and unlimited maximum critical strike chance for any martial-related action. A system? Yan Chen was stunned at first, then overjoyed. His golden finger had finally arrived. He immediately returned to his shabby residence and eagerly began practicing the Academy's basic cultivation method, 9 blood refinements. Congratulations, you have gained triple critical strike bonus this session. Congratulations, you have gained 10-fold critical strike bonus this session. Congratulations, you hit the jackpot, gaining a 1,000-fold critical strike bonus this session. A massive surge of blood energy far beyond before exploded from his dantian, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. Strength. The familiar yet strange sensation of power returned. Yan Chen was thrilled to discover that the 1 hour of cultivation just now was equivalent to more than 40 days of sleepless, arduous training in the past. He tested his strength, 1,000 kilograms, the power of an elephant. He had become a first-rank martial disciple again. Over the next 3 days, Yan Chen trained day and night. Thanks to the system's constant critical strikes, especially 2,000-fold critical hits, his strength rapidly grew to the power of 3 elephants. Although he could clearly feel that his damaged talent limited his cultivation speed to only 1/3 of what it should be, otherwise he would have achieved much more. This was enough to give him hope. It's time to go to the wilderness, for the tuition, and to get stronger faster. After completing the required course for entering the wilderness, Yan Chen unexpectedly ran into Ren Xiaodai at the academy gate. The girl who had once passionately confessed to him but was gently rejected was now a 7th-rank martial disciple, surrounded by many followers. She blocked Yan Chen, her expression proud yet tinged with complexity. I heard Teacher Yang gave you an ultimatum? Seeing Yan Chen's indifferent reaction, she seemed provoked. Yan Chen, do you know? I'm so glad you rejected me back then. Otherwise, my life would have been dragged down by a loser like you. You're about to be kicked out of the academy, and I will become a true martial artist. The distance between us will only grow. Tell me, do you regret it? Boring. Yan Chen was too lazy to argue with her. Amid the growing crowd of onlookers, he turned and left. Taking the ground rail tram, he arrived at the safe zone on the edge of the wilderness. Rejecting several team invitations, Yan Chen ventured in alone. Soon, a muscular gray wolf exuding a fierce aura blocked his path. This was a first-tier low-grade ferocious beast, with strength comparable to a second-tier martial apprentice. Yan Chen tightened his grip on the martial weapon Guanhong sword, which the academy had rewarded him earlier, and focused on staying alert. The gray wolf roared and lunged fiercely. Yan Chen dodged swiftly while swinging his sword to execute the basic martial skill, one sword slash. He estimated that this strike would at most cause a minor injury to the gray wolf, expecting a tough fight ahead. However, congratulations, your attack triggered a 100x critical hit. Power will be multiplied by 100 times. Whoosh! A sword aura far sharper than expected swept across, not only cutting the gray wolf in two but also shaving down a nearby huge rock. The terrifying power of 300 elephant forces. Yan Chen was stunned for a moment. A 100x critical hit. Your luck is really bad. He crouched down and skillfully scavenged the loot, worth over 3,000. Soon after, another blacktop snake, equivalent to a second-tier martial apprentice, attracted by the blood scent appeared. This time, no ultra-high critical hit triggered. Relying on his basic 3 elephant forces and a minimum triple critical hit, i.e., 9 elephant forces, combined with rich combat experience, Yan Shen tangled with the big snake for 3 to 5 minutes. Finally, a 30x critical hit triggered, Guanhong fell, and the snake's head was severed with a sound. With the infinite critical hit system, Yan Shen was like a fish in water in the first-level safe zone teeming with ferocious beasts. He steadily hunted over a dozen ferocious beasts daily, collecting materials and earning nearly 30,000 gold on average each day. He regularly went to the largest pill shop in the city, Wanya Pavilion, to sell materials. There, he met the receptionist girl, Mu Zixuan. She was not only stunningly beautiful, appearance rating 95+, but also had a unique temperament, unlike an ordinary clerk. Using the money he earned, Yan Shen began purchasing expensive, blood chi powder, 11,000 per dose, to aid his cultivation. As he appeared daily at Wanyao Pavilion with large amounts of ferocious beast materials, coupled with rumors of his efficient hunting in the wilderness, the nickname Killing Sword spread widely. Even Mu Zixuan knew this name and once teased him, "Hey, Killing Sword, why the smaller haul today? Not killing anymore?" One day, Yan Shen came to Wanyao Pavilion again. After selling materials, his account balance reached 170,000. He bought 12 doses of blood chi powder in one go, leaving only 50,000 in his account, just enough to pay tuition. As he was leaving, Mu Zixuan called out to him, "Hey, we've met so many times, we're practically acquaintances now, right? I still don't know your name." Yan Shen glanced at her and said indifferently, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking others' names?" Mu Zixuan hesitated, then bit her lip. "My name is Mu Zixuan." Yan Shen vaguely remembered that Mu Yinglong, the vice president of the Tianling City Martial Arts Guild and a martial master, seemed to share the same surname. When it was Yan Shen's turn, he said, "My name is Killing Sword." After saying this, he ignored Mu Zixuan's sulky expression and turned to leave. Although the interaction with Mu Zixuan was fairly pleasant, the experience of being abandoned by everyone a year ago had built a high wall deep in his heart, making him no longer easily trust anyone. That night, Yan Shen took 12 doses of blood chi powder. With the system's critical hit bonus, including one 100x and 150x, the massive medicinal power was perfectly absorbed. His strength surged wildly, reaching 8 elephant forces. 9 elephant forces. The bottleneck shattered with a crash. He officially stepped into the second-tier martial apprentice. His power continued to grow, eventually stabilizing at 15 elephant forces, only 3 elephant forces short of a third-tier martial apprentice. Feeling the surging power within, Yan Shen was ecstatic. After a year, he finally regained part of his peak feeling. But then came a wave of disappointment. If his talent had been intact, this breakthrough achievement would have been far greater. I must find a way to repair my talent. The next day was the last day to pay tuition. Yan Shen came to the academy, calmly facing the strange looks from his classmates. Instructor Yang Xiaoxiong called him into the office, his tone still distant but with a hint of curiosity. "Did you bring the tuition? If you can't gather it." Yan Shen directly placed 50,000 on the desk. Yang Xiaoxiong was so shocked that he could hardly speak clearly. Where did you get the money? You haven't done anything dangerous, have you?" He looked Yang Chen up and down, his eyes full of suspicion and worry. "Don't worry, teacher, the money is fine," Yan Shen said, not wanting to explain too much. Yang Xiaoxiong took the money but couldn't help pouring cold water. "Even if you pay the tuition, what about the annual assessment in half a month? With your current situation, you definitely won't pass, and in the end, you'll still be expelled." "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I know what I'm doing," Yan Shen replied calmly and turned to leave. He knew teacher Yang probably meant well, but this was not what he wanted. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, he ran into a proud-faced youth, Wang Luyang. This person had been instantly defeated by Yan Shen in the academy's big competition a year ago, but now he was already an 8th-rank martial apprentice and the academy's new hope. He had obviously heard the news that Yan Shen was about to be expelled and came specifically to see him. "Yo, isn't this our former genius Yan Shen? Why do you want to run away as soon as you see me? Afraid I'll see you being kicked out of the academy in disgrace?" Wang Luyang's voice was full of unabashed mockery and schadenfreude. The surroundings quieted down and the onlooking students had expressions of watching a show, amusement, mockery, and schadenfreude. Yan Shen frowned. "Are you very idle?" "What?" Wang Chen doubted he had heard wrong. This waste who had lost all his cultivation and was about to be expelled actually dared to mock him. Could it be that he still thought of himself as the genius he once was? Didn't hear clearly? Then let me say it again. Yan Shen's expression was emotionless. "I said, are you very idle? Instead of cultivating, you come here like a little brat showing off? Little brat?" This waste who was about to be expelled actually dared to call him a little brat. Wang Chen's eyes turned cold. Waste, what? Use is it to show off with your tongue? You can't even pay your tuition now, and you're about to be expelled, destined to be ordinary and fade into the masses. And I am destined to become a high and mighty warrior, or even a stronger existence. Don't take yourself too seriously, Yan Chen. You are no longer that genius, you are just a waste with ruined talent and lost cultivation. I have you under my foot. In the future, no, even now, if I want to crush you, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. The onlooking student's mockery grew even more intense. There are always those who enjoy kicking someone when they're down, and seeing a once brilliant genius being trampled and ridiculed brought them a strange sense of satisfaction. Yan Chen's gaze swept over, finally landing on Wang Chen. I'm sorry, but I've already paid my tuition. For the next year, I am still a student of the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. What? Wang Chen's eyes widened, thinking he had misheard, and the surrounding students fell silent. Seeing this, Yan Chen took out a piece of paper, which was the payment receipt. I said, Wang Chen, you might be disappointed, I haven't been expelled because I've already paid my tuition, and as for my connection with martial arts, it seems quite faithful. The onlooking students were stunned, their gazes now on Wang Chen filled with amusement. He actually paid the tuition? Then my earlier words were nothing but a joke. Wang Chen's face turned pale, unable to suppress the rage in his heart, and a killing intent gradually emerged in his eyes. He didn't think he was in the wrong, instead, he believed it was all Yan Chen's fault. If he had said from the beginning that he had already paid the tuition, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Is he going to make a move? Yan Chen also narrowed his eyes, calculating in his heart. He currently had 15 elephant powers. With a threefold critical hit guarantee, that would be 45 elephant powers, equivalent to a 5th-tier martial artist. If he engaged in a drawn-out fight, he should be able to hold out for a while against Wang Chen, and during that time, as long as he triggered a 10-fold critical hit, that would be 150 elephant powers, enough to defeat Wang Chen. If he triggered a 100-fold critical hit, one strike would probably leave no body to be found. Yan Chen didn't want to cause too much of a commotion, but if Wang Chen really wanted to make a move, he would have to let him experience another crushing defeat. I want you dead. Wang Chen finally couldn't hold back, disregarding the occasion, and was about to strike. Yan Chen also tensed up, but just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point with both sides on edge, a cold voice came through. What are you doing? Immediately, a powerful pressure swept in, far beyond the level of a martial artist, instantly dispelling Wang Chen's killing intent. A figure walked over slowly, with a cold face and sharp eyes. It was Mentor Yang Xiaoxiong. He fixed his gaze on Wang Chen. What do you want to do? Wang Chen's expression was ugly. Over the past year, he had thought about taking revenge on Yan Chen, but every time Yang Xiaoxiong had coincidentally appeared, leaving him empty-handed. He never expected the same scene to happen again. Nothing at all, teacher. I just came to see a friend. Wang Chen gritted his teeth. Although his background wasn't afraid of a teacher, he still had to consider the academy, especially that dean. Yang Xiaoxiong's expression was emotionless. Have you finished watching? I've finished. Since you've finished and aren't leaving, are you planning to threaten someone by staying here? I'll leave right now. Wang Chen left in a dejected manner, glaring fiercely at Yan Chen. Before he left, filled with a thick aura of killing intent. It seemed this matter was far from over. Yan Chen sighed inwardly, unsure whether to be grateful for teacher Yang's help or to resent it. Yan Chen, I haven't paid your tuition yet. I'll give you 2 more days. If you want a refund during this time, feel free to come find me. Yang Xiaoxiong paused for a moment, his voice softening slightly. Use this money to start over and live a normal life. Don't stay in the academy. I can't protect you every time. After saying this, Yang Xiaoxiong dispersed the onlookers and turned to leave. Yan Chen gazed deeply at his back, not arguing, and also left the academy. He needed to go back to the wilderness to continue hunting. A second-tier martial artist was still far from satisfying Yan Chen. He needed to become stronger. What? Yan Chen has already paid the tuition? Where did he get so much money? Ren Xiaodai, upon hearing the news, felt it was hard to believe. 50,000, that's no small amount. Even a high-tier martial artist would have to hunt dozens of fierce beasts to gather that, and the dangers involved in battling fierce beasts are well known. But how did Yan Chen, a common person who had lost all his cultivation, manage to do it? Ren Xiaodia's friend was also filled with disbelief. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it, but it's true. Yan Chen took out the receipt in front of everyone, and it had the academy's stamp on it. Ren Xiaodai fell silent. She had originally thought that Yan Chen would be expelled from the academy for failing to pay his tuition, and that they would no longer have any connection, drifting further apart like 2 parallel lines that would never meet. But she didn't expect that he somehow managed to gather 50,000 and stayed in the academy. This meant they would still meet, still have connections. Still, Ren Xiaodia's heart was suddenly filled with complex emotions. By the way, Ren Xiaodai suddenly thought of something. You said Wang Chen went to find Yan Chen. What happened? Did they fight? Did he get hurt? Ren Xiaodia's friend teased. When you say he, are you referring to Wang Chen or Yan Chen? She emphasized the name Yan Chen heavily. Ren Xiaodai didn't respond, but the killing intent in her eyes gradually intensified. Seeing this, Ren Xiaodia's friend was startled and quickly waved his hands. I was just joking, just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Don't worry, later Teacher Yang arrived and they didn't fight. They didn't fight? Ren Xiaodai let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaodai, you still like Yan Chen, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten so tense upon hearing the news, her friend couldn't help but say. Still like Yan Chen? Ren Xiaodia's heart stirred, but soon her expression turned indifferent. Stop talking nonsense. He has lost all his cultivation, his martial arts talent is wasted, and he is not worthy of me at all. The gap between us will only grow wider, ultimately making us two non-intersecting parallel lines. In the wilderness, a figure walks alone with a sword. Congratulations, your attack has received a 20-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has received a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has received a 30-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has received a 50-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, congratulations. Your attack has received a 700-fold critical hit bonus. Breaking through the power of 15 symbols, Yan Chen finds it even easier to slay fierce beasts with efficiency more than 3 times faster than before, and his activity range extends beyond the first level safe zone, covering the second and third levels as well. The harvest is naturally richer than before. 500 milliliters of Earthbear's essence, 5 bloodthirsty red python gallbladders, 10 savage lion fangs, and so on. Just half a day's harvest can be worth 40,000. Unfortunately, Yan Chen is ultimately just one person, and the materials he can carry are limited. After hunting fierce beasts, he only takes the most valuable parts, often having to abandon many materials. After killing a black wolf, Yan Chen's bag was full, and he planned to return to Tianling City. If only there were storage-type weapons. Storage-type weapons are extremely precious, capable of opening a subspace specifically for storing items, but they are too rare. Even in the entire Tianling City, not many people possess them. Not long after he set off, Yan Chen suddenly heard a fierce sound of fighting, accompanied by arguing. Bastards, you actually want to kill and rob? Aren't you afraid of being wanted by Tianling City? Wanted? Ha, if we kill you all, who will know it was us brothers? Be careful in your next life, don't expose good materials. You will suffer retribution. Ha, what we do is a no-cost deal. As long as we can make money, what does retribution matter? Following the sound, he saw 7 hunters surrounding 2 martial artists not far away. The 2 surrounded were in a pitiful state, covered in blood, with bones exposed, and were on the verge of death. Wilderness hunters? Yan Chen did not expect to encounter them at this time. His expression remained indifferent. The 2 surrounded martial artists saw someone appear and ignited hope, urgently shouting, "Brother, these people are wilderness hunters, come help us." Yan Chen replied coldly, "It's none of my business." The 2 martial artists widened their eyes. "We are all martial artists from Tianling City. How can you be so indifferent?" Yan Chen ignored them. A year ago, he might have lent a hand, but not now. This was because, over the past year, he had endured countless disdain and ridicule, even struggling to gather tuition fees. No one had offered help back then. Now, Yan Chen only wanted to improve his own strength. He would no longer empathize easily. At this moment, the wilderness hunters attacked again, and the 2 martial artists desperately resisted, trying to protect themselves. Unfortunately, the gap in both numbers and strength was too great. Before long, with a scream, the 2 martial artists were brutally beaten to death, leaving not even a complete corpse. The wilderness hunters quickly began to collect their spoils, yielding a good harvest with many fierce beast materials, making them grin from ear to ear. Yan Chen remained expressionless, continuing towards the ground track station. One of the wilderness hunters, seeing this scene, flashed a fierce light in his eyes. "Big brother, there's another fat sheep. Look at that full backpack. There must be good stuff, should we?" After saying this, he made a gesture of cutting his throat. The other's eyes lit up, thinking it was a good idea. But what they did not expect was that slap. The strongest among the wilderness hunters, already a 7th-level martial artist, gave a hard slap to the one who suggested it. "Idiot, if you want to die, go ahead, don't drag everyone down." The one who suggested it was stunned. The remaining people felt inexplicably puzzled. "Boss, the other side is just one person, and he doesn't look very old. Should we really be so cautious?" "Yeah, we have 7 people. Killing him should be easy, right? Look at that kid's bulging backpack. There must be a lot of materials inside. If we kill him, we could make quite a profit." The boss's cold gaze swept over them, and a fierce aura enveloped the room. The wilderness hunters, who had just expressed their dissatisfaction, felt a chill in their hearts and quickly shut their mouths. Seeing that his authority was still intact, the boss felt quite satisfied. He then said, "What do you think it means for a young man to wander alone in the wilderness with a bulging pack? Strength, extremely powerful strength, unafraid of any danger. This is an extremely tough nut to crack. Avoiding him is the wisest choice. The wilderness is so vast. We don't lack for this one prey." The others were still unconvinced. They had been in this line of work for quite some time. They had seen all kinds of tough opponents, and whether something was hard to chew could only be determined by trying. What a bunch of fools. The boss could see their thoughts at a glance and felt quite helpless. "Did you not see the sword that guy was carrying just now?" "Sword?" "Yes, a sword, 3 feet of sharp blade with a chilling gleam." A look of apprehension appeared in the boss's eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, that young man is the one who has recently gained Fame in the wilderness known as the Killing Sword, who can kill more than a dozen ferocious beasts in a day. Killing Sword? As soon as those 3 words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock, their thoughts scattering. The strength of a first-tier ferocious beast is comparable to that of a martial apprentice, and in some ways it might even be stronger. The Killing Sword being able to kill more than a dozen ferocious beasts in a day also means he could kill more than a dozen martial apprentices in a day. More than a dozen. This was not just a tough nut to crack, it was practically diamond hard. One of the wilderness hunters, still feeling apprehensive, said, "B-boss, thank goodness you stopped us just now. Otherwise, we would have probably become souls under his sword by now." Back in Tianling City, Yanchen hurried to the Wanya Pavilion. As soon as he walked in, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Over here, I'm right here." Yanchen seemed not to hear and walked straight to another counter, dumping all the ferocious beast materials from his bag onto the table. "Please count these, I want to sell all of them." Seeing this, Mu Zixuan was furious, her cheeks puffed up, feeling quite wronged. Ever since that day, every time Yanchen came to Wanya Pavilion, he would deliberately avoid her counter and go to someone else to sell materials. At first, Mu Zixuan tolerated it. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Association and one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, the granddaughter of Muinglong, she thought she should be a bit reserved. But now she couldn't hold it in any longer. She hadn't avenged the humiliation yet. Mu Zixuan walked over, her face expressionless, and said, "Please go to my counter, thank you." Mu Zixuan appeared quite polite, but her voice carried an undeniable authority. "All right." The receptionist at the counter stood up without any hesitation, the process swift and efficient, as if afraid to delay even a moment and upset Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan naturally took a seat, her expression revealing a hint of pride. "Sir, may I ask if you need any assistance?" Yan Chen. Retrieving the materials back into his bag, Yan Chen stood up, intending to go to another counter. Mu Zixuan pressed down on the beast materials, her stunning face showing a trace of ferocity. "Don't go too far. In all my life, no one has ever ignored me. Now there is." Yan Chen's expression remained unchanged as he attempted to push aside the hand pressing down on the beast materials. But in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. This hand, seemingly delicate and weak, showed no signs of being shaken by his 15 symbols of power, as if it were made of divine iron. This Mu Zixuan was actually a martial artist, and quite strong. Seeing the surprise on his face, Mu Zixuan felt a surge of pride, retracting her hand and smiling with a mix of softness and firmness. "Don't waste your effort. Besides me, no one else in the Wanyao Pavilion will attend to you. Of course, you can go elsewhere, as long as you're willing to accept their prices." Yan Chen's expression stiffened. The Wanyao Pavilion was the largest store in Tianling City selling martial arts elixirs, and it offered the highest prices for beast materials, about a 10% premium. If he really went to sell elsewhere, he could, but the losses in between would be enough to make one spit blood. Not to mention that the martial arts elixirs sold at Wanyao Pavilion were of the best quality. The thought of going to another counter just flashed through Yan Chen's mind and was immediately dismissed. From the attitude of the previous staff member towards Mu Zixuan, it was clear that with just one word from her, no one in the Wanyao Pavilion would attend to him. Money represented cultivation resources. Yan Chen would not go against money, so he sat down obediently. "I want to sell all these materials. Thank you for your trouble. This can wait, we still have an account to settle." Mu Zixuan gritted her teeth. "What is your name? Don't say Killing Sword, or I'll have the entire Wanyao Pavilion blacklist you." "Yan Chen, your grandfather is Muinglong." "Yes, my grandfather." Mu Zixuan suddenly realized that she was the one asking, and how did he answer her question? She became furious. "I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. Quickly tell me, what is your name?" He was indeed the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, and the granddaughter of Muinglong. Right, there were rumors that the owner of Wanyao Pavilion also had the surname Mu, so Mu Zixuan could really blacklist him. "My name is Yan Chen." "Yan Chen, ha?" Mu Zixuan murmured, a proud smile appearing on her face. After being angered so many times, she finally gained the upper hand. Looking at the dazzling array of materials, Mu Zixuan grew curious. "Where did you get these materials?" "Counting from the beginning, there are over 100, and quite a few of them are of medium quality at the first level." Yan Chen's expression was emotionless. "That seems unrelated to the business I'm currently handling. Answer honestly, and I'll give you a Wanyao Pavilion 10% discount membership card." Mu Zixuan displayed her cash ability. "Yan Chen, I hunted them myself." As the Killing Sword, he wasn't someone who easily submitted, but the 10% discount card was too tempting, and Yan Chen made the wisest decision without hesitation. "It really is true. Just from your appearance, I couldn't tell you were this strong." Mu Zixuan teased a bit. "Thank you for the compliment." Yan Chen glanced at the time, somewhat dissatisfied, and reminded her, "Let's not talk about this for now, Miss Mu. Can we get down to business? I still need to hurry back to cultivate." Alright. 500 milliliters of the blood essence of the earth bear, 5 snake gallbladders of the bloodthirsty python, 10 savage lion fangs, totaling 42,100, has been deposited into your account. Mu Zixuan also reacted, feeling a bit nervous. Growing up, she had Never chatted with any male for such a long time. At first, she was angry and didn't think much of it, but now that she was reminded, her cheeks couldn't help but flush. Soon, with over 40,000 deposited, her total assets reached 117,006, the result of these 3 days. Give me 12 more blood chi pills. 120,000, yen. Shen, your balance is insufficient. You promised to give me a 10% discount card. Oh, right. A card was quickly handed over. Although the two had some unpleasantness before, since it was promised, Mu Zixuan had no intention of going back on her word and really handed it over. 108,000 was deducted, and 12 blood chi pills were delivered to Yen Shen's hands. Thank you. After greeting, Yen Shen prepared to leave. Mu Zixuan was a bit annoyed. Hey, although we haven't known each other for long, we've talked a few times, so we can be considered acquaintances. Rounded up, we're friends. Can you be a bit warmer, a bit more casual? Yen Shen stopped, turned his head, and glanced back indifferently. That look suddenly silenced Mu Zixuan. Leaving her dazed and rooted to the spot, her heart greatly moved, for she saw sadness, loneliness, and a coldness that masked both emotions in Yen Shen's eyes. Mu Zixuan didn't understand what kind of experience could give a 17-year-old boy such a gaze. I have no acquaintances, let alone friends. The voice came without a hint of emotional fluctuation as Yen Shen walked out of the Wanya Pavilion, his figure disappearing into the crowd. Mu Zixuan watched this scene, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. In front of her, perhaps she shouldn't have been so willful. Yen Shen's heart was very calm, and he didn't care whether he would offend the young lady of the Wanya Pavilion. Acquaintances? Friends? It sounded very close, but if he were not the killing sword but an ordinary person without martial arts cultivation, barely surviving in the base city, would she still treat him with those terms of acquaintance and friend? Those friends who once fought alongside him now considered him a burden. Would she be any different? Back home, Yen Shen organized his emotions and then immersed himself in cultivation. The blood chi pills were consumed one after another. Congratulations, your blood chi pill effect received a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood chi pill effect received a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood chi pill effect received a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood chi pill effect received a 70-fold critical hit bonus. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 hours passed, and all 12 blood chi pills were exhausted. Unfortunately, there was no critical hit above 100 times, and even those above 10 times were few. As night fell in the pitch-black room, Yen Shen opened his eyes, ending his training. He took out a grip strengthener from the drawer and began to exert his strength. 17 elephant strength, 19 elephant strength, 21 elephant strength, 22 elephant strength. Yen Shen suddenly released it, revealing a satisfied smile. 3rd tier martial apprentice achieved. In the wilderness, a man and a fierce beast are engaged in battle. Congratulations, your attack has received a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has received a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has received a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Yen Shen, holding the rainbow piercer, has a cold gaze and moves with calm composure, relying on the martial techniques taught by the academy such as one sword slash, cross sword thrust, and wandering wind step to continuously fight against the flame leopard in front of him. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes have passed. Congratulations, your attack has received a 7,500-fold critical hit bonus. The high critical hit finally appeared. The sword energy suddenly surged. A sword's cold light swept across 14 states. The flames rushing in were shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the flame leopard was also cut in half. Yen Shen exhaled. I don't know whether to say I'm lucky or unlucky. If I say I'm lucky, it took so long to get a critical hit. If I say I'm unlucky, this critical hit actually reached 7,005. Even a 2nd tier fierce beast would probably have to suffer. Without thinking much, Yen Shen skillfully began to collect materials from the fierce beast. Soon, the flame leopard was disassembled. This 1st tier mid-grade fierce beast brought him flame crystal *1 and blood of flame *100 milliliters, worth around 7,000, which is a decent income. Yen Shen weighed his bag. There was still plenty of space. If I hunt 3 more fierce beasts, my backpack should be full. I wonder which lucky one I will encounter. Not long after, another fierce beast fell under Yen Shen's sword. It was quite unfortunate. It triggered a 100-fold critical hit right after the engagement, not even having time to grunt before it perished on the spot. Instead, dismembering the fierce beast and collecting materials wasted more time. Roar, ow, hiss. Deep roars continuously echoed from all directions, but Yen Shen didn't pay much attention. After all, there were countless fierce beasts wandering in this wilderness. However, he soon sensed something was off, as these roars lacked the usual dominance and were instead filled with unease and fear, as if they were terrified of something. Not only that, but Yen Shen also noticed martial apprentices were fleeing in panic, not just 1 or 2, but in large numbers, almost all coming from the same direction. What was happening? A bad premonition arose in Yen Shen's heart. He was contemplating whether to stop hunting when suddenly, roar! An extremely terrifying roar suddenly erupted, with fierce winds swirling and rocks crumbling. Its might was far beyond that of a 1st tier fierce beast, unimaginable in its horror. Then, a fierce beast came Into view, standing 3 meters tall, resembling a xiangqi with thick scales on its body, just locking eyes with its golden gaze, would involuntarily send a strong chill down one's spine. This is a second-tier fierce beast, the rampaging xiangqi? How could this be? This is a safe zone cleared by the martial arts guild, with martial soldiers suppressing the borders. Logically, a second-tier fierce beast should never appear here. Yan Shen was filled with confusion, but it was clearly not the time for doubts. The rampaging xiangqi easily killed martial apprentices within 100 meters, over 10 people chewing their flesh in its mouth before quickly swallowing it. It didn't spare the surrounding fierce beasts either, trampling or slapping them, killing everything in sight. Then, the rampaging xiangqi set its sights on Yan Shen. A chilling aura instantly spread throughout his body, and without a second thought, Yan Shen turned and fled frantically, leaving behind all the fierce beast materials and his backpack. A second-tier fierce beast is already equivalent to a martial artist. And while martial apprentices and martial artists differ by only one level, there is a substantial difference in their martial arts levels. Martial apprentice, tempering blood energy, increasing strength. Martial artist, absorbing violent spiritual energy, sinking into the dantian, condensing true essence. The gap between the two was like the difference between clouds and mud. A martial artist could easily kill 10 or even 29th tier martial disciples and could effortlessly escape from hundreds or thousands of martial disciples precisely because of this. Above the 9th tier martial disciples, there were not 10th tier martial disciples but martial artists. If faced with a first tier ferocious beast, even with strength exceeding 100 elephants, surpassing 9th tier martial disciples, Yan Shen still had the courage to rely on the critical hit system and his agility to engage in a battle. But if it were a second tier ferocious beast in a direct confrontation, he would probably be slapped to death before he could even unleash a high multiplier critical hit. Therefore, Yan Shen fled without hesitation. Congratulations, your win step has gained a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your win step has gained a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your win step has gained a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Run fast. As long as I reach the ground rail station, I'll be safe. Yan Shen fled frantically, trying to escape the sight of the frenzied xiangqi. But the next moment, roar, accompanied by a terrifying howl, the ground shook violently and a strong smell of blood rushed towards him from behind. The very thing Yan Shen dreaded the most had happened. He was targeted by the frenzied xiangqi. Is it toxic? There are so many martial disciples around, why is it fixated on me? Yan Shen's face turned grim as he ran for his life. The chase between one man and one beast had already lasted for over 10 minutes. As a second-tier ferocious beast, the frenzied xiangqi not only had despairing combat power, but its speed was also beyond what martial disciples could match. Although Yan Shen had a 3-fold critical hit as a safety net and his wind step technique received a significant boost, he was still too slow in front of the frenzied xiangqi. The difference was more than 1 tier. But it must be said that Yan Shen had enough luck. Every time the frenzied xiangqi was about to catch up to him, a critical hit effect of at least 100-fold would occur, quickly widening the distance between them, allowing him to escape disaster. Otherwise, let alone lasting for over 10 minutes, he would probably become the frenzied xiangqi's meal in the blink of an eye, just like the other martial disciples. I can't keep going like this. Yan Shen's face had twisted into an incredibly contorted expression due to the strain. High critical hits couldn't be expected to appear at every critical moment. If the frenzied xiangqi caught up and he didn't trigger a 100-fold critical hit, he would have no place to die. He wouldn't even reach the ground rail station. In order to avoid the frenzied xiangqi, he had been forced to change direction, and now he was not only getting farther away but also approaching the warning zone. There were more second-tier ferocious beasts there, 100 times more dangerous than the safe zone. I must save myself. A cornered beast still fights. When a person is in despair, they often fall into madness, and Yan Shen was no exception. While running, he picked up stones from the ground and threw them with all his might at the frenzied xiangqi. Congratulations, your attack has gained a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has gained a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has gained a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Unfortunately, this little attack clearly posed no threat to the frenzied xiangqi. The stones shattered upon impact, causing no damage at all. Instead, because of this delay, he almost got caught by the second-tier ferocious beast, but fortunately, he triggered a 100-fold critical hit just in time, widening the distance and narrowly escaping death. Yan Shen did not give up and continued to throw stones, making insignificant attacks. Thus, the chase continued until they reached the edge of a cliff. Yan Shen stopped running. The dangerous peak loomed, the wild wind howled, and the bottom of the cliff was unfathomable. Even with the strength of 22 elephants, as a third-tier martial artist, if he fell, he would surely be shattered to pieces. Rather than die a coward's death, it was better to point his sword at the ferocious beast and fight to the death. That would be more exhilarating. The raging xiangqi, seeing its prey stop, also slowed down, a cruel expression of mockery on its face, like a cat toying with a mouse, not in a hurry to kill, but first to play for amusement. Only one chance with the sword. Yan Shen raised Guanhong, a resolute look on his face. This very action completely enraged the raging Xiongqi, as if it hadn't expected this tiny human, like an ant, to dare point a sword at it. Ah! A terrifying roar echoed, shaking the mountains and forests. The earth trembled, and the raging Xiongqi lunged forward. This time, Yan Shen did not retreat. He took the initiative to meet it, swinging Yizazin with a grim expression, letting out a hysterical roar. Come on! In the next moment, man and beast collided. A terrifying force surged like a tidal wave, and Yan Shen couldn't help but spit blood, unable to withstand the raging Xiongqi's attack, and fainted on the spot. Just before his consciousness fell into darkness, he vaguely heard a prompt. Congratulations, your attack received a 3,500 times critical hit bonus. He didn't know how long had passed when Yan Shen woke from his coma, a sharp pain making him gasp. I'm not dead. He was at the bottom of a cliff, surrounded by mist, the stone walls towering, unable to see the mountain above. Beneath him was soft and warm, and he could vaguely feel some hot liquid. Upon closer inspection, it was the raging Xiongqi, cut in half beneath him, dead beyond recovery. Yan Shen quickly understood the reason. The sword I swung triggered a 3,500 times critical hit bonus, killing the raging Xiongqi, but due to the impact of the collision, I fell down the cliff along with this second-tier ferocious beast. Fortunately, the raging Xiongqi was below, serving as a meat cushion, so I didn't end up shattered to pieces. I survived. By luck. Yan Shen felt immensely relieved. This was the most dangerous crisis he had faced since acquiring the infinite critical hit system. If it weren't for that last sword triggering the 3,500 times critical hit, if it weren't for the corpse of the raging Xiongqi acting as a cushion, he would have likely been shattered to pieces, dead beyond recovery. What on earth is that group from the martial arts guild doing, allowing a second-tier ferocious beast to appear in the safe zone? It was no wonder Yan Shen felt resentment. In the wilderness, the safe zone is different from the alert and danger zones. It is a relatively safe area cleared by the martial arts guild, isolated by martial soldiers, where only first-tier ferocious beasts would appear. Normally, second-tier ferocious beasts of martial artist level would absolutely not show up. But now, not only had they appeared, but they were also slaughtering wildly, with nearly 100 martial artists dying tragically. Most importantly, he had almost been killed as well. After resting for a few minutes, Yan Shen felt much better. His injuries were not severe, he had only suffered some impact, and after a while of recuperation he would be fine. The materials from the second-tier ferocious beast were quite valuable, and Yan Shen certainly wouldn't let them go to waste. He picked up Guan Hong, made a simple bag from the raging Xiongqi's skin, and began collecting raging Xiongqi essence blood, raging Xiongqi claws, raging Xiongqi fangs, raging Xiongqi meat, and so on. If it weren't for the limited carrying capacity, Yan Shen would have loved to take the entire corpse of the raging Xiongqi back with him. After finishing the harvest, Yan Shen revealed a smile. If I can take these beast materials to the Wanya Pavilion, they should sell for at least 300,000 to 400,000, which would be quite a profit. But then he thought, if he went to the Wanya Pavilion, he would inevitably run into Mu Zixuan, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. Regarding the granddaughter of the vice president of the martial arts guild, a young lady from a martial arts family, Yan Shen didn't exactly dislike her, but he also didn't want to have a close relationship. Now, he has become quite resistant to relationships like acquaintances and friends. Let's leave here first. Yan Shen surveyed his surroundings, and as soon as he looked, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a lake emanating a hazy, colorful glow, with spiritual energy materializing like substance, transforming into mist that spread nearby, resembling a fairyland. Secret realm? The words instinctively flashed in Yan Shen's mind. With the revival of spiritual energy for over 5,000 years, martial arts have reached an extraordinary brilliance. There are rumors that martial artists who cultivate to an extremely high realm can transform their true essence into divinity, unleashing all sorts of incredible powers. Such top-tier experts either create secret realms with their own hands or intentionally evolve secret realms after their deaths, all to leave behind a legacy for those fated to inherit. Yan Shen had only heard of this before, he had never seen it. No. Not only had he not seen it, but even the teachers in the academy, those true martial artists, probably had not seen it either. Yan Shen still clearly remembered the envy and longing in Yang Shaxian's eyes when explaining knowledge related to secret realms, saying that each secret realm represented a tremendous opportunity. Could it really be a secret realm? Even with Yan Shen's temperament, he couldn't help but tremble, cautiously walking closer. The mist was thick, and the spiritual energy was not as violent as in the outside world. It gently washed over his body, making Yan Shen feel very comfortable, and soon he arrived in front of the lake. At that moment, a phantom appeared, its voice filled with a sense of antiquity. Another junior has come? Yan Shen did not dare to be negligent and said, Junior Yan Shen pays respects to the senior. Good, good, good. The phantom repeated the word good 3 times, clearly pleased, and its tone softened considerably. I have long fallen for many years, only leaving a wisp of divine thought here to select a fated person to inherit my legacy and pass on my martial arts. It truly is a secret realm. Yan Shen's heart was filled with excitement, and his eyes inevitably revealed a hint of anticipation as he asked, Junior dares to ask how to become the senior's successor. Though I was not invincible in my lifetime, I was still quite renowned. Although you and I are fated, being my successor is not so easy. You must pass 2 preliminary tests. After passing the preliminaries and becoming a martial artist, you will go to my burial place and compete with other preliminary candidates until you defeat all competitors and stand out to qualify for the inheritance. Are there other preliminary candidates? Of course, my martial arts are exceptionally brilliant, rare throughout history, and naturally must be passed on to the strongest geniuses. In such secret realms, I have left behind 31. 31? That means, after passing the 2 preliminary tests and obtaining the qualification, he would still have to defeat 30 competitors to gain the true inheritance. Of course, 30 is the maximum. If there are unactivated ruins, the number of competitors would naturally be fewer. Yenshin felt a surge of anticipation and cupped his hands again. Dare I ask, Senior, how to pass the first 2 preliminary tests? The phantom pointed towards the surface of the lake, and immediately, the water began to boil, slowly revealing a stone tablet. This stone tablet is made from the skull of the giant beast I slayed in the heavens. It records a heavenly level cultivation method and a heavenly level martial technique. Within 3 days, as long as you can comprehend the mysteries within and glimpse into the doorway, you will have completed the first trial. Heavenly level cultivation method? Even though Yenshin was mentally prepared, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. The cultivation methods are divided into 4 levels: yellow, xian, earth, and heaven. It is known that at the Blue Rain Academy, ordinary students only cultivate yellow level methods. Someone like him, who was once the academy's top genius with extraordinary talent, was only specially taught the xian level method by the dean. As for earth level methods, they are the closely guarded secrets of martial arts families, and no amount of money can buy them. Heavenly level methods are even rarer. Once they appear, they will inevitably stir up a storm of bloodshed. Yet, such a high-level method is merely used for the first trial in the hands of this senior. One can only imagine how terrifying the martial arts methods he specializes in must be. What if I fail the trial? Yenshin asked. His martial arts talent had been damaged, leaving him uncertain about this trial. The phantom's words were calm. If you fail the trial, your memories of the secret realm will be erased, but the heavenly level cultivation method and heavenly level martial technique will be retained as a gift for a fated person. Hearing this, Yenshin relaxed somewhat. He was genuinely worried that failing the trial would result in severe punishment, even death. Then I shall begin, he said. With permission granted, Yenshin focused his gaze on the stone tablet. Once he looked, he quickly immersed himself in it. The heavenly level cultivation method was called 8 Extremes Combat Heaven Technique, derived from between heaven and earth, the 9 provinces, and 8 extremes, symbolizing the ability to harness the far-reaching powers from all directions to strike against the heavens. Its intricacies were hundreds of times more profound than the Xian level method blood chi 9 refinements. Instinctively, Yenshin began to cultivate according to the 8 Extremes Combat Heaven Technique. Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus for this comprehension. Congratulations, you have received a 20-fold critical hit bonus for this comprehension. Congratulations, you have received a 700-fold critical hit bonus for this comprehension. Comprehending a cultivation method could actually yield critical hit bonuses? Yenshin was overjoyed, focusing even more intently on the stone tablet. He saw the words on the tablet come to life, and countless martial arts mysteries surged into his mind like a flood, quickly breaking down and digesting. At that moment, Yenshin was like a sponge, frantically absorbing moisture. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. Finally, congratulations, you have received a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus for this comprehension. I actually triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. Yenshin was astonished. This was the first time a 5-digit critical hit had appeared. What made him even happier was, with this 10,000-fold critical hit, his comprehension of the 8 Extremes Combat Heaven Technique had completely integrated. This heavenly level method held no secrets for Yenshin anymore. But that wasn't the end, as the 8 Extremes Combat Heaven Technique replaced the Blood Chi 9 refinements as his main cultivation method. Yenshin's own blood chi had become incomparably thicker than before. Although his strength had not increased, still at the 22 forms of power, the blood chi now contained a hint of the essence of the 8 Extremes Combat Heaven, and its endurance was far superior to before. The key was that Yenshin had just finished comprehending it and had not yet truly cultivated it. Once he truly began to practice the 8 Extremes Combat Heaven Technique, it was foreseeable that his blood chi would undergo a transformative change. How is it? The phantom asked lightly as the young man opposite him opened his eyes. Yenshin cupped his hands. I have completed my comprehension. How much have you comprehended? All of it. All of it? The phantom's voice suddenly rose sharply. No longer the light and carefree tone from before. Junior, before you answer, you must think clearly. If you dare to deceive me, not only will you lose your heavenly level techniques, but even your life will be hard to preserve. Yenshin smiled and said, in front of my senior, how could I dare to speak recklessly? Then demonstrate it for me. Yes. Yenshin focused his energy in his dantian, holding his breath and concentrating, following the essence of the 8 Extremes Combat Technique, and began to practice. In an Instant, the essence of the 8 extremes from the 9 provinces emanated from his body, causing the surrounding plants to sway and tremble as if they sensed something. The phantom couldn't help but widen its eyes, and fortunately the mist concealed its surprise, preventing it from losing composure. It was no wonder he was so astonished. The 8 extremes combat technique was extremely profound, far surpassing ordinary heavenly level techniques, and even some above heavenly level techniques could not compare. In his lifetime, he had encountered a genius with exceptional talent who spent an entire month in seclusion to comprehend the 8 extremes combat technique. Yet this young man before him had managed to reach this level in just a few hours. Moreover, I only wanted you to have a glimpse of the path. I didn't ask you to master it. Senior, how was it? After finishing the demonstration and gathering his energy, Yan Shen couldn't help but smile. Are you a monster? The phantom almost blurted this out but ultimately held back, not wanting to lose face in front of the junior. Not bad. Among the geniuses I've seen in my lifetime, you rank above average. Above average? Yan Shen's heart sank. He hadn't expected that even with the help of the critical hit system, he would only receive a lukewarm evaluation. Indeed, one should not underestimate the people of the world. Then I will continue to comprehend heavenly level martial techniques. Go ahead. The heavenly level martial technique was called 8 Extremes Combat Strike, which included the essentials of fist techniques, sword techniques, leg techniques, and more, complementing the 8 Extremes Combat Technique. The two were evidently of the same origin. Congratulations, you have gained a 3-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. Congratulations, you have gained a 10-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. Congratulations, you have gained a 20-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. Congratulations, you have gained a 400-fold critical hit bonus from this comprehension. This time, there was no appearance of a 10,000-fold critical hit, but with the 8 Extremes Combat Technique as a foundation combined with the critical hit effects, the progress of 8 Extremes Combat Strike was extremely rapid. By the time the hazy night fell, he had already comprehended it thoroughly. Alright, senior, do you need me to demonstrate it? Yan Chen opened his eyes, gripping Wan Hong, feeling eager to try. The phantom shook its head and said, no need. There was indeed no necessity. As during the comprehension process, Yan Shen had already assumed a stance emanating a strong intent of combat, enough to show that he had completely mastered this heavenly level martial technique. In less than a day's time, he had comprehended both the 8 Extremes Combat Technique and the 8 Extremes Combat Strike. What a monstrous talent! Unfortunately, I am not the main body, just a wisp of divine thought. Otherwise, there would be no need for testing. I would directly take him as a disciple, passing on my legacy, ensuring that my reputation would not be tarnished. Congratulations, kid, you have successfully passed the first test. This is a reward, just drop some blood on it to use it. The phantom waved his sleeve, and the surface of the lake boiled again, revealing a ring that emitted a shimmering glow, floating before the young man, rising and falling in the mist. This is... Yan Shen guessed what it was, filled with excitement, biting his finger and trembling as he dripped blood onto it. Soon, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Small Qiankuan ring, heaven level, a storage type weapon with a 10x10 subspace. Indeed, it is a storage type weapon. Yan Shen hurriedly put on the ring, focusing his thoughts within, and immediately saw a grayish space. Thank you, senior. The phantom waved his hand. No need, this is what you deserve. Leave now, and when you break through to the 7th rank martial artist, come back for the second test. As the words fell, Yan Shen felt the world spin, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the cliff. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. However, upon seeing the ring in his hand, Yan Shen knew it was not a dream. 7th rank martial artist? With a critical hit system, it shouldn't take long. Yan Shen suddenly remembered something, instinctively patting his head. Right, I forgot to ask how to address the senior. Let's wait until we meet again. Inside the secret realm. After sending the young man away, the phantom finally couldn't hold back. In less than a day, he comprehended the 8 Extremes Combat Technique and 8 Extreme Strike. What kind of monster is this? No, this is more than a monster, it's simply a prodigy. If those old guys find out, they would go crazy trying to snatch him. It's frustrating that I'm just a wisp of divine thought, with no right to interfere in the selection of a successor. Otherwise, I would have to kidnap him. If he can break through to, then... As if recalling something, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in the phantom's eyes. I wonder when this kid will break through to the 7th rank martial artist. Even with such talent, it should take at least half a year. First, let's get a good sleep. Looking forward to the next meeting with this kid. That night, Wanya Pavilion had already closed, and the employees were leaving one after another, but Mu Zixuan frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled about something strange. Usually at this time, Yan Shen would have already come to sell beast materials. Why haven't I seen him today? Could it be that what I said last time really upset him? So he doesn't plan to come to Wanyao Pavilion anymore? Mu Zixuan's heart tightened, and for some reason, the thought that she might not be able to meet Yan Shen in the future made her feel inexplicably sad. At that moment, she heard two people talking nearby. Did you hear about that incident? What? In the wilderness, it said that somehow a second-rank beast broke into the safe zone and killed dozens of martial artists. The scene was horrific. Is that true? A second-rank beast appearing in the safe zone? That seems unlikely. A second-rank beast appearing in the safe zone? Mu Zixuan was startled, thinking that Yan Chen was active in the safe zone, and unease rose in her heart. She hurried over to the two colleagues, her expression urgent. Did you really just say that? The two were startled, exchanging glances, and nodded in unison. It's true, it's already spreading in the wilderness. As soon as she returned home, Mu Zixuan locked herself in her room. Ignoring her grandfather Mu Yinglong's calls, staring out at the starry sky, her mind filled with a single thought. The safe zone is vast, and the wilderness is even larger. It shouldn't be that coincidental. He is the renowned killing sword. How could he possibly die so easily? The next morning, Yan Chen stretched lazily. Yesterday, he had been chased by a second-rank beast and then faced the Secret Realms trial, utterly exhausted. After returning home, he collapsed into bed and didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. After washing his face, getting dressed, and eating, Yan Chen set off towards the Wanya Pavilion. The second-tier material of the Furious Changqi is still in the small universe ring used for refining medicine or forging weapons, which is clearly too troublesome, and there is also a lack of corresponding spells. So selling it for cash at the first opportunity is the best choice. Unfortunately, the small universe ring was obtained after passing the secret realm test, and he didn't have time to take the entire corpse of the Furious Changqi. Otherwise, the money from the sale would have doubled or tripled, enough for him to break through to a 5th-tier martial artist. If he was lucky and triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, breaking through to a 6th-tier martial artist wouldn't be impossible either. Not long after, Yan Chen arrived at the 10,000 medicine pavilion. He didn't go in immediately but first found a secluded spot to take out the materials. The reason was that storage-type weapons were too rare. If displayed on the spot, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes. Although Yan Chen was not afraid, he also didn't want to provoke trouble. Yan Chen. As soon as Yan Chen entered the 10,000 medicine pavilion, a slightly excited voice came through. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Yan Chen simply walked straight to Mu Zixuan, and seeing her look of relief, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong? It's only been a day, you shouldn't be that excited. Who is excited? I'm not. Mu Zixuan was unwilling to admit it. And at the same time, she felt strange. Her relationship with this guy wasn't that good, and on the contrary, there were some grievances. Why did she feel inexplicably nervous upon hearing that he might be attacked by a second-tier fierce beast? It must be because she was too kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see a friend die tragically. Yes, it must be that. By the way, Mu Zixuan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, I heard that a second-tier fierce beast appeared in the safe zone yesterday and killed quite a few martial artists. How about you? Did you encounter it? I did. That makes sense, you definitely didn't encounter it, or you wouldn't be standing here unscathed. Wait, what? Did you say? You encountered it? At first, Mu Zixuan didn't hear clearly, but when she reacted, her eyes widened in disbelief. Yan Chen confirmed again, I indeed encountered it. Mu Zixuan, since you encountered it and are unscathed, it seems that the second-tier fierce beast didn't notice you. Not bad, Yan Chen, I didn't expect your luck to be so good. Yan Chen, the second-tier fierce beast did notice me. And then? It didn't chase you? No, it chased me. It didn't catch up? It caught up. Haha, Yan Chen, you really know how to joke. That was a second-tier fierce beast. If you were really caught, you wouldn't be alive to stand here. Mu Zixuan's words came to an abrupt halt. Yan Chen threw the package onto the counter and took out the items one by one. Furious Changqi's blood, Furious Changqi's eyes, Furious Changqi's teeth, Furious Changqi's bones, and so on. Mu Zixuan's expression grew increasingly silent and stiff, and in the end, she couldn't help but doubt why she had been so worried about this person yesterday. Finally, Yan Chen stopped his actions. Mu Zixuan also asked with a dry voice, Did you kill that fierce beast? It's no wonder Mu Zixuan was shocked. A martial artist defeating a second-tier beast was simply too exaggerated, akin to an ant killing an elephant, almost mythical. If it weren't for the second-tier beast materials right in front of her, she wouldn't have such an astonishing guess. Yan Chen answered ambiguously, something like that. It really was you who killed it. Mu Zixuan gasped. Isn't Wanya Pavilion always claiming that protecting customer privacy is their duty? When did they become so interested in the origins of beast materials? Yan Chen also understood what it meant for a martial artist to kill a second-tier beast and was unwilling to say more. He immediately pretended to take back the materials. If you don't want to take it back, then forget it. I'll go ask about the price elsewhere. Bang! The same scene happened again. Mu Zixuan pressed down on the beast materials, her cheeks puffed out. I was just asking casually, why be so stingy? Just take it, alright? Furious Changqi blood 200 milliliters, Furious Changqi eyes a pair, Furious Changqi teeth 13 pieces, total value 310,200, already transferred to your account. The account instantly showed a 6-digit increase, starting with 3, and Yan Chen was quite satisfied. I want. Yan Chen was about to speak when he was interrupted by Mu Zixuan. Blood chi powder, right? 11,000 a portion, you have 310,000, so that's 31 portions, no need to haggle, I'll get it for you right now. There was a hint of personal grievance in her words. Wait a minute. What is it, Mr. Killing Sword? Don't you usually buy blood chi powder with money? Have you changed your mind this time? That's not it, it's just. Yen Chen took out a card. Did you forget? I still have a 10% discount card, so it's not 31 portions but 35 portions, thank you. Mu Zixuan. Another day of regretting giving away the discount card. Gritting her teeth with some resentment, she handed over 35 portions of blood chi powder. After finishing all this, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but ask, did you really kill that second-tier beast? You guess. Teasing a bit, Yen Chen completely ignored the murderous glares from behind him, taking the 35 portions of blood chi powder and leaving Wanya Pavilion. Faintly, angry voices could still be heard behind him. Guess again, go die. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has received a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has received a 7-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has received a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has received a 200-fold critical hit bonus. The increase in strength was not a smooth journey, it became increasingly difficult as one progressed. An ordinary martial artist might take only 10 days to go from 1 elephant's strength to 9, but to go from 9 to 18 might take a year, 2 years, or even 3. As for what came after, that was an even longer period. After consuming 34 portions of blood chi powder and operating the 8 extremes combat heaven technique, his own strength began to rise, reaching 25 elephant strength. 27 elephant strength. 4th tier martial artist achieved 30 elephant strength. Finally, it stopped at 33 elephant strength. At this moment, Yen Chen was flushed all over, steam enveloping him, his body like a furnace of flesh and blood. The intent of the 8 extremes combat heaven unconsciously spreading, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire, his momentum not weaker than a 5th tier martial artist. Until Yen Chen finished his technique, the 8 extremes combat heaven technique gradually ceased operation and his body's surface slowly returned to normal. What a pity, the blood chi powder effect is not as obvious for a 4th tier martial artist, and the 100-fold critical hit only appeared once, otherwise the strength should be able to push past 36. Although he didn't break through to a 5th tier martial artist, Yen Chen was already very satisfied. After all, breaking through from having nothing to becoming a 4th tier martial apprentice in less than a month is enough to be considered astonishing in the outside world. Then, Yen Chen began practicing the 8 extreme sky strike again. Understanding it is one thing, but mastering it is another. Although Yen Chen has comprehended all the intricacies, it will still take a long time to refine his skills. Of course, this is under the premise of not having any external aids. Congratulations, you have triggered a 3-fold critical hit bonus during this training session. Congratulations, you have triggered a 10-fold critical hit bonus during this training session. Congratulations, you have triggered a 300-fold critical hit bonus during this training session. In the crimson-lit room at dusk, a figure was diligently practicing, persisting even when exhausted and drenched in sweat. In a luxurious villa. Grandpa, do you really think a martial apprentice could kill a 2nd-tier ferocious beast? Mu Zixuan propped her chin on her hand, her brows furrowed in great confusion. Mu Yinglong was practicing when he heard his granddaughter's question. Without a moment's thought, he replied straightforwardly, absolutely impossible. Ah. Mu Zixuan's mouth fell open. Is there not even a slight possibility? Mu Yinglong replied, not even a slight possibility. After a pause, he continued, my dear granddaughter, if you say an 8th-tier martial apprentice could kill a 9th-tier martial apprentice, no, even a 1st-tier martial apprentice could kill a 9th-tier martial apprentice, there is a possibility because in terms of strength, one can use techniques, martial skills, martial weapons, or even medicinal pills to make up for it. But a 9th-tier martial apprentice killing a martial artist is absolutely impossible. Because the two are of a different quality, he explained. Martial artists absorb violent spiritual energy, sink it into their dantian, condense true essence, and break through the flesh of martial apprentices as easily as tearing paper. Perhaps in the highest level base cities like Tianjing, Shanjing, or Duhang, there might be geniuses capable of killing enemies across realms, but at least I, your grandpa, have never heard of such a thing. Is that so? Mu Zixuan felt her heart waver at her grandfather's certainty, but thinking of Yen Chen's mischievous smile, she had a strong premonition that 2nd-tier ferocious beast was killed by him. What happened, my dear granddaughter? Why did you suddenly ask this? Mu Yinglong never pried into his granddaughter's thoughts, but this time he couldn't help it. Ah, grandpa, it's like this. Mu Zixuan pondered for a moment and decided to mention the incident of Yen Chen killing the 2nd-tier ferocious beast. Just not naming him. Unexpectedly, Mu Yinglong's face showed immense shock, his voice filled with disbelief as he said, what? A martial apprentice hunting a 2nd-tier ferocious beast? I never expected there would be such a genius in Tianling City. No wonder my granddaughter is so captivated, so concerned, and unable to forget enduring hardships. Mu Zixuan shot him a resentful glare. Grandpa, be serious, what do you mean by enduring hardships? Ah, I was just joking with my most precious granddaughter. Mu Yinglong chuckled awkwardly, then straightened his expression and said seriously, still, as I said, a martial apprentice killing a 2nd-tier ferocious beast is absolutely impossible, including that kid you mentioned. Mu Zixuan felt a bit unwilling, but that person did bring a lot of 2nd-tier beast materials. Mu Yinglong smiled and said, "What's so surprising about that? Martial disciples definitely can't kill second-tier beasts, but that doesn't mean they can't pick up the scraps. That beast might have encountered a formidable enemy of the same realm, or it might have fallen into a desperate situation, or, in short, it's not unusual for a martial disciple to obtain second-tier beast materials in this world. So it was picking up scraps?" Mu Zixuan remembered that Yanchen had never directly admitted it, always giving vague answers like "sort of" or "you guess." But for some reason, she always felt something was off. "Precious granddaughter, let me remind you of one more thing," Mu Yinglong said solemnly. "I don't know who that kid you mentioned is, but judging by your expression, he must be a very important friend." "Not at all." Mu Zixuan instinctively wanted to deny it, feeling a bit flustered. Mu Yinglong ignored this and continued, "Just a heads up, you mustn't let anyone know that he has brought out second-tier beast materials. Materials of this level are quite valuable, already exceeding 6 figures. Even martial artists would be envious. If the news gets out, your friend will likely be targeted and face a disaster." Mu Zixuan's heart sank. She had only been thinking about whether Yanchen had killed a second-tier beast and hadn't considered these implications. "I understand, Grandpa." Mu Yinglong changed the subject, smiling. "So, dear granddaughter, when can I meet this friend of yours?" Mu Zixuan shot him an annoyed glare. "He's not a friend. He's an enemy, a nemesis. That's why I won't let Grandpa meet him." After saying that, she ignored Mu Yinglong's fuming and turned to run back to her room. The appearance of a second-tier beast in the safe zone caused quite a stir in the wilderness, instilling panic among many martial disciples. The Martial Arts Guild promptly dispatched martial artists to conduct extensive searches, planning to encircle and eliminate it. Unfortunately, for several days, the martial artists found no trace of the second-tier beast, and there were rumors that it had returned to the alert zone. There were also rumors that martial artists from other cities couldn't bear to see the beast slaughtering disciples and had intervened to kill it. Various rumors circulated endlessly. As for where the second-tier beast had actually gone, no one knew. However, the Martial Arts Guild assured that there were no longer any second-tier beasts in the safe zone, gradually calming the disciples' panic, and they began to become active again in the wilderness. As for Yanchen, in the following days he lived a 3.1-line routine, either attending mandatory classes at the academy during the day, or hunting beasts in the wilderness and selling them at the Wanya Pavilion. At night, he practiced the heavenly-level martial skill, 8 Extreme Sky Strike. Congratulations, you have triggered a 3-fold critical hit bonus during this training session. Congratulations, you have triggered a 10-fold critical hit bonus during this training session. Congratulations, you have triggered a 5-fold critical hit bonus during this training session. Congratulations, you have triggered a 30-fold critical hit bonus during this training session. After this period of training, combined with the critical hit system bonus, Yanchen made good progress and was now able to initially perform the 8 Extreme Sky Strike, just a step away from achieving minor success. One day, Yanchen did not go hunting in the wilderness but instead came to the academy. The annual assessment was about to begin. "Hey, look quickly, is that person Yanchen? It really is him. Could it be that he is going to participate in the annual assessment? No way, I remember his cultivation was wasted. He isn't even a first-tier martial disciple anymore. How could he possibly pass? If it were me, I would have dropped out long ago. Staying in the academy only makes one a laughingstock." Exactly, if it were me, I would have left in disgrace, not wanting to embarrass myself here. I really don't know what he's thinking. As soon as he entered the academy, whispers filled the air. Yanchen's expression was calm, but his heart was not stirred much. After a year of ridicule and mockery, the anger and resentment he once felt had faded, leaving only indifference. But suddenly, Yanchen stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the academy's entrance, where a ripple of emotion stirred within his once dead heart. 3 figures appeared at the entrance, 2 boys and a girl. One boy had a head full of golden hair and purple eyes, exuding a powerful aura. The other boy was handsome, with a gentle smile on his face, and the girl had flowing long hair, dressed in white, her glance soft as water. Wow, it's Li Xian, the #1 genius of Blue Rain. I never expected to run into him. Li Xian broke through to the 9th level of martial apprentice half a year ago. I heard the dean intends to take him as a disciple. He's the most promising one to break through to martial artist before turning 20. He's just like Yanchen from a year ago. But it's not just Li Xian, there's also Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi, the siblings. I heard they've also broken through to the 9th level of martial apprentice. Although their strength is a bit lacking compared to Li Xian, they're also seeds that could break through to martial artist before 20. I'm so envious. If I could have half of their talent, I'd be satisfied. Don't think about it. There are thousands of students at Blue Rain Academy, and only a few of them have appeared. Just focus on your training. If you can break through to martial artist in your lifetime, getting a decent job would be enough for a fulfilling life. By the way, I heard that Yanchen was once the best friend of those 3. Now that you mention it, I remember. Yanchen, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi. Back then, they were known as the 4 great geniuses of Blue Rain. Not only that, but Yanchen and Luo Shi had a rather ambiguous relationship. There were rumors they were a couple, and the reason Yanchen rejected Rin Xiudia's confession was because of her. Is that true? Of course, it's true. By the way, how did they suddenly become like strangers? Isn't it because Yan Chen lost all his martial arts cultivation? These three geniuses were afraid of being dragged down, so they gradually distanced themselves. Ah, that's really lacking in loyalty. Bro, are you out of your mind? What does loyalty mean in this world? Can it fend off fierce beasts? Loyalty is built on strength. The murmurs surrounded him. Yan Chen looked at them calmly. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, three once best friends, who had become the ones to distance themselves the fastest after he lost his cultivation. If the cold mockery from others had merely struck him hard, their distancing was what truly shattered him. The past was like the wind, yet it was profoundly deep. The three also noticed Yan Chen standing not far away, their brows furrowed slightly, but they had no intention of greeting him. Instead, they swept their gazes past him, pretending not to see, and continued walking into the academy. Li Xian even muttered softly, I heard he paid his tuition. With that money, wouldn't it be better to keep it? He can't become a martial artist anyway, why does he insist on staying at the academy? His words dripped with disdain. The only item for the annual assessment is testing strength. The examination hall is in the training building, located at the back of the academy, equipped with specialized testing instruments. By the time Yan Chen arrived, many students had already gathered here, bustling with excitement. At the entrance, a teacher was calling out names, and those called entered the hall with great anticipation. Suddenly, a huge screen in mid-air refreshed the rankings. Wang Chen, 70 elephant strength, rating excellent, current ranking 3. The scene immediately stirred up quite a commotion, with some gasping in surprise. 70 elephant strength, that's almost close to a 9th rank martial disciple. I didn't expect Wang Chen to be that strong already. Of course, just look at who his father is. Who? You really don't know? Wang Tianshi, the master of the Shitian Martial Arts Hall, one of the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association, one of the few martial masters in Tianling City. Such a big background? I see, if I had a dad like that, I wouldn't be any worse than Wang Chen. Bro, watch what you say, be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. Wang Chen is actually in this examination hall? Yan Chen frowned. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to attract it either, considering whether to change examination halls. But before he could make a move, a figure stepped out from the crowd, exuding a powerful and somewhat rough aura, coldly scanning the surroundings. As a result, his gaze locked onto Yan Chen. The surrounding students sensed something was off and quickly made way, fearing they might get caught up in it. Oh, look who I see, isn't this the famous Yan Chen from Lanyu Academy? Wang Chen approached, his eyes filled with mockery and provocation. By the way, wasn't your cultivation wasted? You don't even have a single elephant strength, yet you still come to participate in the annual assessment. Are you here to entertain us because you think our assessment is too dull? Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted around them, with some bolder ones even whistling. Not far away, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi also witnessed the scene. Wang Chen is going too far. Luo Shi felt indignant, gritting her teeth, ready to step in and stop it. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder. It was her brother, Luo Qinghe. He shook his head and said, Wang Chen comes from one of the martial arts families in Tianling City. His background is not trivial. Standing up for Yan Chen and making an enemy of him is not worth it. But Luo Shi's voice dropped significantly, revealing hesitation. She still had some nostalgia for their past friendship, but Wang Chen's background indeed made her wary. No buts, Luo Shi. Li Xian spoke up at this moment, his words filled with reproach. Yan Chen is already wasted. Participating in the annual assessment, even continuing to stay in the academy, serves no purpose other than causing trouble for others. This is a mess he brought upon himself, and it has nothing to do with us. There's no need to stick our necks out for his trouble. Yes, this is trouble Yan Chen brought upon himself. What does it have to do with them? They had gotten along well in the past, but everything was different now. There was no need to offend someone like Wang Chen, who had a significant background, for his sake. Luo Shi's expression gradually softened, and she nodded, saying, I understand. On the other side, Yan Chen remained expressionless. Do you know, Wang Chen, that often the person who treats others as a joke is the real joke? Oh, you say I'm a joke? Wang Chen was smiling, but his face had turned cold. Remembering the humiliation from last time, an infinite killing intent surged within him. Do you believe that if I killed you now, it would be just like squashing an ant? Is he finally going to make a move? A trace of killing intent also surged within Yan Chen. He wasn't afraid of Wang Chen. The reason he hadn't acted at first was that he was waiting for the other party to make the first move. At that time, killing Wang Chen would not be wrong in any sense. With 33 elephant strength combined with a threefold critical hit guarantee and the martial skill 8 extremes combat, Yan Chen was confident that with just one move he could kill Wang Chen. But at that moment, a powerful pressure swept in and a presence appeared, instantly shattering the killing intent surrounding Wang Chen. A cold voice followed. This is the Academy's sacred ground, the annual assessment. What are you trying to do? Yang Xiaoxiang stepped between the two, shielding Yan Chen behind him, and stared at Wang Chen. Who were you aiming at just now? This guy again? Wang Chen's face turned pale, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. However, despite coming from a martial arts family, he didn't dare to be too reckless in front of a martial artist, so he quickly waved his hand. No, Teacher Yang, I was just joking with him. Oh, really? Really? Your assessment is over. Hurry up and leave, don't delay the next person. Yang Xiaoxiong looked impatient, waving his hand to usher him away. Wang Chen nodded quickly and left in a hurry. As he passed by Yan Chen, he gritted his teeth and whispered, I don't believe Teacher Yang can protect you forever. After saying that, Wang Chen left the assessment area. Actually, it was Teacher Yang who was protecting you, Yan Chen thought to himself, silently dispersing the 8 extremes Botian power. Yang Xiaoxiong also left, as there were many students on site and he needed to maintain order. Before leaving, he reminded Yan Chen, stay away from Wang Chen in the future and don't cause me any more trouble. On the other side, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi, seeing that there was no excitement left to watch, headed towards the martial arts arena. As the geniuses of Blue Rain Academy, they naturally had privileges and didn't need to queue, going straight to the front, greeting the teachers before entering. Before entering, Luo Qinghe turned to glance at Yan Chen, secretly sighing. How foolish, his cultivation is ruined, yet he keeps provoking Wang Chen. He will definitely face retaliation in the future. The assessment continued. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi quickly got there. Results: 80 elephant strength, 79 elephant strength and 75 elephant strength, ranking first, second, and third respectively, while Wang Chen was pushed down to 6th place. Next, Yan Chen. After a while of waiting, it was finally Yan Chen's turn. The testing machine was a sturdy sand pillar. A strong punch would display the intensity of one's strength. The passing standard for the first item of the annual assessment was 9 elephant strength. The better the score, the higher the ranking, and students from previous years would receive additional rewards from the academy. Originally, Yan Chen wanted to compete for a good score. However, after obtaining the 8 extremes Botian skill and 8 extremes Botian strike, he looked down on the assessment rewards a bit. He walked up to the stone pillar and casually tapped it. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 3-fold critical hit bonus. The large screen outside refreshed. Yan Chen, 11 elephant strength, ranking 1032. This scene stunned many students, causing quite a stir. Yan Chen? 11 elephant strength? Wasn't he supposed to have lost all his cultivation? 11 forms of power, I can't be mistaken. Isn't Yan Chen already crippled? How did he manage to become a martial artist again? And pass the annual assessment? No wonder he came to participate, it turns out he was well prepared. Ha, now Wang Chen must be furious. After all, he said that Yan Chen coming to the annual assessment was just a joke, but unexpectedly, the clown is actually him. Ha ha. The students whispered among themselves, their words filled with surprise, shock, schadenfreude, and more. Li Xian also noticed the scores on the screen, feeling quite astonished. So that's how it is, Yan Chen hasn't given up on his training and is still persevering in martial arts. He then thought of something inside. It's a pity, during that beast tide, he not only lost all his cultivation but also suffered damage to his martial arts talent. His training speed is now only a third of what it used to be. To cultivate back to the 11 forms of power in just a year is probably his limit. It will be hard for him to achieve great things again. Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi also shook their heads in lament. Damage to martial arts talent has a huge impact on training. No matter how hard he tries, he can never return to the once astonishing genius Yan Chen. He and we are no longer on the same path. On the other side, compared to the three's lamentations, Wang Chen's face was grim, his eyes revealing a gritted teeth expression. Again like this, again like this. Last time, I had already paid the tuition but pretended otherwise, making me lose all my face. This time it's the same, he has already retrained back to the 11 forms of power but acts innocent, making me a joke once more. Yan Chen, Yan Chen, Yan Chen, you better not fall into my hands, or I will make you understand what it means to wish for death but be unable to die. After the assessment ended and stepping out of the training ground, Yan Chen could clearly feel the strange gazes from his classmates around him. Hee, it's me who has become a martial artist. Again, surprising you all, right? After all, I was a waste. How could I return to martial arts and pass the annual assessment? Yan Chen inexplicably smiled. Not long after leaving the examination room, a figure blocked his way. It was Yang Xiaoxiong, his expression somewhat complex as he said, when did you break through to the second-tier martial artist? Not long ago. As he answered, Yan Chen silently added in his heart, not a second-tier martial artist but a fourth-tier martial artist. You must have suffered quite a bit in between. It was okay. You're still like this, even if you have great grievances and hardships in your heart. You don't want to show it. Yan Chen wanted to correct him. This was the truth. With the critical hit system in place, his retraining journey hadn't been that hard. But Yang Xiaoxiong didn't give him that chance, shaking his head helplessly. Actually, you shouldn't have shown it, nor should you have passed the assessment. Too many people are jealous of you, and many hate you, especially Wang Chen. You made him look foolish again this time. He won't let you off if he gets the chance. A warm current surged in Yan Chen's heart. He knew very well that although Yang Xiaoxiong usually seemed indifferent and occasionally spoke harshly, he was very protective of him behind the scenes. If it weren't for this teacher Yang fighting for him with the dean, the tuition issue wouldn't have dragged on for so long. If it weren't for this teacher Yang secretly protecting him, Wang Chen and those who had grievances with him might have found ways to retaliate during this year. If it weren't for him, so Yen Chen held great respect for Yang Xiaoxiong. However, respect aside, there were some paths he had to walk on his own. Don't worry, Teacher Yang. I know what I'm doing. Yang Xiaoxiong sighed. I hope you really do know what you're doing. After bidding farewell to Teacher Yang, Yen Chen left the academy, planning to head to the wilderness to continue hunting. The path of martial arts training is fraught with obstacles. It cannot be achieved merely through hard work and dedication. Elixirs, techniques, martial skills, and so on, all are indispensable, and the fastest way to gather wealth is to hunt ferocious beasts for precious materials. Just as he left the academy gate, Yen Chen saw a familiar face. Ren Xiaodai. She had just arrived at the academy, preparing for the assessment. Yen Chen's gaze lingered for a moment before quickly shifting away, not even offering the most basic nod of acknowledgement, and soon disappeared on the other side of the road. Ren Xiaodai watched Yen Chen leave, unable to help but lose herself in thought. For a few seconds. Has he finished the exam? I wonder if he passed, she mused. What am I thinking? Of course he didn't. Yen Chen is no longer the genius he once was. He has lost all his cultivation and isn't even a first-tier martial apprentice. How could he possibly pass the annual assessment? Look at how hurriedly he left. He must have been expelled. That's fine, she thought. I won't have to see him again, nor will I have to remember that confession from that night. With that thought, Ren Xiaodai felt a wave of relief wash over her, a smile appearing on her lips. But when she entered the academy and heard the surrounding students buzzing with excitement, she learned that Yen Chen had passed the assessment with a score of 11 manifestations of power, leaving her stunned. She found her best friend and, upon meeting, couldn't wait to ask, I heard Yen Chen has passed the assessment? Her friend looked annoyed. You just found out, Xiaodai? This news has spread everywhere. Speaking of which, Yen Chen is quite impressive. Despite his damaged martial talent, he didn't give up and managed to cultivate to 11 manifestations of power. It's hard to imagine how much he must have suffered during this time. Is it really true? Ren Xiaodai felt ripples of emotion in her heart. Her friend, clearly understanding her, wore a strange smile and pretended to be serious, saying, May I ask our goddess Ren, how do you feel now that the boy you once admired has passed the annual assessment and hasn't been expelled? Ren Xiaodai initially wanted to say, I have no feelings, I'm not familiar with him, we're not from the same world. But as the words reached her lips, she felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart, and all her thoughts condensed into one sentence. I don't know. Her friend shook her head and patted Ren Xiaodai's shoulder. Actually, you know everything, you just refuse to admit it. After the interlude of the academy assessment ended, Yen Chen returned to his previous routine of life, attending required classes, hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness, and selling materials at the pharmacy pavilion. In the wilderness, although the second-tier ferocious beasts had disappeared, the resulting turmoil had not subsided, and all sorts of outrageous rumors circulated. That morning, Yen Chen, as usual, took the ground rail tram, planning to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Just as he found a seat, he overheard a conversation nearby. The martial arts guild has searched for so long but hasn't found that second-tier ferocious beast. I wonder if it returned to the alert zone or if it was really killed by a passing martial artist, as the rumors say. Speaking of which, I've heard a rumor. Do you want to know? What is it? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense, be careful, or we'll all gang up on you. Why are you so anxious? I didn't say I wouldn't tell. The person mumbled a couple of words before mysteriously continuing. I heard that the second-tier ferocious beast was indeed killed. But it wasn't by a passing martial artist or a warrior, it was by the recently famous and notorious Killing Sword. But as soon as this was said, it was met with a chorus of jeers. Some even bluntly stated, what nonsense are you spouting? No matter how famous the Killing Sword is, he's just a martial apprentice. Killing a second-tier ferocious beast? He must be dreaming. The man was not convinced. Why not? The Killing Sword is a ruthless figure in the safety zone, having hunted down no less than 100 ferocious beasts. What's wrong with killing a second-tier beast? As soon as he said this, it drew even more laughter, with some martial apprentices clutching their stomachs, laughing so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Brother, you must not be a proper martial apprentice who graduated from the academy. You haven't undergone systematic education and don't understand the power hierarchy of martial artists, right? So what if I haven't? That's right. Do you know how big the gap is between martial apprentices and martial artists? How big? It's as vast as 80,000 miles. It seems you still don't have a concept of it. Let me put it this way, a martial artist can easily kill more than 20 martial apprentices. Even if surrounded by hundreds of them, they can effortlessly break through. And a second-tier ferocious beast is comparable to a martial artist. Now calculate again, is it possible for the Killing Sword to slay a second-tier beast? The man's face turned crimson and he sat down dejectedly, clearly struck by a significant blow. What he said was the truth. Why did no one believe him? As the infamous executioner of second-tier beasts, the Killing Sword, Yen Chen felt a twinge of emotion in his heart. He didn't notice that on the other side of the tram, Someone was glancing over and continuously sending messages. The massive gate forged from steel slowly opened and the ground tram departed from Tianling City heading towards the wilderness. In the wilderness, Wang Chen stared in the direction of Tianling City, his expression twisted with ferocity, his eyes filled with killing intent. That's right, he had come to the wilderness not to hunt ferocious beasts but to wait for someone. Yan Chen. Ever since the annual assessment ended, every time Wang Chen closed his eyes, he would subconsciously remember how this waste had mocked him, turning him into a joke at the academy, attracting strange looks wherever he went. As time passed, Wang Chen's hatred grew stronger, like a volcano ready to erupt, no longer able to contain it, nearly going mad. So he had to find Yan Chen and reclaim all the humiliation this waste had inflicted upon him. At this moment, in the camp, several figures were gathered around the campfire, exchanging words. Brother Yang, do you think that waste will really come to the wilderness? It's unlikely. Even if Yan Chen breaks through to become a martial apprentice, he only has the strength of 11 symbols, at most a second-tier martial apprentice. Wandering in the wilderness, even in the safety zone, is no different from seeking death. And the wilderness is so vast, even if that waste really comes, can we find him with just the few of us? Brother Yang. Wang Chen's gaze swept over the 4 faces. They were all students of Blue Rain, with decent cultivation, the lowest being above 6th-tier martial apprentices. In the academy, they looked up to him, and he had called them over this time for one purpose, to help him find Yan Chen. Wang Chen's expression was fierce, his words laced with intense killing intent. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to follow Yan Chen. The latest news is that he boarded the ground tram and will soon arrive in the wilderness. Upon hearing this, the 4 martial apprentices showed excitement on their faces. As expected of Brother Yang, you really think ahead. Ha ha ha, that waste actually dared to go against Brother Yang, he really doesn't know how to die. Don't worry, Brother Yang, as long as Yan Chen dares to come to the wilderness, we will definitely bring him to you, allowing you to vent your anger to your heart's content. At this moment, one martial apprentice hinted, by the way, Brother Yang, about the matter you promised us. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Chen's eyes, but he didn't explode, as he still needed them to search for Yan Chen's whereabouts in the vast wilderness. Don't forget who my dad is. Don't worry, once it's done, each of you will get a profound level martial skill. I will definitely keep my word. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 were overjoyed. Brother Yang is generous. Brother Yang is mighty. Following Brother Yang means there's meat to eat. Being adored by his subordinates, Wang Chen clearly enjoyed it, a smile appearing on his face. Not long after, a text message alert sounded, and Wang Chen glanced at it, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Yan Chen has entered the wilderness, split into 5 groups, we must find him. Yan Chen was still unaware that he was being targeted. After arriving in the wilderness, he did not immediately start hunting wildly, but instead found a relatively hidden spot to lure out a ferocious beast. Roar! The roar echoed, shaking the mountains and forests, as a massive tiger appeared. Standing 2 meters tall, exuding a bloody aura. The bloodthirsty tiger, a first-tier high-grade ferocious beast. Ferocious beasts, by nature, are savage creatures. However, this time, the bloodthirsty tiger did not pounce on its prey without hesitation as usual. Instead, it emitted an uneasy low growl and began to retreat slowly, because it had caught the scent of blood, the smell of its kind being killed. Oh, it's actually scared. Yan Chen was slightly surprised but soon laughed. A first-tier high-grade, not bad in strength, just right to test the 8 extreme sky strike. Indeed, Yan Chen wanted to try his skills on this ferocious beast. Ultimately, the beast's ferocity suppressed its unease, and the bloodthirsty tiger roared, shaking the mountains and forests, its 2-meter-tall body lunging forward like a small mountain. Come on! Yan Chen shouted, exerting force from his heels, moving at his waist, channeling through his fingertips, and charging forward to meet it. The essence of the 8 extreme sky strike lies in its ability to unleash power in all directions, possessing the might of shaking the heavens and stomping the earth. Although Yan Chen had only been training for a short time, his strike already contained a hint of essence. Congratulations, your attack has received a 10-fold critical hit bonus. The two collided, accompanied by a painful wail, and the bloodthirsty tiger was killed in one blow. Yan Chen savored the moment, smiling. Indeed, comprehending in battle is much more effective than practicing the 8 extreme sky strike alone. For a period afterward, Yan Chen executed the 8 extreme sky strike using fists, palms, or swords to slay numerous ferocious beasts he encountered, and as the battles progressed, his mastery of this heavenly level martial skill advanced further. During this time, many materials from the ferocious beasts fell into his small universe ring. Unfortunately, with the critical hit system in place, first-tier ferocious beasts had basically no resistance, most being killed in one hit, and even the stronger ones could not withstand 3 rounds, lacking the exhilarating life and death struggle, thus unable to unleash the true might of the 8 extreme sky strike. Should I go to the alert zone? A bold idea sprouted in Yan Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Having witnessed the terror of the frenzied Xiangqi, he was well aware that challenging a second-tier ferocious beast with the strength of a martial apprentice was far too risky, almost a death sentence. After all, he couldn't trigger a 1,000-fold critical hit every time. In the afternoon, Yan Chen killed another ferocious beast and was wandering in the wilderness, searching for his next target. Not long after he started walking, he heard a shout coming from behind. Yan Chen. Yan Chen looked over and saw a boy approaching, holding a stick-like weapon on his shoulder, his eyes filled with mockery. I really didn't expect the first person to find you would be me, huh? I'm going to get rich now. A student from Lanyu Academy? Yan Chen glanced at the other's school uniform, slightly frowning. Did you come specifically to find me? Congratulations, you got it right. The boy had a playful expression. To be more precise, it's not me looking for you, it's Brother Yang. Oh, Wang Chen is looking for you, I'm just here to lend a hand. Wang Chen? Yan Chen pondered for a moment and understood what was happening. What if I refuse? The man sighed. Yan Chen, you were once the top genius of Blue Rain Academy, how can you be so foolish? I'm not here to discuss this with you, but to forcibly take you away. Of course, the methods might be a bit extreme, like breaking your arms and legs. That would save a lot of trouble. With that, he swung the stick-like weapon in his hand, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. His face twisted with malice and he advanced with a sneer. Yan Chen sighed as well. You're the one who's not smart. What? Haven't you thought about why I dare to come to the wilderness alone? Why? The man frowned, unease creeping into his heart. The notion that Yan Chen is already a waste had taken root in Blue Rain Academy. He hadn't really considered why the other party dared to come to the wilderness alone. Yan Chen slowly drew out the Guanhong, his expression indifferent as he said, have you heard of the Killing Sword? The Killing Sword? That mysterious and unfathomable swordsman who had slain hundreds of first-tier ferocious beasts in the wilderness? As the sword was drawn from the void, a cold light slowly flowed, flashing in the man's eyes, and a strong fear arose in his heart. No, you can't be the Killing Sword. In the next moment, a flash of sword light passed, turning into eternity in an instant, the power of the 9 provinces and 8 extremes spreading, and when it reappeared, Yan Chen was already behind the man. Congratulations, your attack this time has received a 15-fold critical hit bonus. A bloodstain appeared on the neck, deepening from light to dark, and then blood gushed forth, the head falling to the ground. Yan Chen slowly sheathed his sword. No, you're wrong, I am the Killing Sword. Yan Chen searched around the corpse. Apart from some money, yellow-level martial arts, and ordinary weapons, there wasn't much of value, but it was worth some money, so he collected it all into his small universe ring. Oh, right, there was also a communicator. Yan Chen hadn't planned to take it, as it took up space, until a voice came from inside. I'm in safety zone 682,846, coordinates 200:173, and I haven't seen Yan Chen. I'm in safety zone 682,091, coordinates 110:361, and I haven't found Yan Chen. I'm in. Yan Chen squinted his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. I was just worried about how to find you, and you came right to me. Good, our grievances should come to an end. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 hours passed, and with the sound of wailing, a first-tier ferocious beast called Black-Tooth Wolf crashed to the ground. Wang Chen emerged from the dust, his face looking quite grim, showing no joy from killing the beast. Damn it, the diameter of the safety zone is only 200 kilometers, and with 5 people searching in 5 different directions, it's been 5 or 6 hours, and there's still no news. Taking a break, Wang Chen took out the communicator. Hey, Zheng Xiaoyu, report your location, please respond. Yang Xing, please respond. Li Tsuani, what are you doing? Hurry up and respond. What are you idiots doing? The communicator crackled with static, and Wang Chen was furious. Those people had gradually gone missing since 4 hours ago, and no matter how he called, there was no response. Wang Chen had considered whether these people had encountered misfortune, but then he thought again. It shouldn't be the case. After all, the weakest among them had the strength of a 6th-tier martial artist. Even if they encountered a 1st-tier high-grade ferocious beast, they could still escape. Moreover, the probability of 4 people encountering danger at the same time was too small. Wang Chen cursed. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still want to obtain profound-level martial arts? Go eat shit. Just then, a voice with a hint of amusement came through. You want those people to eat shit? I'm afraid they won't have that chance. Wang Chen suddenly turned around, staring intently in the direction from which the voice came. This voice was too familiar to him. Ever since the crushing defeat on the martial stage a year ago, it had been deeply etched in his memory. And as time passed, this memory became increasingly profound. Until now, a figure stepped out from the forest, expression cold, eyes devoid of any ripples. What do you mean by that? You'll know when you see for yourself. Yan Chen casually tossed 4 walkie-talkies onto the ground, stained with blood, emitting a crackling electrical sound. In an instant, Wang Chen's pupils constricted, revealing disbelief as he said, You killed them all. Impossible. Your cultivation has been ruined. How could you have killed them? Yan Chen's expression was icy as he slowly took out the Guanhong. Wang Chen, have you ever thought about why I dare to come to the wilderness alone? I've already asked that question to the other 4. Now it's your turn. Wang Chen suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Yes, if Yan Chen were truly a waste, how could he dare to come to the wilderness alone? Like everyone else, the belief that Yan Chen His already a waist had penetrated to the bone, so when he learned that Yen Chen was going to the wilderness, they only thought he wanted to take a risk, hunt a low-grade fierce beast, obtain materials and exchange them for money. After all, it was not uncommon for second-tier martial artists to take such risks. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. At that moment, Wang Chen noticed the Guanhong sword and an astonishing guess surfaced in his mind. You are the killing sword. Correct, you're smarter than those others. As the words fell, a cold light flashed and in an instant the sword's edge was before Wang Chen. Yet it came to a sudden halt, unable to advance even a fraction. He saw that the armor he wore was emanating true energy, forming a protective barrier around Wang Chen. Yen Chen frowned. Refined level martial weapon? Wang Chen let out a long breath. That sword strike had been terrifying, containing the intent to shatter the heavens, making him feel as if his body would be crushed. Then his expression suddenly twisted into a snarl. Yen Chen, so you weren't ruined? After all, you deceived everyone, you hid it so well. But it doesn't matter, I've already discovered your secret. This true energy treasure armor was personally refined by my father. Even if a true martial artist came, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. And once this martial weapon is triggered, my father will know I'm in danger and will come immediately. Just wait, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. Yen Chen's brows tightened even more, pondering for a moment before suddenly relaxing. From Tianling City to here, even for a martial master, it would take at least an hour. Wang Chen, do you think I can break your barrier and kill you in that time? Ha 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 ha. Wang Chen was taken aback, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. I must have misheard. Yen Chen, you, a mere martial artist, actually want to break a barrier made of true essence? And within this barrier, there's a trace of my father's divine will. Even if you attacked for 3 days and nights, you couldn't break it. Oh, is that so? Yen Chen revealed a meaningful smile. Holding the Guanhong, taking a stance, his blood energy boiling like raging fire, exuding the intent to shatter the heavens. Then I shall give it a try. Wang Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. The true Qi armor was a refined level weapon. In times of danger, it could release a true Qi shield that even a martial artist could not break through in a short time. It was given to Wang Chen by the master of the Shirtian Martial Arts Hall, one of the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association, who was also his father, to protect his life. Just based on Yen Chen, a mere martial apprentice, wanting to break the shield was like an egg hitting a stone, absolutely impossible. But the next moment, Wang Chen's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Boom! The rainbow strike descended, a strong shockwave erupted, and the shield that should have been indestructible actually showed some ripples at this moment, shaken by a martial apprentice. No, it's impossible. How can a mere martial apprentice shake the true Qi? Yen Chen stared at the shield, frowning slightly, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. The 8 extreme sky combating technique plus a 20-fold critical hit only managed to slightly shake it. The gap between martial apprentices and martial artists is indeed vast. However, Yen Chen was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was very excited. He had been worried about not finding a target to fully unleash the 8 extreme sky combating technique and comprehend this heavenly level martial skill in battle, and unexpectedly, a live target appeared. Come again. Yen Chen continued to swing his sword. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your martial skill training this time received a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 7-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your martial skill training this time received a 20-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yen Chen was immersed in a state of self-forgetfulness, continuously wielding the rainbow strike, and his mastery of the 8 extreme sky combating technique was also constantly improving, already approaching minor success. On the other side, Wang Chen saw that the shield only produced ripples and showed no signs of breaking, and the tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. What followed was a deep jealousy. To shake the true Qi with the body of a martial apprentice was a terrifying power. Even if one gathered the strength of 81 images, reached the 9th level of perfection, and paired it with earth-level martial skills, it would still be impossible to achieve such terrifying talent, not to mention in the small Tianling city. Even in the highest base cities like Shangjing, Tianjing, and Duhang, it would have a place among the younger generation. Why was it not me with this talent, but him? Why? Yen Chen, you liar, fraud. It turns out you not only haven't lost your cultivation but have also advanced further during that beast tide, breaking through the limits of a martial apprentice and mastering the power of 100,000 images. But it doesn't matter, my father will arrive soon, and you, this genius, will fall in the small Tianling city. Ha ha ha. Yen Chen revealed a mysterious smile. Are you so sure? The next moment, congratulations, your attack this time received a 4,100-fold critical hit bonus. Creak. Crash. The rainbow strike could not withstand such a powerful impact, letting out a mournful cry, suddenly collapsing, and with the broken sword falling, the true Qi shield also shattered violently, scattering like snowflakes. Wang Chen's gaze went blank, and a strong sense of horror arose within him. Broken. Shattered? The true Qi shield emitted by the true Qi armor, which even martial artists could not easily break, given to him by his father, was actually smashed to pieces by Yen Chen. A dream. This is a dream. It must be a dream. This isn't real. Until the sound of footsteps echoed and a shadow loomed over him, Wang Chen finally came to his senses, his expression, filled with terror, continuously retreating. No, don't kill me. My dad is Wang Tianchi. He is the master of the Shirtian Martial Arts Hall, one of the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association, a true martial master. If you kill me, my dad won't let you go. Please spare me, I beg you. As long as you let me go, I won't tell anyone about what happened today, and from now on, I will follow you. No, don't come over. Wang Chen's face was already twisted beyond recognition, tears and snot streaming down, and there was a faint stench. In the air, he had already wet himself. Yan Shen's gaze was cold as he asked, if the roles were reversed, would you let me go? Wang Chen wanted to say something more, but unfortunately, he had no chance left. The Guanhong broken sword swung, a flash of cold light passed, and a faint trace of blood appeared on the genius's neck, which gradually widened. Blood gushing out, and his head rolled to the ground. On his face, tears and snot mixed, filled with fear. As the son of a martial master, Wang Chen must have quite a few good things. On him, Yan Shen began to loot the spoils, including the true chi treasure garment and so on, not even bothering to count, shoving everything into his small universe ring. After doing all this, Yan Shen did not want to run into Wang Chen's father, the vice president, and quickly left the scene. Just after he left, a terrifying figure descended from the sky. Black hair dancing wildly without wind, a powerful aura that made the first-tier ferocious beasts within 10 miles tremble, some weaker ones even scared to death. When he saw the corpse on the ground and the head that had separated from the body, tears and snot mixed, eyes filled with fear, he completely went mad. Who is it? In a radius of several miles, there were more than 100 ferocious beasts, yet they were all killed by this roar. The hysterical shout echoed throughout the entire safe zone. No matter who you are, daring to kill my son, even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will tear you to pieces. Tear you to pieces. Damn, this is too exaggerated. Swept away by the wave of energy approaching, Yan Shen was greatly surprised, not expecting Wang Chen's father to be so terrifying. No wonder he was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, one of the few strong figures in Tianling City. Fortunately, he had run away quickly, otherwise, if he had been cornered, even with an infinite critical hit system, he would have met a bitter end. Yan Chen steadied himself and began to review the situation. The true chi treasure garment has a positioning effect, but it cannot transmit information. Wang Chen didn't have time to send a message to tell Wang Tianchi the identity of the real murderer before I killed him. So I should not have exposed myself. That vice president of the Martial Arts Association won't find me for a while. With this thought, Yan Shen's tense nerves relaxed slightly. However, he did not completely let his guard down. The hatred for killing his son was irreconcilable, and Wang Tianchi would surely investigate everyone who had enmity with his son, including himself. Unless he left Tianling City, no matter how he tried to evade, one day he would have to face this formidable enemy. This made Yan Shen even more eager for power. Taking the ground rail tram back to his residence, Yan Shen dumped out the spoils from this hunt of Wang Chen and others, and upon seeing them, he was immediately delighted. There's actually blood chi pills? Wang Chen usually uses this kind of treasure to cultivate? What a waste! Unlike blood chi powder, blood chi pill is made from the essence of dozens of first-tier ferocious beasts, making its medicinal power more potent and its effect several times stronger. It is primarily used by martial artists above the 7th rank. This item is very expensive. An ordinary 9th rank martial artist would need to save for a long time to buy even one. Only the disciples of martial arts families can treat blood chi pills like beans for their daily training. Now, all these martial arts pills belong to Yan Chen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there are actually 12 of them. Yan Chen was astonished. I originally thought Wang Chen's martial arts talent was exceptional, but it seems it was all piled up with pills. Yan Chen couldn't help but sigh. Having a powerful father makes a difference. In addition to the blood chi pills, there were 3 martial weapons, 4 martial arts manuals, 2 martial techniques, and some cash. Among the martial weapons, the true chi armor had cracks on its surface, its true essence dimmed, and it no longer had the pressure of a refined level weapon. It had suffered severe damage from Yan Chen's 1000-fold critical strike. The other 2 items were both ordinary, one being a sword and the other a ring. The former was incredibly sharp, even more so than piercing rainbow, while the latter could stimulate blood chi, unleashing greater strength. At the martial artist stage, they were rare treasures. What a pity, these 3 martial weapons are all stolen goods. Not to mention using them, even selling them carries risks. After all, Wang Chen's father, that top martial artist from Tianling City, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, Master Wang Tianchi, is still out there searching for the murderer of his son. Let's keep them for now, and think of a way to sell them when we have the chance in other cities. Yan Chen then turned his attention to the martial arts manuals and techniques. Among the manuals, 3 were of the Xian level and 1 was of the Earth level, with none at the Heaven level. Among the techniques, 1 was Xian level and 1 was Earth level. If it were any other time, Yan Chen might have been a bit excited, but now, having learned 8 extremes combat skill and 8 extremes combat technique, he no longer looked highly upon Earth level manuals and techniques. Finally, there was cash, totaling 37,000. This was all of Wang Chen's assets. Aside from the blood chi pills and cash, the rest is of little use and can't be sold. Overall, the gains are still quite good. With the blood chi pills in hand, Yen Chen naturally wouldn't let them go to waste. He stored the other manuals and weapons back into the small universe ring, first consuming one pill, then began to operate the 8 extremes combat skill. Congratulations, you have triggered a 5-fold critical strike from this pill consumption. Strength 34 symbols. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yen Shen's eyes. Just one blood chi pill is equivalent to 7 or 8 portions of blood chi powder. It truly lives up to being a tribute among first-grade pills. Continuing to consume 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills, 4 pills. Congratulations, you have triggered a 12-fold critical strike from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have triggered a 25-fold critical strike from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have triggered a 7-fold critical strike from this pill consumption. Yen Shen's strength was also steadily rising. 35 symbols of power. 36 symbols of power. 5th rank martial artist. 38 symbols of power. When Yen Shen consumed all the blood chi pills, his strength reached 41 symbols, nearing the threshold of a 6th rank martial artist. Yen Shen opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashing in them. 41 symbols of power, with a guaranteed 3-fold critical strike. Which means that with a casual strike, I now have 123 symbols of power, far exceeding the limit of a 9th rank martial artist. Not to mention I can trigger even higher critical strikes. Now, I can be considered the first person beneath the martial artists in the true sense. Ha ha. That night, Yen Shen slept exceptionally soundly. In less than a day's time, news spread throughout Tianling City of Wang Shen's tragic death, with the murderer nowhere to be found. In order to find the murderer, martial artist Wang Tianchi went all out, bloodily slaughtering all his enemies. In less than 2 days, he killed over 100 people, some of whom were turned into minced meat in their homes within Tianling City, showing no regard for the order of the base city. This caused great panic. Martial artists who had any grievances with the Wang family hurriedly left Tianling City to seek refuge elsewhere. In the end, it was the president of the Martial Arts Association, the guardian of Tianling City and the only Grand Master who stepped in to suppress Wang Tianchi, preventing further bloodshed. But everyone knew this matter was not over. Wang Tianchi would not rest until he found the murderer of his son. Yen Chen was stunned upon hearing the news, unable to believe how insane the other party was, killing over 100 martial artists in just one day. He secretly decided to keep his distance until he was sure he could handle the situation. That morning, Yen Chen attended his compulsory class as usual when a piece of news spread throughout the academy. The school was going to establish a seed elite class. It was said to be in preparation for the upcoming competition among the 7 major martial arts academies in Tianling City. I heard that students selected for the seed elite class will not only be taught earth-level martial skills, but the dean will also personally guide them and share insights on martial arts. No way, the treatment is that high? What do you think? The competition among the 7 academies is crucial for their ranking in Tianling City. How could the dean not take it seriously? I wonder who will be selected. It seems a few have already been chosen. Li Shen, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, Ren Xiaodai. Those guys? It's not surprising, they are the top geniuses of the academy. Too bad Wang Chen is dead, otherwise he would definitely have made it into the seed elite class. Sho, brother, keep your voice down. Haven't you heard? Wang Chen's father has gone insane, killing over 100 people, including many martial artists. Do you want to be one of them? Wow. Tianling City has a population of millions, and Blue Rain is not the only martial arts academy. There are a total of 7. Every 5 years, the 7 academies hold a major competition to determine their rankings. Naturally, if students achieve good results, there are substantial rewards. Therefore, the competition is always fierce. Not being selected for the seed elite class was within Yen Chen's expectations, and he felt no discomfort about it. After all, who would choose a useless person to participate in such an important competition? Moreover, Yen Chen had no interest in participating. He would rather spend that time hunting fierce beasts to exchange for blood chi pills, which was much more practical. That morning, there were no compulsory classes at the academy, but Yen Chen still went to the school, heading straight to the library to borrow books related to second-stage fierce beasts. Indeed, with the increase in his strength, he once again felt the urge to explore the warning zone and was preparing for it. Soon, Yen Chen borrowed the books and turned to walk to his seat, only to unexpectedly bump into 3 familiar faces. Li Shen, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi. The 3 of them clearly did not expect to run into Yen Chen in the library, and they exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat awkward. Just like the times they met before. Yen Chen did not intend to greet anyone. Holding a book, he turned to the side and headed for his seat. A year of estrangement had buried all past friendships. As for Li Shen and the others, there was no real hatred, but rather, there was no longer any stir in his heart. Familiar strangers. Perhaps this was the best interpretation of their relationship. However, unexpectedly, among the 3, Luo Shi, who usually avoided him, took the initiative. To greet him this time, Yen Chen, congratulations on breaking through to become a martial apprentice again. Li Shen and Luo Qinghe frowned but did not stop her. Yen Chen was also a bit surprised and nodded, saying, "Thank you. I thought you would be unable to withstand the blow and fall into despair." Luo Shi's words carried an inexplicable sentiment. Rebuilding your martial path must have been quite difficult. It's alright. This was not just a perfunctory response. With the infinite critical hit system, the path of rebuilding his martial arts had indeed not been too hard. As for before, Yan Shen had also put in effort and fought hard, but unfortunately, his martial talent had been damaged, causing a significant impact. Coupled with various setbacks, a year had passed and he had not even managed to cultivate a single ounce of strength. There was no need to speak of these hardships. I see. Luo Shi seemed to want to say something more. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder. Luo Qinghe stepped forward and said, Xiao Shi, the dean is waiting for us. Don't waste time, we can talk next time. Ah, okay, got it, brother. Luo Shi looked at Yan Shen, her eyes revealing a hint of apology. Yan Shen's expression remained calm. He did not believe that showcasing the strength of a second-tier martial apprentice would allow him to be accepted by his former friends again. Moreover, he did not care for it. Soon, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi were about to leave. As they brushed past each other, Li Xian whispered, Yan Shen, be careful. Wang Chen is dead, and his father, the martial master Wang Tianshi, is frantically searching for the murderer. Although your realm is low, and you won't be suspected, you still have enmity with them. Thanks for the reminder. The person who killed Wang Chen is me. Yan Shen remained expressionless. Got it. Then they passed each other completely, one heading to a seat and the other to the door, walking in opposite directions. After they separated, Luo Qinghe reprimanded, Xiao Mei, why did you greet Yan Shen? He has enmity with Wang Chen and is likely already being targeted by Wang Tianshi. If you get too close, it could lead to serious trouble for us. But we used to be the best of friends. Luo Shi felt a bit wronged. Luo Qinghe replied, not anymore. After a pause, he sighed, Xiao Mei, I know you have feelings for Yan Shen, but you need to distinguish clearly. The one you like is the former top genius of the academy, brilliant and shining, the Yan Shen who had all the glory, not the one who has lost his cultivation and whose martial talent has been damaged, destined to fall into obscurity. Tears welled in Luo Shi's eyes. A year ago, many people in the academy thought she and Yan Shen were a couple, but in reality, they were not. It was Luo Shi who liked Yan Shen, and at that time, Yan Shen also had a great fondness for her. If not for the unexpected events, once he broke through as a martial artist, they might have naturally become a couple. Unfortunately, the unexpected happened, and now they were like strangers. If Yan Shen hadn't encountered that beast-tide, he would have probably entered the elite class. Luo Shi murmured to herself, knowing her brother was right. Now, getting too close to Yan Shen would only bring trouble, not to mention his enmity with Wang Chen, and that martial master Wang Tianshi was frantically searching for his son's murderer. But in her heart, Luo Shi just felt very upset. In the following days, apart from occasionally going to the wilderness safety zone to hunt a few first-tier beasts and practice his skills, Yan Shen spent all his other time in the library, cramming information about the precautions in the alert zone and data on second-tier beasts. Unlike the safety zone, the martial arts guild could no longer fully control the alert zone. It mainly focused on sealing it off to prevent second-tier beasts from entering the safety zone. That morning, Yan Shen took the ground rail tram and once again set foot in the wilderness, and it didn't take long before he arrived at the border of the safety zone. What came into view was a gigantic sword, towering 20 meters high, blocking the sky and emitting sword energy, connected to another giant sword 10 kilometers away, which served to separate the alert zone and prevent second-tier beasts from entering the safety zone. It is said that this weapon was not crafted by Tianling City but was arranged with the help of a higher-level base city, Tianlong City, and had never encountered problems in hundreds of years, except for the last time. The sword energy emitted by the giant sword only targeted beasts, and humans passing by would not suffer any harm. Beside it stood a sign that read, Alert Zone number 43651. Each alert zone is assigned a serial number. Not only alert zones but also safety zones, danger zones, and forbidden zones have them, though the former has too many numbers for anyone to care, while the latter is easily inaccessible to ordinary martial artists. Yan Shen easily passed through the wall of sword energy. Just as he entered the alert zone, several low, rumbling roars came from a great distance, as if terrifying beasts were lurking in the shadows, sending chills down his spine. I've just arrived at the alert zone, and I'm still at the very edge. I shouldn't be targeted by second-tier beasts. Yan Shen took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He surveyed the scene before him. The safety zone and the alert zone were distinctly different, as if they were two worlds. In the wilderness of the safety zone, there were mainly hills and flatlands, with some trees, but they were not dense, maintaining a natural primitive ecology while showing signs of human intervention. However, in the alert zone, it was completely different. Towering trees 30 meters high came into view, and the vegetation, blessed by spiritual energy, appeared exceptionally robust, with an unusual aura wafting through the air. For a moment, Yan Shen even thought about retreating back to the safety zone. But he suppressed that impulse, knowing that this was a necessary trial. Second-tier beasts already have a sense of territory, though it is not yet strong. They will instinctively drive away enemies they perceive as threats. The stronger the second-tier beast, the more intense its territorial awareness, and the larger the area of its territory. So in the alert zone, if you haven't encountered any second-tier beasts for a long time, it's actually not a good sign, because there might be an extremely terrifying creature nearby that you must avoid. On the contrary, if second-tier beasts appear frequently, it indicates that the danger in this area is much Lore. All of this was knowledge gained from compulsory courses at the academy, along with books borrowed from the library, and Yen Shen had made ample preparations for this exploration of the alert zone. Adjusting his state, Yen Shen held his breath and focused, officially stepping into the alert zone. Deep within the alert zone, terrifying roars echoed, resonating through the clouds and shaking the mountains and forests, as if welcoming yet another fearless human into this place. As he delved deeper into the warning zone, the figures of ferocious beasts began to appear one after another. The warning zone was not filled with only second-tier ferocious beasts. On the contrary, the vast majority were still first-tier. However, here, they transformed from predators into prey, serving as food for the second-tier beasts. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 30-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations. Congratulations. Now, Yen Shen, with a casual strike, wielded a power equivalent to 123 elephants. Coupled with the domineering heavenly-level martial skill 8 extremes over Heaven Strike, killing a first-tier ferocious beast was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, Yen Shen did not engage in reckless slaughter as he did in the safe zone. Instead, he moved quietly, trying to avoid confrontation whenever possible. If he was truly surrounded by ferocious beasts and could not bypass them, he aimed to resolve the situation in the shortest time with the least noise. The reason was simple: he did not want to attract second-tier ferocious beasts. Although he had entered the warning zone to challenge second-tier beasts, there was a significant difference even among them. Yen Shen's target was a low-grade second-tier beast, ideally one that matched the strength of a newly advanced martial artist. If he caused too much commotion and attracted a high-grade second-tier beast, he would likely have to turn and flee, and there was no guarantee he could escape. Ah! A wolf's howl echoed from afar, and Yen Shen's eyes brightened. Based on the sound, he quickly assessed that this particular beast was weaker than other second-tier ferocious beasts. It was just right for a practice target. After dealing with a few unavoidable first-tier beasts, Yen Shen cautiously advanced and finally arrived near the source of the wolf's howl. As the underbrush was pushed aside, a small wolf came into view, about 1 meter tall, with fur that appeared bluish-green. In terms of size, it was smaller than many first-tier beasts. At that moment, the small wolf was lowering its head, gnawing on a massive ferocious beast. Qingfeng wolf? Yen Shen's expression changed. The Qingfeng wolf, a low-grade second-tier ferocious beast, had a natural affinity for the wind attribute and possessed the ability to manipulate wind, along with incredible speed. Although it was a low-grade beast, its speed made many high-tier martial artists reluctant to provoke it. He never expected the first second-tier beast he encountered to be so tricky. Should he engage in battle? Yen Shen shook his head, ultimately deciding against it. The Qingfeng wolf excelled in speed, and if entangled, it would be difficult to escape. In comparison, finding a clumsier low-grade second-tier beast to practice on would be a better choice. Slowly retreating from the Qingfeng wolf's territory, Yen Shen began searching for his next target. Before long, he found another second-tier ferocious beast. This beast resembled a large bear with earthy yellow skin, standing an impressive 7 meters tall. When it rose, it looked like a 3-story building, and a casual stomp could cause the ground to tremble violently, its might far surpassing that of the Qingfeng wolf. Yen Shen's eyes lit up as he whispered, "Didaya bear." The Didaya bear, a low-grade second-tier ferocious beast, possessed unmatched strength comparable to a mid-grade second-tier beast and had a natural affinity for the earth. Its tough skin and thick flesh gave it a dominant position among beasts of the same realm. However, the Didaya bear had obvious weaknesses. It was naturally slow and sluggish, posing far less of a threat than even a third of the Qingfeng wolf. It was the perfect practice target. For a moment, Yen Shen almost charged in for an exhilarating battle, but he ultimately held back. He thought it best to continue exploring, to thoroughly understand the second-tier beasts in this area, to grasp their habitats and usual activity patterns before making a move. Time passed slowly, dusk arrived, and the setting sun painted the forest a fiery red. After spending 5 or 6 hours, Yen Shen finally grasped the situation of the second-tier ferocious beasts in this area, which included 11 creatures such as the Qingfeng wolf, Didaya bear, and Xianshui black snake. As their territorial awareness gradually awakened, these second-tier ferocious beasts occasionally fought among themselves, but their strengths were comparable, and none could gain the upper hand. They were also wary of being severely injured and then attacked by other beasts, so they restrained themselves, maintaining a delicate balance among them. As night fell, Yen Shen slowly exited the alert zone, passed through the wall of sword energy, and returned to the safe area, setting up camp nearby. Leaning against the wooden stake of his fixed tent, he gazed up at the starry sky and listened to the occasional low growls of the ferocious beasts around him. Suddenly, he smiled, thinking of Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, Lu Xiaodai, and everyone in Lan Yu Academy who knew him. You all think I've lost my cultivation, that my martial talent has been damaged, and that I've completely become a waste. But you don't realize that I've already entered the alert zone, preparing to confront second-tier ferocious beasts, honing my skills, and getting ready to walk the path of invincibility. It's not that you abandoned me, but that I've far surpassed you. When the day comes that I reveal my true strength, what will your expressions be? Just thinking about it is amusing. The next morning, Yen Chen passed through the wall of sword energy again and returned to the habitat of the Didaya bear. At that moment, the giant bear was sprawled beside a large rock, snoring loudly, its rumbling snores echoing over 100 meters away. "Stupid bear, take this." A roar erupted, and a figure shot forward like a meteor, swinging a sword in hand. This sword was incredibly sharp, with the word Shiri engraved on the blade, taken from Wang Chen. "Congratulations, your attack has achieved a 7-fold critical hit." The intent of the 8 extremes burst forth violently. The sword struck the bear's yellowish skin, and then there was nothing more. The incredibly sharp Shiri actually got stuck, leaving only a shallow white mark on the bear's skin, without even a scratch appearing. "So tough?" Yen Chen's face changed dramatically. The next moment, a terrifying roar echoed. The Didaya bear woke up, and its massive paw slammed down. Before the palm even reached him, the shockwave had already made Yen Chen's cheek sting. More than 10 minutes later, Yen Chen fled in a sorry state from the Didaya bear's habitat. While escaping, he couldn't help but curse, "You bear really has the luck of a dog. Over 20 strikes and not a single 100-fold critical hit triggered. Your life is as tough as meteorite iron." Once he confirmed that the Didaya bear was not pursuing him and that he was safe, Yen Chen finally let out a long breath. Then he revealed a smile. This was the most dangerous battle he had faced since acquiring the critical hit system. It must be said that second-tier ferocious beasts and first-tier ferocious beasts are entirely different concepts. This Didaya bear not only had astonishing defense but also terrifying strength. A casual swing could easily possess the power of 1,000 elephants. Not to mention taking a direct hit, even a graze could shatter bones. The reason Yen Chen could cope was mainly due to the speed boost from the guaranteed 3-fold critical hit, coupled with the Didaya bear's clumsiness and lack of speed. If it had been the Qingfeng wolf, he would have died countless times already. "Stupid bear, this is just the beginning. After the intermission, we will continue." "Congratulations, your attack this time has received a 20-fold critical hit bonus." "Congratulations, the effect of your martial arts training this time has received a 10-fold critical hit bonus." "Congratulations, your attack this time has received a 15-fold critical hit bonus." "Congratulations, your martial arts training this time has received a 7-fold critical hit effect bonus." In the following time, Yen Chen focused most of his energy on the battle with the Earth Bear. As the fighting continued, under the support of the infinite critical hit system, the training progress of 8 extreme Sky Strike accelerated rapidly, already reaching a small success. Each strike, whether it be a punch, palm, sword, or leg, carried a world-shaking might. Unfortunately, it was unclear whether the Earth Bear was exceptionally lucky or if Yen Chen was just having bad luck. Despite numerous attempts, he had not triggered a critical hit of 1,000 times or more. Although the battle between the man and the bear was intense, in reality, the Earth Bear had not even broken a sweat, while Yen Chen, though not hit directly, felt intense pain from the strong winds generated by the bear's paws. "If we take another break, I won't believe it. My luck can't be this bad every time." Meanwhile, at the boundary of the safe zone, a group was crossing the wall of sword energy, entering the alert zone. Leading the team was a middle-aged man in a blue-trimmed white combat uniform, with sharp eyes and an aura that radiated a subtle yet fierce presence, making it so that not a feather could fall, nor a fly could approach. Behind him were 6 young men and women, all around 16 or 17 years old. Their gazes were resolute and their movements steady. Though still somewhat inexperienced, they already possessed the demeanor of dragons and phoenixes. "Remember, we are not here in the alert zone to hunt, but to let you experience the might of second-tier ferocious beasts. So, be sure not to make any noise, and especially not to show any hostility. Second-tier ferocious beasts are naturally attuned to spiritual energy and extremely sensitive. Even a casual glance could lead to detection." The middle-aged man reminded them while also keeping an eye on their surroundings. The 6 felt a chill in their hearts, and one tall boy quietly clasped his hands and asked, "Teacher Zhou, why doesn't the martial arts guild clear out the second-tier ferocious beasts in this area and expand the wall of sword energy? To gain more safe zones?" Seeing that the questioner was one of the top 3 geniuses of Hongyang Academy, the middle-aged man's expression softened considerably. "Xiao Shan, do you think the martial arts guild doesn't want to? But it can't be done. The alert zone is too close to the danger zone. If a martial artist makes a big commotion, it could very well attract the attack of third-tier ferocious beasts, and in a more serious situation, it could even trigger a beast tide. The current safe zone has been measured and calculated by the martial arts guild. It is already at the limit of what can be expanded." Shang Yingming nodded, and the others showed expressions of realization. Another handsome boy asked, "Teacher Zhou, if we really get targeted by a second-tier ferocious beast, how can we escape?" Teacher Zhou looked at him, his expression even gentler, because he was ranked first in Hongyang Academy. "There is only one way, run." "Run?" Lu Chen frowned. "What if we can't escape? Then just wait to die." Teacher Zhou shrugged, not forgetting to joke, "Or maybe you could try a sliding tackle." The group Teacher Zhou said seriously, "In any case, this time in the alert zone is to let you feel the pressure of second-tier ferocious beasts, to prepare for breaking through as martial artists, and also, before becoming a martial artist, if you encounter a second-tier ferocious beast, run as far as you can, never think about standing your ground." "Understood." Teacher Zhou was clearly very familiar with this area, moving silently and methodically, leading the students past one second-tier ferocious beast habitat after another. green wind wolves, black water mysterious snakes, iron-eating flying birds, and so on. Lu Chen, Shang, Yingming, and the other students all turned slightly pale. The pressure from the second-tier ferocious beasts caused them great discomfort. Fortunately, it was just a fleeting glance, and they did not truly confront it. The crowd took a moment to catch their breath, and soon it was time for the 8th second-tier ferocious beast. Teacher Zhou's expression was even more serious than before. The beast we are going to observe this time is called the Earth Bear. Don't be fooled by its second-tier low quality and slow, clumsy movements. In my opinion, it is more troublesome than many second-tier mid-quality beasts. The reasons are as follows. The Earth Bear is naturally attuned to the earth element, with tough skin and thick flesh, making it difficult, even for high-level warriors, to break through. It is essentially a turtle shell, and its immense strength is terrifying. Just a brush against it can leave a warrior with broken skin and bones, taking half their life. Against the Qingfeng wolf, I only need to make 30 moves to deal with it. But against the Earth Bear, even if I make 100 moves or 1,000 moves, I still wouldn't be able to inflict a fatal injury. On the contrary, if I were to be hit by it, surviving would be considered a stroke of luck. The talented students of Honyang Academy were solemn, remembering the terror of the Earth Bear. Before long, they arrived at the habitat of this second-tier ferocious beast. However, as they stepped out of the thicket and saw the scene before them, several of them were stunned. The Earth Bear, which was supposed to be more troublesome and terrifying than a second-tier mid-quality beast, was now lying on the ground, its body already cut in half. Beside it stood a young man holding a sword, sunlight pouring over him, his expression cold and imposing, terrifying indeed. Yan Chen felt completely relaxed. After 3 hours of entanglement, he had no idea how many dangerous situations he had fallen into, to the point where he couldn't help but wonder if this Earth Bear had too high a luck value, preventing it from triggering a high critical hit. Fortunately, just as Yan Chen was about to give up and switch to another second-tier low-quality beast for practice, a cute voice finally came through. Congratulations, your attack this time has received a 17,000 times critical hit bonus. 17,000 times critical hit? No wonder the previous ones were only in the dozens. It turned out they were saving up for a big move. The Earth Bear's skin, no matter how tough, was as fragile as thin paper against the power of hundreds of thousands of elephants. As Eclipse fell, it was instantly cut in two. Finally done. Yan Chen let out a long breath. Just as he was about to store the corpse in his small universe ring, he noticed a few people in Honyang Academy uniforms who had appeared out of nowhere. Staring in shock, Yan Chen considered whether to kill them to silence them. After thinking it over, he decided against it. Since these people appeared in the alert zone, they must have warriors leading them. Although he had relied on high critical hits to slay the Earth Bear, he was still not a warrior. If a conflict truly arose, it was uncertain who would come out worse. With the killing intent extinguished, Yan Chen calmed down and said in a deep voice, "When did you arrive?" What Yan Chen did not expect was the reaction from the Honyang Academy side was countless times more intense than his. My God, I can't be seeing this wrong. This brother is about the same age as us, yet he actually killed the Earth Bear that even Teacher Zhou found troublesome? No, wait, this person has no true essence fluctuations. He is not a warrior. How is that possible? The warrior usually keeps his true essence reined in, calm and motionless, making it hard to discern from his appearance. But once he strikes, his true essence bursts forth like a raging tide, not dissipating for a short time. However, the young man before them showed no fluctuations of true essence, blood stained his body, and there was no sign of the ability to avoid harm, which made the geniuses of Honyang Academy immediately realize that he was not a warrior at all, but a martial apprentice? How could that be? With the realm of a martial apprentice, to kill a second-tier low-grade ferocious beast, especially the more troublesome Earth Bear, was terrifying and beyond their comprehension. This Earth Bear, did you slay it? Lu Chen's voice was filled with shock. The others turned their gazes toward him, waiting for an answer. Yan Chen's expression was as dark as water. I'm asking you, when did you arrive? The many geniuses of Honyang Academy were momentarily stunned, feeling a strong pressure from the young man. Sensing the atmosphere was off, Teacher Zhou quickly said, "Little brother, don't misunderstand. We just arrived and didn't see how you killed the Earth Bear. We mean no harm. You don't need to be so wary." After speaking, a hint of caution flashed in Teacher Zhou's eyes. This young man could slay a second-tier low-grade ferocious beast, and regardless of his methods or whether he was a martial apprentice, it was enough to indicate that he had the means to threaten warriors. Teacher Zhou was not afraid of battle, but with the geniuses of Honyang Academy around, he could not afford any mistakes. Yan Chen's expression softened slightly, and he noticed the school uniforms on these people. Frowning slightly, "You are from Honyang Academy?" "That's right." Teacher Zhou nodded. Honyang Academy, alongside Lanyu, was one of the 7 major martial arts academies in Tianling City, and in terms of ranking, it was even ahead, in 3rd place. Lu Chen, in the team, saw the young man holding a sword, standing beside the second-tier ferocious beast, exuding an extraordinary presence, and couldn't help but feel admiration, developing a desire to befriend him. "I am Lu Chen, the class leader of the special class at Honyang Academy, a 9th-tier martial apprentice. May I ask how to address you?" "Brother?" Shang Yingming shared the same thought, saying, "If you are from Tianling City, come find me, I'll treat you to a drink." "Befriending?" Yan Shen recalled the past. He too had once been a figure of great renown at Lanyu Academy. Due to his exceptional martial talent and rapid progress, attracting many admirers, including Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi, who actively sought his friendship. But when his martial talent was damaged and he lost his cultivation, they were the first to distance themselves. Where in the world is their true friendship? It is merely the false adoration brought by power. No need. Yan Shen coldly replied, retracting the corpse of the earth bear into his small Qianquan ring, turning to leave. Storage-type martial weapons? The pupils of the Hongyang Academy crowd constricted, a hint of horror flashing in their eyes. Brother! Lu Chen genuinely admired him and wanted to befriend him, but as the person was about to leave, he instinctively tried to stop him. Teacher Zhou reached out to block him. Don't pursue him. That young man is not an ordinary person. He has the heart of a fierce tiger, delicately sniffing roses, and he remains fully alert towards us. If we act rashly, we might be seen as enemies and attacked. Lu Chen calmed down, merely gazing at the increasingly distant figure, feeling a deep sense of regret. Teacher, isn't it a universally acknowledged truth in the martial world that martial apprentices cannot challenge higher tiers? Why is it that brother was able to do so? Shang Yingming's voice trembled as he spoke. The remaining students also showed disbelief in their eyes. A martial apprentice challenging higher tiers is indeed a universally acknowledged truth, but Teacher Zhou took a deep breath. Isn't truth meant to be broken? Truth is meant to be broken. How many people in this world can break common sense? Thinking of that person who, with the strength of a martial apprentice, killed a second-tier beast, a sense of defeat naturally rose in the hearts of the geniuses of Hongyang Academy. Teacher Zhou advised, don't be discouraged. You are undoubtedly true geniuses. Even if you were placed in a high-level base city, competing with the children of those great families, you would not fall short at all. But that boy cannot be measured by common logic, he continued. To kill a second-tier beast with the strength of a martial apprentice, even in a high-level, no, the highest base city, is akin to a myth. He has surpassed everyone and stands above all. The gods on the mountain and the people below naturally do not have a competitive relationship. Just do your best. Indeed, how could the people below compare with the gods above? The two could not form a competitive relationship at all. After such comforting words, the geniuses of Hongyang Academy felt much more at ease. By the way, teacher, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Who do you think that person could be? To cross great realms and kill enemies, they shouldn't be an unknown figure, yet I've never heard of them. Curiosity appeared on the faces of the others as well. Not too sure. Teacher Zhou shook his head, but his expression quickly became serious as he said, but one thing is certain, he should be a citizen of Tianling City, and he is among the 7 academies. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen and the others were shaken. I can't believe I was spotted. What bad luck. I haven't shown my face at Hongyang Academy. That martial artist and a few other students shouldn't recognize me, so there's no need to worry about exposing my identity. That said, it would be better to go to other areas in the future to avoid running into them. After leaving the habitat of the Earth Bear, Yan Shen did not linger in the alert zone but passed through the Sword Chi wall, returning to the safe zone, and took the ground rail tram back to the city. He actually didn't mind exposing his strength. A martial apprentice crossing levels to kill a second-tier beast was undoubtedly extremely exaggerated. Once this spread, it would surely cause a great storm, shocking countless people. But a storm is just a storm, Yan Shen thought it through. At worst, he could leave Tianling City and go to other base cities, or simply hide in the wilderness, far from the hustle and bustle. After all, his parents had passed away, and he had no relatives or friends, nothing to hold him back. Upon returning to Tianling City, Yan Chen immediately went to the Wanyao Pavilion. Mu Zixuan was leaning on the counter in a daze. When she saw someone approach, she instinctively wanted to greet them, but as soon as she looked up, she was startled. Oh my, Yan Shen, what happened to you? You look like this. At that moment, Yan Shen indeed looked quite disheveled. After spending 2 days in the wilderness, crawling through bushes, coming in from the wind and rain, and not having washed up, being recognized was already quite impressive. I've been roughing it in the wilderness for a while, but let's not talk about that. Do you have a private room? I want to sell some materials. Yes, come with me. Mu Zixuan was quite straightforward and immediately got up to leave. The two quickly arrived at a private room, which was extremely spacious and lavishly decorated. The carpet was made from the skin of a second-tier fierce beast, the golden gung tiger, and the chandelier was crafted from the bones of a second-tier fierce beast, the Tsong wolf. Anything taken from inside would be worth 6 figures. Yan Shen was dumbfounded. Is this room available for casual use? Of course not. Seeing the esteemed killing sword looking so shocked, Mu Zixuan felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. This is the highest level VIP room of the Wanyao Pavilion, and only transactions involving millions can apply for it. Whether it gets approved or not is still uncertain. Then how could you use it? Yan Shen instinctively wanted to ask, but as the words reached his lips, he remembered that this was the granddaughter of Mu Yinglong, the young lady of the Wanyao Pavilion. It was just a matter of a word for her to use it. The wicked third generation of martial artists. What materials are so mysterious that they require a private room? By the way, don't tell me you're going to bring out something worth only a few thousand or 10,000 to tease me. It's not just a few thousand or 10,000, it's just a bit large, and Yan Shen glanced around. This VIP room might get a bit dirty. A bit large? Get dirty? A sudden sense of foreboding arose in Mu Zixuan's heart, and she instinctively wanted to stop the person in front of her. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Yan Shen waved his hand, and a massive corpse appeared in the room, a gigantic yellow bear cut in half, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Fortunately, the VIP room was spacious enough, with a ceiling height of 6 or 7 meters, otherwise the room would have surely burst. My VIP room. Mu Zixuan couldn't help but wail, looking at the state of the room being ruined. Just the cleaning fee would cost at least over 100,000. But soon she was stunned, staring at the enormous corpse in front of her, her eyes gradually widening, her pupils rapidly constricting, her voice filled with undeniable shock. Second-tier fierce beast, the Earth Bear? Yes. Where did you find it? I didn't find it. Don't joke, if you didn't find it, did you personally slay it? At first, Mu Zixuan's voice carried a teasing tone, but as she continued, her voice grew lower and the shock in her eyes intensified. Because she saw that Yan Shen's expression was very calm, showing no signs of disturbance in the face of the second-tier fierce beast's corpse. An incredible thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that this Earth Bear was truly slain by Yan Shen? Could you please quickly assess how much this Earth Bear can be sold for? Seeing the young lady in a daze, showing no signs of coming back to her senses for a long time, Yan Shen couldn't help but frown and remind her. Mu Zixuan finally came to her senses. Okay, please wait a moment. I can't handle such a large fierce beast corpse by myself. I need to find someone to help. Not long after, Mu Zixuan brought in 3 martial artists. They moved quickly, clearly accustomed to handling fierce beast corpses, and soon the Earth Bear was disassembled into pieces. Earth Bear Gallbladder *1, Earth Bear Essence Blood *2000 milliliters, Earth Bear Bones *3.5 tons, Earth Bear Eyes *2, Earth Bear Heart *1. The total value of these materials is 1,720,000. Mu Zixuan quickly finished counting, took a deep breath, and finally suppressed the shock in her heart. As usual, do you want to buy blood chi powder? Over 1 million? Yan Shen had never seen so much money in his life, and he couldn't help but feel very happy. He shook his head. No need for blood chi powder. Mu Zixuan nodded. Oh, okay, I'll have someone deposit the money into your account right away. Yan Shen, I want to buy blood chi pills? Mu Zixuan said in exasperation. Are you doing this on purpose? Can you not breathe so heavily when you speak next time? The blood chi pill is of extremely high quality among first-tier martial arts pills, far surpassing the blood chi powder, and naturally, it is not cheap, costing 80,000 for each pill, more expensive than a year's tuition. Even with a 10% discount card, the value of this second-tier fierce beast could only be exchanged for 23 blood chi pills. Not long after, a sealed jade bottle was handed to Yan Shen, and after deducting expenses, the remaining balance was also transferred to his account. Thank you. Yan Shen was in a good mood. More than 20 blood chi pills were enough for his strength to break through to a higher level. Mu Zixuan accepted it without reservation. After all, it wasn't easy to make this guy thank her. Then she thought of the Earth Bear suddenly appearing in the room, frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately couldn't resist her curiosity. Yan Shen, do you have a storage-type martial weapon on you? Yan Shen's expression turned cold, narrowing his eyes. What, Miss Mu, are you tempted? Tempted, he. Mu Zixuan seemed to be laughing, but her face was full of displeasure. You underestimate me too much. A storage-type martial weapon might make others envious, but to me, it's really not that great. You have such a big mouth? Yan Shen didn't believe it. Storage-type martial weapons were extremely rare. Even martial artists would be envious, and even martial masters might not have one. Mu Zixuan smiled lightly. It's not that I'm boasting, but my background is greater than you can imagine. Yan Shen fell silent for a moment, slowly standing up. Keep it a secret for me. Does this count as owing me a favor? It counts. Mu Zixuan smiled brightly, feeling quite pleased. After knowing each other for so long, she finally gained an advantage. He didn't expect to be held in check by a little girl. Back home, Yan Shen felt helpless. The Earth Bear was simply too large, and without the small universe ring, he couldn't bring it back. It would be a pity to discard it, and by a twist of fate, he owed Mu Zixuan a favor. Shaking off his thoughts, Yan Shen took out a jade bottle from his storage space. Inside were 24 blood chi pills obtained in exchange for the Earth Bear's corpse. I hope for good luck, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, pushing my strength to the 7th-tier martial artist, so I can go to the secret realm and face the second trial. With expectations in mind, Yan Shen began to cultivate again. Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 15-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 3-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 27-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations. It was unclear whether it was because he had slain the Earth Bear and exhausted his luck triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, or if Yan Shen was just having a streak of bad luck lately. After consuming 23 blood chi pills, he didn't trigger a single 1,000-fold critical hit, with the highest being only 180-fold. As the medicinal power of the blood chi pills was digested within his body, Yan Shen's strength began to rise steadily. 43 symbols of power. 44 symbols of power. 45 symbols of power. Breakthrough. 6th tier martial artist. 48 symbols of power. 49 symbols of power. Finally, it stabilized at the level of 50 symbols of power. In the end, he still couldn't break through to the 7th rank martial artist? Yenshen sighed lightly and slowly withdrew his energy. If my martial arts foundation had not been damaged even at my peak with so many pills, it would be possible to break through not just to the 7th rank martial artist but even to the 8th or 9th rank. Why did it have to be the foundation that was injured? Yenshen's expression twisted slightly, secretly vowing to find a way to repair his martial arts foundation. Only in this way could he hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. That night, at the Mu family. My dear granddaughter, I heard you secured a big client today and made a deal worth over $1 million. Haha, my Zishuan is truly remarkable, not only a martial arts genius but also a business prodigy. Mu Yinglong had just returned home and couldn't help but praise his granddaughter, clearly aware of the transaction. In the VIP room, however, Mu Zishuan appeared deep in thought, as if she couldn't figure something out, and only replied lightly to her grandfather's praise, it's okay. Mu Yinglong was not annoyed, on the contrary, he was a bit curious. My dear granddaughter, what are you thinking about? You're even ignoring your grandfather. It's nothing. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Zishuan couldn't help but ask again, Grandpa, do you think it's really impossible for a martial artist to kill a second-rank beast? Absolutely impossible. Mu Yinglong was about to answer this way, but suddenly noticed a hint of disbelief in his granddaughter's eyes and realized that the matter was not simple. Granddaughter, what happened? Mu Zishuan hesitated for a moment but still recounted what had happened at the Wanya Pavilion. It's like this, Grandpa, my friend came again today. Mu Yinglong listened carefully, his expression no longer casual, gradually becoming serious. By the time his granddaughter finished speaking, his face had completely turned grave. Are you saying that the Earth Bear traded today was actually brought by your friend? That's right. Mu Yinglong took a deep breath, his brows furrowing. For a martial artist, if it was just a one-time sale of second-rank beast materials, it could still be considered a lucky find, a gift from nature, good fortune. But if it happened a second time, a third time, a fourth time, each time being able to produce second-rank beast materials, the implications behind it would be different. Not to mention a complete second-rank beast corpse. One cannot always be that lucky finding second-rank beast materials just by going out, unless all those second-rank beast materials were personally slain by him. But how could that be? No matter how strong a martial artist is, it is impossible to kill a second-rank beast. The two are simply not on the same level. This is a universally acknowledged fact in the martial arts world. Could it be that the granddaughter's friend could truly break the norm and kill a second-rank beast as a martial artist? Mu Yinglong's previously held beliefs began to waver. Suddenly, he thought of another matter. The Earth Bear is huge, standing up. It must be 6 or 7 meters tall. Your friend couldn't have carried it back from the wilderness, could he? Mu Zishuan fell silent because she had promised Yenshen to keep it a secret. Mu Yinglong said solemnly, does he have a storage-type martial weapon? Granddaughter, your friend probably has a significant background, perhaps even beyond our imagination. Why do you say that? Mu Yinglong pondered for a moment and shared his speculation. Look, your friend has been able to bring back second-rank beast materials twice. Which means that even if he didn't personally slay those two second-rank beasts, he is still closely related to them. He possesses such a rare thing as a storage-type martial weapon. All signs indicate that he has a powerful figure behind him, likely a master, teacher, or senior, and very strong enough to teach disciples who can kill enemies across great realms. Mu Zishuan was stunned for a long time. She had previously only been shocked that Yenshen might have killed a second-tier fierce beast, but she had not truly considered the various implications behind it. Was there a powerful teacher behind him? A strange glint flashed in Mu Zishuan's eyes, but she quickly reined it in and frowned slightly, saying, so, my friend is quite impressive? It's not certain yet, but it's highly likely. Mu Yinglong advised, my dear granddaughter, I don't oppose you being friends with him, but you must be careful to protect yourself, avoid making enemies, and don't get into conflicts. Mu Zishuan nodded, Grandpa, I understand. The grandfather and granddaughter chatted for a while longer, and when Mu Zishuan felt tired, she returned to her room to rest. In the luxurious yet empty living room, Mu Zishuan hesitated for a moment, picked up a phone, and dialed a number. Help me check on someone. At the same time, in the principal's office of Hongyang Academy. Old Zhou. Are you serious? A martial apprentice killed a Terra bear? This is what you saw with your own eyes? A shocked voice rang out. The principal's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. It's no wonder that a dignified martial arts academy principal would lose his composure. Just half an hour ago, Teacher Zhou had come to him and recounted the entire process of taking the special class students to the warning zone for training. The initial content was quite normal, thrilling yet somewhat reasonable, until he reached the part about the Terra bear. This second-tier fierce beast, which even mid-tier martial artists found tricky, was actually slain by a young martial apprentice. If he hadn't pinched his own arm and felt the pain, the principal of Hongyang would have thought he was dreaming. A martial apprentice killing a second-tier fierce beast? This was simply too fantastical, bordering on myth. Teacher Zhou said solemnly, I can't say I saw it, because when I arrived, the Terra bear had already been killed, but it's highly likely, as there was only him by the fierce beast, and there was still blood from the beast on his sword.
The principal of Hongyang took a deep breath, trying to suppress the excitement in his heart.
But he couldn't hold it back. You just said this young man lives in Tianling City, and he is very likely a student of one of the 7 academies.
That's right.
Teacher Joe nodded. That young man is very young, around 16 or 17 years old.
I don't have much basis for it, but I just have that feeling.
The principal of Hongyang pondered for a moment. Old Joe,
let's not make this public for now.
Send someone to secretly look for this mysterious young martial apprentice swordsman.
Okay, I understand. Teacher Joe nodded, then showed a look of confusion. What will you do once we find him? The principal of Hongyang smiled. What else is there to say? Of course, we will recruit him.
Yan Shen was still unaware that his feat of slaying the Terra Bear had caused quite a stir, and that a vice president of the Martial Arts Association and a principal of a martial arts academy had taken an interest in him. The next day, with mandatory classes scheduled, Yan Shen arrived at the academy early, basking in the gentle breeze, looking quite content. Walking on the path of the academy, Yan Shen suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Once, he faced the possibility of dropping out due to being unable to pay tuition. At that time, leaving the academy would mean severing ties with martial arts forever, making it impossible to become a martial artist. For this reason, he gritted his teeth and persevered, frantically trying to gather the tuition fees. But now, with the help of the infinite critical hit system, he not only broke through to the 6th rank martial apprentice but also cultivated a heavenly level technique and mastered heavenly level martial skills. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. In fact, at the academy now, aside from needing knowledge in areas like martial arts insights and beast categories, Yan Shen no longer found much help in his cultivation.
The reason he attended every required class might be out of nostalgia.
Perhaps it was because he had demonstrated the strength of a 2nd rank martial apprentice in the annual assessment, or maybe it was due to the conflict with Wang Chen, whose father was now searching the world for the culprit, fearing it might implicate him.
The discussions about Yan Chen in the academy
had significantly decreased. Most topics were focused on the Seed Elite class and the upcoming grand competition of the 7 institutes. Soon, Yan Shen arrived at his class, where the main lecturer for this required course was Yang Xiaoxiong, focusing on the application of martial skills and timing in combat.
Not long after, Teacher Yang arrived.
Upon seeing Yan Shen at the podium, his gaze softened considerably, giving a slight nod but remaining silent, concentrating
on the lecture. While listening to the class, Yan Shen's thoughts couldn't help but wander.
The reward for the first trial in the secret realm is a storage-type martial weapon. I can only imagine the reward for the second trial will
be even more astonishing. A 7th rank martial apprentice? As long as I slay another 2nd rank beast, I should be able to gather enough blood chi pills. The Earth Bear has already been slain. Who should I target next? The Black Water mysterious snake resides in the evil water pool, and I'm not skilled in underwater combat. The Green Wind Wolf is too fast and can manipulate the wind to some extent, making it a tricky opponent. The Iron-eating flying bird is an aerial unit, easy to kite. Right, 36 miles into the deep alert zone, there is a tree where, bang! Just as Yan Shen was pondering, the classroom door suddenly shattered, splintering everywhere, clearly blown apart by an immense force. The students were startled, and Yang Xiaoxiong's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the doorway, clearly sensing the terror of the incoming presence from the earlier aura. Step, step, step. The footsteps echoed
from the corridor, each sound like a drumbeat, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. In just a few seconds, it felt like an eternity had passed, and finally, the visitor appeared, a middle-aged man with long black hair swirling wildly as if in a storm, exuding an extremely terrifying aura that even the reinforced walls could not withstand, warping under the pressure. His gaze swept across the classroom, filled with murderous intent as he said, "Among you, who is Yan Shen?" Swish, swish, swish. The students in the classroom instinctively turned their eyes to the same spot. Oh no! Yan Shen's heart sank as he guessed the identity of the visitor. The head of the Shirtian Martial Arts Hall, vice president of the Martial Arts Association, one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, and Wang Chen's father,
Wang Tianshi.
Although he had anticipated this day would come, he didn't expect it to arrive so soon. This has nothing to do with you, all of you get out.
Wang Tianshi was incredibly domineering, not caring about the occasion, as if he were shooing away small dogs.
With a clatter, dozens of students rushed out of the classroom, fearing that if they were even a moment late, their lives would be at stake, utterly terrified. Wang Tianshi's gaze fell upon a figure at the desk, gradually revealing a murderous intent in his eyes.
Yan Shen, is it?
I heard you have a grudge with my son.
The last time he went to the
wilderness was to seek revenge on you.
It is.
Clearly aware that this martial artist must have conducted a thorough investigation before coming, denying it was useless, Yan Shen nodded decisively.
In the next moment, an indescribable,
terrifying pressure surged forth, overwhelming Yan Shen instantly, as if he were struck by a 1,000-meter-high wave, forcing him into a corner, unable to move, struggling to breathe, as if the air itself had solidified.
What do you want?
This is Blue Rain Academy. A voice filled with anger rang out as Yang Xiaoxiong suddenly appeared, standing in front to confront this terrifying force.
A glint of killing intent flashed in Wang Tianshi's eyes. I said, get lost.
With that, the martial artist flicked his fingers, and a terrifying aura shot through the air, landing on Yang Xiaoxiong, instantly shattering the true essence energy he was emitting, causing him to spit out blood, severely injured.
However, Wang Tianxia seemed to have some reservations and did not strike to kill. After brushing Yang Xiaoxiong aside like dust, he turned his gaze to Yan Shen. Kid, I've investigated you. Originally the top genius of Blue Rain Academy, but a year ago, during that beast tide, you were attacked by a second-tier ferocious beast, not only losing your cultivation but also suffering severe damage to your martial foundation. It took you a year to rebuild your strength to the 11th elephant. Power. With your abilities, you could never kill my son. You couldn't even hurt a single hair on him. Sorry, you guessed wrong. Not only did I hurt a hair, but I also cut off his head. Yan Shen gritted his teeth tightly. Since you already know, why are you still looking for me, senior? Wang Tianxia replied, of course, it's for Xiao Yang. In fact, I haven't interfered much with this son of mine. I always felt that under the protection of the previous generation, it would be hard for him to grow. Therefore, when he was wronged and bullied, I never stepped in. But I never expected. At this point, Wang Tianxia's expression suddenly twisted into a snarl. My son just died like that. Without any reason. He was my only son. When Xiao Yang was alive, I, as his father, was very incompetent, unable to take care of him, letting him suffer a lot of grievances. Now that he is gone, I will make those who bullied Xiao Yang and opposed him suffer in hell. The chaotic aura rampaged, shaking the entire classroom. Yan Shen could not withstand this pressure, feeling as if he had been struck hard and involuntarily spat out blood, his heart filled with horror. He never expected the wrath of a martial artist to be so terrifying. Without using any energy or mobilizing true essence, just relying on anger could injure him. Was he left with no choice but to fight to the death? Yan Shen gritted his teeth. Wang Tianxia was so terrifying that to severely injure or even kill him, a 10,000-fold critical hit was clearly not enough. It would at least need to be hundreds of thousands or even millions of times. And he only had one chance to strike. But in the nearly month since he obtained the infinite critical hit system, he had never achieved a critical hit above 6 digits. Could he really do it this time? Yan Shen's face twisted into an extremely ferocious expression. Wang Tianxia would not let him go, and Yan Shen's expression was grim, with his life and death resting on a chance that was infinitely close to zero, a millionfold critical hit. There was only one opportunity, and it had to succeed. Sigh, little brother, that's too much. Suddenly, a sigh came from somewhere, and without knowing when, another person appeared in the classroom, with white hair and a youthful face, tall and thin, slightly hunched. With his arrival, the terrifying aura that had been raging in the classroom was instantly swept away. Dean, cough cough cough. Yang Xiaoxiong was seriously injured, and after uttering 2 words, he began to cough up blood, but he seemed to have found his backbone and suddenly relaxed. The dean has arrived? It seemed there was no need to gamble his life on a millionfold critical hit anymore. Yan Shen also recognized this figure, and his previously tense nerves began to ease. Compared to the relaxation of the two, Wang Tianxia's expression was quite grim as he looked at the figure before him, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. Oldly, weren't you going to the martial arts guild to discuss the competition of the 7 institutes? Why are you still here? Dean Lanyu chuckled lightly. I was going to, but some matters delayed me, and I didn't expect to run into you. Are you going to stop me? I can't just stand by and watch you kill my student in the academy. You want to go against me for a waste? No matter whether he is a waste or not, as long as he is in Lanyu Academy, he is my student. What if I insist on killing him? You can try. Dean Lanyu narrowed his eyes. It's been a long time since this old bone of mine has moved. I don't mind stretching my muscles. Wang Tianxia's face darkened to the extreme. Several times he wanted to make a move but forcibly held back, as if he was wary of something. Dean Lanyu suddenly sighed. Old Wang, I can understand the pain of losing a child, but you should know that this Yan Shen was severely injured during the last beast tide, his martial arts foundation damaged, and his cultivation lost. He cannot possibly be the true culprit behind your son's death. You've already killed enough in your quest for revenge for Lu Yan. Continuing to kill will only provoke public anger. Hoof. A cold snort sounded. Wang Tianxia knew that with this old man around, it was impossible for him to kill Yan Shen, so he simply dispersed his aura, said nothing, and turned to leave. As he reached the classroom door, he suddenly turned around sharply, staring intently at the old man before him. You can't protect this kid for a lifetime. Dean Lanyu replied, at least within the academy, I can ensure his safety. In other words, as long as he was outside the academy, he wouldn't care? Wang Tianxia seemed to ponder, looking at Yan Shen with a meaningful gaze before disappearing. Huff. Yan Shen let out a long breath. For a moment, he truly thought he was going to die. Fortunately, at the critical moment, thank you, Dean Li. Yan Shen cupped his hands in gratitude. To his surprise, the dean's response was very cold, merely giving a light without even raising his head, instead walking in front of Yang Xiaoxiong, seemingly giving a reproachful piece of advice. In the future, when encountering such matters, don't be stubborn. It's not worth risking your life. No, it's worth it. Yang Xiaoxiong's gaze was firm. Yan Shen is my student. As a teacher, I have the duty to protect him. Dean Lanyu sighed, really a stubborn one. Let's go, I'll take you to heal. The two then left, and throughout it all, the old man who had driven Wang Tianxia away had not looked at Yan Shen even once. Did he see me as a burden? Or was he expressing dissatisfaction, blaming me for not leaving Lanyu Academy and bringing trouble like Wang Tianxia?
Yan Shen stood in the empty classroom, expressionless. The gratitude that had just risen in his heart completely vanished. He had already understood that the reason the dean saved him was not because of duty, but simply out of concern for the academy's reputation if the matter got out. He. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tianxia appeared at the academy, wanting to kill Yan Shen, but was stopped by the dean. This matter quickly spread. The students were discussing it fervently. Hey, have you heard? That master of the Shirtian Martial Arts Hall, Master Wang Tianxia, really came to find Yan Shen. Not just heard, this matter has caused quite a stir. I also know that teacher Yang was seriously injured while trying to protect this waste and is still recuperating. I say, Yan Shen is really a jinx. He knew he had provoked Wang Chen and that he might be retaliated against by Wang Tianxia, yet he still stayed at the academy, almost getting a teacher killed. Isn't that right? It's really bad luck. If the dean hadn't shown up in time, Yan Shen would probably have become a corpse. A corpse? You underestimate the martial master too much. As long as Wang Tianxia moves a finger, Yan Shen would be blown to bits, leaving no corpse behind. I guess this waste won't live much longer. Just look at who Wang Tianxia is. Once he's targeted, he might just drop dead any day. I also think Yan Shen won't last long. I agree. +1, +2, +10,086. Li Shen, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi also heard the news and were not surprised. On the contrary, they secretly felt relieved that they had distanced themselves from Yan Shen early on, otherwise, they might have been implicated as well. As the discussion continued, the students of Blue Rain quickly reached a consensus. Once targeted by Wang Tianxia, Yan Shen definitely wouldn't live much longer. After that day, Wang Tianxia did not appear again. At first, Yan Shen was a bit worried that the other party was secretly plotting something, but later he learned that this martial master had gone to find other enemies. After all, with Wang Shen's personality, there were quite a few people he held grudges against. Even so, every time Yan Shen went out, he would disguise himself just in case. During this time, he rarely went to the academy, mainly staying active in the wilderness's alert zones, honing his martial skills by battling second-tier ferocious beasts. If he was lucky enough to trigger a high critical hit, he could harvest some materials. Unfortunately, the chance of triggering a high critical hit was too low, and the risk of battling second-tier ferocious beasts was extremely high. After 2 days, he had only managed to slay a relatively clumsy slaughter rhinoceros, and because the noise from the fight was too loud, it attracted 2 other second-tier ferocious beasts. He didn't even have time to store the corpse in his small universe ring before he was forced to flee. The results were still quite good. The 8 Extreme Sky Strike was gradually becoming perfected, and his combat experience greatly increased, making him more adept at dealing with second-tier ferocious beasts. Yan Shen even had the impulse to find a real martial artist to practice against. That morning, at Blue Rain Academy, a girl suddenly arrived dressed in a purple long robe, her eyes like stars, her skin like autumn water, with a hint of a smile, walking through the academy with an expression of anticipation, as if she were searching for something. And near her, whether intentionally or unintentionally, quite a few boys had gathered, unable to take their eyes off the girl's beautiful face. Why hasn't that guy come yet? Mu Zixuan furrowed her brows, feeling both anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Ever since that night, when she learned that Yan Shen likely had a significant background and was backed by powerful figures, her curiosity had grown immensely. She wanted to ask Yan Shen for clarification the next time he came to the Wanya Pavilion, but for 2 or 3 consecutive days, that guy had not shown up. In fact, this wasn't unusual. As Yan Shen explored the alert zones, it was common for him to stay in the wilderness for several days without visiting the Wanya Pavilion. In the past, Mu Zixuan hadn't paid much attention to it, but this time was different. The question gnawed at her like a cat scratching, turning over and over in her mind. Eventually, Mu Zixuan could no longer wait and took the initiative to inquire about anyone named Yan Shen in Tianling City. As the granddaughter of the vice president of the Martial Arts Association and the daughter of the Wanyao Pavilion, she casually used her grandfather's connections, and within less than 2 hours, all the photos of people named Yan Shen in the city appeared before her. Through comparison, Mu Zixuan easily found Lanyu Academy. At this moment, more and more boys were drawn over, whether inadvertently or sneakily, or simply boldly admiring the girl in the wind, marveling in their hearts. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Mu Zixuan, however, didn't pay much attention to it. From a young age, she had always been the center of attention, accustomed to being the focus wherever she went. When I see that guy, what should I say? Should I just ask him if he has someone behind him? Forget it. That guy is very cautious and doesn't trust anyone. If I ask that, he would definitely blow up. Right. Mu Zixuan's eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of a good idea. I can go to the wilderness with him and see how he slays second-tier beasts. That would clear things up. That's a really good idea. He. At the entrance of the academy, more and more students gathered, creating a bustling scene, all there to see the girl who seemed like a celestial beauty. But this girl was too beautiful, with an ethereal quality, giving off a sense of standing atop the peak and looking down at the mountains, which led to over an hour passing without anyone daring to approach her. Until the academy's top genius happened to pass by, attracted by this stunning sight, breaking the stalemate. Hello.
Mu Zixuan frowned slightly. The newcomer was not Yan Chen, but a boy with golden hair and purple eyes, exuding a powerful aura. She initially didn't want to respond, but suddenly a thought arose. Having known Yan Chen for so long, she realized she knew nothing about him. Since they were both students of the same martial arts academy, perhaps this boy would know something about Yan Chen. With this in mind, Mu Zixuan quickly made a decision and smiled lightly. Hello. The newcomer was Li Xian. He wasn't with the Luo siblings today. He had originally planned to go to the Seed Elite class for guidance from the dean but became curious when he saw the crowd gathered here. Upon taking a look, he saw Mu Zixuan and was instantly captivated. As the academy's top genius, Li Xian was not without beautiful girls around him, but compared to the one before him, they all paled in comparison. In front of Mu Zixuan, even as the top student of the martial arts academy, he felt a twinge of inferiority. It took a lot of courage for Li Xian to initiate a conversation. He didn't expect the girl to actually respond, and he was pleasantly surprised, even stuttering a bit as he spoke. Classmate, you look unfamiliar. You must not be from Lanyu, right? Is there something you need here? Maybe I can help? Mu Zixuan reacted calmly, as she was used to it, and found it unremarkable. I came to find someone. Find someone? Who? Li Xian immediately became energized. Tell me, I might know them. Mu Zixuan, his name is Yan Chen. Yan Chen? Li Xian was stunned, his mind filled with question marks. How could this otherworldly girl come to find that waste? What do you want with him? Mu Zixuan was about to answer, but then a wicked thought crossed her mind, and she pretended to be slightly angry as she said, I'm here to take revenge on him. Revenge? Li Xian trembled all over. That waste offended you? Of course. Mu Zixuan gritted her teeth and said, that guy pretends to be all high and mighty, acts deaf and mute. Just, in short, he's not a good person. Li Xian looked puzzled. Although he hadn't interacted with Yan Chen for a long time, he had once been a friend, and in his understanding, that guy wasn't like that at all. Seeing the atmosphere building up, Mu Zixuan stopped slandering and instead asked, Classmate, you know Yan Chen, right? Can you tell me what kind of person he is? Him. Li Xian was already captivated by Mu Zixuan and didn't think much, just spoke about his understanding of Yan Chen. How coincidental, miss, in the entire Blue Rain Academy, if I say who knows Yan Chen best, I would say second, and no one would dare say first. He was once the academy's top genius, but now he's a complete waste. Waste? Mu Zixuan couldn't help but feel surprised. Why do you say that? Li Xian showed disdain. A year ago, during that beast tide, he was attacked by a second-tier ferocious beast. Not only did he lose all his cultivation, but even his martial arts talent was damaged. After a year of hard training, he just barely broke through to a second-tier martial apprentice. What else could he be but a waste? Mu Zixuan originally didn't believe it, but seeing the expressions of the surrounding students, she knew he wasn't lying. This left her feeling incredulous. Yan Chen is a waste? How could that be? He was clearly a genius. No, he should be called a potential dragon. With the strength of a martial apprentice, he killed a second-tier ferocious beast. Such a young man, such a prodigy, was rare even in the highest base cities, like a myth. Once he crossed the Dragon Gate, he could soar to the skies, reaching heights that none of you could ever aspire to. How could such a Yan Chen be a waste? By the way, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of another thing. You know so much about Yan Chen. What is your relationship with him? Li Xian suddenly felt awkward. He couldn't say that he had once been Yan Chen's best friend but had distanced himself because he found him a waste. It was obvious that this would leave a bad impression on the girl. Just as Li Xian was pondering what kind of reason he could use to smoothly gloss over it, a somewhat cold voice came. His name is Li Xian, and he was once my best friend. Immediately after, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. When the surrounding students saw this person appear, their faces all showed strange expressions. Li Xian looked a bit awkward, but Mu Zixuan's eyes lit up and she cheerfully greeted, Yan Chen, over here. Why did it take you so long to come out? She didn't seem like someone who had a grudge. Yan Chen stepped forward, slightly frowning, and said in surprise, how did you find your way here? As for Li Xian, he didn't greet him at all, not even glancing his way. You haven't been to the Wanya Pavilion these past few days, so I had no choice but to come find you myself. Mu Zixuan wore a beaming smile, and this was the first time she had shown such a demeanor since arriving at Lanyu Academy. Yan Chen covered his face. He had been hanging around the alert zone these past few days, and aside from some first-tier beast materials, he hadn't gained much, so he had been too lazy to go to the Wanya Pavilion for exchanges. He didn't expect this young lady from a wealthy family to come looking for him. Li Xian, witnessing this scene, showed an expression of disbelief. Wait, you and Yan Chen, aren't you enemies? How? At this moment, Mu Zixuan's perception of this so-called top genius of Lanyu Academy had dropped to an all-time low. She had caught the implication in Yan Chen's earlier words. Once the best of friends, it simply meant they were no longer that now. Remembering how he described Yan Chen as a waste, with a face full of disdain, the clever Mu Zixuan understood what was going on. There is a grudge. Look at his face full of disdain. It makes me so angry. But, that, classmate, thank you for earlier. It's fine now. You can go back to what you were doing. Li Xian's eyes widened, not knowing how, but he sensed a flirtatious undertone in her words. Yan Shen frowned. He had to admit Mu Zixuan was unimaginably beautiful, far surpassing Luo Shi and Ren Xiaodai, and her temperament was exceptional, attracting more and more onlookers. Ever since the incident a year ago, he had never liked crowds and was even less willing to be the center of attention. Seeing the increasing gazes around him, he thought without hesitation, "Let's go, we should leave here first." Okay. Soon, the two left the academy, with Yan Shen in front and Mu Zixuan behind. It looked as if Yan Shen was the one being pursued. This caused quite a stir around them, with many students discussing, "What did I just see? That beautiful girl actually came to find Yan Shen. It's not just a simple visit, didn't you see?" That girl was very enthusiastic towards Yan Shen, while he seemed quite disdainful. Could they be a couple? No, no way, absolutely impossible. How could such a beautiful girl like Yan Shen, that waste? But when they left, the girl was chasing after Yan Shen. At this moment, a student with a decent background whose family had someone working in the Martial Arts Association kept feeling that Mu Zixuan looked familiar. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly took out his phone. Upon looking, he became instantly excited. It really is her. This voice immediately attracted a lot of attention. Who? Bro, do you know that girl? What's her name? Hurry up and tell me. I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. Stop teasing, hurry up or I'll beat you. The person took a deep breath, disbelief flashing in his eyes, then he stopped holding back and said in a deep voice, "She is Mu Zixuan, granddaughter of Mu Yinglong, vice president of the Martial Arts Association, and the daughter of the owner of Wanya Pavilion." As soon as this was said, a huge commotion erupted in the crowd. They had thought that the girl had an extraordinary background, but they never expected it to be so remarkable. Her grandfather was Mu Yinglong, and her father was the owner of the Wanya Pavilion. With such a background, she could already be considered part of a top martial arts family in Tianling City. What puzzled these students the most was, how could the granddaughter of a martial master, a young lady from a martial arts family, be interested in a waste like Yan Shen, who had lost all his cultivation? This included Li Xian. Mu Zixuan? He stared blankly at the figures of the two leaving, unable to understand how that waste had managed to establish such a good relationship with the young lady of the Mu family. Even in their interactions, he seemed to hold the initiative. Li Xian couldn't comprehend why that waste deserved it. On the other side, after leaving the academy, Yan Shen headed towards the central rail station, planning to take the tram to the wilderness alert zone. Mu Zixuan caught up from behind. "Yan Shen, I originally thought you were a very aloof person, someone who couldn't integrate into the world and kept others at a distance, but I didn't expect you to have such a wicked sense of humor." The young lady of the Mu family had a half smile, as if she held some leverage, her face filled with pride. The renowned killing sword, clearly so powerful, able to slay second-tier ferocious beasts, yet pretending to be a waste in the academy, making those around you look down on you. I can already guess your script. Are you planning to reveal your true strength at an opportune moment and shout, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? Yan Shen replied, "It's not pretending." What? Due to the heavy traffic, the noise was loud, and Mu Zixuan didn't catch it at first. Yan Shen said expressionlessly, "I said, it's not pretending. A year ago, I really lost all my cultivation. My martial arts talent was damaged. It was precisely for this reason that my best friends, fearing being dragged down, immediately drew a line. Those who once admired and supported me turned around and mocked me harshly." Mu Zixuan stopped smiling and fell silent, staring blankly at Yan Shen's gaze at that moment, feeling deeply moved inside. No wonder his eyes always seemed so lonely. No wonder he said he had no friends, let alone acquaintances. No wonder he was so resistant to her goodwill. It turned out that in the past year he had endured the pain of losing everything, suffered betrayal from friends, and faced disdain from classmates. Mu Zixuan wanted to comfort Yan Shen, but suddenly realized that there was no hatred for the past in his eyes, and she instantly understood something. Right, this boy was truly a young dragon, a prodigy, and a strong one at that. He didn't need it. He had no need to accept anyone's comfort. The Wolf King always licked his wounds alone. True strong ones never live in the past. Thus, Mu Zixuan said nothing more, silently following behind Yan Shen. Wherever he went, she followed. Until Yan Shen could no longer stand it, he suddenly turned around. "You've been following me all this way. How long are you going to keep this up? Speak, what exactly do you want from me?" Yan Shen really couldn't understand. Mu Zixuan had a significant background, was beautiful, and possessed great strength. In comparison, he was just an orphan. His parents had died in the beast tide, and aside from occasionally taking out some second-tier ferocious beast materials, there was nothing noteworthy about him. Why was she particularly interested in him? It was one thing at the Wanya Pavilion, but suddenly, she came to school and caused quite a stir. Having followed him all the way, Yan Shen finally couldn't hold back. "You've been following me for so long, how much longer do you intend to follow? Just tell me, what do you want from me? Why are you being so fierce? I mean no harm." Mu Zixuan appeared quite aggrieved, but from the corner of her eye, a hint of cunning could be seen. "Yan Shen, can you pretend a little less?" Seeing that her act was falling apart, Mu Zixuan chuckled and said, "Oh, actually, it's nothing much. I just want to go on an adventure in the wilderness with you. I wonder if Mr. Killing Sword would be willing to give this little girl that opportunity." "No, Yan Chen replied quickly, without a hint of hesitation. Again, Mu Zixuan gritted her teeth. Why? Give me a reason. Yan Chen's expression remained unchanged. No reason. If you don't start chatting properly, the 90% discount card will be revoked and the material buyback price at Wanya Pavilion will drop by 10% and some martial arts pills will no longer be sold. I don't like getting too close to people. Does that count as a reason? Mu Zixuan's indignant expression froze, and recalling their earlier conversation, a wave of regret surged in her heart. Right, how could she forget that Yan Chen was different from others? He had fallen to a low point, been distanced by his best friend, and received countless disdainful looks and ridicule. Such experiences had made him extremely sensitive. Like an injured lion, he was filled with hostility towards any creature that approached, regardless of whether they were friendly. Perhaps it was time to change the way of communication. I have a refined level longsword called 7 Kills, which matches your nickname quite well. If you agree to take me to the wilderness, I'll give you this weapon. Yan Chen stared intently, without saying a word. Was it not enough? Mu Zixuan's heart raced. After all, refined level weapons were not ordinary. Only martial artists could wield them, and each was worth at least 1 million. The 7 Kills was even considered a top-tier weapon, enough to tempt even high-level martial artists. Even with Mu Zixuan's background, offering such a refined level weapon was quite a significant investment. There was nothing more she could offer. Just as Mu Zixuan hesitated about what else to add to her bargaining, a voice, trying to remain restrained but still trembling slightly, came through. Just this once. What? Mu Zixuan looked up, surprise gleaming in her eyes. Yan Chen felt helpless. He also wanted to remain unyielding and dignified, but this young lady was offering too much, a refined level sword. Coincidentally, after battling with second-tier ferocious beasts, the eclipse he had confiscated from Wang Chen was becoming increasingly insufficient, and he urgently needed a replacement weapon. So, after much inner turmoil, Yan Chen finally agreed. I said, just this once. After a pause, he added, and I want that 7 Kills right now. Sure. Mu Zixuan didn't expect a turnaround to be so quick, and she nodded eagerly, then reached her hand forward, and a sword appeared out of thin air in her hand. Yan Chen's pupil slightly constricted. You also have storage-type weapons? I told you before. Mu Zixuan revealed a hint of pride. My background is much greater than you can imagine. After saying that, Mu Zixuan waved her hand again and tossed the sword over. Check the goods. Yan Chen took the sword in his hand and drew it out. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent rushed towards him. The temperature around suddenly dropped, even showing signs of frost forming. The sword was entirely a deep blue, 3 feet and 7 inches long, with the words 7 Kills engraved on the blade, faintly showing the flow of true essence. Whether it was the earlier piercing rainbow or the later eclipsing sun, none could compare to this sword. A good sword. Yan Chen couldn't put it down, marveling in his heart. It was indeed a refined level weapon. Hey, here I am, a big beauty standing in front, and I'm not as attractive as a sword? Mu Zixuan felt quite uncomfortable in her heart and glared at him. The 7 Kills sword was crafted by a master swordsmith in Tianlong City using meteorite iron from outside the heavens, combined with the blood and bones of 11 ferocious beasts. When true essence is infused, it can unleash the 7 Kills sword energy. Of course, you're not a martial artist yet without true essence, so don't even think about it. Just treat it as a sharp sword. This sword actually came from Tianlong City? Yan Chen was somewhat surprised. Over 5,000 years ago, during the early period of spiritual energy revival, the ferocious beasts, having been baptized by the essence of the sun and moon, became extremely powerful, putting human survival in jeopardy. Later, exceptional talents emerged, combining ancient martial arts to create the path of martial arts, allowing martial artists to shine. However, with the ferocious beasts rampaging, the original cities were no longer safe and could be attacked at any time. In response, powerful martial artists answered the Federation's call and established base cities to resist the invasion of the beasts. Now, 5,000 years later, the system of base cities has matured, divided into 3 levels: ordinary, advanced, and highest. Tianlong City is an advanced base city and is a superior city to Tianling City. Compared to the prosperity of Tianlong City, Tianling City felt more like a countryside. Whether it was the training of martial artists, overall combat power, or the scale of wealth, the two were not on the same level. Of course, as an advanced base city, Tianlong City also faced more terrifying threats from beast tides, and it was said that occasionally ferocious beasts from restricted areas would appear. I never expected that Mu Zixuan would have a refined level weapon from Tianlong City and could casually give it to me. While Yan Chen felt a bit surprised, he put the 7 Kills sword into his small Qiankuan ring and instructed, once we reach the wilderness, you must listen to me and not act on your own. Got it, greedy pig. What did you call me? Greedy pig. Mu Zixuan's cheeks puffed up in anger, recalling how she had given away the 7 Kills sword, feeling quite pained and even a bit regretful. As a friend, I asked you to take me to the wilderness. You refused, but I took a refined level weapon and you agreed without hesitation. What else could that be but greedy? No. Yan Chen said seriously, this is a reward. Mu Zixuan. Soon, the two arrived at the ground rail station. The Mu family had a private train, so Mu Zixuan naturally wouldn't take the electric car with the crowd bringing in. Chen along instead. The two quickly reached the wilderness. Not long after they left, another private electric car quickly followed. On the car, there was a man and a woman, both staring ahead, their eyes filled with killing intent. The road was rugged, the mountains dense, and occasionally, chilling howls echoed through the wilderness, the world of fierce beasts. Yan Shen did not, as before, pass through the wall of sword energy to the alert zone, but instead wandered leisurely in the safe zone. Whenever he encountered a first-tier beast, he would casually dispatch it, as if he were simply out for a spring outing. Over time, Mu Zixuan found it hard to endure. Hey, Yan Shen, are we just wandering in the safe zone? Yan Shen blinked. What else? Of course. We should go to the alert zone and find trouble with second-tier beasts. Mu Zixuan was quite annoyed. I paid for a refined-level warrior, not to watch you bully weaklings. Sorry, there might be a misunderstanding between us. What? Yan Shen said seriously. I'm just a martial apprentice. How could I possibly be a match for a second-tier beast? If you want to go to the alert zone for training, you must have found the wrong person. It was a joke. He knew how outrageous it would be to face a second-tier beast with the strength of a martial apprentice. The reason he agreed to bring Mu Zixuan to the wilderness was not only because the 7-kill sword was indeed attractive, but also because he intended to casually wander around the safe zone and then send this young lady back. Clearly, Mu Zixuan had also figured out the key point, her eyes widening with anger. You're playing me. I'm a girl, and I even brought a refined-level warrior. How can you treat me like this? Yan Shen looked sincere. No, I brought you to the wilderness. You. Mu Zixuan was furious. Today, she was determined to fight this detestable guy, even if it meant revealing some of her cards. But before she could speak, a hand suddenly blocked her way. Yan Shen's previous nonchalance vanished, his expression extremely serious, and his eyes even revealed a hint of wariness. What's wrong? Mu Zixuan was startled. She had never seen him so tense. Yan Shen took a deep breath. You two, since you've locked your aura onto me, what's the point of hiding? Come out, you're not just here to see if I'm handsome, are you? The next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared, rushing towards the two of them, and a fierce wind rose, leaves rustling, as if the temperature around them had dropped a few degrees. Two figures, one tall and one short, emerged, a man and a woman, one fat and one thin, exuding fluctuations of true essence, were looking at the two with the eyes of hunters, mocking them. Warriors? Mu Zixuan's expression darkened, thinking they were here for her. She immediately stepped forward, shielding Yan Chen behind her. It has nothing to do with him. If you have any business, come at me. Yan Chen, the tall, thin man, the short, fat woman. The expressions of the three were quite strange, making Mu Zixuan instinctively touch her face, wondering if something was wrong. You're mistaken, they are here for me. Yan Chen fixed his gaze on the two, already guessing their origins. A strange, eerie laughter echoed, and the short, fat woman licked her lips. Kid, you have quite a bit of self-awareness. Then hurry up and kill yourself. Don't make us work hard, and at least leave yourself a whole corpse. The tall, thin man also stretched his limbs. It's been 2 or 3 years since we've taken such an easy commission. The target is just a second-tier martial apprentice, and the reward is pretty good. Hee, since the employer is so generous, we naturally have to make him satisfied. The tall, thin man's face suddenly twisted into a grimace, like a malevolent ghost. Let's make you suffer a bit before you die. Yan Shen's face darkened. If it were just one warrior, he could still maneuver with critical strikes, and if luck was on his side, he might even kill it. But if there were two, the odds would be extremely slim. The best course of action was to run as far as possible. But Mu Zixuan, just as Yan Shen was in a dilemma, a low voice suddenly rang out, run. Suddenly, Mu Zixuan, not knowing when, had a round ball in her hand, and threw it towards the two warriors. The tall, thin man's expression changed immediately, incredulously saying, the 9 martial confinement ball, how do you have something like this? In the next moment, the iron ball erupted violently, overwhelming true essence mixed with countless threads, like a large net, covering the two of them. The man and woman knew they couldn't be caught in the net, frantically operating their true essence, desperately trying to escape, but unfortunately, the 9 martial confinement ball was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, the threads had covered them beneath. Don't think about running, you can't escape. I will drain your blood drop by drop, crush your bones bit by bit, making you wish for life but unable to survive, wish for death but unable to die. The chilling roar echoed through the wilderness. The two moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they had already run over 100 meters away. Yan Shen looked at Mu Zixuan, his eyes filled with a strange color. He had heard of the 9 martial confinement ball, a one-time consumable martial weapon that could lock down more than 3 warriors, one of the few refined-level martial weapons that could be triggered without using true essence, and it was extremely expensive, at least in the 7-figure range. He didn't expect this young lady from the Mu family to take it out so casually. Was this the foundation of the Mu family? Mu Zixuan suddenly became exasperated. Damn it, my 9 martial confinement ball has just been used up. It pains me to death. Well, even for the young lady of the Mu family, it wasn't just casual. At this moment, Mu Zixuan also looked at Yan Shen, her eyes revealing a strange expression. Who exactly did you offend to attract the pursuit of the twin fiends of heaven and earth? Twin fiends of heaven and earth? This was the first time Yan Shen had heard this name. Mu Zixuan said solemnly, these two are famous assassins in the black market. They aren't particularly strong, on the contrary, they are only within the range of low-level warriors, but they are known for their brutality, torture, and savagery. If someone hires them, it must be with deep hatred, not wanting the target to die too easily. Yan Shen had long anticipated that Wang Tianchi would not easily let him go, but he didn't expect him to find such notorious assassins. He still didn't know that Wang Chen was the one he had killed. If he knew, he would probably go mad. Now that you mention it, I remember. Yan Shen's gaze deepened. I did offend someone. His name is Wang Tianchi. Wang Tianchi? Oh, wait, who did you say? Mu Zixuan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The Wang Tianchi you're talking about is the master of the Shitian Martial Arts Hall, vice president of the Martial Arts Association, one of the few martial masters in Tianling City. That Wang Tianchi? Yan Shen nodded. Yes, that's him. Hiss. Mu Zixuan gasped. This Wang Tianchi is domineering. Even my grandfather finds him tricky. How did you offend this guy? It's a long story. Yan Shen roughly recounted what had happened in the classroom a few days ago. Mu Zixuan listened quietly and then said, in fact, Wang Chen, it was you who killed him, right? Yan Shen's expression remained unchanged, neither confirming nor denying. What do you think? If you don't want to admit it, fine. Mu Zixuan glared at him angrily. Others believed that Yan Shen had suffered serious injuries during the beast tide and was now just a second-tier martial artist rendered useless. But she knew very well that this guy had encountered some fortuitous event and likely had an unimaginable master, not only recovering his cultivation but even able to kill martial artists of a higher level. If Wang Chen went to the wilderness, it was indeed to find trouble with this guy. It was easy to deduce that he was the one who had been killed by him. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted, accompanied by earth-shattering roars. You little girl, dare to scheme against us? Do you think you can escape? Oh no, the twin fiends of heaven and earth have broken free. Mu Zixuan's face changed drastically, fully aware that with a martial artist's speed, it wouldn't take long to catch up to the two. With a casual wave, she killed a first-tier ferocious beast blocking the way, and Yan Shen had already made a decision. Glancing at the girl beside him, the twin fiends of heaven and earth are coming for me. It has nothing to do with you. There's no need to involve you. Let's split up. Unexpectedly, this statement was met with strong opposition from Mu Zixuan. What are you talking about, Yan Shen? Since we came together, we should go back together. Besides, I said it before, I'm not a burden, I'm very strong. Seeing the girl so agitated, Yan Shen's expression turned strange. You're not starting to like me, are you? Mu Zixuan was taken aback, her cheeks instantly turning red, and she became incredibly fierce due to embarrassment and anger. Bastard, I consider you a friend, and you actually dare to say such nonsense. Do you believe that without the twin fiends of heaven and earth, I could just slice you in half with one sword? So that means you don't like me. That. Since you have no feelings for me and we have no other interests, why should you be dragged into this? Yan Shen's voice was calm, without a hint of fluctuation, as if he were stating that 1 + 1 = 2, expressing that from a logical standpoint, she should leave. Mu Zixuan stared at him, and for some reason, an inexplicable anger surged in her heart, unable to help but say excitedly, Yan Shen, what do you take me for? Someone like Li Xian? Just because we encounter danger, you think you can abandon friends for your own safety? You underestimate me, Mu Zixuan. Yan Shen frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting Mu Zixuan to react so strongly. Underestimate? No, he was just stating the facts. This matter indeed had nothing to do with her, and she shouldn't be involved. Kid, little girl, you two are running pretty fast, but what's the use? If you don't condense true essence and don't become martial artists, you're ultimately just a stronger ordinary person. Hurry up and stop, immediately accept your death. A sinister voice came from behind, and the twin fiends of heaven and earth were already very close to the two. Yan Shen, let's fight them, I still have a bit. Before Mu Zixuan could finish her sentence, suddenly, a fist appeared, striking towards her, containing the intent to fight the heavens. Even with her strength facing this blow, she couldn't help but feel horrified. There was no time to dodge. Forced to endure, Mu Zixuan was sent flying far away by a tremendous force, deviating from her original position. Yan Shen, what are you doing? This matter has nothing to do with you. I don't like getting involved. Don't chase after me, or I will never go to the Wanya Pavilion again. The faint echo of his voice came as Yan Shen, using the force of that punch, had already run far away. Not long after, a voice full of arrogance came from the direction where Yan Shen was fleeing. Heaven and earth's twin evils, you are really slow, simply embarrassing the martial artists. Come. Chase me, I'm right here. Kid, you have some guts. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll strip your skin and muscles off. I'll even gouge out his eyes. Leave that to me. The sinister voice echoed through the mountains and forests, and then two figures, one tall and one short, quickly flashed by. Damn it. Mu Zixuan cursed under her breath and immediately wanted to chase after them, but just as she moved, 4 or 5 first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts suddenly appeared. Naturally, they posed no threat to Mu Zixuan, and she quickly cleared them away in just a few moves. However, this delay allowed Yan Shen to run far ahead, and she could no longer catch up. Yan Shen, you bastard, you better not die. Mu Zixuan's expression was filled with anxiety as she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Grandpa, someone is bullying me. I believe what you said is sincere, but I still have to do this because you are by my side. I can't unleash my true strength. At this moment, the twin evils of heaven and earth also sensed something was off. That kid was running too fast, completely unlike the speed a second-tier martial artist should have. Occasionally, he would burst forth with speed that even surpassed that of a martial artist. The two felt a hint of unease, but due to their own powerful strength and the absolute suppression of martial arts' true essence over blood energy, they still pursued without hesitation. In a chase and escape, both sides quickly reached the boundary of the safe zone, accompanied by a 10-meter-high giant sword coming into view, starkly different from the first-tier ferocious beasts, exuding an immense sense of oppression as if it had come from the wilderness. Oh no, he's about to enter the warning zone. Is this kid crazy? If he encounters a second-tier ferocious beast, the first to die will be him. The twin evils of heaven and earth were quite wary of the warning zone and did not want to encounter a second-tier ferocious beast, so they immediately urged their true essence to try to intercept the kid. However, they did not expect the target's speed to suddenly and bizarrely increase, and in the blink of an eye he had run 100 meters, crossing through the wall of sword energy and entering the warning zone. What should we do? Should we keep chasing? The short and plump woman asked. Chase. The tall and thin man gritted his teeth. If we let this kid escape, not only will we miss out on the reward, but will also suffer the employer's wrath. All right. Immediately, the twin evils of heaven and earth moved one in front and one behind, crossing through the wall of sword energy and entering the warning zone. Did they follow me in? A sinister smile appeared on Yen Chen's face as he passed through the bushes, moving with ease to a marshy area, quietly hiding behind a tree. He did not wake the sleeping Blackwater mysterious snake. Not long after, the two figures, one tall and one short, also chased after him. The aura is nearby. That kid shouldn't be able to run too far. Be careful of the second-tier ferocious beasts and find him. That damn guy really knows how to stir things up, but it ends here. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the twin evils of heaven and earth as they began to search. But at that moment, boom, a loud noise erupted from the marsh and a pitch-black giant snake suddenly appeared, coiling around the tall and thin man and dragging him into the marsh in the blink of an eye, the entire process happening so quickly that he didn't even have time to scream. Almost simultaneously, a cold light suddenly appeared, heading towards the short and plump woman. Damn it! The sudden turn of events came too quickly for the short, plump woman to react. She instinctively raised her long whip to block. Zila. The 7 kills was indeed a refined-level martial weapon. Even without true essence, the sword energy it unleashed was far sharper than that of ordinary martial weapons. As the blade passed, it left a white mark on the short, plump woman's weapon. However, this clearly posed little threat to a martial artist. The short, plump woman's face twisted in rage as she swung the whip, channeling true essence into it, aiming at Yen Chen. She was confident that with the speed enhanced by true essence, a mere martial apprentice would definitely be unable to dodge and would surely be struck, blood gushing, bones breaking, or even torn in half on the spot. Such a possibility was not out of the question. But soon, the expression of the short, plump woman froze. She saw the young man in front of her suddenly twist his body, deftly dodging the whip as if he had predicted it in advance, and that strange acceleration erupted again, creating a safe distance in the blink of an eye. What kind of technique is this to unleash such incredible speed? Boom! In the water marsh, the violent clash of true essence caused the water's surface to erupt with huge ripples, and one could vaguely hear the roars of the black water giant snake and the tall, thin man. This is bad. Tian Sha is not good at fighting in water. If dragged into the marsh by the black water giant snake, the situation will be extremely dire. If this drags on, he could very well be killed. The short, plump woman felt anxious and was about to enter the water to support the tall, thin man. Swish! But at that moment, a cold light flickered, and the ghostly 7 kills appeared again, shadowing her, carrying the intent of the 8 extremes, stabbing towards the short, plump woman's face at a domineering yet tricky angle. Damn rat! After being harassed multiple times, the short, plump woman spat blood in frustration, but there was no way out. She couldn't just watch her head get pierced, so she finally raised her whip and easily blocked the strike. But this delay allowed the tall, thin man to be dragged back into the marsh by the black water giant snake, disappearing from sight. And that damned young man, like a slippery loach, had already darted far away before the short, plump woman could react. Damn it, if you have the ability, don't run. The short, plump woman's mindset collapsed. She ultimately couldn't hold back. Her true essence surged wildly, her face twisted in rage, as she swung her whip and charged forward. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 40-fold critical hit bonus. He was quite helpless that he hadn't triggered a critical hit of 100 times or more. Indeed, this was his entire plan, to use the black water mysterious snake to hold one of the 2 calamities of heaven and earth and then rely on speed to entangle the other. Having had numerous encounters with second-tier ferocious beasts, he was quite adept at dealing with the earth calamity this time. Unfortunately, the critical hit multiplier was too low. With his current 50 elephant strength, even a 40-fold critical hit would only amount to 1200 elephant strength, which would naturally be a one-hit kill against a 9th-tier martial apprentice, but when facing a martial artist who had refined true essence, he could only barely contend. This was still because the two calamities of heaven and earth were not of high rank, only considered among the weakest in the martial artist realm. If he encountered someone stronger, even triggering a 100-fold critical hit would likely not inflict any damage. This was the gap between martial apprentices and martial artists, the difference of true essence, a world apart. But it doesn't matter, this short, plump woman is not good at speed, only slightly faster than the Earth Yashion. Maintaining the current pace, killing her is just a matter of time. Yen Shan remained rational and calm to the freezing point, with a fierce tiger in his heart, delicately sniffing the roses, always maintaining the correct moves, not allowing himself to make a single mistake. At this moment, the short, plump woman finally sensed that something was amiss. Although this kid in front of her had no true essence, and was merely at the martial apprentice stage, his strength was extremely strange, sometimes weak to the point of being almost negligible, and at other times strong enough to shake true essence, nearly injuring himself far beyond comprehension. She shouted frantically, "Impossible, impossible. The information given by the employer clearly states that you are only a second-tier martial apprentice, with at most 11 symbols of strength. How could you be so formidable, using your flesh and blood to unleash the might of true essence? I understand now, I understand, Yen Shen, you are not a waste at all. You deceived Wang Tianchi and everyone else. You are strong enough to have the capital to engage with martial artists. Wang Chen was also killed by you, am I right? Wang Tianchi sought revenge for his son, causing a massive uproar in Tianling City. As assassins of the black market, the twin devils of heaven and earth naturally knew why this employer would issue such a task that was almost not worth the cost. They just didn't expect that the seemingly easy-to-kill waste was actually the most terrifying one and very likely the true culprit behind Wang Chen's death. At this moment, the two sides exchanged a few more moves, sword shadows and long whips intertwining, but unfortunately, neither could gain the upper hand. Seeing the water boiling and her husband in an unknown situation, the short and stout woman gritted her teeth and said, I give up the task and guarantee not to reveal your true strength. Let me rescue Tiansha and we will not interfere with each other in the future. Yen Shen's face showed no ripples, operating the 8 extreme skybreaking technique, still wielding his sword. Do you think I would believe that? I can swear. What good is a vow? I can casually make hundreds of poisonous oaths. For me, only the dead can keep secrets. Dead? The short and stout woman was taken aback, then laughed coldly. I admit, your attacks are strange, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, but at most, they are only comparable to a martial artist. If it weren't for your quick dodging, you would have died under my whip long ago. Want to kill me? Ha, don't make me laugh. You can't even break my protective true essence? As long as I run out and tell Wang Tianchi your secret, facing the pursuit of martial masters, how long do you think you can survive? Indeed, I am not Wang Tianchi's opponent right now, Yen Chen admitted generously. Then a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But there is one thing you guessed wrong, I can kill you. Sword shadows flickered, and the 7 kills fell again. Having had previous experiences, the short and stout woman did not pay much attention. Just like before, she raised her whip, infused it with true essence, ready to defend. But the next moment, her pupils suddenly constricted. The sword light that should have been easily blocked was expanding, and incredibly thick. Blood energy bursting forth, a terrifying strength that could no longer be measured by symbols. Her whip shattered inch by inch. Her true essence collapsed, her body broke apart. Before her consciousness fell into darkness, the short and stout woman had only one thought, isn't he a martial apprentice? How could he unleash such terrifying power? Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 3,100-fold critical hit bonus. Yen Shen looked at the explosion that had turned into blood mist, leaving not even a trace behind, his voice filled with coldness. Now, do you think I have the strength to kill you? After doing all this, he turned his gaze back to the water, where the battle between the tall, thin man and the black water mysterious snake was also nearing its end. Damn it! The surface of the water suddenly exploded, splashing droplets everywhere as a figure surged forth. A tall, thin man was covered in blood, with a deep wound on his chest, exposing white bone. His expression twisted in agony, but he had paid a great price to escape the entanglement of the black water mysterious snake. Di Sha, what's wrong with you? It's been so long, and you still haven't dealt with that kid. Just as he spoke halfway, the tall man's expression suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror. He saw a large area stained with blood near the woods not far away, long whips broken inch by inch, and parts of a face still hanging from the treetops, faintly recognizable as that of a short, plump woman. Di Sha was actually dead. Moreover, he had been blown apart while still alive. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That kid was merely a second-tier martial apprentice. How could he be a match for Di Sha, a martial artist? Logically, it should have been easy to subdue him in one round. At that moment, a cold light flickered, and the 7-kill sword fell from above, reaching the tall man's face in the blink of an eye. Without true essence fluctuations, relying solely on mere blood energy, you think you can challenge a martial artist? Seeking death. The thin man sneered. Although he didn't know how his wife had died so tragically, it absolutely couldn't have been this kid. After all, a martial apprentice. Defeating a martial artist was simply too hard to believe, akin to a myth far beyond his comprehension. However, the tall man remained cautious. The short, plump woman's tragic death indicated that there were other dangers nearby, possibly other second-tier mid-grade ferocious beasts lurking. He immediately extended his hand, channeling true essence, intending to withstand this strike while trying to control the kid in the shortest time possible and escape. Yet, the next moment, his face changed drastically, unable to suppress his exclamation, "How can the force be so terrifying?" It turned out that at the moment the sword fell, the tall man felt an incomparably terrifying force surge towards him, at least above myriad forms, even shaking his true essence, unimaginably powerful. Accompanying this was a cold voice, "Your battle with the black water mysterious snake isn't over yet, go back into the water." No. The tall man sensed something was wrong and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The terrifying force bore down on him, and caught off guard, he was like a cannonball once again sent back into the marsh. The next moment, the water surged, and the black giant snake appeared, already entangling the tall man, as man and beast once again engaged in a fierce battle underwater. Yen Shen landed at the edge of the marsh, his tense nerves slightly relaxing, a smile appearing on his face. With just one strike, you achieved a high multiple critical hit. I must say, compared to the Earth Bear, your luck is truly abysmal. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 350 times critical hit bonus. The black water mysterious snake was not particularly strong among second-tier low-grade ferocious beasts, being of mid to lower rank, but due to its advantage in the water, it clearly had the upper hand. Facing a life-and-death crisis, the tall man fought back desperately, unleashing terrifying combat power, fighting for his life. The standoff between man and beast lasted for over 20 minutes. Ultimately, the underwater environment severely limited the tall man's strength, making it difficult to truly escape. The black water mysterious snake. His bones and flesh were crushed, and he could only manage a loud cry of no. His head was bitten off, and he was dead beyond any doubt. The fate of the black water mysterious snake was not much better. Facing the tall man's desperate counterattack, it suffered severe injuries, its body covered in wounds, its life force dwindling to the extreme. It had originally wanted to recuperate underwater, but just as it moved, it saw a boy with an expressionless face suddenly appear before it, holding a blood-stained sword. "Thank you for your help, I'll set you free now." Yen Shen emerged from the water, drenched, sitting on the grass, reflecting on the experience of being hunted, still feeling a lingering fear. This was the greatest crisis he had encountered since obtaining the infinite critical strike system. No, since he began his cultivation. He was being hunted by two martial artists, facing danger multiple times, nearly losing his life. If the Heaven and Earth twin fiends had not concealed their tracks and instead made a direct appearance, if they had not underestimated their opponent, if they had not been unaware of the danger zone and the presence of the black water mysterious snake, Yen Shen would truly have found it hard to escape this calamity. But in this world, there are not so many if it weren't furs. In the end, the Heaven and Earth twin fiends died while he was still alive and even picked up a second-tier fierce beast, the black water mysterious snake. I wonder if they had anything good on them, Yen Shen thought after killing the Heaven and Earth twin fiends. Their belongings were naturally looted clean, including the long whip used by the short and plump woman. However, being in the wilderness, the danger had not yet passed, and he had not had the chance to take stock. Taking a slight breath, Yen Shen stood up. I wonder how Mu Zixuan is doing. With her strength, she shouldn't be harmed by a first-tier fierce beast. Forget it, she did come to the wilderness with me this time. If something went wrong, it would be hard to explain. I should go back and look for her. In the wilderness, within the safe zone, Mu Zixuan paced back and forth, occasionally looking around, as if anxiously waiting for something. Suddenly, two urgent voices came. "Little Mu, are you okay? Don't be afraid, your Uncle Zhang is here." Thank heavens, little girl, you're fine. Otherwise, when we get back, your grandfather would definitely have us both skinned alive." The wild wind surged, and the fierce beasts howled as two figures rushed over at an extremely fast speed, exuding a strong aura of true essence far surpassing that of the Heaven and Earth twin fiends. When they reached Mu Zixuan, they quickly examined her, and only after confirming she was safe did they let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing these two martial artists, Mu Zixuan's anxious heart also calmed down, and she greeted them, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong." They were both members of the martial arts guild, one named Zhang Tianbai and the other Dong Rui, with a close relationship to the Mu family, and Mu Yinglong had great kindness towards both of them. Upon learning that Mu Zixuan was in danger and being hunted by martial artists, the two rushed over without stopping. Only after seeing the young lady of the Mu family unharmed did their worried hearts finally relax. A glint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Tianbai's eyes. Those Heaven and Earth twin fiends are so bold, daring to lay hands on the young lady of the Mu family. I'll go catch them right now and see if they have eaten bear hearts and leopard guts. And Wang Tianshi, Dong Rui's face also showed anger. He avenged his son, settling scores with his enemies, causing a stir in the city, and that would have been enough. But now he even dares to target little Mu. Just wait and see, old Master Mu will definitely not let him off. Mu Zixuan felt a bit guilty. In a way, this matter was indeed related to her. After all, she was with the true killer of Wang Chen. Although Wang Tianshi did not know that, the seemingly disabled Yen Chen was actually the real culprit. Right, Yen Chen. Mu Zixuan's expression suddenly turned anxious. Uncle
Zhang, Uncle Dong, even though I'm fine, my friend is still being chased by the heaven and earth twin fiends. We need to hurry and save him. Xiaomu, don't worry, with me and your Uncle Dong here, your friend will definitely be fine.
Do you still remember which direction they ran? Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui quickly reassured her.
Though they said this, neither of them believed that the young lady's friend had any chance of survival. After all, they were martial artists, and catching a martial apprentice was an incredibly simple task.
Mu Zixuan, however, was unaware of their thoughts. She just wanted to find
Yan Shen as soon as possible, so she hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong, it went this way, But before she could finish her sentence, the young lady of the Mu family suddenly stuttered, her eyes revealing surprise mixed with disbelief. Not just her, even Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui turned their gazes in that direction, their expressions strange. Rustle, rustle. They heard the sound of branches rubbing against each other, and a figure, drenched and somewhat disheveled yet exuding a sense of coldness, emerged from the depths. Upon seeing the reaction of the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but humorously tease, What's wrong? We just parted for less than 2 hours, and
you already don't recognize me?
Mu Zixuan finally came to her senses, her eyes wide, uncertain as she asked,
I didn't see wrong, right? Are you human or ghost?
Yan Shen replied lightly, You're still young, how come your eyesight
is so poor? You need to get it treated quickly. Mu Zixuan.
The familiar formula, the familiar taste, yes, it was that damned guy. After the sarcasm, a huge surprise surged in her heart, and even Mu Zixuan herself didn't know why.
She was so happy. You're actually fine, this is really great. By the way, Yan Shen, weren't you being chased by the twin fiends of heaven and earth? Where are they? How did you escape? Hurry up and tell me. Yan Shen didn't speak but
shifted his gaze to the two extra people, feeling the faint pressure they emitted, and his heart tightened involuntarily. Who are these two?
Oh, them.
Mu Zixuan briefly introduced and said, Don't worry, Yan Shen, Uncle Zhang and Uncle
Dong are not outsiders, they came specifically to protect me. Yan Shen, I've met the two seniors.
After responding, Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui felt a great curiosity. Being chased by the twin fiends of heaven and earth, they thought this kid would surely be unable to escape disaster. After all, two martial artists chasing a martial apprentice, the outcome was normally a foregone conclusion. But this kid not only emerged unscathed, but it also seemed like he had shaken off the pursuit and successfully retreated. This left both of them astonished. It's nothing much, just used a few small tricks. Yan Shen thought for a moment and said, I had explored the alert zone a few times before and knew some habitats of second-tier ferocious beasts. This time, being chased, I had no choice but to escape inside and used a tactic to lead the water east, letting the twin fiends of heaven and earth and the second-tier ferocious beasts fight each other. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui were both extremely shocked. Leading the water east sounded easy, but one must know that both the twin fiends of heaven and earth and the second-tier ferocious beasts were at the martial artist level. For a martial apprentice to implement this plan, the dangers involved were immense. Just thinking about it made one's heart tremble. They asked themselves if they could have done it at the martial apprentice level, and they knew they absolutely could not. But this young man not only did it but succeeded as well. Truly worthy of being the young lady's friend, indeed a dragon among men. Thinking of this, both of their gazes revealed deep admiration. By the way, kid, do you know where the twin fiends of heaven and earth are now? Suddenly, a glint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Tianbai's eyes as he said in a deep voice, These two scoundrels actually dared to harm the young lady. This time, they must die. Dong Rui nodded, That's right, this time we came not only to protect the young lady but also to completely deal with these two nuisances. However, Yan Shen's next words shocked the two once again. No need. They are already dead. Dead? Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui exchanged incredulous glances. Although the twin fiends of heaven and earth were not strong and could only be considered at the lower level among martial artists, they were cruel and cunning, and as a couple working together, they were extremely difficult to deal with. Hearing that they were suddenly dead, they thought they must have misheard. Yan Shen's reasoning was simple. The twin fiends of heaven and earth were dead, and this matter couldn't be kept secret for long. It would eventually spread, so it was better to admit it openly, hence he had no intention of hiding anything. They were in the alert zone and encountered an attack from a second-tier ferocious beast. After a desperate fight, they both perished together. As he spoke, he took out the long whip used by the short, plump woman as evidence. The Earth Fiend Whip, Zhang Tianbai exclaimed, having recognized the weapon. Dong Rui was also speechless, finding it hard to believe. After all, the reason of perishing together was too absurd. As proper martial artists, couldn't they run away if they couldn't win? How could they truly fight to the death with a second-tier ferocious beast? But with the Earth Fiend Whip right in front of them, they had no choice but to believe. In the end, the two could only attribute it to this kid's clever design, using his knowledge of the alert zone to set up a trap from which the twin fiends of heaven and earth could not escape, raising their evaluation of Yan Shen to a very high level, and their mouths were full of praise. Truly impressive, managing to kill two martial artists, indeed heroes, emerge from youth. Little brother's future is bound to be limitless. As for the fact that Yan Shen personally took action to slay those two notorious martial artists, they never even considered it, as it was too absurd to be possible.
Meanwhile, Mu Zixuan, who was standing aside, felt something was off. Was the death of the twin fiends of heaven and earth really just due to being surrounded and killed by ferocious beasts? She knew that Yan Chen had the strength to kill enemies across great realms. After going through this incident, the two naturally lost their desire to wander in the wilderness. After chatting for a while, they set off on the road back to Tianling City. During this time, the young lady of the Mu family privately approached Yan Chen, her voice filled with deep meaning. Actually, you did take action, didn't you? Yan Chen's gaze was profound. You know too much. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you going to kill me to silence me? He. Taking the underground tram, the group quickly returned to Tianling City, and soon Zheng Tianbai and Dong Rui left, as they had other matters to attend to. Yan Chen then went with Mu Zixuan to the Wan Yao Pavilion. As before, they arrived at an independent and sufficiently large underground chamber, large enough to accommodate any ferocious beast materials. Applying for a separate room again, a look of anticipation appeared in Mu Zixuan's beautiful eyes. I guess what you're about to take out is definitely not the bodies of the twin fiends of heaven and earth, right? Yan Chen nodded, swinging his arm to release the corpse of the black water mysterious snake. Having had the experience from the previous 2 times, when Yan Chen took out another second-tier fierce beast's corpse, it was no longer surprising. He called someone over and began the disassembly. It didn't take long before all the materials from the disassembled fierce beast were counted. Black water shan snake's gallbladder *1, black water shan snake's skin *1, black water shan snake's essence blood *2500 milliliters, black water shan snake's venom *150 milliliters, black water shan snake's eyes *2. Not bad, Yan Chen, this time it's truly a bountiful harvest. Total value is 2,180,000. Mu Zixuan felt a bit envious. Even as the daughter of the Mu family, over 2 million was not a small sum for her, nearly a month's allowance. Yan Chen said, old rules, let's exchange it all for blood chi pills. After a pause, he remembered something and quickly added, don't forget, I have a 10% discount card. I remember, no need for you to remind me over and over, thanks. Mu Zixuan pouted, clearly annoyed. Next time, be careful or I'll take back your discount card. Yan Chen frowned, can this thing be taken back? Mu Zixuan said proudly, the final interpretation rights belong to this store. This card was still very useful to Yan Chen, saving him quite a bit of money. To keep the discount, he wisely kept his mouth shut and didn't argue with the young lady. Soon the transaction was completed, exchanging for a total of 30 blood chi pills. The store's blood chi pills are almost cleaned out by you, and all using the 10% discount card. It's a huge loss. Mu Zixuan regretted, if I had known, I wouldn't have given you this 10% discount card. I should have given you a 95% or 98% one to fool you. With the blood chi pills in hand, Yan Chen didn't care about the complaints of the young lady from the Mu family and turned to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Is there anything else? Mu Zixuan's face showed indignation as she gritted her teeth. This time doesn't count. We haven't been in the wilderness for long before being chased by the twin fiends of heaven and earth. The experience was terrible. I demand to go to the wilderness with you again. Yan Chen originally planned to refuse, but then thought it wasn't quite right. The other party had sacrificed a refined-level martial soldier to accompany him to the wilderness, and as soon as they arrived, they were caught up in a chase, not only losing at 9 martial confinement ball but also almost falling into danger. It was indeed necessary to compensate once more. Okay, we'll go again next time, I'll notify you. I want you to go to the warning area. Mu Zixuan stared at Yan Chen intently. Don't think I don't know. You have the strength to kill second-tier fierce beasts. If you try to fool me again in the safe zone, Yan Chen asked, what will you do? Mu Zixuan struggled. For a long time, I just won't be friends with you anymore. Why does it feel a bit cute? Yan Chen thought for a moment. Okay, but still the old conditions. Once we get there, you have to listen to me. Is it settled? Finally, it was settled. He wanted to see how she, as a martial apprentice, would cross great realms to kill a second-tier fierce beast. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Mu Zixuan's eyes. Once the matter was settled, Yan Chen also prepared to leave. He still needed to go back and count the spoils he had looted from the twin fiends of heaven and earth, and as long as he broke through to the 7th-tier martial apprentice, he could go to the secret realm for the second test. But after taking 2 steps, he was called back by Mu Zixuan again. Wait a minute. Is there anything else? Yan Chen frowned. Mu Zixuan smiled. It's not a big deal, just wanted to tell you that for the short term, you shouldn't have to worry about Wang Tianchi causing trouble for you? Yan Chen was quite puzzled. What do you mean? Although Mu Zixuan was still smiling, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Think about it, the precious granddaughter of Mu Yinglong was bullied. As her grandfather, he naturally has to seek revenge. Killing him might be difficult, but making him lie down for a while is definitely not a problem. Tianling City, Shitian Martial Arts Hall. A fierce and brutal roar echoed in the room. Trash. Trash. The twin fiends of heaven and earth are nothing but trash raised on pig feed. As martial artists, they actually fell for a martial apprentice's scheme, lured into the warning zone, and were attacked to death by a second-tier ferocious beast. They couldn't even handle such a small matter. They deserved to die in the wilderness. As one of the vice presidents of the martial arts guild, Wang Tianchi naturally had his own channels of information. Before long, the news of The twin fiends of heaven and earth's deaths reached his ears, filling him with rage. In fact, when he first heard about this incident, Wang Tianchi had considerable doubts. How could a mere second-tier martial apprentice, just a stronger, ordinary human, possibly manipulate two martial artists and use his familiarity with the warning zone to set a trap to kill the twin fiends? Could it be that this Yanchen was not as simple as he appeared? But later, Wang Tianchi heard that the granddaughter of Mu Yinglong, the Mu family's young lady, was also by that kid's side, and he was no longer surprised. This young lady from the Mu family had returned from Tianlong City, reportedly having gained immense opportunities, and her strength was a mystery, far surpassing that of a 9th-tier martial apprentice, only confirmed not to have broken through to martial artist yet. If she was there, the two fools of the twin fiends really could have fallen into a trap, but it didn't matter now. A strong killing intent flashed in Wang Tianchi's eyes. Xiao Yang said there are many people he dislikes in the academy, and this Yan Chen is the one he dislikes the most. My son is dead, why should the person he hates the most still be alive? Wait, Xiao Yang. I will personally take action and send him down to accompany you. The thought emerged in his mind, and Wang Tianchi couldn't wait a moment longer. He wanted to find this martial apprentice named Yan Chen and personally turn him into minced meat. However, just as he made a move, a mocking yet cold voice suddenly rang out in the room. Little Wang, you say you're crazy? Fine, we can all understand the pain of losing a child, but why did you have to involve my granddaughter, almost causing an accident? I, as her grandfather, can only come to seek justice for her. Wang Tianchi abruptly turned around, staring at the elderly figure before him as if facing a great enemy. Mu Yinglong. A chilling smile spread across Mu Yinglong's face as he said, Little Wang, you just broke through to martial master. You should still be unclear about what it means to comprehend the true path. Today, let me show you. In the next moment, an immense pressure erupted from the elderly figure. Did Mu Yinglong come to settle accounts with Wang Tianchi? It seemed that for the next few days, he could finally get a good night's sleep, but he couldn't let his guard down. He needed to quickly increase his strength to a level sufficient to face a martial master, because as long as Wang Tianchi was not dealt with, the danger would not be lifted. Back at home, Yan Qin began to tally the spoils he had obtained from the twin fiends of heaven and earth: 2 pieces of martial weapons, a local level technique, a mysterious level martial skill, a small amount of money, and 3 recovery pills. Aside from that, there was nothing else of value. 2 weapons, one a long whip and the other a glove, are the weapons of the twin fiends of heaven and earth. Although they surpass the realm of ordinary items, they have not yet reached the refined level. The earth level techniques and the profound level martial skills made Yan Chen glance at them before shifting his gaze away. With the 8 extremes combat skill and 8 extremes strike, which complement each other, there is no need to waste time on these inferior techniques. He could just take the opportunity to sell them in the black market along with Wang Chen's items. However, the last 3 recovery pills piqued Yan Chen's interest. No wonder that tall, thin man could struggle with the black water mysterious snake in the water for so long. It turns out he relied on the pills for support. Recovery pills, these are second-grade martial pills that can restore true essence, commonly used in battles among martial artists, each worth over 100,000. The 3 recovery pills were scavenged from the short, plump woman, while the tall, thin man had none on him, clearly having consumed them all during the struggle with the black water mysterious snake. Unfortunately, Yan Chen was just a martial apprentice and had not yet cultivated true essence, so the recovery pills were of no use to him for now. He could only hold onto them temporarily. After spending over 10 minutes inventorying everything, he returned all the items to the small universe ring and took out 2 jade bottles, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. 30 blood chi pills are enough to push my strength to the level of a 7th-tier martial apprentice. If I'm lucky enough to trigger a high multiplier crit, reaching the 8th-tier martial apprentice is not impossible. Then I can prepare to enter the secret realm and begin the second trial. If I pass, I wonder what rewards I will receive. The night was deep, and Yan Chen no longer hesitated. He first consumed a blood chi pill and then activated the 8 extremes combat skill to begin his training once more. Congratulations! You have triggered a 10-fold crit effect from this pill. Congratulations, you have triggered a 7-fold crit effect from this pill. Congratulations, you have triggered a 3-fold crit effect from this pill. Congratulations, you have triggered a 20-fold crit effect from this pill. Congratulations, you have triggered a 450-fold crit effect from this pill. As he consumed one pill after another and activated the heavenly level cultivation technique, Yan Chen quickly absorbed the medicinal power and his blood energy began to surge rapidly. What surprised him even more was that this time, consuming the pills actually triggered a high multiplier crit. A 450-fold crit was equivalent to consuming 450 blood chi pills. His strength was climbing steadily. 52 symbols of power, 53 symbols of power, 54 symbols of power. 7th-tier martial apprentice achieved. 56 symbols of power, 58 symbols of power, 60 symbols of power, 62 symbols of power, and finally, it came to a halt. I'm just 1 symbol of power away from breaking through to the 8th-tier martial apprentice. Yan Chen clenched his fists, his expression somewhat twisted. He hadn't expected that under the condition of triggering a 450-fold crit, the 30 blood chi pills would only increase his power by 12 symbols. This was far below his expectations. Although the later stages of cultivation become increasingly difficult, sometimes consuming 20 blood chi pills might not even yield an increase of 1 symbol of power. But Yan Chen knew in his heart that the reason for this was the damage to his martial foundation, which made his cultivation far inferior to before. If he hadn't been injured back then, with so many cultivation resources poured in, he would have already broken through to the 9th tier martial apprentice and even advanced towards the realm of martial artists. It seems the extent of the damage to my martial foundation is much more severe than I previously anticipated. I must find a way to repair it. Otherwise, as I progress further, cultivation will become increasingly difficult. Even with the help of the infinite crit system, it will be hard to truly stand at the peak of martial arts. By the way, Yan Chen suddenly thought of something. The senior in the secret realm is mysterious and unpredictable, able to casually offer heavenly-level martial arts techniques, surely has an unimaginable background. Perhaps from him, I might learn how to restore the foundation of martial arts. Next time we go to the secret realm, I'll just ask him. Have you heard? The Shirtian Martial Arts Hall was smashed. The Shirtian Martial Arts Hall was smashed? That martial arts hall established by the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, Master Wang Tianchi? Yes, that's the one. How is that possible? Wang Tianchi is a martial master who would dare to smash his martial arts hall? Tianling City isn't just home to him as a martial master. This time, it was Mu Yinglong who smashed the hall, one of the top 5 strongest in the entire Tianling City. Mu Yinglong, then it's not surprising. This old man from the Mu family has been a martial master for over a decade, while Wang Tianchi just recently broke through. Their strengths are indeed incomparable. Speaking of which, what exactly did this old man Mu do to smash someone else's martial arts hall? Hey, if you ask me, it must be because Wang Tianchi killed too many people in seeking revenge for his son, which angered the masses. You guessed wrong. I have the most accurate information. Oh, what is it? Hurry up and tell me. The most accurate intel is that Wang Tianchi hired the twin fiends of heaven and earth to kill a martial apprentice who had a grudge against his son, but accidentally dragged in old man Mu's granddaughter. Old man Mu was furious and went to confront him. I see. Speaking of which, why didn't old man Mu just kill Wang Tianchi? After all, the grudge has been established, and leaving him alive is ultimately a hidden danger. You don't need to tell me that. Old man Mu originally intended to kill him, but he failed. Wang Tianchi must have used some secret technique to escape. However, even though Wang Tianchi escaped, he didn't fare much better. He was severely injured and won't be able to make a move for a while. Haha, serves him right. Who told him to be so overbearing? In less than a day, Mu Yinglong stormed into the Shirtian Martial Arts Hall and severely injured Wang Tianchi in an almost crushing manner. This news spread throughout Tianling City. In the streets and alleys, many people were discussing this matter. Yan Chen naturally heard the news and, while he breathed a sigh of relief, felt a sense of regret. If old man Mu could have killed Wang Tianchi, he wouldn't have to be so anxious. Meanwhile, besides old man Mu attacking the martial arts hall and severely injuring Wang Tianchi, there was another major event that shook the entire Tianling City. The 7 Academy Grand Competition. That's right, the once every 5 years 7 Academy Grand Competition was about to begin. On this day, the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy was immersed in a lively atmosphere, with thousands of teachers and students preparing for the Academy competition. The reason for such grandeur was that, this time, the competition venue was rotated to Blue Rain. Yan Chen originally didn't plan to attend. First, he wasn't a seed-level student. Second, he wasn't a competitor in the 7 Academy Grand Competition. Third, ever since his experience in the classroom, his sense of belonging to the academy had diminished greatly. If it weren't for teacher Yang Xiaoxiong being there, he might have simply dropped out. In comparison, it would be better to quickly go to the secret realm and undergo the second trial. However, in the morning, Yan Chen learned that teacher Yang would also be coming to school today, which changed his mind. That afternoon, Blue Rain Academy was bustling with activity. As the grand competition approached, contestants from other martial arts academies arrived one after another, led by their teachers, drawing a crowd of students. Yan Chen, however, was not interested in watching the talents from other academies. He was more concerned about teacher Yang's condition. Teacher, you look. When Yan Chen arrived at the teacher's office, it was already afternoon. Seeing teacher Yang still wrapped in bandages and looking listless, he couldn't help but frown. Yang Xiaoxiong appeared quite optimistic, surveying himself and smiling. Don't worry, I'm fine. That Wang Tianchi was wary of the principal and didn't dare to use lethal force. He only unleashed a strand of martial intent. The scene looked terrifying at the time, but the injuries aren't serious. Besides, the grand competition is a big deal, and I definitely need to come help. Yan Chen fell silent for a moment. Teacher Yang, this is the first time in nearly a year that you've smiled at me. Yang Xiaoxiong touched his face. Oh, really? Maybe. I've been pretending for too long and can't keep it up anymore. In truth, you weren't pretending very well. It was easy for others to see.
Through it, Yan Shen thought silently, looking at young Xiaoxiong, who still occasionally frowned, feeling a pang in his heart. Ever since that beast died, although this teacher Yang had been strict and harsh, even unapproachable, his intentions were all for Yan Shen's good. It could be said that if it weren't for this teacher Yang advocating for him with the principal, his tuition wouldn't have been delayed for so long, and he would have been expelled long ago. If it weren't for this teacher Yang protecting him, both openly and secretly, not only Wang Chen but also those who had grievances against him would have likely acted against him by now, instead of waiting until now. Young Xiaoxiong was the only one who was still willing to show concern after Yan Shen fell into a low point, but instead of being able to repay him, he had instead attracted Wang Tianshi, causing Yang Xiaoxiong to suffer considerable harm in order to protect himself. The guilt in Yan Shen's heart grew stronger, and his voice carried a hint of melancholy. Teacher Yang, stop right there, take that back. Before he could finish, another voice interrupted him roughly. Yang Xiaoxiong glared fiercely and said, "Don't say anything like I'm sorry or excuse me, those useless words. You are my student and I am your teacher. Protecting you is my duty as a teacher. As long as that relationship exists, not just Wang Tianshi, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, I will stand in front of you." Yan Shen stared blankly at Teacher Yang, his heart filled with 1,000 words such as, "I've broken through to the 7th rank martial artist, I found a secret realm, I have the ability to kill 2nd rank ferocious beasts," and so on, but he didn't know how to express them. Alright, stop getting all sentimental here. Looking at your expression, you might have brewed up a lot of mushy words. Just cut it out, I can't take it. Yang Xiaoxiong waved his hand. I visited, brought gifts, and now that it's done, hurry back to your training. I don't want my student to be a weakling. Yan Shen took 2 steps back, bowed deeply, and said earnestly, "Thank you." After saying that, he turned to leave the office. Just as he reached the door, Yan Shen suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said with utmost seriousness, "Also, Teacher Yang, I'm no longer a weakling." Yang Xiaoxiong smiled lightly. "Then I look forward to seeing that." "Good," Yan Shen replied emphatically, then turned to leave. He was going to the secret realm to face his second trial. A 7th rank martial artist could cross great realms to kill 2nd rank ferocious beasts, but that was far from enough for Yan Shen. He wanted to become stronger, until he surpassed Wang Tianshi, and then personally kill him. Seeing that Yan Shen had already left, Yang Xiaoxiong's smile immediately vanished, his brows furrowing tightly as he finally sighed. "Xiaoxiu, you still can't let go, but now you are just a 2nd-tier martial artist and your martial arts foundation has been damaged. If you keep insisting like this, it will cost you your life. I can still protect you a few more times." The revival of spiritual energy has lasted for over 5,000 years, and with the rise of martial arts, the status of martial artists in the human world has become immensely revered, creating an extraordinarily transcendent martial arts academy. The biannual 7 Academy Grand Competition is one of the rare spectacles in Tianling City. Disciples from martial arts schools, freelance practitioners from guilds, and civilian martial artists, countless people gather at Lanyu Academy just to catch a glimpse of the talents. As time passed, contestants from the other 6 major martial arts academies besides Lanyu also began to arrive one after another. Among them was Hongyang Academy. Is this Lanyu Academy? It looks pretty good, the decorations and equipment are decent, but I wonder how the contestants are this time. Is there anyone who can lift my spirits? Don't think about it, Lao Lu, you've already reached the 9th tier of martial artists, with the strength of 81 images, and your earth-level martial skills have also reached minor success. Your techniques are exquisite, who besides martial artists can be your opponent? Don't say that, the world is vast and there are countless geniuses. What if someone in the 7 academies is stronger than me? Impossible, impossible. I've also checked the other academies, and there are very few who can be stronger than me, let alone you, Lao Lu. Having you participate in the 7 Academy Grand Competition is simply a blow to the other contestants. The two speaking were Lu Chen, the top genius of Hongyang Academy, and Xiang Yingming, who had just been promoted from 3rd to 2nd genius. They seemed to be praising Lanyu Academy, but when it came to the contestants, their words carried a hint of disdain. It was no wonder they felt this way, as they had the pride to back it up. Xiang Yingming had already cultivated the strength of 80 images, just one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier, charging towards becoming a martial artist, and he had mastered 2 extremely exquisite earth-level martial skills. Although he had only grasped them at a preliminary level and had not yet reached minor success, their power was already quite terrifying. Lu Chen's strength was even more formidable, significantly surpassing Xiang Yingming. Thus, both of them felt relaxed about the upcoming 7 Academy Grand Competition. Just then, another person suddenly spoke up. But Lao Gu, Shan Gu, what if that person also participates in the competition? After all, Teacher Zhou mentioned that he is very likely a student from one of the 7 academies. The words "that person" seemed to have a magical effect, causing Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming's relaxed expressions to freeze, a scene flashing in their minds, a young man holding a blood-dripping long sword, standing beside the 2nd-tier ferocious beast Earthbear, coldly gazing at everything. After a long silence, they finally said, if he participates, then we'll just compete for 2nd place, after all. There's no difference from 1st.
Lao Lu is right, it's just like that. He is a god on the mountain, and we are mere mortals at the foot of the mountain. We don't constitute a competitive relationship. If he participates, then second place is equivalent to first. The contestants from Hongyang Academy nodded in agreement, not feeling that Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming were making excuses to avoid competition, because they had all witnessed the scene of the Earth Bear being slain. They were well aware of how terrifying that young man was. Just then, Xiang Yingming suddenly widened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face as he tugged at the sleeve of the person next to him. Lao Lu, you quickly look over there, it shouldn't be my eyes playing tricks on me. Lu Chen was initially a bit impatient, but when he looked over, he was also stunned, instinctively rubbing his eyes. It's him, it really is him, that god from the mountain. In front of him, a figure was weaving through the crowd. At first glance, it didn't seem too remarkable, but upon closer inspection, it gave off a sense of being detached from the world, heading towards the outside of the academy. It was Yan Chen. He really came to the 7 courtyards grand competition. Isn't that bullying? Xiang Yingming's eyes widened. Lu Chen also showed a hint of bitterness on his face. Who says it isn't? Although they had spoken lightly just now, if the god of the mountain truly participated in the competition, they would at most be fighting for second place. But deep down, who didn't want to compete for first? So both of them still had some hope that the god of the mountain would look down on this child's play of a competition and not come to register. But now, there was no need to think about it. He had already arrived at the main venue of the 7 courtyards grand competition, with someone who could sweep a wilderness and slay second-tier ferocious beasts with the strength of a martial apprentice, referred to as the god of the mountain by teacher Zhou, who could possibly contend for first place against him. This was simply a competition without suspense. Wait a minute. Xiang Yingming suddenly frowned, realizing something was off. Old Lu looked quickly. It seems that all the students from Blue Rain know him. They are discussing something as the god of the mountain passes by. Lu Chen squinted his eyes. Oh, it really is. Do you think this impressive person might be a student from Blue Rain, which is why he appears here? That's a possibility. What should we do? Isn't that simple? Just ask around and you'll know. Old Xiang, this matter is up to you. It's time to use your charm. Get lost. Although his face was full of disdain, Xiang Yingming still consciously used his advantages, smiling and exuding a handsome aura as he approached a girl. After a brief greeting, this genius from Hongyang Academy got straight to the point. Beautiful and kind girl, do you know that person in white who just walked out? Who is he? A lot of people around are discussing him. He must be a prominent figure. The girl, upon seeing that he was a genius from Hongyang Academy and so handsome, was instantly captivated and answered without much thought. Oh, that person is Yan Chen. He was originally the top martial arts genius of Blue Rain, but now he's known as a famous waste. Waste? Xiang Yingming felt as if he had been struck, and Lu Chen's eyes widened as well. This was someone who could cross great realms to kill enemies and slay second-tier ferocious beasts. How could he be called a waste? What kind of absurd words are these? Miss, you can't be joking, right? Oh, senior, I'm not lying to you, this is true. The girl, seeing Xiang Yingming's disbelief, became anxious. A year ago, during that beast tide, Yan Chen was attacked by a second-tier ferocious beast. Not only did he lose all his cultivation, but his martial arts foundation was also damaged. After a year of rebuilding, he barely reached the strength of 11 symbols and has already become a waste. This has long been public knowledge in Blue Rain. If you don't believe me, you can ask others. Of course, they would ask. After all, the god of the mountain was actually known as a waste in Blue Rain Academy, which was hard to believe. But after asking several people, they received the same answer. Yan Chen had indeed been the top genius of Blue Rain, but now he was wasted. Did he participate in the 7 courtyards grand competition? Xiang Yingming asked another question that concerned him more. Lu Chen's heart tightened. The Blue Rain student looked disdainful and said, with only 11 symbols of strength, how could a mere second-tier martial apprentice waste be chosen by the dean? Both of them let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they could compete for first place after all. Immediately after, Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming looked towards Blue Rain Academy, both revealing a playful expression. To be able to slay second-tier ferocious beasts at the martial apprentice stage, his combat power was almost comparable to that of a martial artist. Such an extraordinary genius had actually fallen to the status of a waste here. One couldn't help but wonder when the dean of Blue Rain had gone blind. It seems the big shot has no intention of proving his strength. He must have been deeply hurt by this experience and feels no sense of belonging to this academy anymore. I feel the same way. Otherwise, with the strength of that big shot, suppressing the so-called #1 genius of Blue Rain would be a matter of just raising a hand. By the way, didn't teacher Zhou say that if we find this big shot, we shouldn't make a fuss but report to him immediately? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. The two didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed towards teacher Zhou's residence. On the way, when they saw students from Blue Rain, they couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Even someone as powerful as that big shot didn't notice. Your martial arts academy should be heading towards its end. Yan Chen was still unaware that as he left Blue Rain Academy, he had brushed past 2 familiar faces. At this moment, he had already taken the underground tram, left Tianling City, and safely arrived at the wilderness's safe zone. After more than 20 minutes of travel, he once again reached the edge of a cliff. Below the cliff, the wind howled, and he couldn't see the end. Should I jump down? Yan Chen frowned. At such a terrifying height, even if he were a martial artist, falling down would mean certain death. But the secret realm was right at the bottom, and he had to go there no matter what. Should he kill a larger beast to use as a cushion to catch himself? But that method was also very risky. If the cushion deviated, he wouldn't land on it and would still meet a gruesome fate. Just as Yan Chen was pondering how to jump down safely, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Did I not say to wait until you are a 7th-tier martial artist before coming here to accept the second test? Young one, why are you here now? Yan Chen cupped his hands and replied, returning to the senior, I have already broken through to the 7th tier, which is why I have come to accept the test. Cough 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 cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound came, accompanied by a somewhat excited voice. What did you say? You have already broken through to the 7th tier? That's right. Kid, don't try to fool me. As for my blood energy, as long as I operate the 8 Extremes Combat Heaven technique, it can be seen at a glance. How could I deceive you? Seeing that the mysterious senior didn't believe him, Yan Chen immediately operated his technique, and instantly his blood energy surged, his skin turning red like a burning furnace. The overwhelming blood energy brought by the power of 62 forms suddenly spread outwards. He really did break through? The mysterious senior fell silent. When they first met, this kid was only a 3rd-tier martial artist. He thought it would take at least a year or half a year for him to break through to the 7th tier. But how long had it been? Less than a month, and he had crossed 4 small realms to reach the 7th tier. Logically, even if he treated blood energy pills like beans, it shouldn't be possible to advance so quickly, as the digestion of the medicinal power still takes time. But this kid managed to do it. He was simply a monster. After a moment of silence, the mysterious senior finally said hoarsely, wait a moment, kid, I will guide you to the secret realm. An invisible force descended, and the scenery around began to change continuously. By the time he regained his senses, Yan Chen had already arrived at the familiar martial arts secret realm. In front of him, the lake shimmered with vibrant colors, and mist filled the mountains and forests, rich spiritual energy flowing like a tangible substance. That indistinct shadow, whose face could not be seen clearly, reappeared, its gaze complex. This kid's comprehension was extraordinary. Not only had he grasped the 8 Extremes Combat Technique and 8 Extremes Combat Strike in just a few hours, but his cultivation speed was also astonishing. Back then, he had been considered a top genius among humans. Yet compared to him, it felt as if he had lived like a dog. With such extraordinary talent, as long as he did not fall, he would surely pass the final test and become his disciple. No, he had to stay calm. He absolutely could not lose composure. If he was looked down upon, how could he be his master in the future? The shadow thought of this and deliberately spoke in a somewhat calm tone. 21 days, crossing 4 realms? Not bad, a bit beyond expectations. I originally thought that in such a remote place I wouldn't find any true genius, but it seems there is one. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Since you have come, it means you are ready to accept the second test, so let's begin. As it spoke, the shadow was about to open the secret realm. Wait a moment. Yan Chen quickly interrupted. Senior, before accepting the test, I would like to ask 2 questions. The shadow nodded. Speak. The first question, may I ask the senior's name? Yan Chen's expression was serious. Senior, although we do not have a master-disciple relationship, there is still a debt of teaching. I am deeply grateful, but until now, I do not even know your name. Every time I think of this, I find it hard to sleep, hence my first question. The shadow felt even more satisfied with this junior. Extraordinary comprehension, rapid cultivation progress, and a sense of loyalty, both talent and character were top-notch. Unfortunately, he was just a wisp of divine thought and could not influence the process of choosing a successor. Otherwise, he would have to take this kid in through the back door. You can call me Tang Mingyuan, that is my real name. As for titles, let's skip that. In my lifetime, I traversed the world, had many friends and confidants, but also made many enemies. Now that you know, it might even put you in danger. Tang Mingyuan? Yan Chen murmured it a couple of times in his heart, committing it to memory. In truth, he was genuinely grateful to this senior. If it weren't for the 8 Extremes Combat Technique and 8 Extremes Combat Strike, he would not have been able to negotiate with second-tier ferocious beasts, nor would he have survived the pursuit of the dual calamities of heaven and earth. Although he had once faced great changes and fallen to the depths, abandoned by many, he remembered those who had truly treated him well, including Yang Xiaoxiong and this senior Tang. The shadow then said, alright, I have answered the first question. What is the second question? A look of tension and anticipation appeared in Yan Chen's eyes as he clasped his hands and said, the second question, may I ask, senior, how to repair a damaged martial arts foundation? Repairing the martial arts foundation, wait a moment. The shadow was about to answer when it suddenly sensed something was off, frowning slightly. Why are you asking about this? Yan Chen did not hide it. In response to Senior Tang, a year ago, I encountered a great change and suffered unimaginable injuries, resulting in damage to my martial arts foundation. My cultivation speed is now less than a third of what it used to be, and as my realm increases, the impact becomes even more severe. I urgently need to repair it, hence my question. Wait, what did you just say? Your martial arts foundation is damaged? Yes. Don't rush, let me take a look. An invisible force descended, instantly permeating every pore of Yin Shen's body, as if exploring something. It was unclear how long it took, but this force finally dissipated, and the shadow stood in midair, lost in thought for a long time. What did I see? This kid's martial arts foundation was shattered, on the verge of collapse, his talent in martial arts not even reaching a third of what it once was. Yet, despite this, he still made rapid progress, breaking through 4 realms in less than a month, truly a prodigy among prodigies. If his martial arts foundation hadn't been damaged then. At this moment, Elder Tang felt a strong impulse in his heart to seize the authority of the main secret realm and bestow all the inheritances upon this kid. Unfortunately, he simply couldn't do it. How is it, Elder Tang? Well, it is indeed severely damaged, like a jade tower with broken pillars, on the verge of collapse. It's commendable that you have relied on your remaining talent to reach this level. Is there a way to repair it? The martial arts foundation is the cornerstone of everything. Repairing it is extremely difficult. Unless one is favored by heaven and earth, experiencing great fortune, capable of changing one's sinews and washing one's marrow, then there might be a slight possibility. However, such great fortunes are sought after by countless martial artists, and by now, they are exceedingly rare and hard to find. Is that so? Yen Shen clenched his fists tightly, his expression somewhat downcast. In just over a month, from an ordinary person who had lost all cultivation, he had broken through 7 small realms to become a 7th-tier martial apprentice. This speed seemed incredibly fast, but Yen Shen knew that his true potential was far beyond this. If it weren't for the damage to his martial arts foundation, he might have already broken through to the 9th tier and advanced towards becoming a martial artist. If he didn't repair his martial arts foundation soon, his future path in martial arts would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Therefore, repairing his martial arts foundation was Yen Shen's greatest desire at the moment. But then, Elder Tang changed his tone. Coincidentally, the secret realm where the final inheritance lies is also my burial place. There is such a great fortune there, which is the final reward after completing all the tests, capable of repairing part of your martial arts foundation. Yen Shen was overjoyed. Really? The remaining shadow of Elder Tang nodded. I never lie. At this moment, a strong desire arose in Yen Shen's heart, and he made a decision. No matter how dangerous it was, no matter how strong the competitors were, he would obtain Elder Tang's final inheritance. Alright kid, do you have any other questions? Elder Tang said solemnly. If not, I will begin the second test. Yen Shen replied, no more questions. After a pause, Yen Shen asked again, may I ask, Elder Tang, what is the second test? This test is. Elder Tang paused. For a moment, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Within 3 days, use the 8 extremes to strike the test pillar. If the damage reaches 5%, you pass. The higher the damage, the more generous the reward. Immediately, the colorful lake water boiled, and a grayish-blue giant pillar emerged from the surface, with the words test carved upon it. Test attack? Yen Shen looked at the test pillar before him, a strange expression appearing on his face. Yen Shen recalled the infinite critical hit system and fell into deep thought. Senior Tang, are you really sure you want to use this test? Then if the pillar of trial is destroyed, what reward will there be? Impossible. Senior Tang decisively rejected, his voice firm and unwavering. The pillar of trial was forged from the bones of 37 second-tier ferocious beasts, along with celestial iron and diamond meteorites. It is inherently a very special refined grade weapon. Let alone a martial apprentice, even a martial artist cannot destroy it. This is still because it is too hard, making it impossible for the tester to shake it, so I reduced some hardness. Otherwise, with my cultivation, even a martial master wouldn't be able to budge it. Yen Shen's expression grew even stranger. What if, if, Senior Tang, I accidentally destroyed it? I have a martial technique called Carefree Dragon Step, which is above heavenly level, classified as a master technique. Originally, this thing could never be used as a reward, but this time it's an exception. Senior Tang was evidently very confident about the pillar of trial, his voice carrying a relaxed and carefree tone. As long as you can destroy the pillar of trial, this Carefree Dragon Step will be your reward. Master technique? Yen Shen's whole body trembled. In the compulsory courses at Blue Rain Academy, it was mentioned that a master is the pinnacle of martial arts, a person who ascends the divine ladder, a true top-tier powerhouse among humans, often stationed in forbidden zones, confronting city-destroying ferocious beasts, protecting a region's safety. He never expected that Senior Tang would be so generous, willing to offer a master technique above heavenly level as a wager. Initially, Yen Shen was just trying his luck, but with the mention of Carefree Dragon Step, he changed his mind and decided he must shatter the pillar of trial. No matter what. Senior Tang, then I shall begin. At this moment, Senior Tang still had no awareness of the seriousness of the situation, casually replied with a smile, go ahead, 5% should be easy for you. I look forward to your performance. In the next moment, Yen Shen's gaze turned cold, drawing out 7 kills, exuding the intent of 8 extremes battling the heavens, and slashed towards the pillar of trial. At the same time, at Blue Rain Academy, after a brief opening statement, the grand competition of the 7 academies quickly began, with the geniuses of the 7 martial arts academies facing their respective opponents. Coincidentally, Li Xian's opponent in this round was the first genius of Hongyang Academy, Lu Chen. On the wide arena, under the watchful eyes of the deans and judges of the 7 academies, the two engaged in battle. They had only exchanged blows for 10 minutes when Li Xian was suddenly sent flying, spitting blood, his eyes filled with horror, having been injured by Lu Chen's earth-level martial technique. You actually reached the 9th tier martial apprentice perfection, cultivated the power of 81 forms, and even trained the earth-level martial technique to minor success. Li Xian's voice was filled with disbelief. As the top genius of their respective academies, being defeated in just a few moves was a significant blow to him. However, a hint of disdain appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. The first genius of Blue Rain Academy, I thought you were strong, but it turns out you haven't even perfected the 9th tier martial apprentice. I see, the other students aren't much better either. Just as he said this, Lu Chen's voice suddenly choked, cold sweat breaking out all over him. He recalled the figure holding the blood-dripping long sword, looking down coldly. The statement that the other students weren't much better? Didn't that mean he was also insulting the god on the mountain? If he heard that, then, actually, Blue Rain Academy is not bad, it's just that you, the first genius, are too useless, completely unworthy of the title. If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu to die against. Driven by an infinite desire to survive, Lu Chen hurriedly spoke, glancing around nervously after finishing. No matter if it was the 7 deans on the judging platform or the onlookers, upon hearing this, they all looked bewildered. They had easily defeated the top genius of Blue Rain Academy, yet they still claimed that the academy was quite good. What was this, humiliation? Among them, the dean of Blue Rain Academy had an even darker expression. If it weren't for the dean of Red Sun Academy being right next to him, he might have already slammed the table in anger. I am not trash, I am Li Xian, a true genius. Li Xian could not bear the provocation, his face twisted in rage, and he was about to strike again in a frenzy. But there was no change. Lu Chen easily sent this top genius of Blue Rain Academy flying again, blood spewing from his mouth, unable to stand up. Lu Chen originally wanted to lament how, even within Blue Rain Academy, this top genius had such a huge gap compared to the god on the mountain. Almost one was in the sky and the other on the ground. However, he quickly remembered Teacher Zhou's warning not to reveal the true strength of the god on the mountain. With 1,000 words unsaid, he could only shake his head and sigh. The genius of Blue Rain Academy is not impressive. Their eyes are truly blind. The dean of Blue Rain Academy on the podium, with astonishing martial arts cultivation, naturally heard Lu Chen's words and immediately exploded in rage, glaring fiercely at a person beside him, saying, "Old Zhang, how do you teach your students? Why do you say our Blue Rain Academy is blind? How are we blind?" This old Zhang was naturally the dean of Red Sun Academy. He had long heard Teacher Zhou's report and knew that the god on the mountain was in Blue Rain Academy but was treated as trash. He had been thinking of poaching talent, so he wouldn't say it out loud, only revealing a meaningful smile. "My student is not wrong, your Blue Rain Academy is indeed quite blind." "What did you say, you bastard? Do you want to fight? Come on, who's afraid of who? Afraid of you? Just right, there's a ring nearby, let's go up and have a match. Let's fight then." The two deans already had grievances, and now with the tension rising, they naturally began to clash. The remaining 5 deans on the judging panel were not surprised by this. At that moment, no. A scream filled with disbelief rang out as Shang Yingming was knocked off the stage, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide open, revealing his incredulity. On the stage, a proud-looking young man looked down, his eyes showing disdain. "You can't even take one of my moves. The second genius of Red Sun Academy is nothing but this. I hope your first genius can give me some fun." With Shang Yingming defeated, the 7 Academy competition had an upset as a powerful young martial artist emerged, attracting countless people's attention. In the martial arts secret realm, Yan Shen was unaware of the progress of the 7 Academy competition and was not interested. At this moment, he was attacking the test pillar with all his might. "Congratulations, your attack this time received a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 20-fold critical hit bonus. This kid, where on earth did this monster come from?" Elder Tang couldn't help but widen his eyes. After the previous surprises, he had thought that no matter what earth-shattering events Yanshen might cause, he would remain calm and unperturbed. But it was evident that he had overestimated his own composure and underestimated the other's extraordinary abilities. This kid was clearly just a 7th-tier martial apprentice, with a strength of about 60 elephants. Yet somehow, every attack unleashed a power far beyond the current limits. 300 elephants, 500 elephants, 800 elephants, and so on, combined with the exquisite 8 extreme sky strike at a minor completion level. Each sword strike caused the trial pillar to tremble violently, with creaking sounds echoing, and it even cracked open, leaving Elder Tang shocked and terrified. It should be known that this trial pillar was crafted by his own hands, although the material quality was not high, made from the bones of a 2nd-tier fierce beast and some rare 2nd-tier iron ore. It had become unimaginably hard under the tempering of a power far exceeding that of a martial master.
For an ordinary 7th tier, no, even a 9th tier martial apprentice, leaving a mark with a single strike would be considered impressive. But now, Yan Shen's performance was simply beyond comprehension. Elder Tang wanted to maintain the demeanor of a master, unflinching even in the face of a mountain collapsing before him, but seeing this kid becoming increasingly outrageous, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Kid, how is your power amplification? So bizarre? What method did you use?" This is of course talent. Yenshin certainly wouldn't reveal the infinite critical hit system, but he knew very well that lying would be hard to conceal from Elder Tang, so he simply made a vague remark. After all, everyone's physique is different. "You see, Elder, my physique is a bit special." Elder Tang. What a load of nonsense. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? If I weren't left with just a wisp of divine thought, I would have to bind your hands and feet and throw you into an ice-cold pond to cool off, teaching you to respect your elders. Knowing this kid was unwilling to say more, Elder Tang had no intention of probing further, continuing to focus on the trial progress. Upon looking, Elder Tang was once again speechless. The damage to the trial pillar had actually reached 7%. What was supposed to be a 3-day trial had been completed by Yan Shen in less than half an hour. There was even an additional 2%. Elder Tang, how about this? Yan Shen paused for a moment, stretched his muscles, and a smile appeared on his face. With such severe cracks, the damage to the trial pillar should have exceeded 5% by now. It has exceeded. It's now 7%, no, 7.5%. That last sword of yours caused an additional 0.5% damage. Elder Tang gritted his teeth, although he felt gratified to have such a monstrous disciple. Seeing him so pleased made him quite angry. Yan Shen continued, "If that's the case, destroying the trial pillar within 3 days shouldn't be a problem." "I'm sorry, Elder, but it seems you're going to suffer a great loss this time." Kid, don't get too cocky." Elder Tang sneered. "My trial pillar has a characteristic: the more severely it is damaged, the harder it becomes. At your current pace, don't even think about destroying it. You might not even reach 70%. "Oh, really?" Yan Shen revealed a strange smile and then swung his sword again. "Congratulations, your attack has received a 6,700 times critical hit bonus. Finally triggered a high critical hit." "Elder Tang, I'm sorry." In the next moment, a tremendous force of the 8 extreme sky strike erupted, and 7 kills descended instantly, piercing through the trial pillar, causing it to crack even more than before, with countless fissures spreading in sight. Damage level 47%. Unexpectedly, it hasn't been destroyed. Truly, it is the Pillar of Trials. Crafted by Senior Tang, indeed extraordinary. Yan Shen sighed. This was still the first target that could withstand thousands of times the critical hit, although it was just a pillar. In contrast, Senior Tang's eyes widened, looking as if he had seen a ghost. You. How about it, Senior Tang? My strike was quite powerful, right?" Yan Shen said with a half smile. "You still have time to regret it now. It's okay, I don't mind." Senior Tang gritted his teeth. "Do you think I am someone else, you little brat? Since I have said it, I will never take it back, and I don't believe that every strike of yours can unleash such terrifying power. Senior, I hope that after a while, your words can still be so firm." A meaningful glint flashed in Yan Shen's eyes. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Yan Shen was lucky. In the subsequent attacks, he triggered 13 high multiplier critical hits, 10 of which were over 100 times, and 3 over 1,000 times. Each time a high multiplier critical hit was triggered, it felt like a hammer striking at Senior Tang's heart, causing his phantom to tremble violently. He became increasingly silent, but it must be said that this pillar was indeed extraordinary. The more cracks it had, the harder it became. The previous 1,000 times critical hit could cause at least 30% damage, but the later critical hit could only cause about 5% damage at best. After this period of fierce battle, the damage level of the Pillar of Trials had reached 87%. Senior Tang, it seems that this time, I am about to clear the trial. Yan Shen chuckled. Master technique, Soaring Dragon Step. I am looking forward to it. Senior Tang gritted his teeth. You little brat, don't get too proud. The last 10% is when the Pillar of Trials is at its most solid, dozens of times stronger than the previous 90%. Let's see if you can get past this hurdle first. Just then, congratulations, you have hit the jackpot. This attack has gained a 97,000 times critical hit bonus. The 7-kill sword fell, and in an instant, the Pillar of Trials trembled violently. Dense cracks appeared on its surface, extending deep into the entire pillar, with fragments continuously falling, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. And this sword strike was like a heavy hammer falling hard, striking at Senior Tang's heart, causing him to tremble violently. Damage level of the Pillar of Trials, 99.9%. Senior Tang, I apologize for my clumsiness, Yan Shen said, raising the 7-kill once more. Wait a moment. But just as the sword was about to fall, Senior Tang was taken aback, hurriedly raising a finger to bind Yan Shen, then pointing again, causing the lake water to boil, and 2 objects appeared out of thin air, landing in front of Yan Shen. You won. This is the Soaring Dragon Step. Take it quickly. Oh, and this token, take it as well. When you break through to become a martial artist and reach the right moment, this token will be activated, guiding you to the War Emperor's secret realm where all my legacies are. The token was a jade pendant, engraved with a knife, simple and unadorned, looking rather unremarkable.
The other item was a stone tablet exuding a faint pressure. Clearly not an ordinary object covered in intricate characters and patterns, recording a martial technique, specifically the Master Law, the Carefree Dragon Step. Yen Chen did not immediately reach for these two items, staring at the Pillar of Trial, still eager to try. Senior, don't rush, just one last strike is needed. Wait until I completely destroy this Pillar of Trial before I take these two items. Just as he finished speaking, a surge of immense force suddenly erupted, throwing Yen Chen to the ground, causing him to feel pain all over, gasping for breath, nearly losing his life. Senior Tang said irritably, "You little brat, this Pillar of Trial is the foundation of the entire secret realm. If it is destroyed, the secret realm will vanish and I will dissipate as well. What, are you afraid I'll die too slowly? And want to send me off one last time?" Yen Shen's eyes widened. "Senior Tang, why didn't you say this earlier? Who would have thought you were such a prodigy, actually able to destroy the Pillar of Trial?" Senior Tang recalled that strange power amplification method and felt a lingering fear. Yen Chen ultimately stopped, as this Senior Tang had treated him well, not only teaching him heavenly level techniques and martial skills but also gifting him a storage type weapon as a reward. Naturally, he couldn't truly let the other party's soul scatter. He waved his hand, retrieving the token and Carefree Dragon Step back into his small universe ring. Suddenly, Yen Chen seemed to ponder. Battle Emperor's secret realm? Senior Tang, was your nickname the Battle Emperor in your lifetime? Don't ask, don't say, don't expose the inheritance, and don't inquire recklessly. By the way, about the Carefree Dragon Step. Senior Tang's expression became serious. If no one recognizes it, you can use it freely, but if someone does recognize it, remember, kill them. You must not let a single one escape, or you will have big trouble. Yen Chen's heart tightened, finally understanding why Senior Tang said the Carefree Dragon Step must not be passed on. It turned out that this martial technique hid great trouble behind it. Understood, Senior. Yen Chen added, "By the way, Senior, I have already passed 2 trials, so what about this secret realm? Don't worry, it won't disappear, it just needs to be temporarily closed." Senior Tang's voice suddenly carried a sigh. "I had almost lost hope until your appearance. Kid, focus on your training, the time left for you in this world is already limited." Yen Chen frowned. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" "You will know in the future. Go, once you break through as a martial artist, head to Tianlong City, it is the closest base city to the Battle Emperor's secret realm." After Senior Tang finished speaking, he waved his sleeve. In an instant, Yen Chen felt the world spinning, the scene before him constantly changing, and when his vision restored, he found himself back on the cliff. A faint voice echoed in his ears. "Kid, I look forward to your growth and to our next meeting." On the other side, at Blue Rain Academy. As the competition of the 7 Academy Grand Tournament reached its halfway point, the competition for rankings became increasingly fierce, with the young martial artist, who had caused an upset, being the most dominant, defeating nearly all the Academy's top talents except for Lu Chen, who had yet to face him. Lu Chen ranked second, also maintaining an undefeated record, easily defeating all opponents. However, it was clear to discerning eyes that this top talent from Hongyang Academy still had a considerable gap compared to the upset young powerhouse. In contrast, the host Blue Rain Academy was performing poorly, ranking very low, nearing the bottom. This made Dean Lan Yu's face look very unpleasant. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, Ren Xiaodai, these seed elite class students who were highly anticipated, all suffered considerable blows, their emotions low and hard to lift. "Damn it." Li Xian pounded his fist hard against the wall. "I never expected we would lose so badly. Where did these monsters even come from?" The Luo siblings fell silent as well. At that moment, Luo Shi suddenly said, "If Yen Chen were still here, perhaps he could have fought those monsters." Li Xian and Luo Qinghe knew that the Yen Chen Luo Shi mentioned was the one whose cultivation had not diminished, whose martial talent remained intact, a prodigy who overshadowed the entire Blue Rain Academy, adorned with countless accolades. Not the Yen Chen who had already been rendered useless. The two clenched their fists tightly. When Yen Chen was around, they were jealous, they envied him, and they wanted to see this so-called best friend fall from grace, to take away the accolades he possessed. But when the grand competition arrived, facing numerous powerful geniuses far beyond themselves, the harsh reality made them realize that they were just themselves and could never become that Yen Chen. So at this moment, they missed Yen Chen immensely when he was still around. Meanwhile, in another part of Blue Rain Academy, the young genius who caused an upset encountered, or rather, ran into, the number 1 genius of Hongyang Academy, Lu Chen. "My name is Xia Sheng." The boy was not very old, even younger than Lu Chen, yet his tone was filled with arrogance. "Xia." Lu Chen's expression changed. "What is your relationship with President Xia?" The boy Xia Sheng replied calmly, "He is my great-grandfather." As expected, no wonder Xia Sheng was so young, only 13 or 14, yet able to defeat many geniuses of Tianling City. It turned out he was the great-grandson of the strongest in Tianling City, the president of the Martial Arts Association. "Lu Chen, I know you. You are different from the so-called geniuses of other academies. You are a true young tiger, a true prodigy, and the most powerful among all the first geniuses of the academies." Xia Sheng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "I have yet to cross swords with you, but As long as I defeat you, I will be the undisputed strongest prodigy of the younger generation in Tianling City. Prodigy? If it were more than half a month ago, upon hearing this, Lu Chen would have felt a strong fighting spirit, accepting the challenge from the young genius Xia Shang for a thrilling duel. But now he wouldn't. Instead, a scene from the warning zone flashed in his mind, where a young man wielding a sword with the strength of a martial apprentice crossed great realms to slay a second-tier ferocious beast, the Earth Bear, looking coldly down upon everything, exuding unmatched charisma. Compared to him, what kind of genius was he? What kind of prodigy? Xia Shang, you think we are all geniuses? Wrong, we are just a bit better than ordinary people, but in reality, we are still ordinary people, just plain ordinary people. Xia Shang frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Ordinary people? Lu Chen smiled lightly. Don't doubt. I've seen true geniuses, really. When you meet him, you'll understand how ridiculous our self-proclaimed genius status is. One is a god on the mountain, the other is a person at the foot of the mountain. The gap between the two is something that can never be bridged. Self-proclaimed genius? God of the mountain? An insurmountable gap that cannot be compensated for? Xia Shang was filled with questions, stunned for a moment, then furrowed his brows deeply and said, You mean to say that there is such a genius in this world, that just standing in front of him would make both you and me pale in comparison? Before Lu Chen could respond, Xia Shang, quite agitated, retorted, Impossible, absolutely impossible. My great-grandfather said that my martial arts talent is very strong, and even compared to the geniuses of Tianling City, I am not lacking at all. In Tianling City, there cannot be a genius stronger than me. I understand. Now, Lu Chen, you must know in your heart that in the upcoming duel, you will definitely not be my opponent, so you deliberately fabricated a god of the mountain, this ethereal genius. It's just to undermine my confidence, so you can find a flaw, right? Unfortunately, this little scheme of yours has no effect on me at all. After saying this, Xia Shang sneered, his expression revealing complete confidence. As the great-grandson of the strongest in Tianling City, he was extremely arrogant. Once he set his mind on something, he would not easily change his viewpoint. Lu Chen, however, smiled and shook his head, showing no intention of arguing. If you don't believe it, that's fine, Xia Shang. I hope that when the day comes that you meet him, you can still be this confident. After saying this, the top genius of Hongyang Academy had no intention of lingering and brushed past Xia Shang, leaving the place. Before he had walked far, a voice filled with battle intent came from behind. God of the mountain? Heck, if such a genius really exists, I would truly like to see him, and then defeat him with my own hands. No, once you truly see him, you won't think that way. Lu Chen suddenly envied Xia Shang. At least he was still a frog at the bottom of the well, thinking that the sky he saw was the entirety of the world, without climbing up to look out and know how vast the real world is. On the other side, in the wilderness. At this moment, Yan Shen was unaware that the two strongest geniuses, ranked first and second in the 7 courtyards competition, were having a conversation deeply related to him. After leaving the secret realm, he hurried to the alert zone, with enough water and food in his small universe ring to easily last 4 to 5 days, so he didn't need to exhaust himself returning to the city for supplies. That's right, Yan Shen intended to use the hands of a second-tier ferocious beast to practice the master technique Carefree Dragon Step, just like practicing 8 Extreme Sky Strike. After about an hour, he arrived near the Sword Chi Wall. By this time, the sky had darkened, the stars twinkling, sketching out a brilliant Milky Way. Yan Shen did not immediately enter the alert zone. Instead, he set up camp near the giant sword. In no time, a tent was erected, and he took out the martial arts stone tablet from his small universe ring, standing it in front of him, and began to comprehend it carefully. I hope that one night's time will allow me to initially grasp the essence of Carefree Dragon Step. A hint of expectation appeared in Yan Shen's eyes. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts has triggered a 30-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts has triggered a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts has triggered a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts has triggered a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of martial arts has triggered a 1,200-fold critical hit bonus. When he truly began to comprehend Carefree Dragon Step, Yan Shen realized just how immense the gap was between heavenly level techniques and master techniques. Back in the secret realm, he had comprehended the 2 heavenly level techniques, 8 Extreme Sky Technique and 8 Extreme Sky Force, in just a few hours, and it was relatively easy. However, now that it was time for Carefree Dragon Step, the situation was completely different. A night passed, and Yan Shen was quite lucky. The number of critical hits was much higher than before, with 5 over 1,000 times, more than 10 over 100 times, and countless over 10 times. Yet even so, he had only barely grasped a bit of the Master's Law, not even comprehending 1/5 of its essence, and the further he went, the more obscure and difficult the content became. A heavenly level Master, just 1 rank difference, yet the gap is so vast? Truly worthy of being the divine method. Yan Shen couldn't help but marvel. He had heard teacher Yang mention that the realm of a master is the gate of the mysterious female, akin to the heavenly ladder. Below the master is the realm of ordinary martial artists, and above the master is the realm of divine martial artists, signifying the state of martial arts connecting to the divine.
although he had heard of related martial arts knowledge before. The martial arts master felt too distant from him, so he had no real feelings about it. It wasn't until he truly engaged with the master's law that Yen Shen understood how lofty the so-called martial arts connecting to the divine realm of the master was. Although I've only grasped a bit of the surface, I can still barely perform it. Let's give it a try. Yen Shen stood up, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Then, he activated the carefree dragon step and took a step forward. An astonishing thing happened. On the surface, Yen Shen merely took a leisurely step, but somehow he appeared 10 meters away. This carefree dragon step seemed to transcend the limitations of time and space, allowing him to reach anywhere with a single step. Even Yen Shen himself was quite surprised. Dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, carefree in the world, unimpeded by wind, unblocked by rain, transforming the natural world into a distance of mere inches, achieving the transcendent dragon. The description in the summary is truly not an exaggeration. This is still without condensing true essence. I am not a martial artist, only able to rely on the most basic blood energy. If I were to break through to become a martial artist, its wonders would at least multiply by tenfold. Plus the enhancement of the infinite critical hit system. In this vast world, if I truly wanted to escape, who could possibly stop me? At this moment, Yen Shen felt incredibly elated. Even the gloom in his heart from being targeted by Wang Tianshi was significantly dispelled. At the same time, he also realized the weight of the master's law. The divine method of martial arts was so exquisite that, let alone Elder Tang's former enemies, even those martial masters would surely covet it and desperately want to seize it if they knew. Therefore, not only those who recognized the carefree dragon step had to be silenced, even those who recognized this as the master's law had to be sealed and absolutely must not be left alive. I've already initially grasped the carefree dragon step. Next, I should hone it in actual combat to prepare for truly cultivating this master martial technique. The next morning, Yen Shen quickly packed up his tent, passed through the wall of sword energy, and arrived at the alert zone. This time, the target he chose was a relatively powerful second-tier low-grade fierce beast known as the Mist-Hidden Lion. Wilderness Alert Zone. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Congratulations, you have triggered a 20-fold critical hit bonus with your martial arts comprehension this time. Congratulations, you have triggered a 55-fold critical hit bonus with your martial arts comprehension this time. Congratulations, you have triggered a 7-fold critical hit bonus with your martial arts comprehension this time. Congratulations, you have triggered an 18-fold critical hit bonus with your martial arts comprehension this time. A figure is entangled with a terrifying second-tier ferocious beast. This person moves mysteriously, as if transcending the boundaries of space, able to shuttle freely within a 10-meter radius. Finally, after reaching the limit of his physical stamina, seeing no way to deal with the second-tier ferocious beast before him, he chooses to retreat. Relying on the finesse of carefree dragon step, I can barely hold my ground against the Qingfeng wolf now, but I still mainly focus on dodging. It's hard to find an opportunity to counterattack even after more than 10 minutes. However, as long as I use carefree dragon step, this wind attribute affinity, extremely adept at speed, second-tier ferocious beast won't be able to do anything to me in a short time. If I have enough vitality to support me, I can continue to entangle it, and my chances of winning will be even greater. After all, the Qingfeng wolf doesn't have critical hits, but I do. Indeed, this person is Yen Shen. During this time, he has been in the alert zone, honing his martial arts skills through encounters with many second-tier ferocious beasts, gradually upgrading from the initial Mist-Hidden Lion to stronger ferocious beasts. Now, supported by carefree dragon step, he can barely engage in short exchanges with the extremely fast Qingfeng wolf, which Yen Shen considers the greatest threat. Both carefree dragon step and 8 extreme skybreaking strike have been rapidly improving with the help of the infinite critical hit system. Among them, after this period of honing, 8 extreme skybreaking strike has reached a new level. Each strike carries a more profound intent of breaking the sky, and the vitality contains an extremely domineering force far surpassing before. Now, a casual strike can easily shatter refined ironstone with terrifying power. But this is also the limit. Yen Shen is ultimately just a martial apprentice, not yet a martial artist, and without condensing true essence, it is impossible to cultivate heavenly level techniques to a profound level. Being able to reach this point relies on the infinite critical hit system, which is already quite astonishing in the outside world. As for carefree dragon step, it has progressed extremely rapidly from 0 to 1, now able to shuttle freely within a 10-meter radius, carefree like a dragon, unimpeded by wind or rain, and space cannot impose restrictions. Even the naturally wind element affinity Qingfeng wolf finds it difficult to harm Yen Shen, who is using carefree dragon step in a short time. However, similar to the situation with 8 extreme skybreaking strike, due to the lack of true essence and the power of a higher realm, the progress of this master level technique has become extremely slow. Even triggering critical hits over 1,000 times will not lead to any qualitative leap. Both martial techniques are nearly cultivated to completion, and food and water are running low. It's time to head back. What a pity that during this trip to the alert zone, I focused solely on honing carefree dragon step and didn't slay any second-tier ferocious beasts. Otherwise, the vitality pills I exchanged for should have been enough to break through to the 8th-tier martial apprentice. But it's okay, I can come back next time.
Just in time, it's also time to settle the score with the Qingfeng wolf. As the first second-tier ferocious beast he encountered after entering the alert zone, Yan Shen has a significant obsession with the Qingfeng wolf, feeling that as long as he slays it, he will have achieved a considerable accomplishment. After passing through the Sword Chi wall and returning to the alert zone while on his way to the ground rail station, Yan Shen suddenly thought of something. By the way, as of today, the 7th Academy competition should be nearing its end. Should I go take a look? Yan Shen pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to go see. After all, he was once the top genius of Lanyu Academy. According to the original trajectory of fate, he should have been one of the competitors, but unfortunately fate played a trick on him, turning him into a waste, and from then on, he was destined to be unrelated to the 7 Academy competition. Although he no longer cares much about the 7 Academy competition, he still has some interest. Just as a pastime, then let's go take a look. I wonder which academy will win the championship this time. On the other side, at Lanyu Martial Arts Academy, after 2 days of progress, the 7 Academy competition was finally nearing its end. The first and second places were still occupied by Xia Shang of Zilei Academy and Li Hongyang of Hongyang Academy, while the competition for third place was extremely fierce, with competitors like Xiang Yingming and Li Xian constantly fluctuating in rankings. However, no one cared about who was in third place, everyone was more focused on who would take first place. It was at noon on this day that Lu Chen and Xia Shang finally stood on the same stage after 2 days of competition. The result of their battle today would determine who would be first. Below the arena, the crowd was packed, forming a stark contrast to the other empty and desolate arenas. Go, Lu Chen, defeat this arrogant guy. Lu Chen, come on, you're the best. Xia Shang, take him down in one move. You are the youngest and most extraordinary genius among the younger generation of Tianling City. Go, Xia Shang. Supporters on both sides shouted, cheering for the contestants. On the stage, Lu Chen and Xia Shang locked eyes, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Lu Chen, I originally regarded you as my destined enemy, my strongest opponent, but you have disappointed me too much. The first genius of Hongyang Academy, a dazzling talent, actually got scared by another genius. You are not worthy to be my opponent. What's wrong? Do you believe now that there really is a god on the mountain? Not believing, but having to believe. If you fabricated a non-existent genius just to undermine my confidence, then you are even less worthy to be my opponent than someone who is scared and resorts to any means to win. He's not fictional, the god on the mountain really exists. If such a person truly exists, just wait and see. Once I defeat you, I will go on to defeat him and achieve invincible martial arts. Hee, I really envy your confidence right now. Lu Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. I hope when you truly meet that person, you can still maintain this mindset. Xia Shang sneered. Lu Chen, you are no longer worthy to be my opponent. After I defeat you, I will go meet that genius you speak of. Soon, with the referee's command, the battle between the two academies' top geniuses began. It must be said that although Xia Shang was much younger, his martial arts realm was much deeper, significantly stronger than Lu Chen. In less than half a minute of their exchange, amidst the crowd's gasps, a figure was sent flying. It was Lu Chen, and the victor was Xia Shang of Zilei Academy. Xia Shang was very disappointed. Although he had won first place in the 7 Institute's grand competition and would receive the generous rewards exclusive to the champion that afternoon, he was still extremely disappointed. As the great-grandson of the strongest person in Tianling City, he prided himself on being a top genius, with the goal of achieving an invincible path. In reality, he didn't care much about the ranking in the 7 Institute's grand competition. The only reason he participated was that among the contestants there was a genius named Lu Chen who had even earned praise from his great-grandfather and was regarded as one of the future guardians of Tianling City. Xia Shang entered the competition solely to defeat him and prove himself, participating in this contest composed of mediocrities. However, he didn't expect that Lu Chen not only lacked the arrogance typical of a genius but also considered himself an ordinary person, showing great reverence for some inexplicable figure referred to as the god of the mountain, having long since discarded his invincible mindset. In Xia Shang's view, such a person was unworthy of being his opponent. He wasn't even fit to hold his shoes. What god of the mountain? Such a nonsensical title. If there were a genius comparable to me, or even stronger, I could believe that, he thought. But just standing in front of him makes me feel like an utterly ordinary person? Ha, what a joke. How could such a person possibly exist in this world? Once I meet this so-called god of the mountain and defeat him, you will understand, Lu Chen. The reason you feel fear and reverence is not because he is strong, but because you are too much of a waste. At that moment, Xia Shang was walking along a narrow path in Blue Rain Academy with no one around. Just a gentle breeze blowing. He was out for a stroll to clear his mind and had unintentionally arrived here. Just then, another person appeared on the opposite path, and they quickly bumped into each other. This path was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, and now with one coming from the south and the other from the north, they had to yield to one another to continue. Can we each give half the way? Otherwise, neither of us can pass, said the person, who had a handsome face and was dressed in white, wearing a faint smile. However, for some reason, he gave off a coldness that felt like a warm sun, creating a sense of distance. As he spoke, he also moved half of his body aside. Xiaoshang frowned. You don't know who I am? Oh, are you famous? The person replied with an intrigued expression. So, little friend, who are you? I am Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang, never heard of you. I'm the first place in the 7 Institute's grand competition. Xiaoshang, don't you know? Did you not come to watch the competition? Xiaoshang was quite frustrated. The 7 Institute's grand competition was one of the rare grand events in Tianling City, with countless martial artists participating. As the first place, he should have already made a name for himself. How could this person in front of him appear so indifferent? Upon hearing this, the person slightly furrowed his brows, a look of great disappointment crossing his face. The 7 Institute's grand competition has already ended? Sigh, I didn't expect to be a step too late. Saying this, the person shook his head and sighed, turning to leave. This infuriated Xiaoshang. He didn't care much for fame, but he couldn't stand being ignored like this. This detestable guy clearly knew he was the first in the competition, yet instead of being shocked or nervous, he merely shook his head lightly and intended to turn away, as if being the champion was just a trivial matter. Such a dismissive attitude made Xiaoshang furious. Wait. The person turned his head, looking somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something else? Xiaoshang exclaimed. I'm the champion. The champion. Didn't you hear me clearly? I heard you clearly. The person nodded, then asked in confusion, and then? He actually said then? Contempt, blatant contempt. Even facing Lu Chen, he had never suffered such humiliation. Xiaoshang's expression twisted slightly as he said fiercely, in front of the champion of the 7 courtyards. Competition, you can act so relaxed, you must be very strong. Let me see for myself. After saying that, Xiaoshang didn't care whether the other party agreed or not, immediately forming a fist and launching an attack. He only used 5% of his strength, ensuring he could retract the attack at any moment. Although he was furious at the others' disdain, Xiaoshang was still a child and didn't want to truly harm anyone, he just wanted to teach a lesson. However, the next moment, the originally carefree Xiaoshang's pupils suddenly constricted and his face changed dramatically as if something unbelievable had happened. Gone? How is that possible? Indeed, the person in front of him had suddenly disappeared. A breeze swept by, leaving no trace, as if they had never existed. But how could that be? That person had just been right in front of him, without a doubt, and his own energy and spirit had been locked onto them. How could they just vanish without a reason? How did he do it? Just as Xiaoshang felt an extreme sense of disbelief, a calm yet somewhat indifferent voice came from behind. I'm right here. Behind him? When? Xiaoshang had no time to be shocked, because at the same moment the voice appeared, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart, causing his scalp to tingle and goosebumps to rise all over his body. He knew he couldn't hold back any longer, gathering all his strength, thinking of counterattacking, but just as he turned around, he saw a finger, he didn't know when, resting against his forehead. I hope you have better luck and don't die. Immediately after, a tremendous force surged from the fingertip, breaking through the energy surrounding Xiaoshang, shattering the defensive martial technique he had just activated, and instantly sending him flying far away, his body enduring excruciating pain, nearly losing consciousness. You didn't get your head blown off. No wonder you're the first in the 7 courtyards competition. Your luck is really good. The calm voice came again. If this sentence were spoken by someone else, it would definitely be seen as mockery, disdain, or contempt. But for some reason, coming from this person, it sounded very calm, very natural, as if saying 1 + 1 = 2, as if stating that he was indeed very lucky. You. At this moment, Xiaoshang was already at a loss for words, suffering an immense blow in his heart. When that person attacked just now, there was no fluctuation of true essence emanating from them, which indicated that the other party was most likely on the same level as him, both belonging to the category of martial apprentices. But the result was worlds apart. Just a single finger, merely a finger, had defeated him. It was as if he had been brushed away like dust, casually sent flying, almost like a dream. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Xiaoshang finally managed to speak clearly. Who on earth are you? Who am I? The man paused for half a second, then sighed. In this academy, I suppose I could be considered a waste. Waste? A waste? Xiaoshang's eyes widened, nearly spitting blood. Come on, big brother, you defeated the champion of the 7 academy competition with just 1 finger. If you are a waste, then what am I, and what do all the geniuses in Tianling City amount to? Don't act recklessly in the future. Not everyone is as good-tempered as I am. After saying this, the man turned to leave. Wait a moment? Xiaoshang wanted to stop him. He had too many questions about this ridiculously strong, mysterious youth. But the other party was too fast, each step seeming to transcend the distance of time and space, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared beyond the horizon, no longer visible. Xiaoshang stared blankly in the direction the man had left, feeling as if he were dreaming. Who was that person? How could he be so strong? Clearly powerful to an absurd degree. Why would he call himself a waste? At this moment, Xiaoshang was filled with countless confusion swirling in his heart. Sigh, compared to last time, he has become even stronger. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaoshang turned sharply, his eyes fixed on the person who had just spoken. Lu Chen, have you been here all along? Lu Chen shook his head lightly. I only just heard the commotion not long ago, so I haven't been here the whole time. After a pause, this top genius of Hongyang Academy chuckled, his expression somewhat playful, somewhat teasing, and asked, "So, how does it feel to face that person?" Xiaoshang first showed immense anger but soon became dejected, his voice revealing his low spirits. "It's very uncomfortable. Very frustrating. I never thought I would be so easily defeated by another martial apprentice. You're lucky to have seen it. When I first met him, the shock I felt was dozens of times stronger than what you're feeling now." "Dozens of times?" "Because he personally killed a tier 2 ferocious beast in front of me." "What? Killed a tier 2 ferocious beast? How is that possible?" Xiaoshang's eyes widened. A tier 2 ferocious beast was on the same level as a martial artist, and he understood all too well the vast difference between martial apprentices and martial artists. So his first reaction was disbelief. Lu Chen sighed and shook his head. "You don't believe it, do you?" "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either." After an unknown amount of time and silence, Xiaoshang slowly raised his head, a hint of bitterness in his eyes. "He is the god of the mountain you mentioned, right?" "That's right. Why does he call himself a waste?" "I'm not a worm. In the belly of the god of the mountain, how could I possibly know? But I do have a guess. It might be related to his experiences at Blue Rain Academy." "Experiences? You can inquire about this yourself. His name is Yen Chen and he is quite well known in Blue Rain. However, I advise you to keep it a secret after you learn the truth. Don't reveal this big shot's true strength." "Why?" "Hee, consider it a little wicked pleasure of mine." Lu Chen certainly wouldn't say that Hongyang Academy had intentions of recruiting this big shot, smiling as he said, "Don't you think it's interesting that there is such a great treasure in Blue Rain Academy, yet they don't even know about it and we outsiders discovered it first?" Xiaoshang pondered for a moment, then nodded, as if acknowledging this statement. "One last question." Xiaoshang fixed his gaze on the person in front of him. "Why do you call him the god of the mountain?" Lu Chen said, "This is what my teacher said. He said that the big shot is the god on the mountain, while we are just the people at the foot of the mountain. There is inherently no competitive relationship between gods and humans, so why should we compare ourselves to a god and thus deny our own worth? The god on the mountain and the people at the foot of the mountain? So this inexplicable title represents this layer of meaning." Xiaoshan quickly laughed. After this battle, he no longer had his previous arrogance, and he was no longer full of vigor. Instead, he resembled a youth who had suffered great blows. "Old Lu, is it really okay for you to tell this kid about the god on the mountain?" Not long after he left, another figure appeared. It was Shang Yingming. Lu Chen looked in the direction Xiaoshang had departed, shaking his head slightly. "The god on the mountain has already come into contact with him. It can't be hidden anymore, so it's better to say it openly." Shang Yingming frowned. "But what if the Purple Thunder Academy also has the intention to poach people? Then let them use their own means, as long as the god on the mountain is no longer at the Blue Rain Academy." "That's enough." A look of disdain appeared on Lu Chen's face. "Even such a remarkably talented prodigy can be reduced to waste. Such an academy is unworthy of the god on the mountain." Yen Chen walked on the road leaving the Blue Rain Academy, reflecting on the brief encounter just now. The first place in the 7 Academy competition is quite young, looking only about 12 or 13 years old, and their strength is impressive, having reached the limit of a martial apprentice, mastering the power of 81 forms. As long as they take another half step, sinking their energy into the Dantian and refining their true essence, they can break through to become a martial artist. But they are a bit too impulsive. Before we could say 2 words, they suddenly attacked. "Forget it, since I can't see the finals, I might as well go back and rest for a day before preparing to head to the wilderness. Now that my strength has reached 62 forms, if I refine one more form of power, I can break through to the 8th level martial apprentice, and after slaying a 2nd tier fierce beast, the blood essence pills I can exchange will be more than enough. Then it's settled." Quickly making a decision in his heart, Yen Chen turned and left the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. Afternoon. The award ceremony for the 7 Academy competition officially began amidst the attention of the crowd. What puzzled everyone was, as the first place winner, Xiaoshang did not seem as happy as expected. On the contrary, he looked very dejected, lost, and walked as if he had no strength, as if he had suffered some blow. This made everyone unable to help but discuss and speculate about the underlying reasons. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blue Rain Academy's principal also looked quite displeased. As the host, their performance was poor, ranking 6, almost at the bottom, which made him lose face. At that moment, the principal of the Purple Thunder Academy walked over and inexplicably sighed. "Oldly? You really can hide." "Ah." The Blue Rain principal looked confused, unable to understand the meaning of this statement. Principal Hong Yang suddenly interjected, "He's not hiding, he's blind." As for how he became blind, don't ask me, I don't know either. Ha. Blind. The Purple Thunder principal seemed to ponder, his expression hinting at amusement. Could it be that he doesn't know? "What do you think?" "That's quite blind. Ha. Listening to the two of them banter back and forth, the Blue Rain principal was so furious that he nearly exploded. Finally unable to hold back, he shouted, "What the hell are you two talking about? The wilderness, the alert zone. Ah woo." The furious howl of a wolf echoed, and in the forest, a figure of a man and a wolf were entangled in a fierce battle, the strong winds flattening the area for dozens of meters around. Time passed without notice, and finally, congratulations, your attack has received a 3,200 times critical hit bonus. The 7 kills sword light fell, striking the wolf's head, and with a boom, the small wolf, about a meter tall, with blue fur, fell to the ground, its head rolling away, dead beyond recovery. Ha, finally killed this wolf. Yan Shen let out a long breath, a smile appearing on his face. If it had been before he accepted the second trial, Yan Shen would never have dared to fight the Qingfeng wolf. After all, this second-tier fierce beast was attuned to the wind element and excelled in speed, its sharp claws capable of easily tearing through flesh. But now it was different. With the support of the carefree dragon step and the guaranteed 3 times critical hit bonus from the system, Yan Shen could barely dodge the Qingfeng wolf's attacks. For him, as long as he could gain the upper hand in speed and find an opportunity to attack, killing the opponent was just a matter of time. Time to go back. After putting the Qingfeng wolf into his small Qiankuan ring, Yan Shen left the alert zone. Satisfied. Back in Tianling City, Yan Shen immediately went to the Wanya Pavilion, preparing to sell the Qingfeng wolf's corpse in exchange for blood chi pills to elevate his strength further. However, to his surprise, Zixuan was not in the shop today? Could something have happened? Yan Shen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Her absence is just right for some peace and quiet. Just as a customer left, the counter became available, and Yan Shen immediately sat down. Hello, Before he could finish, a voice tinged with a hint of amusement interrupted him. Little girl, leave this to me, you go attend to other customers. Oh, okay, sir. The female attendant was clearly nervous, stuttering as she quickly stood up and vacated the position. Yan Shen looked in the direction of the voice, his brow slightly furrowed. The person was an old man, with graying hair and firm skin, exuding an otherworldly aura, but sitting in front of him, he seemed to blend into the surroundings, embodying the path of martial arts. Muing Long? TCH, guessed it, how boring. It wasn't hard to guess, Yan Shen thought silently, not feeling too surprised. Or rather, he had a premonition that the day he crossed paths with Mu Zixuan, he would eventually have dealings with this old man from the Mu family, one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild. It is an honor for me to be personally attended by old Master Mu. Upon hearing this, Muing Long couldn't help but puff out his beard and glare. What are you thinking, kid? You want me to personally attend to you? I'm here for other matters. Yan Shen replied earnestly. Please, senior, go ahead. He felt very grateful to this old man from the Mu family, regardless of the reasons. If it weren't for his intervention in severely injuring Wang Tianchi, he would still be shrouded in the shadow of death, afraid to move freely, let alone venture into the wilderness. To accept the second trial and obtain the master law, the carefree dragon step, Muing Long glanced around and said, this isn't a place for conversation, come with me. All right. Leaving the hall under Muing Long's lead, the two quickly arrived at an extremely luxurious room. Yan Shen looked at the familiar decorations inside and instinctively said, has this VIP room been cleaned? That was quick. Muing Long's eyes widened immediately. So it was you, kid, who brought the corpse of a second-tier ferocious beast into this room. Pay up, 129,600, the cleaning fee for this room. Hurry up and compensate me. Yan Shen replied. What is the senior talking about? I don't understand. Muing Long. No wonder my precious granddaughter grits her teeth every time she mentions this guy. He really is infuriating. Kid, since we've met, I don't want to hide anything. I have investigated you. Then Muing Long recounted Yan Shen's past, including the tragic death of his parents during the beast tide and the fact that his cultivation had been ruined. Yan Shen frowned. Although he had long anticipated that the Mu family would investigate him due to his close relationship with Mu Zixuan, hearing it confirmed still made him uncomfortable. However, thinking about how Muing Long had injured Wang Tianchi, which had indeed helped him a lot, eased his mind considerably. Muing Long continued, as for your secrets, I haven't investigated them and I'm not interested, so you can rest assured. The reason I called you here is related to my precious granddaughter. Before this martial artist could finish his sentence, Yan Shen immediately interrupted. I have no relationship with your precious granddaughter, so there's no need for you to force a breakup. Of course, if you're willing to offer a sky-high breakup fee, I wouldn't mind. If looks could kill, Yan Shen would have died several times already. Muing Long gritted his teeth and said, Kid, who mentioned this matter? Don't be so narcissistic. My granddaughter has high standards, she definitely should, possibly, or maybe, won't look at you. But as he spoke, his voice grew softer, recalling how his precious granddaughter had reacted when mentioning this kid. He lost some of his confidence. Yan Shen let out a slight sigh of relief, then became a bit curious. Oh, what does that matter? Muing Long said solemnly. Do you know what the results of the 7 Academy competition are related to? Yan Shen thought for a moment. They're related to the rankings of the 7 academies in Tianling City. Correct, but that's just one aspect. There's another matter you probably haven't heard of. Muing Long's expression was serious. The results of the 7 Academy competition are also related to the quota for entering the martial arts secret realm. Martial arts secret realm? Yan Shen's pupils constricted slightly. It was the first time he had heard about the secret realm from someone else. Martial arts secret realm? This secret realm is located in the territory of Tianling City and is one of the publicly accessible secret realms.
It opens once every 5 years, allowing 300 members under the age of 18 who have not broken through to the martial artist realm to enter. Among these quotas, 2/3 belong to Tianlong City, while the remaining 1/3 is divided among various subordinate base cities. Yan Shen pondered, how many quotas does Tianling City have? 15. Mu Long said, of which 10 are determined by the rankings of the 7 academy competition, and the remaining 5 are recommended by the 5 vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association. I happen to have 2 quotas, one for Mu Zixuan, and as for the other, Yan Shen pointed to himself, me? Mu Long glared at him with annoyance, you're really too boring. You should at least pretend to be confused, nervous, and full of anticipation. Just saying it directly like that, what's the point? This martial artist didn't seem as imposing as imagined, instead, he was a bit unconventional. Yan Shen thought to himself, then frowned, Senior, isn't there 1 quota for each of the 5 vice presidents? Why do you have 2 here? What's so strange about that? I beat up Wang Tianshi, so naturally, I took the quota he had. Mu Long said casually, as if beating this fellow martial artist was a perfectly normal thing to do. Let's not waste time on useless talk. Kid, since you've already guessed, I'll get straight to the point. Alright, this quota in my hand is indeed prepared for you, but there's a condition. Yan Shen frowned, condition? What condition? Mu Long said seriously. Protect my precious granddaughter and don't let her be bullied. Ah. Yan Shen immediately felt 100,000 unwillingness in his heart and almost refused on the spot. Mu Long shot him an annoyed glare. What kind of expression is that? Kid, to be honest, my granddaughter's strength is not bad. Compared to old Master Xia's great-grandson, the one who ranked first in the 7 courtyards competition, she's much stronger. The only reason I called you is for extra insurance. Yan Shen was still very hesitant. He didn't dislike Mu Zixuan, but after a year of experience, he instinctively resisted actions that would bring them closer. Mu Long then added with a hint of melancholy, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, the rating of the martial arts secret realm is not low. There are great opportunities inside, and it's not impossible for spiritual objects that can restore martial arts foundations to appear. If you're not interested, then forget it. At my age, I don't like to force others. I'll find someone else. Yan Shen suddenly stood up, his expression extremely sincere. Senior, please be sure to assign this task to me. Mu Long. It wasn't that Yan Shen was too utilitarian, it was just that the prospect of restoring martial arts foundations was too enticing. His progress in cultivation seemed good, having broken through to the 7th rank martial apprentice in just a month, but only Yan Shen knew how much he had been delayed due to the damaged martial arts foundation and what kind of obstacles he would face in future cultivation. Therefore, as long as it involved anything that could restore his martial arts foundation, he would be willing to protect Mu Zixuan, and even if it meant killing a god, Yan Shen would give it a try. Mu Long sighed, I say, kid, when I mentioned going with my precious granddaughter, you were 1,000 times unwilling, but when I said there are spiritual objects that can restore martial arts foundations, you jumped up immediately. Can't you pretend a little? Why do you have to be so real? Then senior, how about we start over? Yan Shen felt a bit guilty and tentatively asked. Mu Long, get lost. In the following conversation, Mu Long roughly explained the process of going to the martial arts secret realm. The time was set for 3 days later. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, gathering at the central ground track. At that time, Mu Long would act as a recommender and personally send Yan Shen onto the special train to Tianlong City. Yan Shen also solemnly stated that he would definitely take good care of Mu Zixuan, which made Mu Long feel strange, as if he was inviting a wolf into his home. By the way, you came to the shop this time to sell beast materials and exchange them for money to buy pills. Right. Mu Long said, since my granddaughter isn't here, let this old man personally attend to you. Bring out whatever materials you have. Yan Shen nodded, alright, senior. Just as he saw the kid about to wave his hand and unleash a storage-type weapon, for some reason, Mu Long had an uneasy feeling in his heart, as if he had overlooked something. Suddenly, he remembered something, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to stop it. Wait a moment, kid. Unfortunately, it was too late. The original space opened, and a 1-meter-tall Qingfeng wolf appeared in the VIP room, instantly causing blood to flow and a foul smell to spread. Accompanying it was a wailing voice, no, my VIP room. Soon, the inventory of the Qingfeng wolf corpse was completed, valued at 2,120,000, which was significantly higher than the Earth Bear, but this time Yan Shen only received 2 million, as 120,000 was deducted by Mu Long as cleaning fees for the VIP room. Of course, he couldn't take the remaining 2 million either. It was all used to purchase blood chi pills, totaling 27, packed in a jade bottle. When Yan Shen left the Waya Pavilion, he could vaguely see Mu Long's gritted teeth expression. Old man Mu really, at his age, still can't keep his cool. It's just a dirty VIP room, and he deducted money. That's almost equivalent to 1.5 blood chi pills. What a huge loss. On the other side, until the kid left and disappeared from sight, the frustration on Mu Long's face vanished, replaced by a smile, another complete corpse of a second-tier fierce beast. It seems this kid indeed has the strength to kill enemies across great realms and slay martial artists. The twin fiends of heaven and earth were most likely also killed by him. Immediately after this, Martial artist recalled the recent information he had gathered. Once the #1 genius of the Blue Rain Academy, but due to the beast tide attack, he not only lost all his cultivation but also suffered damage to his martial foundation, making it difficult to progress. This year he was betrayed by his best friend. This year he faced countless disdain and ridicule. Yet suddenly he received a great opportunity, able to rise from the low point, to be reborn from the ashes. Until now, with the strength of a martial apprentice, he slays a second-tier fierce beast across great realms. It can be foreseen that as long as this child does not die young, he will surely soar to the skies in the future, surpassing all, becoming a supreme powerhouse in martial arts, helping him solve some troubles and casually giving him a spot. That way, I will have a favor to protect him. Plus, with his relationship with my precious granddaughter, thus, as long as he rises in the future, he will definitely not forget the Mu family of Tianling City, and we can have more security in this current world. Then, he called Mu Zixuan. Hello, my precious granddaughter. Have you considered going to the martial arts secret realm? What, not going? Alright, Grandpa won't force you. It's just that the one called Yenchen is also going. I thought you would be willing. What, changed your mind? Okay, Grandpa will apply for you right away. Night. As soon as Yenchen returned home, he immediately immersed himself in cultivation. Congratulations, you triggered a 20-fold critical effect bonus from this pill. Congratulations. You triggered a 15-fold critical effect bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you triggered a 5-fold critical effect bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you triggered a 3-fold critical effect bonus from this pill. Yen Shen was only one step away from becoming an 8th-tier martial artist, needing just the strength of one. As the effects of the medicine took hold, and with the support of the infinite critical hit system, this final step was naturally easy to take. 63 of strength, 8th-tier martial artist breakthrough. But it wasn't over yet. As he digested 27 blood chi pills one after another, Yen Shen's strength continued to rise, reaching 65. 67. Finally, it peaked at 69. The boiling blood energy gradually calmed, and Yen Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opening his eyes, feeling the immense power within him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 69 of strength, with a 3-fold critical hit guarantee, which means that with just a casual strike, I can unleash 207 of strength, plus the 8 extreme sky strike and carefree dragon step. If I encounter a martial artist again, even if I don't trigger a high critical hit, I can still hold my own. With his training complete, Yen Chen thought again about the martial arts secret realm. He couldn't be sure if there was truly great fortune inside. Mu Yinglong had only said it was possible, but even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to seize it. Restoring his martial arts foundation was his current biggest goal. Setting off in 3 days. A hint of anticipation appeared in Yen Shen's eyes. Tianlong City, I haven't been there yet. I've heard it's dozens of times more prosperous than Tianling City. I wonder what kind of scenery it will be. In the next 3 days, Yen Shen did not return to the wilderness alert zone to hunt second-tier ferocious beasts. One reason was to conserve energy in preparation for the upcoming trip to the martial arts secret realm, and the second was the concern of getting injured in battles with second-tier ferocious beasts, which could affect his performance in the secret realm. The third and most important reason. He had heard that Wang Tianchi had issued a bounty for his capture in the black market, which had not been rescinded. This meant that there might still be martial artists keeping a close watch on him. To avoid running into these martial artists, Yen Shen even tried to minimize going out, focusing on studying the carefree dragon step at home. Before he knew it, the day to set off for Tianlong City arrived. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Yen Shen arrived at the central station on schedule. The Mu family grandfather and granddaughter were already there. The old man was sitting in the VIP room, resting with his eyes closed. On the other hand, Mu Zixuan was looking around, as if searching for something. When she saw Yen Shen walk in, her eyes lit up and she stood up to greet him, but then suddenly thought of something and sat back down, pretending to be nonchalant. What does this mean? Yen Shen was taken aback but didn't dwell on it too much. Since she didn't seem to want to greet him, he naturally wouldn't make things awkward for himself. He simply found a seat to wait. At this time, there weren't many people in the station. The top 10 competitors from the 7 Courtyards Grand Competition had not yet appeared, making the waiting area somewhat desolate. As time passed, Mu Zixuan could no longer sit still. She stood up and walked fiercely to Yen Shen, her face showing a hint of displeasure. Hey, you saw me, why didn't you come over to greet me? Yen Shen frowned. Weren't you the one who ignored me first? Isn't it because you broke your promise and made me angry? Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was instantly infuriated. Yen Shen looked confused. When did I break my promise? I ask you, have you been to the wilderness alert zone again recently? Mu Zixuan sneered, her beautiful eyes fixed on the young man in front of her. Otherwise, where did the corpse of the Qingfeng wolf come from? Don't tell me you just happened to stumble upon it. Yen Shen covered his face, somewhat at a loss for words. I don't care. You promised to take me to the wilderness hunting zone. For that, I even gave you a 7-kill sword. After this martial arts secret realm ends and you return from Tianlong City, you must fulfill your promise. As Mu Zixuan spoke, her voice trembled, clearly furious.
Yan Shen was on his way to accept the second trial, also taking the opportunity to train in the alert zone, and he really hadn't thought of this young lady from the Mu family. Knowing she was in the wrong, she had no choice but to agree wholeheartedly. Okay, when I come back this time, I'll take you to the wilderness together. It's a promise? It's a promise. Lying is for little dogs. Are you a child? Still a little dog. Alright, since I've agreed, I definitely won't go back on my word. In the VIP room, although Mu Yinglong was resting with his eyes closed, his powerful martial arts cultivation allowed him to easily hear the conversation between the two, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Although he valued Yan Shen's potential and had invested in him, he also hoped to build a good relationship with this kid. But seeing his granddaughter so happy and angry for him made him feel quite uncomfortable, as if his own cabbage was about to be dug up. My granddaughter wouldn't be so easily moved. 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 Mu Yinglong repeated this phrase like a recording machine. As time passed, more and more contestants arrived at the ground track station. The first to appear were a boy and a girl, looking quite arrogant, and behind them followed a middle-aged man and a middle-aged elegant woman. It's Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian. Mu Zixuan said calmly. It seems they are indeed valued by the sword couple seniors, even receiving a spot in the martial arts secret realm. Yan Shen naturally knew that the sword couple were two of the 5 vice presidents of the Tianling City Martial Arts Association, and they were a couple. The man was named Lin Buhui, and the woman was named Wang Yan. Both were rare martial masters in Tianling City. However, he had never heard of those two young people. Are Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian the children of the two seniors? Sort of. Mu Zixuan replied. Yan Shen frowned. Sort of? What do you mean? The two seniors were severely injured in battle against a great enemy in their early years and could never have their own children. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian were both adopted later. In that case, it's perfectly normal for the two seniors to give the spots to their adopted son and daughter, right? Why do you look like you're not very satisfied? Because Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian both have very ordinary martial arts talent. After more than 10 years of training, they barely broke through to the 7th rank martial apprentice. This time, Yan Shen finally understood why Mu Zixuan's words always seemed to carry a hint of disdain. A 7th rank martial apprentice could be considered a genius in the academy, but when it came to competing for a spot in the martial arts secret realm, they clearly wouldn't stand a chance. With such strength, even if they really went to Tianlong City, they probably wouldn't achieve a good ranking, wasting resources. Yet, to cultivate their adopted son and daughter, they still gave such a precious spot to Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian instead of to more promising and deserving martial apprentices. No wonder Mu Zixuan was dissatisfied. After the dual sword heroes had given their instructions, they left Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian behind and went to the VIP room. They greeted Mu Yinglong and found a spot to close their eyes and rest. Although Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian were not strong, their personalities were clearly quite domineering. They forcibly drove away a nearby group of people and took their place, as if everything was perfectly natural. Yan Shen merely glanced at them indifferently, and had no intention of intervening. In the martial arts world, the weak are prey to the strong, and there are many injustices in the world. He couldn't possibly manage them all. Moreover, when he was being looked down upon and mocked, who had ever helped him? As time passed, more teams arrived, including Baihua Academy and Lingbing Academy. Lanyu Academy was the third to arrive among all the academies, led by another teacher, surnamed Song, who was rigid and unable to discern right from wrong. Following him were Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Xiaodai. In fact, only Li Xian had secured a spot in the top 10 during the 7 Academy competition, earning a place in the martial arts secret realm, while the others were merely there to accompany him. The group also spotted Yan Shen and were momentarily taken aback. How could Yan Shen be here? This special train is only for those going to Tianlong City to participate in the martial arts secret realm. Logically, this waste shouldn't qualify. Could it be that he's here to send someone off? Wait, that's not right. Look at the pass in his hand. That's a pass to Tianlong City. He's going to the martial arts secret realm too. The pass to Tianlong City was given to Yan Shen by Mu Yinglong when he first arrived at the Geotrack Center. As a high-level base city, Tianlong City was not easily accessible. Residents of lower-tier cities had to apply for entry. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily unable to believe it. At that moment, Li Xian suddenly noticed the beautiful figure beside Yan Shen. He was momentarily stunned, then realized something, and his expression twisted with uncontrollable jealousy. Miss Mu Zixuan? The expressions of the others also changed. They knew that Mu Zixuan had come to Lanyu Academy to look for Yan Shen, and had been quite intimate with him. Coupled with the fact that this mere waste had the qualification to enter the martial arts secret realm, they immediately understood something. There was disdain, jealousy, and contempt. I get it. It must be that Mu Zixuan begged her grandfather to allocate a spot for Yan Shen, giving him the chance to go to Tianlong City. Exactly, it must be that way. Otherwise, with Yan Shen's second-tier martial apprentice level and only 11 symbols of power, how could he possibly qualify? This waste knows he can hardly achieve anything in martial arts, yet he turns to rely on a woman living off her. He's really not a man. I don't even know what he has that could attract Mu Zixuan. I suspect this young lady from the Mu family has been deceived. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all feeling they had uncovered the truth. Yan Shen had obtained the opportunity to go to Tianlong City and participate in the martial arts secret realm by living off Mu Zixuan. Among them, Rin Xiaodai and Luo Shi felt particularly complicated. Although they had drawn a line in their hearts the moment Yan Chen became a waste, seeing the person they once admired with a woman far superior to themselves made them feel quite uncomfortable. Women's feelings can be so complex, they might not like a man or find him distasteful, but if he gets too close to another woman, it always feels unsettling. Although Li Xian and the others deliberately lowered their voices, everyone present were martial arts practitioners, and their hearing was naturally extraordinary. How could they hide it from their ears? Mu Zixuan had a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, with a hint of pride in her eyes. I didn't expect that the illustrious killing sword would one day rely on me for support. I am truly honored. Yan Shen's expression was emotionless. So, you want to be my woman? Ah, what? Of course, I mean it in a superficial way. Yan Shen's voice was calm and unruffled. If I were to rely on you, then our relationship would naturally have to develop in that direction. This time, Mu Zixuan panicked. She only wanted to put some pressure on Yan Shen to make this detestable guy less smug, but she hadn't thought of involving herself in it. No, I don't have that kind of thought. Knowing that arguing was not her strong suit and that elaborating would only make things worse, Mu Zixuan wisely chose to change the subject. By the way, Yan Shen, aren't you angry that they are mocking you? Yan Shen shook his head. I might have been before, but not anymore. Why? Because I've gotten used to it. Used to it? Mu Zixuan stared blankly at the calm face before her, and somehow her heart was struck hard. Again. As time passed, it wasn't long before the contestants from Hongyang Academy arrived. In this competition among the 7 academies, Hongyang Academy achieved remarkable results, leaping to become the second-ranked martial arts academy in Tianling City. Moreover, 2 contestants made it into the top 10, namely Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming, with one in second place and the other in 7th. They were still led by teacher Zhou, and soon everyone entered the waiting room. Old Lu, old Lu, old Lu. Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out, and Xiang Yingming kept fiddling with the arm of the person next to him, as if he had discovered something significant. Lu Chen shook his hand impatiently. Stop shaking, just say what it is quickly. Look over there. Where? Lu Chen turned his head, and upon seeing it, he was startled. The god on the mountain? He is also going to the martial arts secret realm? Obviously, yes. Xiang Yingming nodded, then nervously said, Old Lu, what should we do now? What else can we do? Of course, we should go up and greet him. Right, greet him. The 2 first informed their leading teacher, and teacher Zhou naturally wouldn't refuse, knowing full well that the dean had the intention of recruiting him, wanting his students to build a closer relationship with him, which would lay the groundwork for the future. Soon, the 2 arrived in front of Yan Shen, their voices carrying a hint of respect. Little brother, we meet again. This must be your sister-in-law, she is truly beautiful. Hello, sister-in-law. Mu Zixuan's face immediately turned red, and she glared fiercely. You two, stop talking nonsense. I am just friends with him. Friends, not that kind of relationship. Yan Shen's tone remained unperturbed. That's right, we are just friends. Lu Chun and Xiang Yingming both showed expressions of sudden realization, their eyes filled with meaning. Oh, so you are just friends. Not far away, Li Xian and the others watched this scene, their eyes widening again, filled with disbelief. Lu Chen, the genius, ranked 2nd in the competition among the 7 academies. Xiang Yingming, the genius, ranked 7th in the competition among the 7 academies. They actually took the initiative to greet Yan Shen? The person who felt the most uncomfortable here was Li Xian. During the 7 Courtyards Grand Competition, he was defeated by both Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming, and he lost quite miserably. Even though several days had passed, he could still clearly remember the disdain in their eyes. Although they never said it outright, Li Xian knew that in their hearts, they had never regarded him, the number 1 genius of Blue Rain, as important. Originally, Li Xian didn't feel too uncomfortable. After all, he lost in the arena, and it was a matter of skill. No matter how much resentment he felt inside, he had to endure it. But now he saw something that made him furious. Those 2, who had never looked at him, the 2nd and 7th place of the 7 Courtyards Grand Competition, actually took the initiative to talk to Yan Shen, that waste, and judging by their warm demeanor, it seemed they were trying to curry favor. Why did that waste deserve the attention of the young lady from the Mu family? Why did the 2nd and 7th place of the 7 Courtyards Grand Competition hold him in such high regard? Li Xian's expression twisted slightly, and his jealousy had reached an unbearable level. I understand now, those 2 must be acting so warmly towards Yan Shen because of Mu Zixuan. Otherwise, a mere waste like him wouldn't possibly receive such treatment. Luo Qinghe's expression was also unpleasant. Compared to Li Xian, he had also suffered a significant blow. It should be like that. Luo Qinghe stared intently ahead. I heard that this young lady from the Mu family isn't studying at the Martial Arts Academy in Tianling City but is suspected to have entered Tianlong City to become a student at the Chongqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy. Perhaps that's why Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming are trying to curry favor. Having his martial arts foundation ruined, he relies on a woman to get by. Yan Chen. How shameless. Right. Ren Xiaodai and Luo Shi also clenched their fists tightly, not even considering whether the logic held, but firmly believing in the two's speculation. Just then, another person appeared. About 12 or 13 years old, with a defiant look on his face and an aura of power radiating from him. The martial disciples from the 7 major academies changed their expressions upon seeing him and quickly made way. Li Xian and the others felt a chill in their hearts as they recognized that this child was none other than the first place of the 7 courtyards grand competition, Xia Shang. However, what happened next left everyone present in shock once again. The defiant Xia Shang, when looking in a certain direction, appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with horror, and he no longer exuded any arrogance. Instead, he approached another person like a child who had done something wrong and said softly, "You're here too?" Xia Shang actually went to greet Yan Chen, and he lowered his posture to such an extent, almost no different from Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming. Li Xian's eyes widened, filled with shock. He couldn't understand, could it be that a young lady from the Mu family truly had such a deterrent power that even the first place of the 7 courtyards grand competition bowed his proud head? Not just him, but Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Xiaodai also wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Yan Chen, although he didn't understand the impact of Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Xiang Yingming greeting him had on those around, could still vaguely sense a slight change in their gazes. He didn't want to attract too much attention, or rather, since experiencing that calamity a year ago, he had grown to dislike standing in the spotlight. In response to the three's greetings, he simply waved his hand. Casually, "I'm also glad to see you. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back. I need to rest my eyes for a while." Xia Shang, Lu Chen, Xiang Yingming, they all felt a bit unaccustomed, as the top young geniuses of Tianling City. When had they ever been treated so dismissively? Just thinking about how formidable this person in front of me is, able to kill a second-tier beast with the strength of a martial apprentice and defeat the first place in the 7 academy competition with just a finger, the discomfort in my heart dissipated. Brother, there's one more thing. Lu Chen originally intended to leave, but at a critical moment he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Our dean wants to meet you. I wonder when it would be convenient." Xia Shang, afraid of being a beat slow, quickly added, Right, big brother, my dean also wants to meet you. When do you think you can meet?" As soon as the words were out, Xia Shang and Lu Chen glared at each other fiercely, their gazes colliding and sparking intense fire. "The deans of Hongyang Academy and Zilei Academy both want to see me?" Yan Chen pondered, realizing that his true strength should not be a secret in front of them, and he roughly guessed their purpose for seeking him out. After thinking for a moment, Yan Chen did not refuse but ambiguously said, "Let's find a time after returning from Tianlong City." Okay. With a clear answer, Xia Shang and Lu Chen left satisfied, both still on edge with each other, making it seem like they were mortal enemies to anyone who didn't know better. Time slowly passed, and before long, the special train to Tianlong City arrived at the station. This special train was not ordinary, it could traverse the perilous wilderness, shuttling back and forth between 2 base cities. And it was itself a high-quality martial vehicle, capable of withstanding attacks from disaster-level beasts. Because each activation required a significant amount of energy, it could only be requested for important matters. The train was not empty, as other geniuses from different base cities had boarded earlier. Tianling City was just one of the stops. After identity verification, everyone quickly boarded the train one after another. Yan Shen's seat was towards the back, and it took about 10 minutes before it was his turn. A martial artist exuding a powerful aura stood at the train door, checking passes and identities. After confirming there were no issues, he stepped aside slightly. Just as Yan Shen was about to board, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Yan Shen, you rejected me back then, thinking you were so impressive, but it turns out you're just a man living off a woman." The speaker was Ren Xiaodai, her face twisted with resentment. Why didn't she get a spot to go to Tianlong City and participate in the martial arts secret realm, while this waste relied on a woman to obtain that spot? Yan Shen turned his head at this moment, looking at the woman before him with a blank expression. "Don't make me kill you." In a daze, Ren Xiaodai felt her soul freeze, as if she would die the next moment. By the time she came to her senses, Yan Shen had already boarded the train and disappeared, and the chilling aura from earlier felt like an illusion. What did he just say? He wants to kill me? Just a second-tier martial apprentice, how does he have the guts? And why was that waste so terrifying just now? The person just now was Mu Zixuan was right beside him and naturally heard the previous words, feeling inexplicably angry. Yan Shen said lightly, "A former pursuer, but I rejected her. So she turned love into hate? Not really, quite the opposite. After I was crippled, she was actually very glad that I didn't agree back then." After a pause, Yan Shen casually looked out the car window. "Perhaps it was because I took a spot in the martial arts secret realm to go to Tianlong City that stimulated her." Mu Zixuan pondered, and for some reason felt a little pleased. "So, she doesn't know your true strength." "She should not know." Yan Shen shook his head. "I've never deliberately told anyone about my matters." Just then, Yan Shen suddenly fixed his gaze on the girl in front of him and asked a very sharp question. "If one day, I lose the power to kill enemies across great realms, or even lose all my cultivation and become a waste, would you still have the same attitude towards me?" Mu Zixuan had thought about this question before and already had an answer, instinctively about to respond. Yan Chen, however, waved his hand to interrupt. Forget it, it's not important. Mu Zixuan puffed up in anger. Hey, I haven't said anything yet, how is it not important? Yan Chen's gaze was calm as water. Anyone can say words, so it's not important. What truly matters is, when that moment comes, what will you do? Mu Zixuan stared blankly, unsure how to answer. Soon, the train closed, propelled by the immense power of heaven and earth, quickly leaving the central rail, departing from Tianling City, heading towards the next stop. Tianling City was not the final stop, they still had to go to other base cities to pick up the remaining martial arts secret realm qualifiers. The teacher leading the team from Tianling City was named Zhang Changming, not a martial master, but a martial artist. The reason for not using a martial master to lead was that this level of strong individuals were the backbone of ordinary base cities, and to prevent beast tides, they would not easily leave. The space in the train was quite large, with each base city's contestants arranged in a carriage, each having a space of 40 square meters, and the environment was very comfortable. Yan Chen was only interested in the great fortune in the martial arts secret realm that could restore martial foundations, so he did not engage much, at most chatting a few words with Mu Zixuan. Occasionally, however, Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Xiang Yingming, not knowing if they had conspired, gathered around Yan Chen shortly after boarding the train, exchanging words without caring whether it annoyed others, primarily aiming to make their presence felt. Why? Li Xian clenched his fists tightly. He was the only one from Blue Rain Academy to board the train, and being in the same carriage, he naturally saw those few geniuses who shone brilliantly in the 7 Academy competition, all surrounding Yan Chen, their faces showing eagerness. This made it even harder for him to accept. Why are you all surrounding that waste? I am the first genius of Blue Rain Academy, I am. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Li Xian's feelings, even ignoring his existence. Time passed little by little, and since everyone had never been to Tianlong City, only having heard of it, they were filled with anticipation for this high-level base city. Mu Zixuan said, Yan Chen, when we get to Tianlong City, do you need a tour guide? Yan Chen replied, a tour guide? Who? Of course it's me. Have you been to Tianlong City? What do you mean by been? Mu Zixuan's voice carried a hint of annoyance. I am a student at the Tsunqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy in Tianlong City, but due to some special reasons, I temporarily returned to Tianling City. Yan Chen was surprised. He really didn't expect that Mu Zixuan had such an identity. So you're quite familiar with Tianlong City? Of course. Mu Zixuan's face showed a hint of pride. I have been training in Tianlong City for 2 years. I may not know it like the back of my hand, but I'm pretty close. Immediately after, a look of anticipation appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. So, how about I be your tour guide? Just ask me, and I'll agree to take you around Tianlong City. I ask you to be a tour guide just this once, Yan Chen said calmly. This left Mu Zixuan stunned. She originally thought this guy was too proud to agree easily, but unexpectedly he didn't play by the rules. You just agreed so readily. What else? Yan Chen replied matter-of-factly. After all, there's no loss in it. Clearly, she had won, but for some reason, Mu Zixuan felt like she had lost. She was puffed up with anger, thinking about how to regain her advantage. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted from the front, and before long, the argument escalated into a scuffle. Someone had started fighting. It was Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian. These two, for some reason, had gotten into a conflict with others in the carriage, and both sides started to fight. The two were getting beaten badly. They were only 7th-tier martial apprentices, and it was because of their high-ranking adoptive parents that they had managed to qualify for the martial arts secret realm. The others in the carriage were all geniuses from different base cities, and their qualifications were hard-earned, so they were naturally no match for them. It looked like a tragedy was about to happen. Stop! A loud shout suddenly rang out. It was the leading martial artist, Zhang Changming. He certainly couldn't just watch Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian get killed, or he wouldn't be able to explain it to the sword hero duo. But soon another voice came. Brother, it's just a little sparring among juniors, we don't need to intervene, do we? Immediately, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Changming, blocking the erupting true essence. Although he was smiling, his expression was filled with anger. Strangely, the geniuses from Tianling City showed no intention of helping Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian. Looks like they don't have good relationships usually? Yan Chen pondered. A hint of disgust flashed in Mu Zixuan's eyes. These two usually rely on the favoritism of the sword hero duo to act recklessly in Tianling City. Their reputation has long been terrible. This conflict was probably instigated by them, otherwise they wouldn't have provoked the opposing team's martial artist to such an extent. It's no wonder no one is willing to help them. I see. In the end, the two sides did not fight because a surge of energy descended from the train, suppressing everyone, and a martial artist from Tianlong City stepped forward to warn both sides. However, looking at Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian's faces filled with resentment, it was clear they were very dissatisfied. Yan Chen, who originally disliked being the center of attention, naturally had no intention of getting involved. It was none of his business, so he just wanted to quickly reach the martial arts secret realm to find a great opportunity to restore his martial foundation. Time slowly passed, and after about 2 hours, Tianlong City finally arrived. When the train arrived at Tianlong City, it was already evening, the night was falling, and the stars were twinkling, making for a rare sight.
Yan Shen stared ahead, his gaze blank. It had to be said that Tianlong City truly deserved its reputation as a high-level base city. Near the maglev station, countless skyscrapers rose up like a forest, and occasionally, flying vehicles could be seen soaring in the sky, with lights and neon glowing, the starry night dazzling, something that
Tianling City could not compare to.
Just a glance was enough to leave one in great shock.
Take a good look, this might be your only chance to come to Tianlong City, said the martial artist in charge of the train, his eyes filled with a
hint of disdain, clearly looking down on these country bumpkins. Soon, everyone left the station, where a specialized agency responsible for the secret realm would arrange their accommodations. The place where they stayed was a hotel with 100 floors. It looked luxurious, but in Tianlong City, it was quite ordinary. To accommodate these martial apprentices from ordinary base cities, the secret realm agency even booked 3 floors, quite extravagant indeed.
Tianling City was arranged on the 73rd floor.
Lu Chen and the others had never seen such a bustling scene. They looked left and right, and then gazed down at the entire Tianlong City from the large floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling an immense
shock in their hearts. Is this what a high-level base city looks like? It's so cool.
Compared to this, our Tianling City feels like a rural backwater, so backward, there's no comparison at all. I wish I could settle down here.
Don't even think about it. The residency requirements for high-level base cities are extremely strict. You have to be an extraordinary genius or break through to a Grand Martial Master before the age of 50. We probably can't do that.
Yan Shen was also filled with longing. There were tall buildings in Tianling City, but the tallest was only 50 or 60 floors, the Martial Arts Guild building, and it was the only one.
However, in Tianlong City, skyscrapers of 100
floors were everywhere, and there was even a building that resembled a divine pillar towering into the clouds.
Looking up from here gave one a sense of insignificance.
Just as they were immersed in their thoughts, the sound of arguing came.
Again. I'm cursing you all, so what? Do you know who I am? Ah, if you offend me, you'll all end up in a miserable fate. Oh, Tianling City is so arrogant. What, you want to cross cities to kill? Today we offended you, so let's see how you take revenge.
Soon, the argument escalated into a fight. A group of people surrounded Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian, giving them a good beating. Nearby, Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Xiang Yingming had no intention of intervening, their eyes showing a hint of disgust. Even the leading martial artist, Zhang Changming, didn't intervene this time, clearly annoyed by the repeated provocations from these 2 young rascals.
Yan Chen naturally wouldn't care either, not even interested in
watching. He quickly shifted his gaze.
Miss Mu, didn't you say you would be my tour guide and take me around Tianlong City? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Of course not. Do you think I'm like you, untrustworthy? Mu Zixuan shot him a fierce glare. Soon, the two left the hotel.
Li Xian happened to see this scene, his eyes blazing with anger, jealousy rising in his heart again.
He couldn't understand why that useless person could win Miss Mu's favor. They said they would have fun, but in reality, Mu Zixuan didn't take Yan Chen to many places.
The first reason was that tomorrow was the day the martial arts secret realm would open, and time was tight with no extra leisure.
The second reason
was that Tianlong City was too large. It was almost impossible to visit all the places in one day. However, Mu Zixuan brought Yan Chen to a special place, which was composed of 10 towering buildings, resembling a city within a city, an
extremely impressive location.
This is the Tsunqing Martial Arts Academy, the only advanced martial arts academy in the entire Tianlong City, including all the subordinate ordinary base cities.
How about it? Isn't it impressive? Yan Chen nodded honestly. It is indeed impressive. In a little while, I should be able to finish my matters and return here to continue my studies. Mu Zixuan paused, suddenly revealing a smile. I know you will definitely come too. I will be waiting for you here.
Yan Chen did not speak. Although he was interested in the Tsunqing Martial Arts Academy, he would not come here for anyone.
Mu Zixuan also realized his thoughts, pouted, and said irritably, really, you are as hard-hearted as a rock. No wonder you have no friends.
Let's go, the tour is over, time to return to the hotel and rest.
Okay.
The next morning, everyone gathered at the entrance. According to the arrangements of the Secret Realm organization, a special vehicle would come to take them to the martial arts secret realm. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian were not present. Others said that the two of them had been beaten badly yesterday and could not participate in the martial arts
secret realm.
This was because the other party did not want to escalate the situation and did not use lethal force, otherwise, whether they could survive would still be uncertain. Now the sword and hero couple must be going crazy. Their son was beaten like this, and the key is they can't take revenge. Ha ha, someone laughed, feeling inexplicably pleased. But some were worried. The sword and hero couple dotes on these two adopted children the most.
If they were beaten like this, do you think the two seniors would vent their anger on us fellow travelers?
The laughter abruptly stopped, and the person's face showed apprehension. The sword and hero couple was notoriously indulgent towards these two adopted children. If they found out they were beaten like this and no one was willing to help, they might indeed vent their anger on their fellow travelers.
Not long after, the vehicle to pick everyone up arrived. It was a floating, extended
bus that could accommodate more than 130 people, just enough for everyone to sit.
Mu Zixuan sat next to Yin Chan and, during her leisure time, did not forget to tease him. So, are you nervous? There's nothing to be nervous about, just do your best, Yin Chen replied, feeling quite relaxed. With the infinite critical hit system by his side, he was invincible in the absence of martial artists. The martial arts secret realm was not located in Tianlong City but in the wilderness in a dangerous area numbered 19256. However, this area had already been cleared by the personnel of the Tianlong City Secret Realm Organization, with great martial masters stationed to ensure the safety of the young talents. The vehicle drove through the wilderness, quickly leaving the safe zone and entering the alert zone, then into the danger zone. Listening to the terrifying howls that seemed to penetrate the bones from outside, the martial apprentices in the vehicle turned pale, fearing that a third-tier ferocious beast might suddenly attack. With their strength, they were likely not even enough to be a snack for it. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes passed. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, the magnetic levitation bus stopped, and the staff from the Secret Realm Organization in charge of leading them called out loudly, "The martial arts secret realm has arrived, everyone get off the bus." The crowd gradually disembarked from the maglev bus. Roar! A terrifying low growl came from the depths of the distant forest, exuding a sense of horror that sent a bone-chilling fear through many hearts. Someone said in a deep voice, "It's a third-tier beast." Yen Chen's nerves tightened slightly. The place where the martial arts secret realm was located was in a dangerous area where third-tier beasts roamed, beasts that only martial masters could contend with. However, his tension soon eased when he noticed that there were not just one but several martial masters stationed nearby, and in a temporary tent not far away, an even more extraordinary aura was spreading, emanating an inexplicable pressure, clearly indicating the presence of stronger individuals. Moreover, there were martial masters protecting them on the maglev bus, making his situation quite safe. "Oh, are we the first to arrive?" Yen Chen showed a hint of surprise on his face. Before him, the area was quite spacious. Apart from them, the martial disciples from ordinary base cities, there were no others present, making it seem a bit desolate. Mu Zixuan wore a self-deprecating smile and said, "It's normal. We came from ordinary base cities, we're country bumpkins, the lowest in status, so we naturally arrived the earliest. We can't let the geniuses from Tianlong City wait for us." This remark was overheard by those nearby, who felt somewhat unconvinced. We're all martial disciples, no one is necessarily better than the other. Why should we arrive first and wait for them? But soon another person retorted, "Who told us to come from ordinary base cities? In terms of status, we are indeed a notch below them, there's no way around it." Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Shang Yingming understood that this was the reality, but they still felt uncomfortable. Yen Chen, however, was not as affected. Over the past year, he had endured countless disdainful glances and ridicule, and he had long since become indifferent to such matters. Not long after, 2 more maglev buses arrived under the escort of martial masters. The doors opened, and one by one, young martial disciples stepped out. They were all quite young, at most around 18 years old, dressed in various outfits, some in dojo uniforms, others in training gear, etc. What surprised Yen Chen was that these martial disciples were all vigorous and strong, likely having already reached the 9th tier. It was known that such talents were rare in Tianling City. Yet in Tianlong City, one could easily find over 100. As a student studying at Sangqing Academy, Mu Zixuan naturally knew the origins of these individuals and patiently explained, "These are all disciples from various martial arts schools, dojos, and martial arts classes in Tianlong City, all of whom are geniuses that emerge from 1,000. Including Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Shang Yingming, all the geniuses from ordinary base cities felt a sense of awe, sensing a slight threat from these individuals. On the other side, over 100 local competitors also saw the ordinary base city entrants who had already arrived, their eyes revealing a hint of disdain. As residents of Tianlong City, they held a natural contempt for those from ordinary base cities. "Hey, what kind of look is that?" Someone couldn't stand the gaze and angrily shouted. This, however, was met with even more contemptuous looks. "Of course, it's a look of disdain. Can't you see that? Are you blind? Yes, the country bumpkins look down on you. Say that again if you dare." "I will say it again, the country bumpkins look down on you." A fierce conflict immediately erupted between the two sides. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a martial master responsible for the secret realm appeared, releasing a wave of pressure that stunned both parties. "Remember, all of you behave yourselves. Being given the opportunity to enter the secret realm and have a chance to gain fortuitous encounters is already a tremendous blessing. Don't be ungrateful. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be thrown out." Although this was said to both parties, the martial artist's gaze seemed to be subtly directed at the martial disciples from the ordinary base cities. The meaning was self-evident. The faces of the many geniuses from the ordinary base cities instantly turned extremely ugly. Some were furious, some gritted their teeth, and some clenched their fists, but in the end, no one dared to act out. After all, this was a dangerous area outside, where third-tier ferocious beasts roamed. If they were really thrown out, the outcome was predictable. A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. No matter how much grievance they had, they could only lower their flags and cease their struggles. This also intensified the disdain in the eyes of the local martial artists, among whom someone boldly declared, "Is this the genius from the ordinary base cities? Ha, you're killing me with laughter. The countryside is just the countryside. Even geniuses are so cheap. The martial artists responsible for maintaining order and ensuring safety seemed to have not heard anything. No one spoke again, for they understood that anger and resentment held no meaning. Yen Chen observed coldly, and, regarding the mockery from the geniuses of Tianlong City, he felt little. After all, he knew that if they truly encountered each other in the wild, killing them would be as easy as lifting a finger. Why bother getting upset over the rants of ants? However, he did notice one thing. By the way, where are the students of Sanqing? Are they among these people? As he spoke, Yen Chen's mind conjured the image of a martial arts university composed of 10 skyscrapers, grand and magnificent, like a city within a city. Mu Zixuan appeared to be unfazed as well, shaking her head and saying, how could the students of the Sanqing preparatory class come with these people? They are the geniuses who stand out among hundreds of thousands of martial disciples in Tianlong City, the seeds among seeds. Just as they look down on us, the students of Sanqing also look down on them. Yen Chen showed a hint of confusion. Preparatory class? It's those who are close to Sanqing Martial Arts Academy but have not yet become official martial artists taken in as seeds. Mu Zixuan explained briefly, then suddenly thought of something and added. In a sense, I could also be considered a student of the preparatory class, but in reality, there is a slight difference. Yen Chen said with a half smile, so, the genius young lady of Sanqing, in your heart, you also look down on those geniuses from Tianlong City, right? Don't talk nonsense, I don't. This young lady is not that kind of person. Although she said this, the faint smile that Mu Zixuan revealed had already betrayed her feelings. Yen Chen was slightly speechless, not expecting this young lady from the Mu family to have a bit of a dark side. Just as the two were talking, a loud rumbling sound came and a hovering flying vehicle suddenly appeared in the sky, stopping at a height of 30 to 40 meters. Then, one by one, young figures jumped down from above, each face displaying a proud disdain for everything. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, look, the students of Sanqing have arrived. There were not many visitors from the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, about 7 or 8, both male and female, their faces showing no signs of emotion. Wherever they went, the previously arrogant geniuses of Tianlong City quickly made way, looking quite fearful, as if they were afraid that failing to dodge would lead to blame. Before long, these Sanqing geniuses noticed the qualifiers from the ordinary base cities, frowning in unison, their expressions revealing a hint of disdain. I really don't understand what the Secret Realm organization is thinking. The martial arts Secret Realm clearly belongs to Tianlong City, so why let the trash from the base cities below mix in and squeeze the original quotas? I agree. Martial disciples from ordinary bases find it extremely difficult to even break through to become martial artists. They have no training value at all. Those old men are just too kind-hearted, always thinking they can't disregard the survival of the ordinary base cities. If it were up to me, they should be left to fend for themselves. Strong individuals can survive in any environment, while trash should be destroyed. Ha! These words were even more vicious than what had been said earlier, not only bluntly stating that those from ordinary base cities were trash but also indicating that they had no training value and should be left to their own devices. This made all the people from the ordinary base cities unable to contain their anger, glaring back, some even disregarding the consequences and retorting, aren't you just born in a good place? What's so great about it? We're all martial disciples. If it really comes to a fight, we might even be stronger than you. This remark drew agreement from the crowd, and as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the martial master maintaining order frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes, ready to suppress these people from the ordinary base cities. However, one of the geniuses from Sanqing Martial Arts Academy spoke up at that moment, pleading, Senior, since these people from the ordinary base cities are so unconvinced, why not let us spar with them? It would save them from not recognizing their own status, and there's still some time before the martial arts secret realm opens. The martial master, who already looked down on the people from ordinary base cities and had been subtly biased, naturally had no reason to refuse upon hearing this, casually nodding, alright, but make it quick, and don't use lethal force, otherwise it will be hard to explain. Understood. Soon, the people from Tianlong City stepped aside, clearing a large area, looking at the people from the ordinary base cities with a hint of glee. Yen Chen was quite surprised to see this scene, as a dignified martial master, he is actually willing to listen to a martial disciple. What's so strange about that? Mu Zixuan showed no surprise on her face. They are all top seeds from the preparatory class of the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, with limitless futures ahead, and each has a martial arts family background behind them. It's just a matter of saving face, and they lose nothing. I see, Yen Chen nodded. Suddenly, he thought that Mu Zixuan was also a student of Sanqing and might know these people, so he couldn't help but ask, do you know who they are? I've heard a bit. They are quite famous in the preparatory class. Mu Zixuan's tone was somewhat casual, indicating that she didn't care much about these people. The one who just spoke is called Zhang Shaoli, followed by Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, by Sisi, Wang Tianing, and so on. Among the martial disciples in Tianlong City, they are considered the strongest batch. The strongest batch? It seems these geniuses are indeed not simple. How do they compare to you? Yen Chen shifted his gaze suddenly to the girl beside him. Mu Zixuan was a bit taken aback. What? Yen Chen smiled. I Mean, among these strongest martial disciples from Tianlong City who is stronger compared to you? You're trying to trap me in conversation, huh? I refuse to answer that question. Mu Zixuan glared, not knowing what angry memory came to mind. Her cheeks puffed up as she said, just know that within the realm of martial apprentices I am no worse than anyone else. After a pause, Mu Zixuan added, except for you, you pervert. At this moment, a genius from an ordinary base city could no longer hold back and stepped onto the open field, wanting to challenge the pride of Sanqing. This person was not weak, a 9th tier martial apprentice, already nearing perfection, and had also cultivated Earth-level martial skills. Even in Tianling City, he could look down upon the younger generation. Seeing this person's imposing presence, many felt a spark of hope, and someone shouted, take down these arrogant guys and let them know that we, who come from ordinary base cities, are not so easy to bully. Unfortunately, before the fight lasted even half a minute, a figure was sent flying from the arena, crashing hard against a tree trunk, spitting out blood, clearly suffering serious injuries. In the arena, the genius named Jiang Shaoli wore a calm expression, as if defeating a top genius from an ordinary base city was a matter of course. The sound of indifference echoed around. Is this the genius you speak of? Heh, I don't think he's anything special. If he were in Sanqing, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Everyone. Silence. A long silence. Each person widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief and unwillingness. The person just now was already very strong, his strength approaching the perfection of the 9th tier, and he had also learned Earth-level martial skills, yet in front of the genius from Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, he couldn't even last a few rounds and was defeated on the spot. The entire process was a crushing defeat. They didn't understand why, as fellow 9th tier martial apprentices, the gap could be so vast. Yan Chen also didn't understand, so he asked, this Jiang Shaoli has a problem. Although he is still in the martial apprentice stage, his strength has already surpassed the limit of 81 images. What's going on? What's so strange about it? Haven't you heard? Above the 9th tier, there's the 10th tier martial apprentice. Mu Zixuan replied casually. 10th tier martial apprentice? Yan Chen was taken aback, suddenly recalling a very obscure piece of knowledge. Although theoretically, martial apprentices only had 9 stages, from 1 image of strength to 81 images of strength, in reality, there was a 10th tier above the 9th tier martial apprentices. The 10th tier martial apprentice refers to those whose strength has broken through 82 images but have not yet condensed true essence. There is no upper limit to their strength, meaning a 10th tier martial apprentice could possess strength of 100 images, 1,000 images, 10,000 images, or even 100,000 images. However, the vast majority of martial apprentices, after breaking through the 9th tier, would be able to draw in violent spiritual energy into their bodies, sink it into their dantian, and condense true essence, rarely restraining themselves from breaking through to continue honing their strength. Thus, 10th tier martial apprentices are extremely rare in the martial arts world. Before Yan Chen had not thought in this direction, now recalling the realm of a 10th tier martial artist, he finally understood why Jiang Shaoli could so easily defeat a remarkable 9th tier martial artist. Mu Zixuan showed a look of confusion. That's not right. You have the strength to slay a 2nd tier ferocious beast. Your power should have long surpassed the limit of 81 forms. How could you not know about 10th tier martial artists? I forgot. I just didn't think of it for a moment. Yan Chen casually brushed it off. Not only Yan Chen, but others also thought of the realm of a 10th tier martial artist, their expressions turning ugly, with some unable to suppress the fear in their hearts, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Jiang Shaoli saw this scene, and the disdain on his face grew stronger. What's wrong? Is this all you can do? I just made a move, and you're all too scared to look me in the eye. Trash is just trash. You can only be called a genius in a small place. The people from the ordinary base city turned red with anger. If looks could kill, Jiang Shaoli would have been cut into 1,000 pieces long ago. Yet no one dared to step up. 10th tier martial artist had already surpassed the limit of 81 forms, 100 forms, 1,000 forms, were all possible. They knew very well they were no match. Going up would only be self-humiliation, with no other possibility. Someone, feeling indignant, said, what kind of skill is it to use the strength of a 10th tier martial artist against us 9th tier martial artists? Jiang Shaoli replied indifferently, a 10th tier martial artist is something I cultivated myself, it's part of my strength. How is that not a skill? The person was left speechless. Perhaps feeling it was boring to use the strength of a 10th tier martial artist, Jiang Shaoli pondered for a moment and then said with a hint of mockery, how about this? Don't say I'm bullying you. In the subsequent battles, I'll keep my power suppressed at the level of a 9th tier martial artist. That should be acceptable, right? Upon hearing this, the previously silent people from the primary base city all revealed a strong fighting spirit. I'll come. Soon, a tall youth leaped several meters into the arena, clearly a martial artist who practiced external skills. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he swung his fist towards Jiang Shaoli. The two quickly engaged in battle, but unfortunately, the gap between this person and Jiang Shaoli was not only in power but also in combat experience, martial arts comprehension, martial skills, and cultivation methods. After just a few exchanges, the man was sent flying. Jiang Shaoli showed disdain, trash. In the following time, because the genius from the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy was willing to lower his power to the level of a 9th-tier martial artist. Coupled with his truly unpleasant remarks, the crowd from the ordinary base city was stirred up, taking turns to challenge him, only to be severely beaten by Jiang Shaoli. Not only Jiang Shaoli, but occasionally, other geniuses from Sangcheng also took an interest, stepping up to stretch their muscles, beating the ordinary base city people to the point of wailing. After more than 20 battles, not a single one ended in victory. Not even gaining the upper hand. Cough cough cough. The geniuses from the Sangcheng Martial Arts Academy have such strange power. It seems soft, yet possesses extremely strong combat power. Even if he keeps his realm at 9th-tier martial artist, I wouldn't stand a chance against him, even if he were an 8th-tier martial artist. Shang Yingming clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. Just a moment ago, he had fought against a genius from Sangcheng and had been knocked down after not even 3 moves, suffering a miserable defeat. Lu Chen said fiercely, as a fellow martial artist, I refuse to believe the gap can be that big. But the gap was indeed that big. Lu Chen had barely been on the field for a minute before he was knocked down. He was slightly stronger than Shang Yingming, but not by much. When Xiao Sheng saw this scene, he realized they were no match and wisely chose not to rush in. Yan Chen, are you interested in spending some time with these Azure geniuses? A voice that seemed to smile yet not smiled came through, with a hint of encouragement in Mu Zixuan's eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Sheng, Lu Chen, and Shang Yingming's eyes all brightened, looking at this god of the mountain with hopeful gazes. They were more aware than anyone of this big shot's strength. He was someone who could, with the power of a martial apprentice, cross great realms and slay second-tier ferocious beasts, a truly defiant existence. Although the talents of the Azure Academy were equally powerful, having broken through to the 10th tier of martial apprentices and could easily defeat numerous strong enemies with the strength of a 9th tier martial apprentice, if they faced a second-tier ferocious beast, they would also end up fleeing in panic. No, they might not even be able to escape. Therefore, Xiao Sheng and the others knew very well that as long as this big shot was willing to take the stage, even if all the geniuses of the Azure Martial Arts Academy joined forces, they wouldn't be enough to take him on alone. However, Yan Chen shook his head and said, forget it, defeating the Azure people is indeed very satisfying, but the subsequent troubles will be numerous, and there are no benefits to it, so why bother to show off for a moment? Ah! Xiao Sheng and the others were all disappointed but did not dare to press further. Not far away, Li Xian also saw this scene, and felt a huge doubt arise in his heart. Why are Lu Chen and the others all surrounding Yan Chen? Could it be that they think this waste has the strength to defeat the geniuses of Azure? No, that's impossible. Yan Chen has long lost his cultivation, his martial arts foundation is damaged, and he has completely become a waste. How could he possibly have the strength to defeat those people? By the way, it is rumored that Mu Zixuan's identity is extremely mysterious, and she may have already joined the Martial Arts Academy of Tianlong City. Her strength is also unfathomable. Perhaps they are pleading with this young lady from the Mu family to take action. That's right, it must be like that. This first genius of the Blue Rain Academy felt a strong flame of jealousy burning in his heart. He couldn't understand why Mu Zixuan, so beautiful and strong, with such a good background, would choose to look at Yan Chen, this waste, instead of himself. About half an hour later, the geniuses of Azure casually dispatched a person from an ordinary base city and were preparing to continue accepting challenges, taking pleasure in these wastes. But at that moment, a powerful aura appeared, separating both sides, and a voice devoid of emotion followed. It's about time to wrap it up. The secret realm is about to open. Everyone's hearts tightened, and even the few geniuses of Azure showed a hint of respect on their faces, for the speaker was none other than the only Grand Master present, responsible for ensuring the safety of many geniuses. Jiang Shaoli chuckled, not bad, not bad, I had a great time. Although you people are wastes in terms of strength as playthings, you're still quite good. The other geniuses of Azure also revealed smiles, openly mocking, indeed, although your strength is lacking, it's still quite good for warming up. These wastes are only useful for this. Ha ha ha. The people of the primary base city glared angrily, while a deep sense of frustration welled up in their hearts. It was said that the 10th tier martial artist was too much of a bully, suppressing their strength to that of a 9th tier martial artist, which could be considered a concession, but even so, after dozens of rounds of battles, they had not managed to injure their opponent at all. What more was there to say? Boom! Not long after, a tremendous rumbling sound erupted, shaking the ground and mountains around, with a strong light appearing that nearly blinded the onlookers. When their vision cleared, everyone looked ahead, their eyes filled with shock. They saw a building that had once had an ancient style but had long since collapsed suddenly undergo a tremendous transformation. A stone tablet stood before them, 10 meters tall and 3 meters wide, covered in dense small characters. Behind the stone tablet there was an enormous light gate resembling the grand entrance of a giant's palace from mythology, striking a deep impact on the hearts of those present. Just as the crowd was in awe, a faint voice came through. The martial arts secret realm is one of the few controllable king-level secret realms controlled by Heavenly Dragon City. It only allows martial artists under the age of 18 to enter, and there is no danger. Those who explore the secret realm will be transported to a place resembling a giant tower, where illusory enemies will appear randomly. Defeating them will yield rewards and open the door to the next level. The higher the level, the stronger the illusory enemies and the better the rewards. The speaker was the Grand Martial Master, explaining the rules of the martial arts secret realm to the crowd. The infinite challenge mechanism made Yen Chen's expression turn peculiar, and he instinctively thought of that senior Tang. What is this stone tablet? Someone asked, their face filled with curiosity. Yen Chen also instinctively looked over and saw numerous names along with the levels behind them. At the top was a name, Li Hani, showing a level of 113, which was a full 30 levels higher than the second place. The Grand Martial Master answered, "This is the martial arts stone tablet, the foundation of the martial arts secret realm. It automatically records the scores of the top 100 and makes them public." Looking at the tall stone tablet before them, everyone's eyes glowed with fervor, eager to achieve good results and have their names on the board. However, thinking of the talents from the Azure Blue Martial Arts Academy and their demonstrated formidable strength, they all sighed, feeling little hope. Who is the first? Li Hani. How can he be so much higher than the second place? When mentioning Li Hani, a hint of nostalgia appeared on the Grand Martial Master's face. He was a top genius from Heavenly Dragon City 100 years ago, like a blazing sun in the sky. Even the geniuses from Shangjing, Tianjing, and Duhang would pale in comparison before him. Later, he even made it to, never mind, you won't have any contact with him? Just know that he is a legendary genius. Even the geniuses from Shangjing, Tianjing, and Duhang had to dim in his presence? Shock appeared on everyone's faces. Though they had never seen him, they had already developed a great admiration in their hearts. Yen Chen, however, felt little ripple in his heart. Instead, he was contemplating whether he could surpass Li Hani and become the first on the martial arts stone tablet. Since he had not yet entered the martial arts secret realm, he did not know how strong those illusory enemies were, making it difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. Form a line and go in. With the Grand Martial Master giving the order, many martial artists began to enter the light gate, with the first batch naturally being the talents from the Azure Blue Martial Arts Academy. I choose not to break through to a martial artist, suppressing my realm for nearly a year just for the martial arts secret realm. This time, my name will surely be on the tablet. Zhang Shaoli's face revealed a strong fighting spirit as he stepped through the light gate. Right behind him was Zhang Dingyuan, whose handsome face revealed a hint of a smile. This time, I must surpass Zhang Shaoli and enter the ranking of the martial arts steel and be above him. Soon, the geniuses of the Tsanqing Martial Arts Academy all entered. Next were the talents from various martial arts schools, martial arts classes, and training programs in Longcheng. Although they did not expect to make the list, they still wanted to earn more rewards, so they were all full of enthusiasm. Finally, it was the turn of those selected from various ordinary base cities. Boss, I'll go in first. I hope that when I come out again, I'll see Li Hani on the martial arts steel has been replaced by your name, giving our Tianling city a breath of fresh air. Is there even a need to say that? The boss is the god of the mountain, crushingly. Honey is as easy as pie. Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming exchanged words, clearly holding great expectations. Yen Chen frowned, the god of the mountain? Lu Chen, Xiang Yingming. The two dared not say that it was a nickname they had given, with no intention of belittling, but what if the boss didn't like it? That would be disastrous for them. It's nothing, you must have misheard, boss. Hey, it's our turn. Boss, let's meet again in a bit. They hurriedly ran into the martial arts secret realm, fearing that if they delayed any longer, they would be caught by the boss. Yen Chen was puzzled but didn't think too deeply, assuming the two were just joking. He shook his head and then turned his head away. When I come out later, I should be able to see your name on the martial arts steel, right? What's the use of being on the list? In the end, you'll still be below you. Mu Zixuan shot him a glare and then rushed into the light gate. Yen Chen murmured, "What? You don't want to be below me?" He then shook his head, looking at the light gate in front of him, his eyes flashing with an intense heat. Whether he could leave his name on the martial arts steel didn't matter to him, nor did it matter if he surpassed Li Hani. What Yen Chen truly cared about was whether there was a chance to restore his martial arts foundation within the martial arts secret realm. If there really is such an opportunity, even if I have to break through the martial arts secret realm, I must obtain it. Yen Chen's voice was almost inaudible, and his gaze gradually became sharp, like a divine sword, as he walked straight into the secret realm. The intense light faded, and when Yen Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in an extremely spacious room, measuring over 1,000 square meters. The walls were covered with blue bricks, and oil lamps on the walls emitted a faint glow, somewhat reminiscent of a gladiatorial arena. Yen Chen surveyed his surroundings. The 300 young martial artists who had entered earlier had all disappeared, likely transported to similar rooms, which left him somewhat stunned. Could it be that in the martial arts secret realm, there are 300 such towers corresponding to 300 young martial artists? That's just too exaggerated. Although Yen Chen did not understand the principles of the secret realm, he knew that it was impossible for there to be 300 giant towers for 300 martial disciples to challenge. There must be some hidden intricacies involved, perhaps related to the person who created the secret realm. However, Yen Chen only thought about it and had no intention of delving deeper. He had come this time solely to break through the martial arts secret realm and obtain the great fortune that could restore his martial foundation. Showing no interest in anything else, According to the Grand Martial Master, as long as one enters the secret realm, illusory enemies will automatically generate in the giant towers. I just wonder what these enemies will look like. While Yen Chen was pondering, an unexpected change occurred. In the center of the room, spiritual energy began to gather, and in an instant, a gray wolf's phantom appeared before him, baring its teeth, its eyes filled with ferocity, as if it were a living creature. A first-tier low-grade fierce beast, the gray wolf. Yen Chen was dumbfounded. So the illusory enemies are actually constructed from spiritual energy. Such a method is truly a creation that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. The person who created the martial arts secret realm must have an incredibly high level of mastery. Awu! The howl of the wolf rang out, and the illusory gray wolf did not care whether the challenger. Before it was in a daze, it lunged forward, aiming to bite at the throat. The sword light flickered in mid-air, and then, there was nothing more. The gray wolf's head was severed by the 7 kills, and the phantom immediately dissipated, turning into a wisp of smoke as if it had never existed. An illusory voice sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the first level. Reward: 3 blood chi pills. Immediately, 3 blood chi pills appeared before Yen Chen, suspended in midair by an invisible force. Yen Chen stored the rewards in his small universe ring, and his spirits lifted instantly. Although blood chi pills were not worth much, only 10,000 each, and offered little help to high-tier martial disciples, one must remember that this was just the reward for the first level. There were still the second, third, fourth levels, and the rewards would become more generous as one progressed. If he could reach over 100 levels like Li Hani, he might truly obtain the great fortune to restore his martial foundation. Rumble! At that moment, accompanied by a booming sound, a stone door opened, revealing a path to higher levels. Yen Chen grinned to the senior who created the martial arts secret realm. I'm not sure how strong you set the enemies in the later levels, but I can assure you, you definitely didn't expect someone like me to come and challenge. He. I hope you won't be too heartbroken in the afterlife. Passing through the stone door and ascending the steps, Yen Chen suddenly thought of another possibility. The senior who created the martial arts secret realm might not be dead yet. If I say that, isn't it like cursing him? My bad. The illusory enemies in the second level were also first-tier low-grade fierce beasts, but their numbers had tripled, and naturally, there was no surprise. They were easily slain by Yen Chen, earning him 10 blood chi pills. The illusory enemies in the third level were 4 first-tier low-grade fierce beasts, each one extremely strong, close to the level of a 4th-tier martial disciple, but for Yen Chen, it was still not difficult. Even without triggering the critical hit system, he could easily slay them with his own strength, earning a common-grade martial weapon as a reward. The illusory enemies in the 4th level became first-tier mid-grade fierce beasts, and there were 2 right off the bat. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th levels. Although the difficulty was gradually increasing, Yen Chen still appeared very relaxed, effortlessly slaying them. Meanwhile, outside, as time passed, more and more talented challengers who failed were being teleported out of the martial arts secret realm. In less than 10 minutes, 60 to 70 had already been eliminated. Damn it, the 23rd level is too difficult. Being surrounded by 11 first-tier upper-grade fierce beasts who besides a true martial artist could get through that? This isn't difficult? Then you haven't reached the 27th level, where the illusory enemy turns out to be a martial artist, and not just any martial artist, but one with the strength of 78 symbols, proficient in earth-level martial skills, and who makes not a single mistake in battle. Only when you face him will you understand what true despair is. Is it really that outrageous? Speaking of which, if the 27th level is already this strong, how did that Li Hani managed to get past over 100 levels? Could it be that he has already broken through to a martial artist? Impossible. The rules of the martial arts secret realm state that one must be under 18 and below martial artist level. This is absolutely unbreakable. Could it be that Li Hani found a loophole, suppressing his realm first and then breaking through to martial artist once inside the secret realm? That's a nice thought, but do you think breaking through to martial artist is easy? Absorbing violent spiritual energy into the dantian to condense true essence, one misstep could lead to exploding one's body and dying, losing both life and path. Which martial artist breaks through to martial artist in an absolutely safe place? Who would be foolish enough to break through in a perilous secret realm? If that's the case, then how terrifying must Li Hani be to have passed over 100 levels? The crowd buzzed with discussion, all filled with awe. Only those who have experienced the difficulty of the martial arts secret realm can understand how powerful those geniuses on the leaderboard truly are. 19 levels, I only managed to get through 19 levels. Li Xian also came out, and he was among the first batch, now kneeling on the ground in despair, unable to accept reality after suffering a significant blow. Not long after, Zhang Yingming also emerged. He had passed the 26th level, an average performance, not particularly outstanding, but he had done his best, so he felt no imbalance in his heart. He just looked at the stone tablet, a hint of expectation in his eyes. I wonder when the big shot will make it onto the leaderboard. It should be soon. As for those responsible for maintaining order, the martial masters and the great martial master protecting everyone from third tier
Ferocious beasts, they were all meditating with calm expressions, perhaps only the fluctuations in the rankings on the martial arts stone tablet would catch their attention. In the martial arts secret realm at the 47th level, this time, the illusory enemy is actually a martial artist, not only possessing the strength of 120 symbols but also proficient in heavenly level martial skills. Even if one breaks through the 9th tier boundary and enters the 10th tier martial artist level, it would be quite difficult to defeat him. Though he said this, there was not a hint of fluctuation in Yen Shen's voice. He casually swung his 7 kills and effortlessly slashed down the illusory enemy. The ethereal voice rang out again. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 47th level. Reward: 1 top-grade blood essence pill. Top-grade blood essence pill? A smile appeared on Yen Shen's face. Although it was just the addition of the word top-grade compared to an ordinary blood essence pill, this top-grade blood essence pill was 5 to 6 times more effective, with a rich and pure medicinal potency and no side effects. Its value was also immense, each worth around 800,000. At this moment, as the illusory enemy dissipated into a wisp of green smoke, the stone door leading to the next level opened. Yen Shen put away his reward and was about to step inside, but just as his foot was about to move, he suddenly thought of something. The person ranked 100 on the martial arts stone tablet, the final number of levels cleared, seems to be 47. So, as long as I pass one more level, I can make it onto the martial arts stone tablet? Yen Shen had originally just been thinking casually and didn't dwell on it too much, but just as he was about to continue to the next level, he suddenly remembered something. Since entering that martial arts secret realm, he had faced illusory enemies, defeating each one with a single sword strike, unless he encountered those with tough lives and strong defenses. Otherwise, he had hardly been delayed at all. This led him to ascend from the first level to the 47th level in almost no more than 10 minutes. He wasn't sure how fast Jiang Shaoli and the others were, but he could guess they wouldn't be faster than himself. If he entered the 48th level now, the rankings on the martial arts stele would surely show a change. At that time, the martial artists outside in Tianlong City would see that in just a few minutes, someone had reached the 48th level, and it was a martial artist from an ordinary base city that they had never heard of. It would undoubtedly cause a huge sensation. Having experienced a fall from grace, Yen Shen was quite resistant to fame. He understood that reputation could bring benefits, but it could also bring dangers. Instead of attracting attention, focusing on cultivating martial arts and making himself stronger was the right choice. Should he linger here for a while? Wait for someone to reach the 48th level, take the lead on the martial arts stele, and then continue to challenge the levels? Yen Shen shook his head, quickly dismissing this idea. Not to mention that within the secret realm, one couldn't know the changes in the martial arts stele rankings, waiting aimlessly had no end. Moreover, the rules within the secret realm did not allow challengers to linger too long on the same level. Besides, he was aiming for a great opportunity to restore his martial arts foundation, and the number of levels he had cleared would have to be quite high, even surpassing Li Hani. Eventually, it would still cause a stir. Whether it was early or late, there was no difference at all. Forget it. If it can't be hidden and is destined to cause a sensation, then there's no need to hide. At worst, I can just hide outside, and no one will find me. Muttering to himself, Yen Shen quickly made a decision, calmly stepping into the next level. The same room, with walls built of bluestone slabs and lights flickering. An illusory voice sounded in his ears. You have arrived at the 48th level. Congratulations, you have reached the 48th level, entering the top 100, and will be recorded by the martial arts stele. Please state your name. Huh, wait a minute? Right, how did I not think of that? The secret realm is just a secret realm, not an all-knowing deity that can see everyone's identity. The name must be provided by the person themselves. A sly smile suddenly appeared on Yen Shen's face as he said, My name is Jiang Shaoli. Outside, the great martial artists were still in their tents, resting with their eyes closed, but in reality they were on high alert, fearing that a lapse might allow a third-tier ferocious beast to invade the secret realm, causing a tragedy. The martial artists responsible for maintaining order had gathered together, exchanging words. Do you think the rankings on the martial arts stele will change this time? Is there even a need to say? The rankings have been maintained for 10 years. This time, they will definitely change. I think those few from Xinjiang are quite good, all breaking through to the 10th tier martial artist level and mastering extremely strong martial skills. Charging into the top 100 is definitely not a problem. Among the martial artists in Tianlong City, there are also some good seedlings. Although they can't compare to those few prodigies from Xinjiang, as long as they are cautious, they also have a chance to break into the top 100. Heh, don't speak too confidently. The last time the martial arts secret realm opened, quite a few good seedlings came, but in the end, not even one made it to the 47th level. That's true. While they were chatting, one martial artist casually lifted his eyes, but just that hasty glance made his pupils dilate in shock. Look, the rankings on the martial arts stele have changed. Old Zhao, stop joking. At your age, you still like to play pranks. He, do you think I would fall for that? Old Zhao, your lie this time has no technical content at all. How long has it been since the martial arts secret realm opened? How could anyone have reached above the 47th level? The remaining martial artists all scoffed, not believing it in the slightest.
It's no wonder they thought this way. The secret realm had only been open for a little over 10 minutes, even though the first 20 levels weren't too difficult and could be easily passed. Starting from the 21st level, it was already at the level of an 8th tier martial artist, and the difficulty increased progressively. By the time one reached the 47th level, it was already at the level of a 10th tier martial artist. Even the most promising junior from the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Shaoli, couldn't possibly have cleared 47 levels in such a short time. 40 levels would be tough enough, so they just assumed old Zhao was joking. Don't talk nonsense, who's joking with you? The ranking on the martial arts stele has really changed, just look for yourselves. Old Zhao exploded, his eyes red, looking ready to fight. Seeing this, the other martial artists realized something was off and turned their gazes to the martial arts stele. Upon looking, they immediately gasped in shock. At the very bottom of the martial arts stele, the 100th position had already changed to Zhang Shaoli. Is that kid really that extraordinary? In just over 10 minutes, he's already cleared 47 levels. I didn't realize he had such terrifying strength. He must have been hiding his true abilities. Just now he was fighting against ordinary base city people. He definitely didn't use much strength. I really didn't see he had such strength before. He was hiding it deep. But this is too astonishing. Clearing 47 levels in just over 10 minutes. By the way, do you think he has a chance to break Li Hani's record? Very likely. Hiss, could it be that Tianlong City is about to produce another Li Hani? The martial artists were extremely excited, as if witnessing the rise of a legend. Even the only grandmaster was stirred, appearing in front of the martial arts stele at some point, staring intently at the rankings. Although he didn't say a word, one could still see the excitement in his heart. Only Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Xiang Yingming, who had just come out of the secret realm, felt something was off. The first two enter the rankings. Isn't the god on the mountain? That's not right. With that big shot's ability to slay second-tier ferocious beasts, he should have entered the rankings long ago. How come we haven't seen him yet? Also, I've fought with that genius from Tsunching. Although he's strong, he shouldn't have the strength to clear 47 levels in just over 10 minutes. But the martial arts stele shouldn't be wrong. What on earth is going on? On the other side, in the martial arts secret realm at the 39th level, Zhang Shaoli was entangled with illusory enemies, mainly dodging and not easily striking. The figures of both sides intertwined, fighting fiercely. Finally, Zhang Shaoli unleashed his killing move. This move is called Cracking Wind Fist, a ground-level technique known for its speed and strong lethality, but it also consumes a great deal of vitality. Even though Zhang Shaoli has already broken through to the 10th rank of martial apprentice, he wouldn't use it lightly. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Zhang Shaoli truly lived up to the title of a genius from Tsunching. The timing and angle of his attack were meticulously calculated, perfectly executed. The illusory enemy had no time to react before being completely obliterated, turning into a wisp of green smoke. It's over. Not bad. The consumption isn't too great. I wonder how far Zhang Dingyuan and Lu Meng have progressed. They should be faster than me. After all, to conserve my vitality and prepare for a higher level, I didn't use my full strength. Otherwise, I would have at least reached the 41st level. But it doesn't matter. In the martial arts secret realm, it's never about who can clear it the fastest. Everything is determined by the final level cleared. At this point, Zhang Shaoli clenched his fist tightly, flames igniting in his eyes. 47th level, a place on the rankings? That's not my goal. I must at least break into the top 50, no, the top 30. I can definitely do it. Yan Chen, of course, was unaware of the turmoil outside. At this moment, after using Zhang Shaoli's name, he had completely let go, not caring about the consequences of unleashing his full power. Now, Yan Chen's energy had reached 69 symbols, with a threefold critical hit, meaning that even a casual strike had 207 symbols of power. If the multiplier were higher, the strength would be limitless. Even without using the 8 extreme sky strike, just relying on his strength, killing opponents at his current level was as easy as chopping vegetables. Let alone using martial skills. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the 49th level. Reward: 5 top-grade vitality pills. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 52nd level. Reward: 1 ordinary top-grade martial weapon. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 56th level. Reward: 1 ground-level technique. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 59th level. Reward: 7 top-grade vitality pills. Yan Chen was having a great time killing, but outside, things were getting tense. In just over 10 minutes, he had reached the 47th level. Many martial masters were shocked but still found it understandable. After all, Tianlong City was a high-level base city and had produced geniuses like Li Hani, so their capacity was still quite strong. But now, they watched as Zhang Shaoli's ranking shot up like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it soared to 91st place, then to 83rd, and again in the blink of an eye, it climbed to 74th place. The speed was even faster than when he wasn't on the rankings. Finally, they couldn't hold back. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. I can understand Zhang Shaoli's strength, and I can understand clearing 47 levels in just over 10 minutes, but what's going on now? The speed of clearing levels is like drinking water. Is that reasonable? Could it be that there's a problem with the martial arts secret realm, that the enemies in the later levels are not as strong as those in the earlier ones? Impossible. A martial master was about to refute, but upon seeing the ranking shooting up like a rocket, his heart began to waver. It should be, perhaps, but it can't be, right? The martial arts secret realm has been around for over 100 years and has never had a problem. Another martial master sneered. Then how do you explain the current situation? How? Could one explain? Of course, there was no way to explain it. Not only the martial masters but also the eliminated martial apprentices were whispering among themselves, all astonished by Jiang Shaoli's terrifying strength and relieved that he had held back earlier. Otherwise, with just a flick of his finger, it would have likely been obliterated. Only Xia Shang and a few others furrowed their brows, watching the rapidly rising ranking, feeling that something was a bit off. Don't you think that the speed of this rise doesn't seem like something Jiang Shaoli could achieve? It feels more like something a big shot would do? I think it does seem a bit like that. But that can't be right. After so many years in the martial arts secret realm, they can't possibly have gotten the name wrong, right? It clearly says Jiang Shaoli on it. After all, none of us have ever reached the 47th level to enter the rankings. Perhaps there's some hidden mystery we don't know about. Now that you mention it, I remember. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, staring at the martial arts steel, slowly furrowing his brows. With the ability of a big shot to transcend realms and slay second-tier beasts, logically, they should have been on the list long ago. Why hasn't there been any news? Upon hearing this, the others also reacted, feeling a bit absurd but daring to speculate boldly. At that moment, another name appeared on the martial arts steel, named Mu Zixuan, but unfortunately, everyone's attention was focused on the rapidly rising Jiang Shaoli, and no one noticed this rising star. Only at the 83rd level, and the intensity has already reached 1,000 elephant strength, which is already somewhat second tier. Yan Chen's expression became slightly serious. As he broke through the levels, he finally stopped cutting through them carelessly like before. But it was only slightly serious. With the master technique Carefree Dragon Step combined with the critical hit bonus, he could easily dodge the attacks of the illusory enemies. As one sword after another fell, after triggering a 30 times critical hit, he easily slashed it down. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 83rd level. Reward, Heavenly Level Technique Silver Dragon Battle Cheat. A heavenly level technique? Yan Chen was delighted, but then felt it was somewhat tasteless, a pity to abandon. After all, the two techniques were incompatible. To switch to Silver Dragon Battle Chi, he would have to give up 8 Extremes Bow Tiangong. But 8 Extremes Bow Tiangong and 8 Extremes Bow Tian Strike were a complete set of techniques and martial skills, complementing each other in their unique uses. Switching again would truly not be worth it. By the way, I remember the second place only cleared 82 levels. I should have surpassed them now. I wonder what the reaction outside is. Yan Chen muttered, feeling quite expectant. Outside, when everyone saw Jiang Shaoli successfully pass the 83rd level and reach the second place, they were beyond excited, as if witnessing the birth of a myth. Even the only Grand Martial Master shook his head inside. The talent of Jiang Shaoli is 1 in a million. In the future, he will surely rank above the masters, reach the peak of Tianlong City, and may even hope to break through to higher realms. Truly a blessing for humanity, a blessing for humanity. Among them, the calmest were the few from Tianling City. If they had only suspected before, now they could almost be certain that this Jiang Shaoli at the top was the god from the mountain, just not knowing what method he used to change his identity. As for the basis, it was simple. The Jiang Shaoli from Xinjiang did not deserve such a high ranking in the secret realm of martial arts. I cleared the 47th level, yet I didn't make it onto the leaderboard. Jiang Shaoli frowned, feeling a bit confused. Before coming to the secret realm of martial arts, he had done thorough research and knew that as long as one made it onto the leaderboard, a prompt would appear, allowing the challenger to state their name. After a moment of thought, Jiang Shaoli's expression quickly relaxed. I understand now, there must be others who made it onto the leaderboard, pushing the last rank higher. It must be Zhang Dingyuan and the others among all the martial disciples in the secret realm. Only they have that kind of strength. It doesn't matter. I'll surpass the rest one by one. Then, Jiang Shaoli proceeded cautiously, not seeking speed, but aiming to kill the guardians with minimal effort. After half an hour of fighting, he finally succeeded in reaching the 51st level and heard the prompt sound. My name? Of course, it's Jiang Shaoli, but wait. Jiang Shaoli suddenly felt that just putting his name up there was too ordinary, lacking any sense of ceremony. Then an interesting idea sprang to his mind. Why not use a nickname? Once I go out, Zhang Dingyuan and the others will definitely think I didn't break into the top 100 and will surely gloat. Then, when I reveal my nickname, they'll know that not only am I on the leaderboard, but my rank is also much higher than theirs. Their expressions will definitely be quite unpleasant. Interesting, ha, let's do it. Jiang Shaoli excitedly chose the nickname Li Xiao and reported it. As time passed, the martial disciples entering the secret realm of martial arts were gradually eliminated and teleported out. Some were filled with rage, some with regret, and some with satisfaction. But soon they all did the same thing, which was to focus their attention on the martial arts stele. At this moment, the second place on the stele had already changed, with the 3 characters Jiang Shaoli prominently displayed at the top, and it was still climbing higher and higher. After an unknown amount of time, a martial disciple was teleported out, his face full of regret. Damn it, I wasted too much energy earlier, and by the end, I was a bit powerless, ultimately only reaching the 43rd level. If I hadn't been so hasty, if I had taken it slower and saved some strength, my results would definitely have been better. This person was one of the geniuses of the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy named Wang Tianyi. After expressing his regret, he originally wanted to look for his companions, but when he surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly noticed something was off. At this moment, everyone was looking in one direction, their expressions shocked, their gazes focused as if they had seen something extremely shocking, with some even unable to close their mouths. What happened? Wang Tianyi, puzzled, followed the gaze of the crowd to the martial arts stele. Upon seeing it, he was also stunned, disbelief filling his eyes. Jiang Shaoli, second place? How is that possible? How could he have the strength to reach the 83rd level in such a short time? No, even reaching the 63rd level, he might not be able to get through. What on earth is going on? In the secret realm of martial arts, since reaching the 83rd level, Yan Chen's speed had slowed down, no longer cutting through like before. Each strike was now much more cautious, relying on the carefree dragon step and, paired with the 8 extreme sky strike, although the illusory enemies were becoming stronger, they were still within a manageable range. Step by step, he quickly arrived at the 99th level, and the illusory enemies had already transformed into second-tier mid-grade ferocious beasts, with 2 appearing at once. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 99th level. Reward, refined level martial weapon Little Divine. Martial Hedgehog Armor. Upon reaching the 99th level, the reward had already reached the refined level martial weapon. Yan Shan did not receive the small Qiankuan ring but put it on directly, as he still needed to continue fighting. Having a bit more self-protection ability would make things easier. Speaking of the 99th layer, second-tier mid-grade fierce beasts have already appeared. What kind of terror awaits at the 113th? Li Hani should also be at the martial apprentice level. He doesn't have a critical hit system, yet he can still make it up there. That's really impressive. A hint of admiration arose in Yan Chen's heart. He steadied his mind and then stepped towards the 100th layer. Outside, hiss, the 100th layer. Li Tianyi gasped, Jiang Shaoli, this kid usually shows strength not much stronger than ours. I didn't expect him to hide it so deeply, the real him is actually so terrifying. Zhang Dingyuan's eyes widened and a strong sense of defeat welled up in his heart. 100 layers, 100 layers. How did he manage that? I heard that by the 83rd layer, there were already second-tier fierce beast strength. Could it be that he can cross great realms and slay second-tier fierce beasts with the power of a martial apprentice? Beside them, Lu Meng and Bai Cici's expressions also changed unpredictably. They had just come out of the martial arts secret realm and, due to their insufficient strength, did not make it into the top 100 rankings, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Then they saw Li Tianyi staring intently at the martial arts stele, as if he was focused on something extremely important. Out of curiosity, Zhang Dingyuan and the others looked over, and upon seeing it, they immediately spotted the name Jiang Shaoli, ranked second, with the layers still slowly rising. They were all dumbfounded, their minds blank. They couldn't understand how a friend they had spent so much time with suddenly unleashed such terrifying strength, managing to reach the 100th layer of the martial arts secret realm. Meanwhile, in the martial arts secret realm, on the 56th layer, the real Jiang Shaoli was battling against illusory enemies. At this moment, his face was pale, he had injuries, and his breath was chaotic, clearly in a very difficult situation. Facing fierce attacks, he had nearly suffered heavy injuries several times. So close, just a little more. I am the genius of Tsunching. The 56th layer is not my limit. Die! Accompanied by his roar, Jiang Shaoli charged forward with a fierce aura. In the martial arts secret realm, on the 112th layer, for second-tier mid-grade fierce beasts, plus over 100 first-tier low-grade fierce beasts, forming a small beast tide. Yan Chen was smiling, but his expression had already turned somewhat grim, with a fierce intensity in his eyes. Before him stood 4 fierce beast phantoms exuding a strong aura, including Swift Wind Wolf, Slaughter Lion, Purple Wing Beast, etc., surrounded by over 100 first-tier beast phantoms, all bearing their fangs and claws, staring at the human challenger before them. Yan Chen also took up a 7-kill sword, slowly pointing it forward, exuding a strong fighting spirit. As long as I kill you, I will reach the 113th layer, just like Li Hani. Shadows intertwined, the battle began. For mid-tier second-grade ferocious beasts and over 100 high-tier first-grade ferocious beasts, this scene sounded terrifying. But in reality, when it came to actual combat, it was far less threatening than a single high-tier second-grade ferocious beast. Before arriving at the martial arts secret realm, Yan Shen had never known his true strength. Indeed, he did not know. Although he had gone to the alert zone to fight second-grade ferocious beasts, he always chose targets from the low-tier range and never sought out those that could pose a threat to him. After all, life is only one, and while fighting on the edge of life and death could lead to the fastest improvement in strength, such extreme methods could also easily lead to premature demise. This time, on the 112th level of the martial arts secret realm, Yan Shen truly unleashed his full power for the first time, fully operating the 8 extremes combat technique, continuously executing 8 Extreme Skystrike and Carefree Dragon Step, leaving no room for himself. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 30-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 3,100-fold critical hit bonus. A 3-fold critical hit was just the baseline. In comparison, the instances of triggering a 10-fold critical hit were more frequent, with 20-fold and 30-fold not being rare either. With the enhancements, both 8 Extreme Skystrike and Carefree Dragon Step were amplified to an astonishing intensity. With a flash, the sword light descended, and a mid-tier second-grade Ferocious Beast's phantom was instantly obliterated, accompanied by a painful wail that quickly vanished. The subsequent developments resembled a domino effect, creating a chain reaction. Yan Chen's figure flickered throughout the arena, each appearance more than 10 meters away from the last, slaying several ferocious beasts before vanishing again. Repeatedly, under the marvel of Carefree Dragon Step, it was a one-sided massacre. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yan Chen's sword stopped swinging, breathing slightly heavier, but soon a smile appeared on his face. In the empty room, there were no phantom enemies left. The phantoms of over 100 first-grade ferocious beasts and 4 second-grade ferocious beasts had all been wiped out. The notification sound arrived as expected. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 112th level. Reward: Master Level Technique Divine Transformation of the 9 Heavens. To receive a Master Level Technique as a reward? Yan Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, eager to delve into it immediately, but the martial arts secret realm was a small world unto itself, with its own independent rules. Before slaying the phantom enemies, there was no time limit, but once the battle ended and the level was cleared, the challenger had to proceed to the next level within 1 minute, or they would be pushed out by an invisible force. This was also why those who entered the martial arts secret realm did not rest after clearing a level but instead moved on to the next. So even if Yan Chen wanted to study divine transformation of the 9 heavens, he had to wait until the martial arts secret realm concluded. The 113th level, the level where Li Hani fell. Yan Chen's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Let me see who the opponent inside is. Meanwhile, outside, Mu Zixuan emerged from the martial arts secret realm, a smug smile on her face. This time, she could almost say she had performed exceptionally, fighting her way up 80 levels, nearly surpassing the original third level. Unfortunately, the Shadow Leopard on the 80th level was extremely restraining to her abilities in certain aspects, and due to excessive consumption, she ultimately fell short. I managed to reach 80 levels, let Yan Chen know. It will definitely shock him. Speaking of which, has this guy come out yet? With his strength, he should be able to reach above the 90th level. Even the 100th level isn't impossible. Mu Zixuan muttered to herself, her gaze fixed on the martial arts stone tablet. Upon seeing it, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Zhang Shaoli has reached the 112th level. How is that possible? It was no wonder Mu Zixuan felt puzzled, although she wasn't familiar with this Azure genius. She had seen him compete in battles and had a rough idea of his capabilities. There was no way he could reach such a high level. After a moment's thought, Mu Zixuan understood and felt speechless. I get it now, it must be that Yan Chen guy, who, not wanting to attract too much attention, changed his name to Zhang Shaoli to pull off a golden cicada shedding its shell. Just then, a gasp was heard. He leveled up again. My goodness, Zhang Shaoli actually broke through to the 112th level, tying for first with Li Hani. Could it be that another legend is about to emerge in Tianlong City? Mu Zixuan focused her gaze again, and the martial arts stone tablet changed once more. Behind the 3 characters Zhang Shaoli, the words for 113th level appeared prominently. Mu Zixuan fell silent for a long time. This guy is just too monstrous. Not far away, many martial masters were also extremely excited. The usually stoic martial masters were rarely so out of control, repeatedly exclaiming their approval. At this moment, the real Zhang Shaoli was still struggling on the 57th level, 113th level. The violent spiritual energy quickly formed a phantom under the influence of an invisible force, and as the illusory enemy gradually took shape, Yan Chen instinctively narrowed his eyes. It was a second-tier high-grade ferocious beast, the Wind Sky Tiger. Although it seemed like just a word's difference between high-grade and middle-grade, the implications were entirely different. A second-tier high-grade ferocious beast could easily kill 5 or 6 second-tier middle-grade ferocious beasts, or even more. Even high-level martial artists might not be its match. This also resolved a doubt in Yan Chen's mind. No wonder Li Hani stopped at this level. Battling a second-tier high-grade ferocious beast with the strength of a martial apprentice is enough to make one feel despair just thinking about it. Roar! A roar filled with brutality echoed as the Wind Sky Tiger took shape, standing 7 meters tall, surrounded by raging winds, its gaze alone exerting immense pressure. Yan Chen also revealed a strong fighting spirit, along with confidence. A second-tier high-grade ferocious beast naturally attuned to the wind attribute? Indeed quite tricky, stronger than any I've encountered before, but as long as your speed isn't faster than my free-spirited dragon step, then the one who will ultimately win must be me. As the words fell, Yan Chen instantly vanished from his spot. A beam of sword light slashed down. Come on, outside. Whether it was the great martial masters, the many martial masters, or the martial apprentices who had already been eliminated from the martial arts secret realm, they were all fixated on the martial arts stone tablet, watching the three characters Jiang Shaoli as 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Finally, the rankings began to change. Li Hani has fallen to one position. Currently at the top is Jiang Shaoli at the 114 levels, and he is still inside the martial arts secret realm without coming out. Everyone is extremely excited, as if witnessing a myth. The martial artists are trembling with excitement. Even the most powerful and composed grandmaster cannot help but shed tears, exclaiming, "Such a young man, unparalleled in talent." After the excitement, discussions ensue. Do you think Jiang Shaoli can go even higher? Of course he can. The fact that he hasn't come out of the martial arts secret realm yet indicates that 113 levels are still not his limit. That may not be the case, you don't know what Li Hani was like 100 years ago. He crossed great realms as a martial apprentice, slaying second-tier beasts and resisting the attacks of 3 martial artists without defeat. Even the big shots in the capital had to praise him as the pillar of humanity, yet he only reached 113 levels. If Jiang Shaoli climbs higher, it might be very difficult. He may stop at 115 levels. Not necessarily, although Li Hani was impressive. Jiang Shaoli is clearly stronger and might be able to clear higher levels. I think so too. Regardless, after today, Jiang Shaoli will become a new myth, shaking the entire Tianlong city, no, the entire human federation. On another side, Mu Zixuan, Xia Shang, Lu Yunchen, and others, listening to the discussions around them, couldn't help but feel a strong sense of absurdity. Do you think that is Jiang Shaoli? Wrong. That is the god on the mountain. Speaking of which, the god truly lives up to its name, directly breaking the record of the martial arts secret realm, dominating the first place, becoming a new myth. Just then, Lu Chen thought of something, slapped his head, and quickly looked around. Hey, it's been so long that fake Li Gui still hasn't come out of the martial arts secret realm. What is he doing in there? Others also showed confusion. Logically, as long as the real Jiang Shaoli came out, the one ranked first, that Jiang Shaoli would naturally be exposed. After all, the real person has left the martial arts secret realm. Even a fool knows that the current first-ranked Jiang Shaoli is not the real Jiang Shaoli. But the real Jiang Shaoli hasn't come out either, leading to the misunderstanding continuing. I do know some things about Jiang Shaoli. Mu Zixuan's face showed a hint of peculiarity. This person was known for being steady and reliable at the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy. Perhaps this is the reason he has delayed quite a bit, resulting in him not coming out yet. Xia Shang was astonished. Is he really that steady? There are actually people like that? Lu Chen believed it, nodding in agreement. The world is so big, with 1,000 faces, there are all kinds of people. A genius who is extremely steady is not that rare. Just as they were exchanging words, another exclamation came. He passed, Jiang Shaoli has passed again. Everyone's expressions froze. Their gazes turned, and indeed, on the martial arts stone tablet, the number behind Jiang Shaoli's name had changed to 115. At the 58th level, Jiang Shaoli was entangled with the illusory enemy, analyzing as he fought. If I use secret techniques, I can end the battle in 2 minutes, but the consumption on myself would be several times more. Conversely, if I engage in a drawn-out battle, not only can I operate the 9-wood nourishing technique to quickly recover my stamina, but I can also deplete the opponent's energy, achieving multiple goals, though it will take more time. Anyway, there is no time limit, so I can take it slow. The most important thing is to clear more levels. Yan Shen's speed in breaking through the levels also slowed down, but he remained steadfast. 115 layers, 116 layers, 117 layers, 118 layers, 119 layers. The sword light flickered, 7 kills slashed forward. The intent of the 8 extremes battling the heavens carried an overwhelming dominance, cutting towards the illusory enemy. Congratulations, your attack this time has gained a 7,800 times attack bonus. Boom! 3 second-tier high-grade fierce beasts fell to the ground, accompanied by a wail, quickly turning to ashes. What's going on? Since the 115th layer, the illusory enemy has become increasingly stiff in its movements. Yan Shen frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. After the previous battles, he had a rough estimate of his own strength. If he encountered a second-tier high-grade fierce beast, relying on the carefree dragon step, he could barely hold his ground. As long as he triggered a high critical hit before his blood energy was exhausted, he could slay it. But if he encountered 2 second-tier high-grade fierce beasts, he would have to run, unless he was extraordinarily lucky and triggered thousands of times critical hits in 2 consecutive attacks. Otherwise, he might not withstand even one encounter. If it were 3 second-tier high-grade fierce beasts, it would be uncertain whether he could escape at all. However, since reaching the 115th layer, the illusory enemy gave him a very strange feeling. Its movements were no longer as precise as before, resembling a machine, making no mistakes at all. On the contrary, each movement was not only extremely stiff but also full of flaws, occasionally freezing in place. It was precisely for this reason that Yan Chen was able to smoothly slay 3 second-tier high-grade fierce beasts and successfully pass the 119 layers. This also made Yan Chen feel that this martial arts secret realm had not yet been fully constructed. Starting from the 115th layer, the subsequent illusory enemies were in an incomplete state. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 119 layers. Reward, Grade 5 Grade Medicine Shenxiaodan. Just as Yan Shen was pondering, the illusory voice came again, and the reward appeared before him. Shenxiaodan? Never heard of it. Although Yan Shen didn't know, he understood that since it was a reward for the 119 layers, it must be of the highest quality, so he solemnly received it into his small Qianquan ring, placing it together with the rewards from the layers after 100. Looking at the myriad of rewards in the subspace, radiating divine light, Yan Shen felt immense satisfaction and excitement in his heart. As long as he left the martial arts secret realm and found a place to seclude himself for a while, relying on such a vast amount of resources, his strength would surely undergo earth-shattering changes. Then, let's continue. Yan Shen steadied his mind and continued to step forward, walking into the next layer. But just as he stepped through the stone door, a strong white light appeared before him, catching Yan Shen off guard, and he instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself no longer in that huge room, but in a pitch-black space surrounded by countless light points, resembling a starry sky. In front of him, a long-decayed corpse sat on a stone chair, propping its chin. Though it had long since passed away, it still exuded a strong pressure. On the 120th floor, there was actually a corpse? Yan Shen felt a stir in his heart. He intended to step forward to take a look, but he was also very concerned. Although this person had been dead for many years and the body had decayed, it still exuded a powerful pressure. He worried that if he touched it rashly, something bad might happen and danger could arise. Moreover, Yan Shen had a vague guess about the identity of this corpse. The other party was very likely the creator of the martial arts secret realm. After pondering for a moment, Yan Shen decided not to act recklessly. After all, since the martial arts secret realm appeared, he should be the first martial artist to reach the 120th floor. As for before, even the strongest Lihani had only reached the 113th floor. In other words, no one had ever come to the 120th floor. No one knew what kind of danger lay in this level, which buried the creator of the martial arts secret realm. But as time passed little by little, Yan Shen began to feel restless. This 120th floor was not a room built of blue stone bricks. Instead, it resembled a temple set in the starry sky. Unlike other levels, several minutes had passed, yet there was no violent spiritual energy gathering to outline illusory enemies. It was as calm as a lake. Unless you threw a stone into it, there would be no ripples. So, the most critical place is still there. Yan Shen's gaze turned forward again. He no longer hesitated, first cupping his hands and respectfully saying, "Senior, I am Yan Shen, a challenger of the martial arts secret realm. I do not intend to disturb your eternal rest, but now I am trapped here with no other way out. Please forgive me, please forgive me." An astonishing thing happened. The corpse seemed to hear his words, and the pressure emanating from it slowly faded, while the surrounding atmosphere softened considerably. Yan Shen thought for a moment and bowed 3 times to the corpse before slowly walking over. The distance between them was not far, just a dozen steps away. But out of caution, Yan Shen was extremely careful, taking each step very slowly, his nerves taut, ready to react at the first sign of any change. What relieved him was, until he reached the front of the corpse, the dangers he had been wary of did not appear again. Instead, he saw a notebook in the crevice beside the stone pedestal. A notebook? Yan Shen felt a stir in his heart, hesitated for a moment, and bowed 3 more times to the corpse before reaching for the notebook. It went smoothly, and nothing unexpected occurred in between. The heart that had been hanging in his chest finally relaxed a bit. It seems that this 120th floor does not have illusory enemies or any tests set up. I don't know if this senior didn't want to make his burial place chaotic or simply didn't have time to construct it. He focused his gaze on the notebook, feeling a premonition that perhaps there were answers he sought within. Yan Shen slowly opened the notebook, and soon the contents came into view. A letter to future visitors. I have fought bloodily in Linyuan Wancheng for decades, killing countless disaster-level beasts. Even the king of beasts has been slain by me twice. Linyuan Wancheng? Yan Shen felt a wave of confusion. He had never heard of such a place in the world. But the following content made him shiver involuntarily. Disaster-level beasts were extremely terrifying existences, 1 level above city-destroying beasts. Wherever they went, it was like a natural disaster passing through. Even high-level base cities like Tianlong City would find it difficult to resist without support. Not to mention the king of beasts, which was clearly above the disaster level. Such existences were not even recorded in textbooks, and he had never even heard of them. If the records in the notebook were true, then this senior not only killed countless disaster-level beasts but also slayed 2 beast kings. What kind of grandeur was that? Yet even such a strong individual can fall. The city of Linyuan, is it? What kind of place is that? Yan Shen's heart was greatly stirred, and he felt a considerable curiosity about this place. His gaze continued to descend. What a pity, what a shame, what a sorrow. After years of bloody battles, I too have suffered significant injuries, nearly on the brink of death. In this life, I have been splendid and grand. Though I have no sons or daughters, I have no attachments, yet it is truly a pity that my profound martial legacy has been buried. Thus, in the Final moments of my life, I left the city of Linyuan, returned to my hometown, built a secret realm, and sought out the talented ones who could inherit my legacy. According to my design, the secret realm is named Yanwujing, consisting of 300 levels, and the entry requirement is simply that one's realm does not exceed that of a martial artist, and one must be under 25 years of age. Alas, 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 I did not expect that my injuries would be so severe. I had only constructed up to the 115th level, and my life force had already burned out, becoming a strong bow at its end. But this little difficulty is far too easy for martial artists. It is simply impossible to find true geniuses. There is no way. I can only modify the entry requirements, lowering the martial artist to martial apprentice and the age to 18. The guardians from the 115th to the 119th levels have been mostly constructed, but there are still significant flaws. It would be too regrettable to discard it, so I decided to stay. Yan Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt something was off with the illusory enemies starting from the 115th level. Their movements were very stiff, and their fighting style was quite singular. It turned out he had guessed correctly. The level had not been completed. As for the Yanwujing, it was not initially designed for martial apprentices, but for martial artists of a higher level. Unfortunately, the predecessor who built the secret realm had reached the end of their life and could no longer continue, having to stop at the 120th level and set the requirements to the martial apprentice realm. Yan Chen continued to read on. My legacy, vast and profound, its essence lies in a single word, shock. What a pity, the martial apprentice realm is simply too low. Even martial artists cannot directly observe the principles within, and forcibly comprehending them may even lead to backlash. If possible, I would prefer my successor to be a martial master. The topic has strayed. True inheritance, neither martial apprentices nor martial artists can directly observe and cultivate. They must first practice the foundational techniques. Young one, you may burn this notebook, and the inheritance will naturally flow into your consciousness, but my true cultivation method will be sealed away, only to be truly unlocked upon breaking through to martial master. Hurry and cultivate, young one. Disaster is approaching. The city of Linyuan is in grave danger, and the time left for this world is running out. The message in the notebook ended here. Yan Chen stared at the object in his hand, his face showing little joy, while a hint of disappointment surfaced in his eyes. After burning the notebook, the inheritance obtained was clearly the one from the 120th level, which is also the final reward of the entire martial arts secret realm. This reward cannot be said to be bad, but it is far from his expectations. Because compared to the inheritance of a martial arts master, he hoped even more to obtain a great fortune that could restore the foundation of martial arts. But in the martial arts secret realm, it was evident that there were none of these. Forget it. Senior Tang said that items capable of restoring the foundation of martial arts are rare great fortunes, extremely hard to find in the world, so it's normal that there are none in the martial arts secret realm. I didn't have high hopes to begin with. Now not only have I gained many resources, but I've also received the senior's ultimate inheritance, which is quite a harvest. There's nothing to be dissatisfied about. Yen Chen shook his head and did not immediately burn the notebook, but instead placed it in a separate corner of his small Qiankuan ring, planning to accept this inheritance after returning. Just then, the corpse sitting on the stone seat suddenly began to wither away, dissipating into ashes, and on its fading face there seemed to be a hint of a smile. Yan Chen watched the scene, and suddenly a realization dawned on him. Perhaps the martial arts secret realm would still exist in the future, but this 120th level, the final reward, would never be there again, because this martial arts master had already found a suitable heir. Don't worry, senior, I will definitely become a supreme martial arts master in the future, and go to the Linyuan royal city to seek justice for you. Saying this, Yan Chen bowed again, respectfully performing 3 bows. The 120th level, the 120th level, this is 2 against the heavens, simply a monster. How far do you think Jiang Shaoli will ultimately reach? Hard to say, although since the 100th level, Jiang Shaoli's speed has slowed down quite a bit. He is still very strong, and there hasn't been a long stalemate. I think he can at least push up another 10 levels. That's conservative, very conservative. I say he should at least break into the 15th level or higher. No matter how many levels he can ultimately reach, there is no doubt that we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Outside the martial arts secret realm, everyone showed excitement in their eyes, and their words revealed unabashed admiration. When a person performs exceptionally well, others may feel jealousy, envy, or resentment, but when this person is no longer just excellent, but a true monster, shining far above everyone else like a celestial being, all jealousy, envy, and resentment will transform into admiration. This naturally includes a few people from the Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy. They originally thought that even if Jiang Shaoli was stronger than them, it wouldn't be by much. Performing well on the martial arts stone tablet was no problem, and breaking into the top 80 was not out of the question, but that was about it. Although there were differences among them, they weren't too significant. But they never expected that Jiang Shaoli was hiding so deeply, with such terrifying true strength, effortlessly reaching the top few positions on the martial arts stone tablet. At that time, their feelings were very complicated. They were a little happy for their friend, but more so, they hoped that all of this was false. But as time passed, when they saw Jiang Shaoli easily suppress the second place, they could no longer feel envy or jealousy. Instead, it was replaced by admiration. When they saw Jiang Shaoli surpass Li Hani and become first, they were even more excited, feeling as if they were participating in a significant historical event. When Jiang Shaoli reached the 120th level, they were left with only one thought: to become classmates with this person. A stroke of luck in 3 lifetimes. But just as Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, and others were immersed in joy, a slightly puzzled voice suddenly came. What are you all looking at so intently? You didn't even notice that I came out of the martial arts secret realm. Jiang Shaoli didn't know when he appeared beside his companions. His mood wasn't too good at the moment. On the 59th level, facing a ferocious beast with a strength approaching 270, he had racked his brains and used all his means, but in the end, he still failed to kill it. In fact, making it past the 59th level had already exceeded his expectations, but alas, humans just don't know how to be satisfied. After coming out of the martial arts secret realm, Jiang Shaoli originally planned to put on a show. After all, when he climbed the martial arts stele, he didn't use his real name, and others would surely think he hadn't made the list. He wanted to build up the atmosphere and reveal the truth at the last moment. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. But to his surprise, these guys didn't notice him at all. Instead, their gazes were fixed on one direction, as if their souls had been drawn away. What shocked Jiang Shaoli even more was, just as he was about to speak, Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, Bai Sisi, and others all turned their eyes to him, their expressions filled with strangeness. And it didn't stop there. Soon, the people around seemed to have received news, and their gazes all turned toward him. Jiang Shaoli shivered, instinctively touched his face, and said, is there something? Before he could finish his sentence, the atmosphere on site exploded. Jiang Shaoli is out. Jiang Shaoli is out. Really? Where is he? Let me see. I want a photo. I want a hug. I want a kiss. Wow, a living prodigy. Where is he? I need an autograph. When Jiang the prodigy rises, this thing might be worth a lot. Good idea. Count me in. Jiang Shaoli stiffened all over, his mind a bit muddled. Why were these people so excited? Could it be that my nickname, Li Xiao, has been guessed? But I only made it past the 59th level, barely touching the threshold of the top 80. Is it really that crazy? Something's off. Something's off. Jiang Shaoli felt that the reactions of the people around him hinted at something strange. Old Zhan, little Lu, you guys. He wanted to figure out what was happening. But before he could finish his sentence, several figures rushed over, the leader of whom exuded an indescribable aura, radiating like the light of a new star, as if possessing divine power. It was the only Grand Martial Master from the martial arts secret realm. As soon as the martial arts experts appeared, their expressions revealed immense excitement. A stunning talent, unparalleled genius, like a myth. I never expected such a person to emerge from Tianlong City again. How fortunate the heavens are. How fortunate the heavens are. Ah, our Tianlong City is finally going to have another Li Hani. No, someone even more dazzling, shining through the ages, destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Even the usually stern Grand Martial Master couldn't contain his excitement, saying, good child, I've already reported your matter back to Tianlong City. Those masters are very pleased and have expressed that they will personally guide you in the future. No, they might even use their connections to send you to Shangjingnut. Jiang Shaoli was completely, utterly bewildered. If others guessed that Shaoli referred to him and were shocked by his name appearing on the martial arts stele, he found it absurd, but could still accept it to some extent. After all, the last time the martial arts secret realm opened, no one made it into the top 100. This time, he had made it in and performed quite well, causing a bit of a stir in a small circle, so it wasn't entirely strange. But the current scene was entirely beyond his comprehension. It should be noted that, while other martial artists were fine, the person before him, a grandmaster, was a powerful figure from a top martial arts family in Tianlong City. In his youth, he was a genius from Sanqing Academy, had also participated in the martial arts secret realm, and had ranked around 70, which was much better than Zhang's own performance. If even he was this excited, it made no sense at all. Not to mention, judging by the look on his face, he had even notified several masters at the top of Tianlong City to personally guide him in the future. Jiang Shaoli, though confident, was also aware of his own limitations. As the situation grew increasingly bizarre, he hurriedly said, seniors, and Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, Bai Sisi. What on earth is going on? Zhang Dingyuan's voice carried a hint of complexity. Ask me? We should be asking you what's going on, Jiang Shaoli. I didn't expect you to be able to hide it so well, even from your closest friends. Bai Sisi's beautiful face also showed a hint of regret. If you had been more honest and revealed your true strength earlier, I wouldn't have rejected your confession. The Grand Master patted his shoulder. At this point, there's no need to be so humble. Keeping a low profile is fine, but kid, it's unnecessary now. With the talent you've shown, all the masters in Tianlong City will protect you, and no one will dare to do anything to you. Jiang Shaoli was about to go mad. The attitude of those around him felt strange and terrifying. He almost shouted, clarify this. What is going on? At that moment, a nonchalant voice came from the crowd. Just look at the martial arts stele, and you'll know. The martial arts stele? Jiang Shaoli was taken aback, then hurriedly turned to look at the massive stone tablet before him. It was a shock. He was completely stunned. First place, Jiang Shaoli, layers, 120 layers. 120 layers? Jiang Shaoli finally understood why his friends said he was hiding so deep, and why the Grand Master said that the martial arts masters of Tianlong City would personally guide him. It turned out that his name had surpassed Li Hani, hanging high at the top of the martial arts stele. But that wasn't him at all. Jiang Shaoli knew very well that he couldn't bear that name, nor could he afford it, because that was not him. He did not possess the extraordinary talent to break through 120 layers. If this matter were to reach the martial arts masters and be exposed, it would be a disaster. Seniors, Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, by Cici, you're wrong, you're all mistaken. The Jiang Shaoli on the martial arts stele is not me at all. How could I possibly have that strength? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. Zhang Dingyuan furrowed his brow deeply. But that is clearly your name? Just because it's my name doesn't mean it's me. Jiang Shaoli spoke in a flustered tone. The name on the martial arts stele can be self-assigned. Yes, I did make the list, but I didn't use my real name. I used Shaoli, the one ranked 81st. Look, that's me, not the first place Jiang Shaoli. Silence. The surroundings fell into an overwhelming quiet. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Shaoli was not Jiang Shaoli, and the true prodigy who surpassed Li Hani was someone else entirely. The Grand Martial Master furrowed his brows deeply, sensing something was amiss. Although Jiang Shaoli had broken through to the 10th level of martial disciples, his strength was not exaggerated, only around 120 symbols. Logically, it was impossible for him to reach the 120 levels. Not to mention 120, even 70 levels were completely out of the question. Could it be that there was indeed a terrifying young genius hiding among the martial disciples participating in the secret realm, using Jiang Shaoli's false name, unwilling to reveal their identity? Just then, someone noticed another issue. Look quickly, the name of the first Jiang Shaoli on the martial arts stele is still lit up, indicating he is still in the secret realm, and hasn't come out at all. The others suddenly realized, right, if the real Jiang Shaoli had already come out, then the first-ranked Jiang Shaoli must definitely not be him. I said it, Jiang Shaoli may be considered a genius, but making it onto the martial arts stele was already pushing it. How could he possibly surpass Li Hani and reach 120 levels all at once? I wonder who this genius is. Have I seen him in Tianlong City? No need to think about it, since he used a false name, he definitely doesn't want to show his face. He might be some old monster's disciple. While everyone was discussing, a voice filled with pressure rang out. Everyone present, state your names and check who has not yet participated in the secret realm. The speaker was the only Grand Martial Master present, who was quite anxious at the moment, wanting to find that mysterious genius through a roll call. Just as he was about to do so, the name of the first-ranked Jiang Shaoli on the martial arts stele dimmed. The mysterious genius had emerged from the secret realm. On the other side, Mu Zixuan, Xia Shang, and Lu Chen had known from the beginning that the first-ranked Jiang Shaoli was not Jiang Shaoli at all, but Yan Chen, the god of the mountain, so they had been watching coldly from the start, like spectators. Especially Xia Shang and Lu Chen, who had both been defeated by Jiang Shaoli and were quite convinced, but thinking of his arrogant demeanor, they had no good feelings towards him. Now, seeing him misunderstood as overpowering Li Hani and becoming the first-ranked genius on the martial arts stele, nervously explaining and fearing any misunderstanding, their malicious curiosity was greatly satisfied. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what are you all looking at? Yan Chen, who had come out of the secret realm, had somehow arrived beside them. Upon seeing him, Mu Zixuan, Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Shang Yingming all showed expressions of great peculiarity. Among them, Xia Shang, being younger and more impatient, couldn't help but ask on the spot, big shot, the person ranked first on the martial arts stele is you, right? Others also cast their gazes, their eyes revealing admiration. Although they knew that this big shot possessed terrifying strength, able to cross great realms with the power of a martial apprentice and slay second-tier ferocious beasts, earning the title of God of the Mountain, they never expected it to be so exaggerated. Reaching the 120th level of the martial arts secret realm and ranking first, surpassing the legendary prodigy Li Hani, sounded almost mythical. It's not me, you've misunderstood. Yan Chen shook his head without hesitation, denying it. This was a decision he had made before leaving the martial arts secret realm. He would absolutely not admit that he was the one who ranked first on the martial arts monument, overpowering Li Hani. The reason was simple, the impact of this matter was too great, not only making the great martial masters present unable to remain calm, but even the strongest martial arts masters in Tianlong City would likely be unable to sit still after hearing the news. If it were to be exposed, one could imagine the immense uproar it would cause around him, drawing the attention of countless people. Moreover, it should be noted that in the martial arts secret realm, each level cleared would yield a reward, and the higher the number of challenges, the more generous the rewards. 120 levels, what a bountiful reward that would be. Even the martial arts masters would be envious and develop covetous thoughts. Yan Chen would not hastily label all the martial arts masters in Tianlong City as despicable people who would act on greed, but he would not gamble his fate on their goodwill. Therefore, no matter what, Yan Chen would absolutely not admit that he was the one ranked first on the martial arts monument. After a pause, Yan Chen added lightly, I'm just a mere 8th level martial apprentice with 69 symbols of strength. I've long since exited the martial arts secret realm, so how could I be the Jiang Shaoli on the martial arts ranking? Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Shang Yingming were speechless. A mere 69 symbols of strength? An 8th level martial apprentice? If we hadn't witnessed you slay a second-tier ferocious beast and defeat Xia Shang, who ranked first in the 7 Academy competition with just a finger, we might have believed it. But seeing that Yan Shen had no intention of admitting it, although they didn't know why, they all tactfully refrained from further questioning. Instead, Mu Zixuan, who had remained silent throughout, simply looked at Yan Shen, a meaningful smile lingering on her face. At this moment, the great martial master could no longer sit still, scanning all the martial apprentices and loudly declaring, "The genius who ranked first on the martial arts monument, please step forward to meet us." Silence, a long silence, with no one speaking in the venue. Zhang Shaoli could no longer remain calm either. He was extremely confident in his strength, believing he was the strongest among the martial apprentices entering the martial arts secret realm this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so high-profile, temporarily setting up a competition arena to duel with martial apprentices from ordinary base cities. However, he never expected that among the martial apprentices who came this time, there would be such a terrifying prodigy, one who not only overshadowed Li Hani but also reached the 120th level. The key was, the other party had used his own name. Insult? Warning? Zhang Shaoli couldn't decipher it, but one thing was certain, because he had been too high-profile earlier, he had drawn the dissatisfaction of this prodigy, which was why his name was used. This made him feel an increased pressure, as if a small mountain was resting on his heart. Zhang Shaoli said solemnly, "Brother, no, big brother, since you've used my name, shouldn't you let me, the real person, meet you?" The crowd, including the wizards maintaining order, felt a bit tense, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the one who had reached the 120th level, overpowering Li Hani and becoming the first on the martial arts monument. Unfortunately, the venue remained silent, still silent, with no one stepping forward. At that moment, a whistling sound echoed, and 4 flying vehicles pierced the sky, hovering above the training secret realm. On each vehicle stood a person, their presence imposing and indistinct, yet the aura they exuded brought an immense sense of pressure to everyone present. The martial arts masters of Dragon City had arrived, and a commanding voice resonated in the sky. "Who is the first on the martial arts stele? Please step forward. Rest assured, since we have come, we guarantee your safety. As long as we are here, no one will covet the rewards you have earned, nor will anyone harm you. Indeed, I can swear this with my martial arts. You are a genius surpassing Li Hani and deserve the best training from Dragon City. Please step forward." Envy, immense envy filled the hearts of everyone present. It must be understood that this was a promise from martial arts masters. What is a martial arts master? They transcend the realm of ordinary martial arts, stepping into the divine martial realm, and in a sense, they are no longer within the realm of mortals. Moreover, it was not just one master making the promise, but 4, the weight of which is unimaginable. Not only were the martial artists struggling to remain calm, but even the top geniuses of the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy were now filled with deep admiration. Even Zhang Shaoli, listening to the thunderous voice from above, felt a twinge of regret, wondering if he had not clarified himself. Would the person chosen by the 4 martial arts masters have been him? Unfortunately, faced with such enticing conditions, the mysterious genius ranked first on the martial arts stele remained unmoved, showing no intention of revealing their identity. Seeing this situation, the crowd began to murmur. The martial arts masters have made a promise, yet that person is still unwilling to show themselves? My goodness, to be chosen by 4 martial arts masters, what an incredible opportunity. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate to reveal my identity. Someone scoffed, "So you're just a martial artist who can't make the rankings, not that top-ranked prodigy." "What do you mean by that?" the person retorted angrily. The other party merely sneered, "Don't you think that person has outshone Li Hani, becoming the top genius on the martial arts stele, receiving guidance from martial arts masters, even being taken as a disciple? For others, it may be a tremendous opportunity, but for that prodigy, it might not even be worth their attention." The person was instantly left speechless. Time passed slowly. The 4 martial arts masters stood on their flying vehicles thousands of meters in the air, like deities looking down from above, while the scene below fell into silence, with no one showing any signs of stepping forward. After an unknown amount of time, finally, a Grand Master could no longer sit still. After receiving instructions, he scanned all those present and said in a deep voice, "I apologize, everyone, for making you wait here for a while. Master Sun has ordered that we will take an hour to thoroughly investigate everyone's cultivation levels and bring forth that genius." Suddenly, the scene was in an uproar. Among the many martial disciples, some were calm, some were nervous, some were guilty, and some were expectant. On the side of Tianlong City, in order to find the genius ranked first on the martial arts stone tablet, they could not care about anything else. The martial masters sealed off the surroundings, and the Grand Master watched from the sky, personally checking the true blood energy of each martial disciple. 81 symbols of power? Not him. Oh, there's actually 100 symbols of power, already breaking through the 10th level of martial disciples? Not bad, but unfortunately, not him. This must be the Wang family's kid. With so many resources poured in, he has only cultivated 79 symbols of power so far. He's practically living like a dog. It didn't take much effort, and the younger generation of Tianlong City was all checked, including a few from the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy. The result was naturally, without any findings. Could it be among these candidates from ordinary base cities? A thought arose in the Grand Master's mind, somewhat hard to believe, even impossible to accept. After all, ordinary base cities, in his eyes, could only be considered rural. How could those impoverished places give birth to a genius who could overshadow Li Hani? But disbelief aside, in order to find the person, the Grand Master did not stop there. He walked in front of the geniuses from ordinary base cities to probe their blood energy. Xia Shang, Lu Chen, Shang Yingming, and others were quickly checked. The Grand Master showed no signs of fluctuation on his face. When it was Mu Zixuan's turn, he revealed a hint of suspicion, sizing her up, seemingly lost in thought, then shook his head lightly, saying you are not him, before moving on to the next person. In no time, the Grand Master arrived in front of Yan Chen. Xia Shang and the others felt a surge of sweat at this scene. However, Yan Chen himself appeared very calm and even remembered to greet him. Hello, senior. Whom? The Grand Master showed no extra expression, responded softly, and began to probe his cultivation. Not long after, a look of disdain appeared on his face and, without saying another word, he quickly walked away. Xia Shang and the others were left in confusion. This was a top genius who could cross great realms and slay second-tier ferocious beasts with the power of a martial disciple known as the God of the Mountain. Although he did not admit it, it was highly likely that he was the man who reached the 120th level of the martial arts secret realm, overshadowing Li Hani. Yet, the Grand Master, despite his stature, found nothing amiss and just hurriedly left after a brief check. Yan Chen remained calm, feeling no surprise at this outcome. The reason was simple: without the support of the infinite critical hit system, he was just an 8th-level martial disciple with 69 symbols of power, at most practicing heavenly level techniques which could make his blood energy thicker, somewhat more extraordinary than ordinary cultivation methods. But such a genius was not uncommon in Tianlong City. If the Grand Master could determine that Yan Chen was the first on the martial arts stone tablet, that would be a miracle. It was precisely because of this that he faced the comprehensive inspection from Tianlong City without any panic. In a short while, the Grand Master had checked all the geniuses who had entered the martial arts secret realm, and the result was undoubtedly without any findings. This made his expression quite grim, even doubting whether there was an error in the martial arts secret realm. That the person ranked first did not actually exist. Impossible. The martial arts secret realm has never had a problem in 100 years, and this time will be no exception. A martial arts Grand Master immediately refuted this speculation upon hearing it. Meanwhile, everyone present saw the martial arts masters stationed in the sky, and the Grand Martial Master personally took action, yet still achieved nothing, which immediately caused quite a stir. Every martial disciple was discussing fervently. Even a few geniuses from the Tsangqing Martial Arts Academy couldn't contain their emotions. Every time they thought of the record of the 120 levels, they couldn't help but sigh. As time passed, the 4 martial arts masters in the sky could no longer sit still and began to speak again to the young friend who has reached the 120 levels. Please show yourself. I guarantee your safety with the integrity of a martial arts master. Indeed, with the 4 of us masters here, you need not have any concerns. I am willing to offer a master technique plus 1 billion federal coins as a reward, so please, young friend, reveal yourself. A master technique? Hearing such generous conditions, everyone present gasped in shock, their eyes burning with desire, wishing they could admit it immediately. Some martial disciples even considered whether to impersonate someone else, but that thought quickly extinguished as they knew their own limitations and understood they could never deceive the eyes of a master. The scene remained in prolonged silence, with no one responding. Sigh, since the young friend is unwilling to show themselves, then so be it. One martial arts master sighed and finally gave up. I can promise that whenever you wish, the gates of Tianlong City will always be open for you. Another martial arts master spoke with a hint of disdain. Really, hiding and showing just a little? I wonder what you are hiding. As the words fell, the flying vehicles began to cut through the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as the martial arts masters of Tianlong City had lost their patience and chose to leave one after another. Yan Chen let out a long breath. He had originally worried that those martial arts masters would not rest until they found him, even resorting to imprisoning everyone. Fortunately, they had not gone to such extremes, and seeing that the genius ranked first on the martial arts stone tablet was unwilling to show themselves, they all gave up. Shortly after the masters left, the Grand Martial Master's voice came through, tinged with a hint of sigh. The martial arts secret realm has been closed. Next, there will be dedicated martial masters leading you back to Tianlong City. He still couldn't understand why that genius who overshadowed Li Hani chose to conceal their identity. Soon, people began to board the floating vehicles one after another. This time, the proud talents of Tsangqing no longer acted arrogantly and obediently boarded the vehicles with everyone else. After sitting down, Jiang Shaoli couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. What's wrong, old Jiang? Zhang Dingyuan teased. By the way, you're quite lucky. That big shot didn't use someone else's name but yours, which really made you stand out. Lu Meng, Bai Sisi, and others also expressed their agreement. Jiang Shaoli, however, looked displeased and said, cut it out. Lucky? Do you think this is a good thing? Upon hearing this, everyone showed confusion, not understanding why Jiang Shaoli said so. Jiang Shaoli smiled bitterly and said, that person using my name is a warning to me, telling me not to be so arrogant in the future. Otherwise, do you think he would randomly choose a nickname instead of using my real name? The others were also taken aback and quickly understood the implications. Zhang Dingyuan looked out the window at the martial disciples boarding the vehicles one after another and couldn't help but murmur, I really didn't expect that this time the martial arts secret realm would attract such a genius. Do you think this mysterious big shot is from Tianlong City or from those ordinary base cities? Similar conversations were not only happening among the few geniuses at the Azure Martial Arts Academy. Anyone who had entered the martial arts secret realm, whether from the local Tianlong City or from ordinary base cities, was speculating about who that mysterious prodigy really was. As the true prodigy, Yan Shen was already seated on the floating bus, a smile radiating from his face. Speaking of which, this time entering the martial arts secret realm had yielded quite a harvest: elixirs, martial arts techniques, weapons, materials, and so on, the value of which was immeasurable. More importantly, he had also obtained the legacy of the creator of the martial arts secret realm. It should be noted that this individual came from the Linyuan royal city, slaying calamity-level beasts as easily as one would kill a dog, capable of defeating the king of ferocious beasts, powerful beyond description. His legacy might even rival that of Elder Tang. Once I return to Tianling City, I'll find a secluded place to accept the legacy from that mysterious elder and take stock of this harvest, Yan Shen thought, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Just then, footsteps suddenly approached, accompanied by a faint fragrance, as Mu Zixuan sat down beside him. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, countless gazes turned their way, most of them male, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, with Li Xian's eyes practically blazing with jealousy. Under the spotlight, Mu Zixuan, however, was unfazed, already accustomed to it, and, with a look of grievance, said, Hey, Yan Shen, you need to help me out here. Help out? Yan Shen was taken aback, unsure what this young lady from the Mu family was making a fuss about. Help with what? I made it through 80 levels in the martial arts secret realm, ranking 3rd. This achievement should qualify as genius, right? But why? Is everyone focusing their attention on that prodigy who ranked 1st while no one even bothers to glance at me? As Mu Zixuan spoke, her anger was still simmering, her gaze fixed on the annoying guy in front of her. What? She actually made it through the 80th level of the martial arts secret realm? Yan Shen was quite shocked. Although Mu Zixuan had mentioned earlier that she was not weak and wouldn't hold back even in the alert zone, he hadn't taken it too seriously. He never expected it to be true. The enemies at the 80th level were nearly at the strength of 1,000 elephants, after all, close to the threshold of second-tier ferocious beasts. This meant that this young lady from the Mu family likely had the strength to contend with second-tier ferocious beasts or even martial artists. Yan Shen's reaction did not escape Mu Zixuan's notice, and she immediately exploded. You didn't even notice that my name has replaced the 3rd ranking on the martial arts monument? Yan Shen's expression turned awkward. He had been too focused on reaching 1st place to pay attention to the changes in the rankings below. After gritting her teeth for a moment, Mu Zixuan sighed, her voice tinged with helplessness. Forget it, forget it. Everyone is only paying attention to that prodigy who reached 120 levels. Even the Grand Martial Master in charge of the martial arts secret realm and the martial arts masters who arrived later are the same, let alone you. After saying this, Mu Zixuan gave Yan Shen a deep look, her eyes revealing a profound meaning. Yan Shen remained silent, fully committing to playing dumb. Historically, 3rd place has no rights. Mu Zixuan slowly stood up, as she was not meant to be sitting in this position. Don't forget, once we return to Tianling City, take me to the alert zone to explore. That's what you promised me. Yan Shen nodded. Okay. Yan Shen did not return to the hotel but was directly sent to the ground rail center of Tianling City by the magnetic floating bus and then took the intercity train back to Tianling. This made him feel quite regretful. He had intended to take this opportunity to sell off Wang Chen's belongings but unexpectedly returned in such a hurry. On the way back, there were no waves at all. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian had been taught a lesson before, and now they were much more obedient. This time on the train, they didn't cause any more trouble. Soon, they returned to the ground rail station, said goodbye to Mu Zixuan, and nodded to Xia Shang, Lu Chen, and Shang Yingming before Yan Shen left the station. He didn't go home but took another ground rail train directly to the wilderness. Although home is safe, I'm currently being targeted by Wang Tianshi. There might be someone watching, and taking out the gains from the martial arts secret realm is too risky. It's better to head to the wilderness and find a random place. It will be safer. On the other side, Li Xian was looking around, searching for Yan Shen's trace. Every time he thought of Mu Zixuan and that useless person interacting so intimately, jealousy burned in his heart. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't act out, so he kept waiting for an opportunity. Now that he was back in Tianling City, he planned to secretly follow Yan Shen and teach him a harsh lesson in a deserted place, making sure he kept his distance from Mu Zixuan. But after scanning for a long time, Li Xian couldn't find Yan Shen, which left him dumbfounded. Where is he? In the wilderness, in a safe zone, in a certain hidden place. Yan Shen skillfully set up a temporary tent and cleared out all the first-level ferocious beasts around before taking out the gains from the martial arts secret realm. One by one, In an instant, the entire tent was filled with extraordinary colors. After more than 10 minutes, Yan Shen finally finished counting. There were 32 weapons in total, among which 27 were ordinary items. 4 were refined level, and 1 was a treasure level item, a reward from the 115 layers. There were 43 medicinal pills, including 21 blood chi powders, 17 blood chi pills, 10 top-grade blood chi pills, and the rest were major medicines like Xinxiao pill and Zhixiao pill. There were 45 martial arts techniques, most of which were at the Xianhuang Earth Heaven level, and there were 2 master level techniques. One was a Xinxiao 9 transformations, and the other was called Broken Ghost technique. After counting these, Yan Shen didn't impatiently start cultivating but slowly took out a notebook from the small universe ring, his face showing seriousness. Although I can only obtain the preliminary inheritance before breaking through to a martial artist, it must be extraordinary since it comes from the builder of that secret realm. Then let's begin. Yan Chen threw the notebook into the fire. As the flames engulfed it, the notebook turned to ashes and a white light ball floated in midair. Is this the inheritance? It's truly magical. I wonder how that senior did it. While thinking this, Yan Shen didn't delay and slowly approached the light ball. When the two touched, the light ball suddenly opened like liquid and merged into Yan Shen's body. Immediately, an extremely powerful technique appeared in his mind. More than 10 minutes passed as Yan Shen digested the information in his mind. The preliminary inheritance is divided into 2 parts: cultivation methods and martial skills, both of which are master-level techniques called Dragon Blood Refinement and 9 Shocks Dragon Hand. Dragon Blood Refinement, 100 refinements of blood energy integrated into 1, transforming into dragon strength, resulting in a qualitative change in power. 9 Shocks Dragon Hand, based on dragon strength, it unleashes shockwaves to destroy all enemies. Although 8 Extremes Combat Heaven technique and 8 Extremes Combat Heaven strength are quite marvelous, they are simply not on the same level as these 2 master techniques. Moreover, Yan Shen could sense that there was another vast amount of information sealed deep within his memory, containing some indescribable principles. Just a slight recollection of it sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't imagine the damage that would be inflicted upon him if this vast information were to break free, potentially leaving him a fool or even causing his body to explode. No wonder that senior did not directly impart the complete inheritance but first set the preliminary techniques. It turns out that the true inheritance is indeed beyond what a martial apprentice can bear, Yan Shen thought, still feeling a lingering fear. Then, excitement surged within him. Although 8 Extremes Combat Heaven technique and 8 Extremes Combat Heaven strength are strong, they are clearly incomparable to Dragon Blood Refinement and 9 Shocks Dragon Hand. Yan Shen would not let this opportunity slip by and immediately began to switch his cultivation. Congratulations! You have received a 10-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation session. Congratulations! You have received a 20-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation session. Congratulations! You have received a 3-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation session. Congratulations! You have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation session. Congratulations! You have received a 2,100-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation session. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Yan Shen had devoted almost all his energy to the cultivation of Dragon Blood Refinement and 9 Shocks Dragon Hand. His luck was quite good, triggering 15,000-fold critical hits and 400-fold critical hits. As for the double-digit critical hits, they were countless. His progress was smooth. 2/3 of his energy had already transformed into dragon strength. Although his raw power had not changed, its characteristics had become more domineering, as if a true dragon had descended. Yan Shen had once tried to throw a punch, and he could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar echoing. The progress of 9 Shocks Dragon Hand was even stronger than the former. He had understood all the principles and was almost on the verge of enlightenment, though he still needed to improve his mastery. However, he had no problem executing it. In addition, during his leisure time, Yan Shen also practiced Broken Ghost technique. Although this martial skill is a master-level technique, it is extremely peculiar, capable of burning one's own blood energy to unleash several times the power in a short period, somewhat similar to the heavenly Demon Disintegration technique. According to the technique's description, if cultivated to perfection, one could even sacrifice the flesh and blood of others as a price to enter the Broken Ghost state, with power amplification limits soaring to dozens or even hundreds of times. That senior, capable of slaying the 2 great beast kings, perhaps relied on this technique. Yan Shen shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. That senior was clearly a powerhouse, far beyond a martial arts master, and the cultivation resources in his hands were certainly not limited to master-level techniques. Logically, there should be higher-level techniques, but he didn't know if it was because the martial arts secret realm had not been completed or if it was intentional. But aside from the inheritance itself, there were no rewards above master-level techniques in the 120 levels. Shaking his head, Yan Shen quickly gathered his thoughts, taking out all the blood energy pills and top-grade blood energy pills, arranging them in front of him, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. Then, let's break through. Immediately, Yan Shen immersed himself back into his cultivation. Congratulations, you have received A 17-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 30-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 50-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 1,700-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Perhaps it was truly a stroke of good luck. The vast majority of critical hit multipliers were above 10, with occasional hundreds and even over 1,000. Appeared 3 times. In contrast, the minimum guaranteed 3-fold was triggered only 3 or 4 times. As the pill dissolved and merged into his flesh and blood, Yan Shen's strength began to rise steadily. 71 symbols of power. 72 symbols of power. 9th tier martial apprentice. 75 symbols of power. 78 symbols of power. 80 symbols of power. 81 symbols of power. 9th tier martial apprentice perfected. 82 symbols of power. 10th tier martial apprentice. This was not the end. 85 symbols, 88 symbols, 92 symbols, 96 symbols. Relying on the powerful effects of the Supreme Blood Essence pill, combined with several instances of a 1,000-fold critical hit, Yan Shen unexpectedly broke through the limit of the 9th tier martial apprentice in one go, becoming a 10th tier martial apprentice. His strength ultimately settled at 100 symbols. When the cultivation ended, the sky had darkened, and Yan Shen opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. 100 symbols of power combined with dragon force free-flowing. Dragon steps, 9 shock dragon hands. Under the enhancement of the infinite critical hit system, even if I encounter a true 2nd tier superior ferocious beast, as long as I'm careful, I should be able to slay it. Now my strength is at least dozens of times stronger than before. As long as I refine true essence, become a martial artist, with these trump cards, I might be able to contend with a martial master. Yan Shen's ears twitched and his gaze suddenly became sharp. Outside the tent, at some point, 6 figures crept close to the tent under the cover of night. The leader was a man with a scarred face who stared at the tent before him. Xiao Anzi, did you really see it? There are colorful lights in this tent, likely emanating from supreme martial soldiers. The person called Xiao Anzi quickly flattered, Brother Dao. I wouldn't dare to deceive anyone but you. I wouldn't risk my life over this. It's absolutely true. I've been lurking for an hour, there's no mistake. Hearing this, Brother Dao's eyes revealed a hint of greed. At that moment, a companion voiced his concern, Brother Dao, it's clear someone is cultivating in that tent. What if they're tough opponents? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. What tough opponents? Can anyone be tougher than Brother Dao? Brother Dao is a martial artist who has condensed true essence in the safe zone. Who could be his match? Exactly, with Brother Dao here, who cares who it is? Just kill them and take all the treasures. Flattered, Brother Dao's confidence soared, and a cruel smile appeared on his face as he said, right, who cares who it is? But before he could finish, a ghostly voice suddenly came from behind. You are wilderness hunters? In an instant, Brother Dao felt goosebumps all over his body, a chill creeping up his spine to the crown of his head. He completely failed to notice that someone had appeared behind him. Who? Brother Dao suddenly turned around and saw the newcomer, a young boy with a fair complexion, standing not far away, seemingly merging with the night, his gaze deep and contemplative, watching him intently. Yan Shen observed the few people in front of him with great interest. He had encountered wilderness hunters before and had even crossed paths with them a couple of times. Their first impression was a mix of cunning and madness. These people would not hesitate to turn and run when faced with a tough opponent, not a moment's hesitation. Yet, if they saw a huge profit, they would go crazy, disregarding everything, even if it meant losing a few teeth to get a piece of the action. He never expected that this time during his cultivation, he would be targeted by a few wilderness hunters who had silently approached. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are surrounding my camp. What do you want? Yan Shen's voice was low, his eyes narrowing slightly. What do we want? Hee ha ha ha. A voice filled with mockery came forth as a pockmarked man stepped forward, his eyes filled with ferocity and threat. Kid, since you know we are wilderness hunters, hand over your treasures. Quickly. If I'm happy, maybe I'll spare your life, otherwise, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he brandished his long knife, creating a gust of air. Brother Dao initially wanted to stop his subordinates because the opponent's unpredictable movements had genuinely frightened him. But then he reconsidered, deciding to use his men to test the opponent's strength. If the opponent was strong, he would naturally retreat, but if they were not as formidable as he imagined. A ruthless glint flashed in Brother Dao's eyes as he began to envision how to deal with this kid. Just then, a cold light flickered, and under the moonlight, accompanied by a terrifying dragon's roar, it traced a beautifully arced time. Seemed to freeze at that moment, as if the very fabric of reality had halted. Immediately after, the wilderness hunter who had just been boasting had his head severed, his eyes filled with terror. Seeing this scene, Brother Dao's pupils constricted instantly, his body drenched in cold sweat. That sword strike had been too fast, he hadn't even had time to react, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. The sound of the dragon's roar echoed, instilling fear even in him. Yan Shen's expression remained calm and unruffled. Killing a mere martial apprentice was far too easy for him now. If it weren't for wanting to test the dragon force, he wouldn't even need to draw his sword. A single finger would suffice to kill at will. So now, do you still want my treasures? The many wilderness hunters looked terrified, their hearts filled with dread. The one who had just been boasting was no ordinary wilderness hunter. He had already broken through to the 9th level of martial apprentices, practicing profound level techniques and possessing profound level martial skills. His strength was not inferior to the top talents in the academy. They never expected this target to be so terrifying. With just one sword strike, he had easily killed him. At this moment, Brother Dao's gaze gradually calmed, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Good swordsmanship, little brother. To be able to kill Shao Qi with a single strike, I must say, your strength is quite frightening. However, he paused deliberately for a moment before slowly continuing, if I'm not mistaken, you should not have refined your true essence. Yet, you are not a martial artist, am I right? Yan Chen's expression was icy as he replied, correct. Upon hearing this answer, the previously tense wilderness hunters all breathed a sigh of relief, some even regaining their ferocity, sizing up the young man before them as if he were a fat sheep. Brother Dao no longer pretended, taking a step forward, exuding a magnificent aura that stirred up a whirlwind. That was the power of true essence. Little brother, you should know how vast the gap is between a warrior and a martial apprentice. You are indeed strong. That sword strike can be called astonishingly brilliant, but no matter how brilliant, you are ultimately just a martial apprentice. Hand over the treasure and I'll let you go. Consider it making a friend. Otherwise, Yan Chen's expression was indifferent. Otherwise what? A ruthless glint flashed in Brother Dao's eyes. Then don't blame me for being rude. As soon as the words fell, he charged out, striking with a palm, and the overwhelming true essence surged forth. Yan Chen's expression remained unchanged as he activated the 9 shocking dragon hands and also threw a punch. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. In the next moment, Brother Dao's expression changed wildly. He felt the young man's strength before him was as unfathomable as the vast sea, and his own true essence was as fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart by this force. The fist landed on him, and Brother Dao spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly flying backward. You. On the ground, Brother Dao no longer had his previous confidence, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at Yan Chen, as if he had seen a ghost. You are actually a 10th tier martial apprentice, and your strength is at least over 1,000? How is this possible? Yan Chen's expression was calm. The critical hit multiplier he triggered was not actually high, only about 5 times. The reason it caused such terrifying lethality was entirely due to the mystery of the 9 shocking dragon hands. The other wilderness hunters, seeing their leader, a warrior, defeated in one move, all showed fear and scattered to escape. A cold glint flashed in Yan Chen's eyes. Want to run? In the next moment, he vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already beside one of the wilderness hunters, and in the face of the other's endless terror, he swung his sword and killed him. And this was just the beginning. In the wilderness shrouded by night, Yan Chen's expression remained calm as he executed the carefree dragon step, easily catching up to all the fleeing wilderness hunters, killing them all with one sword each. When Yan Chen returned, the wilderness hunter with the scarred face had already disappeared, leaving only a trace of blood at the spot. Ran away? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yan Chen's mouth. Can you escape? Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Brother Dao was frantically fleeing through the forest, his face filled with terror, unable to comprehend how there could be such a terrifying martial apprentice in the world who could effortlessly shatter his true essence with a single strike. He had never even heard of such a thing. Run, hurry and run. As long as I escape to that place, I will be safe. Just then, a faint voice came from behind. Where do you think you're running to? Brother Dao's face changed drastically, and he instinctively turned to throw a punch, but as soon as he moved, a hand landed on him. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, the violent force instantly shattered all his meridians. Immediately after, a figure also appeared in the darkness. No, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Fierce God sect. If you kill me, you'll die too. Brother Dao kept retreating, his eyes filled with fear. The Fierce God sect? Yan Chen frowned slightly, having never heard of such a force in the martial arts world. But soon he revealed a smile. As long as you're dead, how would the Fierce God sect know that I killed you? In the next moment, the sword light fell, and Brother Dao's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Yan Chen took a deep look at him and then left. In the morning, at the Wan Yao Pavilion, there weren't many guests today, and the hall seemed a bit desolate. Mu Zixuan was propping her chin, yawning out of boredom, occasionally showing a gritted teeth expression as she thought of something. It's been 2 days, already 2 days, that annoying guy hurriedly greeted me and then disappeared. I haven't seen him for 2 days. What on earth is he doing? Could it be that he forgot our agreement? Or is he trying to play tricks? Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan immediately felt anxious already, considering whether to rush to the restricted area and catch that annoying guy. While her thoughts were wandering, a voice suddenly came. Hello? This counter is temporarily closed. Please go elsewhere. Mu Zixuan was already going crazy, having no time to deal with customers, and waved her hand dismissively. Soon the voice sounded again, but with a hint of mockery. Is that so? Then I guess I'll leave. Wait. Mu Zixuan suddenly sensed something was off and quickly looked up. Sure enough, Yan Chen was standing right in front of her, a mischievous smile on his face. You did that on purpose, and even changed your voice? Yan Chen had indeed lowered his voice on purpose. He couldn't help it. Mu Zixuan was propping her chin, looking dazed, and she was just too beautiful. He felt an impulse to tease her and couldn't restrain himself. Of course, he wouldn't admit to such a thing, quickly shaking his head. No, I've just been digesting the benefits from the martial arts secret realm. I haven't had water for 2 days, and my throat is a bit dry. It wasn't intentional. Not even a ghost would believe that, let alone the young lady of the Mu family. Seeing Mu Zixuan staring at him intently, her gaze gradually becoming dangerous, Yan Chen quickly changed the subject. By the way, Miss Mu, I came this time to fulfill my promise. Fulfill a promise? Mu Zixuan immediately forgot about being teased, her expression filled with surprise. Are you going to take me to the restricted area? As expected, she was easy to fool. Yan Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Of course. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to rush back to the city from the wilderness. That's great. Mu Zixuan immediately stood up, grabbed Yan Chen, and eagerly rushed outside. What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly, don't waste time. With her delicate hand like warm jade holding onto him, Yan Chen's expression stiffened, feeling a bit uncomfortable, instinctively wanting to break free. But that soft feeling was just too pleasant, and he couldn't bear to let go. He then gave up resisting. As the young lady of the Mu family, Mu Zixuan naturally didn't have to ask for leave like ordinary employees. She casually greeted her supervisor and ran towards the exit. Leaving the Wanyao Pavilion, the two hurried on and soon arrived at the central station. While waiting, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something, her expression turning a bit unhappy. Yan Chen, what did you call me at the Wanyao Pavilion? Yan Chen was taken aback. Miss Mu, what's wrong with that? What's wrong? Of course, there's something wrong. Mu Zixuan said seriously, we can be considered friends, right? Friends shouldn't use formal titles like Mr. or Miss. Yan Chen frowned, instinctively wanting to deny it. But thinking of the help the Mu family had given him during this time, and Mu Zixuan's performance when facing the duel threats, he felt a bit shaken. After hesitating for a moment, he said, then what should we call it? Of course, it's Zixuan. Mu Zixuan suddenly stuttered, her face turning bright red, and she quickly shook her head, saying, no, Zixuan is too intimate, our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. So what should we call it? Right. Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something, staring at Yan Chen, her eyes sparkling as she said, from today on, I'll call you brother, and you can call me sister? Yan Chen, didn't we agree to be good friends? How did it turn into siblings? What, you don't want to? Mu Zixuan noticed that Yan Chen was silent for a long time and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Yan Chen came back to his senses and suddenly showed a mischievous smile. Actually, besides this, there's another title that I feel is more fitting. What? You can call me Dad. Mu Zixuan completely lost it. Yan Chen, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. The chase lasted for an hour before it ended. Mu Zixuan's face was flushed, her eyes blazing with fire, looking quite adorable. Alright, I know I was wrong, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Yan Chen also knew he was at fault, quickly waving his hands and sincerely apologizing. Mu Zixuan angrily said, just one sorry? Then what should I do? Yan Chen spread his hands, the words had already been said, and he couldn't turn back. Time to take them back. Mu Zixuan pondered, if you want me to forgive you, it's not impossible, but you have to answer me one question. What? Is the first place in the martial arts secret realm you? Yan Chen's expression suddenly became strange. Mu Zixuan said, what's wrong? Unwilling to say. It's not that. Yan Chen shook his head, and then his expression became even stranger. It's just that, sister, didn't you already know about this? Mu Zixuan said matter-of-factly, it's different, guessing is one thing, admitting it is another. After a pause, the young lady of the Mu family suddenly revealed a mischievous smile and said, isn't that right, brother? The cycle of heaven is fair, who can escape the heavens? Today, Yan Chen finally witnessed it. Not long after, the special train to the wilderness arrived, and the two quickly boarded. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, they saw a familiar face. The person was wearing tight combat gear, with short hair casually falling, and her appearance was quite beautiful. It was Rin Xiaodai, and beside her were 3 men and 2 women, clearly companions, heading to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts. Ren Xiaodai also saw Yan Chen, and more importantly, she saw the ethereal and stunning Mu Zixuan beside him, and for some reason, an unnamed anger surged in her heart. She walked up to Mu Zixuan, filled with rage, and asked, why? Yan Chen is just a waste, while you are the high and mighty young lady of the Mu family. Why are you with this waste? Ren Xiaodai was hysterical, filled with anger. She couldn't understand how the dignified young lady of the Mu family could willingly degrade herself and associate with this waste. Her companions were stunned by the scene. They had never seen Ren Xiaodai like this before. The 3 boys, who had previously had a good impression of her, instinctively pulled away, as if being associated with the current Ren Xiaodai was something shameful. Slap. A loud slap echoed, and in an instant, the entire carriage fell silent. Ren Xiaodai covered her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. You hit me? I hit you. Mu Zixuan's expression was emotionless, completely different from how she acted when with Yan Chen. Who I, Mu Zixuan, want to be friends with is my freedom. Why do you need to point fingers? But he is Yan Chen. And then? Being friends with a waste. Aren't you afraid of losing face and being talked about behind your back? Slap.
As soon as Rin Xiaodai finished speaking, she received another solid slap. Mu Zixuan was genuinely angry, being able to reach the 80th level of the martial arts secret realm. Her strength was among the top tier of martial apprentices. Rin Xiaodai, being only a 7th tier martial apprentice, was no match for her. Slap, 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 slap. After one slap, Mu Zixuan, still unsatisfied, continued to slap her several more times. Forget it, you are after all the young lady of the Mu family, a well-known heiress in Tianling City. It wouldn't be good for your reputation if this got out. There's no need to dirty your hands. Yan Chen shook his head, not wanting Mu Zixuan's reputation to be affected because of someone like Rin Xiaodai. Mu Zixuan indeed stopped slapping, but it wasn't out of concern for her reputation. It was because Rin Xiaodai was already crying, squatting on the ground, her face swollen like a pig's head. At this moment, more and more people gathered around, and some recognized the identity of the Mu family's young lady. Mu Zixuan frowned. Although she didn't care about being discussed, she didn't want to bring trouble to Yan Chen, so she planned to leave. But just as she was about to go, she suddenly remembered something. I remember you. Your name is Rin Xiaodai, and you once pursued Yan Chen, right? Rin Xiaodai nodded, fear appearing in her eyes. When she was just slapped, she wanted to stop it, but when it came to actual fighting, she realized how terrifying the strength of this young lady from the Mu family was, far beyond what she could contend with. Let's go, Yan Gu. Mu Zixuan said nothing more, just gave Rin Xiaodai a deep look, her gaze filled with disdain, pity, and contempt. It was this look that broke Rin Xiaodia's defenses on the spot. Ignoring the pain on her face, she shouted, "Why do you pity me? The one who should be pitied is you. Mu Zixuan, for treating a waste as a friend, you are the most pitiful one." Mu Zixuan said nothing, turning with Yan Chen and disappearing into the crowd, leaving Rin Xiaodai there, crying bitterly. The underground train soon entered the wilderness and the two got off, heading towards the wild. On the way, Yan Chen's gaze remained fixed on Mu Zixuan, constantly sizing her up, his face filled with a strange expression. Speak plainly, don't look at me with those eyes. Mu Zixuan felt uneasy under his scrutiny, goosebumps rising all over her body. Yan Chen clicked his tongue. It's nothing serious, I just didn't expect that the dignified young lady of the Mu family would have such a, how should I put it, such a violent side. Mu Zixuan glared at him. I was just trying to vent for you. Thank you. Oh, you can still say thank you? Then forget it. I'll take back what I just said and pretend nothing happened. No way, you've already thanked me, how can you take it back? Looking at Mu Zixuan's pouting expression, Yan Chen couldn't help but smile genuinely. Being called a waste by Rin Xiaodai made Yan Chen feel angry, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't. He wasn't a saint after all, and it was impossible for him to remain indifferent to honor and disgrace. He had originally planned to take action directly and teach this woman a lesson. However, he didn't expect that this young lady from the Mu family would act first, slapping Rin Xiaodai twice in front of everyone. At that moment, Yan Chen felt warmth in his heart. His initial resistance towards Mu Zixuan had transformed into acceptance. The ferocious beasts wandering in the safe zone were not strong, only at the first level, which posed no threat to Yan Chen and Mu Zixuan. The two moved quickly and soon reached the boundary of the safe zone. What came into view were several giant swords and the wall of sword energy that separated the safe zone from the alert zone. Mu Zixuan's expression became slightly serious as she said, once we pass this area, it will be the activity range of second-level ferocious beasts. It was no wonder she was cautious, although there was only one level difference. Between first and second-level ferocious beasts, they were entirely different concepts, with a vast disparity in strength. Although she was considered a talented individual among the younger generation, having reached the 80th level of the martial arts secret realm, she could only contend with the weaker second-level low-grade ferocious beasts. However, she had not yet condensed her true essence, and if she truly encountered a second-level ferocious beast, she would be in danger. Then, Mu Zixuan turned her gaze to the boy beside her, pursed her lips, and revealed a faint smile. But with you here, I don't have to worry too much about my safety, right? Yan Go? Yan Chen regretted it a bit. He shouldn't have agreed to call this young lady from the Mu family sister on the ground track train. It gave him goosebumps. Let's go. Yan Chen shot her an annoyed glare and then stepped forward. Mu Zixuan stuck out her tongue and quickly followed. The two of them soon crossed the wall of sword energy and entered the alert zone. Mu Zixuan had been to the alert zone before, but at that time, she was accompanied by Uncle Zhang and Uncle Dong, two martial artists for protection. She had also been careful enough not to venture too deep or into dangerous areas, managing to avoid the second-level ferocious beasts. Therefore, she didn't really know much about this region. Now, following Yan Chen without the protection of martial artists, it felt quite thrilling for this young lady from the Mu family. Yan Go, where are we going now? Seeing that Yan Chen was not cautiously exploring but rather purposefully heading in a certain direction, Mu Zixuan felt a surge of curiosity and asked. Yan Chen replied without much thought, there's a second-level ferocious beast 3 kilometers from here. My target this time is it. Oh, what kind of ferocious beast is it? Mu Zixuan blinked her eyes, feeling even more excited. Yan Chen said, a fire-red fox. Fire-red fox? Mu Zixuan doubted she had heard correctly. This was not an ordinary second-tier beast, but a mid-grade second-tier beast whose combat power was so strong that even fifth-tier warriors found it quite challenging. Yet Yan Chen was now saying he wanted to challenge this terrifying beast.
Mu Zixuan couldn't help but widen her eyes. What's wrong? Is there a problem? A hint of confusion appeared on Yan Chen's face. Mu Zixuan replied irritably, what's wrong? How could there not be? Do you know what kind of beast the fire red fox is? And you're going to challenge it?
Yan Chen nodded. Of course I know, a mid-grade second-tier beast capable of battling fifth-tier warriors, and it's
considered extremely difficult to deal with even in the warning zone. Knowing that, you still want to go hunt it? So, is there a problem? Of course there's a problem, and it's a big one. Yan Ge, that's a mid-grade second-tier beast, and it has fire elemental abilities. You might have secret techniques to save your life, but what about me? Even if I don't hold you back, I'm just a martial apprentice. If that thing sets its sights on me, will I even have a life left? That depends on your abilities, sis. After all, you said you wouldn't hold me back. But Mu Zixuan was so angry that she was about to say something when she suddenly realized that although Yan Chen's tone was calm, there was a smirk at the corner of his mouth and a hint of teasing in his eyes. She immediately understood that he was doing this on purpose. Mu Zixuan couldn't help but glare at him. Hey, old Yan, this is the warning zone, full of dangers. Can you be serious and stop joking around? Just trying to lighten the mood. Yan Chen shrugged, then a mischievous look appeared on his face. What's wrong? Not calling me brother this time? Call you sister. After venting her frustration, Mu Zixuan took a couple of deep breaths and finally calmed her racing heart. Soon, a sense of anticipation grew within her. Although she had long known that Yan Chen could cross great realms to kill second-tier beasts, and even the dual calamities of heaven and earth could very well fall at his hands, she was still unclear about the methods he would use and how the process would unfold. Now, she would finally get to witness it. If it's not the fire red fox, then which beast are you planning to fight? Yan Chen looked surprised at her question. When did I say I wasn't going to fight the fire red fox? Mu Zixuan widened her eyes. But your expression just now was teasing me, wasn't it? I was teasing you, but the fire red fox is just a minor joke, it won't put you in danger. Yan Chen's voice carried a hint of laughter. I didn't say I was changing targets. Just as they were talking, the two arrived at a grove scattered with red maple leaves. The area was filled with red maple trees, and the fallen leaves dyed the scene in front of them a vibrant red. Before they could get close, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward them, making them feel uncomfortably hot. Not far away, a fox was resting under the largest maple tree. It stood 2 meters tall, its fur a fiery red, and it was currently in a deep sleep. Even from a distance, it exuded an immense sense of pressure. A mid-grade second-tier beast, the fire red fox. Mu Zixuan felt her throat dry, her heart racing, and her nerves were taut to the extreme. She hadn't expected that Yan Chen's target was indeed this fire red fox, and without a sound, they had entered the territory of this beast. The posture made it clear that he was serious about this. Quick, retreat. While the fire red fox is still asleep, we need to leave quickly. Mu Zixuan waved her arms anxiously. Although she knew that Yan Chen had reached the 120th level of the martial arts secret realm, overpoweringly Hani, and was the first in 100 years, she was still unaware of what realm the illusory enemies at higher levels belonged to. Moreover, the gap between martial apprentices and martial artists is like the fall of heaven, and the gap between martial apprentices and second-tier fierce beasts is similarly vast. This viewpoint has already taken root in people's hearts. The second-tier mid-grade fire red fox is many times stronger than an ordinary second-tier low-grade fierce beast. Therefore, Mu Zixuan's first reaction is to run quickly. The faster, the better. But before she could finish her words, they were abruptly cut off. Her expression turned serious, and she even trembled slightly, holding her breath without making a sound. Because the fire red fox had awakened. Its golden vertical pupils were now fixed on the two humans not far away, its breath gradually becoming violent, revealing a ferocity in its eyes, with flames faintly spewing from its mouth. This second-tier mid-grade fierce beast was not only awake but also had its sights set on the two in front of it. What to do? What to do? That damn Yan Chen, couldn't he choose a more ordinary second-tier low-grade fierce beast? Why did he have to target such a difficult opponent right from the start? Forget it, if there's really no way out later, I'll have to use the trump card, that way the two of us still have a chance to escape. Just as Mu Zixuan was pondering, a voice with a hint of amusement came. Don't be nervous, rest assured, I'm not the kind of person who would put myself in danger. The reason I chose the fire red fox is that I have complete confidence. You mean you can kill a second-tier mid-grade fierce beast? Mu Zixuan stared blankly at Yan Chen's calm face, her heart filled with disbelief. Yan Chen could not deny that during the martial arts secret realm he had already killed second-tier mid-grade fierce beasts, and not just one. Now that he had broken through to the 10th tier as a martial apprentice, possessing the strength of 100 elephants, and mastered techniques like Dragon Blood Refinement, 9 Shocks Dragon Hand, and Shattered Ghost technique, his strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. If it weren't for the fact that he was with Mu Zixuan, worried that choosing a too strong fierce beast would put her in danger, he would have prepared to choose a second-tier upper-grade fierce beast. The mere fire red fox might be unbeatable for other martial apprentices, but for Yan Chen he was already 99% confident. A second-tier mid-grade fierce beast, huh? Yan Chen, smiled slightly, his gaze fixed tightly on the fire-red fox in front of him. I have indeed killed many in the martial arts secret realm, but in reality, I haven't, so I plan to give it a try. As he spoke, the fire-red fox had already launched an attack, spewing flames from its mouth, the temperature extremely high, turning the trees it passed into ashes in an instant. Before it even reached him, an even hotter wave of heat was already rushing towards him. If he used the carefree dragon step, with the strength of 100 elephants combined with the characteristics of dragon chi and the infinite critical hit system, he could easily dodge this wave of flames. But doing so would put Mu Zixuan in danger, and it also did not align with Yan Chen's purpose of challenging the fire-red fox. He showed a slightly serious expression and took out the refined level martial weapon 7 kills from his small Qin Kuan ring. It is the fire of the red fox, Yan Chen quickly dodge. As the wave of flames surged towards them, Mu Zixuan tensed up and instinctively shouted. It was no wonder she was nervous. The fire of the red fox was not an ordinary flame, but rather a fire refined from the elemental fire of the world by the fiery red fox, hidden within the 5 houses, with temperatures reaching thousands, capable of melting steel, let alone a human. However, what shocked Mu Zixuan was, facing the oncoming flames, Yan Chen not only showed no intention of dodging but instead took out the 7-kill sword from his storage weapon and slowly raised it. Could it be that he intended to withstand the fire of the red fox? An unbelievable thought crossed Mu Zixuan's mind. Immediately after, swish, the 7-kill sword fell. Although Yan Chen looked down on the fiery red fox psychologically, he showed no carelessness in his attitude, fully channeling his dragon energy, attaching the secrets of the 9 shocking dragon hands to the 7-kill and fiercely slashing down towards the overwhelming flames. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 20-fold critical hit bonus to actually trigger a 20-fold critical hit. Little fox, you really are out of luck, Yan Chen said with a cold smile. In the next moment, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, and the sword light simultaneously surged. The flames, like ocean waves, were directly split in two by a tremendous force, sweeping to the sides and destroying countless maple trees. Yan Chen stood firm in the middle, at the forefront of the flames, appearing like a deity under the sunlight. I can't be seeing this wrong. Yan Chen actually split the fire of the red fox? Mu Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. Although she had guessed that since Yan Chen dared to provoke the fiery red fox, he must have complete confidence, she never expected it to be to this extent. The fire of the red fox was a terrifying flame that even 6th-tier martial artists found tricky, only able to dodge and not dare to withstand it. But now, Yan Chen, with the 7-kill sword in hand, had actually cleaved through the wave of flames. Was this something a martial apprentice could achieve? If it weren't for the terrifying high temperature radiating from the flames on both sides, scorching her to the point of pain, she would even suspect she was dreaming. After splitting the wave of flames, Yan Chen naturally would not give the enemy a chance to catch their breath. He executed the carefree dragon step and, taking advantage of the momentum, in the blink of an eye, arrived before the fiery red fox. In the fierce golden vertical pupils of the fiery red fox, fear was also evident. It had not expected that this human would be so terrifying. Ah, whoa! The roar echoed, and this 2nd-tier mid-grade fierce beast instinctively wanted to unleash the fire of the red fox again. Too slow. A calm voice came, followed by a sudden sword light piercing through the heavens and the earth, transforming into a sword pillar, with a faint dragon's roar resonating. Ah, whoa! The sound came from the fiery red fox again, but this time it was not a roar, but a mournful scream. It turned out that the sword light had struck from its jaw down to its abdomen, and then a large spurt of blood gushed out, falling to the ground and igniting the red maple leaves. Suffering such a heavy blow, the flames in the fiery red fox's mouth naturally retreated, with only a wisp of smoke rising. Owo owo owo! The cries of despair came from the fiery red fox's mouth. This 2nd-tier mid-grade fierce beast was truly afraid, genuinely afraid, because it sensed the threat of death from this human before it. Without hesitation, the fiery red fox turned and ran, wanting to escape from here. Want to run? Yan Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Can you escape? Immediately, he executed the masterful carefree dragon step again, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fiery red fox, and with the sound of a dragon's roar, once more, a huge gash was opened on its body. The subsequent battle held no suspense whatsoever. During its prime, the fire red fox was no match for Yan Chen, let alone now when it had several large wounds opened on its body and was severely injured. As the 7 kills descended, the heart of the fire-red fox was pierced, accompanied by a wail, and this 2nd-tier mid-grade fierce beast fell to the ground with a thud, reaching the critical point of its life. You just killed the fire-red fox? A 2nd-tier mid-grade fierce beast? Mu Zixuan's eyes widened, her voice filled with shock. In her view, even if Yan Chen had the power to deal with this fire-red fox, he would have to engage in hundreds of rounds of combat, going through a tough battle, and only then could he kill it narrowly. But the reality was that Yan Chen had only drawn 4 swords from start to finish, hardly exerting any effort, effortlessly slaying this 2nd-tier mid-grade fierce beast that even 5th-tier martial artists found quite tricky. Otherwise, should I play with this little fox for a while, tease it, and then kill it? Yan Chen's eyes held a strange glint. I didn't expect you to be such a cruel woman. Mu Zixuan gritted her teeth. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't win, she would probably want to beat up this detestable guy in front of her right now. Yan Chen, to be honest, are you really a martial apprentice? As she spoke, a look of doubt appeared in Mu Zixuan's eyes. It was no wonder she thought this way. Yan Chen's performance was simply too exaggerated. With the strength of a martial apprentice, he easily killed a second-tier mid-grade fierce beast, which could not simply be described as crossing a major boundary. It was simply against the heavens, which was why Mu Zixuan doubted that Yan Chen had already broken through to become a martial artist, only practicing a secret method to conceal his true essence or possessing a weapon with corresponding functions. Yan Chen shrugged, not yet, but I have already broken through the limit of a 9th-tier martial apprentice and condensed 100 symbols of power. The fact that he really hadn't broken through to a martial artist was hard for Mu Zixuan to accept. Her gaze turned deep as she looked up and down at the person in front of her. At this moment, Yan Chen had just stored the corpse of the fire-red fox into his small universe ring. Under her intense gaze, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over and instinctively asked, "What are you looking at me for?" "Nothing." Mu Zixuan's voice was filled with dead silence. "I was just looking to see if you are really human." Yan Chen felt offended. Mu Zixuan clearly hadn't finished expressing her shock. She opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment Yan Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed, quickly shielding the young lady from the Mu family behind him while raising a hand to signal her not to make a sound. What was happening? Although Mu Zixuan felt strange, she also understood that something significant must have occurred to make Yan Chen so cautious. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding mountains and forests startled the birds and beasts. Countless first-tier fierce beasts fled in panic, and then the ground began to tremble, accompanied by an extremely terrifying aura sweeping over as a massive figure appeared. It stood 3 meters tall, with 8 claws, its body a ghastly green, and its eyes were incredibly eerie. Seeing this fierce beast, Mu Zixuan's expression suddenly changed. 100-kill poison spider? The 100-kill poison spider is also a second-tier mid-grade fierce beast, but unlike the fire-red fox, the latter's strength is comparable to that of a 5th-tier warrior, and in some respects, it is even somewhat weaker. In contrast, the former possesses the strength of a peak 6th-tier warrior, and due to its toxicity and the characteristics of its silk, even some 7th-tier warriors are reluctant to provoke it. The difference in strength between the two is several times greater. Isn't a second-tier fierce beast supposed to have a concept of territory? This is clearly the fire-red fox's domain. How could the 100-kill spider come here? Mu Zixuan, who was knowledgeable in this area, felt quite nervous as she saw the enormous shadow of the spider approaching. Yan Chen, on the other hand, felt a surge of excitement. "You stay here and don't move around. Remember to protect yourself. You're going to kill the 100-kill spider?" "Of course." Yan Chen replied with a faint smile. "I was just thinking about which fierce beast to target next, and unexpectedly, one came right to my door. How could I let this opportunity slip by?" Mu Zixuan opened her mouth, initially wanting to say that this was the 100-kill spider, the most ferocious and violent among second-tier mid-grade fierce beasts. Even a 7th-tier warrior would find it tricky. But recalling the scene of Yan Chen slaying the fire-red fox with 4 swords, she dismissed the thought. Worrying about this guy, it was better to think about where to hide to avoid being affected. While they were talking, Yan Chen had already made his move, still using his usual techniques: Dragon Force Trait, 9 Shocks Dragon Hand, and Carefree Dragon Step. Accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, the sword light fiercely slashed towards the 100-kill poison spider. "Congratulations, your attack has received a 3,200-fold critical hit bonus." Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the ground trembled as if a great mountain had collapsed. Mu Zixuan, concerned about being caught in the battle, hid behind the massive maple tree where the fire-red fox had previously rested, and naturally, she felt the intense vibrations. Yan Chen must be fighting the 100-kill poison spider. This 100-kill poison spider is much stronger than the fire-red fox. Its silk is incredibly tough and sharp, capable of easily cutting through fine steel, and its venom is highly corrosive, capable of turning a warrior into liquid in 10 seconds. That guy is strong, having killed the fire-red fox with just 4 swords, but to deal with this 100-kill spider, it would at least take half an hour. Isn't this place too close? It doesn't seem very safe. Maybe I should hide a bit further away. Just as Mu Zixuan was thinking this, a large hand suddenly clasped her shoulder, followed by a calm voice. "What are you mumbling about here?" Mu Zixuan was startled and instinctively swung her palm, but the other party easily dodged. Yan Chen said angrily, "Miss Mu, are you trying to kill someone?" "No, I was just thinking about something, and you suddenly tapped my shoulder, which scared me." Mu Zixuan felt a bit guilty but then sensed something was off. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be fighting the 100-kill spider? How did you come over here?" Yan Chen replied calmly, "The 100-kill poison spider has already been dealt with." "Dealt with?" Mu Zixuan's eyes widened. "If I'm not mistaken, you two should have just started fighting, right? Don't lie to me, I'm not that easy to fool." After saying this, the young lady from the Mu family placed her hands on her hips, raising her head, looking quite proud of her cleverness. Yan Chen silently stepped aside, raised his hand, and pointed to a spot, saying, "The corpse of the 100-kill poison spider is right over there. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look yourself." Mu Zixuan looked over, her pupils constricting once again. There, not far away, the Imposing 100-kill poison spider, which had frightened birds and beasts and made the ground tremble, lay on the ground, its body severed in half, green corrosive blood seeping into the earth, making a sizzling sound. The 100-kill poison spider had truly been slain. From the moment it appeared to its end, not even a minute had passed, faster than the speed of slaying the fire-red fox. How on earth did this guy manage that? This 100-kill poison spider is even stronger than the fire-red fox. How did you kill it so quickly? Yan Shen replied calmly, because this 100-kill poison spider had bad luck. Bad luck. Mu Zixuan couldn't wrap her head around it, unable to understand how slaying this second-tier mid-grade beast had anything to do with luck. Yan Shen, however, sighed, thinking that this 100-kill poison spider was indeed unfortunate. As soon as he unleashed his first strike, it triggered a 3,200-fold critical hit, something he hadn't seen often since acquiring the infinite critical hit system. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, another ominous aura approached, causing the maple leaves to stir and the beast birds to take flight. Following that, a massive golden figure appeared, letting out a thunderous roar as it charged towards the two. Mu Zixuan was filled with doubt. A second-tier mid-grade beast, the roaring golden giant? How come another one has come? Perhaps it was attracted by the commotion from the previous battle. Second-tier beasts have a strong territorial awareness, and with two appearing in quick succession, Yan Shen was also somewhat puzzled. But well, if he couldn't understand it, then so be it. No matter how many appeared, as long as they could all be slain, that was enough. It would save time searching back and forth. Kill. In the following period, a total of 5 second-tier mid-grade beasts appeared, with strengths ranging from 4th-tier to 6th-tier warriors. After a few minutes of entanglement, Yan Shen resolved them all without any danger. Naturally, the material gains were substantial. In fact, due to the enormous size of the second-tier beasts, his small universe ring could no longer hold them, so he had no choice but to select the most valuable parts to store in the subspace, discarding the rest. Even so, this time's harvest was far greater than all his previous trips to the warning zone combined. However, Yan Shen did not feel joy from this. On the contrary, he furrowed his brows, a hint of unease growing in his heart. Strange, too strange. Logically speaking, second-tier beasts already had a sense of territory. Even if attracted by a battle, they wouldn't easily leave, let alone the continuous appearance of 5 second-tier mid-grade beasts. Yet now, not only had they appeared, but their movements also carried a hint of agitation. While Yan Shen was deep in thought, a somewhat anxious, light voice came through. Brother Yan, something feels off. I've been to the warning zone a few times before, but I've never seen second-tier beasts so active. It is a bit off. Yan Shen narrowed his eyes, a terrifying light flashing in his pupils. I have a guess in mind, but I'm not sure yet. I need to verify it. A serious expression also appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. Perhaps we are thinking the same thing. Just then, another terrifying roar echoed, a massive shadow looming overhead. Looking up, they saw a giant made of stone, resembling a small mountain. A second-tier upper-grade beast, the stone giant. The stone giant, composed entirely of massive rocks, possesses the ability to harness the power of the earth. In terms of attack, it is not particularly outstanding among second-tier high-grade ferocious beasts, even less so than the 100-kill poison spider. However, when it comes to defense, even peak martial artists would find it challenging. Let's go, Yan Shen said in a low voice, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. This was not out of fear of the stone giant. In fact, he preferred hunting such beasts with high defense and low attack. With the existence of the infinite critical hit system, as long as he was not killed, he would eventually land a hit that could trigger a high multiple critical hit to slay the opponent. The reason he did not take action was that a terrifying suspicion had arisen in his heart. Mu Zixuan's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Without hesitation, she quickly followed him. However, they had not walked far when a massive shadow appeared, blocking their path. They saw a giant eagle soaring in the sky, crackling with electricity and exuding an extremely terrifying pressure. A second-tier high-grade ferocious beast, the purple thunder eagle. Change direction. Yan Shen's face darkened, increasingly certain of his suspicion. Mu Zixuan understood the urgency of the situation and nodded. Alright, I'll follow you. For a while, the two kept changing directions, trying to leave the alert zone and return to Tianling City. However, for reasons unknown, the second-tier ferocious beasts, which usually only moved within their territories, were now active everywhere, and they encountered them from all directions. Yan Shen and Mu Zixuan even ran into 2 second-tier mid-grade ferocious beasts head-on. With no other choice, they had to fight, and after some struggles, they managed to slay them, causing quite a commotion. This, in turn, attracted more second-tier ferocious beasts. It took a great deal of effort for the two to break free from the encirclement. Stop, there's no way out. Yan Shen sighed as he stood atop a giant tree, gazing at the vast army of ferocious beasts before him. Mu Zixuan listened to the terrifying roars around them, her expression grim. The Martial Arts Guild assessed that the danger level of Alert Zone 43,651 is not high. How could there be so many second-tier ferocious beasts? Yan Shen's gaze was deep. These second-tier ferocious beasts are not from Alert Zone 43,651? Not from this alert zone? I have explored here for a long time and have a fairly comprehensive understanding of the habitats of second-tier ferocious beasts. The actual number is definitely not this many. Having over 100 would be impressive. Then where do these beasts come from? If I'm not mistaken, these ferocious beasts should come from the danger zone or even a higher level, the forbidden zone. The forbidden zone?
Both Yan Shen, who spoke, and Mu Zixuan, who heard, felt a simultaneous heaviness in their hearts.
The forbidden
zone is home to 4th-tier ferocious beasts, and at this level, these beasts are often referred to as disasters in the martial arts world, so 4th-tier ferocious beasts are commonly called disaster-level ferocious beasts.
Only great martial artists can contend with them. And in the entire Tianling City, there is only one such great martial artist, the city lord of Tianling City, the president of the martial arts guild, Xia Shang's great-grandfather. Could it really be a beast tide?
Although Mu Zixuan had suspected it for a long time, her voice trembled uncontrollably when she spoke it out loud.
The beast tide is the most terrifying disaster faced by humanity, bar none. When a beast tide occurs, countless ferocious beasts surge toward the nearest base city.
First-tier ferocious beasts can only be considered cannon fodder, and there are many second-tier and third-tier ferocious beasts, with even fourth-tier beasts possibly appearing. This was still near Tianling City, which did not have absolute danger as a factor. If it were Tianling City, responsible for guarding more terrifying regions like Absolute Danger and Death Wasteland, the beast tide would be even more horrifying. Yan Shen's heart also sank as he recalled the
beast tide from a year ago.
It was during that disaster that he was attacked by another second-tier ferocious beast, not only losing all his cultivation but also suffering severe damage to his martial foundation. Little did he expect that just a year later, a beast tide was about to occur again.
It might not necessarily be a beast tide.
Yan Shen shook his head, still holding onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps in the danger zone, two powerful third-tier ferocious beasts are fighting for territory, or maybe there are ferocious beasts migrating in the danger zone, which caused this scene. But before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly stopped.
Rumble. A terrifying giant beast appeared in the distance, with two heads and a lion's body, surrounded by flames and lightning, its aura far surpassing that of a second-tier ferocious beast. Wherever it went, those second-tier ferocious beasts hurriedly dodged, and some who couldn't escape were directly incinerated by the flames and lightning, leaving no bones behind. A bone-chilling cold swept over them, and both Yan Shen and Mu Zixuan held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing that the terrifying giant beast would discover them.
They recognized this ferocious beast, a third-tier mid-grade ferocious beast, the Thunderfire Lion. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the Thunderfire Lion, resembling a demon god, gradually moved away, disappearing at the horizon's edge. The two let out a long sigh of relief, exchanging glances, both of their foreheads covered in cold sweat.
It's definitely a beast tide, no doubt about it.
Mu Zixuan stared intently in the direction the Thunderfire Lion had left, her eyes filled with anxiety.
Yan Shen's expression
was also extremely grave. The territorial awareness of third-tier ferocious beasts was much stronger than that of second-tier beasts, and they rarely left their territory. If they did, there was only one possibility: a disaster-level ferocious beast was
driving them away.
And this was the cause of most beast tides.
Let's call your grandfather first.
Yan Shen fixed his gaze on the countless ferocious beasts below, speaking in a deep voice. Although Tianling City has its own alarm system and may have already known about the beast tide, it's better to notify him just in case.
Okay.
Mu Zixuan quickly dialed the phone, and on the other end, upon learning that his granddaughter was trapped in the wilderness amidst the beast tide, Mu Yinglong was
also extremely anxious. It wasn't until he found out that Yan Shen was by her side that he relaxed a little. After hurriedly exchanging a few words, both sides quickly hung up. What do we do now? Yan Shen said solemnly. Hide well, don't let the ferocious beasts find us, and then wait.
Wait? Mu Zixuan frowned, then suddenly thought of something. You mean to wait for this wave of beast tide to pass, for the surroundings to be safe, and then find a way to escape?
Yan Shen nodded. Although he could cross great realms and slay second-tier ferocious beasts, even high-grade second-tier beasts, that was under one-on-one circumstances. Now, countless ferocious beasts were rampaging below, including many second-tier beasts, and occasionally, a terrifying aura could be felt from afar, clearly indicating the presence of even more terrifying beings. If they were exposed at this time, facing numerous second-tier ferocious beasts and the possible attack of third-tier ferocious beasts, their situation as two martial apprentices would undoubtedly be life-threatening.
First, but just then, a sharp screech echoed, and a giant bird was diving down from the sky, its sharp claws aimed directly at Yan Shen and Mu Zixuan.
They had been discovered.
Blood-patterned bird, a second-tier mid-grade ferocious beast, its sharp claws can easily tear through fine steel, and it moves at incredible speed. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed, and Yan Shen reacted swiftly, unleashing the 9 Shocks dragon.
Hand in a breath's time.
The 7-kill sword, carrying terrifying shockwave power, slashed at the giant bird that was pouncing. Congratulations, your attack this time has achieved a 1,700-fold critical hit. The sword light traced an arc, and the blood-patterned bird in the sky was cleaved in two, not even having the chance to let out a mournful cry, crashing down to the ground amidst a shower of blood.
Killing a second-tier mid-grade ferocious beast with a single sword? Although Mu Zixuan had seen it before, she was still immensely shocked. However, Yen Chen, who had dealt a high critical hit and ended the battle in an instant, did not show much joy. Instead, his gaze turned serious as he scanned the surroundings. Nearby, the ferocious beasts, hearing the commotion, suddenly stopped running, their eyes fixated on the top of the giant maple tree, revealing a brutal glint. The worst concern had ultimately come to pass. "We've been discovered, let's go." Yen Chen knew they couldn't hide, and with a determined look in his eyes, he jumped down. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded, and the sword light swept across, instantly slaying several ferocious beasts. But this level of damage was merely a drop in the bucket against the vast army of beasts, and soon more ferocious beasts surged forth like a tide. Yen Shen's gaze turned cold, his wrist flicked, ready to swing his sword again. A light voice suddenly came from beside him. "Let me handle it." It was Mu Zixuan who stepped in, taking out a purple long sword from her storage space, radiating an otherworldly aura far surpassing refined grade weaponry. As she swung it, arcs of lightning appeared, and in the blink of an eye, she had slain over 10 first-tier ferocious beasts. Yen Shen showed surprise. Normally, a martial artist's fundamental strength comes from the transformation of blood energy into power without involving anything else. Yet this young lady from the Mu family possessed the ability to wield lightning? Don't underestimate me. Mu Zixuan noticed Yen Shen's astonishment and glared at him. "Although I can't compare to you, I did get into the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy and reach the 80th floor of the martial arts secret realm. When facing second-tier ferocious beasts, even if I can't kill them, I can at least hold my ground." To be able to contend with second-tier ferocious beasts at the martial artist level? Yen Shen had to admit he had underestimated her in the past. Roar, roar, roar. Several roars echoed, and just as the two were speaking, more ferocious beasts charged at them, one of which was second-tier, while the rest were first-tier high-grade. "I'll take care of that second-tier one, you handle the rest." As he spoke, Yen Shen had already drawn his sword. Mu Zixuan understood this was the best choice and nodded, her body crackling with electricity as she charged out. If it were any other martial artist facing a second-tier ferocious beast, it would be considered lucky just to survive, but this common knowledge was clearly not applicable in front of Yen Shen. This second-tier ferocious beast was not strong, merely in the low-grade range, and faced with the shockwave power of the 9 Shocks Dragon Hand, it had no resistance, being cleaved into several pieces in the blink of an eye. Mu Zixuan also quickly finished her battle. The first-tier ferocious beasts were no match for her. However, there were simply too many ferocious beasts surrounding them, overwhelming and dense. Just as the two dealt with these few beasts, even more surged forward. "We can't waste time here, we must break through." After casually dispatching another ferocious beast, Yen Shen quickly realized the problem. This was a beast tide. All the ferocious beasts in this wilderness had been mobilized, and they could not be killed endlessly. The longer they delayed, the greater the energy consumption, and it would also attract even more terrifying beasts. But which direction to break through was a dilemma for Yen Shen. Should they break towards Tianling City? He shook his head, not believing it was a good choice. After all, they were currently in the beast tide phase, with countless ferocious beasts surging towards that base city, including many third-tier beasts, and even the possibility of disaster-level ferocious beasts appearing. Breaking through in that direction could very likely lead to a collision with those terrifying beings. Even if Yen Shen was confident, he knew very well that he absolutely could not be a match for a third-tier ferocious beast. But breaking through deeper into the wilderness? Yen Shen hesitated in his heart. Deeper into the warning zone was the danger zone, where third-tier ferocious beasts also resided. Although the number would be greatly reduced due to the beast tide, there was no guarantee he wouldn't run into one. Just as he was struggling with which way to break through, a clear and ethereal voice came. "I know a place that is absolutely safe. We can break through in that direction." Absolutely safe? Yen Shen showed surprise, unable to think of any place in the wilderness that could be considered absolutely safe during a beast riot. Mu Zixuan's face showed a look of conflict. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "That place is my biggest secret. Not even my grandfather knows. You must not tell anyone." "What kind of place was that?" Yen Shen wanted to ask further, but at that moment, more ferocious beasts charged in, including second-tier mid-grade ones, leaving him no choice but to respond. After slaying the second-tier mid-grade beast, Yen Shen, having gained a moment to catch his breath, hurriedly said, "All right, let's go to the place you mentioned. You lead the way, and I'll cover you." "No need." Mu Zixuan shook her head. Yen Shen was quite surprised. "No need? Then..." But before he could finish his sentence, his heart was shaken again. Suddenly, electric light flickered around Mu Zixuan, a thunderous sound emerged, radiating blinding light, and the ferocious beasts that got close to her were scorched in the blink of an eye. In that moment, she seemed to transform into thunder. "I can't maintain this state for long, Yengu. Keep up with me, and whatever you do, don't get lost." As her voice fell, Mu Zixuan had already transformed into a streak of lightning, advancing deeper into the wilderness. Yen Shen had too many questions in his heart, such as how Mu Zixuan, being just a martial apprentice, could control thunder, and what that absolutely safe place was. But it was clearly not the time to ask. He quickly used the carefree dragon step to follow in the wake of the lightning. The more he chased, the more shocked Yen Shen became. Mu Zixuan, transformed into lightning, moved at an incredible speed, even surpassing the realm of martial artists. If it weren't for the carefree dragon step and several critical hits, he might have really been left behind. Moreover, the lightning enveloping Mu Zixuan had extremely strong lethality, turning everything it touched into scorched earth, not knowing how many ferocious beasts had been roasted. This young lady from the Mu family has a great secret. The two were fortunate that they did not encounter any third-tier ferocious beasts along the way, and even second-tier high-grade ones were rare. After a series of battles, the number of ferocious beasts around them had greatly decreased. Yen Chen surveyed the surroundings but frowned tightly because he discovered that this area actually had no coordinates, meaning it had not been explored or developed by the Martial Arts Association and was an unknown land that had not been assessed. In the wilderness, if there is an unknown place, it is generally due to two situations. The first is that this wild land is too dangerous, and even the strength of the base city cannot complete the exploration. Such unknown places will have warning signs set up by the Martial Arts Guild, reminding adventurers in the wilderness not to enter, or they may encounter unforeseen dangers. However, on the way here, there were no warning signs in sight. So, this unknown place is the second situation. It has not yet been discovered and explored by the Martial Arts Guild. I don't know how Mu Zixuan found this place. Zila. Just as Yen Chen was pondering, a sound of electricity crackled, followed by a tingling sensation in his arm. The current was not strong, and the tingling feeling faded quickly, but it was enough to alert Yen Chen. He looked around and suddenly noticed that the fierce beasts nearby had become very few, almost non-existent, and in the air, currents of electricity occasionally flickered, disappearing in an instant. If one did not observe carefully, they would not notice at all. There is electricity in the air. Yen Chen felt a chill, sensing that this place was unusual. Mu Zixuan had already stopped, the electric light on her body fading, and she seemed to be exhausted, staggering as she regained her footing. Yen Chen was quick to support her. Thank you. Feeling the warmth of his strong arm, Mu Zixuan blushed slightly and whispered her thanks. However, her voice was too soft for Yen Chen to notice, and he did not respond, instead surveying the surroundings. What is this place? Why is there electricity in the air? At this point, Mu Zixuan had regained much of her strength and managed to steady herself, saying, "This is the Thunder Pool." Thunder Pool? Yen Chen was puzzled. He had never heard of such a place. However, this place was indeed extraordinary, with electricity in the air. Perhaps that was why the fierce beasts nearby were unwilling to approach. It's hard to explain in just a sentence or two. Just follow me, and you'll understand, Mu Zixuan said without elaborating, leading Yen Chen deeper into the unknown area. Along the way, flashes of electricity occasionally struck Yen Chen, causing a tingling sensation. Fortunately, the electricity was not strong and did not cause any harm. Although there were no signs of fierce beasts nearby, Yen Chen did not let his guard down, remaining tense to prevent any danger from arising. Mu Zixuan, on the other hand, walked casually, clearly very familiar with the area. After about 20 minutes, she arrived at a cliff and stopped at the edge, gazing down with a look of wonder in her eyes, as if she were looking at something extraordinary. Yen Chen walked over and looked down, and he was stunned. What lay before him was not a cliff at all, but a vast thunder pool, with countless streams of liquid thunder flowing below, intertwining gold and purple, dazzling and breathtaking. No wonder there was electricity in the air here. It turned out that the thunder pool Mu Zixuan mentioned was indeed a massive pool of lightning. Just as Yen Chen was in shock, a soft voice came. "Yen Ge, you must be very curious, right? I'm clearly just a martial apprentice, so how do I have the ability to control lightning?" Yen Chen nodded. At first, when he saw Mu Zixuan's sword surrounded by electric light, he did not pay much attention, thinking it was the effect of a martial weapon. But later, when she was enveloped in thunder and transformed into a bolt of lightning, he realized that this young lady from the Mu family was not simple. She had a great secret. Now, seeing the vast expanse of thunder below, he had a vague guess in his heart. Mu Zixuan continued, "So now, do you have any guesses?" Yen Chen said solemnly, "You are a born battle body?" The battle body is an extremely rare physique in the martial arts world, but it is highly compatible with martial arts. Throughout history, countless battle bodies have emerged in the martial arts world, with a wide variety of types, including the true dragon battle body with innate dragon power, the greenwood battle body with strong vitality, and the true thunder battle body that resonates with thunder. Mu Zixuan nodded, but quickly shook her head. "I do have a battle body, but it's not innate? What do you mean?" Yen Chen became interested. Since Mu Zixuan had brought Yen Chen to the thunder pool, she had no intention of hiding anything. She organized her thoughts and slowly said, "About 7 years ago, my grandfather took me to the warning zone for an adventure to broaden my horizons, but somehow, a third-tier ferocious beast left its territory and appeared in the warning zone." Yen Chen was speechless. Senior Mu Yinglong really had a big heart, treating the wilderness like his own backyard and bringing the still young Mu Zixuan along. He could already guess the general plot of what happened next. Sure enough, although my grandfather was already a martial master at that time, he was still somewhat powerless against a third-tier ferocious beast, so he had no choice but to hide me in a secret place before going to confront it. But who would have thought that the so-called secret place was actually not secret at all and had long been discovered by a ferocious beast? Sure enough, I was taken away by that ferocious beast. At this point, Mu Zixuan's chest rose and fell several times, clearly still filled with lingering anger. Yan Chen's heart immediately tightened, and then, a hint of trepidation appeared in Mu Zixuan's eyes. That ferocious beast didn't eat me, but brought me to this thunder pool and threw me down. Thrown down? Yan Chen looked at the liquefied golden thunder below, his hair standing on end. This young lady from the Mu family couldn't possibly be a ghost, could she? Mu Zixuan suddenly frowned, looking him up and down. Are you thinking of something bad? I wasn't thinking of anything. Yan Chen certainly wouldn't admit. It's, really? Of course it's true. But why do I always feel like you're not thinking of anything good? This young lady from the Mu family was quite perceptive. Yan Chen clicked his tongue, seeing that she was about to dig deeper. He quickly changed the subject, and then, you should have guessed what happened next. Mu Zixuan took a deep breath. I didn't die, and under the baptism of the thunder pool, I refined the purple thunder battle body in a technique called 9 Heavens Purple Thunder Skill. Yan Chen gasped. Although he had already guessed, hearing it with his own ears was completely different. This thunder pool actually had the effect of shaping the purple thunder battle body? If I jump in now, can I also obtain the purple thunder battle body? Yan Chen had to admit that he was tempted, standing at the edge, feeling eager to try. I advise you not to jump. Mu Zixuan's voice carried a hint of teasing. The process through which I obtained the purple thunder battle body is not replicable. If you jump down, I guarantee you will be turned to ashes in less than 2 seconds. Yan Chen's first reaction was disbelief. Both being human, when Mu Zixuan fell into the thunder pool, she was only 11 or 12 years old, likely not even a martial apprentice, yet she was able to refine the purple thunder battle body. With his infinite critical hit system and several master techniques, rising in adversity, how could he possibly be worse than Mu Zixuan back then? Why couldn't he refine it? Just then, Mu Zixuan added, softly, when I fell into the thunder pool, there was a very strong will contained within it. It was under the protection of that will that I was unharmed amidst the thunder and was able to cultivate the purple thunder battle body. The 9 Heavens Purple Thunder technique was also taught to me by him. Yan Chen fell silent for a long time. What about now? Mu Zixuan replied, that will was already at the end of its strength. After helping me shape the purple thunder battle body, it dissipated. Yan Chen silently took 2 steps back, then angrily said, such an important thing, and you didn't say it earlier. Wasn't what I said early enough? Early enough? Yan Ge, you weren't thinking of jumping down to refine a purple thunder battle body too, were you? No, really not? Really not. Of course, Yan Chen wouldn't say that. If she had spoken a little slower, he would have jumped down. Seeing that Mu Zixuan was about to ask further, Yan Chen quickly changed the subject. By the way, is there anything else below this thunder pool? This was not a question asked without reason. Beneath the liquid-like scenery of the thunder, there were faint reflections that were hard to see clearly, yet they undeniably existed. Mu Zixuan asked, do you want to take a look? Can we? Yan Chen had some concerns. The golden thunder in the thunder pool was terrifying, and just getting close made his skin feel like it was being burned. If he really jumped down to take a look, he feared he wouldn't even last 2 seconds before being refined to the point where not even ashes would remain. Originally, it wouldn't be possible, but that will, while teaching me the 9 Heavens Purple Thunder technique, also told me about a secret path leading to the bottom of the thunder pool that is absolutely safe. As she spoke, Mu Zixuan had already pulled Yan Chen away from the cliff. The secret path was not near the thunder pool but located about 100 meters away, near a dead tree. Mu Zixuan's fingertips sparked with electricity as she slowly reached forward, and a path that originally did not exist magically appeared before them. This is a spatial passage. Yan Chen pondered for a moment and quickly understood the key points. Mu Zixuan nodded. According to that will, this passage is a backdoor left specifically for the gatekeeper, which is me. Gatekeeper? You'll know soon. In the gap of their conversation, the two had already entered the secret passage one after the other. This passage did not truly exist but was created by a powerful force that tore open space and then fixed it, thus constructing it. Therefore, while the surrounding scenes overlapped with reality, they were also incredibly illusory, giving a feeling of being in a dream. As they walked, Yan Chen suddenly felt something and looked up sharply. Above in the sky, endless golden thunder was flashing, flowing like liquid. Although separated by a layer of illusory boundary, it still gave a chilling feeling. Yan Chen's scalp tingled. Are we now beneath the thunder pool? Pretty much. Mu Zixuan nodded, then shook her head, saying, according to that will, this passage does not exist in the real world but is similar to a secret realm. It looks like it is beneath the thunder pool, but in reality, the two do not exist in the same dimension. Only then did Yan Chen breathe a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that the boundary above wouldn't hold back the erosion of the golden thunder and would drown him. The illusory road seemed endless, but in reality, it was quite short. Before long, the two had reached the end, where a palace abruptly appeared before them. This palace was forged from bronze, entwined with countless golden chains that flickered with lightning, and on the massive bronze door, there were numerous incomprehensible twisted symbols that, upon a glance, gave a dizzying sensation. The existence of the thunder pool is to suppress this bronze palace? A chilling thought arose in Yan Chen's mind. Mu Zixuan nodded. It's obvious that this is the case. What could possibly be inside this bronze palace to warrant such a grand suppression? It was no wonder Yan Chen was astonished. The golden thunder was terrifying. He doubted that even martial artists or martial masters, let alone higher-level martial powerhouses, could enter without being reduced to nothing in no time at all. Yet, such a terrifying thunder pool was actually meant to suppress a palace made of bronze. I don't know, that will didn't say. Mu Zixuan shook her head, her expression turning extremely serious. It only told me to never attempt to open the bronze palace's door, because behind it leads to a very terrifying place. Yan Shen suddenly understood. So your gatekeeper identity is to guard this bronze door? Yes. Yan Shen began to examine the bronze palace. The palace had no gaps, appearing as a single entity, as if it had been cast as a whole. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly special about it. He touched the wall, but there was no reaction. He did consider drawing his sword to see if he could damage the palace, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Not to mention that Mu Zixuan had already said that behind the bronze door led to a very terrifying place. Just the thunder pool above was enough to deter him from acting recklessly. If he broke some kind of taboo and the golden thunder poured down, it would be a most unjust death. Oh, there was something special on the bronze door. There were nearly 1,000 symbols that seemed to have been carved with brute force, extremely twisted and bizarre. Yan Shen didn't recognize them, nor had he seen them before, so he didn't pay much attention, glancing at them hurriedly before planning to move on. But just as his gaze fell upon these symbols, a phantom whisper appeared in his ear. Ascend to the other shore, transcend the myriad realms, the 10,000 worlds unscathed, eternal and indestructible. Time dares not chant its name, the years dare not remember its form. Offer up the supreme path, burn away rules and order. Immediately, those originally incomprehensible twisted symbols seemed to come alive, depicting some kind of mystery. As he watched, Yan Shen became completely immersed, entirely forgetting the passage of time in the outside world. He didn't know how long had passed when suddenly, hey, Yan Go, what are you daydreaming about? Wake up, hurry and wake up. Hearing the voice, Yan Shen jolted awake. What just happened to me? Yan Shen felt a cold sweat break out all over his body, his heart filled with horror. The twisted symbols on the bronze door seemed to come alive, possessing an endless magical power that firmly captivated his consciousness. If it weren't for Mu Zixuan's call, he might have remained entranced, unaware of the passage of time, until he starved to death and turned to bones in the long years. This bronze palace was too eerie, yet Mu Zixuan noticed nothing unusual. Seeing Yan Shen's face drenched in cold sweat, she thought he was frightened by what had just been said, and quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, this bronze palace is sturdy. As long as there is no external force to damage it, it won't suffer any harm even after 10,000 or 100,000 years. Of course, according to that Will's words, the external force capable of damaging this bronze palace is almost impossible to appear in this world, so you don't need to be so tense." Yan Shen remained silent, immersing his consciousness in the sea of awareness, entering a meditative state. Just now, he had been drawn in by the twisted symbols on the bronze door, and he could distinctly feel an unnamed technique being infused into his body. This method of infusion was entirely different from the inheritance of the martial arts secret realm builder. It was a more profound and incomprehensible approach. At the moment he entered the meditative state, the boundless darkness of the consciousness world suddenly filled with nearly 1,000 symbols. These symbols were not static, they changed constantly, as if they were living beings, performing some kind of interpretation. Was this a cultivation technique? But why was this technique so sinister? Yan Shen felt a chill. In all his life, he had never heard of any technique that came to life. What's wrong? Is something off? Mu Zixuan noticed the boy in front of her closing his eyes, seemingly sensing something, and since he didn't answer her question, she couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering if the bronze palace had undergone some unknown change. Yan Shen opened his eyes and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, just thinking about some things." After hesitating for a moment, he pointed at the bronze door and said, "By the way, Mu Zixuan, when you looked at those symbols on the bronze door, did you?" His voice suddenly cut off. At that moment, Yan Shen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked ahead. He saw that the twisted symbols, which seemed to have been engraved by a tremendous force on the bronze door, had all vanished. The door was now smooth and clean, without a single bump or indentation. What he had just seen seemed like an illusion. "Yan Go, what are you talking about? There have never been any symbols on the bronze door." Mu Zixuan frowned, her eyes revealing confusion. Never any symbols? As the inheritor of the Nine Heavens Purple Thunder technique, Mu Zixuan had never seen those twisted symbols on the bronze door? A sudden sense of horror surged in Yan Shen's heart, a tremendous fear of the unknown. Just then, something even more alarming happened as the twisted symbols in the sea of awareness continued to change. That unnamed technique began to operate autonomously. Yan Shen wanted to stop it, but found it utterly impossible. "Oh, hearing you say that, I remembered something." Mu Zixuan seemed to recall something, her face showing a serious expression. "Before that will dissipated, it warned me about a very important precaution. If a knocking sound suddenly appears behind the bronze door, remember not to make a sound, and definitely do not respond." Bang! Just as she spoke halfway, a knocking sound suddenly echoed. No, that sound was not knocking, it was a violent banging on the door. Mu Zixuan felt a chill, her face filled with terror, because that banging sound was coming from behind the bronze door. And it was not too late. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the door banging grew more urgent, the force behind it increasing, as if the entire bronze palace was shaking. The golden chains clinked incessantly, and the golden thunder shone brightly, suppressing the chaos. Yan Shen sensed even more. At this moment, under the influence of the nameless technique, the bronze palace seemed to be awakening from a deep slumber, coming back to life from its silence. He wanted to stop the operation of the nameless technique, but it was impossible. The technique was like a rapidly spinning automatic device that couldn't be halted once it began. Get out of here quickly, Yan Shen said, urgency lacing his voice. Although he didn't know what would happen if the bronze palace fully revived, he had a premonition that it would not be a good thing, nor something a mere martial apprentice like him could handle. Without needing to be reminded, Mu Zixuan had already started moving, pulling Yan Shen along as they quickly left the vicinity of the bronze palace. In contrast to their leisurely stroll earlier, both of them increased their speed to the maximum on the way back, fearing that if they were even a moment too slow, the terrifying creature behind the bronze door would catch up to them. In just half a minute, Yan Shen and Mu Zixuan exited the secret passage and returned to reality. Look quickly. Mu Zixuan pointed towards the direction of the thunder pool, her voice filled with terror. Yan Shen looked over, his expression changing as he saw the liquid-like golden thunder boiling, resembling water that was about to boil, while the illusory shadow below was gradually becoming clearer, as if it were about to emerge from the bottom of the pool. This made both of their hearts race. If the bronze palace truly broke through the thunder pool and that creature came out, with their meager strength as martial apprentices, they knew they would have no chance of escaping. Fortunately, it seemed that after leaving the secret passage, the bronze palace could no longer sense the nameless technique, or perhaps it was due to other reasons, but the violent banging gradually faded, and the once boiling thunder pool began to calm down, the reflection becoming blurry once more. Yan Shen let out a long breath, then frowned and asked, "What just happened?" I don't know what happened either. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation." Mu Zixuan thought Yan Shen was blaming her, her face showing a look of anxiety. "That will told me that behind the bronze door lies a place of extreme terror, but it didn't say that there would be terrifying creatures coming out from behind the door." Yan Shen fell silent. He actually knew what was happening. The changes in the bronze palace were entirely due to that nameless technique. But after hesitating for a moment, he decided against revealing it, as this technique was too strange. Almost alive. Until he figured out what was going on and whether there was danger, it was better not to tell Mu Zixuan. "Let's go. So much time has passed, the beast tide should be near Tianling City, and there may not be as many ferocious beasts in the wilderness as before. Let's see if we can go back." But halfway through his words, Yan Shen suddenly froze, because he discovered that the nameless technique was actually consuming other techniques. At first, Yan Shen thought he had sensed it wrong. After all, the idea of consuming martial arts techniques was too absurd. It was something that probably had never happened in the entire martial arts world. But when he fully immersed his mind into it and sensed carefully, he fell silent. He hadn't sensed it wrong. This nameless technique was indeed consuming other techniques. Blood Chi 9 refinements 8. Extremes combat technique, Dragon Blood 100 refinements. These techniques that Yan Shen had practiced before were now being digested, absorbed, and integrated by the nameless technique, and not one by one, but all three at once. Well, returning to Tianling City now will indeed be much safer. I happen to know a passage that is relatively concealed. It should allow us to bypass the beast tide under the city walls. Mu Zixuan did not notice Yan Shen's abnormality and felt it was time to go back, so she nodded in agreement. Yan Shen hurriedly said, "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" "I've encountered a problem in my cultivation and need to sort it out immediately." "A problem?" Mu Zixuan was startled. Such a situation for any martial artist was a significant matter. The lighter consequence could be a regression in cultivation, while the heavier could damage the foundation of martial arts, and in severe cases, losing one's life was not impossible. Thinking of this, she quickly agreed, urging Yan Shen to go ahead and establish himself. In fact, Yan Shen didn't even wait for Mu Zixuan's response. He had already used Carefree Dragon Step to run 100 meters away and stopped in a quiet place. It was no wonder he was so anxious. The idea of his cultivation technique being consumed was something that had probably never been heard of in the entire martial arts world. He truly had no idea what the consequences might be. What if he lost all his cultivation? Falling from the clouds to the depths was something Yan Shen had already experienced once, and he really didn't want to go through it again. Sitting cross-legged, he immersed his mind into the sea of consciousness, entering a meditative state, and immediately devoted all his energy to the nameless technique. With just this one sensation, Yan Shen gained a deeper understanding of the nameless technique. It was indeed consuming other techniques, there was no mistake about it. Blood Chi 9 refinements, 8 extremes combat technique, and Dragon Blood 100 refinements had been left in tatters under its knowing, and this process of consumption was still ongoing. But that didn't mean these three techniques had disappeared. Rather, under the refinement of the nameless technique, their essence was being extracted while discarding the dross, transforming into a completely new martial arts mystery. To put it in a more fitting way, this nameless technique was like a large furnace, while the other techniques were like ores. When the ores were thrown into the furnace and subjected to high temperature refining, they yielded pure steel. No, not only that. As his understanding deepened, Yen Chen made an even more astonishing discovery. The nameless technique is not just simply discarding the dross and taking the essence, it is also evolving according to the characteristics of the practitioner, transforming into a martial essence that is even more compatible. In that case, as long as I feed it enough cultivation methods, I can completely draw from the strengths of 100 schools and carve out an invincible path that belongs entirely to me. This discovery thrilled Yen Chen. After all, no matter how good a technique was, it was ultimately created by someone else. It was that person's path. Even if it was compatible with him, it could never have that seamless, unified feeling. Achieving 10% of its power and being able to exert 7 or 8% would be impressive. But if he could tailor it according to his own characteristics, it would be entirely different. The technique and the practitioner would be as one, achieving 10% power and at least being able to exert 12%. And this was also an experience that a martial artist must have to carve out their own invincible path. By the way, what about martial skills? Yen Chen closed his eyes again, entering a meditative state. Sure enough, the martial techniques he had previously cultivated were all consumed by the nameless method: 9 shocks dragon hand, carefree dragon step, fragmented shadow technique, and so on. At first, Yen Chen felt a bit anxious, but he quickly relaxed. After being consumed by the nameless method, these martial techniques did not completely disappear. Instead, they evolved and reorganized, reappearing in a stronger form, more compatible with the cultivation method refined by the nameless technique. The effect was at least 30% stronger than before. Moments later, having fully understood what was happening to him, Yen Chen slowly opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The new cultivation method refined by the nameless technique is entirely my own path of martial arts, so it's no longer suitable to call it Dragon Blood 100 Refinements. What should I call it? Right, I fell to the depths but rose again due to the infinite critical hit system. In the future, I will also encompass the strengths of countless martial arts, forging a path that truly belongs to me. In that case, let's call it Infinite Law. As soon as the name was decided, Yen Chen's consciousness became much clearer and the operation of the new technique, Infinite Law, became smoother. Next, he just needed to collect more cultivation methods and pour them into the nameless technique furnace to refine the Infinite Law. One day, he would be able to carve out a unique, invincible path of martial arts. Fortunately, he had received quite a few cultivation methods as rewards from the martial arts secret realm, which could all be contributed later to enhance the Infinite Law. As for martial techniques, they naturally had to bear the name of infinity. Currently, Carefree Dragon Step, Fragmented Shadow Technique, and others are performing their respective roles. Although extracted by the nameless technique, they haven't changed much. However, the combination of 9 shocks Dragon Hand, 8 extreme Sky Strike, and several other attack type techniques has undergone significant changes, with power increased by more than 50%. It's time to change the name. Let's call it the first style of infinite martial techniques, Infinite Dragon Sword. Yen Chen initially wanted to name it Infinite Dragon Hand, but upon reflection, he felt that hand lacked grandeur, so he changed it to Sword. After completing these tasks, Yen Chen sensed the changes brought about by the nameless technique and concluded, although his strength had not increased, his combat power had at least quadrupled. This delighted him, but soon he felt a twinge of worry thinking about how operating the nameless technique could awaken the Bronze Palace, with terrifying entities knocking at the door, sending a chill down his spine. I wonder what the true origin of this nameless technique is. Having understood the true function of the nameless technique and created the Infinite Law, Yen Chen was no longer in such a hurry. He did not perform the infinite version of the Carefree Dragon Step but instead strolled back slowly, pondering how he could collect more cultivation methods at the fastest speed to perfect his Infinite Law. When he reached Mu Zixuan, Yen Chen casually raised his hand to greet her. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a concerned voice. Don't worry, Brother Yen. Even if you lose your cultivation again, you still have me. As long as I'm here, no killer in the wilderness can harm you in the slightest. What? Yen Chen was completely bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Yen Gu, it's just that there was a problem with your cultivation. You managed to reach the 120th level of the martial arts secret realm, overpowering the top genius Li Hani. Even if your cultivation regresses or you become an ordinary person, you can definitely rise again and reach the peak of martial arts. At this point, Mu Zixuan's expression was a bit shy. I will also help you. Yen Chen pondered for a moment and finally understood what was going on. Mu Zixuan, you don't think that my martial arts technique has gone awry, causing my martial arts realm to drop, or even losing all my cultivation, do you? Isn't it? Mu Zixuan also realized something was off. Although Yen Gu hadn't used his movement technique and had walked back, he appeared relaxed and showed no signs of frustration. Did she guess wrong? Yen Chen shot her an annoyed glance. Of course not. My martial arts technique has just undergone some changes, but it's a good thing and has nothing to do with a drop in realm. In fact, his combat power had even increased by several times. However, Yen Chen felt it unnecessary to mention this, as it might come off as boasting. So that's how it is. That's great. Mu Zixuan let out a long sigh of relief. After all, she was the one who brought Yen Chen to the Thunder Pool and the Bronze Palace. If something had really gone wrong, she couldn't imagine how guilty she would feel. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the two discussed and decided to return to Tianling City immediately. The beast tide had passed for over an hour now, and most of the ferocious beasts should have reached below the city walls, significantly reducing their numbers in the wilderness. Returning at this time was clearly the best opportunity. On the way back, Yan Chen thought of Mu Zixuan's concerned expression earlier, and a wave of emotion welled up in his heart. He had once thought he would never have friends again, but now it seemed that was not the case. He could still have friends. Meanwhile, in Tianling City, beneath the towering 10-meter-high city walls, countless ferocious beasts gathered, first tier, second tier, densely packed, with no end in sight, resembling an ocean of beasts. These ferocious beasts let out brutal roars, their eyes filled with ferocity, madly trying to climb the city walls to devour human flesh and blood. On the city walls, a dozen figures stood at the highest point. They were men and women, dressed differently, but the one thing they had in common was the strong aura they exuded, their gazes cold as they watched the endless tide of beasts. "They're coming," someone suddenly whispered, and the other martial artists looked into the distance, their expressions grave. Roar, 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 roar. They heard several terrifying roars coming from the direction of the wilderness, where a few massive ferocious beasts were approaching Tianling City. There was a two-headed lion with a lion's body, surrounded by flames and lightning, the Thunderfire lion. 8-meter-tall, pure white cloudwind sky tiger with wings. A 16-legged, pitch-black purgatory spider king with blood-red eyes. And so on. These ferocious beasts exuded an extremely terrifying aura, far surpassing the second tier. Wherever they went, ordinary beasts trembled in fear. And some that couldn't dodge in time were trampled into a pulp, their deaths tragic. So many? Damn. Someone spoke, their voice filled with shock. The number of third-tier ferocious beasts appearing had already exceeded 10, and based on analysis, there were likely more behind them. It should be noted that there were only a little over 10 martial artists in the entire Tianling City, and the number of ferocious beasts was almost equal to theirs. Director Li said solemnly, "These third-tier ferocious beasts are deliberately not attacking, they are waiting for more companions. We can't wait any longer, otherwise, if the number of third-tier ferocious beasts exceeds that of the martial artists in Tianling City, it will be a disaster." From the very beginning of the establishment of the Human Federation, there was a regulation that in the event of a beast tide, all martial artists must prioritize the protection of the city and cannot evade their responsibilities. This is just aimed at ordinary base cities. If a beast tide occurs in a high-level base city, then martial artists, great martial artists, and martial arts masters must confront it head-on. As the president of Blue Rain Academy and one of the few martial artists in Tianling City, President Li naturally stood on the city wall. "I agree, although old Li's eyes are blind, what he said makes sense, we must act now." President Hong Yang expressed his agreement, not forgetting to mock his old rival. President Blue Rain blared, "Who are you calling blind?" President Hong Yang shot him a sidelong glance of course, it's you, who else could it be? President Zile also agreed, "Your eyes are indeed quite blind." The three glared at each other, and it looked like they were about to roll up their sleeves and fight. "Stop messing around." Suddenly, a deep and heavy voice rang out, carrying a tremendous sense of pressure, and an extremely old figure stepped forward. "Now is not the time for internal strife. The beast tide is coming, and Tianling City is in imminent danger. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the city." The three academy presidents, whose ages combined were nearly over 200, promptly shut their mouths and nodded respectfully. The person who arrived was named Xia Tianfeng, the only great martial artist in Tianling City, the guardian of the base city. It was precisely because of him that the beast tides had been repelled time and again, protecting Tianling City from destruction. Li Zhangbai is right, we can't wait any longer. All martial artists in Tianling City take the initiative to attack. We must resolve all of these before more third-tier ferocious beasts arrive for support. Yes, the many martial artists agreed, and immediately jumped down from the 10-meter-high city wall, charging towards the third-tier ferocious beasts. They were enveloped in the essence of martial arts, their true energy surging like a vast sea. Wherever they went, first-tier and second-tier ferocious beasts could not stop their advance, and in the blink of an eye, countless beasts were slain. Roar, roar, roar. The third-tier ferocious beasts, seeing these detestable humans daring to attack, immediately let out furious roars, carrying an unmatched might, and charged forward as well. Boom! With a loud crash, the two sides quickly clashed. Although there were quite a few third-tier ferocious beasts, around 10, the martial artists of Tianling City were even more numerous. Due to their numerical advantage, they gained a significant upper hand, but to completely end the battle would still take some time. Great martial artist Xia Tianfeng showed no intention of helping, nor did he move, but stood firm on the city wall, closely watching the wilderness shrouded in mist, as if waiting for something. He was waiting for the existence that led this beast tide, the disaster level ferocious beast that emerged from the forbidden zone. Roar! Just as great martial artist Xia Tianfeng had anticipated, with a low growl, a figure towering 15 meters high, resembling a giant divine beast, slowly emerged from the thick fog, with 4 snake heads, each controlling a different element. Just a whiff of its aura made the martial artists of Tianling City feel a chill run down their spines. A 4th tier mid-grade. Ferocious beast, 4-headed demon snakes. Beast, your opponent is me. As soon as Xia Tianfeng finished speaking, he had already charged out. As Yen Shen had anticipated, with the outbreak of the beast tide, a massive number of ferocious beasts gathered beneath Tianling City, and the number of beasts in the wilderness rapidly decreased, making it feel even more desolate than before. On their way back, the two were initially very cautious, fearing that a 3rd-tier beast might cross into the alert zone, but later they found that there were no signs of even 2nd-tier beasts nearby, only a few scattered 1st-tier beasts wandering about, which allowed them to relax completely. They hurried towards Tianling City at the fastest speed. In just over 10 minutes, Yen Shan and Mu Zixuan arrived at the border of the alert zone. This, upon seeing the scene before her, Mu Zixuan's pupils involuntarily constricted. The sword energy wall that was supposed to separate the safe zone from the alert zone had vanished, and the more than 10-meter-high giant sword that had stood on the ground was broken and scattered all over the place. Yen Shen was also shaken, and he said in a deep voice, "A ferocious beast has destroyed the giant sword, and its rank is not low. It should be a disaster-level beast." Disaster level? Mu Zixuan's expression turned serious. "I wonder if Senior Xia can hold it off." Yen Shen nodded, realizing that the fate of Tianling City likely depended on the outcome of the battle between Senior Xia and that disaster-level beast, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. "Let's hurry. If the beast tide ends and the beasts return to their territories, being in the wilderness will pose great danger." Okay. Soon, the two set off again. The safe zone had a diameter of 200 kilometers. While not too large, it still required a short amount of time for martial artists to traverse. However, this common knowledge did not apply to the two of them. Mu Zixuan, being a Purple Thunder battle body and having cultivated the 9 Heavens Purple Thunder technique, excelled in speed. With just a slight activation of her blood energy and the operation of her technique, she could transform into a streak of lightning, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Yen Shen was even more effortless, with just a slight operation of the carefree dragon step refined by an unnamed technique, and under the enhancement of the infinite critical hit system, he could cover over 20 meters in a single step. This was still considering the speed of the young lady from the Mu family beside him. Otherwise, if he exerted himself fully, he could probably leave her far behind in less than 2 minutes. The two moved quickly, one in front and the other behind, and soon arrived at the foot of Tianling City. Huff, huff, huff. Mu Zixuan was slightly out of breath, even though she was a Purple Thunder battle body. Continuously operating the 9 Heavens Purple Thunder technique was a bit much for her. But when she saw Yen Shen standing beside her, looking unfazed and as if he hadn't exerted much effort, curiosity arose in her heart. "You can keep up, Yen Gu. Just how fast are you?" Yen Shen thought for a moment and held up 2 fingers. 20% faster than me? Mu Zixuan guessed, feeling relieved. That was within her acceptable range. Yen Shen slowly replied, "I could easily lap you twice." Mu Zixuan took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to hit this annoying guy. It wasn't because she had a good temper, but because she knew she couldn't win. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed, and a powerful shockwave swept outward, uprooting countless trees and affecting the entire area. Mu Zixuan lost her balance and nearly got thrown away, but fortunately, at a critical moment, a hand steadied her, followed by a deep voice, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Mu Zixuan shook her head, feeling Yen Shen's strong hand, her heart racing, and the anger she had just felt was already forgotten. Yen Shen nodded, "As long as you're okay." He then focused his attention on what lay ahead. Below the Tianling City, countless ferocious beasts were gathered, densely packed, and seemingly endless. They climbed over the corpses of their companions like waves, surging towards the city walls. In front of the city walls was a battlefield divided into more than 10 sections, where 3rd-tier ferocious beasts and martial masters were engaged in combat. What caught Yen Shen's attention was directly in front of Tianling City, where an extremely terrifying demon snake was roaring, spewing fire, water, wind, and poison, wreaking havoc on the land. Any ferocious beast that came into contact with it, whether 1st-tier or 2nd-tier, would instantly turn to blood and water. Even martial masters and 3rd-tier ferocious beasts had to keep their distance. Fighting against the 4 demon snakes was an extremely old figure. Although his body was frail, he possessed unimaginable strength, as if a deity resided within him. Great Martial Master Xia Tianfeng, disaster-level ferocious beast, 4 demon snakes. The two exchanged glances, both fully aware that this would be a battle that determined the fate of Tianling City. "What should we do now?" Mu Zixuan frowned. Their current position was temporarily safe, but once the beast tide receded, they might face the onslaught of countless ferocious beasts. Yen Shen understood this well and said, "We need to find a way to get into Tianling City." Get into Tianling City? Mu Zixuan's eyes widened. Right now, the area beneath Tianling City was filled with ferocious beasts, densely packed and seemingly endless, including many 2nd-tier beasts. The dangers of crossing through them to enter the base city were evident. This is indeed very dangerous, but it must be done. Yen Shen's gaze was fixed on the beast tide, especially that disaster-level ferocious beast. Although Senior Xia is strong, it's already a struggle for him to suppress that 4-headed demon snake. Killing it is out of the question. As for those third-tier ferocious beasts, perhaps one or two might be slain, but the vast majority will definitely retreat. As long as we remain in the wilderness, we risk encountering them. Do you understand what I mean? Mu Zixuan shivered. Although both of them had the ability to confront second-tier ferocious beasts across great realms, and Yan Shen could easily slay them, they were still at the martial apprentice level, merely equivalent to first-tier ferocious beasts. If they truly encountered a third-tier ferocious beast, their situation would undoubtedly be dire. If they faced the four-headed demon snake, there would be no hope better to end it quickly. So, we must take advantage of the fact that all the third-tier ferocious beasts and the four-headed demon snake are being held back by the martial artists of Tianling City and rush into the city? Yan Shen spoke each word firmly. Mu Zixuan finally made a decision, saying, Yan Gu, just tell me what to do, and I will follow your lead. Good. Damn it, this is really troublesome, isn't it? Dean Lanyu waved his sleeve, and a flash of swordlight split open a gap in front of him against a third-tier ferocious beast. However, this injury not only failed to severely wound the beast but instead enraged it. With a roar, its massive claws swiped at Dean Lanyu, and the two sides became entangled in a fierce battle for nearly 10 minutes, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Just as Dean Lanyu was about to strike again, he suddenly saw two young figures charging towards the beast tied from a great distance on the battlefield, and his expression changed. These two juniors, are they seeking death? The remaining martial artists also saw the two young figures charging towards the beast tide, and they all showed signs of tension. Damn it, where did these juniors come from? Have they gone mad? Trying to charge into the beast tide? Don't they value their lives? Does he think he's a martial artist? It's already exhausting enough for us, these two juniors are just adding to the chaos. Although their words were filled with dissatisfaction, they couldn't just stand by and watch as the two were torn apart by the surging beast tide. They all prepared to lend a hand to save them. But, facing the attacks of third-tier ferocious beasts, how could it be so easy to free up their hands? The martial artists exerted a great deal of effort but couldn't shake off the entanglement of the ferocious beasts, making it difficult to extricate themselves from the battle, let alone rescue the two juniors. As they watched the two figures about to charge into the beast tide, everyone sighed in their hearts. However, the next moment, the martial artists of Tianling City widened their eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief. Contrary to their expectations, the two figures were not torn apart by the beast tide. On the contrary, a high-pitched dragon's roar echoed, and a swordlight cut through the sky, chilling the 19 states, instantly slaying an unknown number of first-tier ferocious beasts. There was even a second-tier ferocious beast among them. The martial artists of Tianling City stared wide-eyed. Someone noticed something was off. Wait, that kid doesn't have any true essence fluctuations, he's just relying on his blood energy to perform martial techniques. He's not a martial artist, he's a martial apprentice. Martial apprentice? The martial artists of Tianling City gasped. At this moment, the two figures were like an unparalleled divine sword, fiercely plunging into the beast tide. Wherever they went, sword-light flickered, corpses littered the ground, wails echoed continuously, and blood stained the sky. Whether it was a first-tier or second-tier ferocious beast, they were all slain in the blink of an eye, as if they were blood-soaked Ajuras. As the two charged through, the martial artists of Tianling City finally got a clear look at their faces. Hey, that little girl looks familiar. Wait, isn't she Mu Zixuan, the old man's granddaughter? It really is her. Wait, who is that young man beside Mu? I've never seen him before, such a powerful sword, even I feel a chill. The most shocked person among them was Dean Lanyu. He had already recognized who the boy beside Mu Zixuan was, not only recognizing him but also being quite familiar with him, as he was a student of Lanyu Academy. But precisely because of this, Dean Lanyu felt it was hard to believe. In his impression, this person had once risen like the sun but then fell in an instant, his cultivation wasted, his martial foundation destroyed, reduced to a waste. But what was he seeing now? That person was wielding a 3-foot green blade, like an unparalleled swordsman, charging into the beast tide, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, blood flowing, and he had forcibly carved out a bloody path. Although most of these ferocious beasts were first-tier and second-tier, in Dean Lanyu's eyes, he could crush them with a single step. But that person was just a martial apprentice. He had actually crossed great realms with the strength of a martial apprentice, carving out a bloody path among countless ferocious beasts. Old Manly, I told you your eyes were blind, and you didn't believe it. Now you understand, right? Your eyes are indeed blind. The voice of Dean Hongyang came, having also seen the young man who had carved out a bloody path from the ferocious beasts. Dean Zile didn't forget to add salt to the wound. I really don't know what you were thinking, Old Manly. That is a genius who can cross great realms and slay second-tier ferocious beasts as a martial apprentice. Yet in your academy he has fallen to the status of a waste and has been looked down upon. Saying your eyes are blind is really not an exaggeration. Dean Lanyu had no words, for he was already at a loss for words. When Yan Shen charged into the beast tide, forcibly carving out a bloody path, his first reaction was, also, how could he have been so blind? On the other side, the moment he saw his precious granddaughter, Mu Winglong was taken aback, almost suffering a severe blow due to his distraction. Fortunately, his mastery in the realm of martial artists was exceptionally profound, and he quickly regained his composure, narrowly avoiding disaster. That kid is too reckless, charging straight into the beast tide. What if my precious granddaughter gets hurt? But he is truly extraordinary. To cross such a great boundary and slay a second-tier ferocious beast is one thing, but to carve a bloody path through the beast tide, where there are quite a few second-tier ferocious beasts, is another. Thinking of how he had injured Wang Tianchi and given the spot in the martial arts secret realm to Yan Shan, Muinglong couldn't help but laugh. This investment was certainly worthwhile. He just had to keep an eye on his granddaughter, ensuring she maintained some distance from this kid. After all, there are differences between men and women. He couldn't let him easily take his granddaughter away. Compared to the shock of others, a martial artist from Tianling City was filled with immense anger, his eyes brimming with hatred. He is not trash at all. He can actually cross boundaries and slay second-tier ferocious beasts at the martial apprentice level. He is so strong. I understand now, my son must have been killed by him. Yan Shan, damn it, I will definitely kill you. This person was Wang Tianchi. Consumed by rage, he focused all his attention on the person charging through the beast tide, even planning to chase after and kill this enemy who had slain his son, forgetting that he was still engaged in battle with a third-tier ferocious beast. Roar! A brutal roar echoed, and in that moment of distraction, the beast's sharp claws struck Wang Tianchi, causing him to spit out blood and suffer severe injuries. No! At this moment, Yan Shen was unaware that his appearance had led Dean Lanyu to admit his blindness and that Wang Tianchi had been severely injured due to his distraction. He was charging through the beast tide, wielding the 7 kills, with swordlight flashing, slaying ferocious beasts in his path. Even some second-tier ones were no exception. Practicing an unnamed technique, operating the infinite law, and unleashing the infinite dragon sword greatly enhanced Yan Shen's combat power, which was why he dared to charge into the beast tide. The direction of his charge was not chosen randomly. After comparison, he found that this route had the fewest second-tier ferocious beasts, with almost none of the higher tier, making it the safest option compared to others, which was why he took action. After slaying an unknown number of ferocious beasts, the two of them successfully reached the city wall. You are a martial apprentice. A guard on the wall widened his eyes, stuttering as he spoke. Just as Yan Shen was about to respond, a ferocious beast suddenly extended its head and bit down hard on this martial artist, leaving only a pool of blood behind amidst the screams and crunching sounds. Mu Zixuan's expression changed. Oh no! The ferocious beasts are starting to charge the city. Countless ferocious beasts, stepping over the corpses of their companions, had already reached the city wall, surging like a tide, madly rushing into the base city. The defending martial apprentices tried to stop them, but facing such a massive number of ferocious beasts, they were utterly powerless. Casually slaying a nearby second-tier ferocious beast, Yan Shen's expression also turned slightly grim. Last year, it was precisely because the beast tide charged the city, allowing second-tier ferocious beasts to enter the base city, that he suffered severe injuries, losing all his cultivation and having his martial foundation destroyed. But this time, I am different, Yan Shen said coldly. On the city wall, countless ferocious beasts trampled over the corpses of their companions, tearing through the electric fence, and had already charged up. The martial apprentices and warriors of Tianling City fought desperately, only to see bodies strewn everywhere, blood staining the city, and the scene before them was like a purgatory. After casually killing a few more beasts, Yan Shen did not linger on the city wall for long but jumped down, heading towards the inner city of the base. Where are you going? Mu Zixuan caught up, her brows slightly furrowed. She had thought Yan Shen would stay on the wall to resist the surging tide of beasts. Teacher Yang is injured. If he is attacked by the beasts, his situation will be very dangerous. I have to return to the academy. Yan Shen's voice was heavy. Just now, he had scanned the area on the wall and did not see Yang Xiaoxiong's figure, and a vague premonition arose in his heart that this teacher from Lanyu had probably not yet recovered from his injuries. Thinking that he was injured while protecting himself, facing Wang Tianchi, Yan Shen felt an urgent anxiety in his heart. Teacher Yang? Who is he? He is the only person who has been good to me after I fell into despair. The two moved forward, one in front and the other behind, towards the direction of Lanyu Martial Arts Academy, where they encountered flashes of electricity and dragon roars, quickly carving out a bloody path. Be careful, the beasts are charging at the gate. Again. I need support over here. We are being targeted by second-tier beasts. The nearby residents have already entered the safe house. Damn it, how could a beast tide happen? At Lanyu Martial Arts Academy, the teachers and students were orderly resisting the beast tide. Some were guarding the entrance, some were evacuating ordinary residents into the safe houses, and some were giving commands. The 7 major martial arts academies of Tianling City not only had the responsibility of teaching martial arts and cultivating warriors but also built several safe houses within the school. Whenever a beast tide approached, nearby residents would be arranged to take refuge inside. Not only the martial arts academy, but many safe houses were also built within the base city for nearby residents to seek refuge. Of course, with a population of hundreds of thousands in Tianling City, no matter how many safe houses were built, it was impossible to accommodate everyone. If one did not make it in time, they could only hide at home and leave their fate to chance. Yang Xiaoxiong, covered in blood, was helped down, his heart heavy. This beast tide was far more terrifying than a year ago. Although there were no third-tier beasts, the number of second-tier beasts had increased significantly, with 4 or 5 lurking outside Lanyu Martial Arts Academy. He had been severely injured by Wang Tianchi. Although he had recovered a lot after treatment, he was still not fully healed. But now the situation was critical, and with insufficient manpower in the academy, he could not care about his physical condition. He took his position at the gate, confronting a second-tier beast. After a brutal battle, Yang Xiaoxiong finally managed to slay the second-tier beast at a great cost, but he himself was gravely injured, covered in blood, on the brink of death. Please, no more second-tier beasts should appear, Yang Xiaoxiong prayed in his heart. Now that the principal was absent, confronting the third-tier beast on the city wall, almost all the teachers of Lanyu Martial Arts Academy were on the front lines, each guarding a gate, 1 carat for 1 pit, making it impossible to find other warriors for support. Now that he was severely injured, this gate was equivalent to having no warrior stationed. If another second-tier beast came, Yang Xiaoxiong dared not imagine the consequences. As if summoned by his thoughts, just as the idea floated in his mind, he heard an extremely terrifying roar. Oh no! It's the second-tier beast, the Qingfeng wolf, it's coming towards us. Damn it, Teacher Yang is seriously injured, and we have no warriors left here. We can't possibly hold off a second-tier beast. Has the Martial Arts Guild's support not arrived yet? The Martial Arts Guild is responsible for the safety of each safe house. They don't have enough manpower themselves, how could they come to support us? Bastard, anyway, it's death either way, let's fight this beast. In front of the academy's main gate, there were not only martial artist teachers stationed, but also numerous martial student assistants responsible for fighting against the first-tier ferocious beasts. However, martial students were ultimately just martial students. No matter how hard they fought, they could never be a match for second-tier ferocious beasts. Everyone was well aware of this. At this moment, the blue wind wolf had arrived at the academy gate. It let out a roar, and with a swipe of its claw, a blade of wind instantly tore through the air, striking the steel gate. With a loud boom, the massive gate shattered into pieces, and the surrounding martial students were thrown far away, continuously spitting blood and suffering serious injuries. Immediately after, the blue wind wolf walked in, its green eyes scanning the surroundings, its teeth bared in a display of ferocity. At that moment, all the students of the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy felt despair. Yang Xiaoxiong had been severely injured, and without the obstruction of a martial artist, the blue wind wolf was an invincible presence in this area. Damn it! Yang Xiaoxiong was well aware of the consequences. Ignoring the excruciating pain throughout his body, he tried to stand up to confront the second-tier ferocious beast. But his injuries were too severe, he was covered in blood and could barely stand, let alone fight. After swaying a couple of times, he fell back to the ground. How infuriating, how can I not get up? Yang Xiaoxiong felt immense regret. He thought that if he hadn't been injured, or if he had been stronger, he could have protected his students. But this world had no ifs. The blue wind wolf had already killed 3 martial student assistants, all with its jaws severing their necks, the sound of chewing echoing clearly. Finally, after killing the 4th martial student, its gaze fell upon the bloodied Yang Xiaoxiong, its eyes revealing a cruel mockery, like a predator toying with its prey. With the wind at its back, it lunged forward. Is it over? As he watched the gaping maw before him, Yang Xiaoxiong suddenly felt an overwhelming calmness within. His mind instinctively recalled a figure. Yan Chen. If only a year ago he had protected him well, preventing him from being attacked by a second-tier ferocious beast, damaging his cultivation and martial foundation, perhaps he would have already broken through to become a martial artist, and could help him fight against the second-tier ferocious beast. Then, so many students wouldn't have died, and he wouldn't feel so powerless. But there were no ifs in this world. Sigh. Yang Xiaoxiong had already caught the foul stench coming from the blue wind wolf's mouth. After letting out a sigh, he slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, in the next moment, a loud dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by the blue wind wolf's agonized howls mixed with despair, as if it had suffered an unbearable blow. But how could this be? Besides himself, there were no other martial artists guarding this gate. Who else could inflict such serious harm on the blue wind wolf? Filled with confusion, Yang Xiaoxiong slowly opened his eyes, and then he saw the blue wind wolf had already fallen, its head severed, and beside its body stood a young boy, holding a long sword, his expression calm. A voice tinged with a hint of a smile followed. Teacher Yang, are you alright? You are Yan Chen. Yang Xiaoxiong's voice was filled with shock, doubting whether he was dreaming. It was no wonder he felt this way. In his impression, Yan Chen had lost all his cultivation during the last beast tide, his martial arts foundation severely damaged. Although he had managed to grasp the power of the 11 forms after a year of hard training and broke through to the second-tier martial apprentice level, his perseverance was admirable. But that was all there was to it. Yet now, what was he seeing? The boy who should have been crippled was standing amidst the beast horde, having slain a second-tier ferocious beast, the Qingfeng wolf, with a presence as sharp as a sword, unparalleled and independent. Was this really the Yan Chen he remembered, one he both pitied and doubted? It's me, Teacher Yang. Looking at the blood-soaked Yang Xiaoxiong, Yan Chen felt a pang of sadness. He had fought through the beast tide and returned to the base city, rushing towards the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy at the fastest speed, carving a bloody path through the many ferocious beasts. But he hadn't expected to be a step too late. Teacher Yang was covered in blood, severely injured, on the brink of death. Yan Shan, the nearby ferocious beasts have all been cleared out. There shouldn't be any danger for a while. Mu Zixuan also approached, her body still crackling with electricity, exuding a murderous aura. While Yan Shan was slaying the Qingfeng wolf, this young lady from the Mu family had not been idle either, clearing out all the first-tier ferocious beasts around. Seeing that the area was safe, she had come over. Upon seeing the bloodied young Xiaoxiong, she was startled and said, "How did you get so seriously injured? If you don't get treatment soon, you could die." Yan Shan felt heavy-hearted. How could he not know this? But now, with the beast tide attacking the city, all hospitals had been closed. Not to mention that most doctors might be hiding in safe houses, even medical equipment could have been damaged. In this situation, seeking treatment was nearly impossible. Just then, Yan Shan suddenly thought of something, quickly opened his small Qiankuan ring, took out a jade bottle, and poured out a sky-blue xiaoyao pill. In an instant, the fragrance of the medicine spread for dozens of meters. Revival pill? Mu Zixuan's eyes widened. As the daughter of the Wanyao Pavilion, she immediately recognized this pill. The revival pill, a fourth-tier pill, contained immense life force. No matter how severe the injuries of the person taking it, as long as their martial arts realm had not reached the master level and they still had a breath of life, they could recover within 3 days. In terms of value, it even surpassed many fifth-tier great medicines, with a price of at least 8 figures. Yan Shen could not deny that this revival pill was a reward from the 107th level of the martial arts secret realm, originally intended for his own use. But now, without hesitation, he administered it to Yang Xiaoxiong. Cough, 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 cough. Accompanied by intense coughing, Yang Xiaoxiong's injuries stopped bleeding and began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. He had heard of the revival pill but had never seen one. Feeling the life force filling his body, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Yan Shen, you gave me the revival pill." "Yes." "Oh no, such a precious pill. Why did you use it on me?" "Don't look at my serious injuries. I can still hold on until the beast tide ends and then receive treatment." Yang Xiaoxiong felt a deep pang of regret. He had never even seen a fourth-tier pill, let alone used one. Yan Shan, however, replied calmly, "No matter how precious the revival pill is, it is meant to save lives. Now that I have used it to save Teacher Yang's life, that is its greatest value, so there's nothing to regret." Though he said this, Yang Xiaoxiong still felt a twinge of regret for a while. Then he thought of something else, his eyes revealing astonishment as he looked at the young man before him, a myriad of complex emotions surging within him: pride, confusion, disbelief, hesitation, doubt, and more. You can already slay second-tier ferocious beasts?" Yan Shen nodded slightly. "I encountered a bit of a fortuitous event and fortunately restored my cultivation, making further progress." Good, good, good. Yang Xiaoxiong repeated 3 times. "When your martial arts foundation was damaged, I felt deeply guilty, thinking I hadn't protected you well. I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter, not only stepping back onto the path of martial arts but also becoming so much stronger than before. As your teacher, I am proud of you. Teacher Yang, having you as my teacher is also my fortune." Yan Shan reminisced about the past, feeling a surge of emotions. Without the discreet care of Teacher Yang, he couldn't imagine how far he would have fallen, facing the ridicule and even bullying from many classmates. Just as the two were talking, roar, roar, roar. Several terrifying roars echoed from a great distance, accompanied by the angry shouts of martial artists. It was evident that in other parts of the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy, second-tier ferocious beasts had also broken in. "Yan Shan, I took a life recovery pill. I won't be in any danger. You hurry and help the other teachers responsible for stopping the beast horde from breaking through the gate and entering the Blue Rain Academy, or it will be disastrous." Yang Xiaoxiong was extremely anxious, his voice filled with urgency. But to his surprise, Yan Shen did not act. Instead, he slowly shook his head and said, "Teacher Yang, I returned to the Blue Rain Academy this time for no other reason than to save you. Now that this purpose has been achieved, I have no reason to protect anyone else. But they are your classmates and teachers. When I lost all my cultivation, my martial arts foundation was damaged, and I became a waste. Who treated me as a classmate or student?" Yan Shen's voice was low, revealing no joy or sorrow, his words thick with indifference. Yang Xiaoxiong was instantly speechless. Yes. When he fell to the depths, from genius to waste, who treated him as a classmate or student? No one, not a single person. The students laughed at him, the teachers looked down on him, and even his former good friends distanced themselves, fearing any association. Even the Dean of Blue Rain did not say a word of comfort to this once genius. From another perspective, considering the situation, Yang Xiaoxiong even doubted that his reaction was more extreme than Yan Shen's. But Teacher Yang did not give up. Instead, he sincerely said, "Yan Shen, I know the resentment and hatred in your heart. As a teacher, this request of mine is indeed excessive, but have you thought about it? You are my student, and those who are fighting against the ferocious beasts, struggling on the line of life and death, are also my students. As a teacher, I cannot bear to watch my students fall among the beast horde, being devoured and torn apart, not even leaving a complete corpse. So Yan Chen, I beg you, please take action and save the people in the Blue Rain Academy. Mu Zixuan also turned her gaze to Yan Chen, curious about how this person would choose. Yan Chen stared at the blood-stained face, silent for a long time, without speaking. Yang Xiaoxiong also did not look away, fixating on the boy in front of him with great determination, just as he had when Wang Tianchi first entered the classroom and stood in front of him. After more than 10 seconds passed, Yan Chen finally nodded and said, I can eliminate all the ferocious beasts in the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy, and I can help the teachers and students safely get through this beast tide, but that does not mean I have forgiven them. It is only because of you, Teacher Yang, that I am making this request. Thank you. Upon hearing this response, Yang Xiaoxiong's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he felt a sense of relief, his body going limp. I'll go with you. Mu Zixuan hurriedly caught up, her expression eager. Yan Chen shook his head and said, Miss Mu, I must trouble you to stay here and help protect Teacher Yang. The beast tide is not over, and the ferocious beasts are still rampaging. I worry that there may be more danger. Please. Alright, I agree, but you owe me a favor. Mu Zixuan was reluctant but understood that Yang Xiaoxiong truly needed help. If a second-tier ferocious beast were to break in, everyone they had just saved would be doomed, so she reluctantly agreed. Yan Chen nodded, acknowledging the favor, and then used the infinite law version of the carefree dragon step, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not long after he left, the surviving students couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. Who was that person just now? So strong, he killed a second-tier ferocious beast with a single sword. I heard that person call Teacher Young Teacher. Could it be that he is also a student of the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy? Why does he look so familiar? Wait, isn't that Yan Chen? Yan Chen? The useless Yan Chen? You must be mistaken. Didn't Yan Chen lose all his cultivation and suffer damage to his martial arts talent a year ago? How could he possibly become this strong? There's no mistake, that is Yan Chen. Look at the lady who came with him, she is the young lady of the Mu family. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. At first, I just thought he looked familiar and didn't dare to think further. Now that I ponder it, it really is Yan Chen. I'm not dreaming, am I? Yan Chen has actually become so strong that he can kill a second-tier ferocious beast with a single sword. I'll slap you to see if you're dreaming. Get lost. When Yan Chen became useless, his best friends Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi quickly distanced themselves from him, treating him worse than anyone else. What do you think those three would feel if they knew that now Yan Chen not only returned to the martial path but has become several times stronger, able to slay second-tier ferocious beasts? Definitely the same expression as someone constipated. Ha ha. At the south gate of the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy, roar. At this moment, a second-tier ferocious beast was battling with a teacher from the academy. The two sides were evenly matched, fighting fiercely, but in terms of physical strength, the ferocious beast ultimately held the advantage. As time passed, the teacher quickly began to fall behind. Damn it, beast, I refuse to believe I can't slay you. The teacher, feeling anxious, immediately wielded his weapon and unleashed a very powerful martial technique. But in his haste, he exposed a flaw. With a low, rumbling roar, the ferocious beast easily dodged the attack and lunged to bite. The academy teacher, who had been barely holding on, instantly found himself in a precarious situation, struggling to withstand the terrifying bites of the second-tier ferocious beast. This scene was witnessed by the martial apprentices who were fending off first-tier ferocious beasts, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. It was no wonder they were so alarmed. Second-tier ferocious beasts possessed characteristics that martial apprentices could not contend with. If their teacher truly couldn't hold on, then facing this rampaging beast, everyone, without exception, would be doomed. At that critical moment, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed, and a beam of sword-light flickered. In the blink of an eye, the second-tier ferocious beast that had just been raging with fury lay dead on the ground, cleaved in two, unable to die any more completely. What had happened? Everyone's eyes widened, including that of the teacher from Blue Rain Academy, as they saw a figure appear not far away, a long sword still dripping with blood in hand, exuding a chilling aura. A cold voice followed, the second-tier ferocious beast has been slain by me. The rest is up to you, you should be able to handle it. I must go to the next place now. As the words fell, the person vanished in the blink of an eye. From appearance to departure, it was merely a matter of seconds. If it weren't for the severed head of the second-tier beast, one might have thought it was an illusion. That person just now was Yan Chen? Someone suddenly recalled something, their voice filled with disbelief. As they carefully recalled the appearance of that person, others also showed shock. It really seems to be Yan Chen. No way, wasn't he supposed to have lost all his cultivation and become a waste? How could he have the strength to slay a second-tier ferocious beast, and with just one sword? Did we see it wrong? That person wasn't actually Yan Chen. Impossible, I definitely didn't see it wrong. The academy teacher's eyes widened as well. He was closest to the second-tier beast and had seen it most clearly. The sword strike accompanied by the dragon's roar was terrifying, and although it wasn't aimed at him, it still evoked a chilling sensation. Yan Chen is actually this strong. The academy teacher's voice revealed complexity, but he had already recognized the identity of that figure. He actually has the power to slay a second-tier ferocious beast? It seems everyone misjudged him back then. After dealing with another second-tier ferocious beast, Yan Shen did not pause and immediately rushed to the next battlefield. Although he no longer had any feelings for this martial arts academy, since he had promised teacher Yang to protect the teachers and students here, he would never be negligent. Now that I have slain 3 second-tier ferocious beasts, the southeast and the main gate will no longer be in danger. Only the side gate and the back gate remain. As long as I deal with those, the ferocious beasts attacking Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy should be completely wiped out. The next place Yan Shen was heading to was the back gate. Although it was called the back gate, it was actually the main entrance for transporting supplies, and the number of ferocious beasts here was much greater than in other places. There were 2 second-tier ferocious beasts alone. Yan Shen didn't think much and planned to slay all the second-tier ferocious beasts as before. But just as he was about to draw his sword, he suddenly lost focus for a moment and saw 4 familiar faces: Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Xiaodai. He didn't expect them to be here as well. At this moment, the 4 were fighting desperately among the beast horde, their faces smeared with blood, with no time to wipe it off. Sigh. Yan Shen shook his head and sighed softly, slowly drawing out the 7-kill sword. The current situation of the 4 was dire, surrounded by more than 10 first-tier superior ferocious beasts, among which 2 or 3 were even comparable to 9th-tier martial artists, baring their teeth and waiting for the right moment to attack. Damn it, we can't hold on much longer. Has Teacher Zhou not resolved the situation over there? Li Xian's face was grim, bloodied, having sustained significant injuries in the recent battle. Luo Qinghe had expended considerable effort and finally killed 1 ferocious beast. No, that second-tier beast is very tricky. Teacher Zhou is still entangled with it and can't support us in the short term. Oh whoa! Just as they were speaking, another giant wolf lunged at them, a first-tier superior ferocious beast, the black giant wolf, with the strength of an 8th-tier martial artist. Luo Qinghe intended to assist Li Xian but was blocked by this beast and had no choice but to give up. In the blink of an eye, 1 person and 1 giant wolf were locked in combat. As time passed, the spirits of these 4 seed students from the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy gradually sank to the lowest point. There were simply too many ferocious beasts around, densely packed, with more than a dozen first-tier superior ones and countless first-tier intermediate ones. Although other martial artists were fighting alongside them, the academy was still at a disadvantage, with over 10 students having tragically died, their bodies torn apart, not a single piece intact. This was not the most despairing part for the few of them. The real last straw was that Teacher Zhou, responsible for guarding this area, not only could not deal with the second-tier beast but was also gradually falling into a disadvantage, on the verge of defeat. They could hardly imagine how terrifying a second-tier ferocious beast would be without any martial artist to restrain it. Last year, during the Beast Tide, we were still mocking Yan Shen for being severely injured, losing all his cultivation, and damaging his martial arts foundation. Who would have thought that just a year later we would face the same fate? No, even worse than Yan Shen, because we might die here. Luo Shi sighed, her voice filled with deep self-mockery. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had she known she would fall to this point, she shouldn't have listened to her brother and distanced herself from Yan Shen due to various concerns. Ren Xiaodai, however, refused to accept this fate. No, I won't die. Teacher Zhou will definitely resolve that second-tier beast quickly and come to support us. Li Xian and Luo Qinghe shared the same thought. They knew Teacher Zhou's strength, a 5th-tier martial artist practicing earth-level martial skills, could easily defeat an ordinary second-tier intermediate ferocious beast. Although they were currently at a disadvantage, they might just make a desperate counterattack, ending the battle in the blink of an eye and then coming to rescue them. They had to think this way, otherwise their fighting spirit would have collapsed long ago. Hiss, hiss, hiss. But at that moment, a deep roar echoed, and a powerful pressure instantly swept across a radius of hundreds of meters, causing some weaker first-tier ferocious beasts to collapse in fear. Outside the collapsed city wall, another extremely terrifying ferocious beast appeared, entirely black, resembling a giant snake, exuding a thick humidity around it. A second-tier ferocious beast, the black water mysterious snake. Another second-tier beast has come? Teacher Zhou's face changed dramatically. Battling 1 second-tier beast was already very challenging, now another one had arrived. Although the black water mysterious snake was only a second-tier inferior beast and could only exert its strength in water, in the current situation it was enough to sway the outcome of the battle. When the enormous black snake appeared, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Xiaodai lost all their previous fighting spirit, their faces revealing despair. Teacher Zhou, responsible for guarding this area, was already struggling against 1 second-tier beast. Now with the arrival of the black water mysterious snake, the outcome was evident. The thought of being torn apart, chewed, and swallowed by countless ferocious beasts filled their hearts with immense fear. This was also the sentiment of all the students nearby. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Despair enveloped the entire area, and the black water serpent seemed like an embodiment of death, carrying a brutal aura as it charged towards Teacher Zhou. Everyone closed their eyes, fully aware that once the only martial artist present fell, they would all face death in the wake of the rampage of the 2 second-tier beasts. But in the next moment, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed, and a figure appeared beside the black water serpent. A cold light flashed, and the crimson sword seemed to transform into a true dragon, instantly slicing through the head of the second-tier beast. This scene was truly breathtaking, as if the image had frozen, time solidifying into eternity. Including Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and others, all the students of Blue Rain stared at the scene before them, dumbfounded, feeling as if they were dreaming. Not only the humans, but at the moment the dragon's roar resounded, even the beasts lowered their heads in lament, trembling all over, feeling an inexplicable fear under the immense pressure. Even teacher Zhou, who was in the midst of fighting, and the second-tier beast instinctively slowed their attacks due to the overwhelming impact of the scene. Because of the appearance of this sword, the previously thunderous cries of battle fell into an eerie silence. Until, bang! The head of the black water serpent fell to the ground, its body crashing down heavily, raising a huge cloud of dust. This sound jolted everyone, both human and beast, out of their shock. The black water serpent was actually slain with a single sword strike. I can't be dreaming, right? That was a second-tier beast, a terrifying existence that matched martial artists, and it was killed in an instant. Is this real? And that dragon's roar just now was too terrifying. Not just me, even the beasts were trembling in fear. Look at the person who killed the black water serpent. Why do I feel like I recognize him? He seems to be Yan Chen? What do you mean seems? That's definitely Yan Chen. Yan Chen? No way, wasn't he already crippled, his martial arts cultivation lost, his foundation damaged? How did he suddenly become so strong, able to slay a second-tier beast with a single sword? How would I know? You ask me, who should I ask? Everyone was buzzing with discussion, their voices filled with disbelief. And the most shocked were undoubtedly Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Xiaodai. They had actually recognized the true identity of the person who killed the black water serpent even before the other students, seeing through the disguise. But they couldn't believe it, nor dared to believe it. The Yan Chen who had been severely injured in the last beast tide, reduced to a waste, whom they had distanced themselves from and looked down upon, now possessed the strength to slay a second-tier beast with a single sword. Because if this person was indeed Yan Chen, then what did their previous mockery, ridicule, disdain, and distancing amount to? Were they clowns? Just then, the figure that had slain the black water serpent scanned the surroundings, finally locking eyes with Li Xian and the others. It was a gaze devoid of any ripples. The gaze lingered for only a moment before quickly shifting away, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of the four of them. It was Yan Chen, no doubt about it, this person was indeed Yan Chen. But they wished it weren't so. How is it possible? Yan Chen has already been crippled, his martial foundation damaged. It's almost impossible for him to walk the path of cultivation. How could he suddenly become so strong? A second-tier beast? He could slay it with a single sword strike, Li Xian shouted, unable to accept a blow of reality, his voice tinged with hysteria. Luo Qinghe, also in a daze, said, Dragon Force, Dragon Roar, slaying a second-tier beast. It turns out Yan Chen never fell, instead, he shines even brighter than before. The ridiculous ones are us, sitting in our own little world, thinking we know it all. Tears streamed down Luo Shi and Ren Xiaodai's faces. They didn't even know why they were crying. Self-mockery? Injustice? Shame? Disbelief? The two girls were uncertain. The only thing they were sure of was that something very important had been lost to them, and it could never be found again. At that moment, other students looked at Li Xian and the others, their eyes filled with various expressions, mockery, sarcasm, amusement, and more. These people knew that the former Yan Chen had been their best friend, someone they had ventured into the wilderness with to hunt beasts, their friendship deep. Yet, they were also the first to draw a line and distance themselves when Yan Chen lost his cultivation. Now, Yan Chen had returned to his peak, stronger than ever, even able to slay a second-tier beast with a single sword. In comparison, their past performances seemed so laughable. Roar! It was only when the second-tier beast fighting with Teacher Zhou let out a terrifying roar that the original silence was broken. There's still one second-tier beast left. If I take it down, I can consider it a report to Teacher Yang. Killing the black water Xian snake, Yan Chen felt little turmoil inside, as he had already slain many that were stronger than this second-tier beast. He was used to it. As for Li Xian and the others, Yan Chen merely glanced at them before turning his gaze away, feeling very calm. These people had once been his friends, but that was in the past. Now, there was no relationship between them. If it weren't for Teacher Yang's commission, he wouldn't even have bothered to save these few people. Then, let's finish this quickly. A whisper sounded as Yan Chen slowly drew his sword, fully activating the infinite law, and the dragon roar echoed once more. The second-tier beast fighting Teacher Zhou was called the Blood Dragon Beast, a subspecies of dragon, not close to any element, but its body was extremely tough. Even refined-level martial soldiers would find it hard to inflict any damage. However, that was under normal circumstances. Now, this beast was facing Yan Chen. Roar! The dragon roar reappeared as Yan Chen executed the carefree dragon step, and before anyone knew it, he had already reached the side of the blood dragon beast, his hand bringing down the 7 kills strike. Congratulations, your attack this time has achieved a 1,300-fold critical hit. 1,000-fold critical hit? Beast, you really are out of luck, aren't you? A cold smile appeared on Yan Chen's lips. In the next moment, a powerful sword energy surged forth, piercing through heaven and earth, forming a sword pillar. Awah! The blood dragon beast let out a mournful cry, unable to withstand this terrifying sword strike. Its body was collapsing and its originally ferocious eyes were replaced by despair until it completely died. All the second-tier beasts here have been slain by me. The rest you should be able to handle on your own, Yinshin said, lightly intending to leave as he had before. But Teacher Joe hurriedly stopped him, disbelief evident in his eyes. You are Yinshin? Yinshin was silent for a moment and said, my appearance shouldn't have changed much. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that your martial arts cultivation has already been wasted. How could you? The rest of the words were left unspoken by Teacher Zhou, as he still found it hard to accept this fact. Yinshin, what? I shouldn't have the strength to slay a second-tier beast and should forever be considered a waste, right? No, that's not what I meant. Teacher Zhou quickly shook his head. In fact, he just couldn't imagine that the once well-known waste in the academy now possessed such powerful strength. Thank you for saving us, a clear voice came. It was Luo Shi, followed by Li Xian and Luo Qinghe. These former friends wore slightly stiff smiles, wanting to greet him as they used to, but before they could speak, Yinshin spoke first. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Teacher Yang. I originally had no intention of saving anyone, it was because of his plea that I acted. Now that the task is complete, I should take my leave. After saying this, Yinshin intended to leave. Wait a moment, Yinshin. A panicked voice suddenly called out. It was Luo Shi. The girl looked a bit nervous as she said, are you still blaming us? Blame? That's no longer the case. Yinshin's voice was extremely cold. After saying this, he turned and used the carefree dragon step, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Luo Shi staggered, almost falling to the ground, while Xiao Dai's face turned pale. As for Li Xian and Luo Qinghe, their eyes revealed deep regret. Compared to this response, they would have preferred Yinshin to still be angry with them, because as long as he was angry, it meant he still cared, and as long as he cared, there was a possibility of reconciliation. But now Yinshin said, that's no longer the case, which indicated that he had no relationship with them anymore. He was no different from a random stranger on the street. The other students watching this scene began to discuss among themselves, look at these four people, they really have no shame. When Yinshin was down and out, they were all eager to draw a line, but now that they see him regaining power and able to slay second-tier beasts, they all rush to curry favor. But who would have thought Yinshin wouldn't give them the time of day, not even willing to acknowledge them? Isn't that right? Ha ha ha. After today, Yinshin's story will definitely spread throughout Blue Rain Academy, even Tianling City. By then, Li Xian and their four will be in an awkward position. It really seems that way. They once mocked him for being a waste, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he has returned to the peak, and stronger than before. Wait, didn't we also mock Yinshin before? If Li Xian and Luo Qinghe are awkward, aren't we also awkward? The clown is actually me. Listening to the discussions around them, Li Xian and the others looked very grim, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. With the second-tier beast no longer rampaging, under Teacher Zhou's leadership, the first-tier beasts in this area were quickly cleared away. The beast tide lasted a full day before it finally came to an end. It was said that the great martial artist Xia Tianfeng had heavily injured 4 head magic snakes, and of the 10 third-tier ferocious beasts that came, 4 were also slain, causing the originally massive beast horde to be shattered. As for the ferocious beasts in the base city, after the martial artists returned, it was much easier to clean up. Each person took a section, and in about 2 hours, all were captured and killed. By the time Dean Li Zhangbai of Blue Rain returned to the academy, it was already evening. What? You mean to say that there were more than 10 second-tier ferocious beasts attacking the academy, along with hundreds or even thousands of first-tier ferocious beasts? Upon hearing the report from the teachers below, Dean Li's heart instantly tightened. As the dean, he was all too aware of his academy's strength. Such a massive horde of beasts, along with second-tier mid-grade ferocious beasts attacking, could spell disaster for the academy. But soon, Dean Li noticed something was amiss, as the academy's losses were not severe. Aside from some students still in the martial apprentice stage who died in the beast tide, the martial artist level teachers were basically unharmed. Even Yang Xiaoxiong, who was the most seriously injured, was now recovering significantly. Teacher Zhou said, the reason Blue Rain did not suffer too much damage is entirely because of a student. A student? Dean Li furrowed his brows, recalling the 2 figures charging into the beast horde outside the city, and a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. It's Yinshin. Teacher Zhou pondered for a moment before recounting how Yinshin had eliminated all the second-tier ferocious beasts, his voice filled with disbelief. Dean Li took a deep breath. You mean to say that this student named Yinshin has the strength to easily slay second-tier ferocious beasts, and it was under his hunting that the academy was not destroyed by the beast tide, successfully averting this crisis? Teacher Zhou nodded, just about to speak when another teacher, surnamed Wu, interrupted him, his voice equally shocked. Yes, it's this Yinshin. Really, Dean, you didn't see that scene, you might not believe it. With just one sword, he effortlessly killed a second-tier ferocious beast. When I saw that, I couldn't help but doubt if I was dreaming. No, I believe it. Because I witnessed Yinshin cutting through the beast tide, entering Tianling City from the wilderness. The thought flashed in Dean Li's mind, and his feelings were incredibly complex. At that moment, another teacher spoke up, unable to hide his excitement. I can hardly believe it. Really, didn't they say Yen Chen was heavily injured in the last beast tide and had become useless? How did he suddenly become so strong, easily slaying second-tier ferocious beasts? I doubt. Even I could do that. Not only that, didn't you notice? When Yen Chen made his move, he didn't emit any true essence, he was merely relying on his blood energy. As soon as this was said, the scene became even more uproarious. What? No true essence? Could it be that he's still a martial apprentice? Now that you mention it, it does seem like he really doesn't have true essence. From start to finish, he was fighting solely with blood energy. Could it be that this Yen Chen can easily slay second-tier ferocious beasts at the martial apprentice level? What a monstrous talent! Our Blue Rain Academy actually regarded such a genius as useless. How infuriating! If we had known Yen Chen had such strength and let him participate in the 7 Academy competition, Blue Rain wouldn't have fallen to the bottom. By the way, Dean. Suddenly, a teacher thought of something, his expression turning incredibly excited. The assessment days for Tsunching Martial Arts Academy are approaching, and they are urging for slots. If we report Yen Chen, once he gets to Tsunching, he will definitely sweep through his peers, and graduating smoothly is practically a sure thing. Moreover, there's a great chance he could compete for first place. Upon hearing this, the teachers were all filled with excitement. According to the regulations, every year, the Medium Martial Arts Academy can recommend a genius who is no older than 20 and has already broken through to the martial artist level to take the assessment of the Tsunching Advanced Martial Arts Academy. If they pass, they can enter the formal class of Tsunching. If they can graduate smoothly from Tsunching, they will at least break through to the martial master level. If they can sweep through their peers and rank among the top, the recommending Medium Martial Arts Academy will receive extremely generous resources. This is why the Academy places such importance on geniuses who can break through to martial artists before the age of 20. It is not only about reputation but also about the resource allocation from the Advanced Martial Arts Academy to the subordinate martial arts academies. It is said that the guardian deity of Tianling City, the only great martial master, President Xia Tianfeng, successfully entered the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy at a young age and achieved a high ranking, which allowed him to break through to the great martial master level. But Yen Chen doesn't seem to be a martial artist yet, so he doesn't qualify to participate in the assessment, a teacher reminded. However, another teacher quickly retorted, there is still some time before the assessment quota is reported. With Yen Chen's talent plus our support, it will definitely not be a problem for him to break through to martial artist before the report. Other teachers nodded in agreement, recalling Yen Chen's prowess in slaying second-tier ferocious beasts, and they all felt it was not an issue. Dean Lanyu was also very excited. It had been over a decade since the academy had produced a candidate who could graduate from the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy. In fact, in the past 2 years, there had not even been a genius who qualified for the assessment, meaning those who broke through to martial artist before the age of 20. If Yen Chen was willing to represent the academy, then, wait a minute. Dean Lanyu suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically. Those 2 guys from Hongyang Academy and Zile Academy are always trying to undermine me, which means they likely already know Yen Chen's true strength and have made plans to poach him. We absolutely cannot let those 2 old fellows succeed. We must act before them. Thinking of this, Dean Lanyu became anxious and asked, regarding the assessment of the Tsunching Advanced Martial Arts Academy, to show our seriousness, I will personally talk to Yen Chen. Do you know where he is now? Concerning the quota for entering the Advanced Martial Arts Academy, the many teachers felt there was no problem and quickly shared Yen Chen's whereabouts. Only one person remained silent, not participating in the discussion. That was Yang Xiaoxiong. When Yen Chen was at his lowest, you not only failed to offer comfort but also distanced yourselves from him. Now that you see him rising again, you remember him, but, unfortunately, it's too late. Although he hadn't discussed it in detail, Yang Xiaoxiong could see that Yen Chen had no lingering attachment to the Lanyu Martial Arts Academy anymore. At this moment, Dean Lanyu was still unaware of Yang Xiaoxiong's thoughts and was eager to have a good talk with Yen Chen. After giving a few instructions, he hurriedly left. As for Yen Chen at this moment, he was not going home but had come to the Mu family with Mu Zixuan after the beast tide ended. The reason Yen Chen chose to come to the Mu family was after careful consideration. To be able to cross great realms as a martial apprentice and kill second-tier ferocious beasts as if they were mere dogs is truly astonishing. Even in Tianling City, looking back over 1,000 years, only Li Hani has been able to achieve this. Now, having fought through the beast tide to rescue the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy, his true strength will inevitably be further exposed. Once the news spreads, it's hard to predict what kind of storm will erupt, but it's clear that it won't be small. To avoid being disturbed and to steer clear of trouble, after much thought, he decided to go to Mu Zixuan's home to lay low. Yen Chen, if I hadn't taken you in, you would probably soon be cornered at your doorstep by the martial artists of Tianling City. You owe me another favor now, so don't forget it, Mu Zixuan said with a bright smile on the way back to the Mu family, her lips hinting at a sense of pride. Yen Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, I remember, no need for you to remind me over and over. I'm just afraid you might forget, she said. I think you're just showing off. Hee. The Mu family was not located in the center of Tianling City but rather in a standalone manor on the southern side, nestled by the mountains and water, with a beautiful environment. To build such
A large mansion in a base city where living space is extremely scarce speaks volumes of their strength. With the outbreak of the beast tide, ferocious beasts broke through the high walls and rampaged through the city, and the Mu family naturally could not escape unscathed. The rugged path paved with stone bricks was littered with various corpses, some human, some ferocious beasts, and some people were busy cleaning up. Most of them were not martial artists but ordinary people hired by the Mu family. Yan Shen also saw two familiar figures among them, the two martial artists who had come to rescue Mu Zixuan when they were being hunted by the twin fiends of heaven and earth. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong, are you alright? Mu Zixuan approached them obediently to greet them. Zhang Tianbai, seeing the young lady of the Mu family, had a serious expression that melted away into a smile. Ah, it's you, little girl. My uncle Dong and I are doing well. We've killed every ferocious beast that dared to come here, but this beast tide happened so suddenly. You weren't hurt, were you? Dong Rui also cast a concerned glance and offered his greetings. Of course I'm fine. I'm a member of the Mu family. How could I be hurt by a mere beast tide? As she said this, Mu Zixuan casually glanced at Yan Shen beside her. This beast tide had occurred suddenly, and she was in the alert zone, surrounded by second-tier ferocious beasts. If it weren't for this young man by her side, she would have truly been in danger. At this moment, both of them noticed Yan Shen. They had a deep impression of this young man who, as a martial apprentice, had used his knowledge of the alert zone to design a trap that killed the two martial artists of the twin fiends of heaven and earth while sustaining minimal damage himself. Among the younger generation, he was indeed a dragon among men. Seeing Mu Zixuan bring him home, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, followed by a teasing expression. Little girl, your friendship with this kid seems quite deep. Bringing him home like this, Zhang Tianbai said, deliberately emphasizing the word friendship while winking at her. Dong Rui also teased, little girl, is this your first time bringing a friend home? I didn't expect it to be a boy. You've really grown up. With their playful banter, Mu Zixuan couldn't take it anymore, her face turning bright red. After saying, oh, uncles, Yan Shen and I are just ordinary friends, don't think too much about it. We have things to do, so we'll head inside. She hurriedly walked towards the manor. Greetings to both seniors, I'll head in now, Yan Shen said out of courtesy, then quickly followed Mu Zixuan. With his excellent hearing, he could vaguely hear the exchange between the two warriors. That little girl actually panicked. I remember she wasn't like this before. What else could it be? She must have hit a sore spot. This little girl has exceptional talent in martial arts, definitely not weaker than anyone else, but after all, she's just an 18-year-old girl encountering someone she likes. Since he had already walked far away, Yan Shen didn't catch the latter part of the conversation clearly. He felt speechless inside, not expecting the two seemingly serious warriors to be so gossipy. Once they truly entered the manor, a hint of surprise flashed in Yan Shen's eyes. The corpses of fierce beasts outside the manor numbered no less than 100, and there were even second-tier fierce beasts among them. Such a beast horde would be quite troublesome even for the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. However, aside from some damage to the outskirts, the interior of the Mu family was completely unaffected. The grass was lush and green, the stream flowed gently, and the warm breeze was pleasant, creating a stark contrast to the bloodshed outside, as if they were in two different worlds. Are you surprised? The outside is in shambles from the beast tide, yet the Mu family hasn't suffered a bit of damage. Mu Zixuan noticed Yan Shen's shocked expression and smiled with a hint of pride. Yan Shen nodded. It is indeed quite unexpected. That's because the ones responsible for protecting the Mu family aren't just Uncle Zhang and Uncle Dong. Around the manor, more than 10 treasure-level martial soldiers have been arranged to form a small martial formation that can block most first and second-tier fierce beasts. Is it similar to a wall of sword energy? Pretty much, but at a lower level. Yan Shen sighed. No wonder the Mu family was a top martial arts family in Tianling City. Their foundation was indeed substantial. Mu Yinglong had not returned yet, probably still dealing with some aftermath outside the city. Mu Zixuan also arranged a separate room for Yan Shen to rest in. By the way, Yan Shen, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, you must not go to the third floor, that's where I live. Remember that. At that moment, Yan Shen had just opened the door to his room. Hearing this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What would I go to the third floor for? For some reason, hearing that Yan Shen had no intention of going upstairs made Mu Zixuan feel a bit down. At this time, Yan Shen had already entered the room, and just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly thought of something and smiled. Oh, I forgot to say, thank you. After saying that, Yan Shen closed the door. Yan Shen, you finally thanked me. Although it was just a simple thank you, Mu Zixuan felt very happy, smiling as she turned to leave. In the room, Yan Shen first searched around, and after confirming that there were no cameras or listening devices, he finally felt at ease. He took out one martial arts technique after another from his small Qiankuan ring, such as Divine Sky 9 Transformations, Heavenly King Heart Sutra, Divine Blood Method, and so on. These were all martial arts techniques he had obtained from the martial arts secret realm. Then let's get started. After obtaining the nameless technique in the Bronze Palace, Yan Shen, although he had roughly digested it and created the infinite law, had not been able to properly cultivate due to being near the thunder pool and the occurrence of the beast tide. Now that the beast tide had ended and everything had finally settled, he finally had the time to focus on practicing the nameless technique. Then let's get started.
Yan Shen picked up one technique after another and began his cultivation. Congratulations, you have received a 20-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation technique. Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation technique. Congratulations, you have received a 3-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation technique. Congratulations, you have received a 17-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation technique. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had gone by. With experience from practicing master techniques like Carefree Dragon Step, Dragon Blood Refinement, and Fragmented Ghost Technique, Yan Shen was quite familiar with these techniques. Coupled with the support of the infinite critical hit system, he could comprehend a cultivation technique almost every hour. With each technique he comprehended, Yan Shen would run the nameless technique, absorbing it and using the extracted essence to nourish the infinite law. By evening, Yan Shen had almost invested all the techniques he obtained from the martial arts secret realm, and under the refinement of the nameless technique, the infinite law became increasingly perfected. Although there might not have been much improvement in rank, still within the realm of master techniques, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for Yan Shen. Moreover, due to the compatibility with the technique, his combat power had increased by at least 1 or 2 levels. What a powerful nameless technique, refining countless cultivation methods into one, fitting itself to become the strongest martial path. It's truly astonishing. Yan Shen couldn't help but exclaim. Such a technique would be hard to find even if one searched through all the libraries of the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. Soon, he thought of the bronze palace suppressed under the thunder pool, recalled the terrifying sound of the door knocking, and thought of Mu Zishuan, the gatekeeper, yet could not see the existence of the nameless technique, which inexplicably stirred feelings in his heart. I wonder what its origins are. On the other side, after dealing with the battlefield outside the city and handing over the slain third-tier ferocious beasts to the staff of the 10,000 medicine pavilion, Muinglong returned home. Upon hearing that his precious granddaughter had brought Yan Shen home and that the two were in the villa together, equivalent to being in the same room, he immediately became anxious. What? Zishuan and that kid are under the same roof? No way, I need to hurry back. Zhang Tianbai, however, was somewhat unconcerned. Oh, old man, why are you in such a hurry? Little Mu is not an ordinary girl. Looking at the entire Tianling city, including Mu Tianfeng's great-granddaughter, she probably isn't afraid of anyone. Are you worried she might get bullied? Right, Dong Rui nodded in agreement. During the beast tide, the two had been stationed at the Mu family estate and had not gone to the city wall, so they naturally did not know how strong Yan Shen was, only considering him a relatively strong and clever junior. But Mu Yinglong knew better. He glared at the two. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. That kid is formidable. No way, I need to hurry back. If he really bullies my precious granddaughter, that would be terrible. Zhang Tianbai laughed. It can't be that bad. No matter how strong that kid is, how strong can he really be? Dong Rui also tried to reassure him. Exactly, Mu girl is the strongest genius I've ever seen. Even in Tianlong City, she is not weak at all. That kid does have some skills, being able to use his knowledge of the alert zone to outsmart the dual calamities, but in terms of combat power, how could he possibly be a match for the little girl? Mu Yinglong did not explain much, only saying one sentence. That kid can kill a second-tier ferocious beast at the martial apprentice level. Listen carefully, it's kill, not defeat. Zhang Tianbai, Dong Rui. At this moment, Mu Yinglong was already hurrying towards the villa. Once inside, he found Mu Zishuan and learned from her that Yan Shen had been placed in the guest room on the second floor. The two were not alone, and only then did the vice president of the Martial Arts Association finally relax, looking as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Grandpa, what nonsense are you thinking? Yan Shen and I are just friends. How could we possibly be alone at home? Mu Zishuan glared fiercely. She knew her grandfather too well. Just seeing that expression, she knew what he was thinking. Mu Yinglong, aware of his own guilt, said, Grandpa is just worried about you. Alright, Grandpa was wrong. By the way, Mu Yinglong suddenly thought of something, his eyes gradually brightening. When that kid comes out of seclusion, remember to call him over. I have something I want to discuss with him. What is it, Grandpa? Hey, it's a secret. No one expected that Yan Shen's seclusion would last a full 2 days and 2 nights. That morning, Yan Shen exited his meditation. Slowly opening his eyes, a flash of divine light passing through them. Feeling the wonders of the infinite law, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. All the cultivation methods have finally been refined, based on the infinite law, temporarily using Dragon Blood 100 refinements as the core, absorbing the essence of 100 methods, achieving the mysteries of the infinite. Now, the infinite law, although still within the realm of master laws, is far more profound than Dragon Blood 100 refinements. Incomparable to before. The greatest gain is in martial skills, as many attack-type martial skills have been absorbed by the nameless technique. The level of the infinite dragon sword has also seen a tremendous improvement, at least 40%. Stronger than the 9 shocking dragon hands. As for martial skills like Carefree Dragon Step and Shattered Ghost Technique, after being refined by the nameless technique, the temple has also received significant enhancements. This is still without condensing true essence.
Once I break through to the martial artist level, the power of these martial skills will undergo earth-shattering changes. It's truly something to look forward to. After summarizing, Yan Shen did not continue his cultivation but walked out of the room. Now his blood energy had reached 100 elephant strength at the level of a 10th tier martial apprentice, able to sink his energy into his dantian to condense true essence. Therefore, Yan Shen planned to go to the Wanya Pavilion to exchange for some cultivation resources to prepare for taking a crucial step. Coincidentally, just as Yan Shen walked out the door, he bumped into Mu Zixuan. The young lady of the Mu family was startled to see him come out of the room and quickly said, Yan Ge, my brother, you finally came out. The whole Tianling city is almost in an uproar because of you. Yan Chen, huh? Don't rush, take your time and tell me what happened. After a brief shock, Yan Chen quickly reacted, realizing that the impact of his actions, breaking through the beast tide and eliminating all second-tier ferocious beasts in the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy, had begun to ferment. However, he was still unsure of the extent of the commotion it had caused. Mu Zixuan took a deep breath and said, your matter has spread now. Everyone in Tianling City knows that Blue Rain has produced a genius who can be called a prodigy, slaying second-tier ferocious beasts like slaughtering dogs at the martial apprentice level. You should have anticipated this, right? Yan Chen nodded. At the martial apprentice level, slaying second-tier ferocious beasts was already quite exaggerated, and the fact that it spread throughout Tianling City in such a short time was not surprising. This was still due to the rampant ferocious beasts in the wilderness, making it difficult to establish signal bases, resulting in almost zero communication between major base cities. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been impossible for the news to spread throughout the entire human federation. Let's talk about something related to you. Mu Zixuan's voice revealed a hint of annoyance. Not long after the beast tide ended, the heads of the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy, the Hongyang Martial Arts Academy, and the Zile Martial Arts Academy all blocked your house. This caused quite a stir at the Martial Arts Guild. And then? Yan Shen sensed that there was more to the story, otherwise Mu Zixuan wouldn't be so agitated. As he suspected, Mu Zixuan continued, these three martial masters blocked your house for a whole day without seeing you, and they were quite anxious. Later, I don't know who said you left with me, so they guessed you might have come to the Mu family. They all came to ask my grandfather to hand you over, and because of this, the four of them even got into a fight. If my grandfather hadn't been strong enough, that old man would have been torn apart. Yan Shen was somewhat surprised. He had hidden in the Mu family because he was worried that the martial masters in Tianling City would come looking for him. He didn't expect this to actually happen, with the heads of three academies blocking his doorstep and even approaching the Mu family. What happened next? Mu Zixuan's emotions had calmed down a lot, and she continued, after that, my grandfather taught all three of them a lesson and said you weren't at the Mu family, then sent them all away. Oh, by the way, the heads of the Hongyang and Zile martial arts academies even told my grandfather that you had promised to meet them. Reminded by this, Yan Shen recalled that on the train to Tianlong City, Xiaoshang and Lu Ken had extended an invitation, saying that these two heads wanted to meet him. At that time, he thought nothing of it and agreed, but he didn't expect that these two martial masters would be so eager to find him now. As for the head of Blue Rain, Yan Shen felt no waves in his heart and had no intention of meeting him. Thank you. Yan Shen sincerely expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for old Master Mu helping him out, he would have been in trouble after the beast tide ended and his strength was exposed. Mu Zixuan waved her hand and said irritably, what are you thanking me for? We're friends, helping is what we should do. Yan Shen said seriously, a favor is a favor. No matter what, I owe you one. You owe me a lot of favors. How do you want me to repay you? Of course, forget it. Just let it be for now. It's not urgent this time. Mu Zixuan pouted, thinking that how could a favor be so easily repaid? If they were even, wouldn't they just go their separate ways in the future? So it's better to owe it. Yan Chen was willing to repay the favor, but hearing her say this, he had to give up. 2 days have passed, the commotion outside should have calmed down a lot. I shouldn't continue to stay here and trouble old Master Mu, so I'll leave first. If anything comes up, I'll contact you. With that, he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? My grandfather wants to see you. Mu Zixuan mumbled, feeling angry at the thought of this guy wanting to leave without any hesitation. He told me to wait here, and as soon as you finish your retreat, I should go see him immediately. Muinglong wants to see me? Yan Chen was taken aback, then nodded. All right. Muinglong was not in the manor. After the beast tide ended, there were a series of follow-up tasks that required him, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, to oversee. However, after receiving his granddaughter's message, he rushed back without delay. During the wait, Yan Chen thought about this retreat and couldn't help but feel a bit grateful. He knew very well that although Mu Zixuan spoke lightly, she must have endured a certain degree of pressure over the past 2 days. After all, the heads of the Blue Rain, Red Sun, and Purple Thunder academies were all powerful martial masters. Perhaps they couldn't match Muinglong one-on-one, but if all three came to the Mu family, it would undoubtedly create significant pressure. Yet, even so, Mu Zixuan did not disturb his cultivation but quietly waited for him to finish. This kindness was not insignificant. Soon, Muinglong returned home and the two met in a pavilion in the manor.
Grandpa, I still need to cultivate, so I won't stay here. You two can chat. At this point, Mu Zixuan was still uneasy and glared fiercely. You better not bully Yan Shen, he is my friend. Mu Yinglong's face darkened, feeling a sense of a daughter grows up and can't be kept, and then said irritably, don't worry, Grandpa won't do anything to your friend. He emphasized the word your. Only then did Mu Zixuan feel relieved, showing a smile as she floated away. Soon, only the two of them were left. Before, Yan Chen was about to express his gratitude, as the past 2 days of stable cultivation were entirely thanks to the Mu family taking the pressure. He needed to acknowledge this kindness. But before he could speak, he was roughly interrupted by Mu Yinglong. You brat, don't have any ideas about my granddaughter. Well, it's not that you can't, but not now. You two are still young and should focus more on martial arts. Also, if you really get together, you have to treat my granddaughter well. Seeing the old man of the Mu family getting more and more outrageous, Yan Shen hurriedly said, Senior, you misunderstood, Mu Zixuan and I are just friends. Mu Yinglong wasn't angry and chuckled, who knows about such things. In the future? Yan Chen. By the way, kid, the main reason I called you here is for 2 things. Mu Yinglong said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, you should have reached the limit of the martial apprentice realm and are about to break through to the martial artist realm, am I right? Yan Shen was silent for a moment. Senior guessed correctly. I am currently at 100 elephant strength 10th tier martial apprentice. As expected. Mu Yinglong nodded. After all, being able to slay a 2nd tier ferocious beast at the martial apprentice realm had already led him to suspect this outcome. He then revealed a mysterious smile. Years ago, I obtained a bottle of divine blood dragon pills, containing 10 pills that can help one maximize the refinement of blood energy and increase the success rate of refining true essence. I wonder if you would like them. Divine blood dragon pills? Yan Shen's pupils instantly constricted. Divine blood dragon pill? Yan Shen's pupils instantly constricted slightly. This is one of the very few 4th grade pills that can affect martial disciples, capable of stimulating potential and further transforming their blood energy. There are rumors in the martial arts world that 300 years ago, a young martial disciple broke through to the 10th level by taking the divine blood dragon pill, condensing the power of the dragon, and relying on this foundation, he cultivated an extremely strong true essence, sweeping away his peers' talents. It is evident how precious this 4th grade pill is. Because the materials are extremely hard to find and it only works for martial disciples, very few high-level alchemists are willing to refine it, making it difficult even for great martial masters to obtain. Not to mention 10 of them. Although the Mu family is the behind-the-scenes owner of the 10,000 medicine pavilion, acquiring such a quantity of divine blood dragon pills would undoubtedly come at a great cost. But now, Mu Yinglong's reaction seems to suggest he wants to give it to me? I want it. Yan Shen nodded heavily. Every martial disciple desires the divine blood dragon pill, and there is no need to hide that. You want it? Then I'll give it to you. Mu Yinglong took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and casually tossed it over. Yan Shen caught the jade bottle, his heart filled with extreme surprise. This is not a common blood energy pill found on the roadside, but an extremely rare divine blood dragon pill, and Mu Yinglong just gave it to him? Senior? Surprised, right? But don't be too surprised. Mu Yinglong smiled and said, this divine blood dragon pill was originally prepared for my granddaughter to break through to a martial artist, but now she doesn't need it. Selling it would be a pity. You are her good friend and at a critical juncture in your own breakthrough, so it's just right to give it to you. Yan Shen felt a bit unexpected. Mu Zixuan doesn't need the divine blood dragon pill? Could it be that she? That's right. A hint of pride appeared on Mu Yinglong's aged face. After experiencing this beast tide, she has already taken the most crucial step, consolidating her true essence, and will soon become a martial artist. Mu Zixuan is about to break through to become a martial artist? Hearing this news, Yan Shen felt very happy for her, but then shook his head and said, this thing is too precious. 10 divine blood dragon pills are worth enough to be in the 9 figures. Mu Yinglong interrupted, of course, it's not given for free. Please clarify, senior. Tianling City is a small place. You will definitely want to go out in the future to higher base cities, even to the highest base cities like Shangjing and Tianjing for development. I, as an old man, ask for nothing else. I just hope that when you soar to the skies in the future, you won't forget that here, there is still a Mu family. Yan Shen immediately understood that Mu Yinglong was using 10 divine blood dragon pills to exchange for a favor. He did not resist in his heart. On the contrary, he felt much more relaxed because in some ways he already owed the Mu family quite a bit. A favor such as injuring Wang Tianshi, the quota for the martial arts secret realm, helping himself block the 3 academy heads, and so on. Since that's the case, it doesn't matter if he owes one more favor. Thank you, senior. Yan Chen stored the jade bottle in his small universe ring, feeling very much looking forward to it. By the way, senior. Yan Shen then remembered something. Didn't you say there were 2 matters? What about the second matter? Mu Yinglong said helplessly. It's those old fellows from the Lanyu, Hongyang, and Zilei academies. After I sent them away, they still wouldn't give up, pestering me every day, wanting to meet you. I'm really annoyed, so I thought to ask you if you have any plans. Yan Chen shook his head. I haven't thought about meeting any of them for now. Do you think the current uproar is too severe and want to avoid the limelight for a while? Mu Long, being who he is, saw through the young man's concerns at a glance. Yan Chen could not deny it. Now that his strength has been exposed, the entire Tianling city is in an uproar. Going out now is indeed not a wise decision, so he wants to wait for this commotion to settle down before making a move. Mu Long had a different opinion, saying, I think you should meet with someone among them. Why? Because the reason they are looking for you is likely related to the assessment quota of the Sanqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy. This might be your opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate and reach a larger platform. The assessment quota of the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy? That's right. Mu Long then briefly explained the reasons. Understanding the situation, Yan Chen immediately made a choice. If there is indeed an opportunity to get close to the Sanqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy, I am willing to meet with the deans of Hongyang and Zilei. This decision was also made after careful consideration. The infinite law requires gathering the strengths of various schools, accommodating myriad methods into one, and refining them into the martial arts techniques that suit oneself best. However, as Mu Long had said before, Tianling City was simply too small, so small that it could only support one Grand Martial Master, and the 7 martial arts academies struggled to cultivate even a 20-year-old martial artist. It was nearly impossible to perfect the infinite law here. He needed to go to a higher-level base city, to a larger platform, and use more cultivation methods to refine his martial arts. Going to the Sanqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy was undoubtedly the best choice. Oh, what about the Dean of Lanyu? Mu Long's expression revealed a hint of teasing. He is the dean of your alma mater? Yan Chen recalled that day when Wang Tianchi attacked the elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, his expression full of disdain, and he calmly shook his head. Forget him, I have no connection with Lanyu Academy anymore. Mu Long nodded. Alright, I'll take care of the rest. After chatting for a few more moments, Mu Long stood up, preparing to arrange a meeting with the deans of Hongyang and Zilei. By the way, at that moment, Yan Chen suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, Senior, Wang Tianchi should know my true strength. What was his reaction? Mu Long was taken aback, then his face turned red, as if he was suppressing laughter. Well, after he found out you could slay a second-tier ferocious beast, he guessed it was you who killed Wang Chen. He was furious and even said he wanted to take revenge on you. Yan Chen's heart sank. He wasn't confident he could defeat a martial master yet. But you don't need to worry. Mu Long quickly added, that kid was unlucky. During the beast tide, he was injured by a third-tier ferocious beast, so you don't have to worry about him seeking revenge for a short time. Hearing this news, Yan Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and clasped his hands, saying, Thank you, Senior. After obtaining the Divine Blood Dragon Pill, Yan Chen originally planned to enter seclusion again to prepare for breaking through to a martial artist. After all, according to Mu Long, the minimum standard for participating in the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy assessment was to break through to a martial artist before the age of 20. Not to mention that Martial Master Wang Tianchi was still watching closely. Although he was severely injured during the beast tide, he was not dead and could strike at any moment. However, he did not expect that Mu Long was even more efficient than he had anticipated. By that afternoon, the meeting had already been arranged. The place arranged by Mu Long was a restaurant called by Wei Xian in Tianling City. Originally, he wanted to invite Dean Hongyang and Dean Zilei to his own estate, but they refused, reportedly because Mu Long had previously used the martial array at home to teach a few people a harsh lesson, leaving them with psychological scars, insisting on meeting outside. Yan Chen initially wanted to find Mu Zixuan to congratulate her on breaking through as a martial artist, but since she was still in seclusion, he gave up. At this moment, Tianling City was still under reconstruction. The beast tide had undoubtedly caused immense damage to the city, with the streets in ruins and everyone bustling about. Yan Chen made a simple disguise and headed towards by Wei Xian. As he walked, he suddenly heard voices coming from the side of the street. Hey, have you heard about Yan Chen? Of course, this matter has spread throughout Tianling City. It's all the rage. At the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy, how could I not know? Hearing something related to himself, Yan Chen immediately stopped and looked over. There were 5 or 6 young boys, all with youthful faces, gathered together, chatting enthusiastically. Judging by their uniforms, they were clearly students of the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. He wondered how things were on their side after his strength was exposed. Yan Chen became interested and moved a bit closer, straining to listen. Soon, the conversation continued. I really can't imagine how terrifying Yan Chen's strength is. I heard from those present that when he drew his sword, it roared like a dragon, killing second-tier ferocious beasts as if they were dogs. His demeanor was simply extraordinary. That's right, before, the academy was saying that Yan Chen was severely injured in the beast tide a year ago, losing all his cultivation and damaging his martial foundation, becoming a waste. But after this beast tide ended, I don't know how many faces were slapped. Exactly, it's simply shocking. You guys don't know, right? I heard the most awkward ones. This time are Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Xiaodai. How could we not know about this? Right, these people were once Yan Chen's best friends. But when his cultivation was ruined and his martial foundation damaged, they distanced themselves immediately, drawing a clear line. Who would have thought that Yan Chen would rise again, and even more terrifying than before, slaying second-tier ferocious beasts at the martial apprentice level, simply overwhelming. I heard that after the beast tide ended, these former geniuses of the Blue Rain Academy haven't shown their faces again. Show their faces? How many people are watching their jokes now? Aren't they afraid of being spat on? That's true. Those people must be regretting it now. If they had known Yen Shen could be reborn and rise again, they probably wouldn't have cut ties so quickly. What's the use of saying this now? Ungrateful, they brought it upon themselves. Ha ha. Li Xian and the others haven't shown up at Blue Rain again? Upon hearing this news, Yen Shen felt a ripple in his heart, but it quickly returned to calm, even making him want to laugh. Once the best of friends, now they were like strangers, even at odds. He found it quite ironic. Shaking his head, Yen Shen planned to leave. Although the two deans of Hongyang Academy and Zile Academy had requests of him, they were martial masters, and it wouldn't be good to keep them waiting. Just as he was about to step away, a warm voice came through. Yes, who would have thought that after a young man fell to the depths, he would rise again with strong will and an indomitable spirit, returning to the path of martial arts. The Blue Rain students who had been chatting suddenly fell silent, a look of tension appearing on their faces. Yen Shen also stopped in his tracks, not because he didn't want to leave, but because he could clearly sense that a powerful aura, far beyond the level of a martial artist, was locking onto him. That voice rang out again. Hello, Yen Shen. Yen Shen slowly turned around, looking at the elderly man in splendid attire with a youthful face, and expressionlessly said, I've met Director Li. Li Zhangbai gazed at the young man before him, and an inexplicable sentiment arose in his heart. Who would have thought that a boy whose cultivation had been wasted, whose martial foundation had been damaged, and who had fallen to the status of a waste, could one day rise again, not only surpassing his former self but also effortlessly slaying a second-tier ferocious beast, the brilliance of which was simply breathtaking. Good, kid, I really didn't expect you to climb out of the trough with your own strength. As the director, I feel very proud to have a student like you in Blue Rain. Proud? Looking at the gratified expression of Director Lan Yu before him, Yen Shen immediately recalled how cold and disdainful the other had been in the classroom, and he couldn't help but feel nauseous. Thank you. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving. Li Zhangbai widened his eyes slightly, his gaze bewildered. In his mind, as a student of Blue Rain facing the director's praise, he should be very excited, but Yen Shen's reaction was completely contrary to what he had imagined. Wait a moment. Just as Yen Shen was about to turn and leave, knowing the other was not joking, Li Zhangbai hurriedly called out, Are you going to meet the directors of the Hongyang and Zile academies? Feeling the immense pressure sweeping over him, Yen Shen remained expressionless and nodded. Yes. Li Zhangbai's expression darkened. Don't forget, Yen Shen, you are a student of Blue Rain. Yen Shen stared into the eyes of the Blue Rain director and posed a soul-searching question. When my cultivation was wasted and my martial foundation was damaged, who treated me as a student of Blue Rain? Li Tianbai was left speechless, his face turning pale. Indeed, when Yen Shen had just lost all his cultivation and his martial foundation was damaged, no one regarded him as a student of Blue Rain. They even considered him a burden, including the director himself. Director, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Wait. Is there anything else? I won't allow you to go. Li Tianbai's expression gradually darkened, exuding an intense sense of oppression. You are a student of Blue Rain and can only represent Blue Rain in the assessment of the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy. Yen Shen felt very disappointed. Although he had been extremely disillusioned with the Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy, he still held some feelings because of Yang Xiaoxian. However, the director's current behavior extinguished the last bit of hope he had. His expression turned cold as he said, What if I insist on going? If you want to go, you can. Zhang Tianbai stepped forward, his expression no longer warm, filled with endless indifference. As long as you can make me take half a step back, I will let you pass. It is evident that Li Zhangbai has no intention of letting Yen Shen pass. After all, he is a martial master, with his true essence refined to the extreme, mastering the true meaning of martial arts. His every move contains immense power, far beyond what a mere martial artist can compare to, let alone a martial apprentice. Although Yen Shen possesses the strength to slay a second-tier ferocious beast, there remains an insurmountable gap between him and an established martial master like Zhang Tianbai. This old guy is really shameless. In a very hidden corner, among the onlookers, someone muttered angrily. It was the president of Hongyang Academy who, along with the president of Zile Academy, had arrived at the Baiwei Xian restaurant long ago. As time passed and seeing that Yen Shen had not yet arrived, he could no longer contain his impatience and decided to go out to greet him. What he saw was this scene. Upon witnessing this, the president of Zile Academy couldn't help but curse. As a dignified president of a martial arts academy, one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, how can he bully a junior? No, today I must teach him a lesson. This remark resonated with the president of Hongyang Academy. The two exchanged glances and then planned to take action to severely punish Li Zhangbai. However, a hand stopped them. Wait, Mu brother. The president of Hongyang Academy glared. This kid should be closer to you, right? He might even become your future grandson-in-law. Are you just going to watch him get bullied? The president of Zile Academy nodded in agreement. The speaker was Mu Long. He was worried that Yen Shen would be bullied by the two martial masters, so he arrived early at Baiwei Sen. The three of them came out together and naturally saw Li Zhangbai bullying Yin Chen, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. The words grandson-in-law clearly pleased him. After calming himself, he smiled and said, "What's there to be bullied about? Didn't old Li say he would only block him and wouldn't fight back? It's better to let Yin Chen give it a try, who knows, he might succeed." The president of Zile Academy retorted, "How could that be possible? Old Li's character may not be great, but his strength is undeniable. He is a bona fide martial master. That kid simply cannot shake him." The president of Hongyang Academy nodded in agreement. "Old Mu, I know you have great confidence in this kid, but confidence cannot be converted into strength. If old Li were to use only the power of a martial artist and not the true meaning of martial arts, then you might as well let him try. But old Li is clearly being unreasonable, using the power of a martial master. In this case, is there even a need to try?" In their view, even if Yin Chen were strong enough to slay a second-tier ferocious beast, he was still just a martial apprentice. Not to mention moving old Li's body, he probably couldn't even make him use his hands. That's right, using the power of blood and energy to shake the true meaning of martial arts sounds like a fantasy. Mu Winglong maintained a calm expression, even showing a hint of a smile. "But what if this kid can do it?" "Impossible. Impossible." The presidents of Hongyang and Zile Academy said in unison. "Then let's make a bet." Mu Winglong suddenly became interested. "If I lose, the elixirs allocated to Hongyang and Zile Academies by Wanyao Pavilion next year will all be at a 10% discount. 10%? Both of them gasped. They knew that the number of elixirs the Academy purchased from Wanyao Pavilion each year was enormous. A 10% discount seemed small, but the money saved was enough to make them very tempted. The president of Hongyang Academy asked again, "What if you win?" Mu Winglong's smile grew wider. "If I win, then the benefits you previously promised to Yin Chen will all be increased by 30%. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two presidents changed again. Clearly, this was also a considerable sum for them. However, thinking about a martial apprentice trying to shake a martial master, which was nearly impossible, they gritted their teeth and agreed. At the end, the two couldn't help but ask, "Brother Mu, what gives you such confidence that this kid can shake the true meaning of martial arts?" "There's no basis for it." Mu Winglong shook his head, then gazed deeply at Yin Chen. "I just heard that this kid can easily kill second-tier ferocious beasts, and even with second-tier high-quality ones, he doesn't exert much effort. So I was thinking, if he were to unleash his full power, what level would he reach? Besides that, there's a feeling?" "Feeling?" Both Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile were somewhat confused. Mu Winglong smiled lightly. "I always feel that a miracle can happen with this kid." Yin Chen was unaware that Mu Winglong, Dean Hongyang, and Dean Zile had already arrived nearby, hiding in the shadows. In fact, not only him, but even Li Zhangbai, who was also a martial artist, had not noticed at all. "Dean, does it have to be this way?" Yin Chen's voice gradually turned cold. The two were on the street, and the crowd around them was growing larger, with some even recognizing Li Zhangbai's identity. If a fight broke out, regardless of winning or losing, it would have a significant impact on this Blue Rain Academy dean. Yin Chen didn't care about that, but he really didn't want to fight a martial artist for such a nonsensical reason. Of course, if it came to that, he wouldn't be afraid either. Li Zhangbai completely tore off his disguise, his face filled with coldness. "Yin Chen, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't go meet Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile, representing our Blue Rain Academy, to participate in the assessment of the Tsanqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy. I can offer you 300 million federal coins as a reward just for you." Hearing this, Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile felt a rush of anxiety, fearing that Yin Chen might agree. However, Yin Chen's next response made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. "What if I refuse?" Li Zhangbai said. "Refusal isn't just words. Shake me, make me move, and I won't stop you. Otherwise, you won't be able to go anywhere today." Yin Chen replied, "So it can only come to blows?" Li Zhangbai affirmed, "Yes. Then I must offend you." Yin Chen suddenly smiled, pulling out a treasure-level weapon he obtained from the martial arts secret realm, a cold crystal longsword. He activated the infinite law, and a faint dragon's roar echoed around him. Immediately, a sword light flickered, and the frost of 19 states resonated with an even louder dragon's roar. The first move of infinite martial arts. Infinite Dragon Sword. Congratulations, your attack this time has achieved a 300 times critical hit. What great courage, Yin Chen, you really dare to strike. A cold glint flashed in Li Zhangbai's eyes. He had thought this kid would be intimidated by his martial artist power and the identity of the Blue Rain Academy dean, choosing to obediently leave with him. He never expected that he would actually make a move. Li Zhangbai didn't take this sword strike seriously at all, his expression calm and indifferent, casually reaching out to catch the 3-foot sword edge. But soon, his expression changed. Li Zhangbai's expression changed instantly. In his expectations, although Yin Chen's talent could be described as monstrous, capable of slaying a second-tier ferocious beast at the level of a martial apprentice, his strength should, at most, be at the level of a high-ranking martial artist. However, he was a martial master and a seasoned one who had immersed himself in the true meaning of martial arts for many years. For a martial artist, even a peak 9th tier martial artist should possess absolute suppressive power, easily pinching an incoming long sword with 2 fingers. But the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Although his fingers had yet to touch the sword's body, an extremely terrifying dragon force was already surging towards him, indescribable, with a force equivalent to 30,000 elephants crashing against him like towering waves, one after another. If he were to take it head-on, there was no doubt that his 2 fingers would be severed in an instant. Damn it! Li Zhangbai cursed inwardly, immediately extending his right hand and raising his left hand, bringing them together to clamp the long sword in mid-air. Boom! Dust and smoke rose, the immense force causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the marble floor, and Li Zhengbai's body swayed involuntarily, but fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself and did not move his feet. Yet this scene was already astonishing enough. Heavens, what did I just see? A martial apprentice almost shook a martial master? I remember now, this old man is not an ordinary person, but the Dean of Blue Rain Academy, a seasoned martial master from Tianling City. Even when facing a third-tier ferocious beast, he could handle it with ease, yet now he was almost forced back by a junior. Could it be that this young man is the one recently talked about, Yan Shen? It really seems to be him. This is too outrageous. I didn't sense any true essence fluctuations from him, which means he relied solely on his strength to shake the true meaning of martial arts. The crowd around them buzzed with discussion, their voices filled with astonishment. Many among them were martial artists or apprentices, and the rest, though not on the martial path, lived in the base city and were somewhat familiar with martial knowledge, naturally understanding what was happening. Among them, the most shocked were the hidden figures in the crowd: Dean Hongyang, Dean Zile, and Mu Yinglong, 3 martial masters. Damn. Dean Hongyang widened his eyes, and with the insight of a martial master, he saw even more. This sword strike is too exaggerated. The force is like a raging tide, 1,000 June is insufficient to describe it. If I were to take this sword, I fear I wouldn't be as composed as Old Li. Dean Zile's expression was also filled with disbelief. Brother Mu, did you already know how monstrous your future son-in-law is, which is why you made this bet? Mu Yinglong smiled without speaking. In reality, his shock was no less than that of Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile, perhaps even greater, because this scene was simply too exaggerated. A martial apprentice shaking a martial master, even in a high-level base city, would be considered a myth. Although he had known that this young man named Yan Chen was strong, he had never witnessed just how strong until now, realizing he had underestimated this kid. By the way, Mu Yinglong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Pay attention to Old Li's reaction. We don't want this guy to get angry and attack Yan Chen. Rest assured, I've been watching. If this Old Li dares to make a move, I'll suppress him immediately." The two immediately expressed their stance. Tianling City was just an ordinary base city, almost equivalent to the countryside in the Human Federation. It was rare to have a genius who could be considered monstrous soon to represent their academy in the Tsunching assessment. In this situation, anyone who dared to harm this kid would be suppressed by them. At the same time, Li Zhengbai's face turned crimson, his expression filled with shock. "Your strength has actually reached such a terrifying level. How on earth did you do it? It was just your bad luck that the first sword triggered a 300 times critical hit." Yan Chen certainly wouldn't voice his thoughts, his expression indifferent, his voice devoid of any fluctuations. "Director Li, do you want to continue?" "Of course." Li Zhangbai gritted his teeth, each word pronounced with a hint of ferocity. If before he only wanted to stop Yan Chen from meeting the two directors, Hongyang and Zile, and then slowly persuade him with great benefits to represent Blue Rain in the Tsunching assessment, if that didn't work, he would have to give up. But now, Li Zhengbai's mind was filled with only one thought. Such a prodigy, such a monster, such a legend must represent Blue Rain in the Tsunching assessment. No one could take him away, even if it meant using force. Under the sunlight, the face of this Blue Rain director was gradually becoming sinister. "In that case, Director Li, I must offend you again." Yan Chen's gaze turned cold, and he was about to draw the ice crystal long sword, but found that Li Zhengbai's somewhat withered hands were like fallen iron from the heavens, unable to be moved at all. He tried a couple more times, but seeing he still couldn't draw it out, he simply gave up and took out a crimson long sword from the small Qianquan ring. It was the refined level weapon sent by Mu Zixuan, named 7 Kills. As the dragon's roar echoed, the cold, sharp light fell like a rain of swords towards Li Zhengbei. Once again, at the moment he struck, all the onlookers instinctively held their breath. "Congratulations, your attack this time has received a 3 times critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time has received a 10 times critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time has received a 15 times critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time has received a 20 times critical hit bonus." Yan Chen's sword was still terrifying, with at least 300 symbols of strength plus the dominance of the dragon's energy, the characteristics of infinite law, the enhancement of infinite combat skills, and so on. Even a second-tier fierce beast would be slain, making those around feel a chill. However, in Li Zhengbai's eyes, compared to that initial sword, it was much weaker, and he didn't feel much pressure at all. He casually waved his hand, his true essence surging, containing his strong will easily blocking the falling sword rain, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. "I knew it. That sword of yours just now couldn't be used anytime, anywhere, but required specific conditions, or came at a great cost. Without the ability to use that sword again, you can't possibly shake me. Yan Chen, kid, just obediently come with me. It's no wonder Li Zhangbai thought this way. After all, a martial artist could actually unleash a blow that could shake a martial master, which was truly unbelievable. Even the geniuses from Shangjing, Tianjing, and Duhang probably couldn't do that. And the onlookers, seeing this scene, all sighed. The onlookers sighed one after another, not out of pity for Yan Shen, but quite the opposite. The sword rain falling at this moment was equally terrifying, spanning hundreds of miles with a chilling aura that even martial artists would find daunting. Yet, with just these few swords, it was nearly impossible to shake Li Zhangbai. Although they were merely there to watch the spectacle, deep down, they still hoped Yan Shen could create a miracle using the strength of a martial apprentice to challenge a martial master. However, the offensive had weakened, leaving them inevitably disappointed. Among them were 3 hidden martial masters in the crowd. I originally thought this kid could muster the strength to shake old Li, but who would have thought? Sigh. What are you sighing about? Although it was just the initial strike, being able to shake old Li, a seasoned martial master with the strength of a martial apprentice, is already quite extraordinary. Moreover, this kid's swordplay is equally impressive. If another martial artist were to take his place, they would probably be chopped to pieces. I just hope this kid can create a miracle. There's no malice in that. Ha ha ha. Mu Yinglong did not engage in the verbal sparring between the two deans. Instead, he squinted his eyes, watching the scene shrouded in swordlight, and made an additional discovery. Although the cold sword techniques did not inflict any harm on Li Zhangbai, Yan Shen did not appear discouraged or disheartened. His expression remained calm as he continuously swung his 7 kills, one sword, yet another sword, maintaining a steady rhythm, as if waiting for some opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity? Could it be that this kid could unleash that previous sword strike again? The thought crossed his mind, and even with Mu Yinglong's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a chill. And just as this thought emerged, a dragon's roar that pierced through heaven and earth resounded once more, and a terrifying swordlight surged, forming a sword pillar that carried an unmatched might, fiercely slashing towards Li Zhangbai. Congratulations, your attack has received a 1,200-fold critical hit bonus. Had he finally triggered a high critical hit again? Yan Shen's lips curled into a cold smile. As he noticed Li Zhangbai's increasingly relaxed expression, he casually reminded, "Be careful, Dean, this sword is very strong. Don't be careless, or you might easily die." As soon as the words left his mouth, roar! The dragon's roar that pierced through heaven and earth echoed again, and 7 kills descended. The sword light expanded, forming a massive sword pillar that carried an unmatched might, fiercely slashing forward. The enormous shockwave swept through, forcing the surrounding martial artists to retreat continuously, while the weaker martial apprentices and ordinary people were blown away in droves. Li Zhangbai's heart grew serious, but that was all. In his view, even if Yan Shen's sword was strong, it was merely on par with the very first strike. As long as he exerted a bit of true strength, he could easily block it. After all, the gap between martial apprentices and martial artists was like the fall of heaven, while the gap between martial apprentices and martial masters was as distant as a galaxy. However, when he reached out his hands, intending to catch the incoming long sword as he had before, his expression suddenly changed, and a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. This sword, how is this possible? It was no wonder he was so shocked. If the previous sword strike was like a raging tide, then this sword's might was akin to the collision of heaven and earth. Its force far exceeded perception, reaching an immeasurable level. In the face of this power, his true essence was easily torn apart, and his body was filled with excruciating pain as if it were about to split apart. He would die. If he didn't take this blow seriously, he would definitely die. Ah! The roar echoed, and the onlookers immediately covered their ears, with some of the weaker ones even bleeding from their 7 orifices. Li Zhangbai's long hair danced wildly as he suddenly donned a pair of pitch-black gloves. The violent true essence instantly tore a crack in the ground, and as he gripped the 7 kills, the immense inertia forced him to stagger backward, retreating a full 10 meters before barely managing to withstand the blow. At last, when he caught this sword, Li Zhangbai was already enveloped in steam, the area within 10 meters scorching hot. He crouched down, gasping for breath, staring at the figure before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What is this sword?" "The sword's name is Infinity," Yan Shen replied, unable to suppress his astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could withstand a 1,000-fold critical hit and still survive. One could only say that he was indeed a martial master, truly terrifying. However, he maintained a cold demeanor, exuding an air of distance, and said lightly, "Director Li, you've moved your position, which means you've lost the bet. Please step aside." At that moment, after a brief silence, the onlookers erupted in a commotion. "My God, what did I just see?" A martial apprentice actually shook a martial master. Not just shook, did you see the expression on the Blue Rain Academy director's face? He was scared out of his wits. I bet he felt the threat to his life from that sword. A martial apprentice has the ability to threaten a martial master. It's simply outrageous. Now the Blue Rain Academy director's face is going to be completely humiliated, and the Blue Rain Academy will be affected too. By the way, from their conversation earlier, it seems this young man was originally a student of Blue Rain, but for some reason, he faced a lot of cold shoulders and ridicule, so he has no feelings for this martial arts academy. What's going on? Heh, you asked the right person. My cousin's brother's sister's brother happens to be a student of Blue Rain, and I actually know about this. What happened? What happened? What else could it be? Blindness, of course. This young man is called Yen Shen, once the top genius of Blue Rain Academy, but a year ago during the Beast Tide he suffered a heavy blow, losing not only his cultivation but also damaging his martial foundation. He faced a lot of exclusion and ridicule afterward, and I heard he was on the verge of dropping out. Who would have thought he would rise again and become even stronger than before? Ah, such a talented genius faced exclusion. Blue Rain really is blind. Among the crowd, many had recognized Li Zhengbai's identity, and while feeling shocked, they began to tease him. At this moment, Li Zhengbai was staring intently at the young figure before him, recalling that astonishing sword strike, still feeling a lingering fear. He slowly straightened up, showing no intention of stepping aside, but instead a flash of determination crossed his eyes. No, you can't leave, Yen Shen, you have to come back to Blue Rain with me. Yen Shen's eyes turned cold. Director Li, are you planning to break the contract? That's right. To everyone's surprise, Li Zhengbai nodded in front of the crowd and said, I am going to break the contract. Li Zhengbai's expression was serious, showing no signs of joking. Before coming here, his original thought was to do whatever it took to keep Yen Shen at the Blue Rain Academy. If that was truly impossible, he would respect his choice as long as they did not become enemies. But when Yen Shen swung his first sword, he changed his mind. With the strength of a martial apprentice, he was able to force someone like himself, an established martial master, to use both hands. Such talent, such a prodigy, could no longer be described as a genius. He was truly extraordinary, destined to rise in the future. If he were to stay at the Blue Rain Academy and participate in that Sunching assessment with that identity, it was foreseeable that when he eventually soared to great heights, his fame spreading throughout the Human Federation, his own academy would also gain renown, even leaving a significant mark in history. By then, it would not be impossible to be promoted to a higher martial arts academy. As the president of Blue Rain, this could almost be said to be his lifelong pursuit. Therefore, by any means necessary, even if it meant using dirty tactics and bearing the scorn of a lifetime, he was determined to achieve this goal. After witnessing the brilliance of that final sword, this thought became even more resolute. As for whether it would provoke Yen Shen's resentment, he was not worried. First, he had no malicious intent. This was not a bad thing in itself. Second, the academy would provide enough benefits to make up for any grievances. Li Zhengbai's actions shocked the onlookers, causing quite a stir on the scene. They never expected that the dignified president of Blue Rain Academy, one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, the highly esteemed Li Zhengbai, would actually breach a contract in front of a junior and under such public scrutiny. Various discussions erupted around them. As a martial master, Li Zhengbai's senses were sharp, and he could naturally hear them, but he paid no mind and continued to speak sincerely. Yen Shen, come back with me. Go to Blue Rain. No matter what conditions Honyang and Zile promised you, I will give you double, no, triple. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I will make sure you have it. The grievances you suffered in the academy, I will help you get back double. Okay? His voice even carried a hint of pleading. If it were any other martial apprentice faced with such sincerity from a martial master, they might have softened. But Yen Shen did not. He remembered everything that had happened at Blue Rain Academy, including the indifference and disdain from this president. I'm sorry, President Li, but I will not return to Blue Rain. Why? Is it that the benefits I promised are not enough? We can discuss this further, as long as you are willing to come back. Before Li Zhengbai could finish, Yen Shen interrupted. As the president, you should know how I have spent this year, what kind of cold eyes and ridicule I have faced. Ask yourself, if it were you, would you return to such an academy? Li Zhengbai was left speechless. He certainly knew how Yen Shen had spent this year, enduring cold stares and mockery, and being provoked by people like Wang Chen. It could be said that without Yang Xiaoxiong's protection, he would have long since perished. He persisted, but Blue Rain is ultimately the academy that nurtured you. Yang Xiaoxiong has always been protecting you. You cannot erase all past kindness just because you suffered some grievances. Using kindness as leverage? Looking at the righteous Li Zhengbai before him, Yen Shen felt a wave of nausea and was unwilling to engage further. President Li, I will not return to Blue Rain. There is no possibility of changing this matter, so please step aside. So resolute. A hint of disappointment flashed in Li Zhengbai's eyes, but it quickly turned to determination. A terrifying pressure suddenly spread as he stepped forward, his gaze growing cold. But I also said, today I will breach the contract. Yen Shen, today you will come with me, whether you want to or not. You have no choice. Have we finally reached this point? Yen Shen took a deep breath, then opened his eyes. Without a word, his expression was icy, his hand gripping the 7-kill sword, the infinite law reaching its peak, and his heart heavy with gravity. Although he had just repelled Li Zhengbai, it was thanks to the high multiplier of the infinite critical hit system, and the probability of triggering such a critical hit was exceedingly low. Unless he encountered an opponent he could stalemate with, he couldn't rely on it, let alone when his opponent was a seasoned martial artist of great strength. But Yen Shen had no intention of yielding. He raised his sword with a dragon's roar, directly pointing at the formidable enemy. The tension between the two sides was palpable. Don't worry, Yen Shen kid, I'll knock you out, but I won't hurt you. It might just be a little painful during the process. I'll hold back, Li Zhangbai said as he prepared to strike. Having witnessed the power of those 2 strikes, he was acutely aware of the true strength of the martial artist. Before him and dared not be careless, planning to unleash all his power to suppress him directly. But just as he was about to act, a hand landed on his shoulder, followed by a voice that was half smiling. Oldly, usually I think you're a decent person, so why are you suddenly resorting to dirty tricks? Li Zhangbai was startled. This person had approached from behind without him noticing at all. But soon his expression darkened, and he enunciated each word. Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong was indeed the real name of the Red Sun Academy's principal, and he stepped out from the crowd, standing in front of Yan Chen. Looking at the young, innocent face behind him and recalling the astonishing sword strike from earlier, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Kid, you are truly incredible. Just relying on your raw strength, you forced Oldly to bring out the precious level martial weapon, the Xianjing gloves. You should know, he has never used them even against a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. So that pair of pitch-black gloves was called the Xianjing gloves, a precious level martial weapon? Yan Chen pondered. At that moment, another voice came. What about me? Principal Zilei also appeared, standing in front of Yan Chen alongside Principal Hong Yang, his voice filled with astonishment. Kid, really, you are too shocking. When I was young, I was considered a top genius in Tianling City, but compared to you, I feel like I've lived like a dog. Li Zhengbai's expression grew even darker. He hadn't expected these 2 to appear simultaneously. Not long after, a 3rd person appeared, Muinglong, who also stood in front of Yan Chen, side by side with the 2 principals, looking at Principal Lan Yu and shaking his head with a sigh. Oldly, you've gone too far this time. You absolutely shouldn't ruin a junior's agreement, and you definitely shouldn't force Yan Chen. Li Zhangbai fixed his gaze on the 3 before him, his fists clenched and then relaxed, clenched again, and then relaxed once more, ultimately letting out a sigh, fully aware that he could no longer take Yan Chen away, dissipating all his imposing aura. In that moment, Principal Lan Yu seemed to age significantly. Yan Chen, may I ask you a question? Yan Chen also let out a long breath, knowing his situation. If the Principal Lan Yu before him didn't retaliate, there might still be a chance to defeat him, but if it came to a real fight, he would definitely be suppressed in less than 3 moves. Facing the pleading gaze of the frail old man, Yan Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure. Li Zhangbai took a deep breath. If you hadn't faced so much unfair treatment at Blue Rain Academy, would you choose to stay? Yes. Yan Chen answered without hesitation. Blue Rain was his martial arts enlightenment place and also the first martial arts academy he attended, holding significant meaning. If it weren't for the events that followed, he would have definitely stayed at Blue Rain. Unfortunately, this world has no what-ifs. Yesterday's cause, today's effect, you can't blame others. Li Zhangbai sighed, shaking his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. He didn't speak. Again, casting a deep glance at the few people in front of him before turning and disappearing into the crowd, his aged figure highlighted by the sunlight, revealing a hint of loneliness. Dean Hongyang shook his head and sighed. If I had known today would come, why bother in the first place? If your academy had treated Yin better back then and given him a hand, old Zhao and I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Dean Zilei nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. Yan Shen remained calm, watching the old dean's departing figure, his expression showing no signs of turmoil. There are no pills for regret in this world. Some things happen and cannot be salvaged or compensated for. Let's go, this isn't a place for conversation. Let's head to Baiwei Xian, said Muinglong. At this point, the crowd had grown larger, blocking the road completely. The few of them knew that if they stayed any longer, it might cause a bigger uproar. Using the pressure of martial masters to clear a path, they all left immediately. Not long after they left, the incident quickly spread throughout Tianling City, causing a huge stir. That old guy left quite decisively. I was planning to take this opportunity to teach him a good lesson. Forget it, look at old Li's expression. Can you bear to lay a hand on him? That's true. That old fellow inherited the old dean's wishes, wanting Blue Rain to become the top martial arts academy in Tianling City, even to be promoted to a higher level martial arts academy. Yet, when a potential dragon emerged from the academy, they missed the chance. The blow is undeniably significant. It's also his own fault. He always looks down on others, focusing only on a few geniuses, forgetting that ordinary students might also leap over the Dragon Gate one day. The two deans, Hong Yang and Zile, exchanged words, their tones filled with both regret and schadenfreude. The three of them were all deans of the 7 major martial arts academies in Tianling City, in a competitive relationship with past grievances. Now, seeing Li Zhenbai's dejected look, they felt a twinge of sympathy but couldn't help but take advantage of the situation. At this moment, they had arrived at the Baiwei Xian restaurant. Yan Chen found a seat by the window, and the fatigue on his body finally eased a bit. After all, Li Zhangbai was an established martial master and his strength was unquestionable. Although he hadn't made a move, he had still exerted great pressure on him. At this time, Muinglong leaned over, a half smile on his face, and said, "Kid, not bad. You really managed to fend off that old man Li. Don't worry, it wasn't for nothing. I won quite a bit for you just now." Won quite a bit. Yan Chen was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing, his eyes widening. "Senior, you all arrived earlier but didn't show yourselves and had a bet during that time. You're too smart, that's exactly it." Yan Chen Wanted to ask the old man in front of him if he was still human. However, Mu Yinglong seemed oblivious to his resentful gaze, clapping his hands and addressing the two deans. Hey, you two, stop acting over there. Yan Chen fended. Awfully Zhangbai, and according to the bet, I won. The benefits you two originally promised must be increased by 30%. The joy on the faces of Deans Hong Yang and Zile visibly vanished, their cheeks twitching, their expressions filled with reluctance and pain. It was no wonder they reacted this way. The value of the benefits they had promised to Mu Yinglong before was already astonishing. On this basis, adding another 30% would be enough to take their lives. How about we get to the point first? Dean Hongyang quickly changed the subject, and Dean Zile echoed, Alright, Yen Kid still doesn't know what's going on, let's talk about the matter. First, what if he doesn't agree? Mu Yinglong smirked slightly, with himself in charge. He wasn't worried about these two old fellows going back on their word, and nodded immediately. Then the three of them exchanged words and roughly explained the situation. As Mu Yinglong had revealed earlier, both Hongyang and Zile hoped that Yen Chen could represent their respective academies in the Tsunqing assessment. Because of this spot, the two sides had even quarreled fiercely, almost coming to blows. In the end, it was Mu Yinglong who mediated, suggesting that the two academies jointly recommend Yen Chen. At first, the two were naturally unwilling. After all, with Yen Chen's displayed monstrous talent, graduating from Tsunqing Academy was almost a certainty, and he might even contend for the top spot in his cohort. Who wouldn't want to monopolize this benefit? But later, Mu Yinglong reminded them that the remaining four martial arts academy deans must also know about Yen Chen's existence and might be looking for him. If they continued to hold out, they might be snatched away by someone else. Although Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile wanted to monopolize the spot, they were more worried about being preempted by other academies, so they had no choice but to accept Mu Yinglong's suggestion and decided to jointly recommend him. Of course, kid, the benefits I negotiated for you, I didn't ask for less. When Mu Yinglong said this, the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears, looking as proud as a mischievous child. To help you break through the martial artist realm as soon as possible, these two deans are willing to each offer 30 top-grade blood energy pills, 5 divine blood dragon pills, plus free access to their respective academies' library. Ah! Yen Chen was taken aback, finally understanding why the two martial masters looked ashen when the promised benefits were mentioned. 30 top-grade blood energy pills and 5 divine blood dragon pills. This condition would be a significant sacrifice even for the two deans. He couldn't help but ask, recommending me for the Tsunqing assessment and paying such a high price, can the two seniors really agree? Of course they agree. Mu Yinglong waved his hand nonchalantly. They have no choice but to agree. After all, they are both afraid that the other guy will offer the same price behind their backs and then monopolize the joint spot. Yen Chen could only sigh. This prisoner's dilemma was played so well. But that wasn't the end of it. Mu Yinglong seemed to remember something and looked at the two, revealing a half-smile. By the way, they just lost a bet and have to add an extra 30% on top of the original amount. Upon hearing this, Deans Hongyang and Zile's expressions turned even grimmer, staring at Mu Yinglong with eyes that seemed to bleed. Damn old ghost Mu, this kid isn't even your granddaughter's husband yet. Is it really necessary to be this ruthless? 3 more %? Yen Chen initially didn't think much of it, but upon hearing the details, he was suddenly taken aback. The cost he had already paid was substantial, and if they added this 3%, even a martial master would have to bleed heavily. Old Mu, you're ruthless. The president of Zile had an extremely grim expression. If looks could kill, Mu Yinglong would have been dead countless times over. He then turned his gaze to Yen Chen, his face filled with frustration. Yen kid, 30 top-grade blood chi pills are one thing, but these 5 divine blood dragon pills are truly taking away my capital. Adding another 3% is simply impossible for me. How about I use something else as a substitute? Seeing the old man's pitiful appearance, Yen Chen felt a moment of compassion and was about to say it wasn't necessary when Mu Yinglong spoke first. Let's hear what you want to use as a substitute. But I warn you, don't try to fool me with some trash martial arts techniques. Unless it's a master-level technique, don't even mention it. The president of Zile had already cursed Mu Yinglong's ancestors in his heart, but there was no choice. After all, Yen Chen was so close to the Mu family, and who knows, they might be related by marriage in the future. He could only grit his teeth and say, I really can't produce the divine blood dragon pills. How about I use federal currency instead? Mu Yinglong asked, how much? The president of Zile replied, 100 million. Yen Chen silently retracted what he was about to say. Since the president of Zile was so sincere, adding this 3% was not out of the question. Mu Yinglong couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He hadn't expected such generosity. 100 million federal currency was enough for Yen Chen's cultivation expenses in Tianlong City for the next few years. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Good. The three then turned their attention to President Hongyang, naturally placing the pressure on him as well. Under the gaze of the three, President Hongyang's expression fluctuated between dark and uncertain, hesitating, struggling, and biting his lip as if he was wrestling with something. After a few minutes of this, when everyone was starting to lose patience, he suddenly asked Yen Kid, how much do you know about true essence? True essence? Yen Chen was taken aback. It wasn't that the question was particularly tricky, on the contrary, it was quite ordinary. The Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy had a required course specifically covering this topic. Although he didn't understand why the senior was asking such a basic question, he still answered honestly. True essence is the absorption of violent spiritual energy, sinking into the dantian and refined by one's own blood in fire. It is the first step on the path of martial arts. President Han Yang continued to ask, and true essence is not just one type but has hundreds of variations. Different cultivation methods yield true essence with different characteristics, which can be divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. Lower grade true essence is the most common and ordinary, with almost no characteristics. Middle grade true essence has obvious characteristics and possesses the extraordinary, already quite rare. Upper grade true essence is 1 in a million, extremely rare, and its characteristics can manifest in the external world. Those who can cultivate it are all martial prodigies. After saying all this, Yan Chen showed a look of confusion, not understanding why President Han Yang was asking such basic knowledge. Mu Yinglong couldn't help but say, "Old Zhang, are you testing the students? Why are you asking such fundamental questions? Just say what you want to say and stop beating around the bush." He. President Han Yang seemed to have relaxed, his expression no longer tense, and he grinned mischievously. "Don't be so impatient. I'm not trying to keep you in suspense, it's just that I'm not as wealthy as old Zhao, who can take out 100 million federal currency. I was thinking of using a chance to replace this 3% benefit. Could it be related to the grade of true essence?" Mu Yinglong caught the underlying meaning, his eyes widening slightly. Yan Chen instinctively held his breath. It was no wonder he was so tense. How many 9th and 10th tier martial disciples, when facing a breakthrough, would go to any lengths, frantically searching for heavenly materials and treasures, as well as high-level cultivation methods, only to exhaust themselves and still struggle to condense mid-grade true essence? Although he had the infinite law and the assistance of the infinite critical hit system, Yan Chen was confident he could condense mid-grade true essence, but condensing high-grade true essence was another matter. Seeing everyone present holding their breath, Dean Hongyang smirked, revealing a proud smile, and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. Years ago, when I was in the wilderness, I accidentally stumbled into an unknown place and saw a creation pool, which seemed to have formed after the death of a high-ranking ferocious beast. There were several flavors of rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth. At that time, my strength was low, and I hadn't broken through to a martial artist yet. I was worried there might be second-tier ferocious beasts inside, so I hurriedly left. Later, after I broke through, I wanted to find it again, but I could never locate that unknown place." Unknown place? Creation pool? Yan Chen thought of the secret realm at the bottom of the cliff and the thunder pool, his heart surging. It was said that the boundless wilderness was filled with countless treasures. He hadn't felt much about it before since he had never encountered any, but now he believed it. How long had it been? He had already heard news of another secret realm. Yan Chen even felt an impulse to become a treasure hunter in the wilderness, to pack his bag, leave the base city, and venture into the vast and bizarre wilderness. Dean Zile understood the implication of this and pondered. "Are you saying that the creation pool has the effect of enhancing the grade of true essence? It shouldn't be wrong." Dean Hongyang's eyes were filled with regret. Unfortunately, at that time, there were terrifying ferocious beasts lurking near the creation pool. My strength was insufficient, so I could only retreat. Later, when my strength was enough and I wanted to find it again, I could no longer locate it. Mu Yinglong was not interested in this benefit and glared, "You can't even find that unknown place, so what's the point of saying all this? Are you just going to give this information and let Yen Kid find it himself?" Dean Hongyang remained calm. "Don't be anxious. Over the years, I have never given up on searching for that unknown place. Although I haven't found it, I have drawn many route maps. As long as I search in unexplored areas, with a bit of luck, I might find it the next day." Now even Mu Yinglong couldn't sit still, his expression extremely serious. "Are you going to give the route map to Yen Kid?" "That's right." Dean Hongyang nodded, then smiled slyly. "This compensation should be enough to offset the 30% benefit, right?" Not just enough, it far exceeded it. If he could truly find that creation pool and use it as a foundation to attempt a breakthrough, he might be able to condense high-grade true essence. Mu Yinglong immediately said without hesitation, "Enough, absolutely enough." Yan Chen naturally would not refuse. He originally planned to go to Changqing for further studies, relying on the vast resources of the Advanced Martial Arts Academy to perfect his infinite law. The benefits promised by the two deans were like free gifts. There was no reason not to accept them. As the conversation settled, Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile respectively presented the promised benefits to Yan Chen, totaling 60 top-grade blood chi pills and 10 divine blood dragon pills. Following that, Dean Zile transferred 100 million federal coins to Yan Chen's account, and after doing all this, he did not forget to glare fiercely at Mu Yinglong. Dean Hongyang also took out a handwritten note and solemnly handed it to Yan Chen, hoping, "Kid, this map contains half a lifetime of my hard work. You must find the creation pool and fulfill this wish of mine." He had already broken through to the martial master realm and was over 50 years old. The mysterious creation pool no longer had any effect on him. The reason he tirelessly searched for it was more due to obsession, and the reason he was willing to give the map to Yan Chen, besides making up for that 30% benefit, also contained a sense of inheritance. "Rest assured, senior, I will definitely find that creation pool. Yan Chen's response was firm and powerful. For no other reason than to refine a higher grade of true essence, he would certainly find that unknown place. Dean Hongyang patted him on the shoulder, his face full of satisfaction. After that, the few of them exchanged for a while longer, finalizing some details, including the signatures recommended by Hongyang and Zile, some precautions, and so on. Yan Chen also agreed to represent the two academies in Tianlong City when the Tsunching assessment began. By the way, there's one more thing. Dean Hongyang was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something as he reached the door, turning back to say, Yin kid, although with your talent, breaking through to a martial artist should just be a matter of time, I still want to remind you that there are less than 20 days left until the Tsunching assessment. It's best to take that step during this time, otherwise, you'll have to wait until next year. Dean Zile nodded in agreement. Yes, delay brings change, it's best to participate in this year's Tsunching assessment. Yenshin clasped his hands and smiled. Rest assured, seniors, before the Tsunching assessment, I will definitely break through to become a martial artist. With such a response, Dean Honyang and Dean Zile finally felt relieved, both showing a smile as they left the Baiwei Xian restaurant, their backs clearly in a good mood. At this time, Mu Yinglong also stood up, a smile on his face. Yin kid, come back to the Mu family with me. There are quite a few people looking for you outside, and there's also the trouble with Wang Tianshi. At my house, with the martial array protecting you, at least no one can disturb you. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Yan Shan did not refuse. Now that he had 60 top-grade blood chi pills and 20 divine blood dragon pills, he urgently needed a quiet place to enter seclusion and digest the benefits he had just obtained, and among all of Tianling City, the Mu family was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he would owe another favor. The two left the Baiwei Xian restaurant, boarded a floating car, and smoothly returned to the Mu family without encountering any setbacks. There was still aftermath work to handle on the Beast Tide side, and Mu Yinglong hurried back to the Martial Arts Association, quickly instructing Zheng Tianbai and Dong Rui before leaving in a rush. Kid, you really can kill a second-tier ferocious beast? Zheng Tianbai looked up and down at the young man in front of him, recalling what old Master Mu had said before, his eyes filled with disbelief. Dong Rui also stared at Yin Shan, his expression full of incredulity. I not only can kill a second-tier ferocious beast, but just now, I also repelled a martial master. Yin Shan thought to himself, feeling that with the uproar now so great, there was nothing to hide, so he nodded truthfully. It's okay, not too difficult. My heavens, Zheng Tianbai exclaimed. Then doesn't that mean you're stronger than us? Dong Rui, thinking of something, trembled all over and said, doesn't this mean that the twin calamities of heaven and earth didn't die from the attack of the second-tier ferocious beasts, but were killed by you, right? Yen Shen thought for a moment and replied, pretty much. The reason for this answer was that while the earth calamity was indeed killed by him, the heaven calamity truly fell to the hands of the second-tier ferocious beast, the black water mysterious snake. However, this statement sounded completely different to the two martial artists. Zheng Tianbai said, no wonder the young lady treats you so well, it turns out you can slay martial artists at the martial disciple level. Such a prodigy. If I were a woman, I would definitely be smitten. Dong Rui added, absolutely, me too. Hearing such wolfish words, Yen Shin shivered all over and hurriedly ran away, fearing he might be tainted even slightly. Upon entering the villa, Yen Shen originally wanted to meet Mu Zixuan, but she still hadn't emerged from her seclusion. According to the butler, she was consolidating her martial artist realm, so he didn't disturb her and returned to his own room. 60 top-grade blood chi pills, 20 divine blood dragon pills. I wonder how high my strength will reach. A look of anticipation appeared on Yen Shen's face as he took out a bottle of top-grade blood chi pills from his small universe ring. As he consumed the pills, he also activated the infinite law. Congratulations, you triggered a 5-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you triggered a 13-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you triggered a 21-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you triggered an 18-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you triggered a 3-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you triggered a 1500-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. With the increase in his realm, Yen Shen's ability to digest martial pills became faster and faster. He consumed all 60 top-grade blood chi pills in about half a day's time. The results were quite good, with 3-digit critical hits appearing 5 times and a 4-digit critical hit appearing once. As for single and double-digit hits, they were too numerous to count. His strength was also gradually increasing. 103 elephant powers, 107 elephant powers, 110 elephant powers, 113 elephant powers. Finally, his strength settled at 115 elephant powers. 60 top-grade blood chi pills, and I triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, yet I only increased my strength by 15 elephant powers. Yen Shin said somewhat disappointedly, as expected, the further you go, the harder it is to increase strength, especially with my damaged martial foundation. Sigh. After sighing, he took out 2 jade bottles from his small universe ring, his eyes gradually brightening. Divine blood dragon pills. This top-grade martial pill was the main event. A fiery look appeared in Yen Shen's eyes as he said, then let's get started.
The Divine Blood Dragon Pill is made from the blood of dozens of high-level ferocious beasts combined with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures and refined by high-level alchemists. Its effects are not limited to enhancing strength, it can also condense blood energy, easily reaching 1000 June, resembling the might of a dragon. It is considered the #1 martial arts pill in the martial disciple realm, with a value that even surpasses many 3rd and 4th grade elixirs, each priced around 8 figures. Because of this, the 2 deans, Hong Yang and Zi Lei, who each took out 5 Divine Blood Dragon pills, felt such a pang of pain. I hope for better luck and trigger a few more critical hits. As the crimson pills were consumed, the overwhelming medicinal power quickly flowed through his limbs and bones. Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 12-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 30-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 47-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. Congratulations, you have received a 21,000-fold critical hit bonus from this pill. In the blink of an eye, all 20 Divine Blood Dragon pills were consumed. A 10,000-fold critical hit appeared? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yan Shen's eyes. This was the first time he had triggered such a high critical hit count when consuming a martial arts pill. What excited him even more was that the potency of this pill was much stronger than he had anticipated. With the support of the infinite critical hit system, the medicinal power surged like a vast sea, enhancing his blood energy, and his strength grew at an astonishing speed. 120 elephant strength, 130 elephant strength, 140 elephant strength, 198 elephant strength. Oh no! Suddenly, Yan Shen's expression changed. He could clearly feel the infinite law operating at high speed, attempting to mobilize the vast blood energy, capture the violent spiritual energy, sink it into his dantian, and condense true essence. He had a premonition that if he were to break through to the martial artist realm at this moment, the grade of the condensed true essence would definitely not be low, with a guarantee of at least mid-grade, and even high grade was not out of the question. If it were any other time, Yan Shen would definitely seize the opportunity to break through. But now, he was unwilling. Although he was confident he could condense mid-grade or higher true essence, and the probability of high-grade true essence was also quite high, it was ultimately not a guarantee of condensing high-grade true essence. If he failed, it would be too regrettable. Therefore, Yan Shen planned to first find the creation pool, absorb the creation power within, and then attempt to break through, aiming to condense high-grade true essence in one go. Stop for me. Yan Shen's face was twisted, exerting all his strength to restrain the operation of the infinite law, preventing the violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth from merging into his body. This stalemate lasted for about 10 minutes, and finally, under his strong will, the operating infinite law gradually came to a halt, the blood energy slowly calmed, and the surrounding violent spiritual energy dissipated. Ooh, that was close, I almost broke through. Yan Shen let out a long breath, his face filled with lingering fear. If this scene were seen by those 9th grade martial disciples desperately seeking a breakthrough, they would be infuriated. They wanted to break through but couldn't, while he was on the verge of breaking through and forcibly held it back. After the moment of relief, a joyful expression quickly appeared on Yan Shen's face. He took out a grip strength tester and squeezed it hard, immediately displaying the value on the screen. 203 elephant strength. The limit for 9th grade martial disciples is 81 elephant strength. I'm almost catching up to 2.5 9th grade martial disciples' values. Yan Shen was quite surprised. This is too exaggerated. Only a monstrous genius like Li Hani could reach this value, otherwise, ordinary prodigies probably wouldn't even touch the threshold. When Yan Shen finished his closed-door training, the sky outside had already darkened, and at least 7 or 8 hours had passed. Yan Shen originally planned to find Mu Zixuan to see if she had finished her seclusion. But looking at the time, he decided against it. At this hour, seeking someone might be seen as suspicious. He simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, a night passed, and the next morning, Yan Shen stretched lazily, mumbling, "Today I'm going to the wilderness to search for the creation pool. I wonder if Mu Zixuan has come out yet. If she's still in seclusion, I'll just have to come back and greet her later." To his surprise, as soon as he stepped outside, he ran into Mu Zixuan. She was wearing a light purple long dress, her long hair cascading down, held up with a butterfly hairpin. A faint excitement danced at the corners of her mouth, clearly in a good mood. Upon seeing Yan Shen, her smile became even brighter. Yan. But before she could finish her sentence, Mu Zixuan suddenly froze, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression one of shock. She couldn't help but murmur, "What a powerful aura, like a dragon, he has become even stronger than before." Yan Shen also showed a look of surprise. He didn't know if it was because he had just broken through as a martial artist and couldn't yet control his true essence, or if this little girl was deliberately showing off. The true essence radiating from her body faintly shimmered with electric light, crackling, and extremely sharp, far surpassing the mid-grade, likely a rare high-grade true essence. High-grade true essence, 1 in a million, a prodigy among prodigies, a genius among geniuses. Yan Shen had originally thought that Mu Zixuan could at most condense mid-grade true essence, but he never expected it to be high-grade. However, considering That this young lady from the Mu family had the purple thunder battle body, which was even rarer than high-grade true essence and could harness purple thunder, he felt relieved. Congratulations on breaking through to martial artist.
Thank you, Mu.
Zixuan came back to her senses, but her words still carried a hint of shock.
Yan Shen, how much strength do you have now?
Just
standing in front of you, I can feel quite a bit of pressure. A smile appeared on Yan Shen's face. Not much, just 203 elephant powers. Mu Zixuan really wanted to beat this guy in front of her. Not much?
He had already surpassed 99.999% of martial artists in the entire human federation. Then her expression changed to one of eagerness, her voice tinged with impatience.
Yan Gu, how about it? Want to practice a bit?
The Mu family has a training ground, with martial formations to protect us. It's definitely enough for both of us to showcase our skills.
You, a martial artist, want to compete with me, a martial apprentice?
Yan Shen's tone was somewhat annoyed, not expecting this young lady from the Mu family to have such a shameless side.
However, Mu Zixuan showed no signs of embarrassment, instead responding as if it
were the most natural thing. Of course, Yan Gu, you are a martial arts expert who can slay second-tier ferocious beasts at the martial apprentice level.
If I don't break through to martial artist, how could I possibly be your opponent? If I don't break through, I wouldn't even propose a match with you, right?
I think you just want to take advantage of the fact that I haven't broken through yet, using your realm to suppress me and regain some face.
He. Alright, I agree to your challenge. Mu family, training ground. Mu Zixuan's lips curled up, a hint of cunning appearing on her beautiful face.
Just as Yan Shen said, she indeed planned to use the suppression of a higher realm to regain some face. After all, this opportunity was too rare. She had already condensed 200 symbols of power and could break through to a martial artist at any moment. By then, her realm would no longer hold any advantage, and judging by the opponent's monstrous performance, she
would no longer be a match for him. As for the martial master realm,
although Mu Zixuan was quite confident in her martial talent, facing a prodigy like Yan Shen, she truly couldn't guarantee that she could break through before him. Therefore, the chance to rely on realm suppression against Yan Shen might only come once in a lifetime. She had to seize it.
Yan Gu, I'm just a girl, so when we fight later, you must hold back.
Before she could finish her sentence, Mu
Zixuan suddenly made her move.
Purple lightning true essence radiated from her, transforming her into a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Yan Shen. A sword finger also fell towards him. This little girl
really showed no mercy at all. Feeling the sharp true essence fluctuations in front of him and the tingling sensation brought by the lightning, Yan Shen curled his lips, sidestepped, and effortlessly dodged using the infinite law version of the carefree dragon step. Indeed, so fast, Mu Zixuan murmured, clearly not surprised.
Her sword finger turned into a palm, unleashing a heavenly-level martial skill, and her offensive was even more ferocious than before.
In the training ground, silver snakes danced wildly, and lightning wreaked havoc.
This young lady from the Mu family seemed to have transformed into a thunder god, launching a frenzied attack. However, facing the storm-like assault, Yan Shen merely kept
dodging, and dodging again. After about half an hour of stalemate, Mu Zixuan could no longer hold back and exclaimed, Yan Shen, I know you're fast, but can you stop dodging and fight back? We're in a competition here. Yan
Shen was silent for a moment before slowly saying, it's not that I don't want to fight back, but I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I might accidentally kill you. This statement was not an exaggeration. He couldn't control the multiplier
of the infinite critical hit system. If he triggered a few thousand times the critical hit, even a basic attack could become a lethal blow.
Yan Shen had a good impression of this girl and didn't want to blow her up on the spot. But this was
simply too absurd, and Mu Zixuan clearly didn't believe him.
She sneered, since you want to dodge, then I'll make it so you can't dodge.
Let's see if you will fight back.
As her words fell, an endless torrent of lightning poured from
Mu Zixuan, crashing towards the entire training ground like a raging tide.
Yan Shen originally planned to dodge the range of the lightning as before, but as soon as he moved, he realized something was wrong. The training ground was protected by a martial soldier's barrier, and the range was limited. Facing Mu Zixuan's all-encompassing move, there was simply nowhere to hide.
Yan Shen, feeling a headache, asked, did you plan to use this move all alone?
Of course.
Mu Zixuan said proudly, Yan Gu, don't blame me for being despicable.
It's your fault for being too fast. Without this move, I wouldn't stand a chance.
Here it comes. With a palm strike, boundless lightning surged towards the entire training ground. Was he forced to counterattack? Yan Shen sighed, then, here it comes. As his words fell, Yan Shen's fingers formed a sword, standing before the endless lightning, and gently descended.
The first move of infinite martial
skills. Infinite Dragon Sword.
Congratulations, your attack triggered a 138 times critical hit.
Just one move triggered a high critical hit? This girl's luck was really too bad. While Yan Shen was speechless, he
hurriedly tried to retract some of his strength.
But it was too late.
Roar! The dragon's roar echoed, and the surging lightning on the field was torn apart like a piece of paper, vanishing in the blink of an eye.
Having broken through to the martial artist realm, Mu Zixuan was initially quite confident and wanted to try to take on Yan Shen's move.
However, upon seeing the scene before her, she was completely stunned. She exerted all her strength to operate the 9
Heaven's purple thunder technique, attempting to dodge to the side. But just as she managed to shift her body, she was swept away by a tremendous force, crashing hard against the edge, her face flushed, nearly spitting out blood. Boom! A massive rumble echoed as the sword energy struck the martial array barrier, causing huge ripples on the light curtain, almost tearing it apart. Fortunately, the martial array was crafted by Mu Long, making it sturdy enough to withstand the blow without breaking. Are you okay? Yan Chen hurriedly stepped forward to check on her. The Mu family had treated him well, and if something happened to Mu Zixuan, it would be quite awkward. Thankfully, this young lady from the Mu family had dodged in time, only being grazed by the residual force and sustaining minor injuries. After circulating her energy for 2 small cycles, she was mostly fine. As soon as she opened her eyes, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but angrily say, Yan Chen, are you trying to kill me? You said it was just a competition, was it really necessary to be so ruthless? Yan Chen shrugged and replied, I already said, I was afraid I might accidentally kill you. Mu Zixuan. The originally intense battle ended abruptly after Yan Chen's nonchalant move. Mu Zixuan finally understood the terror experienced by those second-tier ferocious beasts that Yan Chen had slain, secretly vowing never to spar with him again, not even to think about it. Your true essence is quite impressive, it must be of high quality, right? Yan Chen's voice carried a hint of surprise. Recalling the formidable destructive power contained in the lightning earlier, he had already formed a guess in his mind. Mu Zixuan, still recovering from the shock, had just faced death and was not in the best mood. She shot him an annoyed glare before responding, yes, it's high-quality true essence, called Purple Thunder True Essence, which can only be condensed by the Purple Thunder battle body. At this point, Mu Zixuan suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, there's one more thing. I've now broken through to become a martial artist and have completed my teacher's test. I should be returning to Tianlong City today. Teacher? Test? Yan Chen's face showed confusion. Mu Zixuan continued, my teacher is a big shot in Tianlong City, a very big one, standing at the pinnacle. He gave me a test, which was that I couldn't publicly claim to be his student before breaking through to the martial artist level. At that time, I was already a 9th-tier martial apprentice, so I returned to Tianling City to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. Mu Zixuan is actually a student of a top figure from Tianling City? Yan Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He then recalled that this young lady from the Mu family had mentioned having a significant background, one that was hard to imagine. He also remembered how she had looked down on the geniuses from the Qingwu Martial Arts Academy's preparatory class during the martial arts secret realm. So that's how it is. Indeed, quite a significant background. Leaving the Mu family's training ground, it was already noon. Reflecting on the martial artist responsible for maintaining the martial formation, who had shown shock and reacted intensely, almost writing the words not welcome on his face, Yan Chen felt a great deal of regret. It was no wonder he reacted that way. That sword strike that triggered a 100-fold critical hit was truly terrifying, and the martial formation's barrier had nearly shattered. If there were 2 more of those, the entire Mu family would likely be reduced to rubble. By the way, Yan Chen, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something. Looking at your blood energy and strength, it's already incredibly solid. You should be able to break through to the martial artist realm at any time. Why haven't you taken that step? There was nothing to hide, so Yan Chen explained his plan to head to the wilderness to find the miraculous creation pool mentioned by Director Hong Yang, hoping to use it to elevate his true essence grade. He ended with a teasing remark, you've already refined high-grade true essence, I can't be too far behind, can I? Yes, brother Yan, you're the best. Mu Zixuan's voice carried a hint of annoyance, clearly still upset about the harsh move Yan Chen had just made. But then her face showed concern as she said, so you're leaving Tianling City today to go to the wilderness to find that creation pool? Yan Chen nodded, that's about right. Brother Yan, you must be careful. Concern shone in Mu Zixuan's eyes. Although the Martial Arts Association has explored many areas outside the city and divided them into various levels, that's only a small part. The true wilderness is boundless and difficult to explore. It's a paradise for fierce beasts, and the dangers are unpredictable. A warm current surged in Yan Chen's heart as he smiled, don't worry, you don't know my strength yet. Recalling that earth-shattering sword strike from earlier, Mu Zixuan's heart calmed down a bit and a smile returned to her face. In 20 days, it will be the Tsunching Assessment Day. Brother Yan, you will definitely make it in time to participate. We'll meet again in Tianlong City then. Okay, see you in Tianlong City. That afternoon, the two had a meal together, and then Mu Zixuan took the intercity train, leaving Tianling City. After bidding farewell to Mu Long, Yan Chen also set off for the wilderness, embarking on his journey to find the creation pool. Not long after he left Tianling City, in the Blue Rain Academy's president's office, a deep voice suddenly rang out, Li Zhangbai, you must hate Yan Chen very much, right? That kid clearly came from Blue Rain Academy and received training from us, yet he turned around and joined Hong Yang and Zilei, even publicly distancing himself from Blue Rain. The speaker was a middle-aged man, his entire body wrapped in black skin, his voice hoarse and his expression extremely gloomy. If Yan Chen were there, he would definitely recognize this person. Martial Master Wang Tianshi. Wang Tianshi, what do you want to say? At that moment, Li Zhangbai was sitting at his desk, looking as if he had aged significantly, clearly affected by Yin Chen's earlier rejection. Wang Tiancher said in a deep voice, if you can't have him, then Hong Yang and Zile shouldn't be able to have him either. Join forces with me to kill Yin Chen. Li Zhangbai remained silent. We can't hesitate any longer, Li Lao. Wang Tiancher's expression was somewhat anxious. You should know best how fast that kid is growing. If we give him another 2 years, no, even just 1 year, we won't have full confidence in being able to crush him in the cradle. To eliminate Yin Chen, we must act now. Li Zhangbai still said nothing, burying his head in the documents on the desk. Wang Tiancher continued, I have received intelligence that Yin Chen has left the Mu family and is heading to the wilderness. To kill him, I hired assassins from Dark Praise and paid a great price for it, but that's still not enough insurance, so I came to invite you. As long as you agree, we can chase after him and eliminate the threat once and for all. Dark Praise? Li Zhangbai finally reacted, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You actually managed to find them? Wang Tiancher smiled, it's a matter of coincidence. The people from Dark Praise are wandering around the wilderness near Tianling City as if they are looking for something, so I made a request. Li Zhangbai furrowed his brows, are they martial master level assassins? No, they are martial artists. Wang Tiancher's expression turned slightly grim. But Dark Praise is the strongest assassin organization in the endless wilderness, and its members are particularly skilled in assassination. Although they are just martial artists, it is enough to kill Yin Chen, not to mention that I will also catch up later. The large office fell into a brief silence, and Li Zhangbai's eyes were filled with a strange expression. He hesitated several times, as if wanting to say something. Wang Tiancher felt uncomfortable under his gaze and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is there something strange about this? No, nothing. Li Zhangbai hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't hold back. Haven't you heard? Yesterday, I had a bet with Yin Chen. A bet? Wang Tiancher was somewhat confused. During the previous beast tide, he had been severely injured by a third-tier ferocious beast and had been recuperating in a hidden place. Yin Chen had rejected Dean Lanyu and instead accepted the assessment from the Caixing Academy led by Hong Yang and Zile. He had only heard about this from a friend by chance, and he truly didn't know anything about the bet. If you don't know, then forget it. It's just a pity for those members of Dark Praise who will be pitifully used by you. Li Zhangbai shook his head in lament but didn't intend to say more. Wang Tiancher was also annoyed by the Dean of Lanyu's cryptic behavior and got straight to the point. Dean Li, just give me a straightforward answer. Do you want to join me in eliminating Yin Chen? If you don't want to take action yourself, that's fine, just help me block Mu Ying Long and I can handle him myself. That's right, Wang Tiancher didn't expect Li Zhangbai to take action personally, he just wanted to find an ally to block any martial masters who might appear to protect Yin Chen, like the two Deans, Hong Yang and Zile, or Mu Ying Long. Wang Tiancher, you've misunderstood something. Li Zhangbai finally reacted, slowly raising his head, his aged eyes gradually opening. I have never hesitated from the beginning. Wang Tiancher's heart leaped with joy. You agreed? No. Li Zhangbai said coldly. You have misunderstood some things. I hate Yin Chen, I am angry with Yin Chen, and I am even more furious with Yin Chen. That is true, because he chose the two academies of Hong Yang and Zile, which is equivalent to letting Lanyu miss an opportunity to rise. But you forget, I am the Dean of Lanyu, and I am also a teacher. How could I possibly kill my own student, especially one with a bright future? Wang Tiancher's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in anger, then what were you thinking just now? I was thinking about how to keep you here. As his words fell, Li Zhangbai suddenly made his move. The wilderness stretches endlessly, the strong wind howls, the vegetation is dense, and the occasional low growl of ferocious beasts can be heard. A young man is walking here, dressed in plain clothes, with a handsome face and calm eyes, yet beneath his feet lie the corpses of more than a dozen ferocious beasts, all decapitated by a single sword strike. Indeed, this person is Yin Chen. After leaving Tianling City, he has been traveling nonstop, passing through the safe zone and the alert zone, and following the route provided in the notes by Director Hong Yang, he has arrived at this place. Naturally, he has encountered numerous attacks from ferocious beasts along the way, but fortunately they were not strong, around the first or second rank, and he easily dispatched them. At this moment, Yin Chen has just finished a battle, and is looking at the coordinates marked in the notes, his brow furrowing in thought. Although Senior Li has explored many places over the decades, compared to the boundless wilderness, they seem insignificant. In this vast unknown land, where should I search? It's no wonder Yin Chen is troubled. The vast wilderness is endless, and the areas explored and divided by the Human Federation are ultimately few. More places or territories that the Martial Arts Guild has yet to step into, with no information, no data, and no danger level classifications. You don't even know if you will encounter a disaster level or even a city-destroying ferocious beast in the next moment. Thus, apart from those treasure hunters who risk their lives for riches and the wilderness hunters wanted by many base cities for their unscrupulous dealings, very few martial artists are willing to venture into the unknown. It was only because Director Hong Yang found the pool of creation while still at the martial disciple level and managed to escape that it proved the danger level of that unknown area was not high, plus he had the notes to guide him. Otherwise, Yen Shen would never have recklessly entered this unknown land. According to the notes, Senior Lee initially suspected that the pool of creation was located in 21 areas. After decades of searching, he has explored 18 areas, all without success. Now, there are 3 remaining areas: the Gray Valley Mountains, 70 kilometers south of coordinates XXX, the Tianquan River, 40 kilometers southwest, and the Nameless Canyon, 96 kilometers southeast. Oh, that canyon really has no name. Yen Chen calculated that with only 20 days left, he could at most explore these 3 areas clearly marked in the notes. As for the remaining unknown lands where the pool of creation might exist, it was no longer possible to explore. He made a decision in his heart. First, he would go to the nearest Tianquan River, then head to the Gray Valley Mountains, and finally to the Nameless Canyon. The food and water in the small Qianquan ring should be enough for this period. With the decision made, Yen Chen no longer hesitated and immediately set off towards the Tianquan River, 40 kilometers away, following the route indicated in the notes. But just as he was about to take a step, his expression suddenly turned cold and his voice was filled with killing intent. Come out, you've been following me for so long, aren't you tired? The surroundings were desolate, with no response. Yen Chen continued, if you don't come out, I'm leaving. Apart from the occasional distant growl, there was still no movement nearby. Yen Chen's cold expression faltered slightly and he frowned, scanning the area with a look of confusion. Could it really be an illusion? For some reason, he felt as if a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows, filled with malice and killing intent, but despite using all his senses, he found nothing. So, Yen Chen tried to provoke a response, but there was none. It seems it was just an illusion. Yen Chen shook his head, no longer delaying, and headed towards the Tianquan River marked in the notes. Meanwhile, nearby, in a very secretive location, there were 4 figures lurking here, relying on mysterious martial skills, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, showing no signs of flaws. As they exchanged glances, they could see the cold sweat on each other's foreheads. It wasn't until the young yet imposing figure in front of them left that the 4 let out a long sigh of relief. So, that young man is the target? That's too exaggerated. He can easily slay a second-tier beast. Is he really just a martial apprentice? If it were just about having strong combat power, being able to slay a second-tier beast across a major realm would be one thing, but his perception is also extremely sharp, able to vaguely sense our presence. It's simply unimaginable. Fortunately, we weren't exposed just now. Otherwise, if we faced him directly, the 4 of us really wouldn't be his match. Damn it, that martial artist from Tianling City said he would find reinforcements and would be here soon, but the target has been out of the city for so long and hasn't arrived. He can't be dead, can he? Boss, should we continue with this mission? As the words fell, the 3 of them looked towards a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a square face, clearly the leader of this small group of 4. It's no wonder they felt hesitant. The Black Praise is the strongest assassin organization in the wilderness, excelling in stealth, tracking, infiltration, and assassination. Often, before the target even has a chance to react, the poisoned dagger has already pierced their heart. But this time, the target was indeed quite strange. Although he was just a martial apprentice, he could easily slay a second-tier beast. What chilled them even more was that the other party could actually sense their presence. It should be known that the techniques practiced by Black Praise are simplified from the Supreme Martial Arts Black Classic, which excels in hiding. Even if someone is a major realm higher, it is difficult to detect. Yet, this mere martial apprentice managed to do so. How could they not feel fear? Continue. The member of Black Praise, with thick eyebrows, gritted his teeth, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. That kid may have a vague sense of us, but he can't truly confirm our existence, and that is our opportunity. After all, we are assassins. And the principle of an assassin is to hide oneself, seek opportunities, and strike with certainty. There are 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. As time passes, that kid will eventually let his guard down, relax, and rest, and that will be our best chance to strike. Pausing for a moment, the middle-aged man's eyes revealed greed, and his voice carried a hint of excitement. And don't forget, this kid is peculiar. Despite being just a martial apprentice, he can detect us members of Black Praise. He might have some treasure on him. Even without that martial artist from Tianling City's commission, he is still a worthy prey to hunt. Hearing this, the members of Black Praise had their eyes light up, revealing strong greed. Boss, I'll follow your lead. That's right, we are assassins. Striking with certainty is what we excel at. Let him welcome death in the darkness. Immediately, the 4 members of Black Praise moved again, blending into the surrounding environment, swiftly pursuing their target. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 6-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 15-fold critical hit bonus. The road to Tianquan River, although also part of the wilderness and having seen many martial artists pass through, has not been officially recorded by the Martial Arts Guild and thus has not been designated or rated as a specific area. Therefore, according to common knowledge in the martial arts community, it still belongs to the unknown territory. Compared to danger zones and alert zones, or even the safety zones that are isolated by walls of sword energy and cleared by specialized martial artists, the unknown territory is filled with too many uncertainties.
It would not be entirely accurate to say that the unknown territory is terrifying, as most areas are primarily inhabited by first and second tier ferocious beasts. However, it would also be incorrect to claim it is safe, for you might encounter disaster-level or even city-destroying ferocious beasts at any moment and meet a tragic end at their hands. Thus, along this journey, Yan Shen walked extremely cautiously, avoiding confrontation whenever possible, bypassing ferocious beasts if he could, and if battle was unavoidable, he would strike with full force, ensuring to end the fight as quickly and quietly as possible. The number of ferocious beasts that died at his hands reached dozens in a short time. Yet, even so, Yan Shen found himself in several heart-stopping situations. On one occasion, although there were no signs of ferocious beasts around, the vast wilderness ahead gave him an extremely terrifying feeling, as if moving forward would lead to his demise without a burial place. Yan Shen trusted this premonition and chose not to advance, instead waiting in place for a while. After about 10 minutes, a third-tier ferocious beast leisurely passed by, like a king surveying its territory. However, as it approached that spot, a terrifying abyssal maw suddenly appeared and swallowed it whole, the horrific screams echoing for a long time, leaving him pale-faced. I don't know if it's due to the nameless technique or the wonders of the infinite law. Yan Shen pondered. I feel like my perception has improved tremendously compared to before. This made him feel fortunate. Without this enhanced perception, exploring the boundless wilderness could have led him into unimaginable dangers. Thus, Yan Shen walked and paused, quickly covering half the distance. Kill! At this moment, Yan Shen's expression was icy as he continuously swung his sword, the infinite law operating at its peak, while two second-tier ferocious beasts around him relentlessly launched attacks, their faces twisted with ferocity, their murderous aura overwhelming. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 6-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 15-fold critical hit bonus. In the blink of an eye, the struggle had lasted for over 10 minutes. Strangely, this time Yan Shen did not hastily end the battle. Instead, he fought steadily and methodically, appearing quite unaggressive. According to my perception, aside from these two second-tier ferocious beasts, there shouldn't be any strong presences nearby, just the right opportunity. Yan Shen murmured to himself, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, congratulations, your attack this time received a 2,700-fold critical hit bonus. Finally, the moment had come. Yan Shen's expression suddenly turned cold, and instead of striking the two second-tier ferocious beasts in front of him, he followed the guidance of his perception and slashed towards a large patch of bushes and grass to his left rear. Like a rain of cold stars, the sword rain instantly covered the surroundings, descending with an unmatched strangling force. Meanwhile, on the other side, boss, this kid is way too cautious. Even when fighting ferocious beasts along the way, he hasn't shown a single flaw, and he's always on high alert, leaving no opportunity. Could it be that he still suspects someone is nearby? This is an incredibly terrifying sense of perception. The three ordinary members of Dark Praise exchanged words, their voices laced with obvious fear. At that moment, the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows looked at the figure not far away, entangled with two second-tier ferocious beasts, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. When he first accepted the commission, he learned that the target was merely a martial apprentice and thought it would be an easy task to complete. Moreover, the martial artist from Tianling City was generous, offering a substantial reward, which is why he agreed. However, he never expected that the target, while indeed a martial apprentice, was far from ordinary. Not only could this martial apprentice slay second-tier ferocious beasts across great realms, but he also possessed an extremely strong sense of perception. As a killer, the most feared encounter is with a martial artist who has such keen perception. In that case, stealth and assassination techniques would be greatly diminished in effectiveness before him, and a direct confrontation between a killer and a martial artist would be the height of foolishness. Thus, at this moment, the middle-aged man belonging to Dark Praise had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Sigh. He said, if that martial artist from Tianling City had come along, there might have been a chance, but now, forget it. This young man is beyond our capability to handle, let's retreat. The other members of Dark Praise also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, after following this young man and witnessing his terror, they had all been under immense pressure, contemplating abandoning the commission, but they had been caught in a dilemma. Now that the leader was willing to give up, they were naturally more than happy to comply. However, just as the few members of Dark Praise were about to make a move, a terrifying rain of swords descended upon them, cold stars filling the sky like a storm. No! A roar erupted, and in an instant, the three ordinary members of Dark Praise were engulfed by an endless wave of sword energy, turning into a mist of blood, their bodies obliterated, dead beyond recovery. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly took out a round shield to block, a treasure-level defensive weapon. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters was ravaged by sword light, the ground sinking 3 inches, with no vegetation remaining. Fortunately, with this treasure-level weapon, he managed to withstand the onslaught of sword rain and suffered minimal damage. But the middle-aged man did not feel relieved. Instead, he trembled all over, his face showing fear, fully aware that something even more terrifying was yet to come. Exposed, he was about to face that horrifying young man. Sure enough, oh, there's actually a survivor. That round shield must be
At least a treasure-level weapon, otherwise it would be impossible to block my strike. A voice tinged with surprise came, quickly turning cold and eerie. It seems my perception was not wrong. There are indeed people hiding in the shadows. Speak, who are you, and why are you following me? At this moment, the two second-tier ferocious beasts had been slain, and the young man, dressed in plain clothes, with a delicate face and an incredibly indifferent gaze, stood before him. Yan Chen's gaze was icy, his face betraying no emotion. In truth, he had not actually noticed these few people, nor was he even certain if someone was truly following him. It was just a strong sense of awareness that kept alerting him, making it impossible to ignore. Eventually, Yan Chen decided to take action, choosing a relatively safe place to utilize the intervals during his battle with the fierce beasts to stack the infinite critical hit system. As long as he triggered a high multiplier critical hit, he would throw it in a random direction based on his instincts. To his surprise, there really was someone following him in secret, and they managed to block a strike that triggered a 2,700 times critical hit. But that was as far as it went. Once he caught the person, a direct confrontation would be enough for even a martial master like Yan Chen to shake them, let alone a mere martial artist. A cold voice then rang out, "Speak, who are you, and why are you following me?" The middle-aged man was about to answer when suddenly his body transformed into a shadow, attempting to flee into the woods. Unfortunately, Yan Chen was always on guard. There was no way he would let this person escape. The domineering sound of a dragon's roar echoed as a long sword fell to the ground, the surging sword energy causing the earth to crack open, blocking the middle-aged man's path. A voice filled with cold murderous intent came from behind. "This is a warning. If there's a next time, this sword will fall upon your head. If you think you can withstand it, feel free to try escaping again." The member of the Black Praise organization had a face that shifted between various emotions: conflicted, frustrated, and fearful. Ultimately, recalling the sword that had slain his three companions, a strike that could shock the heavens and weep. For the ghosts, he couldn't help but sigh and turn to say, "I won't run anymore, young master." "Oh no, I mean, sir, please spare my life." Yan Chen replied coldly, "You still haven't answered my question." "Well, my name is Jilu. We belong to a killer organization active in the wilderness called Black Praise. The reason we were following you, young master, is because..." The middle-aged man was quite astute, knowing that non-cooperation would surely lead to the same fate as his companions, so he recounted everything about the commission from the martial master of Tianling City, Wang Tianshi. Yan Chen's expression darkened as he quickly pieced together the situation. Initially, he had heard from Mu Long that this guy had been severely injured by a third-tier fierce beast and thought he wouldn't show up for a while. He never expected that he would actually commission a killer organization in the wilderness to assassinate him. "Once I break through to become a martial artist, with the infinite critical hit system and the characteristics of infinite law, I should have the strength to fight against a martial master." Yan Chen murmured to himself, "It's time to settle the score between us." At this moment, the middle-aged man, Jilu, had grown to hate the martial master of Tianling City. Although the other party had mentioned that this target was quite tricky, he never imagined it would be this difficult. A single sword strike had killed 3 martial artist assassins from Black Praise, and the ground within 100 meters had sunk 3 inches. Even his precious defensive martial soldier had suffered significant damage. Such a terrifying blow would surely be troublesome even for a martial master. When Yan Chen raised his head again, facing Jilu's gaze, the latter couldn't help but shiver, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. He hurriedly said, I have already told you my background. According to our agreement, you cannot kill me. I never made such an agreement with you." Yan Chen shook his head, raising his sword again, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Letting go of an enemy was the most foolish thing to do. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would lead to endless troubles. He certainly wouldn't do that, having decided from the very beginning to slay this member of Black Praise. Hearing this, Jilu's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly said, Wait, I am a member of Black Praise. Do you know how terrifying Black Praise is? Don't say it's just a small ordinary base city. Even the powers of the highest base cities like Shangjing, Tianjing, and Duhang have to show some respect. If you kill me, it will bring you great trouble. Not killing you, but letting you go, would bring even greater trouble, Yan Chen thought, raising the sword in his hand. Jilu was even more frightened. In order to save his life, he couldn't care about anything else and quickly said, "No, don't kill me, young master. I can teach you the cultivation method of pitch black tremor and the accompanying martial skills. You should know how powerful we are in stealth. As long as you learn it, even if your combat power doesn't increase much in terms of stealth and assassination, you'll definitely be a top expert." Yan Chen's movements paused for a moment, but it was only for a moment. He gripped the sword, his killing intent still thick, and he had no intention of letting Jilu go just because of a technique, leaving himself with trouble. "Don't go too far, kid. If you push too hard, it will be a dead end for both of us. After all, I'm a martial artist. If it comes down to a life and death struggle," Jilu said angrily, his expression showing a willingness to go down together. However, when he saw the boy in front of him still exuding killing intent without any sign of retreat, not afraid of his desperation, Jilu's momentum deflated again, his face showing conflict, as if he faced a very difficult choice. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "Actually, we came here under the banner of Pitch Black Tribute to find a secret place with a creation pool. I've already gotten some clues. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to take you to find it. Creation pool. Yan Shen finally showed some emotion, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Although he felt it was too coincidental, the name Creation Pool made him involuntarily connect the secret place Ji Lu mentioned with the creation pool that Dean Hongyang had entered when he was young. Yes, it's the creation pool. Seeing that the killing god in front of him finally reacted, Ji Lu was overjoyed and quickly continued. Legend has it that it was formed from a high-ranking ferocious beast after its death, possessing the power to seize the creation of heaven and earth. We learned about it from an ancient book, which is why we came here under the banner of Pitch Black Tribute to search for it. It's confirmed, the creation pool Ji Lu mentioned is the same one I'm looking for. Yan Shen pondered for a moment, took out a jade bottle. From his small Qianquan ring, poured out a small white pill and threw it over. Take this, and I'll spare your life. What is this? Ji Lu caught it casually, a terrible guess forming in his mind, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. Yan Shen said, it's poison, 7-day soul-severing pill. After taking it, there will be no effect for 7 days, but if you don't take the antidote after 7 days, you will die with all your meridians severed. This is certainly nonsense. Yan Shen came to the wilderness this time to search for the creation pool and never expected that there would be assassins secretly following him, let alone that he would need to prepare a lethal poison in advance. The pill he gave to Ji Lu was just an ordinary blood chi pill. As for the name 7 days soul-severing pill, it was merely something he made up on a whim. However, Yan Shen was not worried that this black praise assassin would see through the lie, because he could tell that Ji Lu was very afraid of death, extremely afraid, and as long as someone was afraid of dying, they would not gamble on the authenticity of the pill, nor would they dare to risk their own life. So as long as Ji Lu believed this was the 7 days soul-severing pill, then it was indeed the 7 days soul-severing pill. This is really a poison pill. Sure enough, Ji Lu held the pill in his hands, trembling all over, overwhelmed by immense fear. Yan Shen's expression was emotionless. You can think of this pill as fake, but you must eat it. Ji Lu's expression gradually became twisted. He did not dare to gamble on the authenticity of the pill, and if he swallowed it, his life and death would almost be in the hands of the young man before him. He gritted his teeth, trying to make a final struggle. Young master, I promise to cooperate honestly. This pill, you must eat it. However, before Ji Lu could finish speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Yan Shen. I cannot keep a time bomb by my side. If you don't eat it, I can only kill you. After a long struggle, the fear of death ultimately suppressed the longing for freedom. Ji Lu opened his mouth and unhesitatingly swallowed the 7 days soul-severing pill. After doing this, Ji Lu's face was filled with despair. Fully aware that his life and death were no longer in his control. Young master, I have eaten it. Yan Shen nodded, checked his mouth, and confirmed that the pill had indeed been swallowed before nodding in satisfaction. Let's go, take me to find the creation pool you mentioned. Okay. After subduing Ji Lu, Yan Shen began to inquire about information regarding the creation pool. Ji Lu's psychological defenses had long been shattered, so he naturally did not hide anything and recounted everything he knew in detail. In response to the young master, according to ancient texts, to find the creation pool, 3 conditions must be met: timing, location, and harmony. Timing is sunrise in the east, sunset in purple clouds. Location is water born in a line between heaven and earth. Harmony is residing in the chin position facing south while sitting north. We have already locked down a dozen places, among which the ones that meet the conditions include Tianquan River, Huegu Mountain Range, etc. Most of them have already been explored, but they were not, so they were eliminated. According to the original plan, we intend to search for Tianquan River next. Timing, location, and harmony? These were not recorded in Dean Hongyang's journal. It seems he did not pay much attention to how he entered the creation pool's secret realm back then. However, Tianquan River? Yan Shen grinned. It was quite a coincidence. As per the original plan, his next stop was also there. Alright, I understand. Lead the way. As you command, young master. After a brief interlude, Yan Shen set off again, heading towards Tianquan River, but unlike when he had just left Tianling City alone, he now had someone by his side. It must be said that Ji Lu adapted to his role quickly. In just a few minutes, he had completed the identity transformation, following Yan Shen closely, his expressions, actions, and voice all incredibly humble, with his words revealing a desire to please. If one did not know better, they might think he was a brainless fan. Young master, I have never seen such an impressive martial artist like you. Really, that sword was simply terrifying. It could be said to shake the heavens and make ghosts weep. Even a 7th-tier martial artist would probably not be able to withstand it. That martial artist from Tianling City is simply brazen, daring to oppose you, young master. His days are surely numbered. Even among the young talents of the high-base cities, no, in Tianjing, Shanjing, and Duhang, none can compare to you in martial arts talent. You shine like the sun, unparalleled throughout history, dominating the present. After all, being praised, Yan Shen initially enjoyed it and didn't stop him, but as Ji Lu continued, his words became increasingly exaggerated, almost comparing him to an unparalleled genius, a rare prodigy throughout history. Yan Shen couldn't stand this flattery any longer and quickly said, enough. Shut up, be quiet for a moment. Ji Lu blinked, his middle-aged face with thick eyebrows full of grievance. Yan Shin couldn't help but shiver, even regretting that he should have cut him down with a sword earlier, knowing he was so talkative. By the way, to change the subject, Yan Shin suddenly thought of something and quickly asked Ji Lu, "What exactly is the Black Praise organization? I've never heard of it before." Ji Lu naturally replied, "The Black Praise is, of course, the largest assassin organization in the Endless Wilderness, on par with the Fierce God Cult, Fireseed Society, and Blood Kingdom. Fierce God Cult?" Yan Shen's eyes narrowed as he recalled the wilderness hunter he had encountered before, who was from the Fierce God Cult. Soon, doubts arose in his heart. The wilderness was boundless, a paradise for fierce beasts. Logically, there shouldn't be too many people. Yet, the Black Praise not only claimed to be the #1 assassin organization in the wilderness, but from Jilu's attitude, it seemed they weren't too afraid of the powers in the highest base cities like Shangjing, Duhang, and Tianjing, which piqued his curiosity greatly. Since the Black Praise had such a reputation, why had he never heard of it before? "Young master, did you think that the wilderness is boundless, a paradise for fierce beasts, with no humans living there, right?" Ji Lu was sharp and immediately saw the young man's confusion. Yan Shen nodded and said, "That's right. The Martial Arts Academy's courses mentioned that the wilderness is very dangerous, not only filled with countless and terrifying fierce beasts but also various perilous places, making it unsuitable for human habitation. Only a few reckless treasure hunters would dare to explore deeper, where no martial artists exist." At this point, Yan Shen suddenly realized something, his brows furrowing. Could it be that this is not the case? Not just untrue, it's completely off the mark. A hint of disdain flashed in Ji Lu's eyes. "Young master, in the real wilderness, not only do humans live there, but it's also much livelier than you imagine, with various city-states and major powers, a mix of all sorts, truly a spectacle." This answer left Yan Shen stunned. He could tell that this member of the Black Praise was not lying. But this raised another question. He couldn't help but ask, then why does the Martial Arts Academy conceal this fact? Why do they claim that there are no humans in the wilderness? It's not that the Martial Arts Academy is hiding it, but the entire Human Federation is blocking information about the forces in the wilderness. Ji Lu corrected, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Yan Shen frowned. "Why do that?" Ji Lu curled his lips and said, "What else could it be? They don't want to be controlled. Think about it, young master, the various forces in the wilderness operate independently and are not governed by the Human Federation. As rulers, they must see them as a thorn in their side, but there's nothing they can do. To maintain their own authority, they naturally have to erase the existence of the wilderness forces. But can they really keep this information from everyone?" Yan Shen was even more puzzled. Of course, they can't keep it from everyone. Ji Lu spoke candidly, quickly answering, "In fact, anyone who reaches the level of a martial artist knows about the existence of the wilderness forces. To some extent, even stronger martial masters can explore deeper into the wilderness and may have had contact with them. The higher-ups of the Human Federation are also aware that it's impossible to completely seal it off, so they don't pursue it too much, as long as the wilderness forces don't come to light. So, has there never been a great war between the Human Federation and the wilderness forces? How could there not be a great war? The Human Federation often uses the pretext of destroying criminal organizations to hunt down the wilderness forces. Each clash is intense, almost knocking the brains out of their heads. Young master, you have no idea how brutal it is. It's like a meat grinder, and martial artists who go in are just cannon fodder." "I see." Yan Shen nodded, gaining a general understanding of the relationship between the Human Federation and the wilderness forces. But soon he frowned again, feeling that the Human Federation's blockade of information about the wilderness forces was not as simple as Ji Lu said. This reasoning was simply too shallow. He suspected there were deeper reasons behind it. Of course, such levels of secrecy were far too distant for someone like Yan Shen, who was still just a martial apprentice. After thinking for a moment, he stopped dwelling on it and redirected his attention back to the creation pool. After a while, the two continued towards the Tianquan River. As before, if they encountered fierce beasts, they would avoid them if possible, and if they could avoid fighting, they would. If they had to engage, they would ensure a quick kill, ending the battle in the shortest time, without making too much noise. The only difference this time was that Ji Lu took on the responsibility of dealing with first and second tier fierce beasts, while Yan Shen mostly followed behind. It must be said that the Black Praise truly deserved its reputation as the #1 killer organization in the wilderness. Their stealth capabilities were terrifying. Sometimes Ji Lu was right nearby, yet his presence was so low that it felt as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. Even if one saw him, they would instinctively overlook him. As evening approached, the two hurried along and successfully arrived at the Tianquan River. The sun rises in the east, the sun sets in the purple haze. Water flows in a line between heaven and earth, residing in the Qin position, sitting north and facing south. Yan Shen gazed at the starry sky on the horizon where water met sky, murmuring, "This riddle is relatively easy to guess. I just hope this Tianquan River is the right place and that I won't have made a wasted trip." At this moment, he sat alone by the riverbank, a campfire warming him, while Ji Lu was nowhere to be seen. But Yan Shen was aware that this Black Praise killer was nearby, not only because he saw through the other's fear of death, fearing to escape before obtaining the antidote for the 7 days soul-severing pill, but also due to the powerful perception from Infinite. law which allowed him to vaguely sense his presence, though he didn't know where he was hiding. The fact that Black Praise's techniques were so strong in terms of secrecy piqued his interest. If I can learn this secret method, many things will indeed become much easier to handle. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, Yan Shen's journey was not smooth. He encountered numerous beast hordes and faced several dangers. There was even one instance when a terrifying aura came from upstream, at least a disaster-level ferocious beast, and it was not impossible for it to be city-destroying. Fortunately, the aura came quickly and left just as fast, so he managed to escape without incident. During this period, he had almost traversed the entire Tianquan River and, following the 3 principles of timing, location, and harmony, tried various methods but still found no trace of the Creation Pool's secret place. At this point, Yan Shen was certain that the Creation Pool's secret realm was not in this area. It's time to move on to the next place. The next morning, after slaying 2 second-tier ferocious beasts that had wandered here, Yan Shen and Ji Lu set off again, heading towards the Grey Valley mountain range. According to the original plan, Ji Lu intended to conceal himself again, following nearby to deal with the unavoidable first and second-tier ferocious beasts, clearing the way for Yan Shen. However, just as he made a move, Yan Shen called out to him, "Wait a moment. Young master, do you have any orders?" Ji Lu's face was full of humility. Yan Shen said lightly, "The cultivation method of your Black Praise is quite interesting. I plan to try to cultivate it as well, but I don't know if you would be willing to teach it." "Of course I would," Ji Lu replied eagerly, and seeing his delighted demeanor, one might think Yan Shen was going to impart him a technique. For a genius like you, with such extraordinary talent, brilliance, and the ability to defy fate, to be able to cultivate the Black Classic is an honor for us in the Black Praise. I'm so happy I can hardly contain myself. How could I possibly refuse? However, before he could finish speaking, a cold and deep voice interrupted him. "Is there a problem with the Black Praise technique?" Ji Lu's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "How could that be? I also cultivate." But Yan Shen did not give him a chance to speak. His gaze was icy, his aura imposing, and the pressure was palpable as he stared at Ji Lu, saying, "I advise you to think carefully before you answer. A person only has one life. If you gamble wrong, there will be no chance to turn things around." He was not making this guess without reason. Ji Lu's reaction was too unusual. As the foundational technique of Black Praise, it should logically have strict constraints, and the organization would do everything possible to ensure it did not leak. However, when he expressed his desire to learn the Black Praise technique, Ji Lu's first reaction was not to hesitate or be troubled, but rather to be overjoyed and agree readily. Coupled with his strong sixth sense warning him, Yan Shen was certain that there was a problem with the Black Praise technique. Ji Lu stopped smiling, his expression shifting unpredictably, and finally, in frustration, he said, "Young master, I truly did not deceive you. The Black Praise technique really has no issues, it's just that there is a slight side effect." Yan Shen remained silent, his gaze still icy. Ji Lu immediately felt an immense pressure, his eyes darting away, not daring to meet the gaze directed at him, his voice trembling even more. "Our Dark Praise technique is called Dark Scroll, simplified from the supreme martial art Dark Canon. It encompasses cultivation methods, martial skills, essentials, insights, and so on. As for the side effects, any warrior who has practiced the Dark Scroll will be subject to the control of the Dark Canon, with their life and death in the hands of the holder of the Dark Canon." Feeling the increasingly cold gaze in front of him, Ji Lu hurriedly explained, "But rest assured, currently there are only 3 practitioners of the Dark Canon, namely the leader of Dark Praise, the Dark Sun, and the Dark Daughter. Moreover, the true holder of the Dark Canon, who can transcend all limitations and control all who have practiced the Dark Scroll, has yet to be born. So theoretically, as long as one does not encounter the 3 who practice the Dark Canon, this side effect is almost negligible." Yan Shen sneered. At first glance, this statement seemed reasonable. The territory of the Human Federation was vast, and combined with the endless wilderness, the probability of encountering the Dark Leader, Dark Sun, or Dark Daughter was indeed low. But in reality, practicing this Dark Scroll was equivalent to accepting the control of the Dark Canon. Even if one did not wish to join Dark Praise, it would be impossible. Perhaps this was also why Ji Lu was so happy to hear that he would practice the Dark Scroll. The Dark Master is. Yan Shen narrowed his eyes, surprised that the leader of Dark Praise could not master the Dark Canon. That is the true ruler of Dark Praise, the Son of God who was said to be favored by the divine. Seeing that the young man in front of him did not get angry, Ji Lu let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, "According to the legends within the organization, the Dark Canon is a sacred object of a deity, once bestowed upon a child favored by him, and that Son of God possesses the power to control all darkness. However, in nearly 1,000 years, no Son of God capable of wielding the Dark Canon has ever appeared. And the 3 high-ranking figures, the Dark Leader, the Dark Sun, and the Dark Daughter, have been vying for the identity of the Son of God, engaging in both open and covert struggles for a long time, the chaos of which cannot be explained in just a few words. A sacred object of a deity? Does this world really have deities? How could that be? It should be the remnants of a powerful warrior with an extremely high martial realm, almost akin to a deity." At this moment, the two walked a long distance, encountering 2 second-tier ferocious beasts along the way, but they chose to bypass them without engaging in battle.
Yan Shen pondered for a moment and suddenly said, I'm very interested in the dark scroll, teach it to me.
What? Ji Lu's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears.
After mentioning the side effects of the dark scroll, he had assumed that this
terrifyingly powerful young man would definitely be unwilling to practice it.
After all, what it meant to be inherently controlled by a higher level technique was something anyone with sense would understand.
But unexpectedly, the other party actually agreed? Did he really believe that nonsense, thinking he wouldn't encounter the Dark Leader, son, and daughter? What? Unwilling?
Although Yan Shen's expression remained cold, there was a hint of teasing in his words. Though he felt it hard to believe Ji Lu would not let such a rare opportunity slip away, immediately nodding and saying, willing, young master, I will teach
you the dark scroll right away.
In the following period, Yan Shen, while evading the ferocious beasts, also began to practice the Scroll of Darkness. It must be said that this cultivation method truly lives up to its reputation as the fundamental technique of
the strongest killer organization in the wilderness.
Although it is currently only at the level of a heavenly technique in terms of stealth, infiltration, and assassination, it has already approached the level of a master technique, being extremely profound and
mysterious. Moreover, according to Ji Lu, as long as one completes tasks in the dark praise and accumulates points, they can receive
insights from the dark canon to upgrade and perfect their own scroll of darkness, allowing them to advance to a higher level.
Young master, your comprehension is just too extraordinary,
Ji Lu said, his eyes filled with disbelief. His scroll of darkness was only at the heavenly level, yet it was more difficult to cultivate than the vast majority of cultivation methods. But in such a short time, this young man before him had comprehended 6 or 7 parts of it, which was simply monstrous. No, even calling it
monstrous was an understatement. However, after a moment's thought, Ji Lu felt relieved.
This young master was able to unleash such a world-shattering sword strike at the level of a martial apprentice, easily slaying 3 of his companions. Such terror made
his extraordinary comprehension seem quite normal.
Yan Shen replied lightly, it's already very slow. If luck were a bit better, it
would actually be much faster. This was not an exaggeration. If he triggered a few more high multiplier critical hits, he might have comprehended the scroll of darkness long ago.
At this moment, Yan Shen was secretly operating the nameless technique, consuming
the scroll of darkness. Yes, he was indeed consuming it.
Yan Shen was not foolish. Knowing the side effects of the scroll of darkness, he chose to cultivate it only after making thorough preparations. He planned to consume the scroll of darkness, merging its essence into the infinite technique, and then unleash it using infinite martial skills. This way, he could avoid the side effects of being controlled by the dark canon while also utilizing the stealth and infiltration techniques within the scroll of darkness, making it the most perfect plan. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed.
During this time, under Ji Lu's guidance and relying on the infinite critical hit system, Yan Shen not only fully comprehended the scroll of darkness but had also initially mastered it.
Once, when facing 3 second-tier ferocious beasts, he even stood right in front of the beast pack, and none of the
beasts noticed him.
Such a terrifying progress left Ji Lu astonished, as if he had seen a ghost.
After 2 days of travel, they
were now very close to the Grey Valley Mountains. That noon, the two had entered the outskirts of the Grey Valley Mountains. As usual, they were moving forward, but after just a few steps, a terrifying rumble echoed from ahead, and the brutal aura swept over them like a tide, causing both to change color in fear. Ji Lu looked ahead and felt an immense shock, saying, young master, it's the cracked wind white tiger and the earth giant bear, both 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. They are engaged in a fierce battle.
Are there 2 3rd-tier ferocious beasts fighting?
A look of surprise flashed in Yan Shen's eyes. Logically speaking, at the 3rd tier, ferocious beasts possess extremely high intelligence and instinctively seek to gain benefits while avoiding
harm. They would not easily engage in life and death battles.
He had already been in the wilderness for 5 or 6 days, encountering many ferocious beasts, even disaster-level ones, but this was the first time he had come across such a situation.
Can we go around?
No, young master. Ji Lu shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. The battlefield of these 2 3rd-tier ferocious beasts is quite tricky, blocking the entire path. We can't go around at all.
Yan Shen pondered
for a moment and said, then let's not rush.
We'll wait here.
Wait for these 2 to finish their fight. I see, young master is indeed wise and powerful. I'll go nearby to keep watch, just call me if you need anything.
After Ji Lu
finished speaking, he turned to leave. As he turned his back, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly faded, the process so brief that it was hardly noticeable. Yan Shen watched the departing figure, his brow slightly furrowed. Although this member of the Black Praise was as flattering, humble, and ingratiating as ever, as if truly controlled by the false 7-day soul-severing pill, for some reason, he felt a strange sensation lingering in his heart, as if all of the other person's words were laced with mockery.
Could it be that this guy has some hidden agenda related to the Black Scroll?
After a moment of frowning, Yan Shen's brow quickly relaxed, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor
a frown. He better behave, otherwise he will face severe consequences.
The battle between the split-wind white tiger and the earth giant bear was even more intense than expected. In the valley, the 2 giant beasts were entangled, blood
splattering everywhere, crushing countless boulders and terrifying storms and earth spikes wreaking havoc. Even high-level martial artists who got too close would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Yan Chen was carefully operating the black scroll, merging himself with the surrounding environment to minimize his presence, cautiously observing the battle between the two third-tier ferocious beasts. Upon witnessing such a brutal scene, even he couldn't help but feel a chill. The split wind white tiger is a naturally wind elemental beast, possessing abilities like split wind, break wind, and storm, and can also be enhanced by wind attributes. Even among third-tier ferocious beasts, it is considered formidable. The earth giant bear, on the other hand, evolved from the earth subbear. It not only has extremely strong defensive capabilities but can also draw power from the earth and alter the terrain, using abilities like Earth Spike and Earth Rift. Even third-tier ferocious beasts one or two small realms higher would not want to confront it. To see such two powerful ferocious beasts actually fighting each other is indeed rare. After expressing his amazement, Yan Chen felt a significant doubt arise in his heart. Logically speaking, the life and death battles between third-tier ferocious beasts could only be due to a few reasons. First, to seize territorial ownership. Second, to settle a deep-seated grudge. Third, to compete for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the way the split-wind white tiger and the earth giant bear were fighting did not seem like they were fighting for territory. Could it be that the two beasts had developed a life and death grudge? He thought for a moment and shook his head, feeling that while this was a possibility, it was not very likely. As for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Yan Chen frowned and glanced around. The vast wilderness was overgrown with weeds, and the occasional low growl of ferocious beasts could be heard, but it was hard to see any signs of heavenly materials or earthly treasures emerging. Forget it, it doesn't concern me anyway. After pondering for a long time without coming to a conclusion, Yan Chen simply stopped guessing and squinted his eyes, murmuring, once these two third-tier ferocious beasts determine the victor, we should hurry to the Grey Valley mountain range. Unexpectedly, the battle between the Gale Wind White Tiger and the Earth Giant bear lasted much longer than Yan Chen had anticipated, continuing until dusk without any sign of ending. During this time, many fierce beasts were drawn in by the residual energy, including several third-tier beasts, but they clearly did not want to get involved in this inexplicable yet extremely dangerous fight. After observing for a while, they all left. As for the first and second-tier beasts, they had long been scared away by the aftermath of the third-tier beasts' battle, let alone linger in the area. Fortunately, I practiced the Scroll of Darkness, or I would be in trouble. Yan Chen murmured to himself, feeling a sense of relief. There were indeed quite a few third-tier beasts attracted by the Gale Wind White Tiger and the Earth Giant Bear, around 6 or 7, most of which lingered for more than 10 minutes. The place he was hiding was located on a small path, with very few places to conceal himself, not to mention the third-tier beasts were extremely perceptive. Ordinary warriors could not possibly evade their senses. If it weren't for the strong stealth effect of the Scroll of Darkness, which minimized his presence, he might have been discovered. He then furrowed his brows, thinking, the stealth effect of the Scroll of Darkness is surprisingly terrifying. At the heavenly level, it can evade the perception of third-tier beasts? No wonder it is the fundamental technique practiced by the #1 killer organization in the wilderness. I wonder how terrifying the complete Scroll of Darkness would be. Young master, look quickly. At that moment, Ji Lu's excited voice suddenly came from an unknown distance. Yan Chen instinctively looked ahead, and with just one glance, he couldn't help but freeze, his face displaying immense surprise and joy. Golden dusk poured down, illuminating the Gale Wind White Tiger and the Earth Giant Bear, and the blood, under the interplay of light and shadow, became ethereal, reflecting a hazy, unknown realm where mist swirled, celestial plants swayed, and a dreamlike, enormous pool exuded the power of endless creation. Creation pool? Yan Chen couldn't help but exclaim, this scene has nothing to do with those 3 lines of revelation. Halfway through his words, he suddenly froze, his eyes gradually brightening. Heavily timing, the sun rises in the east, the sun sets in purple clouds. Geographical advantage, water flows in a line between heaven and earth. Human harmony. Residing in the Qian position, facing south while sitting north. Perhaps he had been mistaken from the very beginning. The conditions for entering the secret realm of the creation pool were not actually harsh. One only needed to be near the secret realm during dusk or dawn, with water flowing in a line, and facing south while being in the northern position to see the correct path. It is now dusk, and the blood flowing from the battle between the Gale Wind White Tiger and the Earth Giant Bear just happens to converge into a line. I am currently in the northern Qian position, looking south, and the secret realm of the creation pool is just nearby. All these factors combined perfectly match the description of the revelation, so the correct path has appeared. Yan Chen gazed at the path reflected before him, unable to contain the excitement in his heart, thinking, it's almost time. As long as I can reach the creation pool, I can attempt to break through as a warrior. After the excitement, Yan Chen furrowed his brows, feeling that this was too coincidental. 2 third-tier ferocious beasts inexplicably started fighting, and it just happened to meet the conditions to open the creation pool, revealing the path to the secret place. Could it be that the cracked Wind White Tiger and the Earth Giant Bear are not fighting for no reason, but already knew about the existence of the secret place and are battling to seize the creation inside? Sure enough, just as Yan
Chen finished muttering to himself. The two third-tier ferocious beasts suddenly changed their course, no longer fighting each other but charging towards the creation pool's secret place together, their reaction so swift, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Oh no, kid, those two ferocious beasts are actually heading for the creation pool too. A voice sounded beside him. Ji Lu had appeared at some point, his face filled with urgency. He had just been thrilled to see the creation pool secret realm open. After all, he had taken a huge risk exploring the uncharted wilderness that had not been developed by any forces, all for the opportunity of this creation pool. But now, the two ferocious beasts had gotten there first, and each one was a third-tier beast far beyond what he could contend with. How could Ji Lu not feel anxious? Yan Shen's mood was similar, equally urgent, but he knew this was not the time to panic, as some troubles still needed to be dealt with first. His voice was low and cold. You won't even call me young master now, but directly replace it with kid? Ah! Ji Lu was taken aback, realizing that he had been too anxious and had neglected his address. However, he did not show the same fear as before. In fact, he seemed to have lost much of his trepidation, gradually straightening his back, his eyes revealing a fierce look. Kid, flattering you a bit, do you really think you're a big shot? Yan Shen said nothing, just quietly looked at Ji Lu in front of him, his gaze growing colder. Under that terrifying gaze, Ji Lu couldn't help but shiver, but then he thought of something and quickly calmed down, pulling out a dark object resembling a bronze token from his pocket, his voice filled with pride. I command you in the name of the Dark Apostle to submit to me and henceforth await my orders? Dark Apostle? Yan Shen frowned slightly, sensing that the moment the other party raised the bronze token, the cultivation method within him seemed to be inexplicably drawn, producing a very faint fluctuation. But that was all. He slightly activated the infinite law and quelled the fluctuation. It seemed that Ji Lu's words had been problematic from the start. The leader, Holy Son, and Holy Maiden in the Dark Apostle's praise could indeed command all who had practiced the Dark Scroll. That should be correct, but besides that, there was another type of person who could do this. And he was that kind of person. Unfortunately, what Ji Lu did not know was that the Dark Scroll had long been devoured by the Nameless technique and refined into the Infinite Law. Although he could still exert the corresponding stealth abilities, the two had fundamentally different natures. I submit. Yan Shen gritted his teeth, appearing shocked and angry, but inside he was actually overjoyed. Ji Lu's expression became even more smug. You must tell the truth about whether this 7-day soul-severing pill is real or fake. It's real. Yan Shen put on a facade of extreme restraint but couldn't quite manage it. Damn, it really is the 7-day soul-severing pill. When I first took it, my blood energy fluctuated and I thought it was a blood energy pill. Ji Lu was furious and shocked, not doubting at all, because the token in his hand had absolute control over those who had practiced the Dark Scroll. Then he hurriedly said, give me the antidote for the 7-day soul-severing pill? All right. Yan Shen's face twisted in reluctance as he agreed, and then he handed over a black pill. Ji Lu had truly had enough of the poison coursing through his body, the feeling of life and death completely out of his control, and without hesitation he swallowed it, feeling the medicinal power flowing within him, merging into his limbs and bones, instantly clearing the gloom from his heart. Seeing the scene, Yan Shen's heart blossomed with joy. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself, otherwise he would have burst out laughing. Playing the part to the end, he pretended to grit his teeth and asked slowly, what's going on? Didn't you say that only the Black Leader, Black Sun, and Black Saintess could completely control those who have practiced the Black Scroll? Why you? How come? Of course, I was lying to you. Ji Lu felt completely relaxed, a smug expression on his face. Kid, I have to admit, your martial arts talent is simply monstrous, but your brain isn't too bright. I clearly mentioned the side effects of the Black Scroll, yet you still chose to cultivate it. To tell you the truth, I wasn't lying. In the Black Praise, indeed only the Black Leader, Black Sun, and Black Saintess have the qualifications to practice the Black Canon. But besides that, there is another type of member in our organization known as Black Apostles. They hold the black tokens of the Leader, Sun, and Saintess, acting on behalf of the Black Canon, responsible for guiding all martial artists who have practiced the Black Scroll. And I am one such Black Apostle. Ji Lu couldn't help but shake his head in amazement as he said this. Kid, to be honest, I originally thought it would take you at least a month or two to comprehend the Black Scroll, and I had no idea how long it would take for you to truly master it. But I never expected your martial arts talent to be so monstrous that you completely understood it in such a short time. Thanks to this, I have now completed the control. Bringing you back to the Saintess will surely be a great achievement. Yan Shen calculated the time. The effects of the medicine should be kicking in soon, so he stopped pretending, his expression gradually relaxing as he frowned and said, so you didn't use the Black Apostle authority from the beginning, still flattering and fawning over me, not out of malice, but simply because you weren't sure you could completely control me. Who the hell has that kind of malicious interest? I'm not a masochist. Ji Lu was so angry he jumped up, and then his expression turned ferocious. Kid, didn't expect that one day you would fall into my hands, right? Don't worry, take your time. The humiliation you've given me, I will slowly repay you. As he spoke, he had already approached Yan Shen, raising his hand to slap him. I'll give you 2 slaps first, just 2. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ji Lu's expression froze, his eyes filled with terror.
because a large hand suddenly gripped his wrist and a ghostly cold voice rang out at that moment. Do you think you're the only one who can deceive in this world? Ji-Lu was filled with anger and confusion, unable to understand how the Black Token should have absolute control over those who had practiced the Black Scroll. Yet this kid before him suddenly became uncontrollable. What terrified him even more was that the hand gripping his wrist did not exert much force. Logically, he should have been able to easily break free with just a slight circulation of his true essence. However, the true essence within him felt like a stagnant pool of water, completely unable to mobilize, and his strength seemed to deflate like a punctured ball, rapidly losing air. What exactly was the pill you just made me take? Ji-Lu quickly realized what was happening, trembling all over, once again submerged in immense fear. Sealing Essence Pill, a martial arts pill that can seal true essence, obtained from a secret realm. Yan-Shen said, I originally thought I would never use this pill, but I didn't expect it to come in handy at this moment. Ji-Lu's eyes widened. You were never under my control from the beginning? Yan-Shen nodded. Correct. Then what about the 7 days soul-severing pill you made me take earlier? Ji-Lu was now shaking with anger, feeling a tremendous blow. Could it also be fake? Yes. You are so venomous. Thank you for the compliment, you're not bad either. Since you have the sealing essence pill, why didn't you make me take it from the start? I was counting on you to lead me to the creation pool. In this vast wilderness, fraught with danger, if I sealed your true essence, wouldn't I have to babysit you? Ji-Lu became even more frantic. Since you weren't under the control of the Black Token, why not just take action directly? Why go through such a big circle to trick me into taking the sealing essence pill? Of course, I was afraid you would run away. Yan-Chen answered matter-of-factly. As a killer, Ji-Lu might not excel in direct combat, but his stealth and escape abilities were top-notch. The infinite critical hit system also had too many uncertainties. He was worried that if he acted directly, he wouldn't be able to keep the other party, which was why he went through such a big detour. As for the 7 days soul-severing pill he had taken earlier, he was already prepared to kill, and Ji-Lu wouldn't care about the poison in his stomach. He would definitely turn and run, prioritizing his life. Once 7 days passed without incident, he would naturally understand that the poison pill was fake. That was why he set up this trap. The result was quite good. The sealing essence pill came in handy, and Ji-Lu became a turtle in a jar. Please, young master, don't kill me. Ji-Lu was inherently a coward, otherwise he wouldn't have preferred to swallow the 7 days soul-severing pill rather than risk a desperate escape. Now that the tables had turned, he was terrified. I am an apostle under the Black Saintess. If you kill me, the Black Saintess will not let you go. On the contrary, if you are willing to spare my life, I will serve you from today on and offer you all my wealth. Yan-Shen, rest assured, I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, Ji-Lu's face immediately showed joy. But Yan-Shen's next words plunged this member of the Black Praise into complete despair. The situation in the Creation Pool's secret realm is unknown, and 2 third-tier ferocious beasts have broken in. The danger is truly unpredictable. If we encounter danger, I can use you as bait to test the waters. No, please, spare me, I beg you to spare me. Ji-Lu's face turned ashen, screaming in terror. However, Yan-Shen paid him no mind. From the small universe ring, he took out a rope-like weapon, tightly binding Ji-Lu, whose true essence was sealed, and gagged him, lifting him with one hand. At this moment, as time passed, the dusk under the setting sun was gradually fading, the blood of the ferocious beasts was slowly drying up, and the illusory passage leading to the Creation Pool's secret place was becoming unstable, possibly closing at any moment. Seeing this, Yan-Shen no longer hesitated and rushed in while carrying Ji-Lu. Although director Hong Yang had once accidentally stumbled into the Creation Pool's secret place during his martial apprentice stage and had managed to escape safely, Yan-Shen did not dare to be careless at all. This was not only because 2 third-tier ferocious beasts had already broken in not long ago, but also because he was very concerned about the unknown dangers that had forced the young director Hong Yang to retreat without occupying the Creation Pool. At this moment, Yan-Shen was fully operating the dark scroll of the infinite law, merging himself with the surrounding environment, minimizing his presence. As for Ji-Lu, he had been tightly bound and thrown far behind, dragged along by a rope wherever Yan-Shen went. The reason for this was naturally to prevent him from acting recklessly and deliberately making noise to attract the previously intruding wind-splitting white tiger and earth giant bear. This place seems a bit like a secret realm, Yan-Shen pondered. Just then, a loud rumbling sound erupted ahead, the mist was shattered, the ground trembled, and a terrifyingly violent aura surged like a tide, sweeping towards him in the blink of an eye. Yan-Shen managed to steady himself, and his heart sank. Without needing to guess too much, he could tell from the roar that this intense shaking was caused by the battle between the wind-splitting white tiger and the earth giant bear. Should he wait and watch from the sidelines, hoping to reap the benefits when these 2 third-tier ferocious beasts injure each other? After thinking for a moment, Yan-Shen quickly abandoned the idea. He knew this method wouldn't work. Once the 2 third-tier ferocious beasts determined a victor, the one that remained, whether it was the wind-splitting white tiger or the earth giant bear, would be in existence. He, as a martial apprentice, could not resist. He had to ensure that both of these ferocious beasts died simultaneously, whether through mutual destruction or some other means. Ha, I'm just a martial apprentice and I'm already plotting against third-tier ferocious beasts that can rival martial masters. This is really thrilling. After finding amusement in his predicament, Yen Chen immediately activated the Dark Scroll, reducing his presence to the lowest level with the support of the infinite critical hit system, and began to approach slowly while holding the rope. Step by step, step by step. As Yen Chen gradually drew closer, the mist parted, a fragrant aroma wafted through, and the true scene of the secret place came into view. What Yen Chen saw first was a huge pool of water, presenting a jade green color, with mist swirling around it. In the center of the pool, a pure white lotus was swaying, and even from a distance he could feel a vast and gentle spiritual energy washing over him. Creation pool. Although he had never seen it before, a reminder from his sixth sense made him immediately understand that this was the creation pool he was looking for. At that moment, another violent tremor shook the area, rumbling and shaking as if the entire secret place was on the verge of collapse, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Yen Chen hurriedly looked over, and upon seeing this, his gaze froze on the spot. He saw three enormous figures engaged in a fierce battle, one of which was a massive white elephant phantom fighting against two opponents, showing no signs of losing ground. There's actually a third ferocious beast in the secret place. Yen Chen's expression froze, and he soon realized something was amiss. This giant elephant, rather than being described as a ferocious beast, was more like a phantom shadow. Although it fought one against two without losing ground, its massive tusks swung about, inflicting considerable damage on the cracking wind white tiger and the earth giant bear, yet it remained shrouded in white mist, appearing extremely vague. Could it be that this is the divine consciousness left behind by that high-level, ferocious beast after its death? Yen Chen pondered, recalling Elder Tang from the secret realm at the bottom of the cliff, who had also fallen but left behind a trace of divine consciousness lingering in the world through the remnants of the secret realm. However, the preservation of divine consciousness must rely on a medium. Elder Tang relied on the Pillar of Trials to endure, and this giant elephant would clearly be no exception. So what could it be? Yen Chen's gaze swept across, suddenly fixing on a swaying lotus flower in the creation pool, noticing that this celestial plant was dispersing mist, emanating a hazy glow, revealing something extraordinary. Could it be it? At that moment, the battlefield underwent a new change. Although the giant white elephant was the divine consciousness of a fallen high-level ferocious beast, bolstered by the secret land, it was ultimately illusory, like a rootless floating weed. Faced with the equally terrifying cracking wind white tiger and earth giant bear teaming up, it gradually fell into a disadvantage. Soon, a mournful cry echoed as the giant white elephant suffered unimaginable heavy damage, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the swaying white lotus. In the creation pool, the last line of defense of the secret land was declared breached under the combined assault of these two third-tier ferocious beasts. However, the battle did not end there. Instead, it became even more intense. The cracking wind-white tiger struck first, its claws imbued with terrifying wind blades carrying immense cutting power, easily leaving a deep gash on the back of the earth giant bear, blood gushing forth. The earth giant bear was not to be outdone, slamming a paw into the waist of the cracking wind-white tiger. This strike was no light blow, infused with powerful earth energy, possessing the might to shatter mountains and stones. Although it was quite a distance away, the crisp sound of bones breaking could still be heard. Despite battling for several hours, these two third-tier ferocious beasts, relying on their immense vitality, showed no signs of decline. As they fought, the ground trembled and the wind howled, even the residual waves sent chills down one's spine. Third-tier ferocious beasts are just too exaggerated. Yen Chen was somewhat astonished at the scene. At this moment he was fully operating the pitch-black scroll, merging himself with the surrounding environment, minimizing his presence. Fortunately, the technique of pitch-black praise was sufficiently marvelous, making him top-notch in terms of movement. Otherwise, the perception of third-tier ferocious beasts was so keen that he could never hide. Hidden in the mist, Yen Chen made no move. He was waiting for a perfect opportunity to send both of these third-tier ferocious beasts to their doom. Because only in this way could Yen Chen monopolize the opportunities of the creation pool and enjoy all the benefits. This opportunity did not keep him waiting long. It soon appeared. The earth giant bear let out a roar that shook the secret land, its massive paw pinning down the cracking wind-white tiger. With the enhancement of earth power, it seemed to transform into a mountain. Although the cracking wind-white tiger fought back desperately, unleashing various terrifying wind blades that slashed the earth giant bear into a bloody mess, it still could not overturn that massive body. Although the ranks of the earth giant bear and the cracking wind-white tiger are similar, and even in terms of attack, the cracking wind-white tiger is slightly stronger. In terms of resilience, the cracking wind-white tiger is far inferior to the earth giant bear. This difference was not apparent at the beginning of the battle, but as time passed and both sides sustained considerable injuries, the gap became evident. Yen Chen murmured to himself, already gaining some insight in his heart. At this moment, the earth giant bear let out a victorious roar towards the sky, its massive paw raised, ready to strike down hard on the head of the rending wind-white tiger. If this blow landed, there was no doubt that the rending wind-white tiger's head would be smashed to pieces. And Yen Chen was waiting for this moment. Finally, it's your turn to take the stage. Go, Pikachu, no, wait, go, Jilu, shine your last light, he silently shouted in his heart. He suddenly swung his arm, forcefully throwing the rope in his hand, and the other end, which was trapped, Ji-Lu, arced through the air, showing immense terror as it fell towards the two third-tier ferocious beasts. Under normal circumstances, even if Ji-Lu's true essence was not sealed, being completely trapped, it wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in the battle between the two third-tier ferocious beasts, let alone a peak martial artist. After all, the gap between a martial artist and a martial master is, in some sense, even greater than that between a martial apprentice and a martial artist. However, Yan Shen's maneuver was executed with such precision that it coincided perfectly with the moment when the outcome was just being decided and the Earth Giant Bear was momentarily relaxed. Any slight movement could provoke a fierce reaction. Sure enough, the Earth Giant Bear, which had been roaring, was startled by this sudden figure and instinctively raised its paw, carrying immense earth power, and struck down hard. Bang! Even if Ji-Lu's true essence had not been sealed, facing this paw would likely result in being crushed to pieces, let alone now. Without any surprise, the entire being was directly smashed, turning into a mist of blood, and because its mouth was blocked, it didn't even have time to let out a terrified scream. Am I being a bit too cruel? Yan Shen felt a twinge of guilt at this scene, though it was only a fleeting feeling, as his heart quickly returned to a state of calm. On the battlefield, just as the Earth Giant Bear was bringing down its paw, the rending wind white tiger seized the opportunity, letting out a roar, as if it had gone mad, struggling recklessly and clawing at the bear's head with its wind blade-enhanced claws. The Earth Giant Bear swung its massive paw again, attempting to suppress the rending wind white tiger once more. Unfortunately, regaining the lost initiative was nearly impossible. Roar! Ugh! Accompanied by two tragic cries, the rending wind white tiger's claws tore open the Earth Giant Bear's abdomen, shattering its massive heart, while the Earth Giant Bear crushed the rending wind white tiger's head. In the blink of an eye, both third-tier ferocious beasts showed no signs of life, dead beyond recovery. I was still wondering whether to deliver a finishing blow, but it seems that's unnecessary now. A voice tinged with amusement sounded as Yan Shen stepped out from the mist, gazing at the two enormous beast corpses before him, filled with emotion. Initially, he had envisioned a scenario where the rending wind white tiger and the Earth Giant Bear would mutually destroy each other, leaving him to pick up the pieces. He never expected they would take care of it themselves first. He waved his hand, awkwardly stuffing the two beast corpses into his small universe ring, then turned his gaze to the other side, where the water was dreamlike and the lotus flowers swayed, the scene exuding an otherworldly charm. The black praise of Season 6 has been resolved, with two third-tier ferocious beasts perishing together, and almost all obstacles have been cleared. Next, as long as the energy from the creation pool is absorbed, preparations for breaking through to warrior can begin. However, Yan Shen did not let his guard down. Instead, he became even more serious, staring at the swaying lotus flower in front of the creation pool. He clearly remembered that the massive white elephant's phantom, although severely injured by the joint efforts of the cracking wind white tiger and the Earth Giant Bear, did not die. Instead, it transformed into a streak of light and entered this extraordinary lotus flower. I just wonder how much power the divine thought still has? Yan Shen walked towards the creation pool, secretly operating the infinite law to its utmost limit. If anything went wrong, he would immediately use the carefree dragon step to retreat from the secret place. As he anticipated, the situation unfolded just as he expected. Boom! As his figure approached, the creation pool suddenly changed, the water began to boil, the white lotus swayed wildly, and the mist enveloping the entire secret place thickened significantly, with the massive white elephant's phantom reappearing. Damn! Yan Shen cursed under his breath, instinctively planning to retreat first. After all, this white elephant was terrifying. It had previously fought two opponents and managed to hold on for so long against the cracking wind white tiger and the Earth Giant Bear, even after suffering severe injuries. As long as it retained even a fraction of its power, it was not something he could contend with. But just as he was about to use the carefree dragon step, he stopped again, realizing something was off, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Is this a mini version? He saw a white elephant phantom about 2 centimeters tall swaying its head on the swaying lotus, letting out a hostile roar at the unexpected guest. Unfortunately, its current size was far too small to pose any threat, making it appear rather cute instead. No wonder the white elephant phantom didn't get chased after it fled into the creation pool. Yan Shen suddenly understood. It turns out this residual divine thought has been so severely injured that it can no longer pose a threat. With this understanding, and since his sixth sense did not raise any alarms, Yan Shen relaxed, revealing an expression of anticipation as he walked towards the creation pool. The mini white elephant, seeing the unexpected guest approaching, let out several angry roars. Unfortunately, its current appearance lacked any intimidation, making it seem quite adorable. Just as Yan Shen was about to reach the creation pool, the mini white elephant phantom realized it couldn't stop him with its own power. Suddenly, it began chanting an incomprehensible incantation. Then, something miraculous happened. The pure white lotus ignited with transparent flames, and an extremely pure power scattered down, merging into the creation pool. Seeing this scene, Yan Shen worried about potential danger and immediately stopped to observe. But soon he sensed something was wrong. He saw that the pure white lotus in the creation pool was gradually blooming and an extremely pure energy suddenly erupted, constructing a colorful barrier at the boundary of the creation pool. Could it be? Yan Shen's eyes widened, sensing something ominous, and he immediately used the carefree dragon step, intending to rush into the creation pool. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. The barrier was completed before Yan Shen could act, and he was bounced back, landing on the ground. Looking at the scene before him, he understood what was happening. That residual divine thought actually used the pure white lotus as a medium and the energy from the creation pool as a source to construct a barrier. Giggling. At this moment, the mini white elephant saw the unexpected guest's awkward state and laughed triumphantly, its eyes glinting as it even provoked him. Yan Shen stood up, expressionless. Do you think I can't break this barrier? Giggling. The mini white elephant flicked its ivory, as if to say, just you? Yan Shen cast a faint glance, then quickly shifted his focus back to the barrier, pondering for a moment before drawing out his ice crystal long sword and casually swinging it. In an instant, a high-pitched dragon's roar echoed. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 15-fold critical hit bonus. The ice blue sword light struck the barrier, yet the surface remained smooth, not even stirring a ripple. Giggle giggle giggle. The mini white elephant laughed even more joyfully, bouncing around in the creation pool. Thankfully, it couldn't speak, otherwise it would have surely said something. Yan Shen ignored it, instead rubbing his temples in frustration, frowning as he said, at this strength, even if the cracked wind white tiger in the earth giant bear teamed up, they probably couldn't break through in a short time. Then he smiled again, but I'm an exception. Hitting a stationary target is my specialty. As long as I have enough time, I can even kill a god for you. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 3-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 70-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 2,100-fold critical hit bonus. On the 13th strike, he finally triggered the first high multiplier critical hit, and it was a 1,000-fold. Roar. Accompanied by the soaring dragon's roar, the azure sword light descended, causing the entire barrier to shake violently, its surface compressing like a deflated balloon, almost bursting. Giggle giggle cough cough cough. The mini white elephant's laughter abruptly stopped, followed by a fit of violent coughing. It couldn't help but widen its eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before it, never expecting that a mere human martial artist could shake the protective barrier of the creation pool. Yan Shen revealed a fierce smile. Just in time, once I break the barrier, I'll slaughter you. The mini white elephant seemed to understand this, continuously retreating, trembling all over. Lowering its head to emit a mournful cry, its eyes suddenly appearing much clearer. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yan Shen continued to swing his sword. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Yan Shen had already unleashed nearly 1,000 strikes, triggering 15,000-fold critical hits, 4,700-fold critical hits, and countless double and single-digit critical hits. Each time a 100-fold critical hit was triggered, the colorful barrier would produce visible ripples, causing the mini white elephant witnessing this scene to tremble in fear. When a 1,000-fold critical hit was triggered, the barrier would shake violently, on the verge of collapse. The little white elephant would also emit desperate cries, its face ashen, weeping bitterly. Until about an hour later, congratulations, 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 your attack has triggered a 31,000-fold critical hit bonus. Due to the terrifying increase this time, please be cautious, host. Then a cold smile appeared on Yan Shen's face. Oh whoa! The mini white elephant was so frightened that it kept crying out, crazily shrinking into a corner, already sensing the terror of this sword. At the same time, the sword light descended. Boom! This sword, amplified 1,000-fold, was truly terrifying. A deafening roar echoed as the ice crystal long sword could not withstand the immense force and shattered with a loud crash. The entire secret realm shook, the thick mist was parted in the middle, and the colorful barrier was shattered on the spot. Whoa whoa! The mini white elephant let out a mournful cry, wanting to hide away. It did not want to face the terrifying human warrior, especially since it had just provoked him. But just as the white elephant turned around, a large hand suddenly reached out from the mist, firmly grabbing it, and a cold voice followed. Where do you think you're going? Woo 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 woo. The mini white elephant kept flailing its little feet, trying to break free from the large hand, but unfortunately, it had already suffered a heavy blow from the joint attack of the cracked wind white tiger and the earth giant bear, its strength nearly depleted, making escape impossible. Yan Shen sneered, weren't you quite proud just now? What's wrong? Not so tough anymore. Come on, give me another shot to see. Woo woo. Realizing it couldn't escape, the mini white elephant's eyes suddenly became incredibly clear. It blinked, licked its palm, and let out a sound that was almost flattering. If a girl saw this scene, her heart would surely melt. Yan Shen's heart remained calm, a killing intent rising in his eyes, but he hesitated. This mini white elephant was likely the remnant spirit of a fallen high-level beast possessing a deep understanding of the creation pool. Keeping it might be useful. However, this creature had the strength to fight against 2 third-tier beasts, which was extremely dangerous. If he didn't take advantage of its weakness now, it could pose a hidden threat later. To be safe, I should just kill it. Yan Shen's gaze turned cold, and he had already made up his mind, intending to crush this illusory mini white elephant. The mini white elephant sensed the human Warrior's killing intent and felt a chill run down its spine, continuously letting out mournful cries, as if knowing that merely begging for mercy was futile. It desperately pointed at the fully bloomed pure white lotus in the creation pool, trying to express something. Yan Shen frowned. What do you mean? The mini white elephant became anxious, pointing at itself and then at the pure white lotus, continuing to make whimpering sounds. You want me to let you go so you can rest in the pure white lotus? Yan Chen guessed. The mini white elephant nodded, then shook its head, frantically waving its limbs, looking even more anxious. Yan Shen's mind suddenly sparked with a possibility. Are you saying that if I put you in the pure white lotus and then take you away, it will be of great benefit to me? This time, the mini white elephant happily cried out, indicating that was exactly what it meant. Why should I trust you? Yan Shan still held doubts. The mini white elephant tilted its head as if thinking about how to express itself and suddenly struggled to rise. Yan Shen wasn't worried about it escaping, so he placed it on the ground. Then the mini white elephant began to flap around on the ground. And before long, a pattern appeared before them. It was a pool of water with a lotus flower in it, and on the lotus was a hazy figure, unclear whether it was human or something else, flowing with extremely pure energy. Although the mini white elephant's drawing was quite abstract, it could still be understood with some effort. Upon seeing this, Yan Chen instantly understood. You mean this lotus can help warriors cultivate? Its value is immeasurable, and you are the remnant spirit attached to the lotus. You rise and fall together, and to obtain the lotus, I cannot harm you. Woo woo. The mini white elephant happily nodded, which was exactly what it wanted to express. Yan Shen pondered for a moment, and a decision formed in his heart to return this mini white elephant to the white lotus. He was not worried about any problems. First, this divine thought had already suffered severe damage, weakened to the extreme, its threat level lower than that of a first-tier martial artist. Secondly, if it still had any means, it would have used them long ago and wouldn't have fallen to this state. He leaped into the air, arriving at the center of the creation pool, easily plucking the lotus without any setbacks. Woo 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 woo. The mini white elephant let out a cheerful sound and immediately transformed into a stream of light, merging into the pure white lotus. I wonder what kind of wonders this lotus possesses. Before Yan Chen could finish his thought, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the object in his hand. Originally, he planned to store the pure white lotus in his small universe ring, wait until he absorbed the energy from the creation pool, broke through, to become a martial artist, and then slowly study it upon returning to Tianling City. However, unexpectedly, shortly after he took it, he could clearly feel an extremely pure aura surging from the pure white lotus, improving his martial arts foundation. What excited him even more was still to come. Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus for improving your martial arts talent this time. This lotus can actually improve a person's physique? Yan Chen's eyes revealed immense surprise, even more excited than when he found the creation pool. It was important to note that his biggest dilemma at the moment was the damage to his martial arts foundation. If it weren't for that, with the immense resource tilt and relying on the infinite critical hit system, his martial arts realm would have been much stronger by now. Although the effect of this lotus was merely to improve his physique and increase his martial arts talent, rather than repairing the already damaged martial arts foundation, in a certain sense, the effects were the same. Not to mention it could also trigger the infinite critical hit system. Woo 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 woo. The white lotus shook a couple of times, and the voice of the mini white elephant came from within, clearly expressing agreement. Ha ha ha, little guy, you've helped me a lot. Don't worry, I won't harm you anymore. After laughing, Yan Shen turned his attention back to the pure white lotus. After about 2 hours of research, he roughly understood its effects. The pure white lotus would release an extremely pure spiritual power every hour, cleansing the holder's body and improving their martial arts talent, while in between, it would absorb the violent spiritual energy from the world to replenish its energy. Yan Shen placed the lotus into the small universe ring and discovered that this divine object could directly communicate with the outside world, not hindering the absorption of spiritual energy or the delivery of pure spiritual power. Always calling it pure white lotus isn't very convenient. Let's give it a name. Yan Shen thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. Since it can improve martial arts talent for a martial artist, it's almost equivalent to rebirth, so let's call it Lotus of Nirvana. Woo 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 woo. In the storage space, the Lotus of Nirvana emitted a cheerful sound, clearly indicating that the mini white elephant also liked this name. After finishing these tasks, Yan Shen's gaze returned to the creation pool, a hint of anticipation on his face. Finally, I can start trying to break through. I wonder what my condensed true essence will look like. In the creation pool, mist rolled and swirled, rich in spiritual energy, resembling a fairyland. Yan Shen stepped slowly into the pool, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. In fact, with his strength, he could have already condensed true essence and broken through to become a martial artist, and based on the infinite law, the grade of his true essence would definitely not be low. The reason he had delayed until now was to use the creation pool to elevate the grade of his true essence further. Now that the opportunity was right before him, the excitement in his heart was almost uncontrollable. After a few breaths, Yan Shen reached the center of the creation pool, and a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. He could clearly feel that the spiritual power contained in the water was of a very high grade and extremely pure. If I can absorb and digest all this spiritual power, then the true essence I condense will at least be of high quality. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yen Chen no longer hesitated. He hovered above the surface of the creation pool, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, simultaneously operating the infinite law. In an instant, vast spiritual power surged into his body, merging into his limbs and bones as the cultivation method operated, ultimately converging in his dantian. Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation. Congratulations, you have received a 13-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation. Congratulations, you have received a 21-fold critical hit bonus for this cultivation. After a few more breaths, a hint of joy appeared on Yen Chen's face. He could clearly feel a vague aura in his dantian, which was a sign of true essence transforming into energy. However, he did not rush to break through, as there was still vast spiritual power in the creation pool that had not been absorbed. Yen Chen had a premonition that as long as he digested all this spiritual power and took the final step, the condensed true essence would at least be of high quality. At that moment in the storage space, the Nirvana lotus suddenly trembled violently, and the mini white elephant kept making sounds, appearing very anxious, as if trying to remind him of something. Yen Chen was puzzled about what was happening. When his expression suddenly changed, he sensed something unusual. As the infinite law operated, the spiritual power in the creation pool was continuously being absorbed, and a will hidden at the deepest part of the pool was awakened. This will was very strange, possessing a strong mental force, yet it had no self, and contained an indescribable martial mystery closer to law. If it were just that, it wouldn't make Yen Chen so nervous. After all, even if this will was strong, without a self, it was merely a lifeless entity and posed no threat. But the problem was that this will had actually merged with the spiritual power in the creation pool and was now integrating into his body. What would happen if a person's body had 2 wills? Of course, it would turn into a mental illness. Did you know the creation pool had a problem all along? Yet you didn't tell me. Yen Chen said furiously, once we get out, I'll chop you into pieces and grind you into powder to drink. The Nirvana lotus emitted a voice of grievance, as if saying, I didn't know either. At that moment, Yen Chen didn't have the heart to care about whether it was true or false. He exerted all his strength to operate the infinite law, trying to eradicate the strange will that was flooding in. But this strange will was truly bizarre, containing martial mysteries similar to law, incredibly resilient, and the infinite law could not shake it at all. As this will entered his sea of consciousness, it seemed to absorb nutrients, and the originally dead mental state gradually became active. If this will truly came to life, Yen Chen couldn't imagine how terrifying the consequences would be. Damn it, the infinite law can't shake this will at all, let alone eradicate it. What should I do? Just as Yen Chen felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, a flash of spiritual light suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right, the nameless technique on the bronze door, I can try this. In an urgent situation, with no better options available, Yen Chen immediately stopped hesitating and activated the nameless technique with rare initiative, causing nearly 1,000 extremely abstract symbols to come alive. A few breaths passed quickly, and a hint of joy appeared on Yen Chen's face. It worked. The will that was originally impossible to shake was being extinguished before the nameless technique, like snow melting under fierce fire, disappearing at a visibly rapid pace. The extinguished will soon transformed into 3 parts. The part containing law merged into the infinite law, the part containing spiritual power gathered into the dantian, and the part containing spirit was absorbed by Yen Chen's sea of consciousness. No! The roar filled with various complex emotions such as anger, resentment, malice, and fear echoed. As this will was unwilling to accept its fate of extinction after finally gaining self-awareness and just coming to life. However, Yen Chen's heart was undisturbed, fully aware that this was not the time for sympathy. If this will took advantage of the moment, the consequences would be dire, so he exerted even more effort into the nameless technique. As more and more spiritual power was absorbed, scene after scene of unfamiliar images began to appear before Yen Chen's eyes. Is this the perspective of that unknown will? Yen Chen quickly understood what was happening and, with a hint of curiosity, began to examine these strange images in his sea of consciousness. Time began to reverse, and he saw how long ago, the faint remnants left by a high-level ferocious beast merged with a pure white lotus and began to cultivate and recover with the spiritual power from the creation pool. He also saw how the pure white lotus sprouted, grew robustly, and bloomed under the nurturing of the creation pool. He even saw what the creation pool looked like when it was just born. Soon, the images traced back to the moment just before the high-level ferocious beast fell. It was an unimaginably terrifying giant beast, resembling a western dragon, its body stretching nearly 100 miles. A single breath could turn the vast land into scorched earth, leaving death in its wake. Even human giant cities could not escape a fate of destruction in its presence. Yen Chen felt an endless chill in his heart, unable to imagine what level of ferocious beast this was. Natural disaster? King level? Or even higher? What intrigued him even more was how such a terrifying beast had fallen. Soon, Yen Chen found the answer, as the reverse time reached its end. In the final moment, this giant beast encountered a human who stood before it on the vast land, facing away, small as dust in comparison, yet exuding a sense of grandeur that seemed to rise above all things in the world. Faced with this human, the giant beast trembled, filled with fear, and began to retreat. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. A calm and deep voice rang out. "I am the Dragon Emperor, here to slay you." Immediately after, a flash of light pierced through heaven and earth, and in the blink of an eye, the giant beast's body was torn apart, scattering across the boundless land in all directions. Dragon Emperor? Yen Chen withdrew from the fragments of memory, plunged into deep shock. He was not unfamiliar with this supreme being, as there were corresponding records in both the compulsory courses at Blue Rain Academy and in some textbooks on fierce martial history. According to the records, the establishment of the Human Federation was not long ago, with a history of about 1,000 years, while in the more distant past there had been the Emergence Era, Era of the Emperors, Ashes Era, and Era of Divine Fall. Among them, that Era of the Emperors spanned the longest time, nearly 3,000 years, covering most of the fierce martial history. The Dragon Emperor was one of the supreme beings from that Era of the Emperors. It is said that the Dragon Emperor was born in the early period of the Era of the Emperors, at a time when the Emergence Era had just ended, and human civilization was increasingly oppressed by fierce beasts nearing the brink of extinction. At the moment of life and death, the Dragon Emperor rose. With absolutely powerful strength, he swept away almost all the fierce beast overlords of the time, rising from obscurity to establish the Dragon Martial Empire, allowing humanity to reclaim its dominance in this world. But that was all. The historical records about the Dragon Emperor were very few, and it was unclear whether he had vanished into the long river of history or if someone had deliberately erased him. For this supreme martial artist, several questions always lingered in people's minds. First, since he was at the pinnacle of martial arts and could eliminate all fierce beast overlords, why didn't he directly cleanse all fierce beasts? Second, why did he suddenly disappear? Did he die of old age, or was he killed in battle against a great enemy, or for some other reason? Third, fourth, and so on. Yen Chen never expected that the martial artist who killed that high-level giant beast was actually the renowned Dragon Emperor from 4,000 years ago, which gave him a feeling of myth reflecting into reality. He then guessed the origin of the will in the creation pool. At that time, when the Dragon Emperor killed that giant beast, its flesh and blood scattered across the land. This should only be a very small part, but even so, it was enough to evolve into a secret place and give birth to the creation pool phenomenon, even allowing a trace of divine thought from that high-level fierce beast to revive, restoring to the strength of a third-tier fierce beast after a long period of nurturing. However, the birth of that will had nothing to do with the fallen high-level fierce beast. Instead, it originated from the Dragon Emperor, because it was nurtured from the martial arts realm left behind by the Dragon Emperor. When he killed that high-level fierce beast, in a certain sense, it was equivalent to a martial art that had come to life. Yen Chen couldn't help but be shocked. If he hadn't absorbed the spirit of that will and learned the cause and effect from the fragments of the will, he truly couldn't believe that the martial arts realm left behind by the Dragon Emperor, with a casual strike, could actually give birth to a new will. What a terrifying means! It was almost comparable to that of a dot. At this moment, that will had been completely obliterated by the nameless technique and digested and absorbed, while the vast and pure spiritual power in the creation pool, mixed with the martial arts realm of the Dragon Emperor, quickly integrated into Yen Chen's dantian. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, time passed little by little. Finally, when the spiritual power was compressed to its limit, a wisp of mist began to condense in the dantian, which was the true essence of martial arts. The martial artist broke through. When Yen Chen opened his eyes, the sun had just risen from the east, the dim yellow sunlight dispelling the darkness of the night, enveloping all things on the earth, while the creation pool no longer showed any signs of spiritual power fluctuations, and the water in the pool had become extremely ordinary. Is this because the secret place is merging with the outside world due to the loss of spiritual energy support? Yen Chen was astonished. It was the first time he had seen such a spectacle. He immediately withdrew his gaze, focusing on the changes within himself, feeling the powerful force surging from his dantian, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. I wonder what grade the true essence I've condensed is. With a mindset of giving it a try, Yen Chen activated the infinite law, channeling his true essence, and flicked his fingers at a nearby giant rock. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a triple critical hit. Swish. Rip. This giant rock was about 2 meters high and extremely hard. However, facing this strand of true essence, it was instantly shattered, reduced to fine powder. This was not the end. The remaining true essence scattered across the ground, instantly tearing open a long gash extending 10 meters and 2 meters deep. This. Yen Chen was taken aback. Although he had anticipated that after absorbing the spiritual power from the creation pool and containing the martial intent of the Dragon Emperor, the condensed true essence would definitely be of high quality, he did not expect it to be this terrifying. That was just a strand of true essence. Even with the triple critical hit boost, it was merely 3 strands, yet the destructive power was so horrifying. Even a high-level martial artist would likely be severely injured by this strike, or even directly obliterated if they were caught off guard. If he were to unleash his full power, Yen Chen's eyes gradually brightened, saying, perhaps I truly have the qualifications to challenge martial masters now. Not stopping there, Yan Shen continued to analyze. Moreover, Mu Zixuan's purple thunder true essence seems far too weak compared to mine. Although the Human Federation classifies true essence into 3 grades, low, medium, and high, the quality of the true essence I've condensed is definitely not just high grade, it is of a higher level, far beyond the current realm of martial arts. My true essence, based on the infinite law, contains the martial intent of the Dragon Emperor and has been refined by the boundless spiritual power of the creation pool. It is a unique existence. Since it has never been heard of before, let me give it a name. Yan Shen pondered for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. The destructive power of this true essence is extremely terrifying, and with the infinite critical hit system, once I break through to a higher level, perhaps even gods could be slain. In that case, let's call it the God-slaying true essence. Tianling City Martial Arts Guild. Nearly half a month had passed since the beast tide, and various aftermath tasks had finally been handled. Mu Long, rarely having free time, called over the 2 deans Hong Yang and Zilei for a few drinks. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, the conversation eventually turned to Yan Shen. This kid has been gone for over 10 days. Do you think he found the creation pool and broke through to become a martial artist? Dean Zilei asked. Both shook their heads, indicating they did not know. Mu Long suddenly said, by the way, Oldly, you're not trying to fool me, are you? Is there really no creation pool, and you just made up a lie to exchange for credits? You're talking nonsense. Dean Hong Yang glared. I swear by my martial arts, I absolutely did not lie. The creation pool truly exists. Mu Long chuckled awkwardly. Calm down, I was just joking. Look at Oldly, why are you getting so worked up? Dean Hong Yang ignored him, still looking furious. By the way, what do you think will be the grade of true essence if Yan Shen successfully breaks through to become a martial artist? Dean Zilei suddenly posed a question, which piqued the great interest of the other 2 martial masters. The 2 deans, Hong Yang and Zilei, had placed heavy bets on Yan Shen, and Mu Long was even more so, being one of the earliest angel investors. The question of what level of true essence this young man could condense greatly stirred the hearts of the 3. After a moment of hesitation, Dean Zilei said, it should be of medium quality. I feel it's of high quality. Mu Long, however, was very confident. That kid was able to slay a second-tier beast at the level of a martial apprentice. He's truly a prodigy. Condensing high-quality true essence should be no problem at all. Dean Hong Yang was somewhat surprised. You're so sure about that? Dean Zilei couldn't help but frown. Old Mu, I admit that kid is indeed a prodigy, but condensing high-quality true essence is incredibly difficult. Among a million martial apprentices, it's rare to find one. Perhaps with a slight misstep, the quality of the true essence could plummet. Even the top geniuses in the Human Federation wouldn't dare say they have a 100% guarantee of condensing high-quality true essence. This was the truth. In the entire Human Federation, how many top martial apprentices who could be considered prodigies ended up condensing medium or even low-quality true essence due to insufficient foundation, a miscalculation, or mistakes during the process? Although Deans Hong Yang and Zilei had high hopes for Yan Shen, they were not entirely confident that he could condense high-quality true essence. Mu Long, however, did not refute this but instead revealed a mischievous smile, sizing up the 2. How about we bet again? Dean Hong Yang, Dean Zilei. The 2 martial masters were speechless, recalling the price of their last bet. They couldn't help but grit their teeth, then shook their heads in unison, not wanting to fall into that big pit again. Mu Long felt immensely regretful, thinking that these 2 old fellows had become clever. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Mu Long. He answered casually, listening to the voice on the other end, and his eyes gradually brightened. This reaction made the 2 martial masters unable to suppress their curiosity. Old Mu, look at you smiling so wide. Who's on the phone that makes you so happy? Exactly. Mu Long laughed. We don't need to guess wildly about what level of true essence Yan Shen has condensed. We can just ask him directly and everything will be clear. Could it be? Dean Hongyang's eyes widened, and Dean Zilei also became extremely excited. Mu Inglong nodded. That's right, that kid has returned from the wilderness. The 2 martial masters said in unison. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and go pick him up. On his way back from the vicinity of the Grey Valley Mountains, Yan Shen did not take long. On one hand, he had condensed the god-slaying true essence and broken through to the level of a warrior, resulting in a tremendous change in strength, shedding many concerns he had at the start. On the other hand, after using the pitch-black scroll to enter a stealth state, he could easily avoid various beast packs. The moment he stepped into the bustling streets of Tianling City, looking at the vibrant streets and the endless flow of people, he couldn't help but feel a sense of being in a different world. Compared to the chaos of the city, the boundless wilderness was far too dull. Aside from mountains, rivers, and trees, there were only dangerous places and ferocious beasts. It would be fine if he had companions, but if he acted alone for too long, he would truly go mad. What a thrilling and exciting journey it has been. Suddenly, Yan Shen squinted his eyes, using the perception of infinite law to sense 3 extremely strong auras approaching, all very familiar. He quickly confirmed their identities. Originally intending to greet them directly, a sense of mischief arose in his heart, and he activated the pitch-black scroll, blending into the surrounding environment. Not long after, swish, 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 Three figures appeared simultaneously, each exuding a powerful aura. It was Muing Long, Dean Hongyang, and Dean Zile. At this moment, the three martial artists had strange expressions, looking around in confusion as if they had encountered something incomprehensible. Where is he? I don't know. How could such a big person just suddenly disappear? It's no wonder the three were bewildered. On their way here, they had already locked onto Yin Shen's aura, but suddenly, the target vanished without a trace, as if it were just an illusion. Just as the three martial artists were looking puzzled, a large hand suddenly appeared and patted Muing Long's shoulder, accompanied by a somewhat teasing voice. "Senior, who are you looking for?" Damn! Muing Long was startled and instinctively struck back with a palm, immediately unleashing a terrifying force. Wait, this voice sounds so familiar. The old man Mu quickly realized something was off and immediately tried to withdraw his strength, but even with all his effort, he could only reduce it by 70%, still sending out 30% of his power. Boom! Dust and smoke rose, and a huge roar echoed, leaving the surroundings in a haze. Oh no! Muing Long's face turned pale. Although he had reduced his strength by 70% upon realizing something was wrong, he was still a martial artist, and a seasoned one at that. Even with only 30% of his power, it possessed a terrifying might far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. Director Hongyang angrily shouted, "Old Mu, why did you hit so hard? That person is Yen Chen. Hurry and save him." Director Ziguan was even more anxious and wanted to rush over. But before the three martial artists could act, a figure walked out from the smoke, and a voice filled with dark humor yet tinged with a hint of bitterness rang out. "Senior Mu, you really hit hard. Luckily, I was well prepared in advance, otherwise, I would have been killed by your palm." The three martial artists were overjoyed to see Yen Chen emerge unscathed and rushed forward to examine him closely, fearing he might have internal injuries, while asking, "Kid, are you okay? Hurry, let's go to the best martial arts hospital in Tianling City for a full checkup." Yes, the Sangqing assessment is in a few days. This is a crucial time, and we can't afford any mistakes. Quickly to the hospital. Yen Chen didn't blame Muing Long. After all, it was his own reckless behavior. Seeing the three martial artists so concerned for him warmed his heart, and he smiled. "Don't worry, seniors, I know my own body, I'm fine." Of course, the three wouldn't easily believe his words. They channeled their true energy into Yen Chen's body to check, and after confirming he had not sustained any injuries, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But soon after, shock appeared on their faces. Especially Muing Long, who had delivered that palm strike and knew the force behind it best. Not to mention a newly advanced martial artist, even a peak martial artist would be severely injured, if not dead, from such a blow. Yet the young man before them only looked a bit disheveled and seemed unaffected, still walking leisurely, which struck a huge blow to their minds. Unable to help himself, he asked, "Yen kid, what kind of true energy are you cultivating?" Both Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile were equally curious. They had just witnessed it clearly. Muing Long's palm strike had not held back. It was a genuine attack at the level of a martial master. Although he had reduced some of his strength later on, it was still not something an ordinary martial artist could withstand. Yet the young man before them faced this palm strike with only a bit of awkwardness, and aside from that, he had not suffered any significant harm. Even with high-grade true essence, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. "Senior, I wouldn't mind telling you right now, but wouldn't it be better to change locations?" Yen Chen pointed around. At this moment, dust was flying nearby, the ground was cracked, and many onlookers had rushed over, as Muing Long's earlier palm strike had caused quite a commotion. Muing Long nodded. Indeed, under the gaze of so many, it was not a good place to talk. "Let's go back to the Martial Arts Association and discuss it there." At the Martial Arts Association, on the third floor, in the Vice President's office. Quick, boy, what kind of true essence have you cultivated? You took my palm strike at 30% strength and didn't suffer a scratch. It's simply miraculous." As soon as they entered the room, Muing Long couldn't wait to ask. Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile also looked at Yen Chen, their faces showing intense curiosity. "To answer you, senior, my true essence is called God-slaying. God-slaying true essence?" The three exchanged glances. As rare martial masters in Tianling City, they were familiar with many types of true essence, but they had never heard of this one. "This is a name I came up with myself," Yen Chen said with a smile. "My cultivation method is quite special, unique, and combined with the spiritual energy absorbed from the creation pool, it was refined into this. The martial world has likely never seen God-slaying true essence before." "I see, but with such a flashy name, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" The three martial masters had strange expressions. "Wait, what did you just say about the creation pool?" Dean Hongyang suddenly reacted, his expression filled with surprise. "Could it be that you found that secret place? Just lucky, really. Quick, tell us, how did you find the creation pool?" Dean Hongyang's voice was filled with impatience, and Muing Long and Dean Zile also turned their gazes toward Yen Chen, showing great interest in his wild adventure. "It was like this." Yen Chen pondered for a moment, and aside from concealing parts about the Nirvana Lotus and Dragon Emperor, he recounted everything truthfully. It wasn't that he didn't trust the three seniors, but both matters were significant. If they got out, it would bring him considerable trouble. The three were astonished by Yen Chen's experiences in the wilderness, especially when they learned that this kid had taken risks in the midst of three third-tier ferocious beasts to seize the opportunity of the creation pool. They couldn't help but praise him. So just now, the reason you could evade our perception was because you cultivated the black scroll? Mu Yinglong's eyes widened. Yan Chen nodded. That's right. I had only heard of the forces in the wilderness before, but I had never encountered them. Dean Hongyang sighed, then his gaze became intense. The stealth effect of this black scroll is truly terrifying. It deserves to be the fundamental technique of the #1 assassin organization in the wilderness. Kid, can I trade you a heavenly level technique for it? Dean Zile also showed considerable interest, saying, count me in, I also want to try cultivating the black scroll. I'm very sorry, two seniors. Yan Chen shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Dean Hongyang frowned, what's wrong? Is one heavenly level technique not enough for the exchange? No problem, I can add some other chips. Kid, it's just a black scroll, do you really need to be so stingy? Dean Zile said with some dissatisfaction, we won't shortchange you. Mu Yinglong couldn't help but frown. In his impression, Yan Chen was not a stingy person. Could there be some hidden reason behind this? Sure enough, Yan Chen smiled bitterly and said, two seniors, it's not that I'm unwilling, but there's a problem with this pitch black scroll. He then recounted the side effects of the pitch black scroll in detail, and the two martial masters were shocked to hear that those who practiced this technique were actually controlled by the pitch black cannon, and they immediately stopped mentioning the matter. Younger generation, won't you have any problems practicing the pitch black scroll? Mu Yinglong asked with concern. Don't worry, senior. Yan Chen shook his head. The technique I cultivate is quite special and can counteract the side effects of the pitch black scroll. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape from that pitch black apostle. The three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their attention shifted back to the god-slaying true essence. What do you think the god-slaying true essence will be graded? Do I even need to say? It must be of high quality, and even among high-quality true essences, it will definitely be the top tier, capable of withstanding the power of martial masters. I've never even heard of such a true essence. Old Mu, you really struck gold. Damn it, why don't I have a granddaughter? After a brief discussion, the three martial masters quickly reached a consensus. High quality, the god-slaying true essence was definitely high quality, and there was no room for rebuttal. By the way, should we go to the training ground and see just how powerful this god-slaying true essence really is? Mu Yinglong suggested, his voice tinged with a hint of pride. President Hongyang and President Zile knew very well what this old man was showing off about. It was just that he had invested early, and his granddaughter was getting close to Yan Chen. The two gritted their teeth, feeling extremely displeased. However, this suggestion did indeed tempt both of them, wanting to witness the power of the god-slaying true essence, and they immediately expressed their agreement. Yan Chen also nodded, saying, sure. Leaving the vice president's office, the four quickly arrived at the 37th floor of the Martial Arts Guild building, where there was a nearly 1,000 square meter training ground protected by martial formations. Each martial stake was made of 9 heaven Xian crystal, and even high-level martial artists would find it difficult to cause damage. Yan Chen asked, if the martial stake gets damaged, I won't have to compensate, right? Of course not. Mu Yinglong shot him a glare. By the way, kid, you really underestimate the equipment of the Martial Arts Guild, don't you? Even I would have to put in a lot of effort to destroy these martial stakes, let alone you as a martial artist. You'd probably struggle for 3 days and nights without leaving a mark. Oh, that's good. Yan Chen felt relieved. The materials for these martial stakes were extremely precious and worth a lot of money, and he didn't want to pay. Soon, he walked up to a wooden stake, took out the 7 kills, and fully activated the infinite law. In an instant, a soaring dragon's roar echoed, and the 7 kill sword energy engulfed the martial pillar. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 100-fold critical hit. Boom. The upper half of the martial stake was instantly blown apart. Mu Yinglong, President Hongyang, President Zile. Yan Chen hurriedly said, Senior Mu, you said I wouldn't have to pay for damages, you can't go back on your word. You. Mu Yinglong's eyes widened, unsure of what to say. That was a martial arts post forged from the 9 heavens mysterious crystal, and it had been shattered by a single sword strike. What kind of domineering true essence was this? Both Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile were equally dumbfounded. Yan Chen felt a bit guilty, but then he straightened his back, thinking to himself that it was you who said this martial arts post was very sturdy. Even if I struck for 3 days and nights, it wouldn't leave a mark, so I just used a bit more force, and you can't blame me for that. Mu Yinglong suddenly said, hit me. Ha! Yan Chen was quite shocked. He had never heard such a request in his life. Mu Yinglong explained, Yin kid, your god-slaying true essence is very strong, stronger than any true essence I've ever seen. I want to see just how strong it really is. Deans Hongyang and Zile also snapped out of their shock and thought this was a good idea, chiming in. Count me in. Hee, let me give it a try too. I'm sorry, 3 seniors. Yan Chen shook his head. I can't strike at you. Mu Yinglong frowned. Why not? Yan Chen continued to shake his head, not answering. He couldn't very well say he was worried about bad luck and accidentally killing them all. Ever since he had sparred with Mu Zishuan, he had decided not to easily strike at anyone close to him, even if it was just a casual wave. The 3 martial masters certainly wouldn't let Yan Chen off easily, pressing him for answers and using threats and temptations, but Yan Chen remained unmoved, shaking his head the whole time without offering any explanation. Seeing That this kid was determined not to strike, they could only helplessly give up. Kid, if you strike at the martial arts post again, that should be fine, right? Mu Long retreated to a secondary option and said, let me see the God-slaying true essence again. This time, Yan Shen did not refuse, saying, alright. He flicked his fingers and true essence erupted, striking the martial arts post. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 5-fold critical hit. Bonus. Zizizi. This time, the martial arts post was not shattered again. On the surface, it only left a shallow scratch, but the three martial masters did not underestimate it. Instead, their expressions grew more serious because they truly felt the characteristics of the God-slaying true essence this time. What a domineering true essence, suppressing everything, annihilating everything, destroying everything. Even among high-grade true essences, there are few that can rival it. No, there may not be any at all. Dean Honyang was filled with shock. Dean Zile was also moved. If the martial arts world only classifies true essences into 3 grades, I would even suspect that this God-slaying true essence is a level above high grade, a 4th grade. Mu Long said solemnly, with such true essence, if Yen Kid breaks through to the highest realm of martial arts, he might truly be able to slay gods. Yen Shen smiled silently. Watching the 3 stunned seniors, at this moment, silence spoke louder than words. In the following period, Yen Shen struck twice more, and the dominance and ferocity of the God-slaying true essence completely won over the 3 martial masters. Amidst their shock, an immense excitement surged within them, as investors who could almost foresee a bountiful return in the future. Back in the vice president's office, Yen Shen took a sip of water and suddenly said, may I ask the 3 seniors if there have been any recent updates regarding Wang Tianchi? At this moment, the 3 were still marveling at the dominance of the God-slaying true essence, and their conversation revolved around that. Upon hearing the question, they all paused in surprise. Wang Tianchi, ha 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 ha. Mu Long suddenly burst into laughter. That guy has been really unlucky lately. I don't know what got into him, but he actually went to Li Zhangbai to team up against you, and as a result, he got severely injured by that old manly. I don't know where he ran off to. Dean Lan Yu severely injured Wang Tianchi? Yen Shen was quite surprised. Director Hong Yang sighed, kid, although that old manly is your director, you may not really understand him. This old guy is quite dogged in some aspects. For example, he only values the top students in the academy, and his attitude towards ordinary students is quite poor. But he has one principle: he will never harm his own students. You can't blame Old Li for this. Director Zile added, he inherited the late director's wish to make Blue Rain the #1 martial arts academy in Tianling City, so he only sees top geniuses. In fact, he is not a bad person by nature. Yen Shen's expression showed no ripples. What happened had happened. Although he was grateful that Li Zhangbai had injured Wang Tianchi, he would not forgive the previous actions. Mu Long squinted his eyes. Kid, you asked about Wang Tianchi's news for the purpose of to kill him, Yen Shen said without hesitation. Now that I have broken through to a martial artist, I am about to head to Tianlong City, and the grudge between us should come to an end. Although the 3 martial masters had anticipated this, they couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing it. This kid had just broken through to a martial artist, and he was going to kill a martial master? It should be known that the gap between a martial artist and a martial master was even greater than the gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist. But thinking of that astonishing sword strike that had just exploded the martial stake, the 3 suddenly felt that this might not be impossible. Yen Kid, why don't you leave it to us to handle? That's right, although Wang Tianchi has only recently broken through to martial master, he has at least initially grasped the true meaning of martial arts. You just broke through to martial artist, the risk is too great if it comes to a real fight. Just wait for news at home. The 3 martial masters believed in Yen Shen's strength, but they were also unwilling to let him take risks easily. After all, this kid's talent was truly astonishing, almost monstrous, and they had all placed heavy bets. If he were to perish, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss. Then I will trouble the 3 seniors. Yen Shen did not refuse. If the 3 seniors could help resolve this hidden danger, why should he risk his life? He was happy to see it resolved. Of course, if it came to him taking action himself, he would not have the slightest fear. After chatting for a while longer, Director Hong Yang and Director Zile had some matters to attend to and took their leave. Yen Shen originally planned to leave as well, but at the moment he was about to step out, he suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, Senior Mu, I have 2 corpses of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. I wonder if you can just go to the Wanyao Pavilion. I've already made arrangements there. Someone will connect with you. Mu Long interrupted directly, then looked at him with a strange expression. At first, you were mainly selling 1st-tier ferocious beast materials. How long has it been, and you're already selling 3rd-tier materials? Yen Shen smiled and said, just lucky, just lucky. Mu Long looked displeased. Come on, when I was a martial artist, I wasn't this lucky. Sometimes when young people are too humble, it just seems pretentious. Yen Shen. After leaving the martial arts guild, Yen Shen was worried that Wang Tianchi might be lying in ambush nearby, so he didn't go home, but went directly to the Mu family's villa estate, where he had arranged a room earlier with Mu Zixuan and had a good sleep. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. When Yen Shen woke up again, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. When I was in the wilderness, my nerves were always tense. I didn't even have a proper rest, let alone sleep. Once I returned to Tianling City, my nerves relaxed and all kinds of fatigue surged up. It's really. After washing up, Yenchen quickly left the house and headed straight for the Wanya Pavilion. Wanya Pavilion was far from the Mu family, one was in the south of the base city and the other was in the north. Although there was a floating train from the Mu family, it still took nearly half an hour. Hello, welcome. As soon as he walked into the hall, a warm voice greeted him. At this time, the hall was bustling with people. Many martial artists and apprentices were queuing at the counter, either exchanging materials from fierce beasts or purchasing martial arts elixirs, making it quite lively. However, that familiar figure was no longer there. For some reason, Yenchen felt a bit unaccustomed. I am the manager of Wanya Pavilion. May I ask, are you Mr. Yenchen? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached with a respectful expression. Yenchen nodded. I am the manager of Wanya Pavilion. Said Mr. Yen. Elder Mu has already instructed that the upcoming transactions will be handled by me throughout. Please follow me. All right. The two quickly arrived at a vast warehouse. Yenchen took out the corpses of two third-tier fierce beasts, the cracking wind white tiger and the earth giant bear, from his small Qiankuan ring. Upon seeing this, the manager of Wanya Pavilion was also taken aback, unable to imagine that this young man could produce such invaluable items. Next came the time for disassembly and inventory. Wanya Pavilion sent out more than 30 employees, all professional beast disassemblers, who completed the entire inventory in about 2 hours. Mr. Yen, the materials we have disassembled include cracking wind white tiger's eyes *2, cracking wind white tiger's essence blood *5,000 milliliters, earth giant bear's gallbladder *1, earth giant bear's skin *1, and so on, totaling a value of 230 million federal coins. Would you like it to be directly transferred to your account? 230 million? Adding the 300 million given by Director Zile before, I now have a total of 530 million in savings. I never expected that one day I would become a billionaire. Yenchen said, do you have Lian Yuan Dan here? Yes, but not many. The manager of Wanya Pavilion replied, Lian Yuan Dan is a martial arts elixir used for martial artists' cultivation. Most of the materials needed for its refinement come from second-tier fierce beasts, along with some rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Currently, the entire Wanya Pavilion only has 100 pieces, each costing 2 million. 100 pieces? Compared to the martial artists in the entire Tianling city, that is indeed quite rare. Yenchen said, I'll take them all. Ha! The manager of Wanya Pavilion looked bewildered. Oh, right. Yenchen quickly took out a black card and said, I also have your Wanya Pavilion's 10% discount card, don't forget to apply the discount. The manager of Wanya Pavilion. Soon, 50 million federal coins were transferred, and the manager of Wanya Pavilion, with a mournful face, handed the 100 Lian Yuan Dan to Yenchen, inwardly lamenting this huge loss. What? That kid cleared out all the Lian Yuan Dan from the pavilion and used a discount card. Not long after, Mu Yinglong also learned of this news, directly spitting out a mouthful of old blood, shouting, what a huge loss, what a huge loss. That's 20 million. Granddaughter, how could you be so foolish? Stepping out of the Wanya Pavilion, Yenchen felt quite good. After undergoing the baptism of the Nirvana Lotus during this period, his physique had improved significantly. Although he was still far from the time when his martial arts foundation was intact, his cultivation speed had at least increased by 20% compared to before. There are 9 levels for martial artists, representing the 9 stages of true essence evolution. Yenchen is currently a first-level martial artist of true essence transforming chi. If he were to consume these 100 refining essence pills combined with infinite law and the infinite critical hit system, it might not be impossible to achieve true chi transforming mist and break through to a second-level martial artist. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to return to the Mu family for closed-door training. But just as he was about to leave, Yen Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted a familiar figure approaching from the other end of the street, head down, wearing a hat, with a glint of malice occasionally flashing in his eyes. Wang Tianshi? What is he doing here? Wait, could it be that after being injured by Li Zhangbai, he has been buying healing pills from the Wanya Pavilion to recover quickly? And now he has run into me. What bad luck! Yen Chen's heart sank as he turned around, activating the pitch-black scroll, pretending nothing was wrong, hoping to leave quickly before being noticed. Since Mu Yinglong and the other seniors had already agreed to help deal with Wang Tianshi, he had no intention of taking risks. Unfortunately, it was too late. He hadn't fully activated the pitch-black scroll when a very grim voice came from behind. What a coincidence, kid, I didn't expect to run into you here. Accompanying this was the overwhelming and terrifying pressure unique to martial masters. Run! Yen Chen activated the carefree dragon step without a moment's hesitation, immediately fleeing forward. You think you can escape? As the saying goes, enemies see red when they meet, seeing his sworn enemy right in front of him. Wang Tianshi no longer cared about hiding himself. His face twisted in a snarl as he unleashed a torrent of true essence infused with martial intent, causing the ground to tremble, roads to crack, and buildings to collapse as he crazily pursued. Such a commotion stirred up a huge wave in Tianling City. At the entrance of the martial arts guild, what? Yan Chen and Wang Tianchi ran into each other at the Wanya Pavilion? What a coincidence! Moo!
Yinglong, hearing the news, was extremely anxious and immediately prepared to rush to the rescue. But just as he descended the stairs, he saw two figures blocking the entrance, none other than the few martial masters in the city, the vice presidents of the martial arts guild known as the Sword
Hero duo, Lin Buhui and Wang Yan.
Without thinking much, Mu Yinglong clasped his hands and said, "Sorry, both of you, I have urgent business.
We can talk about it when I return."
The Sword Hero duo raised their hands simultaneously, blocking his path. No rush.
Seeing this scene, Mu Yinglong's expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean by this?"
Lin Buhui replied, "Nothing much."
Wang Yan added, "Just wanted to ask, since the Yan Chen you recommended is so strong, why didn't he help Xiao Hua and Xiao Qian when they were bullied in Tianlong City? You two coming here to question me at this time is definitely not a coincidence."
Mu Yinglong said coldly, "Speak, when did you conspire with Wang Tianchi?"
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"The reason we came here as a couple is simply to ask you, when Xiao Hua and Xiao Qian were bullied, why didn't Yan Chen, whom you recommended, help?"
The two sang in harmony, not admitting to colluding with Wang Tianchi. How could Mu Yinglong believe such nonsense? He didn't come to seek justice earlier or later, but waited until Wang Tianchi and Yan Xiaozai encountered each other, conveniently blocking the entrance of the martial arts guild? Let me guess.
Mu Yinglong squinted. "You two came empty-handed, without even a martial soldier. Didn't expect Wang Tianchi to suddenly make a move in Tianling City, so you came in a hurry." The faces of the sword-wielding couple changed slightly but quickly returned
to normal. "We didn't bring martial soldiers because it wasn't necessary.
With the two of us joining forces, it's enough to deal with you alone."
It's enough?
It's been many years since I've fought seriously, and you've all forgotten the
title of madman.
Mu Yinglong's anger flared, his eyes blazing like a wrathful deity, and he said sternly, "I don't care if you two have colluded with Wang Tianchi or if you simply came to seek justice, step aside, or don't blame me for being rude." The sword-wielding couple's expressions were equally cold, saying, "We ask for your guidance, senior."
Boom!
A loud noise erupted, and the two sides immediately engaged in battle.
Zilei Martial Arts Academy. Damn it, Wang Tianchi has such audacity to make a move in Tianling City. The president of Zilei was furious upon receiving the news, slamming the table and preparing to rush to support. But just as he stepped out of the school gate, he was stopped by an old man in gray robes. The old man in gray rasped, "You can't leave within a day? Get out of the way." The president of Zilei, anxious to save people, didn't care much and waved his sleeve, intending to push the old man aside. However, the old man remained calm, raising his wrist to deflect the force effortlessly, then flicked his fingers, sending a powerful force that made the president of Zilei stagger back repeatedly. "Martial Master." The president of Zilei's expression grew serious. "I know all the martial masters in Tianling City, and those from other cities would also announce themselves. Are you from the wilderness?" The old man in gray coldly replied, "I also don't want to come to the federal city, but there's no choice, that Wang Tianchi offered too much." This was equivalent to indirectly admitting his identity. The president of Zilei said coldly, "Are you saying that if I want to go out today, I must defeat you?" "Yes. Go to hell." Before the old man in gray could finish, the president of Zilei had already made his move, unleashing endless thunder that surged toward the old man. At the same time, in front of Hongyang Academy and Lanyu Academy, martial masters from the wilderness also appeared, blocking the two presidents who were preparing to provide support. Several battles at the level of martial masters caused quite a stir throughout Tianling City. On the other side, the Xia family. "Dad, the entire Tianling City is in chaos, with martial masters from the wilderness appearing. We need to get Grandpa to act quickly, or it will be too late." Xia Sheng stood at the door, anxious. He had already learned about Yan Chen being hunted. Xiao's father did not inherit Xia Tianfeng's martial arts talent, although he relied on the resources of the Xia family to barely cultivate to the level of a martial artist. He clearly could not stop this turmoil. Xiao's father stopped his son, shaking his head, his expression showing helplessness. "Your grandpa is heavily injured from fighting 4 demon snakes and is currently recuperating. He can't make a move. But can we just watch Tianling City descend into chaos?" "Of course not. Shenger, your grandpa has already gone to the martial arts guild to activate the city defense formation. In at most half an hour, the martial formation will be fully revived, and the martial masters from the wilderness will retreat." "Is it going to take that long?" Xia Sheng stamped his feet anxiously. Wang Tianchi was a martial master, and even the god of the mountain couldn't possibly be a match. By the time the martial formation fully revived, he feared it would be too late. "Can't you go any faster?" Summer Dad said helplessly. "No, we can't. The previous beast tide consumed too much of the martial formation, and we've only completed 1/3 of the recharge so far. Half an hour is already the fastest." "Damn it." Xiaosheng punched the wall, and the wall collapsed with a loud crash. Meanwhile, Yan Chen was fully operating the infinite law, relying on the characteristics of Carefree Dragon Step and God-Slaying True Essence, and with the support of the infinite critical hit system, he was trying to escape from Wang Tianchi's pursuit using the terrain. It must be said that breaking through
As a martial artist, with the power of true essence, Yan Chen's various martial skills had also received a qualitative enhancement, and the carefree dragon step was at least 3 times faster than before. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Tianchi had not caught up yet. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. It seems that the grudge between me and Wang Tianchi still falls on my shoulders. Yan Chen shook his head helplessly. With such a commotion caused by Wang Tianchi and so much time passed, neither Muinglong nor the 2 deans, Zile and Honyang, had shown up, and he knew that the seniors must have encountered trouble. Wang Tianchi's next words confirmed this viewpoint. Kid, are you still waiting for that old man Mu? And those damned guys? Ha, stop waiting. Do you know how much preparation I've made to kill you and what a great price I've paid? In the entire Tianling city, no one can save you. You hired martial artists from the wilderness forces. Yan Chen thought of dark praise and already had a guess in his heart. That's right. At this point, Wang Tianchi had no more scruples and admitted generously, not only that, let me tell you the truth, kid, once I kill you, I will escape to the wilderness. Don't think anyone will come to avenge you. Ha ha ha. Avenge? Yan Chen sneered. Who would avenge whom was still uncertain. Previously, he had indeed agreed to let Muinglong and the other martial artists deal with Wang Tianchi, which would have been much less risky and saved him a lot of effort, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Since he had encountered this now and no one could come to support him, he would just solve it himself. In the chase, the two had already reached the outskirts of Tianling City, and the towering city walls appeared before them. Congratulations, the martial skill Carefree Dragon Step you used has achieved a 100-fold critical hit. Yan Chen's speed suddenly increased and he rushed quickly towards the outside of the city. He didn't want to fight in Tianling City, there were too many residents and he couldn't unleash his full strength. Compared to that, he had a better battlefield. Where are you running? Wang Tianchi roared, constantly swinging his fists. The terrifying true essence surging forth, but all of it was skillfully dodged by Yan Chen, infuriating him to the point of grinding his teeth, and he immediately gave chase. Soon, the two rushed out of Tianling City, passing through the Sword Chi wall and entering the alert zone. During this time, Yan Chen was not just running away. Whenever the Carefree Dragon Step triggered a high critical hit, he would take the opportunity to unleash the Infinite Dragon Sword and slash at Wang Tianchi. Unfortunately, because he did not trigger a high critical hit, Wang Tianchi easily shattered the 7-kill Sword Chi. In the blink of an eye, another moment passed and Wang Tianchi angrily shouted, "Bastard, if you have the ability, don't run." Boom! Another loud noise erupted as the ground split open and countless trees collapsed with a thunderous crash. The earth sank about an inch in a radius of several dozen meters, and two figures were chasing each other in the boundless wilderness. Wang Tianchi's eyes widened in anger, his body radiating a strong killing intent. It was no wonder he was so furious. The speed displayed by the young man in front of him was truly bizarre. At first glance, it seemed not fast at all, but every time he was about to catch up, the young man would suddenly burst forth, creating distance in the blink of an eye. What shocked Wang Tianchi even more was Yan Chen's performance along the way. Although he had just broken through to the martial master level, he was still a martial master, with his true essence sublimated to the extreme, initially grasping the true meaning of martial arts. Every movement he made possessed power far beyond that of peak martial artists. Yet, throughout the journey, he had unleashed countless martial techniques, many of which were of heavenly grade, but they were either dodged by Yan Chen or blocked. It was simply unimaginable. Its true essence. Wang Tianchi soon realized something. This kid's true essence is extremely domineering, suppressing everything, destroying everything, erasing everything. It is simply not comparable to mid-grade true essence. Even among high-grade true essences, most are far inferior. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce expression appeared on Wang Tianchi's face. This time, I absolutely cannot let this kid escape. He must be killed, otherwise, if I encounter him again, I will definitely not be his match. Kill him. Heh, it seems he's going all out. Yan Chen, who was fleeing, felt the increasingly terrifying onslaught behind him and his face turned grave. Although he had seen many martial master-level powerhouses before and even witnessed the battle between the cracked wind white tiger and the earth giant bear, he had never faced a direct confrontation. Now, facing Wang Tianchi's full-force attack, he finally understood how terrifying a martial artist who had touched the true meaning of martial arts could be. Die. Accompanied by a voice filled with killing intent, a long spear sliced through the air like a shooting star, tearing through the sky with endless might. Although Yan Chen had faced such attacks countless times, he still felt a chill. Relying on his superhuman perception and the carefree dragon step, he narrowly dodged at the last moment. Boom! A violent roar echoed, and the ground trembled as Wang Tianchi's strike created a 3-meter deep pit. Yan Chen had already adapted to such terrifying attacks. His face showed no ripples as he glanced lightly at it and then continued to flee forward. Wang Tianchi landed in the giant pit, retrieved his spear, and said fiercely, "Let's see how far you can run." In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. The two chased each other, one pursuing and the other fleeing, with occasional brief exchanges, and finally reached the edge of the warning zone. The boundary between the danger zone and the warning zone was not separated by a wall of sword energy, as the martial formations capable of blocking third-tier ferocious beasts were simply too expensive. Although Tianlong City could afford to set them up, they would not invest too much in this area. Moreover, the danger zone near Tianling
city was rated very low, with no more than 20 third-tier ferocious beasts wandering about. Therefore, aside from putting up a warning sign, there were no other measures. Finally here, Yan Chen's gaze was deep as he rushed forward without hesitation. This kid actually charged into the danger zone. Wang Tianchi was taken aback, then revealed a cold smile. First, he escaped from Tianling City, then headed straight into the depths of the wilderness. Just as I guessed, he wants to use the same trick as the heaven and earth twin calamities to pit me against the third-tier ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, he wouldn't expect that I've been prepared for this. Muttering to himself, Wang Tianchi took out a white jade bottle and unhesitatingly swallowed all the pills inside. This pill was called Heavenly Fragrance Pill, a third-grade pill that neither increased martial arts cultivation nor healed injuries. Its only effect was to emit a strange fragrance from the person who consumed it, allowing ferocious beasts to instinctively approach. He bought this from the wilderness warrior for over 100 million federal coins. Adding the cost he entrusted to the wilderness warrior, it can be said that he nearly exhausted his family fortune to avenge his son. Yan Chen, I will kill you. Immediately, Wang Tianchi rushed into the danger zone. As expected, he came. Feeling the overwhelming power behind him, Yan Chen's gaze turned cold. Wang Tianchi was chasing him, and he too wanted to take this opportunity to kill Wang Tianchi, eliminating future troubles once and for all. The most crucial part of the plan was to lure Wang Tianchi into the danger zone. Previously, he had indeed worried that Wang Tianchi would give up the chase or even do the opposite, making a commotion that would attract the third-tier ferocious beasts in the danger zone to attack him. After all, this was undoubtedly a very safe method. Yan Chen was betting that Wang Tianchi wouldn't dare to do that, fearing that the third-tier ferocious beasts in the danger zone wouldn't be able to stop him, allowing him to escape. It seemed that the gamble had paid off. As the thought surfaced in his mind, Yan Chen accelerated. Once more, using the carefree dragon step to purposefully run in a certain direction. Wang Tianchi quickly followed. In a chase and escape, it wasn't long before the two arrived at a hilltop. Ahead was a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. 2 heads, a lion's body, 6 claws, wielding thunder and lightning, extremely noble. It was the third-tier ferocious beast, the Thunderbolt 2-headed lion. Yan Chen arrived first, then activated his true essence, fully unleashing the pitch black scroll. Before concealing his whereabouts, he casually swung a sword towards the Thunderbolt 2-headed lion. Roar! A roar filled with rage echoed as the Thunderbolt 2-headed lion, which had been sleeping, suddenly awoke, its eyes filled with brutality, hatred, and ferocity, scanning the surroundings to find the one who dared to disturb it. Just then, Wang Tianchi caught up and saw the furious Thunderbolt 2-headed lion. Do you like it? This gift I sent you, Yan Chen said. Lightly, hiding behind a large tree, his presence reduced to the extreme, not worried about being discovered. But to his surprise, Wang Tianchi's expression remained unchanged, even showing a hint of a smile as he said, Is this the trick you used to kill the twin fiends of heaven and earth? With the same scheme, do you think I would fall for it again? Yan Chen's expression did not change, but his brows furrowed slightly. As expected, the Thunderbolt 2-headed lion did not attack Wang Tianchi. Instead, after sniffing, its brutal gaze softened considerably, and it actually took 2 steps back, ignoring the human who dared to step into its territory, wanting to continue its slumber. Lion, the one who disturbed your sleep is someone else. I can help you find him, and then we can join forces to tear this person apart. Relying on the effect of the Heavenly Fragrance Pill, Wang Tianchi even attempted to win over this third-tier ferocious beast. The Thunderbolt 2-headed lion flashed a look of disdain. One head opened its mouth, unleashing lightning that struck at Wang Tianchi's feet, causing the warrior to retreat repeatedly, his expression darkening to the extreme. This beast actually looks down on me? Although Wang Tianchi was furious inside, he did not explode in anger, not only because the double-headed thunder lion was not easy to provoke as a third-tier ferocious beast, but also because Yan Chen was nearby, watching closely. This kid, although just a martial artist, had an extremely domineering true essence, making even martial masters take him seriously. Then, Wang Tianchi operated his technique, sensing everything around him, trying to locate the suddenly vanished Yan Chen. However, after a moment, he opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in his gaze. Gone? Indeed, it was gone. In Wang Tianchi's perception, within a radius of 3 miles, apart from the double-headed thunder lion in front of him, there were no other traces of living beings. Could it be that he ran away? No, that was impossible. He had already locked onto that kid's aura, and even if the other party's true essence was domineering, it was impossible to escape his perception range in just a few seconds. He must still be nearby. It seems he has hidden himself. A cold glint flashed in Wang Tianchi's eyes, and then he took out an object from his storage space. On the other side, seeing that the double-headed thunder lion did not attack Wang Tianchi, Yan Chen felt regretful but not too surprised. The reason was simple. The other party was the employer of the heaven and earth dual evil and most likely knew the cause of death of these 2 martial artists. Since that was the case, daring to follow him into a dangerous area meant they were well prepared. He just didn't expect that Wang Tianchi's means could actually eliminate the hostility of the ferocious beast. Is it his own means, or did he buy it from the forces in the wilderness? Yan Chen's eyes turned cold as he said, it seems this Wang martial master has made quite a bit of preparation to deal with me. And when he saw the item Wang Tianchi took out, his expression became serious. Wind Sensing Stone. The Wind Sensing Stone was not a martial weapon but a type of heavenly material and earthly treasure. It could be forged into a martial weapon or enhance the holder's sensing ability. The technique Pitch Black Scroll was undoubtedly top-notch in the fields of stealth, hiding, and assassination, possessing almost absolute secrecy among the same realm. Even when facing martial masters, relying on the power of God-slaying true essence and the enhancement of the infinite critical hit system, it could barely remain concealed. But that was barely. Even though Wang Tianchi had just broken through and was the weakest among all martial masters, he was still a martial master. It was already quite difficult for Pitch Black Scroll to evade his perception, and if there was the enhancement of the Wind Sensing Stone, then the result. Sure enough, the next moment, Wang Tianchi suddenly focused his gaze on Yan Shen's hiding place, and a voice filled with hatred rang out. "Found you." Yan Shen said nothing and turned to run, activating Carefree Dragon Step to its utmost, muttering as he ran, "He even has something to enhance sensing. It seems Wang Tianchi has really made a lot of preparations to kill me." Roar. Soon, a roar came, not from Wang Tianchi but from the double-headed Thunder Lion. As Yan Shen was forced to reveal himself, this third-tier ferocious beast immediately realized that this human was the culprit disturbing its slumber, and it fell into a rage, joining the chase. Crackle. Die. The sound of thunder mixed with Wang Tianchi's roar as a man and a beast were crazily pursuing each other. Lightning danced wildly in the air, illuminating the surroundings, and the extremely domineering spear swept across continuously, causing the ground to crack, booming loudly, and trees to collapse, showcasing the might of the martial master to the fullest. Yan Shen remained extremely calm, executing Carefree Dragon Step to its limit. One moment he was on a large tree, and the next he might appear 10 meters away. Relying on his extremely agile movement technique, Yan Shen barely dodged the attacks. Damn it, this double-headed Thunder Lion is too tricky. Yan Shen's face darkened. Compared to Wang Tianchi, the threat from that third-tier ferocious beast was greater, naturally close to the lightning attribute, and extremely fast, having nearly been injured by it several times. At that moment, another thunderbolt struck. Although Yan Shen barely dodged most of it, a streak of lightning still hit him, unavoidable. He struck back with his sword, and an overwhelming destructive force surged forth, sending him flying, his internal organs feeling as if they were being scorched by thunderfire. Fortunately, he managed to barely block the blow in the end. "I can't let this Tier 3 ferocious beast continue to hunt me down. I must think of a way," Yan Shen thought to himself, taking a recovery pill and a healing pill to restore his true essence while suppressing his injuries. Then he continued to use the Carefree Dragon Step to flee. Behind him came a mocking voice. "You think you can use the Tier 3 ferocious beast to trap me? Ah, kid, I have to say you are really too naive and too foolish. Do you know how much preparation I made to kill you? Entering the danger zone will be the most regrettable decision of your life." Yan Shen's expression was cold, his eyes showing no ripples as he sped up to escape in another direction. Before long, he arrived at a lake. The two-headed Thunder Lion suddenly stopped, its eyes filled with vigilance, as if sensing some threat. The habitat of the Black Water Huishan. Wang Tianchi's face turned grim. This guy intends to use another Tier 3 ferocious beast to restrain the two-headed Thunder Lion, but at the same time, a roar echoed, half snake, half dragon. A half-black, half-white Huishan with two legs soared from the lake, its lantern-like eyes fixed on the two-headed Thunder Lion, exuding a strong hostility, feeling its territory threatened. Roar, roar. The two-headed Thunder Lion also roared, purple lightning intertwining, neither side yielding to the other. Seeing the scene, Wang Tianchi understood that the battle between the two Tier 3 ferocious beasts was inevitable. Although he felt disappointed, it wasn't too much. In his view, if the two-headed Thunder Lion helped in the hunt, that would be best. If not, he could rely on himself to kill Yan Shen. However, the next scene greatly exceeded his expectations. Yan Shen did not hide his presence. Instead, he swung his sword, striking the Black Water Huishan, then fled madly without looking back. The Black Water Huishan was also stunned. It did not expect that a mere human would dare to provoke it. After a moment of daze, it suddenly let out a deafening roar and disregarded the two-headed Thunder Lion, charging madly towards Yan Shen. Ha! Wang Tianchi was bewildered, unable to understand what Yan Shen was trying to achieve. But he naturally would not miss this rare opportunity, relying on the heavenly fragrance pill that could attract ferocious beasts. He chased after Yan Shen along with the two-headed Thunder Lion and the Black Water Huishan. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Yan Shen had visited the habitats of 4 Tier 3 ferocious beasts in total. At each place, he would strike the Tier 3 ferocious beast with a sword, then flee madly. Watching this scene, Wang Tianchi's brows were tightly knitted, feeling an extremely ominous premonition in his heart for some unknown reason. In the danger zone, for third-tier ferocious beasts roared mightily, continuously chasing a young boy, causing the ground to tremble, and countless first- and second-tier ferocious beasts perished in the aftermath. Puff! Yan Shen spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his face somewhat pale. Faced with the pursuit of martial master Wang Tianchi and 4 third-tier ferocious beasts, the pressure was overwhelming. Even though he had pushed the Carefree Dragon Step to its limits and had good luck triggering high critical hits several times, he still sustained serious injuries under the relentless terrifying attacks.
Fortunately, the god-slaying true essence was strong enough to protect him significantly. If it had been any other true essence, even a high-grade one, it would have collapsed long ago. For third-tier ferocious beasts, it seems this is my current limit, Yan Shen murmured softly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But killing Wang Tianchi is already enough. Another 10 minutes passed. Die, reverse god spear. The roar echoed as Wang Tianchi hurled his precious long spear again, its terrifying destructive power instantly piercing through everything, aimed at Yan Shen. Unfortunately, after this period of fleeing, Yan Shen had already adapted to this intense rhythm of attacks and easily dodged this strike, conveniently circling behind the two-headed thunder lion and another third-tier ferocious beast, causing them to collide. Wang Tianchi cursed, "Damn it, bastard." At this moment, the martial master felt a sense of urgency, although he didn't understand why this guy was deliberately luring so many third-tier ferocious beasts to chase him. He always had a bad feeling, as if he had overlooked some crucial element. What could it be? As Wang Tianchi pondered, his expression suddenly changed drastically as he sensed the fragrance on his body fading. The heavenly fragrance pill was losing its effect. Could it be? A disbelieving guess arose in his heart, and he shook his head frantically. No, it's impossible. He's just a kid, not yet 20. How could he have calculated this far? Absolutely impossible. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying roars echoed as the four third-tier ferocious beasts took turns attacking Yan Shen. The dreadful destructive power left a large part of the danger zone in ruins, while other third-tier ferocious beasts unwilling to get involved remained hidden. However, Wang Tianchi did not launch another attack. Instead, he slowed his pace, preparing to withdraw from these third-tier ferocious beasts and leave this place. The effect of the heavenly fragrance pill is about to disappear. I must leave these third-tier ferocious beasts before that, or the target of everyone's wrath could very well become me. Little Lu, father is incompetent. I fear I won't be able to avenge you in this lifetime. I'm sorry. Just as he was about to leave, a voice filled with a hint of mockery suddenly came. Martial Master Wang, why are you suddenly leaving? Could it be that the ability on you that dispels the hostility of ferocious beasts is fading? You guessed it. Wang Tianchi turned his head, disbelief etched on his face. At that moment, Yan Shen had just dodged the attacks of the two-headed thunder lion and black water python. His body tattered, face pale, with blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he wore a smile. It's not hard to guess, if the ability to dispel ferocious beast hostility could be maintained indefinitely, humanity wouldn't have to view ferocious beasts as disasters. With a little more thought, it's obvious that this effect must have a time limit and a very short duration, with a high cost. Wang Tianchi's eyes widened, feeling fear for the first time. So, you deliberately lured these third-tier ferocious beasts just to wait for the effect of the heavenly fragrance pill to wear off. Heavenly fragrance pill? It turned out that Wang Tianchi could dispel hostility because of a martial arts pill. After dodging the attacks of the four third-tier ferocious beasts, Yan Shen smiled lightly. Otherwise, why do you think I would deliberately lure these ferocious beasts to chase me? Damn it. Wang Tianchi's face turned extremely ugly, and he couldn't care less about anything else. He immediately transformed into a streak of light, intending to leave. However, Yan Shen had set up such a large trap. How could he let him leave easily? He immediately used the carefree dragon step, making a wide detour, dodging numerous attacks from third-tier ferocious beasts and blocking Wang Tianchi's path. Looking for death, Wang Tianchi roared, swinging his spear with the force to extinguish 10,000 pounds. But before the spear could reach him, Yan Shen had already vanished from the spot, easily dodging the attack. Meanwhile, the four third-tier ferocious beasts had also turned their direction, charging towards Wang Tianchi to kill Yan Shen, leaving him unable to escape. Damn it, if you have the ability, don't hide. Wang Tianchi was about to go mad. He couldn't understand how this kid, who had just broken through to become a martial artist, could have such speed. Yan Shen, however, smiled lightly and said, it's impossible not to hide, but you wanting to shake me off is out of the question. Ah! Wang Tianchi was furious, his roar almost insane. For a while, the roles of offense and defense reversed. Wang Tianchi frantically tried to escape the danger zone, shaking off the four third-tier ferocious beasts surrounding him. But Yan Shen relied on his elusive movement, always keeping the same position as him, continuously entangling him, making it impossible for him to break free. As the effect of the heavenly fragrance pill was about to wear off, Wang Tianchi looked like he was going mad. Get out of the way, don't force me. Yan Shen coldly said, you should have thought about today when you tried to kill me in the Blue Rain Academy classroom. Don't even think about stopping me. Kill. Wang Tianchi no longer cared about anything else, using forbidden techniques to merge himself with the spear, transforming into a divine spear that pierced through heaven and earth, trying to charge out. Yan Shen, however, clung to him like a stubborn plaster, never letting go, while always maintaining a safe distance, dodging the attacks of the third-tier ferocious beasts and continuously striking him with various taunts. Finally, after a few more minutes, the strange fragrance on Wang Tianchi completely disappeared. When the third-tier ferocious beasts like the two-headed thunder lion and black water python looked at him again, their gazes changed subtly. I want to kill you. Wang Tianchi was terrified, filled with rage, already sensing the change in the surrounding ferocious beasts. Kill me. Yan Shen smiled slightly. You should first survive these third-tier ferocious beasts, then we'll talk.
Good luck, goodbye. After saying that, he activated the pitch-black scroll, blending into the surrounding environment, quickly escaping the battlefield. Just as I thought, Wang Tianchu's face turned ashen. The moment he realized Yan Shen's plan, he had already guessed how the other party would escape from this group of ferocious beasts. At the same time, the four third-tier ferocious beasts, with eyes bright as lanterns, all focused on the human in front of them, vaguely remembering how this guy had somehow tricked them into liking him. Roar! A terrifying roar then echoed throughout the entire danger zone. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, roars intertwined with thunder, shadows of snakes clashed with lion bodies, and a tremendous might swept in all directions. The figures of the four ferocious beasts quickly engulfed Wang Tianchu. Yan Shen hid far away, watching all of this, with no ripple in his gaze. Faced with the siege of so many third-tier ferocious beasts, even seasoned martial masters would have to suffer defeat. If it were someone else, there would be absolutely no chance of escape. But when it came to Wang Tianchu, Yan Shen truly could not be certain. After all, he had previously escaped from Muinglong and Li Zhangbai, both of whom were seasoned martial masters immersed in the true essence of martial arts for many years, their strength far surpassing that of a newly advanced martial master. The fact that Wang Tianchu could escape from their hands undoubtedly indicated he had extremely powerful trump cards. If he runs further, it's a forbidden zone where the four-headed demon serpent resides. If Wang Tianchu could break free, he would definitely not run in that direction. Behind him is Tianling City. Not to mention that he has brought the forces of the wilderness into the city, committing a grave crime. The martial arts guild would never let him off. Just considering the huge commotion he caused, several seniors must have already learned of my ambush and would definitely not sit idly by. As long as he shakes off his pursuers, they will rush this way. If Wang Tianchu tries to run back, he might very well run into them, so he absolutely wouldn't choose this direction either. Wang Tianchu has said that once he avenges himself, he will defect to the wilderness, which indicates he may have already made contact with the forces of the wilderness. So, if he can escape the siege of the four third-tier ferocious beasts, he will surely flee towards the boundless wilderness, and as long as I guard that place, I can wait for him to come. The killer will always be killed. Wang Tianchu, today I will definitely kill you. A cold glint flashed in Yan Shen's eyes, and he then vanished from his spot, heading towards the path leading deep into the wilderness. The reality was just as he had anticipated. Surrounded by four third-tier ferocious beasts, the situation was extremely perilous. Even seasoned martial masters would likely meet their end, but for Wang Tianchu, it was not necessarily a death sentence. On the road to the depths of the wilderness, a figure was darting through at an incredible speed. Damn it, how dare he plot against me? If it weren't for the speed shuttle, I might really have died at the mouths of those beasts. Wang Tianchu gritted his teeth, his eyes twisted with rage. Faced with the combined assault of four third-tier ferocious beasts, he had almost instantly suffered severe injuries. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in blood, and his breath was significantly weaker than before, his body shaking uncontrollably as he exerted his strength. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately used his life-saving method, the speed shuttle. This was a weapon that enhanced speed, allowing the holder to increase their speed tenfold for a limited time, but it could only move forward, not turn, and each use required absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for 24 hours to recharge. Although its rank was not high and it could not be used in combat, it was undoubtedly a miraculous escape tool. Wang Tianchu had relied on this weapon to turn danger into safety multiple times. Muinglong and Li Zhangbai had also relied on this weapon to escape back then. Sigh. Wang Tianchu suddenly sighed. That kid is too monstrous. How long has it been, and he has already broken through to a martial artist with such a high level of true essence. Next time we meet, I'm afraid I won't be his match, let alone avenge Lure. This is fate. Forget it. Let's go to the wilderness world. I will never return to the Human Federation again. Although the wilderness is a general term for the outer lands of the base city, there are actually two distinctions. One is the wilderness. That has been explored by the Martial Arts Guild, rated, assigned a serial number, and divided into areas, officially called wilderness outskirts. The other part is a paradise for ferocious beasts, rarely trodden by humans, boundless and filled with unknown lands, also known as the wilderness world. The latter is also an area where the forces of the wilderness are active. Wang Tianchu was precisely trying to escape into the wilderness world. He had already made a deal with a wilderness force, just as he had escaped the danger zone and was about to head towards the wilderness world. Wang Tianchu's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he quickly sidestepped to dodge. At the same time, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed, a cold light flashed, and a scarlet drop fell, splitting the earth in two in the blink of an eye. You didn't run? Wang Tianchu's eyes were fixed on the boy in front of him. Yan Shen's expression was emotionless as he said, You didn't get torn apart by those four ferocious beasts either. Wang Tianchu's expression gradually turned cold. You guessed long ago that if I could escape, I would definitely flee to the wilderness world, and you specifically waited for me here? That's right. Yan Shen nodded, causing such a commotion. There is no place for you in Tianling City anymore, so this time, whether you succeed or fail in killing me, you will flee to the wilderness world. It's not hard to guess.
After a pause, a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted in Yen Shen's eyes. If you don't die, I won't feel at ease.
Wang Tianchi sneered. What makes you think you can kill me?
Just based on the sword in my hand. As the words fell, Yen Shen suddenly drew his sword.
Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 50-fold critical hit bonus. Ha 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 ha, what an arrogant little brat.
Wang Tianchi's black hair danced wildly as he laughed maniacally. Even if I am heavily injured and covered in blood, I am still not someone. A mere newly advanced martial artist like you can shake. I thought I would never have the chance to avenge Lure in this life, but since you have given me this opportunity, don't
blame me for being rude.
Kill. Wang Tianchi struck out with a palm, his true essence surging with immense force. The palm and the sword collided.
Yen Shen's expression changed.
As he felt an extremely terrifying force surge towards him, shaking his internal organs and causing him to spit out blood, flying backward.
He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect
that Wang Tianchi, despite being heavily injured and his aura very weak, still possessed such terrifying strength.
If it weren't for the 50-fold critical hit bonus, if it weren't
for the god-slaying true essence being strong enough, and if he hadn't won the little divine martial soft hedgehog armor in advance, then with just that one strike he would
have probably lost half his life. What Yen Shen didn't know was that Wang Tianchi was even more shocked than he was.
He was clear about his own strength, although he was heavily injured and very weak, unable to maintain his full state. That palm just now still contained the true meaning of martial arts and the might of a martial master.
If it were an ordinary
martial artist, they would have been blown apart long ago, yet he had only spat out a mouthful of blood and seemed unscathed. This child is so monstrous. Given time, his martial achievements will definitely surpass mine.
This is my last chance to avenge Lure.
A fierce glint flashed in Wang Tianchi's eyes. I will definitely kill you today.
Yen Shen replied. Then let's see if you have that strength.
Without further words, both sides struck again, knowing that this time it was a fight to the death, and they exerted all their strength.
Boom, boom, boom.
The enormous roar echoed, and the entire forest trembled in the face of the martial artist's power, while the second-tier ferocious beasts lay on the ground, shivering in fear. The battle between the two sides had already lasted 10 minutes. Yen Shen did not engage in a head-on confrontation but instead used the carefree dragon step, constantly dodging, only striking back with his sword when there was an opening. Unfortunately, he did not trigger a critical hit of over 1,000 times.
Damn it, can you stop dodging?
Wang Tianchi was extremely frustrated. This kid in front of him was as slippery as an eel, appearing here and there, elusive and hard to catch, and even with several swings of his divine spear, he struggled to land a hit.
He.
Yen Shen sneered, not speaking, still focused on his swordplay. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was just that the opponent was too strong. He had originally thought that Wang Tianchi, having suffered severe injuries, would have greatly weakened Cultivation, and with the god-slaying true essence and infinite critical hit system, he would have some fighting power
in a direct confrontation.
But he never expected that even though the other was covered in blood, he remained formidable. With a single palm strike, he not only shattered the sword that triggered a 50 times critical hit but also inflicted significant injury on himself. If the triggered critical hit had been a normal 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, or 20 times, it would not only fail to harm Wang Tianchi but would instead leave him severely injured. Therefore,
Yen Shen adopted a more cautious approach, even though it was somewhat underhanded.
Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 300 times critical hit, finally triggering a high critical hit. Yen Shen's face lit up, and the 7 kills had already fallen. Wang Tianchi had faced such an attack many times before and did not pay much attention to it. As usual, he casually struck out a palm, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to catch this damned kid. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed to one of horror. How is this possible?
Put.
A mouthful of blood spurted out. The god-slaying true essence had an extremely domineering, destructive power, and under the enhancement of the infinite critical hit system, it caused Wang Tianchi to suffer significant injury in an instant. Coupled with the heavy injuries he had already sustained, his current state could be described as utterly terrible.
Why your sword is so terrifying. Wang Tianchi found it hard to believe.
Fortunately, he had noticed in time and immediately used a weapon, otherwise, it wouldn't have been just blood spitting, he would have lost an arm.
Yen Shen's
expression was emotionless. There are swords even more terrifying than this, and they are meant to send you on your way to the Yellow Springs. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword was drawn. In the wilderness, the sword light intertwined, the roars continued, and blood stained the air, not knowing how many first-tier ferocious beasts were affected and met a tragic end. As time passed, Wang Tianchi grew increasingly alarmed because in the recent exchanges, this kid had unleashed 3 extremely
terrifying sword strikes.
Although they were not as powerful as the previous one, their lethality was enough to threaten a martial artist. This kid is strange. I can't continue to entangle with him or I might really die here.
Wang Tianchi pursued Yen Shen
solely to avenge his son, but he had never thought he would risk his own life. The thought of retreat began to take root in his heart. He started to withdraw, wanting to escape the battle.
You want to run? Yen Shen saw through the other's intentions at a glance, squinting his eyes and saying, aren't you going to avenge your son? Damn bastard, don't get too smug. When we meet
next time, it will surely be your death day.
Wang Tianchu's face twisted in rage as he spat out harsh words, but deep down, he knew that this retreat meant he would never have the chance for revenge again. In fact, at the very beginning, Wang Tianchu had been determined to give up everything, even his own life, to avenge his son, otherwise he wouldn't have colluded with the forces of the wilderness and planned to escape to the wild world. But making a firm decision and truly facing death were two entirely different matters. Facing Yan Shen's sword, which was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, he suddenly felt fear, afraid of really dying here. He was a martial artist, a strong practitioner of martial arts, with so much wealth and glory, he did not want to die. The growth of fear made him abandon the thought of revenge. Unfortunately, he wanted to escape, but Yan Shen was not willing to let him go easily. He used the carefree dragon step to continue the fight, searching for gaps and swinging his sword incessantly. Bastard, don't force me. Wang Tianchu was masking his anxiety with anger. Yan Shen coldly replied, I will force you. What will you do about it? Wang Tianchu's face twisted in rage. Do you really think I have no desperate means? Let me go now, or we both die together. Yan Shen immediately became alert, not doubting his words. Although Wang Tianchu had already suffered severe injuries, covered in blood and nearly falling apart, he was still a martial artist, and his desperate means would undoubtedly be terrifying. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat a few steps to avoid the brunt of the attack, but at that moment, Wang Tianchu's movements revealed a gap, which Yan Shen caught, and as usual, he unleashed the martial technique Infinite Dragon Sword. Then something even more fortunate happened. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 3,100-fold critical hit. Bonus. A high critical hit at this moment? Wang Tianchu, it seems even the heavens are not on your side. Desperate, haha, Yan Shen said coldly, but you need to be alive to fight desperately, go die. Worried that one strike might not kill this guy, he even activated Shattered Ghost Technique, burning his blood energy to unleash several times the power. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianchu sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The sword light descended, like a raging tide of true essence, crashing down upon him. No! The roar echoed, and then Wang Tianchu's chest was pierced. He widened his eyes, filled with unwillingness. Clearly, he still had many desperate martial techniques, but due to their terrifying side effects and facing a martial artist, he had not used them. He never expected to lose his life here. Ha! Yan Shen let out a long breath, collapsing to the ground, feeling utterly exhausted. This battle had been too difficult. It was the most perilous fight he had faced since obtaining the infinite critical hit system. If it weren't for the god-slaying true essence he had condensed, if it weren't for his decent luck with the critical hit multipliers, and if he hadn't set a trap beforehand to severely injure Wang Tianchu, then he would have had to escape. Then Yan Shen grinned. Although he had relied on the carefree dragon step to evade most of Wang Tianchu's attacks, the residual force still caused him considerable harm. He had been so focused on the battle that he hadn't noticed it, but now that his mind relaxed, the pain spread throughout his body instantly. It seems that with my current strength, it's still impossible to defeat a martial artist head-on. Yan Shen smiled bitterly and shook his head, then revealed a smile. But just because I can't now doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. Once I break through to a higher level of martial artist, I might be able to cross great realms to kill again. After resting for a while, Yan Shen got up and walked over to Wang Tianchu's corpse, searching through his belongings. Sure enough, there are storage-type weapons. Before long, he found a necklace, and a smile appeared on his face. I wonder what good things are inside. The storage-type martial weapons have a master recognition mechanism, making it difficult for outsiders to open them. Yan Shen tried several times but was unsuccessful and had to give up. Not long after, swish, 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 3 figures rushed from afar, exuding a strong pressure, and soon appeared before Yan Shen. It was the seniors Muing Long, Dean Hongyang, and Dean Zile. They relaxed upon seeing that Yan Shen was safe and sound. Then they noticed the corpse of Wang Tianchu, and their gazes all froze. Yan kid, did you kill Wang Tianchu? Muing Long's voice was filled with shock. Dean Hongyang and Dean Zile also found it hard to believe. That was a martial master, albeit one who had just broken through and was among the weakest, but still a martial master. How could Yan Shen, who had just become a martial artist, possibly be Wang Tianchu's opponent, let alone kill him? Yan Shen did not hide it. If my memory serves me right, then yes, I killed him. The 3 martial masters gasped. Muing Long asked, how did you kill Wang Tianchu? Yan Shen paused, seeing their attention drawn to him, revealing a teasing smile. I killed him with a sword. Get lost. Speak plainly. Have you gotten cocky, kid? The 3 had unfriendly expressions, and judging by their demeanor, if Yan Shen dared to tease again, he would have to learn how flowers bloom. I didn't say I wouldn't say, just wondering if we could change places. Feeling pain all over, Yan Shen grimaced. Could you take me to the hospital first? Muing Long, Dean Hongyang, Dean Zile. They had just focused on how Wang Tianchu was killed, but overlooked that Yan Shen was covered in blood, gritting his teeth, and had also sustained serious injuries. Tianling City Martial Arts Hospital. After treating his injuries, Yan Shen lay on the hospital bed, receiving in-4 drip while roughly explaining the events that transpired. Of course, he chose to omit details about the infinite critical hit system and carefree dragon step out of kindness. and he couldn't help but exclaim at the end, "Martial masters are really hard to kill." The three martial masters felt an impulse to beat him up. "You little brat, what do you think martial masters are? Wild chickens? Can they be killed so easily?" "So you used the third-tier ferocious beasts in the danger zone to severely injure Wang Tianchi and then ambushed him while he was fleeing, which led to his death." Muinglong was extremely surprised, and Dean Hongyang and Dean Zilei were also quite shocked. Although Yan Chen's explanation was simple, the risks implied in his words made them break into a cold sweat. "Yeah, I was quite lucky to have resolved this hidden danger smoothly." Yan Chen raised his eyebrows, a proud smile on his face. "So, three seniors, are you surprised?" Muinglong, Dean Hongyang, and Dean Zilei all nodded in unison, not hiding their astonishment at all. Yan Chen had just broken through to become a martial artist, yet he had crossed over 9 small realms and 1 large realm to kill a martial master. It was simply against the heavens. If this spread throughout the human federation, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Yan Chen calmly said, "Aren't you going to praise me?" The three had originally planned to compliment him, but seeing his smug demeanor, they thought better of it. "TCH, stingy." Yan Chen waved his hand and then asked, "Seniors, when Wang Tianchi was chasing me, did you also encounter martial masters from the wilderness world blocking your way?" Dean Hongyang was surprised. "How did you know?" Yan Chen replied, "Partly I guessed, and partly Wang Tianchi told me himself." Dean Zilei's voice was filled with gritted teeth. "Indeed, there were martial masters from the wilderness appearing to block the road on my side. Otherwise, I should have been able to catch up long before Wang Tianchi started chasing you." "I am too." Director Hongyang nodded and said, "After driving away the wild martial artist, I immediately joined up with Zilei to search for your trace in the wilderness." Yan Chen was not surprised, he had anticipated this. At this moment, Muinglong said, "I have a slight discrepancy with you. It was not the wild martial artist who obstructed me, but the sword hero couple." "Sword hero couple? Why would they take action?" Yan Chen frowned, and both Director Hongyang and Director Zilei looked quite surprised. The reason those two gave was that Yan Chen was in Tianling City and did not stand up for Lin Xiaohua and Wang Chen, so they came to seek justice. They just happened to appear when Wang Tianchi made his move. Happened to? Directors Hongyang and Zilei both showed cold smiles. Why not seek justice earlier or later, but precisely at this moment? Yan Chen's eyes were also filled with coldness. "Senior, are the sword hero couple still in Tianling City?" "They are not." Muinglong shook his head, causing such a big commotion, even a fool would know what's going on. "They left Tianling City long ago. I don't know if they went to another base city or deeper into the wilderness." Yan Chen felt a bit regretful. If the sword hero couple were still in Tianling City, he would have to seek justice from them. Of course, he would drag the three seniors along. "By the way, there's one more thing." Muinglong suddenly thought of something. "Regarding your killing of Wang Tianchi, I will discuss it with President Xia and temporarily seal the news. After all, for a first-tier martial artist to kill a martial master, this is too exaggerated. If it spreads to Tianlong City, it might bring you trouble in the future." Yan Chen did not refuse, saying, "All right, then I'll trouble you, senior." After chatting a bit more, Directors Hongyang and Zilei soon stood up to take their leave. With the wild martial artist appearing and Wang Tianchi making a move in the street, this matter had caused quite a stir in Tianling City, and there were many things to handle. Seeing that Yan Chen was not in serious trouble, they went off to get busy. Before leaving, Director Hongyang suddenly thought of something. "Oh, old Li actually wanted to help you too, but he was also stopped by the wild martial artist. After driving away the wild martial artist, he came with us to search for your trace in the wilderness, but after seeing that you were safe, he left." Yan Chen nodded. "Oh, I see." Director Zilei wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he ultimately remained silent, choosing to leave after letting out a sigh. "All right, kid, I'll be off too, not to delay your rest." Muinglong stretched and then stood up, saying, "Hurry up and recuperate, recover quickly, and then set off for Tianlong City. The Sangqing assessment starts in 10 days, you don't have much time left." "Wait, is there anything else?" Yan Chen nodded, then took out a necklace from his small Qiankuan ring. "This is Wang Tianchi's storage-type martial weapon. It has his spiritual mark on it, and I can't open it. Senior, can you take a look?" "Oh, you little brat, killing people and still wanting to seize treasures." Muinglong teased, then took the item. "Leave it to me, I'll definitely be able to open it before you go to Tianlong City." "Thank you, senior." Not long after Muinglong left, someone came to the door, delivering healing pills from the Wanyao Pavilion. "What is this?" "Second-grade healing pill." The visitor was the manager of Wanyao Pavilion, his expression tense. Seeing Yan Chen's confusion, he quickly explained, "This is a top-grade healing pill for martial artists. As long as the foundation isn't damaged, taking one will basically allow for recovery within 12 hours, provided there is no intense exercise." "No intense exercise?" "Thankfully, it's only for 12 hours. If it were 12 days, it would be unbearable." Don't get the wrong idea. Yan Chen was referring to martial training. "Please convey my thanks to old Master Mu." Yan Chen accepted without hesitation. However, the Wanyao Pavilion manager shook his head. "Mr. Yan, there's a misunderstanding. The healing pills were not sent by old Master Mu, but by our boss." "The boss of Wanyao Pavilion? Isn't that Mu Zixuan's father?" Yan Chen's expression showed a hint of surprise. Oh, right, Mr. Yen, our boss has another message for you. The Wanya Pavilion manager seemed to recall something, his tone revealing something strange. He does not oppose this marriage proposal. Cough, cough, cough. Yen Chen coughed violently, nearly choking. Boss. Mu has misunderstood. Zishuan and I are just ordinary friends, not that kind of relationship. Please tell him not to think too much. Our boss anticipated you would respond this way and brought a second message. The Wanyao Pavilion manager continued. Feelings can be cultivated. Just because you are friends now doesn't mean you will always be friends. If you end up together in the future, you can be a bit accommodating, but don't spoil her. You mustn't indulge her. Yen Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I've accepted the pills. Please thank old Master Mu for me. After a pause, he couldn't help but add, by the way, please convey one more thing. Zishuan and I are really just friends. Understood, sir. The Wanyao Pavilion manager replied and then left the hospital. He couldn't help but wonder what this Mu father was thinking. Others were worried about their daughters being pursued by strange men, taking precautions against any potential suitors, but he was actively pushing his daughter into someone else's arms. Once he got to Tianlong City and saw Mu Zishuan, he would have to explain things clearly to old Master Mu. With the help of the martial arts pills, Yen Chen's injuries healed faster, and by that night he was almost fully recovered, so he chose to be discharged. After leaving the martial arts hospital, Yen Chen did not go to the Mu family but returned to his small room of over 30 square meters. Now that Wang Tianshi was dead, the threats in Tianling City had been eliminated, and he no longer had to worry about danger. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yen Chen took out a white jade bottle from his small universe ring 1, 2, 3. It was the Lian Yuan Dan he had purchased from Wanyao Pavilion earlier. Initially, he had planned to return to the Mu family to enter seclusion and cultivate as soon as he got the pills, but he never expected to run into Wang Tianshi just after leaving Wanyao Pavilion. Now that the threat was gone, Yen Chen could finally enter seclusion and break through. My physique has improved significantly under the cleansing of the Nirvana Lotus. With the support of the infinite critical hit system, 100 Lian Yuan Dan, if I'm lucky, should be enough for me to break through. Excitement flashed in Yen Chen's eyes. Soon, one by one, the pills were consumed, their medicinal power flowing through his limbs and bones. Congratulations, you have received a 10-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have received a 20-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have received a 3-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have received a 240-fold critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a day had gone by. Hongyang Academy, Dean's office. Teacher Zhou, Lu Chen, and Shang Yingming were all present, having been called in 10 minutes ago, their faces filled with confusion, unsure of why the dean had summoned them. Old Lu, could it be that you've secretly tricked the dean's grandson into recognizing him as an older brother, and now the dean has called us in to settle the score? Shang Yingming boldly speculated. Lu Chen was drenched in sweat. No way. I was very discreet about it, and I even warned that kid 1,000 times not to tell his grandfather. He promised me without hesitation he shouldn't report me. Shang Yingming squinted. That's not certain. What if that kid slips up? Lu Chen's face turned ashen, as if he could see Dean Hongyang kindly pulling him into the training ground, hanging him up, and whipping him for an entire day and night with extremely gentle methods. Stop guessing, it's not that. Teacher Zhou shot a glare at Shang Yingming. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then realized that Shang Yingming was teasing him, his expression turning very friendly. Brother Shang, thinking about it, it seems we haven't sparred in a long time. After we go out, let's find a place to practice alone. This time, it was Shang Yingming who broke into a sweat, quickly changing the subject. Teacher Zhou, is there something the dean wants from us? It should be related to that god of the mountain, teacher Zhou said solemnly. As a teacher at the academy, he was much more informed than the students, knowing that the dean calling them in was likely connected to Wang Tianshi's brazen actions in the city 2 days ago. The god of the mountain? Upon hearing this, both Lu Chen and Shang Yingming showed deep admiration on their faces. At that moment, the door opened and Dean Hongyang walked in, glancing around and smiling. Looks like everyone is here. Hello, Dean. The three greeted in unison. Dean Hongyang waved his hand and then sat down opposite them. The reason I called you here isn't anything too urgent. I just want to ask you a few questions and share some news. Is it related to the god of the mountain? Lu Chen asked. Teacher Zhou and Shang Yingming also showed some anticipation. Dean Hongyang was taken aback, not expecting the three to guess it, and nodded. That's right, little Lu and little Shang. Both of you have had contact with Yen Chen, especially little Lu. You even went to Tianlong City with him to participate in the martial arts secret realm. How is your relationship? As for me, it should be fine. Shang Yingming recalled and confirmed that he hadn't offended the god of the mountain in any way, so he gave a cautious answer. Lu Chen, being very generous, said, Dean, my relationship with the god of the mountain is quite good. When we went to Tianlong City, we were together the whole way, supporting each other and making progress together. Of course, this was Lu Chen's own perception. As for how well Yen Chen thought of him, he didn't care. Dean Hongyang smiled. Very good, little Lu. You must maintain this relationship well. Lu Chen nodded. Now, I have some news to tell you. Dean Hongyang's expression became slightly serious. Wang Tianchi is dead, and the one who killed him is Yan Chen. Wang Tianchi has been killed, and the one who killed him is Yan Chen? Lu Chen, Teacher Zhou, and Xiang Yingming all showed expressions of shock. It's no wonder. They were unsettled. This news was simply too explosive. After all, Wang Tianchi was a martial master, having only broken through last year, the lowest rank of martial master, but still a martial master. In the entire Tianling city, apart from the guardian god Wang Tianchi, he was one of the few extremely powerful figures. Yan Chen had only recently broken through to a martial artist, and there was a gap of 8 small realms and 1 large realm between them. Looking back over 5,000 years of the fierce martial era, there has never been a first-level martial artist known to have killed a martial master. No, it can't be. I admit that the god on the mountain is indeed a prodigy, capable of crossing large realms to kill enemies, but killing a martial master is just too exaggerated. He's only 18. The three instinctively shook their heads, deep down not believing this news. Yes, he's only 18, just broken through to a martial artist. How could he possibly kill a martial master? If I were in your position, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Dean Hongyang shook his head, then said seriously, but Wang Tianchi's body lies at Yan Chen's feet. This is an undeniable fact. Whether you believe it or not, you must accept it. Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming fell silent. They knew that the god on the mountain was terrifying, a genius against the heavens, but they never imagined it would be this exaggerated. Teacher Zhou's face was even more bitter. Compared to this prodigy, he felt like he had wasted decades of his life. Dean Hongyang continued, this news has now been sealed. Apart from a few people, most martial artists in Tianling City are unaware. You must not tell anyone. Yes. The three agreed without hesitation, but they felt strange. Since the news had already been sealed, why did the dean tell them? Was it because they were the top 2 geniuses of the school? Because they were worth cultivating? Don't joke around. Cultivating the school's top geniuses and leaking sealed news are 2 completely different matters. Could it be because they were closer to the god on the mountain? Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming already had their suspicions. Seeing the change in their expressions, Dean Hongyang knew the time was right and revealed a smile. I'm sure you've guessed it. Yes, the reason I'm telling you this is to encourage you to build a good relationship with the god on the mountain. Now that he has broken through to a martial artist, in a few days he will participate in the Tsunching assessment. You won't have a chance this year, remember. Next year, you must break through to a martial artist, participate in the assessment, and become a student of Tsunching Martial Arts Academy while maintaining a good relationship with him. Tsunching Martial Arts Academy? Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming nodded simultaneously, flames igniting in their eyes filled with great fighting spirit. They no longer hoped to surpass Yan Chen, but at least they could catch up to the god on the mountain. On the other side, the Xia family. What did you say, Dad? Wang Tianchi is dead and he was killed by Yan Chen? You're not joking with me, are you? Xia Sheng had also heard the news, his eyes wide open, his expression revealing disbelief. Like Lu Chen and Xiang Yingming, he knew Yan Chen was against the heavens, a prodigy. But he never expected him to be this monstrous. Xia Dad nodded, his face filled with existential doubt. As a martial arts failure, relying on family resources to reach the level of a martial artist, the news about Yan Chen was a huge shock to him. This news has been sealed by your great-grandfather. You must not let out a word. Also, the old man asked me to tell you that Yan Chen is not an ordinary person. He will eventually leap over the dragon gate and soar to the heavens. Building a good relationship with him will be your greatest opportunity in the future. I understand. Xia Shang nodded heavily. In fact, he would do this even without his great-grandfather's instruction, because after the end of the 7 Courtyards Grand Competition, he was thoroughly convinced and deeply admired Yan Chen. After being defeated by him on the forest path, Xia Dad seemed to think of something else. By the way, there's one more thing. Your great-grandfather said to give you another year. You must break through to a martial artist on the premise of laying a solid foundation and strive to pass the Tsunching assessment next year to become classmates with Yan Chen. Of course, even without my great-grandfather saying it, I would do this. Xia Shang said with enthusiasm, although I can't surpass the god on the mountain, I don't want to be left too far behind. Next year, I must enter the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy. Looking at his eager son, Xia Dad suddenly felt an immense envy in his heart. Having talent in martial arts is truly wonderful. Being a genius is truly great. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed at home. Yan Chen was operating the infinite law, absorbing the medicinal power of the refining yuan pill. Through internal vision, he could clearly observe that the true essence in his dantian was no longer just a thread or two, but a hazy mass, like mist. The circulation of true energy was several times stronger than before, transforming into vapor. Second-tier martial artist breakthrough. Yan Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the rich true essence in his dantian, and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Although my martial arts foundation has been severely damaged, and the obstacles to cultivation have increased with the rise in realm after the baptism of the Nirvana Lotus, my physique has greatly improved, compensating for many deficiencies. Otherwise, even though the triggered critical hit multiplier is quite good, with 3,000 times and more than 1,000 times, greatly enhancing the medicinal power, wanting to break through to a second-tier martial artist is still quite difficult. Now, if I encounter Wang Tianchi again, killing him will definitely not be as strenuous as before, nor will I suffer serious injuries. After finishing his closed-door training, Yan Shen took a shower, washing away the sweat and impurities from his body. Just as he walked out of the bathroom and picked up his phone, he saw several messages, one of which was from Blue Rain Dean Li Zhangbai, wanting to meet him. Yan Shen ignored it and continued scrolling, quickly reading a message from Muinglong, which said, Wang Tianchi's storage space has been opened for you. When you have time, remember to come to the Martial Arts Guild. The message was sent 2 hours ago. Yan Shen was quite looking forward to Wang Tianchi's inheritance and immediately sent a message back, I'll be there soon. 10 minutes later, Yan Shen arrived at the Martial Arts Guild and was led by a staff member to Muinglong's office. Kid, you're here. Muinglong greeted him, then mysteriously said, Quick, take a look, Wang Tianchi really hid quite a few good things. Saying this, he tossed a necklace over. Yan Shen casually took the necklace, imprinting it with a mental mark, and then poured his thoughts into the storage space. In the dim storage space, apart from a few books on cultivation, some low-value treasures, and a palm-sized shuttle, there was nothing else, making it seem quite empty. A dignified martial master, and this is all he has? Yan Shen instinctively frowned. Muinglong, however, looked displeased. Having this much is already good enough. That guy hired the sword hero couple and several wilderness martial masters to kill you and prepared quite a few good things, almost exhausting his entire fortune. How much do you think he could have left? Yan Shen nodded, indeed. Whether it was the heavenly fragrance pill that could eliminate the hostility of fierce beasts or other items, they were all quite expensive. But senior, you just said there are good things in here. Of course there are. Do you think I would lie to you? Look at that shuttle. Muinglong glared, clearly unhappy with the young man's doubts. Shuttle? Yan Shen scanned around and quickly found the palm-sized shuttle. He took it out of the storage space and saw the word Speedy engraved on its body. What is this? Muinglong said, it's the Speedy shuttle. Didn't you see the name? As for its effects, you can infuse some true essence into it and then take a few steps forward to try it out. Yan Shen felt that the old man's smile had a hint of mischief, suspecting there might be a trap, but wanting to test the Speedy shuttle's effects, he had no choice but to proceed. After pondering for a moment, he infused his true essence into it and attempted to take 2 steps forward. Damn! Yan Shen was startled, feeling that his speed had increased nearly tenfold compared to before. The 2 steps felt like they were played at 10 times speed. This caused him to fly out, almost crashing into the wall. Fortunately, having anticipated Muinglong's trick, he turned at the last moment, performing a 980-degree spin in midair, gracefully landing on the ground. Not only avoiding embarrassment but also appearing somewhat stylish. I wanted you to crash into the wall, not to show off. Muinglong muttered under his breath, then pretended nothing happened and smiled. The Speedy shuttle, Great Unknown, allows a martial artist to gain a 10-fold speed boost. The downside is that it requires 24 hours to recharge after each use and cannot turn. Wang Tianchi escaped from Mayan Old Li's hands relying on this weapon. A good item indeed. Yan Shen's eyes lit up, and looking at the small shuttle in his hand, his mindset was completely different from before. Although the Speedy shuttle had many drawbacks, a 10-fold speed was enough to escape from most dangers, making it a life-saving artifact of immeasurable value. It was clear that Wang Tianchi had relied on this weapon to escape from the siege of so many third-tier fierce beasts. Fortunately, he had designed a trap that made Wang Tianchi expend the energy in the Speedy shuttle, otherwise killing Wang Tianchi would have been truly impossible. After putting the Speedy shuttle into his small universe ring, Yan Shen expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite, after all, you are a friend of Zixian. Muinglong emphasized the word friend, clearly implying something, and before Yan Shen could speak, he continued, there are only a few days left until the Sanqing assessment. So, when are you planning to set off for Tianling City? Let's wait a couple more days, Yan Shen replied. In Tianling City, apart from Mu Zixuan, he had no friends or acquaintances. He couldn't just stay with her, right? Besides, he would just be waiting there, so he planned to leave a bit later. Alright, you decide. Muinglong seemed to think of something else. By the way, before heading to Tianling City, you should make time to visit the Xia family. Xia family? Yan Shen was surprised. The Xia family naturally referred to the Xia Tianfeng of that noble family, which was undoubtedly the foremost martial arts family in Tianling City. Muinglong nodded. Senior Xia wants to meet you before you go to Tianling City. Yan Shen pondered for a moment. Alright, I'll make time to go back. The two then chatted for a long while, with Muinglong giving many reminders and precautions. For when Yan Shen arrived in Tianling City, Yan Shen listened attentively and they shared a dinner together before Yan Shen finally took his leave. In Tianling City, there were not many people whom Yan Shen valued, and the only Grand Martial Master in the city, Senior Xia Tianfeng, was definitely one of them. It is said that this senior had entered the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy in his early years and had already shown remarkable talent among his peers, breaking through to Martial Master at the age of 23 and to Grand Martial Master at 36. He was considered the most promising genius in Tianling City to become a master and was granted permanent residency in Tianlong City. However, an event changed the fate of this prodigy. At that time, Tianling City experienced an unprecedented beast tide, with more than one fourth-tier ferocious beast appearing. The old city lord was killed in battle. The martial formations were shattered, the city walls collapsed, and countless residents were injured or killed, making the scene resemble a hell on earth. Although later, strong warriors from Tianlong City came to support and repelled the beast tide, one thing remained undeniable: Tianling City had no Grand Martial Master to defend it. Without a Grand Martial Master stationed in a base city, it was nearly impossible to resist the beast tide. But Tianling City was just an ordinary base city, lacking resources and martial arts techniques, so the strong warriors from Tianlong City were naturally unwilling to stay. At a critical moment, it was Senior Xia Tianfeng who stepped forward. He sacrificed his boundless future to protect the hundreds of thousands of residents of Tianling City, returning to his hometown and becoming the sole guardian, thus losing his chance to become a master. This story has been passed down to this day and is well known in the city, which Yan Chen naturally knew. Therefore, he did not refuse Senior Xia's invitation. The next morning, Yan Chen arrived at the Xia family. After announcing his name, a butler-like person led him to the deepest part of the estate. What came into view was a scene full of poetic charm, with green grass, woods, green mountains, and a small stream. Under a peach tree, a thatched cottage was built, where an old man was starting a fire to brew tea, wearing a warm smile. Junior Yan Chen, greetings to Senior Xia, Yan Chen politely greeted. Xia Tianfeng happily said, "Ah, you've come, young friend. Don't be formal, come over, and have a cup of tea with me." Yan Chen did not expect Senior Xia to be so warm, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, what are you dazed about? Don't look at me as if I'm old, my heart is still that of an 18-year-old boy, just about your age. Treat this place as your own home, no need to be formal, Xia Tianfeng said cheerfully. After a moment of silence, Yan Chen replied, "But Senior, an 18-year-old boy only drinks cola, not tea." "Oh, don't mind these details." Xia Tianfeng waved his hand, covering the embarrassment on his face. "Actually, I also like drinking cola, it's just that my sugar levels are high recently. Guess whether I believe it or not." Yan Chen teased inwardly, but after this opening, the relationship between the two had indeed become much closer. He sat down opposite Xia Tianfeng, disregarding the gradually changing look in the other's eyes, and finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. "Senior, I don't know why you called me over, is there something you need?" "Oh, tea is meant to be savored, not drunk like that," Xia Tianfeng said in exasperation. His voice tinged with irritation. "You are the #1 genius of Tianling City, a first-tier warrior, and you were able to slay Wang Tianshi. Of course I wanted to meet you." "Wait, hold on." Xia Tianfeng seemed to have suddenly realized something, looking him up and down, his eyes gradually widening. "You've broken through to a second-tier warrior?" Yan Chen nodded. "Yes, just recently, I was lucky to break through." But you just broke through not long ago, how could it be so fast?" Xia Tianfeng's voice was filled with disbelief. Yan Chen shrugged. "That's why I said it was luck." The two stared at each other for a while, neither speaking, until Xia Tianfeng suddenly let out a sigh. "Too monstrous, too abnormal, the strongest genius of my generation wasn't as exaggerated as you. By the way, kid, tell me honestly, are you even human? Senior, is that polite?" Yan Chen's expression was blank. Xia Tianfeng suddenly waved his hand, saying, "All right, no more banter. Kid, the reason I called you over is not for anything serious, just wanted to chat. During the last beast tide, I fought against the four-headed demon snake and was seriously injured. I've been in seclusion recovering during this time, so when Wang Tianshi was hunting you, I couldn't intervene." "You don't blame me, do you?" Yan Chen shook his head, indicating he didn't blame anyone, then suddenly asked, "Senior, your body." The words were not fully spoken, but the meaning was clear. "You noticed, right? Indeed, in my current state, it's easy to see with careful observation." Xia Tianfeng's expression was bitter. Yan Chen nodded. Although the Senior Xia tried his best to act nonchalant, he could still tell that the other's body was already worn out. Even lifting an ordinary teapot caused his hands to tremble slightly. Xia Tianfeng sighed. "It's fate. Who can withstand the ravages of time? Once one steps into martial arts, whether as a martial apprentice, warrior, martial master, or grand martial master, as long as they haven't broken through to the realm of a master and entered the divine martial domain, by the age of 60, their vitality will gradually deplete and it becomes increasingly difficult to make any progress." Xia Tianfeng was now over 100 years old, his body long past its peak state, and after several beast tides, he had fought for his life against fourth-tier ferocious beasts multiple times, reaching his limit. "You didn't come to see me just to chat about trivial matters and to look at the young warrior who killed Wang Tianshi, right? If you have any instructions, just say it." Yan Chen spoke slowly after a moment of silence. "You've seen through me, I can't deny my age." Xia Tianfeng said helplessly, "My body can only hold out for another 5 years at most." "After 5 years? Without a second Grand Martial Master in Tianling City, there will be a gap in top-tier power, so I hope." Yan Chen frowned. "Senior hopes that after I break through to Grand Martial Master, I will take your place? How could that be?" Xia Tianfeng said irritably, "Your martial arts talent is so monstrous, your speed of advancement is like riding a rocket, your future is limitless, you might even become a supreme existence in martial arts like the emperors." How could I let you be trapped in this small Tianling city? Yan Chen let out a long breath. He was genuinely worried that Xia Tianfeng wanted him to take over the position of city lord. If that were the case, he would have to politely decline. So, what does the senior want to say? What I want to ask, no, I should say plead for. Xia Tianfeng rarely showed such seriousness, is that before I die, I find a great martial artist willing to protect Tianling city and take my place. Yan Chen fell silent for a long time. In the past, he had heard more rumors about Xia Tianfeng, the legend of Tianling city, and had never had an accurate understanding. Now, facing him and listening to the old man's plea, admiration surged in his heart. The rumors were indeed true. Xia Tianfeng was worthy of respect. I promise you, Senior Xia, Yan Chen said solemnly, as long as there is a suitable great martial artist, I will have him take your place and continue to protect Tianling city. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianfeng revealed a relieved smile, as if a great burden had been lifted, repeatedly murmuring, that's good, that's good. Yan Chen couldn't help but ask, Senior, are you so sure that I can find a great martial artist in 5 years? For others, I wouldn't dare to think so, but for you. Xia Tianfeng smiled, just a first-tier warrior can cross great realms to slay a martial artist, what else is impossible for you? This reason convinced Yan Chen. The two chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was getting late and Xia Tianfeng's face showed signs of fatigue, Yan Chen decided not to stay longer and got up to leave. Xia Tianfeng personally saw him off, and just as they reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, we were chatting so happily that I almost forgot to give this to you. Saying this, Xia Tianfeng took out a coin from his storage space made of fine copper with the character Xia engraved on it and tossed it over. Take it and don't lose it. Senior, what is this? Yan Chen caught it and examined the coin with curiosity. Back when I was studying at the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, I was quite a decent person, handsome, kind-hearted, and talented, so I made quite a few friends. Xia Tianfeng fell into reminiscence. Later, a few of us formed a mutual aid society called the Phantom Group. Let's not talk about those childish things. In short, all my friends back then became remarkable figures. If you encounter any difficulties, you can take the coin and find them. Yan Chen nodded, originally wanting to ask what those people were called, but suddenly had an intuition and instinctively asked, Senior Xia, since you came to Tianling City, have any of those friends come to see you? Xia Tianfeng's expression stiffened, stammering, first saying they might be busy, then that they were important figures in Tianling City and perhaps didn't have time. Yan Chen sighed, already understanding something, but still put the coin away carefully. In the center of Tianling City, at the underground train station. As a transportation hub of the high-base city, it handles nearly 100,000 passengers daily, with countless people streaming in and out. Near the exit, a girl stands amidst the crowd, a gentle breeze lifting her hair, a smile gracing her beautiful face, her bright eyes fixed on the throng of people, as if waiting for someone. Bro, look over. There, that girl is so beautiful, she's like a goddess. Come on, you look like you've never seen a pretty girl before. This is Tianling City, there are plenty of beautiful girls here. No need to make such a fuss. Wow, she really is stunning. I want her contact information, I want to be friends with her. Then go ahead. I'm too scared. That sister is so pretty, I wish I could be friends with her. Nearby warriors, regardless of gender or age, are captivated by that beautiful figure, some stealing glances, others lost in admiration, whispering among themselves. This girl is Mu Zixuan. Upon hearing from her grandfather that Yan Chen had taken the underground train to Tianling City and would arrive at 10 in the morning, she tidied her appearance and hurried over. It is now 9:30 in the morning, half an hour until the train from Tianling City arrives, but Mu Zixuan does not feel she has come too early. Instead, she is quite intrigued, watching the crowd emerge, enjoying the process of waiting. My grandfather said Yan Chen is quite remarkable now. He has already killed Wang Tianchi with just the strength of a first-tier warrior. Seriously, it's only been a short time since we last met, and he's already stained his hands with a warrior's blood. This guy is getting more and more monstrous. I wonder when I will catch up. Probably not anytime soon. As long as he doesn't leave me in the dust, I'll be satisfied. Mu Zixuan mutters, feeling a mix of surprise and discouragement, but mostly a sense of determination. Hello, beautiful, let me guess, you're waiting for someone, waiting for a handsome man like me, a voice calls out. A man, not bad looking, but with dark circles under his eyes, clearly overexerted, approaches with a frivolous expression, striking a pose he thinks is charming. The man is visibly excited, trembling all over. Beautiful, too beautiful. The girl shines like a star in the vast sea of people. He must pursue her, he must make her his woman. Mu Zixuan coldly replies, no, go away. The man freezes, not expecting such a blatant rejection. His expression twists slightly. Do you know who I am? My name is Zhou Zhang. My father is a significant figure in Tianling City. Zhou? A significant figure? The crowd murmurs, quickly deducing the young man's identity. I know, he's from the Zhou family of the Zhouyun group. The Zhou family of martial arts? That's unlikely? That's one of the top martial arts families in Tianling City with immense wealth and rumored to have close ties with the master on Delhong Mountain. That little girl looks like she's in for trouble for insulting the Zhou family. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhou Zhang feels proud. He is
Indeed, from the Zhou family and a direct descendant at that, though he is not favored due to his poor martial arts talent. However, that does not stop him from using this golden name. Zhou Zhang has used this tactic to deceive countless girls, and it has always worked. He believes this girl will be no exception. But the next moment, a delicate hand slaps Zhou Zhang's face, a flash of electricity surging through, and, with a powerful force, he is sent spinning 180 degrees, crashing hard to the ground. Mu Zixuan's helplessness was tinged with coldness. Really, why do you have to force me to slap someone when I'm the happiest? You dare to hit me. Zhou Zhang couldn't believe it. He had already moved out of the Zhou family's prestigious name, yet this girl still dared to slap him. Did she not know the Zhou family? That's right, I'm slapping you. Mu Zixuan's expression was emotionless. If you have any complaints, you can have Zhouxi come to Thunder King Pavilion to find me, or I can report this to the teacher and let him talk to the head of the Zhou family. The phrase "talk nicely" was said with great emphasis by Mu Zixuan. Zhou Zhang's face instantly turned pale with fear. Zhou Ji was his fifth brother, the first genius under 25 in the Zhou family, highly valued by the family, a status that someone like him, who was raised loosely, could never compare to. He was currently at Sunqing Martial Arts Academy, serving as the vice president of the student council. And this girl in front of him could accurately say his brother's name. From her tone, it was clear she had been taught a lot and was not afraid at all. More importantly, she claimed to come from Thunder King Pavilion. That place was, Mu Zixuan coldly said, "Get lost." Yes, I'll get lost right now. Zhou Zhang's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly tried to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, a cold voice followed. "Can't understand human language? I told you to get lost." Zhou Zhang didn't hesitate at all and immediately dropped to the ground, rolling out like a yo-yo. The onlookers were stirred by this scene, and everyone couldn't help but discuss among themselves. My God, what did I just see? That girl slapped Zhou Zhang and he didn't even dare to make a sound. He actually rolled out? Wait, she said she comes from Thunder King Pavilion. Could it be the Thunder King Pavilion? Probably close to the truth. If it weren't for that Thunder King Pavilion, who could make the direct descendants of the Zhou family so fearful looking like that? Looks like the Zhou family has really hit a hard wall this time. I was thinking of trying to strike up a conversation, but now that I see this, forget it. I don't want to get slapped and rolled out too. At that moment, another underground train arrived and a tall, strong, and handsome man walked out with the crowd. Upon seeing the girl shining like a star, his eyes lit up and he walked over with a smile. "Have you been waiting long?" "Sorry, the train was attacked by a beast and it took a lot of effort to shake it off, which caused the delay." "Another fearless one?" Seeing this scene, some in the crowd sighed, some were gloating, and others mocked. This guy's way of flirting is really cliché. Just now, someone used this method, and it was the young master of the Zhou family, and he got slapped. Now he's using it again. He must be ready to get slapped twice. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. In the eyes of the onlookers, this girl from the Thunder King Pavilion was indeed very beautiful, shining like starlight, outshining 99.9% of girls, but her temper was quite bad. The Zhou family is quite powerful, right? A well-known martial arts family in Dragon City, backed by Daojiang Mountain, rumored to have a master supporting them. But when the young master of the Zhou family provoked her, she simply slapped him and told him to roll out in front of everyone, showing no mercy at all. Although this guy was somewhat handsome, so what? He was bound to get slapped. If the girl was in a worse mood than before, it wouldn't be impossible for her to slap him a couple more times. Many in the crowd were already showing signs of gloating, waiting for the crisp sound of a slap to come. But to everyone's surprise, facing this young man, Mu Zixuan not only did not make a move, but instead revealed a smile, very happy, very radiant, very pleased, and with a hint of nervousness. She shook her head and said, "It's not late, I just arrived, and I haven't waited long." This immediately caused quite a stir on the scene, with people widening their eyes, feeling shocked while a strong sense of jealousy surged in their hearts. What am I seeing? This student from the Thunder King Pavilion actually didn't slap this guy, and she smiled. Could it be that she came here specifically to wait for this person? What is their relationship? Siblings? Friends? They can't be a couple, right? It's almost certain they are lovers. My God, who is this guy that he can make the goddess of the Thunder King Pavilion so smitten? Could it be that his background is even greater than the Zhou family? I wish I were him. Indeed, the person was Yan Chen. After meeting Summer Wind, Yan Chen stayed in Tianling City for another 2 days, and only when the Sunqing assessment was approaching did he take the nearest special train to Dragon City. Although the distance between the two cities was not short, normally it would only take 2 to 3 hours to arrive, but the journey had to pass through a stretch of wilderness with too many unknown factors. Even though there were strong martial artists from the Martial Arts Association who had opened a safe route, it was still very easy to encounter beast attacks. This train had been attacked by a third-tier beast, which caused the delay. Fortunately, this kind of intercity maglev train usually had martial masters stationed on it, and after a fierce battle, they managed to repel the beast, ultimately coming through without serious danger.
Yan Shen had broken through to become a martial artist and his hearing had greatly improved, so he naturally heard the discussions around him and couldn't help but frown. Why are these people looking at me like that? Is there a problem? Maybe they are jealous seeing you laughing and talking with such a beautiful girl. Mu Zixuan raised an eyebrow, her words laced with teasing. So, how does it feel to be envied by others? Isn't it great? Yan Shen did not respond but instead asked, who is Zhou Zhang? He had vaguely heard in the crowd's discussion that this person had been slapped by Mu Zixuan. Just an impudent person. Mu Zixuan initially wanted to tell the truth, but there were too many onlookers which made her a bit uncomfortable, so she suggested, it's too noisy here, let's leave first and talk. Yan Shen nodded, okay. After leaving the maglev station, without the large crowd, the surrounding world finally became much quieter. Mu Zixuan did not hide anything and recounted how Zhou Zhang had flirted with her and ended up getting slapped, concluding sternly, there were too many people at the station, it wasn't convenient to make a move, otherwise I would have taught him a good lesson. Yan Shen was slightly surprised. From what you said, the Zhou family is quite a force in Dragon City. You just slapped the young master of the Zhou family, aren't you worried about their retaliation? It's fine, don't worry. Mu Zixuan said calmly, they don't dare to retaliate. Yan Shen seemed to be lost in thought because of your teacher. Right. Mu Zixuan nodded. My teacher is one of the 6 great masters in Tianlong City, the owner of the Thunder King Pavilion, with an extremely transcendent status. Except for a few people, no one dares to offend him. Yan Shen felt envious, having such a backing felt good. Little girl, unless there's something particularly important, let's not meet in crowded places anymore. Ah, why? You have a master teacher, but I don't. That Zhou Zhang wouldn't dare to retaliate against you, but if he knows of my existence, he might just direct his resentment towards me. What? Are you afraid of him? It's not that I'm afraid, but I don't want to attract unnecessary trouble. How is it unnecessary? He harassed me. Didn't you slap him? As a good friend, shouldn't you help me vent? How? To vent? Just storm into the Zhou family and wipe them all out. Yan Shen said irritably, let's not even talk about whether I have that strength. I would have to be a ruthless person to just go on a killing spree. Because someone flirted with me. Mu Zixuan's expression stiffened. That was indeed unrealistic. She muttered softly, but you don't have to be afraid of the Zhou family. You still have me, right? Hey. You're usually quite smart. How come your head is so muddled at this moment? Yan Shen said bluntly, is Zhou Zhang afraid of you? No. Is the Zhou family afraid of you? Also no. They are afraid of the master behind you, but that master is your teacher, so he will protect you. As for me, I have no relationship with that master. Just because I'm friends with you, he will protect me? It's obvious that's impossible. Mu Zixuan was left speechless. It was only natural for a teacher to protect their student, but to protect the student's friends? Not to mention whether it was overstepping, even the master might not be willing. After all, he was a teacher, not a babysitter. Alright, I just said we shouldn't meet in crowded places to avoid causing too much of a stir. I didn't say we wouldn't meet in the future. Yan Shen smiled and said, let's go, take me to eat. After sitting on this bus, I'm starving. Mu Zixuan seemed to make a decision, her expression subtly changing, but it was quickly masked by a smile. What do you want to eat? I'll treat. Yan Shen said, Tianlong City is your territory, I'll naturally go with the flow. Haha, okay. Soon, the two went to a restaurant called Food World, ordering several expensive beast dishes. During the meal, Mu Zixuan secretly glanced at the boy's face, her heart made up. If you also become the teacher's student and my junior, then these troubles will naturally disappear. Besides, isn't it only right for a junior to listen to their senior? He. In the next 2 days, Mu Zixuan did not return to the Thunder King Pavilion, but acted as a diligent tour guide, leading Yan Shen to explore many places in Tianlong City. This included the most bustling commercial street in Tianlong City, the landmark building Tianlong Tower, and the outer areas of the closed-off place of Dao Zhenzong Master, among many others. This gave him a general understanding of this unfamiliar high-level base city. As the 2 days passed, with the date of the Sanqing assessment approaching, Yan Shen prepared to enter seclusion, hoping to adjust to the best state, and Mu Zixuan reluctantly bid farewell. The two then parted ways. After parting with Yan Shen, Mu Zixuan hurried back to the Thunder King Pavilion. Although the name Thunder King Pavilion contains the word pavilion, it is actually a huge manor, shrouded in thick clouds year-round, with lightning flashing. But no rain. The manor is lined with dozens of buildings featuring rockeries and lakes, and the most magnificent palace among them is called Thunder Palace, which is the residence of the only female grandmaster in Tianlong City, Thunder Mother. Mu Zixuan rushed to the front of the Thunder Palace and, without much thought, pushed open the large door. Master, Mu Zixuan's voice abruptly stopped. Inside the vast palace, there was not only Thunder Mother, but also a young man with purple hair and green eyes, exuding a solitary and striking aura. Upon seeing this person, Mu Zixuan's originally excited expression vanished, replaced by indifference. Brother Bai Luo, you're here too. Bai Luo coldly nodded, then frowned slightly, his words carrying a hint of questioning. I haven't seen you in the pavilion these past 2 days. Where have you been? Mu Zixuan replied, what? I do seems unnecessary to explain to you, brother. I just want to remind you, don't think that having the purple thunder battle body and exceptional talent means you can slack off. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't work hard but instead waste your time, even with the best battle body, you will become useless. My cultivation hasn't fallen behind. I've already broken through to the third rank of martial artist, so you don't need to worry about me, brother. On the contrary, you seem to have just broken through to martial artist at my age, right? You, brother. Bai Luo's expression stiffened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he was about to say something more. Before he could speak, a calm yet undeniable voice came from within. Shall Luo leave? This is not your place. Yes, master. Although Bai Luo felt dissatisfied, he did not dare to defy his master, respectfully replied, and then turned to leave, muttering as he walked, damn lowly people, what qualifications do they have to come to Tianlong City? What qualifications do they have to enter the master's door? They should all be driven out, no, all killed, not a single one left. Once this person left the Thunder Palace, Mu Zixuan's cold expression melted away, filled with complaints. Master, why did Bai Luo come to find you? If I had known he was here, I would have come at a different time. Thunder Mother appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed in purple, tall and dignified. However, in reality, she was already 100 years old. Having entered the Grandmaster realm and stepped into the divine martial domain, her flesh had undergone transformation, allowing her to maintain her peak vitality. Isn't it about that matter with the Bai family? Sigh, forget it, I won't say more. At this point, Thunder Mother suddenly fixed her gaze on Mu Zixuan, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. But you, little girl, usually immersed in Thunder King Pavilion 4 cultivation, afraid of wasting even a moment, why did you run out these past 2 days? Tell me, where did you go? Mu Zixuan appeared slightly nervous. I went to pick up a friend. Thunder Mother, boy or girl? Mu Zixuan, boy. Thunder Mother, someone you like? No, master, you misunderstood, I'm just friends with him. Mu Zixuan was about to explain, but looking at her teacher's half-smiling expression, her voice gradually lowered. I don't even know if I like him, it's just that I'm very happy when I'm with him, and when I'm not with him, I miss him a lot. Little girl, isn't that just liking him? Lei Mu revealed a doting smile. So, I do like Yen Chen, huh? Mu Zixuan was lost in thought, feeling as if the fog in her heart was clearing, and something extremely important was about to emerge. Don't get lost in thought yet, little girl, tell me, what brings you here? Lei Mu suddenly interrupted. Mu Zixuan scratched the back of her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, master, you noticed, huh? Lei Mu replied irritably, of course, you usually only practice. When have you ever come to find me on your own? This time you suddenly come over, it's obvious you have something to discuss. Alright, in order to catch up to Yen Chen, ever since she returned to Tianlong City, she had indeed been immersed in her training and hadn't actively sought out her teacher. Actually, master, Mu Zixuan organized her words and said seriously, I want to recommend a student to you. What? Recommend a student? Lei Mu's eyes widened. Master, the person I'm recommending is also a genius boy from Tianling City. His martial arts talent is extraordinary, and his comprehension is unparalleled throughout history. Even I feel ashamed in front of him. Wait, hold on. The student you're talking about, it wouldn't be the boy you like, would it? Mu Zixuan nodded emphatically. That's right, it's him. Lei Mu took a deep breath, feeling embarrassed to call her out. Was she really trying to find a student for her teacher? Clearly, she wanted to bring her crush closer. An extraordinary martial arts talent, unparalleled throughout history, feeling ashamed in front of him. I can't believe that. For a girl in love? Lei Mu didn't believe a word, but she didn't refuse. Mu Zixuan was a purple thunder battle body and practiced the Nine Heavens purple thunder technique, making her one of her most valued students. She hoped Mu Zixuan could take her place and become the next Pavilion master. So Lei Mu decided to assess the situation first. As long as that boy's talent wasn't completely terrible, she would reluctantly take him in, just to make her student happy. What's that boy's name? His name is Yen Chen, and he's about to participate in this Sanqing assessment. Mu Zixuan said excitedly, Master, will you agree to take him as a student? Lei Mu smiled, it's still early, I need to see how that boy's martial arts talent is, to see if it's really as extraordinary as you say. Don't worry, Master, I promise I didn't exaggerate. Mu Zixuan was overjoyed, feeling that this time it was a sure thing. She knew all too well how extraordinary Yen Chen's martial arts talent was. If it weren't for worrying it would be too shocking. She would even want to mention how he had killed a martial master at the level of a warrior. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the Sanqing assessment. It was still in that vast academy composed of several towering skyscrapers. Yen Chen originally thought that not many people would participate in this assessment. After all, breaking through to the martial artist level at 18 years old was a rarity in ordinary base cities. But unexpectedly, the number of people attending that Sanqing assessment was far more than he had anticipated. Looking around, there were at least 100 people. So many? Yen Chen was very surprised. At that moment, a voice came, aren't you surprised that so many people came to participate in the Sanqing assessment? Yen Chen looked over and saw a chubby young man with a fair complexion. Although he was broad and round, he did not appear bloated. Instead, he gave off a very cute vibe, gazing at the crowd in front of him with astonishment in his eyes. I really didn't expect it. Yan Chen nodded. The chubby young man smiled and said, little brother, judging by your appearance, you must be from an ordinary base city, so it's no wonder. Yan Chen frowned. What does that mean? Of course. The chubby young man was quite familiar. Breaking through to the martial artist level at 18 is indeed an impressive achievement in the martial arts academies of ordinary base cities, but in the Tianlong city, it's not that remarkable. Every year, various martial arts schools, noble families, martial arts halls, and sects in the city produce one or two such geniuses. It may not sound like many, but when added together, the number is quite terrifying. Yan Chen couldn't help but be astonished. He knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the martial artist level before the age of 18. In the entire Tianling city, none of the 7 martial arts academies had managed to do so this year. If it weren't for his sudden emergence, there wouldn't even be anyone to recommend him for this Sanqing assessment. But then he thought again and felt relieved. What kind of place was Tianlong City? It was a high-level base city with several masters stationed there, and the number of grand martial artists was countless. In terms of martial arts resources, training conditions, and manpower and financial resources, it was far beyond what ordinary base cities could compare to. Breaking through to the martial artist level before 18 might be difficult for geniuses from ordinary base cities, but for geniuses from Tianlong City, it would be much easier. Got it? The chubby young man grinned. Yan Chen nodded. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask your name? Li Er. After a pause, the chubby young man quickly added, this name was given by my parents. I can't help it. You can't laugh at me. It is very impolite to make fun of someone else's name. Since they had just met and he had shown goodwill, Yan Chen naturally wouldn't do that. My name is Yan Chen and I'm from Tianling City. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd. 6 figures were seen approaching from the other side. They were all young, around 17 or 18 years old, but their expressions were arrogant and they exuded a strong aura. Wherever they went, people parted to make way, their faces showing jealousy, envy, and admiration. It's the students from the Sanqing preparatory class. They really came to participate in the assessment. It seems this time the spotlight will be stolen by them again. Li Er shook his head inside, his words laced with deep resentment. Yan Chen's expression was strange because he recognized these people. They were the geniuses he had seen during the martial arts secret realm, such as Jiang Shaoli and Zhang Xiyuan. Are they very famous? Very famous? Brother, they are students from the Sanqing preparatory class. Do you know how difficult it is to get into this preparatory class? Let's put it this way. There are countless martial apprentices aged 15 or 16 in Tianlong City, but only about 20 can qualify for it. Li Er's expression was extremely exaggerated. And these few are even more impressive. They deliberately suppressed their cultivation for a year to participate in the martial arts secret realm, otherwise, they would have broken through to the martial artist level long ago. By the way, do you know about the martial arts secret realm? No, Yan Chen nodded. Since you already know, I won't elaborate further. Li Er stared intently at those figures, his eyes filled with envy. Later, those few geniuses gained tremendous benefits in the martial arts secret realm, especially that Jiang Shaoli. Do you know? He actually reached the 130th level, his name topping the martial arts stele, surpassing Li Hani. How terrifying is that? Yan Chen frowned, but I heard that the person who topped the martial arts stele is someone else, and Jiang Shaoli's name was merely borrowed. There is indeed such a rumor, but who really knows the truth? Li Xiaopang wore an expression as if he had seen through everything, and said, what if the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, in order to protect its students, deliberately released a smokescreen? That's not impossible. A smokescreen is definitely not a smokescreen, because the man who reached the 130th level of the martial arts secret realm is none other than me. Silence. A calm voice rang out in the square, and then a middle-aged man appeared, his gaze piercing, exuding authority. The scene immediately quieted down, no one daring to defy him. The middle-aged man was quite satisfied and continued, attention, candidates. The Sanqing Martial Arts Assessment is divided into 3 parts: Martial Arts Talent, True Essence Rating, and Realm Cultivation. When the assessment begins, teachers will call candidates into the arena one by one. Follow the rules, no crowding, no cutting in line. Violators will lose their qualifications. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone replied. Good. The assessment begins. The Martial Arts Talent Assessment takes place on the first floor of building number 3, and all the candidates, including Jiang Shaoli, are lined up. The academy is clearly fair in this regard, treating everyone equally without any privileges. Bro, how did you do? My martial arts talent is ranked 4, True Essence Rating B, First Tier Warrior, and I got a comprehensive score of 71. I should have no problem entering the genius class. Not bad, bro, impressive. What about you? Sigh, I'm quite far off. Martial arts talent is ranked 6, True Essence Rating D+, First Tier Warrior, and I got a comprehensive score of 58. If I'm lucky, I might enter the ordinary class, but if I'm unlucky, being assigned to the poor class isn't impossible. Listening to the discussions around him, Yan Chen roughly understood the standards of the Sanqing assessment.
Martial arts talent is divided into 9 levels, with 1 being the highest and 9 the lowest. True Essence has 6 ratings: D, C, B, A, S, SS. The realm is classified according to the warrior's tier. Just as Yen Chen was pondering, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd. Zhang Shaoli's score is out. Martial arts talent ranked 1, True Essence rating S+, 3rd tier warrior, comprehensive score 99. My god, that's just too exaggerated. When the news spread, it immediately caused quite a stir in the arena. What? A score of 99? Isn't that almost a perfect score? My goodness, that's just too monstrous. No wonder he's the top genius of the Sanqing preparatory class. It seems he will undoubtedly be the leader of this cohort. Yen Chen couldn't help but be surprised. A score of 99? That was certainly not a low score. He hadn't expected Zhang Shaoli's martial arts talent to be so strong. Zhang Shaoli actually has a score. Li Xiaopeng, upon hearing this news, had a rather subtle expression. It seems the first place on the martial arts steal really isn't him. Yen Chen frowned. What do you mean? Li Xiaopeng whispered mysteriously. Bro, haven't you heard this saying? A true genius cannot be measured by scores. I haven't heard that. Yen Chen honestly shook his head. He had indeed never heard that saying. Li Xiaopeng was a bit choked. Let me put it this way, Li Hani didn't receive a score when he participated in the Sanqing assessment, and now, the 3rd place on the martial arts steal also didn't receive a score. Over time, Sanqing Academy developed this rumor that a true genius cannot be measured by scores. Yen Chen was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Sanqing Martial Arts Academy to have such a saying. Soon, a figure emerged. He was handsome and charming, causing quite a stir, with some girls even swooning on the spot. It was none other than Zhang Shaoli. However, his expression at the moment was not good. There was disappointment, sighing, and helplessness, which really didn't look like someone who had received a high score, proving that Li Xiaopeng's words were not false. Bro, you seem to know a lot about the assessment process of the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy. Could it be that you've been here before? Yen Chen asked in confusion. Well, Li Xiaopeng smiled awkwardly. To be honest, I participated in the Sanqing assessment twice before, and I didn't pass either time. This is my 3rd attempt. 3 times? Yen Chen was surprised. I remember that as long as you break through to the martial artist realm before the age of 18, you would qualify for admission to Sanqing Martial Arts Academy. Li Xiaopeng replied. My situation is a bit special. My score was too low, so I could only enter the remedial class. My family wouldn't allow it and insisted that I retake the exam. Oh. Yen Chen nodded but soon sensed something was off. Wait, bro. Does that mean you were already a martial artist 3 years ago? How old were you then? Li Xiaopeng chuckled awkwardly. Oh, come on, bro. I already said my situation is a bit special, so don't ask. It seemed this chubby guy was hiding a secret. Yen Chen pondered and didn't press further. At this moment, the students of the Sanqing preparatory class, including Zheng Xiyuan, Lu Meng, Bai Sisi, and others, had also completed their assessments, all scoring no less than 90, instantly becoming figures of prominence. Next, Yen Chen. The call soon came. Yen Chen said, Bro, I'm going over now. Good luck. Li Xiaopeng cheered him on with a fist pump. The Sanqing assessment was divided into 3 processes. Each martial artist first underwent a martial arts talent check, followed by a true essence grade test, and finally a realm assessment. The examiner responsible for checking the martial arts talent was a great martial master, looking to be around 40 years old, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Beside him stood a martial soldier resembling a mirror. Upon seeing Yen Chen enter the room, he casually said without looking up, Stand in front of the mirror. Yes. Yen Chen nodded and walked to the mirror. Soon, his figure was reflected on the surface, and as time passed, the outer layer gradually became transparent, revealing the various martial veins, meridians, and acupoints within him. When the great martial master saw the scene in the mirror, his previously casual expression vanished instantly. His eyes widened, and after holding it in for a while, he exclaimed, What a waste of martial arts talent. Did you eat some kind of elixir? Just broke through as a martial artist. Yen Chen's expression was emotionless. His martial arts foundation was damaged, with various martial veins, meridians, and acupoints in disarray. Although he had undergone a period of nirvana lotus cleansing, he still looked no different from a waste. But there was no need to speak the harsh truth, right? Martial arts talent. Rank 9. The examiner wrote down the score and casually handed over the list. Go to the next room. Yen Chen took the list, said nothing, and turned to leave, faintly hearing the examiner mumble, There really are people with rank 9 martial arts talent in this world? The next stage, the true essence assessment. The examiner in charge was still a grand martial master, white-haired but spirited. Beside him was a crystal stone emitting a hazy glow, about half a meter high. Yen Chen, 17 years old, martial artist, jointly recommended by the Hongyang Martial Arts Academy and the Zile Martial Arts Academy of Tianling City. I've met the senior. Alright, no need for all this fluff, just inject your true essence into the measuring stone. Yen Chen walked up to the measuring stone, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Having a low martial arts talent score was unavoidable. After all, a damaged martial arts foundation wouldn't benefit from the infinite critical hit system. But true essence was entirely different. The god-slaying true essence fused with infinite law, creation pool spiritual power, and Dragon Emperor martial arts realm was extremely domineering, possessing the characteristics to destroy, suppress, and obliterate everything. Even high-grade purple thunder true essence couldn't compare. This time, he was bound to receive an SS rating. As the thought floated in his mind, Yenshin placed his hand on the measuring stone and infused it with the god-slaying true essence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The measuring stone showed no reaction. Incredible that such trash true essence exists in this world. The examiner responsible for testing the true essence also widened his eyes in shock, then without hesitation wrote down the score. The measuring stone shows no reaction. Score D-. Yenshin finally couldn't hold back. Senior, this isn't right. My true essence shouldn't be D-. This measuring stone has a problem. I demand a retest. Forget it, kid. This measuring stone can measure all grades of true essence from low to high. We've used it for decades without error. I know this blow is hard for you, but this is the truth. After a pause, the examiner added, kid, you should be grateful that the lowest rating for true essence is D-. Otherwise, with your trash true essence, it would be hard to evaluate. Yenshin certainly wouldn't give up easily and argued for a long time, but the examiner was resolute, refusing to let him retest. Yenshin had no choice but to leave. Next, the examiner continued the assessment. Neither of them noticed that on the back of the measuring stone, several tiny cracks had appeared. Stepping out of the room, Yenshin felt completely numb. A martial arts talent rating of 9, he could accept that. After all, it was an undeniable fact that his martial arts foundation was damaged, so a low score was quite normal. But the rating for his true essence was something he simply could not accept. D-. He knew all too well how powerful the god-slaying true essence was. It was based on infinite law, incorporating the spiritual power of the creation pool and the martial intent of the Dragon Emperor, forged into a true essence that was extremely domineering, possessing the ability to obliterate everything. It was far stronger than high-grade purple thunder true essence, definitely one of the strongest true essences. The god-slaying true essence is definitely not weak, but it was integrated into the testing stone and showed no reaction at all. So there are only 3 possibilities, he thought. First, someone is sabotaging me. Second, there's a problem with the testing stone. Third, the grade of the god-slaying true essence is too high, exceeding the limits of the testing stone. The first possibility is unlikely. I just arrived in Tianlong City and haven't made any enemies, so it's impossible for anyone to obstruct my assessment. The second possibility exists, but it's also quite small. After all, this testing stone is responsible for testing hundreds of candidates, and it just happens to malfunction on me. What kind of luck is that? The third possibility, well, that should be it. Yenshin felt increasingly speechless. Others were getting low scores because their true essence grade was too low, but he, on the other hand, received a 0 because his true essence grade was too high. Finally, only the realm assessment remained. Yenshin decided to perform well. Although breaking through to a martial artist by the age of 18 was the minimum standard to join the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy, ensuring he wouldn't be eliminated, the ranking in the assessment also involved many factors, including class divisions, which he valued quite a bit. Soon, he entered the last room. To his surprise, the chief examiner was no longer a man but a woman, tall and graceful, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. She glanced at him casually and said, "Do you see the martial arts post in front? Channel your true essence and attack with all your strength." "Yes, senior." With a dragon's roar echoing, Yenshin used his finger as a sword, holding nothing back as he unleashed the infinite dragon sword, attacking the martial arts post with all his might. "Congratulations, your attack this time received a tenfold critical hit bonus." With a loud boom, as the afterimage flashed, a terrifying crack appeared on the martial arts post when Yenshin withdrew his hand. True chi transforming into mist, and its power is so domineering. The female examiner's eyes flashed with surprise but quickly returned to calm. "Not bad, 17 years old, second-tier martial artist, score 20 points. Turn left when you exit and go collect your overall score report." Yenshin was stunned. "Only 20 points? You think breaking through to a second-tier martial artist at 17 is impressive?" The female examiner said blandly. "The youngest candidate in this Tsunching assessment is only 10 years old and has already broken through to a third-tier martial artist. Do you still think you're amazing? 10 years old? Third-tier martial artist?" Yenshin was shocked. At his age, he hadn't even stepped into the martial arts world yet. "Do you have any more doubts now?" the chief examiner asked flatly. "No, I apologize for disturbing you, senior." Yenshin shook his head, naturally not wanting to make a fool of himself any further, and left the room to head to the hall to print his score report. The female examiner watched him leave, shaking her head. This kid must be from an ordinary base city, thinking that breaking through to a second-tier martial artist at 17 is something remarkable, huh? At that moment, as the next candidate had yet to arrive. Feeling bored, the female examiner pulled up Yenshin's information. From Tianling City, jointly recommended by the Hongyang and Zile Medium Martial Arts Academies, indeed from a small place, hasn't seen much of the world, huh? Wait a minute. The female examiner suddenly showed an expression of surprise, as if she had discovered something astonishing.
A 9-tier martial arts talent? This talent is no different from a waste. Even stepping onto the path of martial arts is difficult for him. How did he break through to a martial artist at 17? And what about his true essence D-? Impossible. His true essence is extremely domineering, surpassing many mid-grade true essences. If he weren't still at the true essence mist stage, I would even think he is a 3rd-tier, no, a 4th-tier martial artist. The female examiner squinted her eyes. This kid is quite interesting. Yan Chen came out of the room and quickly arrived at the hall, where he received his report card. Total score, 26. Among them, 6 points came from the talent assessment and true essence assessment. This was still because the rating system didn't allow for 0 points, otherwise he would have only received 20 points for the realm assessment. According to the assessment process, once all candidates received their scores, someone from the academy would be responsible for classifying each candidate. Since the assessment was not yet over, he could only wait. Feeling bored, Yan Chen went to sit under the shade of a tree to pass the time. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of laughter came from beside him. Little friend, are you done with the exam? How did it go? Yan Chen was startled. When did this person get so close? He hadn't noticed at all. He quickly stood up and used the carefree dragon step to retreat 10 meters at the fastest speed. Although this was the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy, and it shouldn't be dangerous, he instinctively took precautions. Don't be so nervous, little friend, I mean no harm. The voice came again, and the person surprisingly stayed right beside him, not shaken off. Yan Chen stopped dodging and turned around boldly. When he saw the person clearly, his expression froze. The speaker was a woman, around 30 years old, not only beautiful but also very dignified. Although she wore a smile, she always gave off a sharp feeling. Indeed, this person was Lei Mu. She had come to the Tsunching assessment site this time to take a look at her disciple's love interest, who was Yan Chen. Although Lei Mu did not immediately agree to accept Yan Chen as a student when they were at Lei Palace, she had already made up her mind in her heart. As long as her disciple liked a boy whose talent wasn't too poor, she would accept him. Now, seeing him for the first time, Lei Mu was quite satisfied. She thought to herself that he had a strong sense of vigilance and decent strength, making him a good prospect. Lei Mu teased with a smile, little friend, why aren't you running anymore? Senior, your martial arts are divine, far beyond what I can reach. Since I can't escape, why waste my energy trying? Moreover, as a senior, you certainly wouldn't harm us juniors at the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy, would you? Yan Chen had already seen that the woman before him was extraordinary and far beyond his ability to contend with. Rather than struggle for no reason, it was better to clarify her intentions first. You really can talk. Lei Mu seemed both amused and exasperated, then brought up the old topic again. So, little friend, the exam is over, right? How did you score? Was this senior a high-ranking member of the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy, inspecting the progress of the Tsunching assessment? When Yan Chen saw the other party asking about his results, he couldn't help but speculate. Very poor, almost no score. No score? Lei Mu was taken aback. In the martial arts world, there exists a type of prodigy who possesses extraordinary talent, so exceptional that it cannot be described in words. Whenever such a genius appears in the Tsunching assessment, the examiner, out of respect, would give a score of? So, no score? Could it be that Mu Zixuan's description wasn't exaggerated and the boy she liked was indeed that kind of extraordinary prodigy? No, senior, you misunderstood. When I said almost no score, it's not what you think. Here, this is the transcript, take a look and you'll know. As soon as Yan Chen saw the other party's reaction, he guessed what she was thinking and quickly clarified, handing over the transcript. Lei Mu took the transcript and soon widened her eyes. 26 points? That's right, just 26 points. How could it be so low? At this point, a flash of anger crossed Lei Mu's eyes as she said, Kid, were you sabotaged? Don't be afraid, speak boldly, and I'll help you seek justice. This boy was the one her student liked. She would not tolerate anyone playing tricks on him. The consequences? Not important, it would just mean a few masters would have to fight it out. In terms of fighting, she had never been afraid of anyone. Yan Chen smiled bitterly and replied, Senior, you misunderstood. There shouldn't be any sabotage. I just arrived in Tianlong City and haven't offended anyone. There is indeed a bit of misunderstanding. Here, it should be true. Misunderstanding. Sigh, in short, it's hard to explain. In other words, this boy's score was accurate and real. He really only scored 26 points? Lei Mu felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, in the assessment building, a chubby boy with a fair complexion walked out. It was Li'er. He had clearly just finished the assessment and was looking around for something. When he saw Yan Chen, his eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over. Bro, no wonder you didn't wait for me. You were here chatting with a girl. By the way, your score. Before he could finish, Li'er's voice suddenly stopped. Previously, Lei Mu had been standing opposite Yan Chen, so from that angle, she was facing away from Li'er and he hadn't seen her face. Now that he was closer and saw Lei Mu's face, his smile froze and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Why you. Don't reveal my identity or I'll hang you on the lei tree for 3 days. Lei Mu's voice carried a threat. Li'er kept nodding, wanting to respond but too afraid to make a sound, feeling stifled. This scene left Yan Chen dumbfounded. He curiously asked, Li brother, do you know this senior? And no, I don't know her.
Lier shook his head repeatedly, fearing that if he said the wrong thing he would end up hanging on the lay tree for 3 days and nights, which would be a terrifying ordeal. Yenshin certainly didn't believe this nonsense. Lier's expression was clear enough. He knew this mysterious senior and was about to continue questioning when Lei Mu suddenly returned the transcript. I have things to do, you two kids chat first. After saying that, without giving the two a chance to respond, Lei Mu floated away. Before leaving, she didn't forget to send a final message to Lier. Don't reveal my identity. Lier. Soon, Lei Mu disappeared, leaving a desolate scene under the shade of the trees. Brother Li, you know that senior from earlier, right? Don't deny it. I pride myself on not being a fool, I can tell. Yan Shen had a relentless expression. Now that the senior has left, just tell me secretly or give me a hint, I promise. I won't say a word. Lier had a mournful face. Brother, I really don't know. Please don't ask anymore. I want to live a few more days. To scare you like this, that senior must be an extraordinary person. Could it be a master? Yan Shen looked as if he had suddenly realized. Lier's face turned pale. Master Lei Mu is above. This is all just his own guess. Don't blame me. You absolutely can't leave me hanging on the lay tree. Not long after, an announcement rang out in the square, stating that this Scienqing assessment had ended and all candidates were to gather in building number 2 in 15 minutes to complete the subsequent enrollment and class division. Brother, let's hurry, it's time for class division. Okay. Yan Shen nodded, casting a meaningful glance at the chubby boy beside him, and soon the two disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Master Lei Mu had not actually gone far. She had been hiding nearby, secretly observing Yan Shen, reflecting on his glaring score of 26, feeling utterly speechless. She even wondered if it was right or wrong for Mu Zixuan to like this boy, whether she should play the villain and break up this pair. Master Lei Mu didn't want to do that, always feeling that breaking up a couple was too unethical, but Yan Shen's abysmal score made this thought incessantly surface in her mind. By the way, what if there's really something fishy behind Yan Shen's assessment? Master Lei Mu suddenly thought of something, a contemplative expression appearing on her face. That girl Mu Zixuan said that at the station she slapped the Zhou family's kid. That kid naturally wouldn't dare to retaliate against my student, but what if he later learned about the relationship between him and Mu Zixuan and harbored resentment, secretly causing trouble? With the Zhou family's influence, there's still a possibility. If I ask someone, I'll know everything. With this thought, Master Lei Mu moved through the academy and soon arrived at the office of the Academic Affairs Office. The director of the Academic Affairs Office was busy writing, handling his work, and subconsciously looked up to see Master Lei Mu appear before him, instantly jolting him awake. He quickly stood up, with a mournful face, and said, "A senior, my dean really isn't here. Please don't vent your anger on us little minions. We can't handle your torment. I'm not here to find that old man." Master Lei Mu waved her hand. "Help me with something. During this Scienqing assessment, there's a candidate named Yan Shen. What is his real score? Did he receive any unfair treatment? So that's how it is." The director of the Academic Affairs Office let out a long breath, then hesitated. "But senior, that Scienqing assessment isn't under my responsibility." Master Lei Mu frowned. "What, you won't help?" No, helping seniors is my duty. I'll ask right away." The director of the Academic Affairs Office quickly shook his head and picked up the phone. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 minutes had passed. The director of the Academic Affairs Office put down the phone and hurriedly said, "Senior Lei, we have news." Lei Mu glanced over lightly. "What is it?" "I have already investigated. The candidate named Yan Shen was not influenced by any external factors during the assessment. The results are absolutely genuine and fair." "Xiao Wang, are you sure?" "What are you saying, senior? Even if I were to deceive someone, I wouldn't dare deceive you. If I were to lie to you, you would probably tear me apart." Of course, the director of the Academic Affairs Office wouldn't dare to say this out loud and could only mutter it in his heart. It really is 26 points. The last glimmer of hope extinguished, Lei Mu was left speechless, filled with inner turmoil. Martial arts talent ranked at 9. True essence level D-. Although there was a connection with Mu Zixuan, could she really accept such a student? "Senior, do you think this Yan Shen has too low a score?" The director of the Academic Affairs Office hinted at flattery. "I have 3 allocation spots in hand. I can give one to this student." Lei Mu's heart stirred, but she shook her head and said, "Forget it. What it should be is what it is. The false cannot become true, and the true cannot become false. 26 points is just 26 points. May I ask, senior, what is your relationship with this student named Yan Shen?" The director of the Academic Affairs Office was very curious about what kind of special circumstances this Yan Shen had that could prompt a grandmaster to personally inquire. Lei Mu sighed. "I originally wanted to take him as my disciple. But now, forget it." "What? This esteemed person came to the academy just to take on a disciple?" The director of the Academic Affairs Office felt a deep sense of regret for this student named Yan Shen. To be a disciple of a grandmaster is a tremendous fortune, yet it was missed. Lei Mu said, "Do not speak of my visit to anyone, especially your dean." The director of the Academic Affairs Office replied, "Rest assured, senior, I won't tell anyone." "All right, I'm leaving. As soon as." The words fell, Lei Mu's figure disappeared from the office. The director of the Academic Affairs Office acted as if nothing had happened, returning to his desk to continue handling affairs. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes.
Past. After confirming that Senior Lei had truly left, he quickly picked up the phone and dialed a mysterious number. Hello, Dean, I need to tell you something. Senior G just came by, no, not to see you, but to inquire about a student named Yen Chen. From what Senior G said, she originally intended to take Yen Chen as a student but later gave up. Okay, Dean, don't worry, I am absolutely loyal to you and won't reveal a single bit of information. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, and with the compilation of all candidates' scores, the class divisions were quickly completed. At the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy, the academic program is divided into 5 years, and each new cohort is divided into 5 classes: Genius Class, Excellence Class, Special Class, Ordinary Class, and Poor Class. Yen Chen, relying on his high score of 26, was unsurprisingly assigned to the Poor Class. What surprised him was that Li was also assigned to the Poor Class. How many points did you score to end up in the Poor Class? Bro, don't laugh when I tell you. Li scratched the back of his head. My total score is 17. Yen Chen was shocked. He had thought his 26 points would surely top the charts, but he didn't expect that among this year's candidates there was still such a hidden talent. 17 points? How did that happen? What about the first 3 years? What scores did you get? First year 25 points, second year 21 points, third year, which is this year. Li was quite frank, appearing very carefree. Yen Chen. Goodness, while others are scoring higher and higher, this brother is doing just the opposite, scoring lower and lower. At this moment, the students are gradually being handed their dormitory keys, campus cards, and so on. Of course, the most important thing is still paying the tuition, which is 5 million federal coins each year for a 5-year program. So expensive? A martial artist from a less affluent background exclaimed, looking quite distressed. But soon, another martial artist beside him mocked, expensive? This is actually cheap. Just the 100 points of sanctioning credits included with the campus card are worth more than this money. Poor folks should just stay at home. What are you doing practicing martial arts? As soon as these words were spoken, they drew countless agreements. Sanctioning credits, what is that? Yen Chen frowned. Before long, he also received his supplies, a white school uniform, a dormitory nameplate, and a card. The person distributing them was a senior sister who was quite friendly. Senior sister. Why do some people's uniforms are blue, some are purple, and mine is white? Is there any meaning behind this? Yen Chen frowned, noticing that everyone's uniform colors were different. The senior sister explained, of course, every new class is divided into 5 groups, and each group's uniform color is different. The Genius class is purple, the Excellence class is red, the Special class is orange, the Ordinary class is blue, and the Poor class is white. You're in the Poor class, so when you see people in other colored uniforms, make sure to avoid them and not provoke them. Dividing classes and even ranking them? Yen Chen nodded, indicating he understood. By the way, senior sister, what are Tsunching credits? Actually, the teacher will explain it in the first class tomorrow, but I can tell you now. The senior sister smiled and said, Sanctioning is not just an ordinary martial arts academy, it also includes business, entertainment, food, and so on. You can find everything you want to buy, the martial pills you want, the food you want to eat, and the games you want to play here. Yen Chen pondered, and Tsunching credits are the universal currency in the academy? That's right. How do you exchange for Tsunching credits? This thing can't be bought with money. You can only exchange it with materials from fierce beasts, rare treasures, martial pills, or by completing academy tasks. However, at this point, the senior sister paused, revealing a mysterious smile. There is a black market in the academy that specializes in buying sanctioning credits with federal coins at a ratio of 100,000 to 1. If you need it, you can contact me. May I ask your name, senior sister, and how to contact you? My name is Yi Xiaoyu. The Tsunching student dormitory is not shared by multiple people but is a single room for each person, requiring 20 sanctioning credits per month. If you are not satisfied with your current living environment, you can pay more for an upgrade. This does not include daily expenses and cultivation costs. Yen Chen finally understood why the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy welcomed applicants who broke through as martial artists before the age of 18, because enrollment is just the first step. A more rigorous test lies ahead. That is to earn credits and maintain daily life. Just as Yen Chen was taking out his luggage from the small Qiankuan ring and tidying up his room, his phone suddenly rang. It was Mu Zixuan calling. Yen Chen answered and put it to his ear. Hello? The excited voice of Mu Zixuan came through the receiver. Yen Gu, how did you do on the exam? Your score must be very high, right? Guess? 100 points? Wrong. Not 100? That's not right. With your talent and cultivation, your score shouldn't be this low. Guess again? Could it be no score? Mu Zixuan clearly understood the situation, her voice filled with surprise. That's right, you're the top of the martial arts stone tablet, surpassing Li Hani, a genius among geniuses. How could you be measured by a score? Yen Chen replied. Close, but not quite accurate. Not quite accurate. Even Mu Zixuan, no matter how slow, realized something was off, her voice suddenly becoming anxious. Yen, brother Yen, don't keep me in suspense. What exactly is your score? 26 points. What? I said, I got 26 points. Yen Chen enunciated each word, gritting his teeth. Ah, how is that possible? Mu Zixuan exclaimed in disbelief. No one in the Entire Tianlong City knew Yan Chen better than she did. He was a prodigy who, relying on the strength of a martial apprentice, crossed a major realm to slay a second-tier ferocious beast, the first in the martial arts secret realm, surpassing Li Hani, and even just breaking through as a martial artist had already killed a martial master. A monster like that actually scored a mere 26 points in the Tsunching assessment? I also think it's impossible, but that's the fact. Oh, I forgot to mention, my class has also been assigned. It's a bad class, first lesson. Tomorrow. Yan Shen's voice carried a sense of helplessness, although he knew there had been a major blunder in the True Essence assessment phase. The level of God-slaying True Essence was definitely not just D-. But looking at the score on the report card, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Mu Zixuan was silent for a long time, seemingly unsure how to speak, and after a long while, she finally spoke. Again, Brother Yan, there's one more thing. Did anyone want to take you as a disciple today? Take me as a disciple. Yan Chen frowned. No. But I did meet a very strange senior today. Mu Zixuan hurriedly asked, is it a middle-aged woman, very beautiful, very dignified? Yan Chen was quite puzzled. How do you know? This, that. Mu Zixuan stammered, then simply changed the subject. Oh, that's not important, brother. Yan, what impression did that person have of you? With a score of only 26 points, what good impression could I leave? Ah, and then? That senior just left. What else is there? Why is she like this? Brother Yan, I have something to do. I'll hang up now. I'll come find you later. After saying that, Mu Zixuan hurriedly hung up the phone, not even saying what she was busy with. Yan Chen looked at his phone, unable to help but frown. Could it be that Mu Zixuan knew that mysterious senior and their relationship was not ordinary? He had a few vague guesses in his heart, but which one it was, he couldn't determine for now. Shaking his head, Yan Shen didn't dwell on the matter too much and continued to focus on organizing his dormitory. The basic single dormitory wasn't very large, about 30 square meters, but though small, it had all the essentials, including a private bathroom, and the soundproofing was excellent. Even if the next dormitory played loud music, he wouldn't hear a thing. Yan Chen understood why the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy put so much effort into student dormitories. After all, for martial artists, the most important thing is tranquility. Otherwise, if one were in the middle of cultivation and suddenly heard a scream from next door, they would surely be startled into a frenzy. After about 20 minutes, the room was tidied up. Yan Chen stretched, looked at the time, and found it was already 2 in the afternoon. Just as he was thinking about where to grab a bite, an excited voice came from the door. Damn, bro. So you were here. I finally found you. The dormitory door was not closed, so the newcomer easily saw the scene inside. The one speaking was Li Er, dressed in a white school uniform, his face revealing excitement as he stood at the door, waving his hand continuously, his enthusiasm as strong as ever. White school uniform, as expected. You're also in the lower class. Yan Chen had a look of someone who had anticipated this. Li Er's expression stiffened, then turned dejected. Bro, I know that score means I'll definitely be placed in the lower class, but we don't need to emphasize it, right? Yan Chen replied, the main thing is finding someone with a score lower than mine. It's really too hard. Li Er felt even more wounded. Bro, I originally thought our personalities matched pretty well, and we could be good friends in the future, so I wanted to treat you to a meal and talk about Tianlong City, avoiding any taboos. But if you're going to talk like that, then our friendship boat is going to capsize. Before he could finish, Yan Chen took a carefree dragon step and instantly appeared beside Li Er, putting his arm around his shoulder. Bro, we really hit it off at first sight. Whether we eat or not isn't important, and the matters of Tianlong City don't matter either. The main thing is our friendship boat can't capsize easily. So what now? Let's go eat, it's your treat. The place where Li Er retreated was at Tsunching Academy, a restaurant called Wei Bai Chuan. Here, money wasn't used, instead, it was Tsunching points. The dishes were shockingly expensive, each costing about 5 points, which converted to 500,000 federal coins. Yan Chen was dumbfounded. He initially thought the starting 100 points wasn't too little, but now it seemed that even if he scrimped and saved, it would be tough to last a month. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, Yan Chen immediately brought up the main topic. Bro, you're from Tianlong City, so you should know the local power distribution well. Can you tell me about it? Indeed, the reason Yan Chen agreed to the meal was to gather information on this matter. Tianling City was not like Tianlong City. This was a high-level base city with 6 masters stationed, and martial masters were as common as fish crossing a river, with countless martial arts schools, sects, and families. If he didn't clarify things, he could easily suffer losses due to lack of understanding in the future. Of course, I can. Li Er pondered for a moment before responding. The forces in Tianlong City are roughly divided into 1 superpower and 5 strong ones, along with 36 prominent families. I won't go into the 36 prominent families. Their relationships are complex, with intermarriages and grudges intertwined with love and hate. It's really too tedious to sort out. Let's talk about the 5 strong ones first. These 5 strongest forces are Longfu, Daozheng Mountain, Waimengui by family, and Leiwang Pavilion. Longfu was the city lord's mansion, controlling the major institutions in Tianlong City. Daozheng Mountain was originally a martial arts school, not well known in Tianlong City, but later took in an exceptionally talented disciple whose fame spread throughout the Human Federation and helped his master break through to the Master Realm, becoming one of the top forces in the city. That person is... Yan Chen immediately made a guess. Li Hani? Yes, that's him. Li Er sighed. As the saying goes, when one person achieves the Tao, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Now in Tianlong City, I don't know how many people are hoping that someone like Li Hani will appear in their family to lead them to soar. Yan Chen nodded in agreement. This Li Hani was indeed a remarkable figure, able to reach the 123rd level of the martial arts secret realm while still in the martial disciple realm, making it hard to imagine how monstrous his martial arts talent was. Li Er continued, as for the martial alliance, rather than saying it's a force, it's more like a loose organization. Although Master Sun is the founder, he mainly provides a platform, and it's more of a laid-back approach. The Bai family is the only martial arts family among the 5 top forces. Although they also recruit offerings and hire foreign martial artists, they still prioritize their own. They have been rooted in Tianlong City for hundreds of years, which is quite a long history. The Lei Wang Pavilion is quite special. It doesn't have a long history, but has risen rapidly in the past century. The most important thing is, its pavilion master is a woman, and she is the only female among the 6 masters. The pavilion master of Lei Wang Pavilion, who is also Mu Zixuan's mentor, is actually a woman? Yan Chen pondered, recalling the mysterious woman he encountered in the morning, and a guess in his heart grew stronger. And what about the Chao? Which force does that refer to? Which else could it be? Of course, it's the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy where we are currently located. Ah? Yan Chen was quite surprised. This answer was truly unexpected. Didn't see that coming, did you? Li Er laughed, and seeing Yan Chen nod, he immediately explained, you should know that the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy has existed since the founding of Tianlong City. For hundreds of years, it has produced countless martial arts experts among the 5 major forces and 36 sects. Which family doesn't have a Sanqing student? Even that dazzling Li Hani was an honorary alumnus. Yan Chen contemplated, so this is the reason for the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy's transcendent status. Of course. Li Er nodded. In Tianlong City, the status of the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy is absolutely transcendent and can suppress everything. So when encountering trouble outside, as long as the other party isn't one of the 5 major forces or 36 sects, just mentioning the school's name can basically resolve the issue. Yan Chen nodded. With Li Er's narration, he finally had a general understanding of the power distribution in Tianlong City. At this time, the restaurant gradually became lively. As a restaurant within the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, although the prices of the dishes were expensive, converting to federal currency, each dish cost nearly 500,000, but the ingredients were rare beast meats such as golden carp and purple cloud beast meat, which were indeed worth the price. Moreover, most of the martial artists who could come to the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy were from well-off families, and some geniuses from ordinary base cities had support behind them, so they wouldn't lack money to spend. So it wasn't long before the small restaurant was filled with people. And with more people, trouble was bound to arise. Just then, while Yan Chen and Li Er were chatting, they heard a series of crackling sounds from a distance, along with screams of pain. You dog, it's just cutting in line. What do you think you are? How dare you meddle? Don't you know who I am? Yan Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw 4 or 5 students in orange uniforms, all with fierce expressions, both male and female. The leader was a young boy who looked quite handsome, but his eyes were filled with ferocity and his fists were stained with blood, clearly the one who had just attacked. The boy on the ground was also wearing a white uniform and had a look of terror on his face. Yan Chen pondered. The one who got beaten seems to be a new student from our batch as well. It should be so. Li Er said calmly, if nothing unexpected happens, he will become our classmate for the next 5 years. Just as the two were talking, someone in the restaurant could no longer bear it, stood up angrily, and shouted, what are you doing? This is the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, how dare you hit someone in front of so many people? Others also began to criticize, and for a moment, the scolding voices were incessant. However, the man not only did not panic but instead wore an even more violent expression. He walked up to the person who had just slammed the table and kicked him, his terrifying force sending the man flying, crashing hard against the wall. After doing this, he was still not satisfied and glared fiercely at the student he had pointed at earlier, saying, I am Li Chuan from the Wutian Sword Sect. Who else wants to meddle? Step forward, I'm always ready. Wutian Sword Sect? Li Chuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd, which had been so agitated, instantly quieted down. What, is this Wutian Sword Sect really that impressive? Yan Chen asked curiously. Li Er replied calmly, it's not bad, it's one of the 36 prestigious sects in Tianlong City and also a member of the Material Alliance, but the sect leader's surname isn't Li. This Li Chuan should be the direct descendant of some high-ranking official. This made Yan Chen even more curious. If he broke through to a martial artist at 18 and entered the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, he must have some background, right? Is it really necessary for everyone to be so afraid of him? Li Er frowned, not answering the question, as he also found it strange. At that moment, someone nearby spoke up to clarify for the two. You guys probably don't know this, but Li Chuan himself is nothing special, just an ordinary student from the second-year excellent class. The real powerhouse is his brother, Li Mu, who entered the Tsanqing Martial Arts Academy 2 years ago. He is now a 7th-tier martial artist and one of the current student council vice presidents, the top genius of Tsanqing Academy and the right-hand man of the soul exterminator Zhao Sun. When the Tsanqing assessment just ended, Li Mu made it clear that anyone who bullied his brother would not be able to survive in the Tsanqing Academy who would dare to provoke him. Yan Shen suddenly understood. No wonder Li Chuan was so arrogant, he actually had a background. At this moment, Li Chuan was enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, his gaze sweeping around and seeing the fear in everyone's eyes. A great sense of pleasure surged in his heart. But soon, his brows furrowed as he noticed two people whispering to each other, discussing something, completely disregarding him. Hey, you two? Yan Chen, me? Li me? Both were a bit confused, not knowing how they had provoked this guy for no reason. I'm talking about you, too, Li Chuan said with a fierce expression. White school uniforms, so you're the trash from the lower class. What were you just talking about? Were you bad-mouthing me? Both were speechless. Was this guy out of his mind? Li Chuan did not come alone, he brought 4 classmates with him. Of course, calling them classmates was just a euphemism, they were actually his lackeys. Seeing their master speak, they immediately burst into laughter. You two new students, right? Hurry up and apologize. If Brother Chuan is happy, maybe he'll let you off. Not only do you have to apologize, but you also need to kneel and bow 3 times, and offer 50 points of Qing credits. Hurry up, what are you stalling for? If Brother Chuan gets angry, it won't just be 50 points and 3 bows. Listening to their raucous laughter, Yan Shen's expression gradually turned cold. Although he didn't want to make enemies so soon after arriving at Qingqing Martial Arts Academy, it didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. If a fight really broke out, let alone this spoiled Li Chuan, even his brother, the vice president of the student council, Soul Destroyer Zhao Sun's right-hand man, the 7th-tier martial artist Zhao Mu, would be no match for him. He was confident he could slay them with a single sword strike. But what Yan Shen didn't expect was that before he could say anything, a cold laugh came from beside him. Oh, what if I don't? What do you plan to do? Then we'll waste you. Li Chuan, being a spoiled brat, couldn't hold back when he saw someone daring to oppose him. His true essence surged as he stepped forward, ready to throw a punch. But soon his expression changed to one of horror. Thud, 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 a dull sound came from behind him. Those lackeys had collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth, rolling their eyes and convulsing. Why you actually poisoned them, pu. Before he could finish his words, Li Chuan suddenly spat out blood, his face turning purple, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. Yan Chen was taken aback. He had thought that the chubby guy who only scored 17 points in the Qingqing assessment must be weak and had already prepared to make a move. He never expected the situation to take a turn, with Li Chuan and his group all falling to the ground. Brother, you. How is it, brother? Surprised, right? Li said with a smug expression. I didn't expect I would be this powerful. Yan Shen had to admit that this poison technique was indeed impressive. Even with his infinite law activated and his heightened perception, he could only vaguely sense something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it more specifically. Meanwhile, Li had already pulled up. The young man who had been beaten first. How is it, brother? Not too seriously hurt, right? No, I'm fine, just some superficial wounds. The young man shook his head, then his face showed gratitude. Brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble this time. It's nothing. You're also a new student this year, right? We're all classmates in the same struggling class. It's only right to help each other. Brother, can I follow you in the future? Of course, don't worry, brother. Stick with me, and I won't treat you poorly. Cough, cough. Seeing the two getting along so well, Yan Shen couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Then, reminded, brotherly, hurry up and detoxify, then let's go. This is Qingqing Martial Arts Academy. If someone really dies, it won't end well. Don't worry, this poison isn't fatal, it's just a bit torturous. Li paused. But we really should leave. Although Li Chuan's brother isn't much, the Soul Destroyer behind him is not to be trifled with. It's best to avoid him for now. Yan Shen thought the same, so he didn't object. Soon, the two left the restaurant, and this incident caused quite a stir at Qingqing Martial Arts Academy. Not long after leaving the restaurant, Li casually found an excuse to leave, saying that doing something like poisoning would attract too much hatred, so he needed to hide quickly to avoid trouble later. Yan Shen watched his departing figure, squinting his eyes. This guy's poison skills are not simple. He broke through to a martial artist 3 years ago, and after 3 years of exams, his scores keep dropping? It seems he has quite a secret. Muttering to himself, he had no intention of probing further. After all, everyone has their secrets. This included himself. Time flew by, and the next morning, Yan Shen arrived punctually at the remedial classroom. Li was not there. The student who had been injured by Wang Chuan was also recuperating and was nowhere to be seen. Yan Shen had no interest in talking to others, so he closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the homeroom teacher of the remedial class walked in. Surprisingly, it was an old acquaintance, a woman with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, the very martial master responsible for the assessment. Her expression remained indifferent, showing no signs of emotion. I am your homeroom teacher. My surname is Mu. My name is Yu. You can call me Teacher Mu. Now we will begin the first class. This class did not cover cultivation but mainly explained the various rules within the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy, such as Tsunching Points, the Genius List, and so on. In addition, just as Yi Xiaoyu had described, although Tsunching was a martial arts academy, it was more like a community with food, entertainment, business, exchanges, and almost everything one could need, like a city within a city. The courses were similar to those at the Lanyu Martial Arts Academy, divided into compulsory and elective classes. It was best to attend the compulsory classes, but it was not a big deal if one did not, as long as their cultivation progress did not lag behind. The instructors would not mind. Elective classes required spending Tsunching points to purchase. Thus, Yan Shen's first day as an official student came to an end. That evening, dusk fell, and the sunset painted the sky red. Yan Shen squinted, leaning on his sword, lost in thought. "Hey, Junior, I wonder if you called for your senior for something?" A voice accompanied by a graceful figure approached quickly. It was Yi Xiaoyu. Yan Shen nodded and said, "Senior, I want to go to the black market to sell some things. I wonder if it's convenient." "Of course, it's convenient." Yi Xiaoyu smiled, "but the black market doesn't exist all the time. It opens once every 10 days. The next one is in 5 days. If you want to go, I can act as your introducer and take you there." "Okay, thank you." Although Yan Shen expressed his gratitude, there was little change in his expression. He knew that this senior's introduction must come with a cut, otherwise she wouldn't be so eager. The two agreed on a time and then parted ways. Just a few steps out, Yi Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something, turned around, and said, "By the way, the person who poisoned Wang Chuan and Wei Beiquan is your friend, right? Be careful." Yan Shen frowned. "Why, is someone out for revenge against me?" "Not exactly, but..." Yi Xiaoyu paused and said, "It's always better to be cautious." "Got it." After parting with Yi Xiaoyu, Yan Shen pondered for a moment and decided to go hunting for ferocious beasts in the wilderness first. After all, there were still 5 days until the market opened, and he couldn't waste any time. The decision made, Yan Shen naturally would not delay any longer. The next morning, he took the underground train and, using his Tsunching student ID, smoothly left Tianlong City. "Brother, be careful, and good luck," the gatekeeper warrior reminded him. Yan Shen smiled in response, "Thank you." The wilderness outside Tianlong City was also divided into levels, and the exploration range of the Dragon House was far more extensive than that of the Tianling City Martial Arts Guild, several times larger. Within it, safe zones, alert zones, and danger zones were separated by powerful martial formations set up by the Dragon House, making it difficult for even disaster-level ferocious beasts to cross the boundaries under normal circumstances. Moreover, each area had supply stations specifically built by Tianlong City, manned by powerful warriors designed for martial artists to rest and resupply. At first, Yan Shen was puzzled. With such a captive method, wouldn't the ferocious beasts in the area be quickly exterminated? Later, through discussions with Mu Zixuan, he learned that it wasn't the case. Every so often, terrifying city-destroying ferocious beasts would revive in the forbidden zones and attack Tianlong City. The scale of these beast tides was far beyond what ordinary base cities could compare to. When the beast tide receded, some powerful ferocious beasts would remain, seeking suitable places to inhabit. Therefore, unless Tianlong City conquered the forbidden zones and even the entire wilderness world, the ferocious beasts in the wild would never be eradicated. There were a total of 21 alert zones outside Tianlong City, each with a serial number, spread across the 4 directions, while base stations were built on safe roads. Passing through the safe zone, guided by the map and after some inquiries, Yan Shen quickly arrived here. His white Tsunching school uniform immediately attracted the attention of many. "Brother, are you a student of the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy?" A warrior approached him, around 30 years old, looking somewhat frail, but with sharp eyes. "Yes. I'm called Iron Wolf, the vice-captain of the Snow Wolf Adventure Team. We've recently set our sights on a second-tier high-grade ferocious beast, the Nine Heavens Thunderbird, and we're recruiting manpower. Are you interested?" "I'm sorry, I'm here to act alone this time," Yan Shen declined. Although the man was disappointed, he did not press further and politely said, "Let's collaborate again if there's a chance in the future," before leaving. Next, several other warriors approached, wanting to team up with Yan Shen. The Tsunching Martial Arts Academy held a prestigious position in Tianlong City, and being a student of Tsunching was like having a golden signboard. Although the white uniform represented students from the lower classes, outside, they were still considered exceptional talents. However, Yan Shen rejected them all. With his current strength, he could easily sweep through the entire alert zone, so there was no need to team up with anyone. After a brief rest, he walked out of the supply station. In the vast wilderness, there were forests, swamps, and mountains covering a massive area. Being in it made one feel a sense of insignificance. "I wonder what the first ferocious beast I will hunt after arriving in Tianlong City will be." Yan Shen stood amidst the vast land, listening to the occasional low roars, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Roar! He did not wait long. Just after exploring a short distance, accompanied by a brutal roar, a giant bear with a completely earthy yellow body appeared. Before him, a second-tier low-grade ferocious beast, the Earth Bear. "Oh, an old friend." Yan Shen couldn't help but exclaim, "What a coincidence!" The first ferocious beast he had slain in the alert zone back in Tianling City was also the Earth Bear. He didn't expect that upon arriving in Tianlong City, the first one he encountered would still be the Earth Bear. Roar! At this moment, the Earth Bear also noticed the human in front of it. Seeing the other party standing calmly before it, completely disregarding its presence, anger filled its heart, and it let out a deep roar. However, the next moment, roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed, and a sword light flickered, chilling the air. In an instant, the Earth Bear, known for its defense and a challenge even for 5th or 6th rank warriors, was cleaved in half, its flesh collapsing with a thunderous crash. So, it turns out that killing a 2nd rank ferocious beast is this easy for me now. Should I try the danger zone? Yan Shen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Relying on the carefree dragon step, he could barely contend with a 3rd rank low-grade ferocious beast, but there was still considerable danger involved. He would definitely go to the danger zone, and he would certainly face a 3rd rank ferocious beast. After all, true martial arts experts are forged through life and death battles. Without experiencing peril, one can never truly grow stronger. But that was not for now. It would be after he further perfected the infinite law and created infinite martial techniques, when he was fully prepared. Then, let's continue hunting. Yan Shen stood in the wilderness, gazing at the vast land, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before the black market opens, I need to hunt enough ferocious beasts to make a good profit. With that, Yan Shen vanished from his spot, searching for the next prey. In the warning zone, somewhere, a team composed of warriors was cautiously exploring, taking each step with extreme care, afraid of encountering a 2nd rank high-grade ferocious beast that could spell disaster for them. After an unknown amount of time, up ahead is the habitat of the bloodthirsty lion. It is a 2nd rank mid-grade ferocious beast, with extremely strong attack power and high speed, making it a very troublesome opponent. Everyone must be careful, cooperate according to the original plan, and absolutely cannot act rashly. A voice spoke solemnly. It was the leader of the team, a woman in her 30s with bronze skin and sharp eyes, clearly a very powerful hunter. Don't worry, we all understand. We won't mess things up. Once we kill this bloodthirsty lion, I can finally save enough money to buy Earth-level techniques. Many warriors echoed in agreement. Clearly the leader held high prestige within the team. Alright, let's go. Soon, under the leader's guidance, the hunting team cautiously made their way to the bloodthirsty lion's habitat. However, the scene before them was quite unexpected. In the forest, someone had arrived before them, standing in front of the bloodthirsty lion. The person wore a white school uniform, their expression calm, exuding waves of true essence, and was walking forward slowly. From the looks of it, the bloodthirsty lion seemed less like a 2nd rank ferocious beast and more like an ordinary house cat. Damn it, someone got ahead of us. The Azure School uniform. This young man is actually a student from Azure. Wait, look, this little brother is just walking straight up to the bloodthirsty lion. What is he trying to do? The members of the hunting team were initially quite dejected. They had been tracking this bloodthirsty lion for a long time, finally gathering enough manpower and setting a strategy to hunt it down, only to find that someone had gotten there first. Some even harbored hostility, contemplating whether to forcibly reclaim the prey. But the scene unfolding before them left them utterly shocked. That pale blue student, whose true essence fluctuations were clearly not strong, only at the level of a 2nd-tier warrior, with no other warriors around to support him, faced the bloodthirsty lion without the slightest hint of retreat, walking straight up to it. Is this kid trying to commit suicide? He just walked right up to it. That's the bloodthirsty lion. Its terrifying biting ability makes even many 2nd-tier high-grade beasts avoid it. Is he really going to fight it head-on as a 2nd-tier warrior? One encounter and he'll be torn to shreds. Cold Sister, what should we do? Cold Sister was the name of the hunting team leader. Her eyes were filled with coldness, her expression icy. Facing the inquiries of her members, she answered without hesitation, "Don't worry about it. Once he's dead, we'll take over the bloodthirsty lion. No one will be able to say anything then." Upon hearing this, the members of the hunting team brightened up. Indeed, as long as this kid who arrived first was killed by the bloodthirsty lion, they could smoothly take over, and even if the matter reached the Dragon House, no one could say anything. Moreover, the Dragon House encouraged competition among warriors. As long as it wasn't malicious slaughter, there would be hardly any punishment. With this decision made, anticipation showed on every member's face as they awaited the moment the kid would be torn to pieces. However, in the next instant, a powerful dragon's roar suddenly echoed, and a sword light appeared, instantly piercing through the bloodthirsty lion, slicing the 2nd-tier mid-grade beast in half, even shattering the ground behind it, leaving a gruesome scar. One sword, just one sword. In the eyes of the hunting team, the once invincible bloodthirsty lion was slain. This made all the members of the hunting team instinctively gasp. They had originally thought this kid was a fool. Little did they know, they were the fools. Someone trembled and asked, Cold Sister, what do we?" "Shut up." Before he could finish, he was roughly interrupted by Cold Sister. At this moment, the woman was covered in cold sweat. Her face pale, trembling all over, her voice filled with fear. "Everyone, be quiet. For heaven's sake, don't make a sound. If we anger this guy and he comes at us with a sword, it would be disastrous." Unfortunately, it was too late. In the next moment, a gaze suddenly swept over, coming from the terrifying boy in the white school uniform. standing before the bloodthirsty lion's corpse. He stood there, coldly observing, without a word or any reaction, yet he exerted immense pressure on all the members of the hunting team. Time seemed to stretch, and finally, the young man withdrew his gaze, skillfully dismembered the bloodthirsty lion, placing the most valuable parts into his storage weapon, and then left the spot. The entire process was clean and efficient, without any hesitation. As his figure disappeared, the members of the hunting team immediately collapsed to the ground, feeling weak all over, their eyes still showing fear. That was terrifying. That person was too frightening. I thought he was going to come at us with a sword and kill us all. Cold sister, are all the students from Pale Blue Martial Arts Academy that terrifying? The young man just now, wearing a white school uniform, must be from the B class, and he actually killed the bloodthirsty lion in one strike. The leader of the temporarily formed hunting team, Cold Sister, was not in a much better state, feeling weak all over, drenched in sweat. If it weren't for maintaining her prestige in the team, she might have already collapsed to the ground. She shook her head, denying the speculation. No, it can't be. The students of the Tsunching's poor class are absolutely not that terrifying. Even the ordinary class or the excellent class wouldn't be like that. But he was clearly wearing a white school uniform, someone questioned, confused. Sister Lang said in a deep voice, there are only two possibilities. First, he is not a student of Tsunching. Even if he is, he definitely isn't from the poor class. The reason he is dressed like this is just to conceal his identity. Second, he is a student from the poor class, but his talent and strength are absolutely terrifying. The reason he is in the poor class must be for a special reason. The crowd nodded in agreement, leaning more towards the first possibility. After all, the assessments at Tsunching have always been rigorous, with 3 processes that almost comprehensively test students' potential, talent, realm, and other aspects, making misjudgments very rare. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted to the corpse of the bloodthirsty lion, their eyes flashing with excitement. Although that mysterious young man had taken away the most valuable part of this second-tier beast, the remaining parts were still worth a considerable amount. Silence lasted only a few seconds before the members of the hunting group surged forward. This was not an isolated incident, but rather a frequent occurrence in the warning zone 193271. Many temporarily formed hunting groups or lone wolves had encountered a boy dressed in the white uniform of Tsunching Academy. This person was incredibly terrifying, slaughtering second-tier beasts as if they were mere dogs. Whether it was the firefox demon, the black giant wolf, or other second-tier mid-grade beasts, they were all cut down by his sword. More importantly, this person only took the most valuable parts of the beasts, leaving the rest of the corpses behind. Many martial artists relied on scavenging these corpses to earn a decent income. Those who hadn't encountered him but knew about this news would also intentionally or unintentionally pursue the tracks of that mysterious young man in white, hoping to pick up some leftovers. This matter stirred quite a commotion throughout the wilderness. Those in the know referred to this young man as the white-clad killing star. This white-clad killing star was naturally Yan Chen. During this time, he had transformed into a lone wolf, traversing the warning zone, continuously hunting second-tier beasts. Earth bear, Qingfeng wolf, firefox demon, black giant wolf, and so on. He did not store the entire corpses of the beasts in his small universe ring but only took the most valuable parts. He also utilized the storage type weapons left by Wang Tianshi. Even so, in just 2 short days, the space inside was nearly filled. As for those martial artists he encountered, thanks to the powerful perception of infinite law, Yan Chen naturally noticed them. However, seeing that they bore no hostility, he simply left without saying anything. Little did he know, this incident had caused quite a stir. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as another beast was slain. As usual, Yan Chen took the most valuable part, but afterward he did not seek out other beasts. Instead, he headed towards Tianlong City. That's right, he planned to return and digest the benefits he had gained this time. 6 eyes of the earth bear, 10 claws of the blood wolf, 900 cc of the fire red fox's blood, 1 heart of the bloodthirsty lion, and so on. The price of this batch of materials is at least in the 9-digit range. After taking stock, Yan Chen quickly had a rough estimate of his gains this time. This put him in a good mood. But soon he frowned, feeling troubled. Tianlong City was different from Tianling City, and he was a new student at the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy. So aside from selling these materials to various material shops, there was another option, which was to take them to the resource center and exchange them for Tsunching points. If I sell them to the shops, I could directly get a considerable amount of federal coins, and then I could choose to buy pills, weapons, or cultivation techniques. But Tsunching is not just a martial arts academy, it also has a complete business circle, including pill shops, weapon shops, the Kangwu Tower, and so on, with higher quality and better cost effectiveness. If I exchange them according to the ratio, there's almost no difference. Yan Chen pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. That is, to take the materials to the resource center and exchange them for Tsunching points. The Kangwu Tower of the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy is the largest technique library in Tianlong City, containing not only earth-level techniques and heaven-level techniques but also collections of master techniques and even higher-level techniques. And these are my biggest needs at the moment. Yan Chen murmured to himself, a determined look appearing in his eyes. Indeed, this time he did not exchange all his hunting gains for martial arts pills for cultivation but instead planned to allocate a large portion to exchange for more techniques. The reason Yen Chen did this was naturally to nourish the infinite law and create his own infinite martial arts. Since obtaining the nameless technique, although the level of infinite law was very close to the limit of master techniques and its characteristics far exceeded its category, it still had not taken that step to transform into a higher level cultivation method. As for infinite martial arts, there was no need to mention it. Currently, aside from the first move Infinite Dragon Sword, there were almost no other moves. If it were before in Tianling City, where Infinite Law and Infinite Dragon Sword were sufficient, Yen Chen would not be in a hurry, but here in Tianling City, where more than one master resided and countless great martial masters existed, the techniques and martial arts from before were clearly no longer enough. He continued to strengthen his techniques, thinking while on the road, and soon Yen Chen returned to the vicinity of Tianling City. The gatekeeper was still that martial artist who evidently remembered Yen Chen. Seeing him return, he casually greeted, "So, how was your wilderness journey these past 2 days? Feeling good?" Very fruitful, very fruitful." Not wanting to be rude, Yen Chen casually returned the greeting and intended to go in. Unexpectedly, he had not taken 2 steps when he was stopped again by this martial artist, who looked him up and down, his eyes darting around on the white Sanqing uniform, and his expression gradually became suspicious. "What's wrong?" Yen Chen was puzzled. There seemed to be nothing special about him. The martial artist said in surprise, "You're not that old," wearing the white Sanqing uniform. "Brother, you wouldn't be the recently famous white-clad killing star in the wilderness, would you?" "White-clad killing star?" Yen Chen was taken aback. He truly had not heard of it. "You don't know?" The warrior became excited and spoke incessantly. "This white-clad killing star is a very famous warrior in the wilderness these past few days. I've heard he isn't a student of Sanqing, but he wears the uniform of Sanqing's lower class. Not only does he draw his sword accompanied by the roar of dragons, but he also slaughters second-tier ferocious beasts as if they were dogs, and only takes the most valuable parts. Many warriors who go hunting in the wilderness have made quite a fortune by picking up the leftovers. This has caused quite a stir in many warning zones. You know? Using a sword? Drawing the sword accompanied by the roar of dragons. Killing second-tier ferocious beasts as if they were dogs? Only taking the most valuable parts of the beasts?" Yen Chen was at a loss for words. Wasn't he just describing himself? Back in Tianling City, he had earned the nickname Killing Sword, and unexpectedly, upon arriving in Tianling City, he couldn't avoid being given the title White-clad Killing Star. No. Seeing that the warrior was about to dig deeper, Yen Chen hurriedly denied it. "I'm just an ordinary warrior. How could I be that powerful, killing second-tier ferocious beasts as if they were dogs? That's too exaggerated." The warrior remained skeptical. "But you all wear Sanqing's white uniforms. It's definitely a coincidence." Yen Chen firmly denied. "You said it yourself, he isn't a student of Sanqing, but I am. Here's my student ID, take a look." "Oh, it really is?" "Perhaps." Having found no further questions, the warrior stopped probing, but the expression on his face clearly showed lingering doubts. Yen Chen was also afraid of revealing any flaws, so he didn't linger any longer and hurriedly waved his hand before entering Tianling City. Although he didn't mind the title White-clad Killing Star and even somewhat liked it, he had only just arrived in Tianling City, and everything was unfamiliar. Making too much noise at this time might attract a lot of trouble. After entering Tianling City, Yen Chen hurriedly made his way back to Sanqing Martial Arts Academy and ran to the supply office building. There were quite a few people queuing at the entrance, all there to exchange Sanqing points. Yen Chen stood at the end of the line, not in a hurry, leisurely waiting. My goodness, the complete corpse of a second-tier superior ferocious beast, Lightning Cloud Leopard. Senior Wang Chang is too strong. No wonder he ranked 3rd in the annual competition. Look, it's Senior Hu Yang. Oh my, he actually killed a second-tier ferocious beast too? And there's more, and there's more. Excited exclamations came from inside, startling Yen Chen, who was quite dissatisfied, thinking to himself, isn't it just a second-tier ferocious beast? Why all the fuss? They've never seen the world. As time passed, the people in front finished their exchanges one after another, and soon it was Yen Chen's turn. Being the last one, "Go ahead, tell me what ferocious beasts you've hunted, or what pills and weapons you need to submit." The person in charge of the exchange was a woman who seemed delicate but exuded a remarkable aura, clearly a very strong warrior. "Teacher, I have quite a lot of things, it might surprise you." The harvest over the past 2 days was indeed substantial, with 2 storage-type weapons filled to the brim. After thinking for a moment, Yen Chen decided to give a friendly warning. The teacher at the supply office looked disdainful. "You, a lower-class student, are quite particular. Don't worry, I've been at the supply office for 5 or 6 years, I've seen everything, so just take it out." Boldly. Seeing the teacher say this, Yen Chen didn't hesitate any longer and dumped all the ferocious beast materials from the 2 storage-type weapons in one go. Swish! Instantly, the teacher at the supply office was overwhelmed. This is not an adjective, the teacher from the materials department has really been overwhelmed. The eyes of the earth bear, the claws of the blood wolf, the blood of the firefox, and so on. Yen Chen went to the wilderness this time and hunted an unknown number of second-tier ferocious beasts.
Although he only took the most valuable parts, he still filled 2 storage-type weapons. Now, pouring them all out at once, one can imagine the spectacular
scene. You #at.
As the figure soared amidst countless beast materials, a shadow flashed by, and Yenshin felt a void beneath his feet, as if he were being lifted up like a chick.
The teacher from the materials department,
whose face was originally quite handsome, was now covered in various blood and entrails, looking quite menacing.
This teacher isn't planning to kill me to silence me, is she?
Yenshin thought to himself, but his expression was righteous. Teacher, you said to let me pour it out, you can't blame me for this.
But you didn't say there would be so many beast materials this time? You didn't ask either. You %UN#.
Although she was furious and wished she could dismember this brat, this was after all that Sancheng Martial Arts Academy, and she was a teacher, she couldn't really make a move. She just swung her arm, and with a loud bang, she slammed the annoying guy heavily
against the wall.
This woman was definitely more than just a martial artist.
And she definitely didn't have a boyfriend.
Yenshin struggled to stand up, his whole body in pain, as if it were about to fall apart.
That last slam was no joke, the teacher had used some kind of force.
Yenshin even had a premonition that if it weren't for his god-slaying true essence being of a high enough grade, he would have to lie in bed for 3 days.
Teacher, stand over there and wait for me to finish counting. If you dare to move, I'll destroy you.
The cold voice came, and the female teacher's gaze swept over, her eyes filled with murderous intent, making one feel that she really
might kill to silence him. Yenshin obediently replied, okay.
Seeing that this brat didn't really move again, the female teacher also withdrew her gaze and began to count. However, this counting brought her quite a surprise.
At
first, seeing such a large pile of materials, she thought they were scavenged from first-tier ferocious beasts. After all, this student in the poor class white uniform looked unfamiliar and should be a new student just enrolled. With the strength of a second-tier martial artist, it was simply impossible to hunt second-tier ferocious beasts on such a large scale. But as the counting progressed, the female teacher suddenly discovered that these materials were actually all cut from second-tier ferocious beasts, and they were all extremely important parts. This huge pile was worth beyond imagination.
Halfway through the counting, the female teacher finally couldn't hold back. These
were all hunted by you personally.
Yes.
Yenshin nodded. Killing the ferocious beasts was easy, it was the searching process that took quite a bit of time.
Is there a problem? A problem?
There was a huge problem.
How could a student from the poor class achieve such a level?
The female teacher felt a great turmoil in her heart, but she still maintained her composure on the surface, nodding lightly, as if there wasn't much fluctuation in
her heart. About half an hour passed, and the counting was finally completed.
Earthbear's eyes *6, Blood Wolf's claws *10, Firefox's blood *900cc, Bloodthirsty Lion's heart *1, etc. can be exchanged for Tsunching points. 1214 is saying this, the female teacher transferred the points over.
Thank you, teacher.
Looking at the increase in points in his card, Yenshin felt quite good and was about to leave. The female teacher suddenly said, wait
a moment. Yenshin turned around. Is there anything else? What is your name?
As she said this, the female teacher's eyes were slightly narrowed.
Yenshin did not hide it and straightforwardly said his name, and at the end, he did not forget to reply, teacher, what about you? My surname is Zhang, you can call me Teacher Zhang. Okay. After greeting, Yenshin immediately left the supply office.
Fortunately, he was the last one, and there were no other students around, so he left quite smoothly. Otherwise, seeing such an astonishing scene might have caused quite a stir. Teacher Zhang watched the departing figure until it completely disappeared, then suddenly
took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Dean, yes, I have something to report to you. It's like this. That kid has some issues. Aha, understood. I won't disturb him. After hanging up the phone, Teacher
Zhang's gaze was deep, just enrolled, assigned to the bad class, and he can produce so many second-tier fierce beast materials.
Either he has a powerful force backing him, or there's something wrong with him. That kid from the Lee family seems to be among this year's freshmen too. It's getting more and more interesting. So scary, girls are truly an untouchable species, especially those powerful female warriors. After leaving the supply office, Yenshin couldn't help but feel a lingering fear.
In fact, the reason he directly revealed all the fierce beast materials was not to tease Teacher Zhang, but because he didn't expect her to not dodge. Fortunately, this Teacher Zhang ultimately controlled her emotions, otherwise, the outcome would have been a disaster.
Where to next? Yenshin fell into thought.
Now with over 1,000 Azure points in hand, he had 2 things to accomplish. First, to exchange for enough martial arts elixirs to attempt to break through to a higher level. Second, to go to the Sancheng Tower to purchase martial arts techniques to improve infinite law and infinite
combat skills.
There's a compulsory class tomorrow. If I comprehend the martial arts techniques and let the unnamed technique absorb them, refining them into the infinite law, who knows how long it will take, requiring a
long period of seclusion. In that case, it's better to buy martial arts elixirs first to enhance my cultivation level.
Muttering to himself, Yenshin quickly made a decision and set off towards the Tsunching business
district. The Tsunching business district, though called a business district, is actually in a large building, with several to dozens of shops on each floor.
It is rumored that behind these shops, more or less, are the shadows.
of the 5 top forces and the 36 major families. Of course, Yan Shen did not care about these, he only valued the effectiveness of the martial arts elixirs in these shops. In the blink of an eye, over an hour passed. He visited about 10 shops, and after comparing prices, he finally stopped in front of a shop called Spirit Medicine House. "Hello, I want to buy refining yuan pills." The receptionist was a young lady who warmly said, "Dear warrior, 1 refining yuan pill costs 9 Azure points. I wonder how many you need." 9 Azure points? If it were on the black market, that would be almost 900,000 federal coins. Yan Shen was left speechless. If the Azure points were exchanged for federal currency, the price of the refining yuan dan at the apothecary would be significantly higher than that at the 10,000 medicine pavilion, with 1 pill nearing $1 million, which was simply heart-wrenching. Yan Shen pondered for a moment and said, "I want 60 pills. "All right, esteemed warrior, just a moment." The receptionist was about to respond when she suddenly whitened her eyes, a look of shock on her face. "Wait, esteemed warrior, how many pills do you want?" 60 pills, what's wrong? And no, nothing. The receptionist's emotions were hard to calm. Initially, she had noticed Yan Shen wearing a low-tier white school uniform and his aura wasn't strong, so she hadn't paid much attention, merely smiling out of duty. But now, it was clear that this was not the case at all. This was actually a big client asking for 60 refining yuan dan. "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll get the pills you need right away." The receptionist hurried to the back warehouse, during which she could even feel the envious gazes of her colleagues. Before long, the receptionist returned with all 60 refining yuan dan packed in 6 small jade bottles. Yan Shen didn't dawdle and handed over his universal card, deducting 540 Azure points. Having received the refining yuan dan, Yan Shen didn't intend to linger and turned to leave. "Wait, sir, my name is Xiao Yu. Here is my business card." The receptionist hurriedly chased after him, handing him a card, her eyes carrying a meaningful glint. "If you need anything, you can call me." "Okay, thank you." As he walked out of the business district, Yan Shen instinctively touched his face, not expecting that he had become so strikingly handsome. Well, he used to be. Back in the dormitory, Yan Shen immediately activated the closed door mode. This wasn't just a description, but a function. In the Dsenching Martial Arts Academy student dormitory, once activated, the dormitory would maintain absolute silence and be protected by a barrier, making it difficult for even martial masters to break through in a short time, ensuring that the person in seclusion would not be disturbed. Of course, this function wasn't free, it required payment. 5 Azure points every night. 60 refining yuan dan. I wonder how much it can enhance my true essence. Yan Shen was calm, not holding out too much hope for breaking through his current realm. After all, he had previously consumed 100 refining yuan dan just to barely break through to a second-tier warrior. Now with only 60 pills, breaking through to a third-tier warrior was indeed a bit challenging. Soon, Yan Shen adjusted his emotions, sitting cross-legged and consuming the refining yuan dan one by one. Soon, the overwhelming medicinal power flowed into his limbs and bones. "Congratulations! You have received a 1200x critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. 1,000 times critical hit right from the start?" Yan Shen was overjoyed, and the subsequent refining yuan dan were also gradually refined. "Congratulations, you have received a 50x critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have received a 17x critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have received a 180x critical hit bonus from this pill consumption. Congratulations, you have received a 20x critical hit bonus from this pill consumption." What surprised Yan Shen even more was that this time, the high critical hit bonuses triggered were not few. There were over 20 instances of a 100 times critical hit and 6 instances of 1,000 times critical hit. Meanwhile, the true essence in his dantian underwent earth-shattering changes under the overwhelming medicinal power. In the grey misty world of the dantian, the fog was gradually condensing, turning into drop after drop of water. It seemed less dense than before, but its quality had increased several times. True essence transforming into water. Third-tier warrior breakthrough. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yan Shen slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing in his gaze. "What luck! I actually triggered so many high multiplier critical hits, allowing me to break through to the third-tier warrior level with just 60 refining yuan pills." In the storage space, a white lotus flower gently swayed, as if seeking praise. I know. If it weren't for your help in cleansing my physique, I wouldn't have broken through so easily. You have a share of the credit in this," Yan Shen said, supporting the Nirvana lotus, his voice tinged with undeniable amusement. At this moment, the sky began to brighten, and Yan Shen glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. There was still half an hour until the compulsory class started. "This is the first compulsory class, I can't miss it, or I'll definitely face some trouble." Muttering to himself, Yan Shen quickly exited closed door mode, washed his face casually, had breakfast, and then hurried towards the teaching building. The classroom for the poor class was located on the 6th floor of Building 2. This floor wasn't particularly low, but surrounded by the towering buildings of the Dsenching Martial Arts Academy, it felt quite cramped. Both the lighting and ventilation were not as good compared to other classes.
As Yen Chen walked, the white school uniform he wore attracted quite a few gazes, most of which were filled with disdain and contempt. There was no helping it, after all, he was in the poor class. In the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy, the poor class was considered a trash class, housing those with weak martial arts talent who relied on resources to barely break through to warrior status at 18. Of course, the ordinary class wasn't much better off, just slightly superior to the waist, but still at a mediocre level. The academy accepted them not out of great hope but merely to increase student numbers and inject fresh blood into the Tsunching points and business circle cycle. In fact, many within the academy didn't even acknowledge that the poor class and ordinary class were students of Tsunching. Yen Chen frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable, but he didn't react. There was no helping it, this was the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy after all. Soon, Yen Chen arrived at the entrance of the poor class. As soon as he stood there, he heard teasing laughter nearby. "Bro, you're here. Just in time, I just arrived too." Following the voice, he saw the chubby face of Li along with a young man beside him. "Who's he?" "Oh, him? Luo Xiaoying, the one who got beaten up at Baiwei Chuan, forgot already?" Li face showed pride. "That day he said he wanted to follow me, so I, being magnanimous, took him in." Luo Xiaoying gave a silly smile. Hearing this, Yen Chen recalled who the person in front of him was and couldn't help but feel strange. He never expected that this 17-point waist would actually have a little brother. The three chatted as they walked and soon entered the classroom. There were quite a few students in the poor class, at least 60 or 70, all with low scores in the three assessments. Yen Chen even suspected that the reason the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy admitted them was merely to collect tuition fees and exploit them, with no real intention of putting in much effort to cultivate them. At this moment, class time had arrived, but the homeroom teacher, Muyu, had yet to appear, and instead, another group of uninvited guests arrived. Bang! The classroom door was violently kicked open with tremendous force. The classroom instantly fell silent, everyone hushed, their gazes turning towards the door. There were more than 10 newcomers, among them was Li Chuan, and the young man at the forefront looked to be around 19 years old. The fluctuations of his true essence were terrifying, exuding a domineering blade intent. Just a sweep of his gaze made everyone feel a chill of fear. "Among you, who poisoned my brother 3 days ago? Step forward." Yen Chen was speechless, not expecting that on the first day of mandatory class, the teacher wouldn't show up, but instead, his previous enemy had come looking for trouble. He actually brought people. This kid is really a softie. Li scoffed, a bit indignantly. "Bro, when the time comes, I'll smash my cup as a signal, and we'll team up to take these guys down." Yen Chen replied, "They are looking for you, what does it have to do with me? I didn't poison him." Li's eyes widened. "Ah, but aren't we friends? Good brothers should be willing to take a knife for each other. But a true good friend shouldn't want to bring trouble to the other, nor put their brother in danger." Yen Chen said with a half smile, "Don't you think I'm right?" Li At first glance, it seemed reasonable, but the more he thought about it, the more it fell off. At this moment, Li Chuan's resentful gaze swept across the faces of the bad class students, searching for something. Before long, his eyes locked onto one person. "Brother, it's him, that fat guy. You must avenge me." Li Mu's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming surge of true essence erupted, the immense pressure making the students in the classroom struggle to breathe, the power of a 7th-tier warrior fully displayed. Then, Li Mu moved, stepping towards Li one step at a time. The process was not fast, but it was steady. Each footstep sounded like a drumbeat, resonating in everyone's hearts. Wherever Li Mu went, people parted to make way. After a few breaths, Li Mu stood before Li his eyes icy. "It's you who poisoned my brother." Luo Xiaoying shrank back, her face turning pale with fear. Li however, maintained a calm expression, his eyes slightly narrowed, neither admitting nor denying. "What, are you going to stand up for your useless brother? You're not even qualified, you should call your backer Soul Destroyer Josun instead." "You know Brother Sun?" Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, pausing his movements. "I don't know him, just heard of him." Li smirked, but a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "I never took you seriously, nor your backer Zhao Sun." "What? Not satisfied?" Li Mu finally confirmed that this guy was just bluffing, his gaze gradually turning icy. "Come with me, let's find a place to talk." As he spoke, he pressed down with his large hand, a torrent of true essence surging forth, aiming to suppress Li However, in the next moment, another hand suddenly appeared, gripping Li Mu's wrist. A calm voice rang out, "Hey, you just stepped on my foot." Li Mu's expression changed slightly as he looked at the young man beside Li a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "You want to stand up for him? What's standing up? You stepped on my foot, I want you to apologize. It has nothing to do with you and this little fat guy." Yen Chen wore a smiling expression, yet the grip on Li Mu's wrist showed no signs of loosening. Li witnessing this scene, also showed a hint of surprise, but soon returned to his usual smug grin. "Yeah, you stepped on his foot, why shouldn't you apologize? Alright, you want to stand up for him, do you really think I won't dare to make a move here?" Li Mu laughed in anger, his true essence surging, and he was about to press down with his palm again. "Today, you two, don't even think about walking out standing." But before he could finish his words, a delicate jade-like hand suddenly appeared, easily pinching Li Mu's wrist with just 2 fingers. A voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, rang out, "It's class time now, what are you doing in my classroom?" Indeed, the newcomer was Mu Yu.
Her expression was calm, with no excess emotion on her face. No one knew when she had arrived, as if she had always been there. Teacher Mu, Li Mu's face turned ugly. Before he could finish, Mu coldly said, "Get lost." Li Mu's expression changed unpredictably, but he knew very well that at the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, no matter how much chaos one could cause, there was one thing that absolutely could not be done: offend a teacher. Though unwilling, he slowly withdrew his hand. However, he did not leave. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Yan Shen and Li Er, coldly saying, "You two, 5 days later, do you dare to go to the life and death arena?" As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Even Mu instinctively frowned. The Life and Death Arena, fully named the Life and Death Martial Arena, opened once every week and was a place to resolve grievances within the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy. Whenever two students had unresolved conflicts, they could sign a life and death contract, determining both the victor and the fate of their lives. Not only students, but sometimes even teachers, would enter the arena to resolve long-standing grudges. The reason Li Mu chose 5 days later was that it was the next time the Life and Death Arena would open. Yan Shen and Li Er were also somewhat surprised. They had been at the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy for 3 days and were well aware of what the Life and Death Arena was like. They didn't expect Li Mu to make such an extreme choice. Oh, but it wasn't extreme. He prided himself on being in a higher grade and being a 7th-tier martial artist, thinking that killing the two would be an extremely easy task, which was why he made such a shameless request for the Life and Death Arena. Li Chuan saw that the two had not spoken for a long time and thought they were scared, laughing loudly. "Scared, huh? Let me tell you too, from now on, when you see me and my brother, remember to stay far away, otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Do you understand?" But soon Li Chuan's smile froze, because Yan Shen and Li Er responded simultaneously. "I agree. Yeah, count me in." What? These two actually agreed? Li Chuan's eyes widened, feeling both surprised and somewhat angry, as if his brother's authority had been provoked. A hint of astonishment flashed in Li Mu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding. "All right. 5 days later, Life and Death Arena, I'll be waiting for you." Then, after greeting Mu Yu and apologizing, Li Mu hurriedly left the classroom, as the pressure in front of a Grand Martial Master was not something ordinary. Class is now in session. Mu Yu's expression remained as calm as ever, not making any statement regarding the two students accepting the Life and Death Arena, and soon returned to the podium in the classroom. The time for this required class was already limited, and teacher Mu Yu was late for quite a while. After explaining some cultivation precautions and combat techniques, it quickly reached the end of the class. As the reminder sounded, teacher Mu Yu's figure disappeared from the classroom, the entire process without any hesitation. The other students in the poor class gradually left the classroom, but they all avoided leaving near Yan Shen and Li Er, especially those who were closer, fearing being mistaken for being close to them and incurring Li Mu's resentment, thus facing retaliation. The two didn't mind and deliberately lingered in the classroom for a long time, waiting for others to leave first. "Hey, you kid, why aren't you leaving with us? Aren't you afraid of being too close to me and getting on Li Mu's bad side?" Li Er noticed Luo Xiaoying hadn't left and was still following him, feeling surprised. Luo Xiaoying said firmly, "Brotherly, it was you who saved me from Li Chuan at Baiwei Chuan. Although I came from an ordinary base city and don't have much martial arts talent or strong cultivation, I understand one principle. As a person, you can't be too lacking in friendship." Li Er laughed heartily. Good. You're really something, just follow me from now on." Soon, everyone in the classroom had left, and Yan Shan and Li Er also didn't linger any longer, standing up and leaving the classroom. As they walked, Li Er seemed to think of something and laughed. "Brother, did that kid Li Mu really step on your foot?" "Of course," Yan Shan replied without hesitation. "Otherwise, how could I stand up for you? This has nothing to do with me. But I didn't see him step on your foot." "He did, you just didn't see it." Really? Seeing that his brother wasn't budging at all, Li Er didn't press the issue further. Some things were better kept in mind. "By the way, Fatty Li," Yan Shen suddenly thought of something, squinting his eyes. "Do you think Teacher Mu Yu really just arrived?" Li Er pondered. "Are you saying she might have arrived long ago but was too lazy to get involved, only showing up to stop things when Li Mu was about to make a move?" Yan Shen, "Not sure, but it's a possibility." And Li Er, "And what?" Yan Shen, "I don't know if it's just my impression, but I always feel that this Mu Yu teacher doesn't really care about our class. Just like this required class." She hurriedly said a couple of things, and as soon as class was over, she quickly left. "Li Er, now that you mention it, it does seem that way." The two chatted a bit more until they separated after exiting building number 2. During this time, neither of them mentioned the life and death arena that was 5 days away, nor did they express any worries. It was as if no one regarded Li Mu as a threat. After parting with Li Er, Yan Shen headed straight for the Kangwu Tower, which he had planned all along to visit right after the required class to complete his studies on infinite law and infinite combat techniques. The Kangwu Tower wasn't really a tower but a small high-rise building with 17 floors. This height would be considered magnificent in an ordinary base city, but in the densely packed Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, it seemed a bit small and insignificant. Inside the Kangwu Tower, most of the martial arts techniques collected by the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy over the centuries were stored, arranged by level from low to high. If students chose a particular technique, they could exchange it for sunching points. As soon as he entered the Kangwoo Tower, he felt numerous gazes upon him, some looking down on him, others filled with pity. Yen Shin couldn't do anything about it. After all, he had ended up in the poor class. Yen Shin came this time to elevate the infinite law and complete the infinite martial techniques. Naturally, he wouldn't choose techniques that were too low level. The master level techniques were the best, and if there were higher quality ones, that would be even better. He made his way up and soon arrived at the 7th level of the Weapon Concealment Tower, which housed heaven level techniques. What? It actually costs 100 Azure points? Yen Shen was stunned. He had thought that the prices of martial pills in the trading area were already outrageous, but he didn't expect the techniques to be even more expensive. 100 Azure points equated to 10 million federal coins, and the points he had on hand were only enough to buy 6 techniques. Right, Yen Shen suddenly thought of something. I still have quite a few cultivation techniques obtained from the martial arts secret realm, including some master level techniques. I wonder if I can exchange them for techniques of the same level in the Weapon Concealment Tower. With this thought in mind, Yen Shen no longer hesitated and immediately found the administrator of the Weapon Concealment Tower. It was an old man with a mouthful of yellow teeth, leisurely basking in the sun on the balcony. He was quite displeased to be disturbed during his rest. You brat, just pick your techniques yourself. What do you need me for? Yen Shen didn't dare to underestimate this person. After all, this was the Azure Martial Arts Academy, the most transcendent force in Tianlong City. Who knew if this old man was a peerless martial arts master? I apologize for disturbing you, senior. It's like this. Yen Shen expressed his thoughts. This piqued the old man's interest and he squinted his eyes. You want to exchange for techniques of the same level? That's not impossible, but there's one condition. They can't be techniques that are already recorded in the Weapon Concealment Tower. Of course. Yen Shen wasn't sure if the techniques he brought out from the martial arts secret realm had been recorded in the Weapon Concealment Tower, so he could only transcribe them one by one. Fragmented Ghost Technique, Dragon Blood Refinement, 9 Shocks Dragon Hand, Divine Sky 9 Transformations, and so on. Aside from Carefree Dragon Step, which involved Elder Tang and couldn't be exposed, as well as the Unnamed Technique and Infinite Law, Yen Shen brought out almost everything he could. The old man initially didn't care much. In his view, this kid was a poor student and a new entrant. What good techniques could he possibly have? At most, they would be Earth level. If he weren't bored, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention. But as the transcription continued, the old man's eyes gradually widened, sensing that something was off. These techniques seemed far from just Earth level. Wait. The old man suddenly called out to Yen Shen. What are these techniques? Yen Shen replied, returning to senior. These are techniques I obtained from a secret realm, including heaven-level techniques and master-level techniques. The old man widened his eyes. Are these all yours? Yen Shen said, sort of. The old man asked, are you from some martial arts family? No, senior. Yen Shen replied, I come from an ordinary base city and just got admitted to the Azure Martial Arts Academy this year. At this moment, the transcription was just finished, and Yen Shen handed over the techniques. I've transcribed them. Please take a look and verify their authenticity. The old man had a sharp gaze and verified the authenticity of these techniques in just over 10 minutes. Shattered Ghost Technique, Dragon Blood Refinement, 9 Thunder Dragon Hands. Did you dig up some master's grave to get these things? Although he tried to sound calm, there was still a hint of surprise in the old man's voice. Yen Shen shrugged. I haven't found the opportunity to do something as morally corrupt as that yet. No opportunity? So, if he hadn't found a master's grave, he would have really gone grave robbing. You're quite straightforward. The old man glared at him, then tossed back 2 books. These Shattered Ghost Technique and Divine Sky 9 Transformations are both recorded in the Kangwoo Tower. Take them back. Ha! Yen Shen was surprised. He thought these techniques weren't in the Kangwoo Tower. The old man curled his lip. What do you mean, huh? When Tianlong City was established, Sanqing already existed, with hundreds of years of foundation. Although master techniques are rare, quite a few are recorded. It's strange that you could bring out something not in the Kangwoo Tower. Just lucky. The rest available for exchange includes 3 master techniques and 6 heavenly level techniques. No problem, right? No problem, thank you, senior. Alright, go ahead. The heavenly level techniques are on the 7th floor, and the master techniques are on the 10th floor. I've already input the information into your 1 card pass. Just choose which ones you want and exchange them directly. Thank you, senior. Yen Shen eagerly went upstairs, filled with anticipation at the thought of the infinite technique about to be elevated and the infinite martial skills being completed. That kid's backing must be quite substantial. I wonder which family's disciple he is. What a pity. He sighed at the thought that the kid was a student from the Chaban class. But he didn't know. Yen Shen didn't have much of a backing or anyone's support. Getting to where he was today was entirely due to his own efforts and external assistance. The Kangwoo Tower didn't have elevators, it relied on stairs. The scale of the collection in the first few floors was quite large, with dozens of bookshelves lined up, densely packed with martial techniques. But by the 7th floor, the scale of the collection suddenly decreased significantly. By the 9th floor, there were only a few dozen heavenly-level martial techniques left. But that was already impressive. In Tianling City, even the 7 major mid-level martial arts academies couldn't find many heavenly-level techniques. What should I choose? Yan Shen was quite casual. Heavenly level. Martial techniques were just icing on the cake for him now. The real focus was on the master techniques behind. After about 20 minutes of selection, Yan Shen finally chose 7 heavenly-level martial skills, including Thousand Leaf Finger, Phantom Steps, Weak Water Sword, and so on. With these heavenly-level martial skills as nourishment and finding 1 or 2 master martial skills as a foundation, I should be able to barely build the framework for infinite martial skills, right? Filled with anticipation, Yan Shen then walked up to the 10th floor. The techniques here were even fewer, with only over 20, each placed in a library made of refined heavenly mysterious iron, which couldn't be opened by external force. Only with enough sanctioning points or authorization could one take out the techniques. What made Yan Shen click his tongue was, any random master technique required over 5,000 sanctioning points. Some even required over 10,000. The prices were simply outrageous. Overlord Body Master Technique allows martial artists to cultivate the Overlord body, eliminating most negative effects, and grants the enhancement of Overlord power to true essence and spirit. Great Thousand Finger Master Martial Skill. A single finger can unleash great power, possessing terrifying piercing ability. Eye of the Celestial God Master Martial Skill can perceive the laws of heaven and earth, finding the enemy's weaknesses. Poison Immortal Recipe. Fragment Mastery Technique possessing 365 types of deadly poison formulas. There are actually poison recipes? Yan Shen was slightly surprised, thinking of Li'er, the guy who had poisoned Li Chuan with a colorless and tasteless toxin which could easily catch someone off guard. He glanced over all the master-level martial arts techniques and pondered for a moment. Soon, he made a decision in his heart. Exchange for Great Thousand Finger Eye of the God Poison Immortal Recipe. The first 2 martial techniques each had their own characteristics, precisely what he currently lacked. As for why he wanted to exchange for the poison recipe. Although poison is a dark path, it is pervasive and, if used well, can be deadly. Understanding the poison immortal recipe would not only allow him to use it at the right moment but also help him guard against others poisoning him, just like Li'er. As for the remaining sanctioning points, Yan Shen chose not to exchange them and decided to keep them. So, how is it, kid? Have you made your choice? A ghostly voice suddenly came from behind. Yan Shen was caught off guard and jumped in fright, only to see an old man grinning with yellow teeth behind him, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Senior, don't do that. Scaring someone can kill them. TCH, you young ones are really timid. The old man curled his lip. The Kangwu Tower has quiet rooms specifically for students to comprehend martial arts. 10 sanctioning points a day. Do you want to rent a room? 10 sanctioning points? That's equivalent to 1 million federal coins. Yan Shen grimaced and waved his hand. No need, I'll just go back to my dorm and comprehend it myself. Suit yourself. Remember to return the martial arts after a week. The old man didn't insist further, gave a reminder, and went back to continue his nap. Leaving the Kangwu Tower, Yan Shen hurried back to his dorm, and as soon as he entered the room, he eagerly activated seclusion mode, fearing someone would come to disturb him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out one martial arts technique after another from the small Qiankuan ring, laying them out before him. Great Thousand Finger Eye of the God Poison Immortal Recipe Thousand Leaf Finger Phantom Steps Weak Water Sword. Then, let's begin. 4. The next period, Yan Shen immersed himself completely in understanding these techniques, and the system's prompts echoed continuously in his mind. Congratulations, you have gained a 30-fold critical hit bonus for this comprehension of martial arts. Congratulations, you have gained a 5-fold critical hit bonus for this comprehension of martial arts. Congratulations, you have gained a 13-fold critical hit bonus for this comprehension of martial arts. With the help of the infinite critical hit system, his comprehension speed of these martial techniques was rapidly increasing. Until 2 days passed, he had nearly comprehended all these techniques. Next, I need to integrate these martial techniques into infinite martial arts. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yan Shen's eyes. I hope it won't disappoint me. Yan Shen immediately calmed his mind and began to operate the nameless technique, pouring all his attention into the structure of infinite martial arts. In fact, he didn't need to actively operate it after comprehending several master-level martial techniques like Great Thousand Finger and Heavenly God's Eye. The nameless technique had already started to operate automatically, much like a glutton frantically chewing food and absorbing its nutrients. Among the infinite martial arts, the only fully formed technique at present was the Infinite Dragon Sword, which had evolved from several sword styles such as 8 Extremes Bow Tian Strike and 9 Shocking Dragon Hand, and now incorporated the martial technique Weak Water Sword, further enhancing its mystery. Next, Yan Shen used Infinite Law as a foundation to blend Great Thousand Finger, Falling Leaf Finger, 8 Extremes Bow Tian Strike, and others, creating a new finger technique, which he named Infinite Finger. But that wasn't all. Yan Shen also integrated Heavenly God's Eye along with other compatible martial techniques into Infinite Law, using it as a basis to create Infinite Eye. Thus, the infinite martial arts had 3 techniques: Infinite Dragon Sword, Infinite Finger, and Infinite Eye. As for the
Poison Immortal's formula. Yen Shen did not incorporate it into infinite martial arts but took it out separately, just like Broken Ghost technique, because this technique couldn't be executed at will. It required various poisons to cooperate. Li Er's methods seemed to be related to poison. Yen Shen pondered, if I have time, perhaps I can consult him. After all this was done, 2 days had already passed. Feeling the intricacies of Infinite Finger and Infinite Eye, Yen Shen was eager to try them out, feeling an impulse to find someone to spar with, but unfortunately, there was no one nearby who could match him. If the life and death arena were to open now, that would be great. I could just use that bastard Li Mu to test my moves. Yen Shen's face showed regret, and he then exited his closed-door training mode. Unexpectedly, as soon as his phone received a signal, it buzzed with notifications. He didn't know how many messages had come through. Among them, a few were from Mu Zixuan, a few from Li Er, but surprisingly, there were a lot of messages from senior sister Yi Xiaoyu. With the following content: the black market is about to open. Junior, are you going? Why haven't you replied yet? Are you going or not? Are you going or not? Are you going or not? Hurry up and reply. Even through the screen, he could feel a sense of resentment. Yen Shen glanced at the messages from Mu Zixuan and Li Er. There was nothing major, mostly casual chat. Mu Zixuan mentioned that she might come to Chengqing soon, but didn't elaborate on the purpose. Yen Shen casually replied and then called Yi Xiaoyu. As soon as the call was answered, a voice full of resentment came through. Junior, why did it take you so long to reply? It's been ages. I thought you stood me up. Senior, I'm sorry. I've been in closed-door training these past 2 days. I really didn't receive anything. Yen Shen quickly explained. The closed-door training mode in the dormitory was very considerate. It not only blocked all external disturbances but also shielded the signal, truly providing a quiet environment in every way. Hearing the explanation, Yi Xiaoyu's tone softened a lot. So, are you still planning to go to the black market tonight? Yes. Yen Shen replied without hesitation. Although the Chengqing business district could meet most of the students' needs, it had one drawback: it could only be exchanged with Chengqing points. In contrast, in the black market, the federal currency was the universal currency, which was obviously much more convenient. Alright, let's meet at the Chengqing school gate at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'll be waiting for you there, senior sister said with a smile. Wait a minute. Yen Shen, hearing this, felt quite surprised. Isn't the black market at the entrance of the school in Chengqing Academy? How could there be a black market inside the school? Yi Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of annoyance. This black market is ultimately a gray industry. The higher-ups of the school can turn a blind eye, but if you set it up right under their noses, aren't you slapping them in the face? It seemed that this was indeed the case. Yen Shen nodded and said okay before hanging up the phone. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at the entrance of Chengqing Academy, from a distance Yen Shen spotted Yi Xiaoyu's figure. Today, she wasn't wearing her school uniform but a light purple dress, which, paired with her slender figure and soft lips, added a touch of allure. Senior, I'm here. Yen Shen walked up and greeted her. Not bad, not slow, not late. Yi Xiaoyu looked him up and down, then teased. Wow, you didn't wear your school uniform. I thought you'd come in a white school uniform. Yen Shen shrugged. Wearing a school uniform to the black market just feels off. I believe you think the same way, senior. Hee, let's go, we're heading over now. Okay. The location of the black market, while not inside the Chengqing Martial Arts Academy, was not far, situated in a small building right outside the school. The entrance was guarded by 2 martial artists dressed in black, their expressions stern, scanning the passing crowd with vigilance. Don't mind those 2, they're just for show, Yi Xiaoyu explained. The real strong ones in the black market won't be standing guard at the entrance, they're all inside. Yen Shen nodded. In reality, he could guess that without needing an explanation. After all, if something really happened, these 2 martial artists wouldn't be of much use. Entering the small building, the first thing that caught the eye was a counter, behind which hung various masks. Some were Rakshasa, some zodiac signs, some ghosts, and so on. Yi Xiaoyu was clearly familiar with the place. She stepped forward without hesitation and said, "Give me a binding woman mask." Okay. The front desk staff didn't verify her identity. After responding, they quickly retrieved the binding woman mask. Yen Shen also played along, stepping up to the counter and casually pointing to a Rakshasa mask. I'll take this one. Okay. Soon, the 2 put on their masks and walked towards the black market. Do you know why we wear masks? Yi Xiaoyu casually asked. Yen Shen pondered. I have a vague idea. Go ahead and say it. The existence of the black market, although it's an open secret, the higher-ups of Chengqing Martial Arts Academy also turn a blind eye, but after all, it's in a gray area. Students or teachers coming here don't want to expose their identities, so there's a rule about wearing masks. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't deny it, a half-smile appearing on her lips. That's one reason, but there's actually another. Is there another reason? Yen Shen was taken aback. What? The behind-the-scenes boss of the black market thinks that everyone who comes here wears a mask, which fits the style of the underground industry. Yen Shen almost twisted his waist, and after a moment of silence, he said, "What a ridiculous sense of humor." Right? As they spoke, the 2 had already entered the black market. Instantly, a lively scene unfolded before their eyes, revealing a vast space filled with students in dark blue uniforms, some in casual clothes, wandering about.
On either side, dozens of vendors were calling out, their stalls brimming with martial arts techniques, martial pills, and rare materials. Come and take a look. Fresh dragon beast eyes. This is a material from a third-tier ferocious beast, not expensive, only 39,888,000, and you can take it home. Third grade. Rare material, moonlight grass, a rare treasure. My goodness, it's a heavenly level technique. What? 1,800,000 federal coins. That's too expensive. With that money, I might as well exchange for sanctuing points and buy something at the Kangwoo Tower. Yan Chen was surprised. He thought the black market, shrouded in mystery and only open once every 10 days, wouldn't attract many people, but he didn't expect it to be so bustling. Yi Xiaoyu smiled and said, so, do you want to buy anything? I can introduce you. Well, I haven't thought about what to buy yet, but I do have some things I want to sell in the black market. I just don't know how to go about it, Yan Chen replied. His reason for coming to the black market was not only to test the waters but also to sell off some useless items he had. This included rewards from the martial arts secret realm, Wang Chen's inheritance, and spoils obtained from the fierce god cult wilderness hunters, among other things. That's not difficult. Yi Xiaoyu once again demonstrated her knowledge of the black market. If you want to sell, there are two methods. First, go to the second floor, where there are shops run by major forces, but the prices will be much lower. After all, it's the black market, you understand. Yan Chen frowned. And the second method? Yi Xiaoyu pointed to the vendors. Well, just set up a stall like them. Yan Chen thought for a moment but decided to check the upstairs first. He had too many items, and he didn't know when he would finish selling them at a stall. Moreover, some materials were quite valuable, and displaying them so openly felt a bit risky. Soon, the two arrived at the second floor. Compared to the first floor, it was much quieter, with only 6 or 7 shops, all separated by partitions, simply decorated and incomparable to the shops in the Sanqing business district. Don't be fooled by the simple decor. The backgrounds are quite impressive, at least from the 36 famous families. Yi Xiaoyu quickly explained. 36 famous families? Yan Chen was somewhat surprised. Through Liura's introduction, he certainly knew what that represented. It was a major force in Tianlong City, only below the top 5. It seemed that although the black market had a mediocre environment, as Yi Xiaoyu said, its background was not simple. Soon, they entered one of the shops, but before 10 minutes had passed, Yan Chen walked out with a dark face full of frustration. I told you, the prices here are very low. Except for some truly unsellable items, no one comes here to sell materials. Yi Xiaoyu was not surprised and shrugged her shoulders. Yan Chen said, let's check out other shops. The two then went to several other stores, but the results were no different. The prices were pushed down to an unacceptable level, and they had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Was setting up a stall the only option? Yan Chen helplessly lowered his head, deciding to test the waters first. Senior sister, how do I apply if I want to set up a stall? Yi Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. The process isn't complicated, Junior. You just need to find the management office and pay 1 million federal coins to set up a stall. 1 million? That's really quite steep. Where do I go to pay? Yan Chen hesitated for a long time but decided to give it a try. He had too many miscellaneous items in his storage-type weapon and urgently needed to sell some. The next moment, a delicate hand reached out, and Yan Chen was taken aback, looking at Yi Xiaoyu, who was wearing a mischievous smile, and asked in surprise, what do you mean? Still not clear. Yi Xiaoyu said with a grin, I am the management office. This black market is run by my family. Yan Chen was speechless. At first, he thought this senior sister was being so attentive to earn a commission, but he didn't expect the black market to be her family's business. Senior sister, considering our acquaintance, can the stall fee be? No way. Before Yan Chen could finish, Yi Xiaoyu interrupted him without hesitation. Rules are rules. The stall fee is 1 million, no one can pay less. All right. Of course, Yan Chen wouldn't just hand over 1 million federal coins to Yi Xiaoyu. What if she was a scammer? So he took her to find the black market staff, and upon learning that she was indeed the administrator in charge of the stalls, he helplessly resigned himself to the situation. Soon, the stall was set up, and Yan Chen began to display his items, including Return Essence Pill, Little Martial God Hedgehog Armor, Heavenly Star Grass, and so on, most of which he had obtained from the martial arts secret realm. Okay, you can get busy now. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay. Yi Xiaoyu said, preparing to leave. Yan Chen was speechless. Wait, you're leaving just like that? What else? Junior, do you expect me to stay here and help you with your stall? Yi Xiaoyu said with a smile, senior sister is quite valuable. If you want me to stay by your side, you better work hard to get stronger. After saying that, Yi Xiaoyu no longer lingered and floated away from the stall, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Yan Chen. They say women are heartless, and now we finally witnessed it. The speed of her changing attitude. TSK. Huh, congratulations. Another victim added. Suddenly, laughter came from beside him. It was a guy from a nearby stall who greeted him with familiarity. Yan Chen was surprised. Bro, were you also brought here by senior sister Yi Xiaoyu? Not just me. Most of the people in this area were brought here by that woman. The guy's voice revealed resentment. At first, Yi Xiaoyu acted like a caring big sister, but once the black market opened and she collected the money, she wouldn't even spare us a glance. It's simply infuriating. Right, me too. Count me in. This woman may seem very caring, but she's actually quite devious. +1. It seemed these people had quite a bit of resentment towards Yi Xiaoyu. Yan Shen then asked, so how's the effect of setting up a stall? Mentioning this, everyone's eyes lit up, sweeping away the previous gloom, and they all expressed that the harvest was quite good. Brother, I have to say, although the black market stall fees are expensive, they are indeed worth it. That's right. The people who come here are all students from the Sangqing Martial Arts Academy. They not only have powerful backing but are also geniuses themselves, spending lavishly. As long as they set their sights on something, it's basically easy to make a deal. And you don't have to worry about anyone causing trouble. Although the environment of this black market seems ordinary, there are quite a few strong individuals behind the scenes keeping order. Exactly. There was a martial artist before who relied on his cultivation to act unruly and caused quite a stir, but he was quickly suppressed by the experts of the black market. This incident caused quite a sensation at the time. The surrounding stall owners exchanged words, which made Yan Chen feel much more balanced. He was genuinely worried that this 1 million federal coins would go to waste. Although it wasn't a lot, it would make him look foolish. In fact, just as the stall owners said, most of the people who can come to the black market are students from Sangqing, either rich or noble. As long as it's something they can use, and the price is a bit cheaper than outside, they will buy it without hesitation. In just over half an hour, more than half of the items at Yan Chen's stall had been sold. As for Xinsha 9 transformations, Guiwan Dan, and refined level martial weapons, while they might be considered rare in Tianling City, they really aren't anything special, and thus didn't cause much of a stir. While selling his items, Yan Chen didn't forget to inquire, brother, who exactly is the behind-the-scenes boss of this black market? And what about this senior sister Yi? How can she collect management fees? What is her identity? Nobody really knows who the behind-the-scenes boss of this black market is. There are rumors that it's someone from the board of directors, the older brother replied. Yan Chen frowned. Could it be the principal? As soon as this guess was spoken, another stall owner denied it. How could that be? A master is such a figure. How could they run a black market, something so lowly? The older brother agreed. That's right. If the boss behind the black market were really the principal, there would be no need to set it up here. They could just place it in the business district building, right in the most prominent position. Yan Chen nodded, feeling he had overthought it. A dignified master could achieve anything in Tianlong City. How could they be so sneaky? As for Yi Xiaoyu, the older brother continued, there are all sorts of claims about her identity. Some say she is the boss's daughter, some say she is the boss's lover, and others say she is the boss's partner. In any case, there hasn't been a single credible piece of information. This background is indeed quite complicated, Yan Chen thought to himself. As time passed, the items at the stall were sold one after another. Some people used federal coins, while others used Sangqing points. By the end, he had collected about 37 million federal coins and 200 Sangqing points, which was quite a good income. Seeing that there were still 2 refined-level martial weapons left at the stall, which had not attracted any inquiries, Yan Chen knew they wouldn't sell in a short time, so he simply packed them up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and stood up. What's this? Are you closing up? The older brother beside him said enviously. By the way, your stuff is really good. Some of it even tempted me. No wonder it's selling so well. Yan Chen politely replied, yes, I'm closing up. Next, I plan to stroll around the black market and see if there's anything I can buy. This wasn't just a formality. He had come to the black market not only to sell off the worthless items in his hands but also to see if he could purchase some elixirs or techniques that suited him. After casually saying goodbye to the enthusiastic older brother, Yan Chen left the stall. But he hadn't walked far when his eyes suddenly narrowed, focusing on a figure not far away. It was a boy in a purple school uniform. Although he was wearing a mask and his face was hidden, Yan Chen still recognized him through the outline and his perception of infinite law. Li Mu, the student who wanted to arrange a life and death match with him. After all, we're all wearing masks. What if I misjudge? Right. Yan Chen suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. Just in time, I just created the Eye of Infinity. I can try it out. Immediately, Yan Chen activated the infinite technique, gathering true essence to his eyes according to the essence of the Eye of Infinity. In an instant, the world turned black and white, and he could vaguely see the air currents swirling. Every gust of wind, every subtle change, could be captured in its patterns. And the boy in the purple school uniform revealed his true face. It was indeed Li Mu. This was not mere X-ray vision, but a more advanced technique that outlined contours through the flow of gas, deducing the image. Not only his appearance but also every trace of true essence flowing within Li Mu, every breath of qi, every trajectory of movement could be anticipated, revealing where his weaknesses lay. This is too powerful. Exiting the state of the Eye of Infinity, Yan Chen couldn't help but feel shocked. Although he had a premonition that the Eye of Infinity, based on the infinite technique and framed by the master technique Heavenly God's Eye, would not be weak, he didn't expect it to be this strong. At that moment, Li Mu had just finished looking at a product, shook his head, set it down, and walked away, accompanied by 4 or 5 people. The scene reminiscent of that day. Yan Chen did not follow but did not let go either. Instead, he squinted, watching the departing figure, a smile gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. Just when I need someone to practice swordsmanship, you show up. As the saying goes, it's better to arrive early than to arrive just in time. There's no need to wait for the life and death match. Let's spar a bit later. For a while, Yan Chen did not make a move but concealed himself, pretending to be an ordinary customer. While searching for the elixirs and techniques he needed, his gaze always locked on Li Mu. It must be said that the goods in the black market were indeed rich, much cheaper than outside, which was why they were so sought after by the students of Sanqing. However, due to the excessive number of stalls and their scattered arrangement, it took quite a bit of effort to sift through the items. Yan Chen spent over half an hour and managed to find 30 refining essence pills, 2 heavenly grade techniques, and some materials for poison formulas. The reason for buying these was, of course, to concoct poisons. He had already exchanged for the poison immortal formula and certainly did not intend to leave it idle. After a moment, just as Yan Chen was haggling with a stall owner over a poison formula material, Li Mu had already finished browsing the black market and was walking out with his companions. Brother, it's not that I'm making it hard for you, but 30,000 federal coins is really too low. I went through a lot to get this blue venom. Before the stall owner could finish, Yan Chen directly transferred 35,000 federal coins and stored the poison formula material in his small universe ring. Alright, 35,000 it is, I've given you the money, we're all clear. After saying that, Yan Chen left the stall and quietly followed Li Mu, leaving the stall owner looking bewildered. Brother Mu, we really got lucky this time, found quite a few good things. Is there any need to say that? Who is our brother Mu? With him around, what good stuff can't we find? Exactly. On the way back to Sanqing, several people spoke up, their words full of flattery, as if they regarded the person in front of them as a guiding light. Although Li Mu appeared calm on the surface, he felt quite pleased inside. At just over 20 years old, it was the prime of his youth, and he had no resistance to vanity. The black market and Sanqing Martial Arts Academy were adjacent but not connected. To return, they needed to pass through a quiet and dense forest, walking a long way to reach the school gate. However, there were quite a few Sanqing students heading to the black market, and this back and forth made the previously desolate road a bit more lively. By the way, Brother Mu, a fellow student suddenly thought of something. In 2 days, the Life and Death Arena is going to open. How are you going to teach those 2 kids a lesson? Others also turned their gazes over, as they were all present when the Life and Death Arena was established. A cold glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes. What else is there to say? Kill. As these words were spoken, the mood of the others became excited. Yeah, old Six, isn't that obvious? Who is our brother Mu? Anyone who dares to offend him deserves to be killed. Do you think when those 2 kids face our brother Mu in the Life and Death Arena, they'll be scared to wet their pants? I think they probably will. +1. At this moment, the group had already passed halfway, and they were not far from the entrance of the academy. It was a moonless night, the wind howled, and the surroundings were silent and deserted, with only the lonely wind blowing wildly. Li Mu had not paid much attention. He had walked this road many times over the years, and near Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, no one would be foolish enough to act here. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed drastically. In the darkness, a figure wearing a Rakshasa mask suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Li Mu didn't even know when this person had arrived. What terrified him even more was that the person's finger was pressing towards his forehead. No, I am Li Mu, a prodigy of the Wutian sword sect, a genius of the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy. How can I die here? The intense threat of death ignited his endless potential. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted, and his true essence transformed, breaking through to the 8th rank of martial artist. With no time to draw his sword, he unleashed an extremely domineering punch. The mysterious figure with the Rakshasa mask showed a hint of surprise in their eyes, not expecting such a dramatic breakthrough to happen right before them. However, the mysterious figure quickly regained composure, a smile appearing at the corner of their mouth, and their finger continued to press down. In the next moment, Li Mu's fist exploded, turning into a mist of blood. He hadn't even had time to scream before the finger was already pressed against his forehead, his pupils widening in intense fear, but his spirit was rapidly dimming. The mysterious figure, having completed this, turned and swiftly left the scene. The entire encounter was incredibly brief, lasting less than half a second, so short that Li Mu's companions around him didn't have time to react. It was only after the mysterious figure disappeared that they came to their senses. Brother Mu. The sound of terrified cries echoed as several people rushed over to help Li Mu up, only to find that the genius they admired had already lost all signs of life. Quick, call someone, Brother Mu is dead. No. The mysterious figure ran far away, only stopping when they confirmed that no one was pursuing them and the situation was safe. They then removed the Rakshasa mask, revealing their true face. Indeed, this person is Yan Chen. After Li Mu left the black market, he followed closely behind, using the scroll of darkness to conceal his presence all the way until Li Mu reached a very secluded path with no other bystanders nearby, and then he struck decisively. The process went smoothly, with that eye of infinity revealing Li Mu's weaknesses, combined with the dominance of God-slaying true essence and the power of infinite finger, along with a surprise attack. He almost effortlessly killed him. The only unexpected event was that Li Mu managed to break through in the heat of battle and became an 8th-tier martial artist. With my current strength, as long as I don't encounter
A natural battle body, or someone who has refined high-grade true essence, or those freaks who practice beyond master-level techniques. I should be able to sweep through the entire martial artist here. As for martial masters, if I use all my means, there might still be a chance to fight back. Yan Shen concluded, feeling relatively satisfied with his growth and strength. After finishing these thoughts, he planned to leave, although he prided himself on being flawless. This was after all that Sunshine Martial Arts Academy, so it was better to be cautious. Just as he was about to step away, a sudden sound of applause rang out, followed by a voice filled with surprise. Junior, I really didn't expect you to have such great ability, killing Li Mu with a single strike, and I didn't expect you to be so bold as to dare to kill someone near the Sunshine Martial Arts Academy. Yan Shen's expression stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. The speaker was Yi Xiaoyu, Senior. Although Yan Shen appeared calm on the surface, inside he was in turmoil. He had been very careful in this operation, not only using the carefree dragon step but also employing the scroll of darkness, hoping to escape smoothly without leaving any traces. But this senior had managed to catch up to him. How did she do it? Moreover, since she knew he had killed Li Mu, then, are you going to kill me? Yi Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Yan Shen pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm not your opponent. You have quite a bit of self-awareness. Yi Xiaoyu chuckled. By the way, I really didn't expect you, a bad class freshman, to be this strong. Even I am a bit surprised. How did you manage that? Just luck. As Yan Shen spoke, he racked his brain, thinking about how to deal with this crisis. Just luck? Are you trying to fool me? Yi Xiaoyu pouted, then changed the subject. However, about killing Li Mu, I can help you keep it a secret. Not only can I help you keep it quiet, but I can also help you cover up all traces. Yan Shen stared intently. Why should I trust you? Do you have any other choice? Yi Xiaoyu said with a mischievous look. As long as I reveal the news of you killing Li Mu, you will immediately be arrested by the Sunshine Martial Arts Academy, and even the Wutian Sword sect won't let you go. Think carefully. Yan Shen took a deep breath, no longer doubting, and asked, why help me? Guess what, Junior, why I want to help you, Yi Xiaoyu retorted. Yan Shen replied, I guess it's definitely not love at first sight. That's not necessarily true. Hidden in the night, Yi Xiaoyu revealed a playful smile. What if I was captivated by your prowess in killing Li Mu and fell hopelessly in love? Ha! Yan Shen scoffed. Although he had spent more time with this senior, he had caught a glimpse of her nature and didn't believe a single word she said. Are you really that lacking in confidence about your charm? Yi Xiaoyu looked quite displeased. No, I have self-awareness. Yan Shen remained silent, simply shaking his head, not falling for it. Really, you're no fun at all. Yi Xiaoyu appeared dissatisfied. To tell you the truth, there's no reason. I just think it's fun to help you. Fun? Yan Shen frowned. His first reaction was disbelief. Li Mu's identity was not simple. He was not only the right-hand man of Soul Destroyer Tao Sun but also from the Wutian Sword sect among the 36 famous schools. His murder outside the school would undoubtedly stir up quite a storm, and it could even implicate the black market. It was clearly a significant trouble, and he couldn't see what was fun about it. Of course, Yi Xiaoyu said excitedly, after Li Mu's death, whether it's his teacher or the higher-ups of the Wutian Sword sect, they will think it was done by enemies. In their quest for revenge, who knows how much commotion it will cause, but they won't know that the one who killed Li Mu is just a freshman from the bad class. Ha, isn't that fun enough? This woman is not normal, she's a lunatic. I need to keep my distance in the future. So, senior, what's the price? Yan Shen took a deep breath. He didn't believe this crazy senior would help him for free just for fun. Yi Xiaoyu teased, are you going to repay me? Of course. Yan Shen nodded. After all, you've helped me with such a big favor. I really haven't thought about that. Let me think. Yi Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Oh right, I don't have any harsh requirements. Just that whenever something fun happens in the future, you have to take me along, or when I want to play with you, you can't refuse. Play together? Yan Shen was a bit confused. What kind of repayment is that? Why, he couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaoyu's face was full of eagerness, clearly having the strength to kill Li Mu with one punch, yet assigned to the bad class. He, I have a feeling you're a troublemaker, and many fun things will happen around you. Yan Shen was speechless. Okay, she really is a lunatic. Just as the two were talking, a commotion arose in the distance. In the thick darkness, a powerful pressure swept through, clearly indicating that the Sunshine Martial Arts Academy had learned of Li Mu's murder, and martial arts experts were arriving. They're quite quick to react. Yi Xiaoyu was unfazed. Instead, she seemed quite interested. Alright, let's hurry and leave. The teachers from Sunshine will definitely conduct a detailed investigation around here to track down the murderer. We can't get caught, that would be a big mess. After saying that, this crazy senior intended to leave. Yan Shen suddenly said, wait a minute, senior. Is there something else? Yi Xiaoyu turned her head. Yan Shen hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't suppress his curiosity. Senior, aren't you worried that Li Mu's death will affect the black market? This wasn't something to say lightly. After all, Li Mu was killed on the way back to school from the black market. If this matter got out, normally, the school would definitely crack down hard on the black market. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoyu not only wasn't worried but instead waved her hand nonchalantly. If it spreads, then it spreads. Anyway, I'm tired of playing.
And besides, they might not even have the guts to do it? Tired of playing? The school might not have the guts?
Yan Shen's mind was shaken. The implications of her words were indeed astonishing.
Let's leave it at that for now, Junior. Remember your promise to me. If anything fun happens, don't forget to call me.
Yi Xiaoyu waved her hand, her figure fading away, gradually disappearing.
Into the night.
Yan Shen stared at her retreating back, his fists clenched and then relaxed, and then clenched again, ultimately not making a move, but after letting out a sigh, he also
left the spot.
That night, Yan Shen did not return to the academy but instead hid outside, keeping a close watch on the news from the academy. The reason he did this was naturally to prevent Yi Xiaoyu from going back on her word and selling him out. Fortunately, after a day, there was no movement from the academy, indicating that although senior sister Yi was a bit crazy, she was still
somewhat trustworthy.
However, the news of Li Mu's attack and death spread throughout the academy the next day. As a follower of the Soul Destroyer Zhao Sun, the death of Li Mu, a descendant of a high-ranking member of the Wutian sword sect, caused quite a stir in Sangqing. It was said that many teachers had mobilized to investigate the true identity of the murderer. However, there was no progress. As soon as Yan Shen returned to school, he received a call from Li Er. Bro, have you heard? That guy is dead, killed outside the school the night before last with just a finger. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Li Er's exuberant voice came through.
Yan Shen suppressed a smile and asked knowingly, Who else could it be? Li Mu. Li Er laughed heartily.
That kid didn't even know who he offended, walking at night and got killed with just a finger. It was so tragic.
That was me.
Yan Shen grinned and then asked,
Li Mu is dead.
So what about the life and death arena? Of course, there's no need to fight, Li Er said, shaking his head slightly with a hint of regret. I was planning to teach that guy a good lesson in the life and death arena, but I didn't expect someone to get to him first.
Yan Shen pondered. That guy's strength isn't weak. From what you said, do you have confidence in defeating him?
Momentum. Li Er laughed it off and didn't continue the conversation, chatting casually before hanging up. Li Mu was a 7th-tier martial artist, and he had even broken through to become an 8th-tier martial artist right before his death, but Fat Li didn't seem to think much of him. This was interesting, Yan Shen thought.
After returning to school, Yan
Shen hurried to the Kangwu Tower to return the previously borrowed techniques like Eye of the God and Great Thousand Finger. This was the rule of the Kangwu Tower. Each technique could only be copied for 7 days, and overdue items must be returned. As for running away with the techniques, if you think you can escape the pursuit of Sangqing, feel free to give it a try. Today, the students in the Kangwu Tower were much more numerous than usual, creating quite a lively atmosphere. The manager on the 4th floor was still that old man, grinning with his yellowed teeth, basking in the sun on the
balcony, looking quite content.
Senior, I've come to return the martial arts techniques. Yan Shen greeted him as he approached.
Oh, it's you, kid.
The old man jumped up at the sight of Yan Shen, his expression showing
some displeasure. Why did you return the techniques so late? I thought you were going to run away.
In fact, it had only been about 4 days since Yan Shen borrowed the Eye of the God and Great Thousand Finger techniques, which was not past the final deadline for returning them, so it wasn't too late. However, copying the techniques didn't take much effort. Generally, 2 days was enough, which was why the old man said it was late.
Well, Senior, I actually didn't copy the techniques. I started comprehending them directly.
Once I understood them well enough, I came to return them, Yan Shen explained honestly.
Comprehending directly? Kid, are you joking with me?
The old man naturally didn't believe this. It should be known that Yan Shen had exchanged for 7 heavenly level techniques and 3 master level techniques. With such a quantity, even for a great martial artist, it would be impossible to fully comprehend them in less than a year or two. Moreover, he was just a student from a bad class. The old man felt that this kid was playing tricks on him.
If you didn't put in the effort, then
it took you 4 days just to copy a technique. I think you're just lazy, the old man said bluntly.
Yan Shen was dissatisfied and replied, Senior, what's so funny about this?
I really did spend a long time comprehending these techniques, which is why I'm returning them now. Besides, isn't it still not past the 7-day deadline? So you mean to say you comprehended these 3 master level techniques and 7 heavenly level techniques in
just 4 days? Yes. Do you think I would believe such an outrageous thing?
The old man was even more furious. It had been many years since anyone dared to blatantly lie in front of him.
If you don't believe me, we can make a bet.
Yan Shen squinted his eyes. If I can prove that I have comprehended these 3 master level techniques and 7 heavenly level techniques, then all the martial arts manuals in the Kangwu Tower will be
open to me for free. How about that? The old man sneered. And if you lose?
I will let you handle it as you wish, Yan Shen replied without hesitation.
Alright, I won't bully you. The old man was also getting angry.
If you lose, you have to strip completely naked, with I am a fool written on your chest in big letters, and run 3 laps around the entire Sangqing Academy. Yan Shen gasped. The condition was indeed harsh.
If he really stripped naked and ran around the school with I am a fool written on his chest,
he wouldn't be able to stay in Sangqing Martial Arts Academy, or even in the entire Tianlong city.
He might as well dig a hole and bury himself.
Alright, Senior, I accept, Yan Shen nodded without hesitation.
This time it was the old man's turn to be surprised. His eyes widened slightly, never expecting that this kid would actually agree. Could it be that he really comprehended these 3 master-level techniques and 7 heavenly-level techniques? No, that's impossible, absolutely impossible. This kid must be bluffing. The old man said coldly, follow me, we're going to the 12th floor of the Kangwoo Tower. There's a training ground there, enough for you to showcase your skills. Yenshen naturally wouldn't refuse, and the two of them set off, heading upstairs. Along the way, he glanced at the old man beside him, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. Yes, he did it on purpose, wanting to provoke this mysterious senior who manages the Kangwoo Tower to reach this bet. After all, the martial arts techniques in the Kangwoo Tower are too expensive, and to perfect the infinite law and infinite martial techniques, a large number of heavenly level techniques, master level techniques, and even higher level techniques are needed. If relying on the sanctioning points, exchanging them bit by bit, Yenshen could manage it, but it would take some time. So he thought of approaching this senior manager to see if he could find a shortcut. The mysterious old man clearly had high authority in the Kangwoo Tower. As they passed through one access control after another, and under his guidance, the two walked directly into the training ground. The spacious area had many wooden stakes standing in the middle. Go ahead, kid. The old man sneered. Haven't you comprehended techniques like Eye of the God and Great Thousand Finger? Show me what you've got. Yenshen smiled. All right, senior. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of a wooden stake, and a finger struck down. Boom. A violent roar erupted, leaving a sinister crack on the wooden stake. The old man's smile suddenly froze, and he became stiff. Great Thousand Finger? That wasn't the end. Yenshen's eyes then shone with a golden light, as if a deity was watching the mortal world. With a casual punch, he struck the weak point of the wooden stake perfectly. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the wooden stake made of high-grade materials suffered another significant blow. Heaven. Eye of the God? The old man gaped. Water sword, thousand leaf finger, and so on. Yenshen successively demonstrated all the martial techniques he had borrowed before, then stopped and smiled lightly, saying, Senior, how about that? The old man fell silent. How about that? What could he say? 4 days, just 4 days. How on earth did this kid manage to comprehend all these heavenly level techniques and master level techniques? No, it wasn't just comprehension. This kid had clearly taken it a step further, mastering these martial techniques and making them his own. What a monstrous talent. How could such a student be assigned to a poor class? Senior. Seeing the old man silent for a long time, Yenshen feared that the benefits he was about to gain would fly away, and quickly reminded him, our bet should count as me winning, right? So the techniques in the Kangwoo Tower. As he spoke, he deliberately elongated his voice. The old man was pulled back to reality, and thinking of the bet's content, he instantly wilted. Ah, kid, this, that. Yenshen squinted. What, senior, you're not trying to go back on your word, are you? Go back on my word? How could I? The old man suddenly realized something and quickly shut up, his expression somewhat bitter as he said, but kid, the Kangwoo Tower is open to you for free. This requirement is indeed too harsh. If it gets out, it will cause big trouble. How about this, we both take a step back? Yenshen did not refuse. Oh, senior, how do you want to take a step back? What I mean is, when the old man reached this point, he instinctively lowered his voice, clearly a bit embarrassed. What I mean is, the Kangwoo Tower can be open to you for free, but it's not unlimited. You can only choose 2 martial arts techniques to view every Monday and Wednesday from 9 in the evening to 2 in the morning. 2. Yenshen frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The old man spread his hands. This is already the best condition, I can agree. 2. If you don't accept, then although it would be embarrassing, I can only play tricks. Yenshen widened his eyes, wondering how this old man could say such shameless things in such a calm tone. 2 can be chosen at will. Yenshen asked another crucial question. What about techniques above the master level? The old man shook his head vigorously. Techniques above the master level are not allowed. That's really not possible. Chen frowned. Only Monday and Wednesday nights from 9 to 2, and he could only choose 2 martial arts techniques, and he couldn't select anything above the master level. This was quite a distance from the initial bet. This isn't me playing tricks, it's just that there's no way around it. Techniques above the master level are called Wuzuan techniques, and they can only be borrowed after completing an S-level mission, achieving great merit, and being approved by the board of directors. Even if I wanted to show you, I don't have that authority. The old man looked bitter. 4 days? Just 4 days, and this kid had truly comprehended so many heavenly level techniques and master level techniques. If he had known this would happen, he would never have agreed to the bet in the first place. All right then. Yenshen pondered for a moment and nodded. From the beginning, he hadn't held out much hope for the Kangwoo Tower being open to him for free. After all, even if the other party played tricks, he had no way to counter it. Now that they had reached this point, he was already quite satisfied. At least, he could save a significant amount of sanctioning points for later improvements to unlimited techniques and unlimited martial skills. As he left the training hall, the old man continued to mutter to himself, clearly still quite shaken. Thank you for your help, I won't disturb you any longer. Yenshen emphasized the word help and then turned to leave. The old man suddenly said, wait, Senior, is there anything else? Yan Chen turned back. What is your name? The old man stared intently. Yan Chen thought for a moment. This was the Tsunqing Martial Arts Academy and his identity could be easily checked, so there was no need to hide it. He then revealed his real name, but to his surprise, the old man was immediately astonished. You are Yan Chen? This left Yan Chen stunned. Senior, you know me. I don't know. The old man quickly denied it. Yan Chen looked at him suspiciously from head to toe. Hey, what are you looking at? The old man suddenly waved his hand. This time, I really lost big. Hurry up and get out. Don't come to the Kangwu Tower unless it's Monday or Wednesday. If I see you, I'll be annoyed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Chen felt an irresistible force descend, throwing him out of the Kangwu Tower. He offered no resistance and was pushed outside in the blink of an eye. How strong! Yan Chen felt a chill in his heart. Although he had already guessed that the old man's identity was not simple and that he was a very powerful martial artist, he was still somewhat surprised when faced with this force. Then he recalled the old man's reaction when he heard his name, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. That senior seems to know me. How strange, what's going on? Meanwhile, at the training tower, this kid is Yan Chen. The old man clicked his tongue, clearly recalling something. No wonder he caught that Tigress's interest in could produce so many second-tier beast materials. Turns out this kid is so abnormal. But why? Did he end up in the bad class? But that's fine. If he attracts too much attention, it could lead to an early demise. It's been too long since Tianlong City has seen the next Li Hani. I wonder if this kid has that opportunity. Let's observe for now. As he muttered this, the old man seemed to remember something, a cunning smile appearing on his face. Does he really think I don't have the authority to unlock martial sovereign level techniques? Wrong. I just want to play tricks, that's all. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yan Chen, with over 600 Azure points in hand, originally planned to exchange them for techniques, but after winning against the mysterious old man and gaining the opportunity to check techniques for free twice a week, he naturally had no need for them. Plus, with the additional 200 Azure points from the black market, totaling 800, he exchanged them all for refining yuan pills, making the female receptionist at the spirit medicine house beam with joy. With nearly 100 refining yuan pills, combined with the boost from the infinite critical hit system, his true essence condensed into ice, successfully breaking through to the 4th-tier martial artist. During this time, many significant events occurred at the school related to the death of Li Mu. The Wutian Sword sect valued this genius highly, as did his teacher. To find the true murderer, they searched the entire Azure Martial Arts Academy, almost dragging out everyone who had enmity with Li Mu. However, these individuals were not to be underestimated and were not afraid of the Wutian Sword sect, leading to significant conflicts. It was said that some students without backgrounds suffered from unwarranted disasters. Perhaps the feud between the two was still short-lived, or maybe Yan Chen and Li were just new students in the bad class, too insignificant to be taken seriously. In any case, they had not yet been affected. That afternoon, Yan Chen arrived at the entrance of the Azure Martial Arts Academy, looking around. Not long ago, Mu Zixuan called, saying she had something important to discuss with him and would soon arrive at the academy. Yan Chen had always had a question in his mind regarding the mysterious woman who appeared after the Azure assessment and whether she was related to this matter, so he did not refuse. You are Yan Chen. While waiting, an unfriendly voice came from behind him. Yan Chen frowned and turned around, seeing a young man about 22 years old, dressed in a red school uniform, holding a long sword, his whole demeanor sharp like a divine sword. Beside him were two middle-aged men exuding a powerful aura, clearly at the level of martial masters. And you are? Although he asked, Yan Chen already had some guesses about the identity of the person before him. The young man coldly replied, My name is Li Yang, a true disciple of the Wutian Sword sect. I have some questions for you. 6 days ago, did Li Mu set up a life and death match with you? As expected, this young man had come for Li Mu. This guy, is he here with bad intentions? Yan Chen shook his head and said, No, you've got the wrong person. What life and death arena? I have no idea. You're playing with me. Li Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. As he recounted, 3 days ago, in the classroom of the new underperformers, many people saw you and Li Mu set up a life and death arena. What, are you still going to deny it in front of me? Clearly, he had done his homework before coming. Since you already know, why ask? It's unnecessary. You. Li Yang's gaze grew even colder. He didn't expect this kid to be so audacious in front of him. At this moment, many students were gathered near the school gate, some coming and going, and now that there was a commotion to watch, their attention was drawn over. Oh, Senior Li? Didn't he go to the wilderness for graduation assessment? Why is he back? What else could it be? He must be here to hunt down the killer of Li Mu. Oh, I almost forgot, Senior Li is a true disciple of the Wutian Sword sect. Li Mu is considered one of his subordinates, so of course he has to show some reaction when a follower is killed. By the way, what does he want with an underperformer? I don't know, probably venting his anger. After searching for so long, he hasn't found any clues about the killer, so it's natural to feel resentful. But that's too overbearing. So what if it's overbearing? That's the Wutian Sword sect. Can you afford to offend them? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, clearly not believing that the underperformer Yen Chen was the killer of Li Mu, but rather seeing him as a target of the Wutian sword sect's anger. That said, no one stepped forward to defend him. After all, offending Li Yang for an underperformer was clearly not a wise choice. More were just there to watch the excitement. After all, this was the entrance of Sanqing School, and taking action against a Sanqing student in front of so many people would create a very bad impression. Li Yang was quite cautious about this and ultimately did not act out. He said coldly, "Kid, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." "I don't think that's possible. I've already made plans with someone. I can't just leave them hanging." Yen Chen shrugged. This made Li Yang laugh in anger. After being rebuffed several times, he was finally provoked. "Kid, you misunderstood something. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm ordering you." Just as he spoke, two martial masters had already stepped out, the pressure of their martial intent surging forth, and two large hands reached out towards the young man in front of them. Yen Chen's expression darkened. He didn't expect the other side to act so quickly. But he wasn't flustered, he was prepared, activating Infinite Law, planning to counter the martial master's might with Infinite Finger. But just as both sides were on the verge of confrontation, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. "Who are you ordering?" At the same time, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down, slicing through the space between them and separating the two sides. Yen Chen's tense expression revealed a slight smile. This little girl had finally arrived. Li Yang's face turned cold. He couldn't understand why so many people dared to oppose him just for taking away an underperformer. Both sides turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a purple figure walking towards them from afar, her beauty like that of a celestial being, overshadowing the world under the sunlight. Indeed, this person was Mu Zixuan. "Miss, you are." A hint of astonishment flashed in Li Yang's eyes. He had seen many beauties, but compared to the one before him, whether in appearance or temperament, they were far from comparable. Mu Zixuan said coldly, "Thunder King Pavilion, Mu Zixuan." As soon as she said this, a considerable stir erupted around them, with countless students widening their eyes in disbelief. Mu Zixuan? Is he the new student recently announced by Mother Thunder, Mu Zixuan, who possesses the Purple Thunder battle body? My goodness, he's actually a disciple of a Grandmaster. By the way, who is this poor student? He's actually a friend of Mother Thunder's student. With that connection, won't he be able to walk all over Sanqing? Haha, Li Yang has really kicked a metal plate this time. He thought he was dealing with a background less poor student, but unexpectedly, he's tied to a Grandmaster. Ha 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 ha. Li Yang's expression was also quite unpleasant, and the two martial masters beside him instinctively took a half step back, as if afraid of being caught in the crossfire. It's no wonder they reacted this way. Although the Wutian Sword sect is strong, being one of the 36 prominent sects in Tianlong City and a member of the Martial Alliance, it still seemed insignificant in front of the lofty Grandmaster in the realm of divine artifacts. The difference between a Grandmaster and those below him is like the difference between immortals and mortals. Mu Zixuan did not let Li Yang off the hook, her expression still icy. "I'm asking you a question. Who were you ordering just now?" Li Yang took a deep breath. "Miss Mu, there's a misunderstanding here. I didn't expect him to be your friend." And then Mu Zixuan's face remained cold, clearly not intending to let it go easily. "If I just say sorry and call it a misunderstanding, then next time I can throw all the disciples of your Wutian Sword sect into a beast's lair. And that can also be called a misunderstanding." Li Yang's face turned extremely ugly. "Then what do you want?" Mu Zixuan did not speak but turned her gaze to Yen Chen, clearly handing the final decision to him. "Having both martial masters take action really gives me quite a scare. As for how to compensate, I really need to think about it." Yen Chen did not expect that Mu Zixuan's teacher would have such a great deterrent effect. Just the mention of her name made Li Yang from the 36 prominent sects back down, and he naturally would not let this rare opportunity slip by. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I'm not that cruel. How about this? You give me this storage-type martial weapon on you, and the items inside will be considered as compensation for mental distress. By the way, as a true disciple of the Wutian Sword sect, don't tell me you don't have a storage-type martial weapon." Li Yang's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He never expected that this poor student would be so ruthless. "Didn't you hear? Hurry up," Mu Zixuan said coldly. Li Yang's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, he gritted his teeth, took off a ring-type martial weapon from his hand, and tossed it over. "Kid, you better catch it, don't get crushed by what's inside." Yen Chen casually caught it. The mark on it had already been erased, and he easily branded it. When he saw the treasures in the storage space, he immediately laughed uncontrollably. "Haha, you don't need to worry about this, I'll take care of it myself." Li Yang left with his people, looking dejected and quite embarrassed, a stark contrast to his earlier domineering demeanor. The onlookers, seeing there was no more excitement to witness, began to disperse, discussing the incident as they walked, especially amused by the fact that Li Yang not only failed to steal but ended up losing a storage-type weapon as well. "Yen Gu, that person looks like he's harboring resentment, who knows how he might retaliate in the future. You should be careful," Mu Zixuan said, her tone more teasing than concerned. This wasn't schadenfreude, she simply understood Yen Chen well. Despite wearing a white school uniform and being a student from a bad class, she knew just how strong he really was. She even suspected that even if she hadn't shown up, those two martial masters might not have been his match. Not to mention Li Yang, who hadn't even graduated yet. The two had already left the school gate and were strolling along the road, during which Yen Chen also took stock of the items in Li Yang's storage ring. Some refining yuan pills, some returning yuan pills, a few books, and some martial weapons. Overall, it was quite a good haul, perfect for selling at the night market next time. Let him retaliate, after all, we've already offended him, Yen Chen said casually. But you, Mu Zixuan, I didn't expect you to have such a strong deterrent, a storage-type weapon, such an important item, and he was willing to hand it over. Mu Zixuan smiled. That's not me, but my teacher. Yen Chen asked, Master, Lei Mu? Mu Zixuan replied, yes. Yen Chen was puzzled, but the Wutian sword sect is one of the 36 major sects, a top power in Tianlong City. Why would they be so wary of a master's student? Of course, Mu Zixuan said without hesitation, because the power of a master and the power without a master are two completely different things. Not to mention, if I were to speak up and that true disciple of the Wutian sword sect didn't listen, my teacher would definitely pay a visit to the Wutian sword sect. That really is quite domineering, Yen Chen thought. At this moment, under Mu Zixuan's lead, the two had already left the Sunqing area and were heading towards a certain place. Yen Chen curiously asked, where are you taking me? Lei Wang Pavilion. Mu Zixuan said mysteriously, there's a good place there that has just opened recently, and I thought I'd take you along. A good place? Yen Chen became interested. The two took a vehicle, moving at a decent speed, and soon arrived at the Lei Wang Pavilion. Upon seeing the enormous estate before him, Yen Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. It was no wonder it was one of the 5 top powers in Tianlong City, with a master stationed there, occupying such a vast area of land in the precious Tianlong City. Upon entering the Lei Wang Pavilion, Mu Zixuan didn't lead Yen Chen along the main path but instead took a winding, rugged little road, purposefully heading towards a certain location. Before long, they arrived at a misty area where 6 divine swords were rotating, forming a protective martial array. In front of them stood a plaque with 3 large characters inscribed, Divine Intent Land. Divine Intent Land? Yen Chen raised an eyebrow. Mu Zixuan explained, Yen Gu, although this isn't a secret realm, in some aspects, it's even more precious than a secret realm. It was created by the past masters of the Lei Wang Pavilion who traveled the world collecting martial Dao divine intent and gathering it here, making it one of the holy lands of martial Dao in Tianlong City. Many disciples of masters are quite envious of it. So you brought me to such a precious divine intent land? Yen Chen asked, what's its purpose? Mu Zixuan replied, once martial artists enter the divine intent land, the martial Dao divine intent will transform into illusory human forms. As long as they defeat them, they can absorb the essence of martial arts within. So powerful, Yen Chen was astonished. Could one directly absorb the divine intent of martial arts? This divine intent place truly deserved to be the sacred ground of martial arts in Tianlong City. The conditions to enter this divine intent place must be quite strict, he said. Of course, Mu Zixuan replied, to enter the divine intent place, one must be a direct disciple of the Thunder King Pavilion at a specific time and also obtain the consent of the pavilion. Master, Yen Chen said, but I'm not a disciple of the Thunder King Pavilion, nor have I received the pavilion master's consent. Mu Zixuan took out a token and smiled. That's why I took my teacher's token while the divine intent place is open. Truly a powerful act of filial piety. At this moment, Mu Zixuan had already handed the token to Yen Chen and was leading him toward the divine intent place, saying as they walked, hurry up and go in, Yen Gu. If the teacher comes over later, that would be bad. Forget it. Yen Chen waved his hand. The divine intent place is a secret area of your Thunder King Pavilion. If I go in, the master will surely be furious. Don't let it implicate you. Mu Zixuan said, oh, it's fine. I'm on good terms with the teacher. Besides, who told her? Anyway, just rest assured. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the divine intent place. Although they had not yet entered, Yen Chen could vaguely sense the thick divine intent of martial arts inside through his infinite law perception, which made him quite excited. Damn. Girl, stop. At that moment, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed, sounding like a clap of thunder, and a flash of light was rapidly approaching from afar. Mu Zixuan's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, oh no, the teacher found out I stole her token. Yen Gu, hurry inside. As long as the divine intent place is activated, even the master can't forcibly interrupt it. While speaking, Mu Zixuan had already pushed Yen Chen into the divine intent place with a palm. Just as Yen Chen's figure was engulfed by the hazy mist, a purple light fell, and when the thunder light dissipated, Thunder Mother appeared with a dark expression. Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan timidly replied, teacher. Thunder Mother was very angry. Do you know that the divine intent place is a crucial area of the Thunder King Pavilion? How many direct disciples have not had the chance to enter? You actually stole my token and sent that boy named Yen Chen inside. How did you know? Mu Zixuan asked in surprise. Thunder Mother was even more annoyed. Who else could it be that you would steal your teacher's token for? Doing such treacherous things, if not the person you like? Mu Zixuan fell silent for a moment. Teacher, I just wanted to prove that what you see is not the truth. Yan Shen is not a poor student, let alone a waste. He is a genius, a true genius. You should take him as your disciple. You, sigh. Thunder Mother sighed helplessly. Since he has entered the divine intent place, let him try. Mu Zixuan exclaimed in delight. Thank you, teacher. In the realm of divine intent, mist swirled. That little girl Mu Zixuan stole the teacher's token, opened the realm of divine intent, and let herself in. She will definitely be scolded by the teacher. Sigh, what a fool, Yenshin said. With some concern. Soon, the mist thickened and a phantom figure appeared. 2 meters tall, humanoid in shape, wielding a 5-ringed great sword, exuding a chilling dominance. It was clear that this divine intent was related to the way of the sword. Yan Shen was quite interested. This is the embodiment of martial arts divine intent. Quite interesting. At the same time, the phantom figure raised the 5-ringed great sword and slashed towards the person in front. Outside, Lei Mu took out a mirror, reflecting the scene in the realm of divine intent, then glanced over. The first embodiment of martial arts divine intent has appeared, left by Duan Lushan Dao Yang Zhenfang. Although it's not strong, only at the level of a third-tier martial artist, it's not something an ordinary martial artist can easily defeat. Mu Zixuan said. Oh. Lei Mu said in surprise. Little girl, so calm, aren't you afraid your beloved will be injured by the embodiment of martial arts divine intent? You should know that thing has no intelligence and doesn't understand mercy. Mu Zixuan pouted. It's just the first embodiment of martial arts divine intent. How could it possibly hurt Yan Shen? So confident? Of course. Mu Zixuan showed a proud expression. I told you, Yan Shen is not a poor student, he is very powerful. Just as the two were talking, new changes appeared in the realm of divine intent. A dragon's roar echoed, and facing this first embodiment of martial arts divine intent, Yan Shen only drew one sword. Yes, just one sword. The cold light flashed, and the domineering sword intent was shattered. The phantom figure also dissipated. The speed was so fast that one couldn't react in time. A light sphere appeared from the vanishing embodiment of martial arts divine intent, floating in midair, landing in front of Yan Shen. This is martial arts divine intent. Yan Shen raised his hand and touched it. The next moment, the light sphere melted like snow, instantly merging into Yan Shen's body. A profound understanding of martial arts insights emerged in his mind. This was a state similar to enlightenment. Yan Shen dared not waste it, quickly closed his eyes to meditate and began to digest. Outside, Lei Mu remained silent for a long time. Not bad, that sword was very decisive and clean, a very good seed. Mu Zixuan pouted. Teacher, you can show your surprise, you don't have to hold it in. It's fine, I won't laugh at you. Who is surprised? Lei Mu said somewhat defensively. I am a master, over 100 years old. What kind of genius haven't I seen? That sword just now, in my eyes, can only be considered decent. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, really? Lei Mu turned back and gave the little student a hard knock on the head. You little brat, who are you talking to? Don't forget I'm your master. Yes, Mu Zixuan said, feeling wronged, tears welling up, thinking that really hurt. In the realm of divine intent. As time passed, one after another embodiment of martial arts divine intent appeared, and Yan Shen was not polite, happily accepting all these martial arts divine intents like infinite dragon sword, infinite finger, infinite eye, and so on. With the deepening of his insights, he not only gained some new understanding of infinite techniques and infinite martial skills, but even the quality of true essence improved slightly. It should be noted that his god-slaying true essence is of the highest quality. Even a slight enhancement is extremely difficult. When the 7th embodiment of martial arts divine intent appeared, Yan Shen finally did not just use one move, but 2 moves. Outside, Lei Mu's expression grew increasingly silent, suppressing her emotions. Mu Zixuan said proudly, so, teacher, how about that? I told you Yan Shen isn't a waste from the lower class, now you know, right? The 7th martial Dao divine intent incarnation was taken down with just one move, just one. Even you, at this age, probably couldn't have done. Bang! Mu Zixuan received another smack on the head. Mother Lei said, no manners, who are you talking to? When she couldn't argue back, she resorted to violence, always bullying. Horror. Mu Zixuan felt wronged. Mother Lei took a deep breath. But, little Zixuan, you really surprised me. This kid's true essence is terrifying, and his attacks are so solid, even I have never seen anything like it. He might even be comparable to Li Hani. Mu Zixuan exclaimed, then teacher, are you going to take him as a disciple? Mother Lei replied, no. Mu Zixuan was stunned. If he was already comparable to Li Hani, why didn't the teacher plan to take him as a disciple? The divine intent realm has a total of 36 divine intents. No rush, let's see how far he can go. Mother Lei shook her head, not saying that she was worried she wasn't qualified to take this kid as a disciple. In the divine intent realm, as the previous martial Dao divine intent incarnations were defeated one after another, the newly appeared martial Dao divine intent incarnations became increasingly powerful. By the 7th one, it could withstand 2 of Yan Shen's moves, and by the 13th, unless a high multiplier critical hit was triggered, Yan Shen would need to put in some effort. By the 21st, Yan Shen was already using his movement techniques to engage in a battle. The 21st martial Dao divine intent incarnation was a powerful phantom wielding a spear, capable of using the true intent of martial arts, exuding the might of a martial master. Although it lacked true essence,
support and still had a considerable gap compared to a real martial master. It was enough to crush the vast majority of martial artists.
After 15 minutes of entanglement, Yenshin finally found an opportunity and with a flick of his finger, he defeated it. Congratulations, your attack this time received a tenfold critical hit bonus. Yenshin muttered, this divine intent realm isn't really meant for martial artists, is it? This is only the 21st divine intent, and it can already use the true intent of martial arts.
At the same time, a martial Dao divine intent incarnation appeared. Compared to the previous one, this phantom wielded a sword, emanating an even stronger and sharper aura. Before it even made a move, it gave off a feeling of being able to slay everything. Yenshin's fighting spirit ignited. Come on, let's fight. Outside, Mu Zixuan exclaimed excitedly, Teacher, look quickly. Yenshin has defeated the 21st martial Dao divine intent incarnation and he hasn't even been injured. Isn't he amazing? Mother Lei's expression was serious. This kid is indeed quite surprising. By the way, teacher, Mu Zixuan suddenly remembered something. How many martial Dao divine intent incarnations did you defeat the first time you entered the divine intent realm? Mother Lei replied, 9, I think. Yes, about that. It was so long ago, I've forgotten. Mu Zixuan teased, only 9? Master, you really can't compare. Look at Yenshin, a 4th-tier martial artist, and he defeated 21 martial Dao divine intent incarnations on his first entry into the divine intent realm. If you say one more word, I'll forcibly end this divine intent and hang this kid under the thunder tree, letting the lightning strike him for 3 days and 3 nights. Mu Zixuan instantly shut her mouth, her expression somewhat indignant. Lei Mu was speechless. It is said that girls in love have a characteristic of being unfaithful, and she originally didn't believe it, but now, well, a girl is hard to keep. Lei Mu said, this kid is clearly very strong, so how did he only score 26 points in the Tsunching assessment? Do you know what happened? Mu Zixuan said. Lei Mu, speak up? Mu Zixuan, didn't you say I shouldn't talk? Lei Mu's temples throbbed, gritting her teeth and saying, you can talk now, I allow it. Mu Zixuan nodded and said, I don't really know either. Yenshin did mention that there was a misunderstanding, but he didn't specify what the misunderstanding was. Lei Mu nodded. It seems that the assessment mechanism of Tsunching, which has lasted for hundreds of years, is not that accurate and has significant flaws. Mu Zixuan agreed, then added, by the way, teacher, do you think Yenshin has a chance to directly break through the 36 martial Dao divine intent incarnations and pass the divine intent, obtaining the ultimate inheritance? The divine intent of Lei Wang Pavilion is not just a place for cultivation, but also a trial ground. The 36 martial Dao divine intent incarnations serve as both training and testing. As long as a martial artist defeats the last martial Dao divine intent incarnation at their level, they can obtain the secret treasure left by the first Pavilion master. Of course, this achievement has yet to be attained by anyone. Impossible. Lei Mu shook her head. The later martial Dao divine intent incarnations already possess the strength of a martial master and are simply not something a martial artist can contend with. As for the last martial Dao divine intent, that is even more. In short, the final reward is just a gimmick, no one can obtain it. Mu Zixuan, however, said, No, teacher, my thoughts are different from yours. Lei Mu, you think he can pass? Of course. Mu Zixuan nodded vigorously, then added, even if he fails this time, after a month or two, if he breaks through to a higher level, he will definitely. Before Mu Zixuan could finish her sentence, she abruptly stopped as a change occurred in the divine intent. In fact, just as Lei Mu had guessed, after reaching the 23rd martial Dao divine intent incarnation, Yenshin's situation had become extremely difficult. Faced with the immense power of the true intent of martial arts, he could only rely on the cleverness of carefree dragon step to dodge as much as possible and look for opportunities to counterattack. When he reached the 25th martial Dao divine intent incarnation, it became even more difficult to protect himself. Damn it, it seems I can only go this far. Yenshin was reluctant. After all, absorbing the martial intent, although it couldn't increase his cultivation, the understanding of martial arts was very real. However, this illusory figure was indeed formidable, and even if he was helpless, he could only give up for now. But how to leave this divine intent? Roar! A terrifying roar echoed, and the phantom had appeared in front of him at some point, holding a long and a short mother-son sword in each hand, moving at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the cold light had already enveloped him. Yenshin crossed his sword to block, using the carefree dragon step to retreat quickly, barely dodging this fatal blow. However, the phantom was terrifying. It was the incarnation of martial intent, extremely skilled in combat, and gave Yenshin no chance to catch his breath. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him again, and a storm-like swordlight fell down. Yenshin was covered in blood, looking quite disheveled. Instinctively gathering his strength, he struck down with a sword and a finger, attempting to force back this martial Dao divine intent incarnation. But this strike went terribly wrong. Congratulations, your luck is off the charts. This attack triggered a 1,670,000 times critical hit bonus. Wait, a million critical hit. Yenshin's eyes widened. This was the first time he had triggered a 7-digit critical damage. The critical hit was from the Great Thousand Finger. At This moment, with a millionfold critical damage enhancing his fingertip, the great thousand finger, which originally had some might but was not so exaggerated, suddenly erupted with terrifying destructive power. The space trembled, everything shattered, as if all was being obliterated. The martial Tao Divine Will incarnation before him didn't even have time to resist before it turned to ashes. However, that was not the end. The great thousand finger with the millionfold critical hit did not lose its might. Instead, it became even more terrifying. The originally solid Divine Will realm suddenly became unstable, on the verge of annihilation at any moment. Outside, Lei Mu's expression changed drastically. Oh no. The next moment, a loud rumble echoed, and the entire Thunder King Pavilion began to shake violently, a terrifying and domineering aura, as if capable of obliterating everything, swept out from within. Mu Zixuan's face turned pale. What's happening? Lei Mu said, you should ask your little lover, who knows what he did to make even the Divine Will realm show signs of being unable to withstand it. In the midst of speaking, Lei Mu had already acted, her martial divine power surging as she manipulated the martial formation, exerting all her strength to counter the terrifying force erupting from the Divine Will realm. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Under the infusion of master-level power, the Divine Will realm finally stabilized slowly, avoiding collapse. Lei Mu landed on the ground, letting out a long breath. Mu Zixuan stepped forward, her expression worried. Master? I'm fine. Lei Mu shook her head, a serious look flashing across her face, lost in thought. Rumble. At that moment, the Divine Will realm shook, and a figure stumbled out, looking disheveled. Indeed, it was Yan Chen. Mu Zixuan hurried over. Yan Chen, are you okay? I'm fine. Yan Chen shook his head, then saw Lei Mu standing aside, a smile of as expected appearing on his face. Senior, we meet again. He had suspected that the mysterious woman he encountered during the assessment was Mu Zixuan's master. Now, seeing her confirmed his guess. However, Lei Mu did not smile, her expression was very serious. Kid, what was that strike just now? How could you unleash such terrifying power? Yan Chen had already thought of a reason. It's like this, senior, I have a terrifying power sealed within me. When my life is threatened, this power will erupt, destroying everything around. Before he could finish, Lei Mu had already appeared beside him, her hand on his shoulder, a powerful divine will pouring in, but she found nothing. Lei Mu frowned. She did not find any terrifying energy within Yan Chen. Could it be that this kid was lying? But that didn't make sense. The power he had just unleashed had almost destroyed that divine intent realm. And that was a fact that could not be faked. Lei Mu stared intently. Are you serious? It shouldn't be a lie. Yan Chen shrugged. Lei Mu fell silent for a moment. If this power were to fully erupt, what would the consequences be? I can't say for sure, since it has never erupted before. Yan Chen shook his head, then smiled lightly. What if it destroys the world? That's also a possibility. Destroy the world? Lei Mu's first reaction was disbelief. After all, the world wasn't that easy to destroy. But what if? And even if it didn't reach the level of world destruction, if the unleashed power was enough to destroy Tianlong City, it would still be a significant disaster. Mu Zixuan suddenly said, Teacher, what are you thinking about? What else could I be thinking about? Of course, it's about your friend. Lei Mu emphasized the word friend and then said irritably, I'm thinking about how to deal with this ticking time bomb. Mu Zixuan, slightly shy, then said in a spoiled tone, you should take Yan Ge as your disciple, be his master, and protect him from threats. This little girl made it sound so easy. Lei Mu's expression was flat. I actually have a more straightforward solution. Directly suppress him deep within the Lei Wang Pavilion, and if he doesn't come out, he won't encounter any danger. Ah! Mu Zixuan was taken aback. Master, that won't do. Yan Chen is the one I brought. I want to take him out safely. Lei Mu flicked her forehead in annoyance. Silly girl, I was just joking. This kid is your good friend. How could I really be harsh on him? Mu Zixuan covered her forehead and only smiled upon hearing this. Yan Chen, however, narrowed his eyes, sensing that Lei Mu might not have been entirely joking when she said that. It was just because of Mu Zixuan's relationship, or perhaps other reasons, that Lei Mu ultimately abandoned that plan. Lei Mu said solemnly, Kid, I remember your name is Yan Chen, right? To be honest, I do not want to take you as my disciple, but given my current situation, supporting one Zixuan is already quite difficult. I really don't have the energy to take on another disciple. Yan Chen understood, as this statement revealed quite a bit. As far as he knew, Lei Mu had not only one disciple, Mu Zixuan, but at least for that were publicly acknowledged. Yet now this master said she could only support Zixuan alone? Have you guessed something? Lei Mu suddenly asked. Yan Chen nodded. Senior, your situation among the 6 great masters must be quite delicate, and the Lei Wang Pavilion may not be that stable among the 5 superpowers. Mu Zixuan looked confused. Teacher? Lei Mu reassured her, it's nothing much, the teacher can handle it. Then this master turned her gaze back to Yan Chen. Kid, I can't take you as my disciple, but if you encounter any danger in the future, you can come to me. If I can help, considering Zixuan, I will do my best to assist. Yan Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The reason he had lied about hiding a terrifying power within him, which would erupt when threatened, was to gain Lei Mu's protection. In other words, Yan Chen wanted a backing.
Although he hadn't become a master's disciple, he was already very satisfied with this promise. Thank you, senior. Lei Mu said irritably. Alright, if there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. I don't want you to erupt again. Yan Shen suddenly said, wait, senior. Lei Mu, is there anything else? Well, Yan Shen scratched his head. I wanted to ask if I could still come to the divine intent realm in the future. The martial Dao divine intent incarnations here are very strong, and battling with them can better hone my skills. Lei Mu shot him a glare. Dream on, don't come back here in the future. She certainly didn't want the divine intent realm to be destroyed. After saying this, Lei Mu waved her hand, using her strength to drive the two out of the divine intent realm, and then transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly disappearing into the horizon, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After leaving the Lei Wang Pavilion, Mu Zixuan saw Yan Shen off. On the way, Yan Shen suddenly smiled and said, little girl, you brought me here not just to let me enter the divine intent realm, but also to have Senior Lei take me as a disciple, right? Mu Zixuan nodded, then became dejected. But it still failed. She didn't take you as a disciple. Being able to gain the protection of Senior Lei is already a great outcome. At this point, Yan Shen changed the subject and suddenly asked, little girl, why are you doing so much for me? Mu Zixuan became very nervous, stumbling over her words. Yan Shen stared at her intently, no lying aloud. Mu Zixuan's face turned bright red. Gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, she said irritably, what else could it be? Of course, it's because I like you. Yan Shen was not surprised, smiling as he looked at the girl in front of him. After spending so much time together, he wasn't a fool and could naturally understand her feelings. Mu Zixuan had a somewhat reckless demeanor as she said, so what? Is it wrong to like you? I just like you and want to do everything for you. That's my freedom, and you can't control me. Then, Yan Shen wanted to say something, but before he could, Mu Zixuan interrupted him. Yan Shen, I know you don't trust anyone now because you were betrayed by friends before, but I can wait. Really, I will prove with my actions that I am different from those other girls. I like you as a person, no matter if you climb to great heights or fall to the depths, I will. Before Mu Zixuan could finish her sentence, a pair of large hands suddenly reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Yan Shen said softly, silly girl, don't you think about why I took the initiative to break our relationship today? It's because I like you too. Really? Mu Zixuan looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Yan Shen nodded, really? The wind ceased its noise, and the leaves rustled softly. In the beautiful scenery, the two of them leaned closer, their lips about to touch. Ahem. Suddenly, a cough interrupted their moment. Yan Shen turned his head and saw Lei Mu standing under a tree, watching them with a half-smile, her eyes revealing a hint of mockery. Mu Zixuan's face instantly turned bright red as she exclaimed, teacher, didn't you leave? Originally, I was about to leave, but suddenly I remembered that I hadn't reminded this kid about something, so I came back. Mother Lei's voice was filled with emotion. I didn't expect to stumble upon such a wonderful scene. Being young is great. Mu Zixuan's face turned red, feeling extremely shy. Suddenly, she thought of something. Teacher, when did you arrive? Mother Lei's voice carried a teasing tone. It's been a well, anyway, I've heard everything you said, like I'm different from those girls, I just like you, I want to do everything for you, and so on. Before Mother Lei could finish her sentence, Mu Zixuan let out a sharp scream, her face flushed, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself. This little girl who had been so bold in confessing just now, suddenly became shy. Yan Shen shook his head and then shielded Mu Zixuan behind him, cupping his hands and saying, Senior, I wonder if there's anything else you want to remind your junior about. Mother Lei glanced at Mu Zixuan. I originally wanted to warn you not to bully little Zixuan in the future, or else don't blame me for being rude, but it seems that's unnecessary now. After a pause, Mother Lei's voice turned a bit annoyed. Now it seems the more you bully her, the happier she will be. Mu Zixuan, I'm leaving. I don't want to watch you two young ones show off your affection. As her voice fell, Mother Lei transformed into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared from the spot. Unexpectedly. Even a Grand Master has such a playful side. Yan Shen shook his head, just about to turn around. Suddenly, he felt a pair of arms wrap around his waist and a soft face leaned against his back, with a shy yet anxious voice coming from his ear. Yan Shen, Yan Shen didn't give her a chance to speak and turned around to lower his head. The earlier matter was not yet settled. By the time they returned to Sanqing Academy, it was already afternoon. Lying on the bed, recalling the bits and pieces from Thunder King Pavilion, he instinctively grinned. He really didn't expect that after going out, he would actually have a girlfriend. This feeling is quite nice. Oh right. Yan Shen suddenly remembered that he hadn't digested the martial arts divine intent absorbed in divine intent land, so he immediately sat cross-legged and activated infinite law. Accommodating martial arts divine intent was not cultivation but more like a kind of inheritance, so it did not trigger the infinite critical hit system. Among the martial arts divine intent incarnations he had slain, there were those specializing in swordsmanship, knife techniques, spear techniques, and so on, and all these martial arts insights were now digested and absorbed by Yan Shen. Thus, a night passed. The next day, Yan Shen stretched lazily, preparing to head to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts for more cultivation resources. But before he could step out, he received a notice from his teacher, Mu You instructing all students to gather urgently in the classroom at 2 in the afternoon, saying there was an important announcement. When Yen Chen arrived at the classroom, he found that quite a few people were already there, whispering to each other, exchanging words. Among them was Li Er. What are you all talking about? Yen Chen walked over, a bit curious. Li Er saw Yen Chen and quickly waved him over, signaling him to sit. You don't know yet, bro. Come here quickly. Something big has happened in Sanqing. Yen Chen sat down. What big thing? Li Er said mysteriously. I heard that someone saw yesterday that Master Lei's student Mu Zixuan arrived at school, and there was a conflict with a bad student in a white school uniform and Li Yang from Wutian Sword Sect. Now everyone is guessing who this bad student is and what their relationship with Mu Zixuan is. So you all are discussing this matter? Yen Chen saw everyone whispering and for a moment didn't know what to say. Beside him, Luo Xiaoying nodded and said, of course, she's a master's student and her status in Tianlong City is not low. The fact that she has such a close relationship with a student from the poor class is explosive news. Yen Chen was speechless. He truly hadn't expected that Mu Zixuan's appearance would cause such a stir for Sanqing. It seemed he had underestimated the impression of a master. At that moment, Li Er leaned over and nudged him with his elbow, saying, Bro, who do you think that poor class student is? Is it a new student from our year, or a second or third year student? I mean, to be so close to a master's disciple is really enviable. No need to be envious, Yen Chen suddenly said. Ha? Li Er was a bit confused, not understanding. That's right. Yen Chen pointed to himself. The student from the poor class who is with Mu Zixuan is me. Instantly, the classroom fell silent and all eyes turned to him. Li Er's expression was also strange, as if he was holding back something. Bro, you can't be saying that this Mu Zixuan is your girlfriend and she came to find you for a date, right? Pretty much. Yen Chen nodded. Although they were in the divine intent realm, it was no different from a date. Moreover, she really was his girlfriend now. After a long silence, the classroom erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Li Er laughed so hard he was bending over, constantly slapping the table, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Bro, stop messing around. That Mu Zixuan is a student of Master Lei Mu. How could she come looking for you, a poor class student? Let alone being your girlfriend. Having some ambition is good, but aiming too high becomes a fantasy. Yen Chen's expression remained unchanged. I'm serious. Li Er laughed even louder. Ha, I believe you, bro. I believe everything you say. He was considering whether to take action and teach this guy a lesson for daring to mock him. Silence. At that moment, a ghostly voice rang out, and Muyu was standing on the podium, her calm eyes gazing at all the students. The laughter instantly stopped, and everyone hurriedly closed their mouths. Muyu said lightly, the school has decided to conduct a collective hunt. The specific rules have been sent to the group. If you have any questions, figure it out yourself, don't come asking me. As for grades, you don't need to be too obsessed, just make sure to keep your little lives safe. The students showed their displeasure, although they were new students from the poor class, being treated with such disdain still made them feel stifled. Yen Chen, however, remained calm. He took out his phone, opened the class group, and quickly found the announcement about the collective hunt. Upon reading it, Yen Chen narrowed his eyes. Event name, Collective Hunting Competition Scope, Entire School Event Content, go to the warning area 183,667 183123, hunt ferocious beasts, earn enough points. And try to improve your ranking and that of your class. Event duration, 15 days. Second stage lower grade ferocious beast, 10 points. Second stage middle grade ferocious beast, 20 points. Second stage upper grade ferocious beast, 30 points. Third stage lower grade ferocious beast, 100 points. Third stage middle grade ferocious beast, 300 points. Third stage upper grade ferocious beast, 500 points. Point redemption method, provide footage of the kill individual event. Prizes, first place 1 martial arts technique of the martial sovereign level, 10,000 Azure points. Second and third place 1 master level technique, 5,000 Azure points. Fourth, fifth, and sixth place 1 heavenly level technique, 2,000 Azure points. Seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th place 1,000 Azure points. Class activity rewards, overall points. First place 50,000 Azure points, overall points. Second and third place 30,000 Azure points. Dean's speech, students, fight with all your might. First place can actually earn a martial sovereign level technique and 10,000 Azure points. Yen Chen squinted, feeling quite shaken inside. He had originally not paid much attention to the collective hunting event. Instead, he thought that going to the danger zone to hone his skills in battle and quickly improve his strength was the most important thing. But now Yen Chen changed his mind. A martial sovereign level technique was enough to allow his infinite law to undergo a transformation and sublimation. He wanted to get first place. The students in the classroom also saw the announcement in the class group at this time. They clearly did not understand the collective hunting event before, and when they finished reading the content above, it caused quite a stir. Everyone was discussing it. Isn't this a bit sudden? Why is there suddenly a collective hunting event? Li Er came over at this time, wearing a mischievous smile, as if to say, come ask me. Yen Chen nodded. He did indeed find it quite strange. Li Er pouted. This is a long story. Do you know where Dragon City is located? In the western part of the Endless Mountains. Yen Chen frowned. What does this have to do with collective hunting? Of course.
A serious look flashed in Li Er's eyes. The endless mountains have a place of absolute danger where city-destroying ferocious beasts reside, and there's more than one. Deeper within, it is said that there are even more terrifying death ruins, which leads to the endless mountains spitting out a vast number of ferocious beasts every day, scattering them across various wilderness areas near Dragon City. Yan Shen seemed to understand, so when the number of ferocious beasts accumulates to a certain extent in various regions, the Azure Martial Arts Academy will launch a collective hunt to carry out a purge. Exactly. At this point, Li Er suddenly sighed. Actually, we don't need to care too much. The rewards for this event look quite tempting, but we freshmen have no chance at all. The real competition will be among those senior genius classes and outstanding classes. To be honest, it's just as well that the top geniuses in the school are all studying in the capital, otherwise there would be no suspense in the individual competition, and it would just be among those few. The top geniuses went to study in the capital. Yan Shen was surprised. The capital was the highest base city and the most brilliant place in the Human Federation. Li Er nodded. Right, including Soul Destroyer Zhao Xun.at. This moment, the students in the class had already left the classroom one after another. Some were full of fighting spirit, some were eager to try, some were calm and unhurried, while others were moving slowly. Although Teacher Mu Yu told them not to push themselves too hard, it was clear that some classmates were unwilling to back down and wanted to give it their all. Bro, let's team up. Li Er nudged Yan Shen's shoulder. I know a place that, while not too dangerous, is relatively safe. We can earn quite a few points there. Yan Shen shook his head. Sorry, bro, we can't team up this time because I want to compete for first place. What? First place? Li Er's eyes widened, his voice suddenly rising. Do you know what you're saying? Those top geniuses may have gone to the capital, but there are still second-tier ones, including Zheng Qing from the Zheng family, Li Yang from the Wutian Sword sect, Lu Banming from the Lu family, and Conan from the Martial Arts Alliance, among others. These are all students close to graduation. So what? Yan Chen's expression remained unchanged. As for Li Yang, he actually hoped to encounter him, so he could take him down with one sword strike. Li Er opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing the look on Yan Chen's face, he finally sighed. Do as you wish, bro. Just remember to stay safe and don't overexert yourself. After saying that, Li Er turned to leave, but before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and his face was filled with hesitation. If you really run into those geniuses and find yourself in danger, you can call out Li Wuyo's name. They might give you some face, or they might not. Yan Shen looked at the departing figure, feeling a warmth in his heart. Thank you. Today, the various exits of Tianlong City were particularly lively. With the start of the collective hunting event, thousands of students from Sanqing surged into the wilderness. Hey, bro, you really came. The gatekeeper was still that martial artist brother, smiling as he greeted. Sanqing suddenly started a collective hunting activity. I knew you would come, huh? And I guessed right. Participation is what matters, Yan Shen casually replied and walked towards the outside of Tianlong City. But before he could run far, he suddenly stopped, his expression gradually turning cold. This brother, we've been together for a while. If there's something, feel free to show yourself. Who are you calling brother? A familiar voice suddenly came from the forest, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Didn't we agree that if something fun happened, you'd call me? Why didn't you even make a sound? Immediately, a figure appeared, with big eyes, faintly red lips, and a curvaceous figure, looking extremely beautiful. It was Yi Xiaoyu, senior sister. Yan Shen was taken aback, then revealed a bitter smile, never expecting that. The one following him secretly was her. The collective hunting is a school activity. How is that fun? Yi Xiaoyu blinked. The collective hunting is certainly not fun, but being by your side must be very enjoyable. Yan Shen sighed helplessly, thinking that she had helped deal with the traces left after Li Mu's death. He owed her a favor, so he ultimately did not refuse. Alright, if senior sister doesn't mind, then come with me. In the wilderness and mountains, figures occasionally darted through, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Among them, a group of students had already left Tianlong City, heading towards the warning zone. Yan Chen was one of them. When he arrived at the warning zone, he could already see battles taking place, with students engaging in combat with ferocious beasts. Yi Xiaoyu squinted her eyes. Junior, where do you plan to start? You're not just going to hang around the outskirts of the warning zone, racking up points and waiting for the collective hunt to end, are you? That would really disappoint me. Of course not, I plan to go deeper into the wilderness. Yan Shen shook his head, but his heart was heavy. Just now, to test this crazy senior sister, he had deliberately used the carefree dragon step, pushing his speed to the limit, yet the other party had steadily followed behind him without any sign of effort. This was astonishing. Yan Shen was not just a 4th-tier martial artist, he had refined god-slaying true essence, and the carefree dragon step was derived from master-level techniques enhanced by the infinite critical hit system. Not to mention martial artists, even ordinary martial masters would find it difficult to keep up. But Yi Xiaoyu could do it effortlessly. How strong could her true strength be? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu became interested. Oh, when you say deeper, how deep are we talking? Yan Shen said solemnly, I plan to go to the danger zone. Yi Xiaoyu was surprised. Danger zone? You're not joking, are you? That place is home to 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Yan Shen's smile slowly faded. Do I look like I'm joking?
Yi Xiaoyu asked, and then? Yan Chen replied. I'm very interested in martial sovereign level techniques, and I'm also very interested in that 10,000 Qing points, so this time I want to take first place. Yi Xiaoyu was silent for a long time, momentarily stunned by the young man's ambition. After a brief daze, she suddenly burst into laughter, wild and uninhibited. Ha 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 ha, first place. A bad class freshman actually wants to take first place in the collective hunt. That's really bold and arrogant. My instincts were right. Being around you is indeed very interesting. But I don't want this crazy person following me. Yan Shen thought to himself, senior sister, the danger zone is very dangerous. For your safety, why don't you just? Yi Xiaoyu suddenly stopped laughing, narrowing her eyes. What, you want to shake me off, Junior? Don't forget, I helped you cover up the traces of killing Li Mu. Otherwise, with your rough methods, do you think you could hide it from the school? Fine, do as you wish. Yan Shen's expression turned cold. But senior sister, if you want to follow, we need to clarify a few things first. Yi Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. Go ahead, I'm listening. Yan Shen said solemnly, once we enter the danger zone, if you want to help while I hunt ferocious beasts, you can, but you absolutely cannot interfere with my hunting, nor can you steal my prey. That's the first. Yi Xiaoyu replied, the first? Heh, you have quite a few conditions, go on. Second, I don't like you using Li Mu's matter to threaten me. This is the first and last time. If it happens again, even if it means being hunted by Chang, I will make you pay the price. As he said this, Yan Shen's tone had lost its previous gentleness, turning icy. A cold glint flashed in Yi Xiaoyu's eyes. Are you threatening me? Yan Shen said, think what you want. Yi Xiaoyu fell silent, and Yan Shen also remained quiet, the two of them locking eyes. At that moment, they seemed to stand very close, their relationship appearing quite good, yet a tense atmosphere of confrontation hung in the air, as if in the next moment they would come to blows. Time passed little by little, and after an unknown period, Yi Xiaoyu suddenly laughed, laughing loudly, tears almost streaming down her face. Ha 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 ha, how long has it been? No one has dared to threaten me, yet you dare to threaten me. Junior, you are quite interesting. Really interesting. I am becoming more and more interested in you. Indeed, being by your side is a very fun thing. Alright, I won't mention this matter again. Yan Shen said in a deep voice, then it settled. Yi Xiaoyu replied, Yan Shen felt a sudden relaxation in his heart. Just now, he had been prepared for a fight. Although senior sister Yi Xiaoyu's strength was unfathomable, her true combat power likely far exceeded imagination. Rationally speaking, avoiding conflict would be the smart choice. However, he did not like being threatened. The pride of a martial artist did not allow him to be threatened. That was why Yan Shen had broken through the last barrier, even at the cost of tearing apart their relationship. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. The two continued on their journey, heading towards the danger zone. In the forest, two figures were seen stepping on branches, quickly traversing the air like flying swallows, while the scenery on both sides rushed by like a revolving lantern. Along the way, Yi Xiaoyu seemed to tease, senior sister was just joking with you, why are you angry? What a petty man. Yan Shen replied in a deep voice, some jokes I don't like. Alright, I got it. Yi Xiaoyu waved her hand impatiently, then became intrigued. Are you really planning to compete for first place? You should know that the top few prodigies of Sangqing, although not in school, still have many first-rate geniuses like Zheng Qing from the Zheng family, Li Yang from the Wutian sword sect, Lu Banming from the Lu family, Conan from the Martial Arts Alliance, and so on. These people are all about to graduate. Do you think you can compete with them? Yan Shen, has anyone asked you the same question? Oh, Yi Xiaoyu was intrigued, and then? How did you answer? My answer is, so what? Heh, quite arrogant. Roar. Just as the two were talking, a loud roar suddenly echoed from afar, and a giant wolf was seen opening its bloody maw, lunging at the two. A second-tier mid-grade ferocious beast, the giant black wolf. Yan Shen's expression remained unchanged as he casually extended a finger. Infinite finger. Congratulations. Your attack has triggered 20 times critical damage. A howl of despair echoed as the giant wolf's brow was pierced, and the terrifying destructive power quickly obliterated its entire body. As the light in its eyes extinguished, it fell heavily to the ground. 20 points. Yan Shen recorded the moment of the kill with his imaging device, then without any pause, continued to move forward. Below, a team of hunters happened to witness this scene, their eyes widening in shock. A single finger actually killed the giant wolf. What terrifying strength. Wait, the one in white, could it be that he is the white-clad killing star? In the depths of the mountains, a man and a woman swiftly moved through the forest. Yan Shen was heading towards the danger zone, moving at an incredible speed. Any ferocious beast he encountered along the way was easily dispatched. With a single finger, and during his journey, he had already accumulated over 100 points. Yi Xiaoyu had not made a move from start to finish, merely watching with great interest. Suddenly, she asked, Junior, since you want to compete for first place, wouldn't hunting in the alert zone be the best choice? Why are you specifically going to the danger zone? This was the truth. If one wanted to vie for first place, heading to the danger zone was not a wise choice. Although killing a high-grade second-tier beast could yield 30 points, slaying a low-grade third-tier beast would grant 100 points, a difference of 3 times. But one must first understand the vast disparity in strength between second-tier and third-tier beasts. Third-tier beasts, after all, were comparable to martial masters. You might be able to kill 10 high-grade second-tier beasts, but you might not stand a chance against a single low-grade third-tier beast. Yan Chen replied, there are also a large number of second-tier beasts in the danger zone, and a true martial artist must hone their skills through life and death to become stronger. I've long thought about facing a third-tier beast, and this is a perfect opportunity. Oh, is that the only reason? Yi Xiaoyu said with interest. Of course not. Yan Chen smiled lightly. While there are quite a few beasts in the alert zone, this time it's a collective hunting event organized by Sanqing, and many students have come to the wilderness. On average, there won't be much to go around, so it's better to go to the danger zone, which has fewer people and is more expansive. Yi Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. Smart. Just as they were speaking, the two had already reached the boundary of the area, separated by a powerful martial array set up by the Dragon Mansion. Humans could move freely, but if a beast approached, it would be met with a terrifying sword aura. In front of the martial array was an emblem that read Danger Zone. But to their surprise, the area in front of the martial array was not empty. More than 10 figures had already gathered there. Some wore Sanqing uniforms, while others did not and were not participating in the collective hunt, merely standing guard. Oh, Junior, it seems your trip to the danger zone won't be so smooth, Yi Xiaoyu teased, as if she had thought of something. Yan Chen frowned. Is it because of these people? Yi Xiaoyu giggled. He, you'll find out soon. No need to wait. Yan Chen already knew, as those martial artists had made their move. A young man, around 20 years old, suddenly drew his sword, and a fierce sword aura sliced through the air, cutting down leaves and heading towards the two. Accompanying it was a voice filled with arrogance. Who? Get down here. Hoof. Yan Chen's expression turned cold, his eyes glinting with gold as he sensed the flow of spiritual energy and the operation of various laws in the world. He then threw a punch, effortlessly shattering the incoming sword aura, and the overwhelming force instantly stirred up a terrifying gale. Who do you want to get down here? The faces of the martial artists below changed. They hadn't expected the newcomer to be so formidable. Yan Chen landed on the ground, his gaze icy as he swept over the crowd. Tell me, who do you want to get down here? Of course, it's you. Although this group of martial artists was surprised by the newcomer's strength, they were emboldened by their background and showed no fear. One of them coldly said, my name is Zhang Suo, a branch of the Zhang family and a follower of Zheng Qing. This danger zone has already been sealed off by Zhang Qing, and no one is allowed to enter. Go back the way you came. Zheng Qing? Yan Chen narrowed his eyes, recalling that Zheng Qing was one of the top geniuses in the academy, alongside Li Yang of the Wutian sword sect, apart from the prodigies heading to Shanjing. Yan Chen said coldly, block the danger zone? Want to monopolize it? Ha, what a tyrant Zheng Qing. Tyrant? That's exactly right. Another martial artist said arrogantly, the Zhang family is one of the 36 prominent families, and brother Zheng Qing is the top genius. What are you even worth? Be sensible and get lost, don't be a nuisance here. The other martial artists echoed, that's right, what are you still doing here? Get lost, can't you understand human language? In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this kid had just exploded the sword energy with a single punch, demonstrating enough strength to make them wary, these followers of Zheng Qing would have already attacked and wouldn't be wasting time here. Listening to the shouts around him, a cold glint flashed in Yan Chen's eyes. What if I don't? If not, then you can die, Jing Su said with a cold glint in his eyes, and then he struck again with his sword. In an instant, the sword light cascaded like a waterfall, carrying an extremely sharp sword energy, slashing towards Yan Chen. He was using lethal force. Yan Chen executed the carefree dragon step, easily dodging it, but he felt a mix of anger and surprise in his heart. You dare to use lethal force? Aren't you afraid of the academy's punishment? Although the Sanqing Martial Arts Academy did not prohibit students from fighting each other, there was a bottom line: they absolutely could not use lethal force. Otherwise, even if it was a serious crime, the lightest punishment would be to strip them of all their cultivation and expel them from Tianlong City, and the heaviest would be death. This was also why Li Mu's death caused such a huge uproar. Punishment? Ha ha. Ha, do you think I'm like you, a bad student? Zhang Su sneered. I am a member of the Zhang family and a follower of brother Zheng Qing. If I kill you, no one will say anything. Yan Chen's expression was icy. Indeed. The rules of Sanqing had absolute constraints on ordinary martial artists without backgrounds, but did they really hold any weight in front of these aristocratic disciples? Is it unfair? Ha ha ha, where does so much fairness come from in the world? If there is one absolute fairness in this world, it is that as long as you possess absolute strength, you can trample all rules. Yan Chen, I suddenly feel like killing. At the same time, other followers of Zheng Qing surged forward, joining Zhang Su to execute a combined attack, striking fiercely, with every move aimed to kill. In an instant, the world was filled with a murderous aura. However, all the noise came to an abrupt halt when Yan Chen extended a finger and touched Zhang Su's forehead. Infinite finger? No. Zhang Su's eyes widened, and he can only let out an angry roar before his head exploded. The process was incredibly fast, so fast that everyone, including Zhang Su himself, didn't even notice when that finger had landed. Some widened their eyes, their voices filled with terror. You actually dared to kill, and even dared to kill Zhang Su. Yan Chen's voice was cold and piercing. So what if I kill You're finished, you're finished. Among the group of martial artists, someone shouted in anger. Not only have you violated the rules of sanctioning, but you've also offended the Zheng family. No matter who you are or what background you have, there is no place for you in Tianlong City. Is that so? In the next moment, Yan Shen struck fiercely. He seemed to transform into a blood-soaked Azura, walking among the many followers of Zheng Qing. With every point of his finger, someone's head would inevitably explode, dying in an instant. Some followers of Zheng Qing were so frightened by this scene that they desperately tried to escape, but before they could run far, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, an extremely domineering sword energy instantly killed them. Another martial artist from the Zhang family, wanting to exchange his life for another, charged forward madly but was captured by the infinite eye and exploded with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, the boundary line was littered with corpses, resembling a purgatory. The more than 10 followers of Zheng Cheng who had originally been guarding nearby were now reduced to only 2 or 3, and their numbers were visibly decreasing. After a moment, only one person remained in the arena. He was in his 20s, a martial artist of low-grade true essence, wearing a Sangqing school uniform, his groin damp and a faint smell of urine wafting through the air, his face filled with terror. Why you? How dare you? Aren't you afraid of Sangqing holding you accountable? Aren't you afraid of the Zheng family's revenge? Yan Chen's expression was emotionless. Why should I be afraid of this or that, while you can kill without restraint, completely disregarding the consequences just because I'm wearing the poor student uniform and have no background? This person knew he was doomed, his eyes filled with resentment. The Zhang family will not let you go. Then let them come. As soon as the words fell, Yan Chen flicked his fingers and killed the last person. The desolate wind blew away the smell of blood, the bright crimson stained the earth, and Yan Chen stood among the many corpses, his expression calm, without any excess emotion. Clap, 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 clap. Applause sounded, and Yi Xiaoyu appeared beside him at some point, beautiful, decisive and killing. Straightforward and clean. I knew that following you would definitely lead to interesting things. Yi Xiaoyu had not appeared at all until now, just as she had promised, simply following along without participating. Is killing fun? Yan Chen asked expressionlessly. Yi Xiaoyu replied. Killing itself is certainly not fun, but the reason behind the killing is what makes it interesting. The Zhang family, among the 36 major families, ranks quite high. This time, you've really stirred up a big mess. Yan Chen said, crazy. Yi Xiaoyu laughed, I'll take that as a compliment. Saying this, Yi Xiaoyu's face showed curiosity again. By the way, Junior, this danger zone is occupied by Zheng Qing, so let's go to the next place. Why provoke the Zheng family and kill someone? That's not a wise choice. Yan Chen suddenly asked, what would be considered wise? To laugh a few times, say, I understand, brother Zheng Qing, have fun, and then turn around and leave? This. Yi Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. Yan Chen asked again, clearly, they struck first and used lethal force. I did nothing wrong, so why can't I kill? Yi Xiaoyu's eyes gradually became excited. Yes, you're right. They've already come to kill, why should we hold back? Ha ha ha. Junior, being by your side is getting more and more interesting. Yan Chen ignored this crazy senior sister and walked over to the corpses, starting to search. Unfortunately, they were clearly not important figures in the Zhang family, as there were no storage-type martial soldiers among them. After searching around, aside from some pills and manuals, there was basically nothing of value. Yi Xiaoyu leaned in again. Junior, where do you plan to go next? This dangerous area has already been occupied by Zheng Qing. How about we change to another one? No. Yan Chen shook his head, gazing at the scenery on the other side of the martial array. Right here, no changes. Yi Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. You have guts. Soon, the battlefield was almost cleaned up, and the two of them crossed the martial array, entering the dangerous area. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the dangerous area, roar! Accompanied by a piercing scream, a low-grade third-tier fierce beast crashed to the ground, and the one who killed it was a 23-year-old man, dressed in purple finery, with a detached gaze, exuding a faint pressure. This was no ordinary fierce beast, it was called Wind Thunder Tiger. Leopard, naturally attuned to wind elements and thunder elements, possessing not only immense lethality but also incredible speed, making it difficult for even first or second-tier martial artists to contend with. It was hard to believe that such a young martial artist could slay such a terrifying fierce beast. Once the battle ended, more than 20 nearby martial artists rushed over, their voices filled with flattery. Brother Zheng Qing, congratulations, you killed the Wind Thunder Tiger Leopard in just 10 moves. What are you saying? Brother Zheng Qing is the #1 genius of the Zheng family. Killing a low-grade third-tier fierce beast is just a casual matter, no need for congratulations. Right. This time, the first place in the collective hunt must belong to brother Zheng Qing. They were all followers of Zheng Qing, either from the Zheng family or recruited at Sangqing Academy. This time, they followed Zheng Qing to the dangerous area, not only to assist in the hunt but also because they had mastered a combined martial array that could greatly enhance Zheng Qing's combat power. However, during the previous battle, these followers did not intervene, nor did they set up the martial array for enhancement. The slaying of the Wind Thunder Tiger Leopard was entirely due to Zheng Qing's own strength.
It's just a low-grade third-tier fierce beast, killing it isn't difficult. Though he said this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Jing Qing's mouth. At such an exuberant age, it was natural to be unable to resist flattery. The crowd continued to boast, and after dealing with the corpse of the Wind Thunder Tiger Leopard, Jing Qing prepared to set off in search of the next fierce beast. But at that moment, a call came in, disrupting his plans. What did you say? Jiang Su and the others are dead? Zhang Qing's face darkened immensely. Jiang Su is dead? Hearing this, the faces of the followers changed, feeling a significant shock in their hearts. It should be known that although Jiang Su was only a collateral member of the Zhang family, he was one of Jing Qing's most trusted followers, otherwise he wouldn't have entrusted such an important task as sealing off the dangerous area to him. But now someone had killed Jiang Su. Alright, I understand. Send me the footage. Don't worry, anyone who dares to kill someone from the Zhang family will not have it easy. After chatting a bit more, Zhang Cheng hung up the phone, his expression icy. Soon, an image appeared, revealing the figure of a boy in white. A student from the bad class? Zhang Qing's expression grew colder. A follower whispered, Zhang, brother Zhang Qing, murder is a serious crime. Shouldn't we report it and let the law enforcement team from Sunqing handle it? We can ensure that this damned kid. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Qing swung a fist, sending the man flying, blood gushing from his mouth, a pitiful sight. This startled the followers, who fell silent, not daring to speak further. Zhang Qing coldly said, Fools, if we report it to the academy, there will be no room for me to intervene. Killing my follower and provoking the Zhang family, such a person must be slain by my own hands. Someone stubbornly replied, But, brother Zhang Qing, the wilderness is so vast and we still need to compete for the collective hunting first place. We don't have time to look for him. No need to look. Zhang Qing shook his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. He has entered the danger zone, right in our active area. What? That kid has entered the danger zone. The many followers were astonished, not expecting that this bad class kid not only didn't run away but dared to come in. Zhang Qing, I will use his blood and life to wash away this humiliation. On the other side, in the danger zone, too, figures swiftly moved through the forest. Roar, a terrifying low growl came from a second-tier ferocious beast known as the Ice Snow Tiger. Yan Chen's eyes turned cold as he stepped in front of it and delivered an infinite finger strike, killing it. What's wrong? Such a strong killing intent in a bad mood. Yi Xiaoyu walked out from behind. Yan Chen replied, No. Yi Xiaoyu pouted, tch, not carefree at all. Yan Chen ignored her and continued searching for the next target. Yi Xiaoyu caught up again, half smiling. By the way, Zhang Cheng is active in this area. He should know about you killing Jiang Su. He might come looking for you at any time. What will you do then? Yan Shen said, What else can I do? Kill. So straightforward, you haven't thought about the consequences. Yi Xiaoyu's smile grew wider, as if she had encountered something very interesting. Junior, killing Zhang Su is one thing, he is a side branch of the Zhang family, not too important. The Zhang family won't make a big deal out of it. But Zhang Cheng is different, he is a genius of the Zhang family. If you kill him, the Zhang family will explode. Yan Chen coldly replied, I don't want it to be this way, but what can I do? If I don't kill him, he will come looking for trouble. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't deny, that's true. Yan Chen suddenly turned to the crazy senior beside him. Zhang Cheng is a top genius of Sunqing, a rising star of the Zhang family. Since he has come to the danger zone, it means he has the strength to deal with third-tier ferocious beasts. But senior, you seem to have a lot of confidence in me, believing I can slay him. It's not about belief, it's just that if Shang Qing kills you, then there's nothing fun left. On the contrary, if you kill Zheng Qing and poke the hornet's nest of the Zhang family, then... At this point, Yu Wuyo revealed an extremely excited smile, as if she had encountered something very interesting. She really is a lunatic. At this moment, several second-tier ferocious beasts were found by Yan Chen, a herd of beasts. He took out the 7-kill sword, his figure transforming into a long rainbow as he charged in, immediately unleashing a massacre. Although Yan Chen had never entered the danger zone before, he had researched some information and had a slight understanding of the habitats of third-tier ferocious beasts. His first target was a hill located 265 kilometers to the south, where Little Earth Dragon beasts resided, a low-grade third-tier beast perfectly suitable. On the way, Yan Chen suddenly received a message, a school announcement. Special notice, someone has accumulated 1,000 points and the personal points leaderboard is now open. So soon, someone has accumulated 1,000 points? Yan Chen furrowed his brows tightly. The collective hunt has just begun and I've only just arrived in the danger zone. How could anyone be so quick? Yi Xiaoyu smiled and said, What's so strange about that? Although the collective hunt was a last-minute decision, the idea itself wasn't spontaneous. Yan Chen asked, Are you saying that these people got wind of it in advance? Yes, exactly. Yi Xiaoyu replied, but not too far in advance, at most just about 2 hours. That's so unfair. Yan Chen's voice trailed off as he remembered that the greatest fairness in this world is that there is no fairness. He fell silent for a moment and then opened the leaderboard. Soon, a list of rankings came into view. First place, Conan, 5th grade, genius class, total points, 1,000. Second place, Lu Banming, 5th grade, genius.
class, total points 980, 3rd place, Yangli, 5th grade, excellence class, total points 860, 4th place, Tanruoyu, 4th grade, genius class, total points 800, 5th place, Tangdawi, 4th grade, genius class, total points 790, 6th place, Chi Shadong, 5th grade, excellent class, total points 720, 7th place, Zheng Cheng, 5th grade, genius class, total points 650, 8th place, Li Wuyo, 3rd grade, genius class, total points 610, 9th place, Linny, 4th grade, genius class, total points 570, 10th place, Yi Xiaoyu, 5th grade, genius class, total points 560. The leaderboard only displayed the top 10. Li Wuyo? Yan Chen was slightly taken aback, thinking of Li Er. He had once said that if he encountered any danger, he could try saying the name Li Wuyo. He didn't expect this person to also be a student of Sangqing. Wait, senior. Yan Chen suddenly frowned. Haven't you been by my side all along? How come you're only in 10th place? Yi Xiaoyu said, what's so surprising about that? Of course, I took advantage of your inadequacy to sneak out and casually slay a few fierce beasts to maintain my ranking. Yan Shen's brows tightened even more. You're only 10 points behind the 9th place. Coincidence? Yi Xiaoyu replied calmly, no, I controlled the points. Yan Chen recalled a saying from his previous life, it's not scary if a top student comes in first, it's scary if a top student can control the points. While they were talking, the two had already reached a hill, and ahead was the habitat of the little Earth Dragon Beast, where they could vaguely sense the pressure emitted by the 3rd-tier fierce beasts. Yi Xiaoyu squinted and said, you've killed people, perhaps you'll soon be guilty, and you still plan to compete for first place in the collective hunt? Yan Chen replied, they attacked me first, wanting to put me to death. Yi Xiaoyu said, but who cares? Yan Chen said firmly, I did nothing wrong, so why should I be guilty? Since I'm not guilty, why can't I compete for first place in this collective hunt? Yi Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled, Junior, being by your side really leads to many interesting things happening. This is Yan Chen's thought, I did nothing wrong, so why should I be punished? Since I won't be punished, why shouldn't I compete for the title of first in collective hunting? Zheng. Family? School rules? To hell with that. If even the most basic fairness can't be maintained, then there's no reason to stay in this Tianlong city. On the hill, a small earth dragon beast lay sleeping among the grass and insects, its breathing like thunder, occasionally turning over, causing the ground to tremble. This small earth dragon beast was about 3 meters tall, resembling a pangolin but with dragon scales. Although it was sound asleep, the pressure emanating from this 3rd-tier fierce beast kept mosquitoes and other insects at bay. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, and a sword light like a waterfall fell down. Ow! The small earth dragon beast was startled awake, extremely agile, and tried to dodge the sword light. But it was a moment too late, and part of the sword energy struck its dragon scales, producing a sharp grinding sound. The small earth dragon beast cried out in pain, letting out an extremely angry roar, and the next moment, countless earth spikes surged forth, aiming to stab at the figure in midair. The swordsman was clearly prepared, his body flickering, easily dodging the earth spikes. Such strong defense, indeed. The small earth dragon beast is not so easy to kill, Yan Chen marveled. The beautiful dream was disturbed, and the small earth dragon beast was naturally unwilling to back down. It roared angrily and leaped powerfully, its massive body actually jumping into the air, pressing down towards the ground. This giant beast weighed more than 10 tons, like a small mountain, and added the weight of the earth's gravity. If it were to be crushed, the outcome was easy to imagine. Yan Chen quickly performed the carefree dragon step, and with a loud bang, the small earth dragon beast landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive deep pit. Hey, Junior, you can't do this. At this speed, don't even think about being first, even making it into the top 10 will be difficult, Yi Xiaoyu said with a sarcastic tone. Yan Chen replied, don't disturb me. Yi Xiaoyu shrugged, you're really heartless. At this moment, the small earth dragon beast turned around again, its furious vertical eyes fixed on the human in front of it, letting out a fierce roar, altering the terrain, and charging forward once more. Yan Chen remained exceptionally calm. He closed his eyes, circulating the god-slaying true essence, and when he opened his eyes again, a hint of gold flashed in his gaze, and all the laws of energy in the world reflected in his sight. Kill! Yan Chen swung his sword again, targeting the weak point of the small earth dragon beast. Congratulations, your attack this time received a 15-fold critical hit bonus with a sizzling sound. As the sword blade pierced through flesh, Yan Chen's strike left a massive wound on the small earth dragon beast, blood gushing out like a waterfall, staining the ground. This 3rd-tier fierce beast let out a painful howl. This kid's true essence is so domineering. Yi Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Yan Chen smiled. With this strike, the small earth dragon beast had at least lost half of its life, its strength greatly diminished, and being killed was just a matter of time. 3rd-tier fierce beasts already possessed considerable intelligence. Cornered, the small earth dragon beast understood its situation and became even more frenzied, roaring in anger, unleashing the power of the earth within it, causing earth spikes, fissures, and altering the terrain, all its abilities unleashed. Yan Chen also understood that the closer the battle got to the end, the more cautious he had to be. Many martial artists relaxed their guard at the last moment, leading to their downfall. He
used the Eye of Infinity to capture the trajectory of the world's spiritual energy, carefully dodging, occasionally striking. The tremors continued for about half an hour. And with a mournful cry, the small earth dragon beast's body was pierced by the swordlight, ultimately reaching the end of its life, collapsing to the ground, its eyes slowly closing, with a single tear flowing down. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, and Yi Xiaoyu appeared not far away, smiling. Junior, you really surprised me. A fourth tier martial artist actually crossed a major realm to slay a third-tier fierce beast. That's impressive. Yan Shen uploaded the footage of killing the small earth dragon beast and casually said, I see you're not that surprised. Yi Xiaoyu replied, you've caught me. Yan Shen seemed to be deep in thought. Senior, are there many young geniuses in Tianlong City who can cross great realms? Yi Xiaoyu replied, not many in Tianlong City, but there are many in the Human Federation, for example, the formerly Hani Dot. Yan Shen said. So, Senior, you've seen many such geniuses. Yi Xiaoyu suddenly tapped Yan Shen's forehead and said, Kid, are you testing me? If there's something I want to tell you, I will naturally tell you. If I don't want to tell you, don't ask, don't say, got it? Yan Shen was extremely shocked. He hadn't even noticed how the crazy senior had tapped his head. This meant that if Yi Xiaoyu had the intent to kill, he wouldn't even have time to react, let alone resist. Got it. Yi Xiaoyu said, hee, that's more like it. At this moment, the kill footage had been fully uploaded, and Yan Shen casually opened the leaderboard. First place, Conan, grade 5, genius class, total points 1320. Second place. Third place. Ninth place, Lenny, grade 4, genius class, total points 690. 10th place, Yi Xiaoyu, grade 5, genius class, total points 680. Yan Shen was speechless, still controlling the points. Yi Xiaoyu said, yeah, how about it, Senior, I'm pretty impressive, right? Yan Shen replied, but Senior, I didn't see you leave at all? Yi Xiaoyu said, if I let you see me, how could I still be your senior? Yan Shen was still over 400 points away from the top 10, let alone first place. After cutting off the most valuable parts from the Little Earth Dragon Beast and storing them in his small Qiankuan ring, he moved on to the next target. For a while, Yan Shen mainly traversed the danger zone, battling numerous third-tier ferocious beasts. He fought with the Wind Thunder Cloud Leopard in the misty forest, clashed with the Earth Giant Bear on the ground, and battled the Skyrending Tiger on the cliffs, among others. During this time, Yan Shen faced many dangers but also underwent great training, gaining further insights into Infinite Dragon Sword, Infinite Finger, and Infinite Eye. With the powerful lethality of the infinite critical hit system, these third-tier ferocious beasts were all slain, turning into points for Yan Shen. In the evening, Yan Shen opened the leaderboard again. First place, Lu Banming, grade 5, genius class, total points 4,760. Second place, Conan, grade 5, genius class, total points 4,680. Third place. Fourth place. 10th place, Yi Xiaoyu, grade 5, genius class, total points 2,760. Lu Banming had actually surpassed Conan? Yan Shen was somewhat surprised. He then glanced at his own points, 680. After a whole day, the gap not only hadn't shrunk but had actually widened. Yi Xiaoyu laughed and said, I told you, if you really want to compete for first place, targeting third-tier ferocious beasts isn't a good choice. See, now you believe it. Yan Shen ignored her and tilted his head to sleep. The night sky was bright, the Milky Way hung upside down, and the wilderness was not so peaceful. The noise of the wind and the low growls of fierce beasts intertwined like a symphony. Yan Shen was not truly asleep. In the danger zone, facing the third-tier beasts, he could not afford to let his guard down. Not to mention there was a mad senior sister beside him, whose intentions were hard to discern. Yan Shen was more in a meditative state, operating the infinite law to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing his own strength. The next morning, as the sun rose and its rays enveloped the earth, Yan Shen stepped out of the tent. How did you sleep, Junior? Yi Xiaoyu leaned against a tree, waving to greet him. Yan Shen replied, it was okay. Yi Xiaoyu seemed to ponder, what, worried about being attacked by beasts? Compared to the beasts, I'm more worried about people, Yan Shen said, casting a meaningful glance. Yi Xiaoyu's eyes widened, are you guarding against me? Afraid I might launch a night attack? Yan Shen could not deny it. Yi Xiaoyu said lightly, you don't need to worry about that. If I really wanted to attack, I wouldn't need to wait until night, I could do it anytime, anywhere, since you're not my opponent anyway. Such fierce words left Yan Shen somewhat at a loss, and he quickly changed the subject. In his heart, he felt an added sense of vigilance. He hoped this mad senior sister wasn't really planning to use force. Sigh, a boy must protect himself out here. After chatting for a while, Yan Shen then headed to the next third-tier beast habitat. He didn't want to waste time. He aimed to hone his skills in life and death while quickly collecting points to shorten the gap with the first. After all, this time, he wanted to compete for first place. Sunqing Martial Arts Academy, building number 1, top floor. This was the largest, highest spec, and most luxurious conference room in the school, only usable with the principal's authorization, and usually remained idle. However, at this moment, the room was filled with people, about a dozen, gathered around an oval conference table, their attention focused on the large screen in front of them, which was displaying the action trajectories of the top 10 from this collective hunt. Teachers, the first day of the collective hunt has passed. I wonder what everyone thinks of the students' performances. Feel free to share.
The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking quite refined. One might mistake him for an ordinary person. But in reality he was Zhou Shangyan, the vice principal of Sunqing and one of the top martial masters. It was said he was just a step away from becoming a grandmaster. As for the principal of Sunqing, one of the 6 grandmasters of Tianlong City, he never involved himself in school matters, leaving everything to Zhou Shangyan. Thus, most teachers regarded Zhou Shangyan as the principal, rather than that grandmaster. A stern-looking middle-aged man spoke first. I feel that Lu Banming performed well. He didn't force a fight with the third-tier beasts but specifically sought out second-tier beast groups, hoping to accumulate the most points in the shortest time. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the first in this collective hunt. You're talking nonsense, a woman exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Lu Banming was just trailing behind my students. If it weren't for Conan being delayed by a third-tier mid-grade beast, he wouldn't even be in contention for first place. The stern-looking middle-aged man replied, but now it's Conan trailing behind my students, lagging by several hundred points. The female teacher retorted, just wait, my students will catch up soon. Middle-aged man, anything can happen in dreams. Female teacher, you. As the two grew more heated in their argument, many teachers covered their faces, thinking to themselves that, sure enough, they were at it again. Indeed, these two individuals are both teachers at Sunqing, and they also serve as deacons on the school committee and staff in the administrative office, making them the true backbone of the school. The stern-looking middle-aged man is named Zhao Rui, and he is the teacher of the current number 1 on the leaderboard, LV Banming. The woman is named Ji Wenxin, and she is the teacher of the current number 2, Conan. In fact, the two originally had a relatively harmonious relationship. It wouldn't be accurate to say they were very friendly, but they got along well enough until they each took on their own students. Excluding those prodigies who went to Shangjing for further studies, they both believed their own students were stronger than the others, the top genius beneath the prodigies. At first, it was just minor disagreements, but as time went on, the conflicts became more intense. As the two began to argue more fiercely, Zhou Shangyan suddenly spoke up, quiet. Zhao Rui, Yi Wenxin. This person, who is nominally the vice principal but is actually the administrator of Sunqing, clearly holds a high status among the teachers. Although Zhao Rui and Yi Wenxin still refused to back down, glaring at each other, they ultimately stopped arguing. Zhou Shangyan sighed and continued, aside from Conan and LV Banming, let's talk about other students. Immediately, many teachers began to discuss enthusiastically, we don't need to think about the first and second places. The strength of LV Banming and Conan is far superior to that of the other students. The first and second places will definitely be among these two. Instead, let's guess who the third place might be. That's a good idea. I think Tan Ruoyu has a good chance of being third. She comes from the Tiannu sect among the 36 famous schools and is rumored to have practiced the Sunu Heart Sutra. Although her current points are not many, she might still have a chance to catch up. I actually have more faith in Li Yang. The Wutian sword sect is a swordsmanship sect, and swords are meant for killing, so they can eliminate fierce beasts more quickly. I think Zheng Qing has a better chance. Although his strength isn't the strongest among them, he has the most followers, and these followers have mastered a combined attack formation, so he might not be unable to catch up. As they chatted, they reached the discussion about the 10th place, Yi Xiaoyu. As soon as this name was mentioned, the teacher who spoke fell silent. The previously lively discussion quieted down, and strange expressions appeared on everyone's faces, as if a topic that had been deliberately avoided had been brought up. Zhao Rui's voice was hoarse. How about we see what this Yi Xiaoyu is doing? I think that's a good idea. Yi Wenxin surprisingly agreed with him. At this moment, Zhou Shangyan was also rubbing his temples, as if he was feeling a headache over this student Yi Xiaoyu. Then let's take a look. Soon, the screen switched and Yi Xiaoyu appeared, along with the surrounding scene, which came into view for everyone. Look quickly, Yi Xiaoyu actually has other people around her. Suddenly, a teacher noticed something, his voice filled with surprise. No need to remind, the teachers have already seen it. It was a boy in a white school uniform fighting against a fierce beast. Because he was too far away, the scene was not very clear, but from the blurry image it was evident that the battle was intense. One teacher exclaimed in surprise, Yi Xiaoyu is actually with a student from the bad class? Zhou Rui frowned, that uniform seems to belong to this year's freshman. As soon as this was said, swish, 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 many gazes instantly turned to Muyu. Previously, this teacher Mu had remained silent, seemingly detached from the discussion, lost in thought. Now, under the intense scrutiny of everyone, she finally came to her senses, her eyes widening slightly, revealing her own surprise. That Yi Xiaoyu is actually with a student from our class? A teacher asked Teacher Mu, who is this student? Mu. You shook her head, sorry, I don't know. Don't know? Upon hearing this, many teachers were taken aback. How could someone not even know their own students and still be a teacher? Muyu's expression was flat. Yes, I don't know, but they look a bit familiar, should be from our class. The teachers felt powerless to retort, knowing they wouldn't get any answers, and shifted their focus away from Muyu, engaging in their own discussions. One teacher anxiously said, Vice Principal Zhou, if Yi Xiaoyu helps that student from the bad class earn points, do we still need to continue the collective hunting activity? We could just award first place to him. Another teacher frowned. That can't be helped. To earn points, one must personally kill the fierce beasts and upload the kill footage to the activity forum. Naive. Zhao Rui sneered. Yi Xiaoyu could easily beat the beasts half to death and bring them to that bad class student, letting him kill them one by one. With this young lady's personality, she could definitely do that. But we can't just cancel that bad student's qualification for the activity, can we? Another teacher looked helpless. By the way, the teacher who spoke was named Yang Lai, who was Zheng Qing's teacher and also his distant uncle. Why don't we tell Yi Xiaoyu not to help that bad student? Teacher Yi Wenxin sneered. That's a good idea, but who would dare to say it? You, well, you're really brave. Yang Lai, this. At this moment, the conference room fell into an incredible silence, as if this Yi Xiaoyu senior was seen by many teachers as a challenging and tricky presence. Zhou Shangyan rubbed his temples and said, Miss Yi has a strange temperament, and doesn't play by the rules. Although she is with this bad class freshman, she might not help him and could even drag him down. Let's not worry about her for now, let this young lady play by herself. But Zhao Rui was unwilling. It was not easy to hold a collective hunting event while the monsters went to the capital for further studies. He still hoped his students would come in first. Zhou Shangyan waved his hand. If you think you can persuade Miss Yi, we won't stop you, but if you can't, then don't bother. Zhao Rui had no words to respond and ultimately fell silent. Soon, many teachers switched the screen to other talented students and began a new round of enthusiastic discussion. In the wilderness, a dangerous zone. Yan Shen was unaware of how much impact Yi Xiaoyu following him had caused in the hearts of many teachers from Songqing. At this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with a Tier 3 fierce beast. This Tier 3 fierce beast was a white eagle 10 meters long with wings spread wide, blocking out the sun and capable of launching air blasts, extremely terrifying. Yan Shen did not dare to be careless. While relying on the carefree dragon step to maneuver, he unleashed the infinite eye, infinite finger, and infinite dragon sword, each of the infinite martial techniques taking turns to strike. The entanglement lasted for about 20 minutes. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 210 times critical hit bonus. Howl. The sword light cascaded. Like a waterfall, the chill piercing. The enormous white eagle could not withstand the blow and let out a mournful cry before crashing heavily to the ground, completely devoid of life. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Xiaoyu applauded, saying, you even managed to slay a third-tier beast flying in the sky. Junior, that sword just now was truly domineering. Let me learn it, I'm quite curious, you know. It was no wonder she felt surprised. Although it was also a third-tier beast, those flying in the sky were clearly more difficult to deal with than those on the ground. The reason was simple, martial artists could not fly. Not to mention martial artists. Even masters could not fly. Only those legendary warriors who reached the unity of heaven and man realm, capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth, could soar through the skies. Thus, before reaching the unity of heaven and man realm, flying beasts were the hardest to handle among all beasts. As usual, Yan Shen cut off the most valuable parts of the white eagle and then uploaded the kill video. Upon seeing his points increase by 100, a smile appeared on his face. You won't be able to learn it. Yi Xiaoyu glared. You haven't even taught me yet. How do you know I can't learn? Yan Shen replied calmly. You really can't learn. It's... Yi Xiaoyu pouted. If you don't want to teach, just say so. No need for so many excuses. Yan Shen did not explain. That sword strike relied not only on infinite martial techniques but also on the enhancement of the infinite critical hit system. She truly could not learn it. By the way, Yi Xiaoyu seemed to think of something amusing, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. I forgot to tell you, because your luck is really good, you finally brushed past that Zheng Qing guy. As your senior, I kindly informed him of your location. Considering the time, he should be arriving soon. Hee, no need to thank your senior too much. Yan Shen was silent for a moment. You really are a lunatic. Yi Xiaoyu replied, I'll take that as another compliment, ha ha ha. Just as the two were talking, a figure was rushing towards their location at an extremely fast speed, exuding a terrifying aura. Wherever he went, the ground cracked and he appeared like an unparalleled divine weapon. Indeed, this person was Zheng Qing. Behind him were more than 20 followers, all emanating impressive auras and forming a martial formation, quickly sealing off the area. Zheng Qing said coldly, You killed Zheng Su? Yan Chen replied, Was it me? You don't know he was my man? Zheng Qing fixed his gaze on the person in front of him. Yan Chen answered, I know, he said so himself. Zheng Qing said in a deep voice, Then you still killed him? Yan Chen, because he was your man, I can't kill him? Songqing Martial Arts Academy, Building 1, top floor conference room. Zheng Qing actually had a conflict with this poor class new student? The teachers were all surprised, because they were observing Yan Chen from the perspective of Yi Xiaoyu. At a distance, the image was blurry, so they did not see that this poor class new student had killed a third-tier ferocious beast. Naturally, they also did not hear about Zhang Sua being killed. One teacher frowned. Why did Zheng Qing target this poor class new student, and it seems he is not here for a friendly visit? Another teacher shook his head. It's unclear, the two of them have no intersection. Zhao Rui expressed his concern. This poor class new student has a close relationship with Yi Xiaoyu. They have been together all along. If this young lady decides to take action, At this remark, the atmosphere fell silent. If Miss Yi really took action, one could easily imagine what would happen to Zheng Qing. At this moment, Zhou Shangyan spoke in a deep voice. Teachers, you say Yi Xiaoyu will take action. Have you forgotten her character? I say Yi Xiaoyu will not take action. Not only that, but Zheng Qing targeting this poor class new student is entirely her arrangement, just for fun. The teachers, well aware of this young lady's bad temper, deeply agreed. Zhao Rui suddenly said, "Old Lai, Zheng Chang is your student and also your distant cousin. Now he is about to fight a student from the poor class. Do you have any feelings about it?" Hoof. Yang Lai knew this person was mocking him, his expression was unpleasant, and he did not speak. Instead, Yu Wenxin lamented, Zheng Chang is one of the top geniuses in Sunqing, aside from those few prodigies. This kid is just a poor class student and still a newcomer. I estimate it won't even take one move to determine the victor. Zhou Shangyan said solemnly, Yang Lai, inform Zheng Qing that fighting is fine, but no killing. We are all watching. Rest assured, Vice Principal Zhou Zhengqing is very sensible. He knows the limits and won't go for a lethal strike. Yang Lai shook his head but did not notify him, thinking that even if he did go for a lethal strike, it wouldn't matter. With the Zheng family as a backing and his own mediation, it was impossible for him to face severe punishment for a poor class student. This is reality. Wilderness, danger zone. Zheng Cheng laughed, loudly and coldly, his laughter echoing within 100 meters. Ha 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 ha, good, kid, this is really great. Even Li Yang, Conan, and Lu Banning wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. You, a piece of trash from the poor class, what are you even worth to kill my people? Yan Shen remained expressionless. If you're going to kill, then do it. Why so much nonsense? Zheng Qing murmured, yeah, why so much nonsense, just directly. Before he could finish his words, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded. A sword light cascaded down like a waterfall, like a divine spear piercing through heaven and earth, and in an instant it was before Zheng Qing. It was Yan Shen who felt he was talking too much and took the initiative to strike first. A flash of anger crossed Zheng Qing's eyes. He did not expect that before he could make a move, the other party would dare to attack first. Seeking death. Zheng Qing swung a punch, golden light flowing all over his body, as if an indestructible golden body illuminated him, wanting to shatter the sword. But immediately after, his expression changed drastically, as he sensed an extremely domineering, unmatched power from this sword light. Shatter! Zheng Qing roared, his arm wrapped in spirals, exerting 50% of his strength, finally shattering this sword light. However, before he could retract his fist, Yan Shen was already in front of him, his eyes revealing a golden, intimidating light, his finger containing the will to destroy the universe descending towards him. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Zheng Qing's black hair danced wildly as he took out a sword from his storage-type martial weapon and immediately thrust it out. It was indeed the Zhang family's martial arts ultimate skill, Heavenly Rupture. Boom! Both sides immediately erupted into intense battle. What? At the Sunqing Martial Arts Academy, in the top-floor conference room of Building 1, Yan Lai suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he saw on the screen. That poor class freshman had actually threatened Zheng Cheng. The other teachers also showed expressions of shock, especially Mu Yu, who watched the battle on the screen with great interest, recalling the scene from the Sunqing assessment, murmured, I said it, this kid can destroy the martial arts stakes, his strength is so formidable, yet he got the worst scores in both the talent assessment and true essence assessment. There's something wrong here. Indeed, this kid is not simple. On the other side, Yu Wenxin whispered, Old Zhou, you don't seem too surprised. Did you expect that this new student from the poor class is not ordinary? Zhou Shangyan smiled and said, isn't it obvious? Think about it, if this kid had no issues, would Ji Xiaoyu be chasing him so relentlessly? Yu Wenxin pondered, that's true. At this moment, another teacher spoke up, Old Lai, do you still think Zheng Qing can win with certainty? The teacher speaking was named Lu Chang. Due to his background, he and Yang Lai were not on good terms, and now that he saw an opportunity to strike at him, he certainly wouldn't let it pass. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yang Lai's expression turned ugly. What do you mean? Lu Cheng teased, nothing much, just asking casually. Really, just asking casually, don't overthink. It's, hoof. Yang Lai snorted coldly, Zheng Cheng is one of the top geniuses in the school. If it weren't for some bad luck, he would definitely not be weaker than those prodigies. This kid, although strange, I don't know how he ended up in the poor class, but he absolutely cannot be Zheng Qing's opponent. Just as everyone was discussing, the battle took a new turn. In the wilderness, the danger zone. Yan Shen's attacks at this moment were like a raging storm, relentless and unending, infinite finger, infinite dragon sword, infinite eye, all his martial skills were pushed to the extreme. However, Zheng Qing only started off a bit flustered, but after adapting, he gradually became more adept at countering. What surprised Yan Shen even more was, within Zheng Qing's true essence, there was a kind of intent, and it was this intent that made the true essence come alive, extremely domineering and powerful. Martial Dao true intent. This genius from the Zheng family was actually a martial master. Of course, it wasn't just Yan Shen who was shocked, Zheng Cheng was too. He originally thought the opponent was just a student from the poor class, at most a 7th-tier martial artist, easily dealt with in one move. But he never expected the opponent's true strength to be so terrifying. Although the true essence did not contain martial Dao true intent, it was extremely domineering.
After a brief exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. This nearly drove him mad. "Don't underestimate me," Zheng Qing roared.
"Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 100-fold critical hit bonus.
Zheng Qing roared in anger, his fist infused with the power of the heavenly ruin, striking forward with an unstoppable force.
Yan Chen sneered, responding with the infinite finger. In the next moment, boom! A dull sound erupted, and
Zheng Qing's figure was sent flying like a cannonball, blood streaming from his right arm, and he was spitting blood from his mouth, looking utterly tragic.
"Brother Zheng Qing, young Master Zhang."
The followers were astonished, never
expecting that the one sent flying would be Zheng Qing.
As they saw him about to crash into a small mountain, they rushed forward, wanting to catch him.
But Yan Chen's strike was too powerful, with a 100-fold critical hit bonus. As soon
as these followers made contact with Zheng Qing, they felt an overwhelming force surging towards them like a terrifying wave, and they too were sent flying. Not far away, Yi Xiaoyu squinted her eyes. In such a short time, the power has increased more than 100-fold.
Heavenly Demon Disintegration? Dao Heartseed Demon?
Interesting. This junior really is quite fascinating.
At the Tsanqing Martial Arts Academy, in the top floor conference room of Building 1,
the teachers were all taken aback. They had suspected that this poor class freshman was not simple, but they never imagined he would be so formidable. A single fingers might severely injuring the breakthrough.
Martial Master Zheng Qing.
Yang Lai suddenly stood up, his face grim. What a vicious strike.
This child's nature is so cruel. How can he remain in the Tsanqing Martial Arts Academy?
Lu Cheng sneered. Old Lai, that's not fair.
Just because Zheng Qing got hurt, you say his nature is cruel? Zheng Qing using lethal force is normal behavior. We can't have such double standards.
Yang Lai glared fiercely. You're looking for death.
Lu Cheng refused to back down. What do you want to fight? Others may fear you, but I don't.
Zhou Shangyan coldly said. If you want to fight, go ahead.
Next week, we'll hold a life and death match.
Sign the life and death contract, feel free, but for now, shut up and watch.
Quietly. Yang Lai, Lu Cheng.
Both were clearly wary of this nominal vice principal, who was actually the scene manager, and exchanged glances, saying nothing more. Zhao Rui, Yi Wenqin, and several other teachers also squinted their eyes, feeling a tremendous threat from this poor class freshman. This person would be a significant obstacle for their students in the competition for first place in the collective hunt.
Look over there. At that moment, a teacher suddenly pointed at the screen.
The others turned to look, and when they saw the new developments on the battlefield, they were all taken aback.
Only Yang Lai's eyes flashed with pride. In the wilderness, in the danger zone, Yan Chen naturally wouldn't waste words, giving his opponent a chance to breathe.
He strode forward, and in the blink of an eye, he charged up, the sword light like a waterfall, extinguishing the myriad, ready to take his life while he was down. But before the killing move could land, a strong sense of crisis arose. Relying on his instincts, Yan Chen dodged multiple crises, and without a doubt, he retreated rapidly, wanting to escape from this place.
But it was still too late. In the next moment, Zheng Qing appeared, though covered in blood and in a dire state. He was severely injured, yet his momentum had not weakened. Instead, it was several times stronger than before.
He swung a fist, infused with the heavenly
ruin, and it came crashing down.
Yan Chen executed the carefree dragon step, quickly dodging, but it was still a moment too late, and he was grazed by the fist's wind.
Boom!
He was sent flying like a cannonball, retreating several
steps before stabilizing himself.
Fortunately, he was only grazed by the fist's wind and managed to defend in time, not taking the full brunt of the punch. Yet even so, Yan Chen felt excruciating pain, as if his entire body was falling apart.
Combined attack martial formation.
He stared intently ahead, gritting his teeth as he uttered those 4 words. Suddenly, more than 20 followers arranged themselves in a specific formation, like a divine dragon waving its tail. Moving as one, their power naturally formidable, and at the head of the dragon stood Zheng Qing.
Not far away, Yi Xiaoyu said discontentedly, Hey, using a combined attack formation, this is too dishonorable. I can't stand this kind of thing. Watch me break it. Just as she was about to step forward, Yi Xiaoyu seemed to think of something and stopped, grinning. No, the illustrious genius of the Zheng family is actually being forced to use a combined attack formation by a bad class freshman.
Isn't this even more interesting?
Junior, you better do your best. Senior is encouraging you verbally.
At the Tsanqing Martial Arts Academy, building number 1, top floor conference room.
It's actually a combined attack formation?
Zheng Qing has mastered the true meaning of martial arts and has already broken through to the martial master level. Battling against this bad class is already bullying the weak, and yet, he still uses a formation.
How shameless. I think so too.
Agreed, I feel the same.
The teachers exchanged words, not hiding their sarcasm, making Yang Lai's face look quite grim.
On the battlefield, Zheng Qing was drenched in blood. His aura had become overwhelmingly strong, more than tripling compared to the beginning. A cold killing intent flickered in his eyes as he fixedly stared at the bad class freshman in front of him. I never expected, truly never expected, to be forced to use this move by you trash from the bad class. It was originally prepared for those monsters. I will use your blood to wash away this shame. But before he could finish, a sword light struck, accompanied by
A faint dragon's roar and a disdainful voice. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting words. Zheng Qing angrily retorted, you're seeking death. He then threw a punch. Boom. The two sides clashed again. At this moment, Yan Chen felt an unprecedented immense pressure. Zheng Qing was not an ordinary martial master, he was a genius, having cultivated the heavenly remnant force to a very high level, and now with the support of the formation, he was almost comparable to a mid-level martial master. Every move he made contained tremendous power. Yan Chen cautiously executed the carefree dragon step, treading carefully as if walking on thin ice, but even so, he was still affected and injured severely. Relying entirely on the Joshio pill obtained from the martial arts secret realm to maintain his condition, his ghostly figure infuriated Zheng Qing to the extreme, and he angrily shouted, bastard, if you have the ability, don't dodge. Yan Chen coldly laughed, if you have the ability, don't use the combined attack formation, but Zheng Qing was momentarily taken aback, then became even angrier, his attacks growing fiercer. Not far away, Yi Xiaoyu was disheartened, is dodging all you can do? Junior, if you keep this up, you'll disappoint your senior. At the Chongqing Martial Arts Academy, building number 1, top floor conference room, the teachers sighed one after another, although they looked down on Zhang Qing's actions, they knew that with the power of a martial master plus the combined attack formation, this was not something that the bad class freshman could contend with. Yang Lai even laughed, it's over, Zheng Qing has won. Yi Xiaoyu felt that Yan Chen was running away. The teachers of Chongqing also did not believe that the new students from the poor class could turn the tide. At this moment, everyone thought that Zheng Qing had won. Only Yan Chen faced. With the storm-like onslaught, Yan Chen remained cautious, as if walking on thin ice, ensuring his own safety while occasionally making a feeble counterattack. Unfortunately, his strength was insignificant in front of the Zheng Qing. Empowered by the combined attack formation, like a gentle breeze in the night, utterly trivial. But Yan Chen did not give up, he continued to persist, searching for opportunities. Even if weak and powerless, he would still retaliate. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 4 swords. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers. Zheng Qing laughed loudly, ha, kid, what are you doing, scratching an itch? Where's your arrogance from before? Where's your dominance? Come on, let me see it again. Yan Chen remained unmoved, biting his lip tightly, attempting a meager counterattack, until that voice rang out. Congratulations, your attack has triggered 1,000-fold. Critical hit bonus. 1,000-fold? A bit low, but enough. Yan Chen dropped a finger. Zheng Qing originally did not care. After nearly an hour of fighting, this poor class trash had made countless weak counterattacks, each one so feeble that it posed no threat to him. His eyes turned cold as he swung his fist, wanting to kill this damned guy, but the next moment, Zheng Qing's face changed dramatically, revealing immense terror. No. Boom. That seemingly casual finger contained the terrifying power of 1,000-fold critical hit, almost effortlessly shattering Zheng Qing's true essence, followed by the collapse of the combined attack formation, shattering into pieces. All of Zheng Qing's followers turned pale, spitting blood, their eyes filled with deep fear. In the end, everyone was blasted away like cannonballs, heavily injured and unable to rise, including Zheng Qing. You, how could that finger just now be so terrifying? His eyes held confusion and doubt, but more than that, fear. That terrifying finger had already exceeded his understanding. Yan Chen remained expressionless, ignoring him, and took out the 7-kill sword from his small Qiankuan ring. Clap, clap, clap. Familiar applause sounded again as Yi Xiaoyu appeared nearby, her voice filled with amazement. Junior, I originally thought you couldn't break the combined attack formation and wouldn't be Zheng Qing's opponent. I thought it would be boring, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, you gave me a big surprise. Yan Chen. He ignored this crazy senior sister. Yi Xiaoyu didn't mind and asked, what do you plan to do with Zheng Qing? Yan Chen coldly replied, kill. Yi Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. You want to kill him? You should know that the teachers of Chongqing are observing the top 10 students in the collective hunt in real time. They might be watching here right now. Killing a classmate is a serious crime. Yan Chen was startled, he really didn't know about this. But soon his expression returned to coldness. Otherwise? Let Zheng Qing go? The grudge has already been formed. Will he let me go in the future? Besides, he was the one who initiated the killing intent. I was just forced to counterattack. I did nothing wrong. Even if the teachers of Chongqing are watching, I still did nothing wrong. Yi Xiaoyu smiled and asked, have you decided? No regrets? Yan Chen, nothing to regret. As he spoke, Yan Chen had already drawn his sword and walked towards the front. Chongqing Martial Arts Academy, building number 1, top floor. Conference room. Yang Lai no longer had his previous smugness, his expression was anxious, his eyes filled with killing intent, staring intently at Yan Chen on the screen. If it weren't for the hundreds of miles between them, he might have already lost control and shot this damned guy dead. Damn it, kid, no matter who you are or what background you have, if you dare to touch even a hair on Zheng Qing, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Yang Lai's voice roared like a beast. Not only him, but the other teachers also frowned at this scene, their eyes flashing with anxiety. It must be known that in Chongqing, killing a classmate is a serious crime, especially for a genius like Zheng Qing, of which only a few emerge in a year. If he dies, it would be a huge loss for the entire school. Zhao Rui frowned and said, this kid really wants to break the school rules? This is a serious crime. Lu Cheng shook his head and sighed. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered, let alone a martial artist. Zheng Qing is using lethal moves, clearly aiming to kill. Now that the roles of offense and defense have switched, how could he possibly let him go? Yang Lai said. Vice Principal Zhou. Zhou Shangyan sighed. The Tianqing sword is still asleep. I can't use it. Yang Lai's eyes dimmed. At that moment, a new change occurred in the arena. Wilderness, danger zone. Yan Chen knew that delaying would lead to changes, especially knowing that the teachers from Sanqing might be watching here, worried about interference. He raised his sword and slashed at Zheng Qing. Unexpectedly, Zheng Qing suddenly took out an object resembling a compass from his small Qianquan ring. The Zheng family actually gave this to Zheng Qing? They really value this kid. Yi Xiaoyu recognized the object and was slightly surprised. Yan Chen sensed something was wrong and quickened his pace, but unfortunately he was still a step too late. The compass suddenly burst forth with light, like a vortex, enveloping Zheng Qing. Yan Chen frowned. What is this? Yi Xiaoyu said. The rotation disc. A treasure of the Zhang family. This thing has no lethality, it only randomly teleports the user to any location within 100 miles. It's a good treasure for escaping, but it has a long cooldown, usable only once a month. What? Instant teleportation. Yan Shen was startled. He didn't want this guy to escape, so he immediately slashed down with his sword. The sword light was like a waterfall, chilling the 19 states. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Zheng Qing was engulfed in light, and his figure quickly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a voice filled with deep resentment. Kid, you want to kill me? You actually dare to kill me? Just wait, the Zhang family won't let you go. Heaven and earth will use your blood to wash away the shame on me. Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, Building Number 1, top floor conference room. When Yang Lai saw Zhang Qing safely escape using the rotation disc, he let out a long sigh. The heart that had been hanging finally settled down. Immediately, a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. This kid actually dares to kill the genius of the Zheng family. He cannot be let go. Absolutely cannot be let go. The other teachers also breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to see Zheng Qing killed, nor did they hope that this new student, who was clearly from the bad class, could defeat Zheng Qing and commit a serious crime. Fortunately, everything could still be salvaged. But just then, they heard Yi Xiaoyou's devilish whisper, Junior, the main culprit has escaped, but there are still accomplices. How do you plan to deal with these people? The teacher's expressions stiffened. This Yi Xiaoyu was actually inciting the new students from the poor class to violate school rules. Only Yan Lai's face revealed an expectant grimace. In the wilderness, the danger zone, Yan Shen's gaze fell on those followers of Zheng Qing. They had all been severely injured by the infinite finger with a 1,000-fold critical hit. Some were spitting blood, others were pale, struggling to even stand, let alone escape, their eyes filled with terror. Yi Xiaoyu said, Junior, how do you plan to deal with these people? Kill them, or let them go? Yan Shen replied expressionlessly, Senior, do you want me to kill them, violate school rules, and let Sanqing impose severe punishment, thinking this is a fun thing? Am I right? Yi Xiaoyu said, found out, he. Yan Shen asked, what if I don't? Yi Xiaoyu shrugged, then don't, you can't possibly listen to me, and I can't force you to do anything. Yan Chen. In the next moment, Yan Chen suddenly swung his sword, the sword light sweeping across, and in the blink of an eye, all the followers of Zheng Qing were cleanly slain. This scene not only shocked the teachers of Sanqing, but even Yi Xiaoyu was stunned. She couldn't help but say, you really killed them all? Yan Chen replied, otherwise? They followed Zheng Qing and attacked me. They should have been prepared to be killed by me. Aren't you afraid of Sanqing's punishment, or Zhang's revenge? As she said this, Yi Xiaoyu's smile twisted slightly. Yan Shen said solemnly, why should I be afraid? They attacked me first, they wanted to kill me. I just fought back, I did nothing wrong. Yi Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, first laughing softly, and as time passed, her laughter gradually rose until it turned into a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, my feelings were not wrong. Junior, being with you really leads to many interesting things happening. Sanqing Martial Arts Academy, Building Number 1, top floor conference room. Yang Lai slammed the table, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. Vice Principal Zhou, teachers, you see, this new student from the poor class openly violated school rules and brutally killed classmates. This crime deserves severe punishment. I suggest we immediately send security personnel to apprehend them. Lu Cheng angrily said, you say, to apprehend them just like that? They had previously tried to kill this new student from the poor class. Why don't you mention that? Yang Lai coldly replied, Teacher Lu, I am talking about school rules, while you are speaking from personal bias. This student indeed killed someone, that is a crime, and it cannot be argued. Lu Cheng said, you're talking nonsense. Yang Lai said, 20-some students' lives, everyone saw it. The other teachers did not get involved, instead either showing interest, exchanging glances, or appearing indifferent, since it wasn't their own students who died. Zhou Shangyan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Although those followers of Zheng Qing had acted first and had been lethal, the fact remained that this new student from the poor class had violated school rules, which was undeniable. If this matter was not handled well, it could even disrupt certain balances. Damn it, I'm just a vice principal, why should I worry about these things? This mess should be handed over to that bastard. That's right, Zhou Shangyan said. Why don't we ask the dean for his opinion? As soon as these words were spoken, the two who had been arguing quickly fell silent. The dean of Sunching Academy was the foremost among the 6 masters of Tianlong City, holding an absolutely transcendent position. I think it's fine. I agree. Then let's ask. The other teachers also expressed their support, thinking it was a good idea. Before long, the call from Principal Sunching was connected. Zhou Xianyan recounted the events that had transpired and with a hint of disrespect, inquired how to handle the situation. On the other end of the line, a furious voice responded, "Do I even need to be asked about this? Did those people strike first? Did they go for the kill? What, do they have to wait until that poor class student is dead before they are satisfied?" Zhou Xianyan replied, "Then, old principal, let's just let this matter go." The principal snapped, "Let it go? How can that be? A death sentence can be avoided, but a living punishment is unavoidable. How about this, you inform that kid to do 10 push-ups as punishment, and remember to record it. 10 push-ups? The teachers' faces were filled with disbelief. What kind of punishment was this? Yang Lai's expression was grim, feeling extremely frustrated. His student had suffered a heavy blow, his followers were all killed, and the murderer received such a trivial punishment? But no matter how dissatisfied he was, he didn't dare oppose the master's opinion and could only grit his teeth and endure. He made a note of this poor class newcomer. 10 push-ups? When he received the school's notification and learned of the final punishment, even with all his mental preparation, Yan Shen was stunned. After killing more than 20 Sanqing students, he had originally thought that even if the school didn't execute him, they would definitely impose the harshest punishment. Yan Shen had even prepared for a bloody battle, and yet, this was the outcome. He didn't waste any time and immediately completed 10 push-ups, then uploaded the video to the school's official website, fearing that if he hesitated, the higher-ups would change their minds. Yi Xiaoyu pouted, "This punishment is way too perfunctory." Yan Shen smiled, "What's wrong?" Disappointed? Yi Xiaoyu replied, "Of course. I thought you would be hunted down by Sanqing, and I wanted to see you fight back in a bloody battle. This is no fun at all." After a pause, Yi Xiaoyu added with a half-smile, "But Junior, don't be too happy. Just because the school let you off doesn't mean some people will too." Yan Shen frowned, sensing the underlying meaning in her words. "You mean?" Yi Xiaoyu chuckled, "The Zhang family has a certain influence in Songqing. You crippled their top genius, just think about how they will react." It seemed the trouble was not over yet. Yan Shen pondered. Yi Xiaoyu then asked, "Junior, what are your plans next?" "Next," Yan Shen replied calmly, "continue hunting fierce beasts, accumulate points, and then find Zheng Qing and send him to hell." Yi Xiaoyu was surprised. "You still want to kill him?" Yan Shen said, "Why not? Keeping him alive just gives him a chance to take revenge on me." Yi Xiaoyu laughed, "Ha, being with you is indeed very interesting." In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through in this world. After some time, the news spread that Zheng Qing had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a newcomer from a poor class, with all his followers slaughtered. Poor class newcomer. Li Er's eyes widened upon hearing this news. Could it be that guy Yan Shen? Li Er found it hard to believe. Zheng Qing, after all, was one of the top geniuses in the school, alongside a few prodigies heading to the capital, on par with Conan, Lu Banming, and Li Yang. Could he really be defeated by Yan Shen? Li Er's first reaction was that it was impossible, but then he recalled that at the start of the collective hunting event, Yan Shen had said he wanted to compete for first place and was not afraid of the top geniuses in the school. A strong premonition arose in his heart. Perhaps the one who defeated Zheng Qing and killed many followers was indeed him. "Li Good, do you think the person who defeated Zheng Qing is very likely Yan Gu? Is that true?" A slightly surprised voice came from beside him. It was Luo Xiaoying. He was following Li Er, hiding in a relatively safe spot in the warning zone, occasionally mixing in for some points while waiting for the collective hunting to end. When the news of Zheng Qing being defeated spread, Luo Xiaoying was equally astonished. He hadn't expected that there was such an impressive classmate in his class. Li Er said, "Besides him, I can't think of anyone else in the class." Luo Xiaoying replied, But that's Zheng Qing, one of the top geniuses in the school, aside from a few prodigies heading to the capital. What if there's some misunderstanding here?" Li Er pondered, "Are you saying that the one who defeated Zheng Qing is not a bad class freshman, but someone who deliberately wore a white school uniform to conceal their identity?" Luo Xiaoying nodded. Li Er shook his head. "If it were someone else, I might think the same. After all, a bad class freshman defeating a top genius in the 5th grade is truly unbelievable. But if this is about Yan Shen, I actually believe it to be true." Luo Xiaoying didn't speak, but the confusion in his eyes indicated his lack of understanding. Li Er said lightly, "Xiaoying, have you forgotten? Yan Shen dared to set a life and death match with Li Mu in front of everyone, and I suspect that Li Mu's death was very likely caused by him." Li Mu's death was very likely caused by Yan Shen? Luo Xiaoying's eyes widened. After a pause, Li Er continued, "There's one more thing you probably don't know. On the day of the Tsunching assessment, a master came for Yan Shen." "What?" Luo Xiaoying was incredibly shocked. Yan Shen had actually attracted a master? If that's the case, then the one who defeated Zheng Qing might really be Yan Gu. Li Er nodded, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable brilliance. In the wilderness, the danger zone. Accompanied by a mournful cry, a massive third-tier beast crashed to the ground, blood flowing and staining the earth, and it died in an instant. A young man wiped his hands with a soft cloth, his expression calm as he walked out from the side. He glanced at the rankings and saw himself still at the top, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Has anything interesting happened recently? The young man casually asked. A follower replied, Senior Lu, something quite sensational has indeed happened recently. You should be interested. Indeed, this person was currently the top of the collective hunting event, one of the top geniuses of Tsunching, 5th grader Lu Banming. Oh, Lu Banming said with interest, what is it? Tell me. The follower answered, I heard that 2 days ago Zheng Qing was defeated and all his followers were killed. He himself has gone missing. What's so surprising about that? Zheng Qing's strength is good, but he's not invincible. If he lost, he lost. Why make such a big deal out of it? Lu Banming yawned, disinterested. The follower added, but according to rumors, the person who defeated Zheng Qing is a freshman from the bad class. Lu Banming's eyes widened slightly. A freshman from the bad class? Yes. You are not mistaken. Senior Lu, I'm not sure about this, that's what everyone is saying outside. Lu Banming's eyes suddenly ignited with a fighting spirit. A new student from the Chaban had actually defeated Zheng Qing. Interesting, really interesting. It seems this collective hunt won't be too boring. Old Ku. Lu Banming squinted. What will your reaction be to this newly emerged Chaban student? In another place, an unknown location. A burly warrior, standing 2 meters tall like a small giant, was amidst a herd of beasts fighting fiercely and without restraint. Every punch and kick could crush a second-tier fierce beast. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen second-tier fierce beasts had been slaughtered cleanly by him. He was Conan, ranked second in the collective hunt. Unlike other geniuses who were surrounded by followers, Conan had always been a lone wolf, never having anyone by his side, which led to him being out of the loop. After the slaughter, Conan sat atop a throne made of numerous beast corpses, enjoying the thrill that followed the killing, until he took out his phone and saw the latest discussions on the forum, which made him aware of what had happened. Zheng Qing was defeated? By a Chaban student in a white school uniform? A fervor appeared in Conan's eyes. Interesting, really interesting, ha ha ha. With such an opponent, this hunt will be fun. Just wait, once I find Lu Banming and kill him, I'll come looking for you. Chaban student. Li Yang, Tanruoyu, Tangdawi, and others. When these geniuses on the leaderboard learned of this news, their reactions varied. Some were shocked, some surprised, some tense, some filled with fighting spirit. On the other side, in the wilderness, a danger zone. Yan Chen, although he learned about the defeat of Zheng Qing through the campus network, which caused quite a stir, only had a general understanding of the situation and didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he focused all his energy on battling third-tier fierce beasts. In these 2 days, he had killed a total of 11 third-tier fierce beasts, most of which were low-grade, with only 2 being mid-grade. His total score had reached 2,100. With a dragon's roar echoing, another third-tier fierce beast had its head severed, its massive body crashing down, dead beyond recovery. After uploading the footage, he pocketed 100 points. In a good mood, Yan Chen opened the leaderboard. First place, Lu Banming, 5th grade, Genius Class, total points, 27,010. Second place, Conan, 5th grade, Genius Class, total points, 26,500. Third place, Li Yang, 5th grade, Excellence Class, total points, 21,900. Fourth place, Tan Ruoyu, 4th grade, Genius Class, total points, 20,500. Fifth place, Tang Dawi, 4th grade, Genius Class, total points, 19400. Sixth place, Chi Shudong, 5th grade, Excellent Class, total points, 18,510. Seventh place, Li Wuyo, 3rd grade, Genius Class, total points, 17,700. Eighth place, Linny, 4th grade, Genius Class, total points, 17,400. Ninth place, Zhang Shali, 1st grade, Genius Class, total points, 15,700. 10th place, Yi Xiaoyu, 5th grade, Genius Class, total points, 15,690. The rankings haven't changed much. Lu Banming is still first, and Conan is second. The only 2 differences are that Zheng Qing has vanished from his original 7th place, and a newcomer named Zhang Shali has entered the 9th position as a first-year student. Zhang Shali? Yan Chen said with interest. Back in the martial arts secret realm, he had used this person's name to break through 130 levels, obtaining the ultimate inheritance from the realm's creator. Not long ago, during the Tsunching assessment, he also entered the new genius class with nearly full marks. Now, as a first-year student, he has made it into the top 10 of the rankings. Seems this kid is much stronger than expected. He had underestimated this person. Senior sister, your score manipulation is too obvious, isn't it? When he saw that the difference between the 10th and 9th places was only 10 points, Yan Chen was speechless. Yi Xiaoyu said, that's exactly the effect I wanted. Yan Chen, huh? He can't figure it out, can you? Yi Xiaoyu's face was filled with a joyful smile. I just want the 9th place to know that he is actually not 9th, but 10th. Out of great kindness, let him have that 9th place by just a tiny bit. Yan Chen frowned. What's the point of that? Yi Xiaoyu's smile twisted even more. Of course it has meaning. Think about it, when the 9th place sees how small the gap is with the 10th, he will definitely go all out to hunt fierce beasts, trying to widen the gap. But no matter how hard he tries, no matter how many fierce beasts he kills, the gap won't widen. The despair and helplessness of being secretly manipulated and controlled by someone else, doesn't that sound interesting? You're insane, Yan Shen sincerely remarked, feeling that this senior sister should be sent to a mental hospital. Yi Xiaoyu pouted, as expected, ordinary people like you can't understand my fun. Yan Shen wisely chose not to speak. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The uproar over Zhang Qing being defeated had gradually faded with time, and everyone was more focused on the changes in the rankings. Among them, the competition between Lu Banming and Conan was particularly fierce. Often with one being first today and falling to second the next day, their scores climbing as if they were bloodthirsty. As for the 10th place Yi Xiaoyu, students who didn't know the situation were amazed to see her so close to the 9th place, always maintaining a 10-point difference. However, those who were in the know were not surprised at all. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was good that this young lady hadn't caused too much of a stir, just manipulating scores. During this time, Yan Shen also did not give up searching for Zhang Qing's whereabouts. He understood the principle that if the enemy wasn't eliminated, there would be endless troubles. Although he knew that killing him would provoke the hatred of one of the 36 major families, the Zhang family, he still decided to eliminate him completely. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. He had searched within 100 miles but still had not seen Zhang Qing. That afternoon, Yan Shen killed another third-tier fierce beast, uploaded the footage, and his score reached 5,700. Yi Xiaoyu lay on a tree trunk, her feet dangling, and said with boredom, Junior, the score gap between you and the first place is already more than 10 times. Why are you still focusing your energy on challenging third-tier fierce beasts? At this rate, don't even think about competing for first place, you probably won't even make it into the top 30. Yan Shen opened the rankings, and sure enough, the first place was Conan, with a score of 69,800. A gap of more than 10 times. Senior sister, how long has the collective hunt been going on? Yan Shen had been immersed in battling the third-tier fierce beasts and hadn't noticed the passage of time. Yi Xiaoyu pouted. It's been 9 days, and there are still 6 days left until the collective hunt ends. Yan Shen muttered, 6 days, huh? That's good, that should be enough. What's wrong, Junior? Are you thinking of chasing now? Yi Xiaoyu suddenly stood up, intrigued, and said, you are over 60,000 points behind the first place. That's over 600 tier 3 beasts, and there are only 6 days left. Do you think you can catch up? Yan Shen replied, I have a plan, I'm going to give it a try. Yi Xiaoyu said, oh, you look quite confident, but don't forget, during these 6 days, it's not just you who will be killing beasts to accumulate points, those at the top of the rankings will too. While you are gaining, they are gaining as well, so the gap is definitely not just a simple 60,000 points. Yan Shen nodded, I understand that, of course. Seeing the confidence in the junior, Yi Xiaoyu became even more interested. Oh, interesting, little junior, do you mind sharing your plan? Yan Shen replied calmly, there's nothing to hide, I'm planning to use poison. Poison? Upon hearing this word, Yi Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly. Yan Shen said, that's right, poison, and it's extremely potent poison that will turn 100 miles into a dead zone, causing all beasts to die instantly. The points accumulated. This way will be enough for me to quickly surpass the first place. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so heartily and freely. Using poison, you actually plan to use poison? This is really unexpected. Junior, you've been preparing for this plan from the very beginning, haven't you? Am I right? Interesting, truly interesting. Being around you is really not boring. Yan Shen had indeed been preparing for this plan from the very start. Since stepping into the danger zone, he had been searching for tier 3 beasts while surveying the terrain, mastering the habitats of the beast packs, and observing whether there were any Azure students active, and so on. As for the goal, it was naturally to kill beasts while minimizing harm to innocent people. This so-called suitable place took Yan Shen a long time to find, because the danger zone not only had those top-tier geniuses but also many martial artists from Dragon City who would also come to hunt tier 3 beasts for money and exchange it for cultivation materials. Therefore, finding a place with a large enough beast pack and no human presence within 100 miles was really very difficult. Fortunately, the wilderness was vast, and Yan Shen's luck was good enough that he finally found such a place on the afternoon of the 9th day. It was in an unknown area near the danger zone with the serial number 184,712. Then, let's get started. Murmuring to himself, Yan Shen took out something resembling incense from his small universe ring and lit it, placing it in the designated spot according to the wind direction. Yi Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. What is this? Divine killing, a type of highly toxic substance that spreads through the air. Yan Shen answered. Immortal kill. A poison formula from the Poison Immortal's prescription. This poison requires the mixing and refining of 43 different materials to create incense, which is then ignited. The smoke, mixed with the air, spreads rapidly with the wind, and anyone who inhales it, as long as they do not possess the life level of a third-tier ferocious beast, will die instantly. Even third-tier ferocious beasts will be significantly affected.
The antidote pill is also easy to make. It only requires a dozen common materials which, after some refining, form a pill that can be held in the mouth to avoid the toxins of immortal kill. Yen Chen had already collected these materials long before the collective hunting event began. It was preparation for using the poison immortal's prescription, but he didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Here, senior. Yen Chen casually tossed a pill over, although he didn't think immortal kill would have any effect on this crazy senior. Yi Xiaoyu caught the antidote and without a second thought tossed it into her mouth, lightly pressing her tongue against it. Not bad, it was a bit sweet. Is this the antidote for immortal kill? Yen Chen's expression was unchanged. This is an aphrodisiac. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoyu's figure vanished from her spot, and when she reappeared, she was at Yen Chen's side, her slender, delicate hand resting on his shoulder, her whole body leaning against him, a bright smile on her lips. What's wrong? Interested in your senior? No need to go through so much trouble. I can take the initiative. Yen Chen remained expressionless. Senior, if you could perfectly conceal the killing intent that shows in your eyes, I might believe your words. Yi Xiaoyu squinted her eyes. You noticed? Such keen perception. Of course, the perception ability that came with infinite law could even detect the stealth of the Black Scroll, let alone the subtle changes in human emotions. Just now, this senior had genuinely harbored killing intent. This crazy person wanted to kill him. Yen Chen said with a half smile, Senior, don't you love fun things the most? Why didn't you find the earlier incident amusing? Instead, you developed killing intent. Does that mean all your current behavior is just an act? Yi Xiaoyu paused, then her expression twisted slightly. Junior, there's something you might have misunderstood. Coveting your senior and using despicable means only to be counter-killed is also quite fun. So, killing you would be even more interesting. Since that's the case, why wouldn't I do it? What she said made sense, but why did she need to explain so much? A true madman wouldn't need to justify their logic. Yen Chen couldn't deny it. I was joking, Senior. That's not an aphrodisiac, it's just the antidote for immortal kill. I know, which is why I didn't kill you. Yi Xiaoyu smiled. But, little Junior, aren't you worried that someone might be in that area ahead and get affected by such a terrifying poison? Yen Chen replied, There's no one there, I've already checked. Yi Xiaoyu said, So sure? Of course. Yen Chen checked the wind direction, saw that immortal kill was spreading, and didn't delay any longer, heading into the jungle. Let's go, Senior, it's time to harvest points. For a while afterward, Yen Chen wandered within the coverage of immortal kill, recording the ferocious beasts that had been poisoned to death and uploading them to the collective hunting event interface. As time passed, his points increased geometrically. 8,000, 12,000, 24,000, 38,000, 45,000, 52,000, and so on. The time he spent uploading footage was even longer than the time spent searching for the corpses of the ferocious beasts, and as for battles, not a single one occurred. The entire process was exceptionally smooth. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. By relying on this method, Yen Chen successfully accumulated 97,000 points, becoming the first on the leaderboard. The second place was Conan, with a total of 90,000 points. After finding a group of second-tier ferocious beasts that had been poisoned, Yen Chen repeated the process, recording, uploading, and submitting. Soon, he harvested another wave of points. Looking at his name at the top of the leaderboard, he revealed a smile. I'm first. Yi Xiaoyu said, Impressive, Junior. You really pulled it off, haha. I bet those old men from Xinjiang are green with envy now. They never expected that this time, in the collective hunt, someone like you would emerge using poison. Yen Chen felt puzzled. Wasn't poison used in previous collective hunts? Of course it was, Yi Xiaoyu said with a half smile, but those people used poison during battles with the ferocious beasts. No one did it. Like you, directly exterminating everything within 100 miles. Yen Chen said, they were too timid. Yi Xiaoyu replied, it's not that they were timid, it's that you were too bold. Meanwhile, at Xinjiang Martial Arts Academy, in the top-floor conference room of Building 1. In fact, just as Yi Xiaoyu had predicted, the teachers at the school turned pale upon seeing Yen Chen's sudden rise to first place, especially since he did it using the underhanded method of poisoning. Yang Lai slammed the table and stood up. This is outrageous. This Yen Chen actually used poison. Such a despicable method cannot be condoned. I suggest we immediately cancel his scores and bring him back to the school for severe punishment. Muyu said lightly, is there a rule in the collective hunt activity that prohibits students from using poison? Although she didn't care much about the poor class, Yen Chen was still her student, and she felt the need to defend him. Lu Cheng chimed in, Old Lai, I think your righteous indignation is just a facade. Your true motive is revenge, right? Is it because your nephew, Zheng Qing, was defeated and his points plummeted, so you hold a grudge and want to retaliate? You too. Yang Lai's anger flared, veins bulging, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zhao Rui suddenly said, Teacher Mu. Teacher Lu, this is where you are wrong. There is indeed no rule in the collective hunt activity that prohibits the use of poison, but just because there is no rule doesn't mean this behavior is justified. Yi Wenxin also rarely supported, if poison is the right path, then we might as well all study poisons and forget about practicing martial arts. I agree with Yang Lai, this poor class freshman's score should be cancelled, and he should
be brought back to Tsunching to face justice. Teachers, I see that your claim to uphold justice is just a pretense. Your real goal is to help your own student reclaim the first place in the collective hunt activity, Mu. You said coldly, piercing through their intentions. This left Zhao Rui and Yuan Xin with extremely ugly expressions. Just as the argument was about to escalate again. Enough! Zhou Xianyan's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Xianyan sat in the main seat, rubbing his temples, feeling quite a headache. Although the Tsunching Martial Arts Academy was an independent force with a transcendent status in Tianlong City, the identities of the teachers were not so pure. Each had their own background and stance, leading to a complex web of factions within the school. The relationships among the teachers and the forces behind them were intricate, making it quite tricky to handle. Every time he thought of this, Zhou Xianyan couldn't help but complain that these issues should have been dealt with by the dean. Why had they fallen onto his shoulders? Muyu, Lu Chang, you have a point. In the previous rules of collective hunting, there was no prohibition on using poison, adding that now seems a bit targeted and unfair. But, Yang Lai, Zhao Rui, Yuan Xin, you are not wrong either. If using lethal poison guarantees first place, then why should anyone practice martial arts? They might as well study poisons instead. But collective hunting could be renamed the 10,000 Poisons Conference. That made a lot of sense, almost as if nothing had been said at all. The other teachers thought to themselves. Muyu said, Vice Dean Zhou, you make a valid point. Therefore, I suggest that, starting from the next collective hunting, we add a rule prohibiting the use of poison. Lu Chang nodded in agreement. I concur. Using poison is indeed inappropriate and it should be banned next time. Yang Lai slammed the table. What next time? It should be banned this time. Not only should it be banned, but the scores of this poor class freshman should also be cancelled, otherwise it would be unfair to the other geniuses. Zhao Rui added, exactly. My student Lu Banming earned all his points by killing fierce beasts one by one. This kid using poison is simply too unfair, his scores should be cancelled. Yuan Xin also chimed in, right. If poison is banned next time, then the geniuses participating in this collective hunting will feel disheartened. Therefore, the scores of this poor class freshman must be cancelled. You're talking nonsense. You're the one talking nonsense, your whole family is talking nonsense. The life and death arena is about to open. Do you dare to go up? It will determine both rank and life. Are you afraid of me? As they spoke, both sides began to argue again, and the previous attempt at mediation had no effect at all. The other teachers watched with amusement. Since their own students couldn't compete for first place, they might as well let them fight it out, providing some entertainment. Zhou Xianyan suddenly said, enough. The 5 teachers fell silent instantly. They still respected this nominal vice dean, the actual controller of Tsunching, but given the tense atmosphere, it was clear that they could start arguing again at any moment. Since neither side can convince the other, let's follow the old rule and report this matter to the dean for a decision, shall we? Seeing that the conflict was irreconcilable, Zhou Xianyan simply gave up. Muyu, fine. Lu Chang, agreed. Yang Lai, Zhao Rui, and Yuan Xin also expressed their agreement. In their view, they were the ones standing on the side of justice, and since the old dean did not participate in the academy's operations, his transcendent status and absolutely fair attitude would surely lead to a decision in their favor. Finally, Zhou Xianyan tossed this hot potato away, feeling relieved, and quickly dialed the dean's number. Before long, an impatient voice came through. What now? Speak quickly. It's like this, Dean. Zhou Xianyan didn't dare to delay and recounted the situation regarding the use of poison in detail. Dean, damn it, I thought it was something serious. Just this? Just this? Xiao Zhou, let me ask you one question. Can poison kill? Zhou Xianyan instinctively nodded. Of course it can. Then that's it. The dean said, since poison can kill, it is part of strength. If someone earns points based on their own strength, why shouldn't it count? Zhou Xianyan said anxiously, but Dean, the impact of this is really too bad. It will lead to future group hunts where everyone uses poison to kill. Then, the dean pondered for a moment and said, that's true. So how about this, starting from the next group hunt, no one is allowed to use poison. Zhou Xianyan exclaimed, huh? The dean replied, what do you mean, huh? The swords of the previous dynasty don't cut down the officials of this dynasty. You think you can just add a rule temporarily and nullify all the points people have earned? Are you joking? Zhou Xianyan helplessly said, alright, I understand, Dean. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xianyan glanced at the teachers and shrugged helplessly. Everyone, you heard it too. This is the dean's final decision. No use of poison starting next time, and the scores of this poor class freshman will be retained. Yang Lai's face looked quite grim, and both Zhao Rui and Yuan Xin showed their dissatisfaction in their eyes. The retention of this poor class freshman's score almost meant he was guaranteed to be first place, which was unacceptable to the three of them. The former was resentful because Zheng Cheng had been defeated, while the latter was angry that their student's first place was not secure and had lost so embarrassingly. Dean Zhou, sorry, nature calls, I need to step out for a bit. Me too, me too. I have something to attend to as well, I'll be right back. After getting Zhou Xianyan's consent, Yang Lai, Zhao Rui, and Yuan Xin all left the conference room one after another. The other teachers didn't think much of it, assuming they couldn't accept the situation, which was why they left. Only Muyu and Lu Cheng furrowed their brows. On the other side, after leaving the conference room, Yang Lai made a phone call. Hello, Xiao Chang, it's me. The plan has fallen through. The dean has made a final decision to retain that kid's score. But you don't need to worry, I've locked onto his current location. Yes, I'll send it to you shortly. You need to find Conan and Lu Banming, they will team up with you. You must eliminate this kid. After reaching a secluded corner, Zhao Rui looked around to ensure no one was nearby and made a call. Hello, Xiao Lu, it's me. Listen to me now, that kid's score has been retained and he is currently in first place. With his speed of poison kills, you definitely won't catch up. I've already talked to Yang Lai and Yuan Xin. Conan and Zheng Qing will be looking for you soon. You all need to work together to make him give up the first place in this Sanqing assessment. If he doesn't agree, then a ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Rui's eyes. Finally, it was Yuan Xin who also found a quiet place and made a call. Hello, Xiaonan, you should have seen the leaderboard by now. I've agreed with Yang Lai and Zhao Rui, their students will team up with you to eliminate this poor class freshman, and then you and Lu Banming will compete for first place. Wait, what did you say? You don't want to team up and want to defeat that guy fairly. Hello? In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. As the kill footage was uploaded one after another, Yan Shen's points had already surpassed the 100,000 mark, nearing 110,000. He firmly held the first place, and a dark horse had emerged from nowhere in the rankings, someone who had never been heard of before, which naturally caused quite a stir. Countless Sanqing students were speculating about who this Yan Shen was, who had outperformed Conan and Lu Banming. Among them were many beautiful female warriors, boldly expressing their affection on the forum, with such fiery words that anyone who read them would blush. Unfortunately, Yan Shen was busy recording a video and had no idea about this matter. That afternoon, while Yan Shen was harvesting beast materials and recording a video, a phone call suddenly came in. Hello, brother Yan Shen. Li Er's voice came from the phone. My god, am I dreaming? You actually got first place, and you outperformed Conan and Lu Banming by so much. How did you do it? Yan Shen replied, you should know the method. To be honest, I got the inspiration from you. Li Er was stunned. From me? Yan Shen said, I used poison to kill a whole area. Li Er was truly dumbfounded, then he pounded his chest and exclaimed, ah, my pig brain, how could I not think of such a useful method? Yan Shen encouraged, it's not too late to try now. First place is tough, but with your poison skills, getting into the top 10 should be no problem. Li Er's heart raced, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, forget it. This method, while convenient, is too hated. I'm not like you, with the strength to defeat Zheng Qing. My little body can't take it. Yan Shen was surprised. You guessed it? Is it hard to guess? Li Er's voice was laced with annoyance. New students, the lower class, how many people are there? The battles still happen in dangerous areas. Besides you, who else is there to compete for first place? Yan Shen said, smart. No more pretending, it's me. Li Er warned, brother, let me remind you, among the top 10, not to mention others, but Lu Banming and Conan will definitely not let this go easily. They will come looking for you, so be careful. Yan Shen replied, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The two chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. Hee Junior, you've become the first in collective hunting, attracting everyone's attention, but you don't know how many people are envious. So, how do you feel? Yi Xiaoyou's voice came through. At that moment, she was lying on a tree branch with a blade of dogtail grass hanging from her mouth, her long, beautiful legs casually dangling. It was unclear whether the antidote was working or if her strength was too great, but she showed no signs of being affected by divine killing. Yan Shen said, what feelings could I have? First place is related to the ownership of martial respect. Level techniques. Competing for the path, charging forward. If I were afraid of making others envious, why would I practice martial arts? Yi Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. Good ambition, a strong mindset. Regarding this crazy senior sister, Yan Shen still had his concerns. He casually replied a few words and continued to poison the fierce beasts to harvest points. However, this time the killing did not last long, as he was forced to stop because a person appeared before him. The individual was burly, over 2 meters tall, with a rugged face resembling a small giant. He held an exaggeratedly large sword, which was blocking the road. Leaning against a massive rock, his eyes shining brightly as if radiating light. The man looked Yan Shen up and down and asked, are you Yan Shen? Yan Shen countered, don't you know? When asking someone else's name, you should first introduce yourself. That's the most basic etiquette. So, who are you? The burly man replied, looks like it is you. Then, he looked at Yi Xiaoyu and cupped his hands, saying, Senior Yi, I don't know what your relationship with this kid is. If your friends, Conan, will turn around and leave without a word, and from now on, I won't disturb him again. Conan? He is the genius who was competing with Lu Banming for the second place. Yan Shen felt a slight heaviness in his heart, somewhat surprised. His surprise was not that the other party found him. In fact, after relying on poisoning to reach the top of the leaderboard, he had already anticipated that these few prodigies would come looking for him. What truly surprised him was how quickly they came. It was as if someone was telling Conan his current position. And Conan's first reaction was equally unexpected for Yan Shen. He was actually consulting Yi Xiaoyu for her opinion, and judging by his attitude, as long as this crazy senior showed him a bit of goodwill, Conan would turn. around and leave, never to disturb him again. Yi Xiaoyu has such great deterrent power? Who exactly is she? Yan Chen fell into deep confusion. No, I have no relationship with this kid. Yi Xiaoyu's voice was teasing. I just think this kid is quite fun, so I follow him around for amusement. You do your thing, don't mind me. It would be best if you could kill this kid, that would be really interesting. Yan Chen. Senior, I really thank you and your ancestors. Conan seemed to relax a bit, then shifted his attention back to Yan Chen. Mass poisoning of fierce beasts, turning a dozen miles into a dead zone. Good method, bold, despicable, and, damn, I'm envious. Yan Chen's expression turned cold. Senior Conan, may I ask why you are looking for me? Conan replied, what else could it be? Of course, I'm here to fight you. As expected, this guy was not here with good intentions. He was here to take down Yan Chen. Yan Chen's nerves tensed to the extreme, infinite law operating at its peak, already prepared for battle. Conan continued, in a bit, Lu Banming and Zheng Cheng will arrive. Let's team up to take them down first, then decide the winner and see how strong you really are with your poison. Ah! The sudden shift in conversation almost made Yan Chen's back give out. After all that build-up, the other party was not here to attack him but rather to team up with him against another group, which was truly unexpected. Even Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but rub her temples. Conan looked puzzled. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I'm here to fight you. Let's team up to take down Lu Banming and Zhang Qing, then decide the winner. No problem, no problem. As he spoke, Yan Chen suddenly frowned, realizing the issue. Wait, how did Lu Banming and Zhang Qing know my location, and how did you find me so quickly? Conan naturally replied, of course, it was Teacher Yi who told me.